Detecting that the host didn't go out during the May Day holiday, the multi-millionaire god of wealth system is now active. Sending 3 flowers will bind it. Skeptical. You sent 3 flowers, only to hear the system prompt the next second. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a standalone villa at Yulon Sacred Court No. 1 and a Ferrari FS90, which has been driven to your location by staff. Please wait patiently. You're ecstatic. The Ferrari FS90 must cost several million, and this villa in Tianfu City is worth at least 10 to 20 million. You jump for joy, as this sudden wealth has truly landed in your lap. At that moment, a heavily made-up young woman walking past you is startled by your sudden movement. Glancing at your plain attire, she sneers, "Country bumpkin, getting this excited just coming to Tianfu City?" Embarrassed, you admit, "Miss, that was indeed my fault. Sorry about that. Who are you calling a miss? No manners? Ill-bred fool," she snaps, her temper flaring. Your expression darkens instantly. Could you watch your mouth? No need to be so rude. Seeing your sharp retort, the woman quickly plays the victim card, shouting, "A grown man bullying a weak woman like me." Just then, a Ferrari supercar pulls up by the roadside, and a young man in a suit and tie steps out, drawing everyone's attention. The woman's eyes light up as she approaches, thinking he's a prime target. Even being his mistress could set her up for life. But her jaw drops when the man she assumes is wealthy walks straight up to you, dismissing the idea that you two could know each other. She scoffs inwardly. How could a country bumpkin like you mingle with his caliber? The man asks respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" You reply, "Yes, that's me, here to deliver the car, right?" Noticing the woman behind him, you add calmly. The crowd's gaze shifts instantly. The man says, "Yes, but for security. May I see your ID?" Nervous about offending someone of your status, he adds, "Any proof of identity will do." Handsome, are you sure you've got the right person? Look at him, does he seem like someone who can afford a Ferrari? Just a dirt poor hick. The woman interjects with a mocking smirk. Amused, you challenge, "If this car really is mine, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair on the spot." Raising your voice, you ask the crowd. Everyone heard that, right? Eager for drama, they cheer. "We heard. Show her up, we want to see that handstand." Smiling, you hand your ID to the man. He inspects it briefly and returns it. "Sir, as requested, your car has been delivered. Here are the keys." He presents an opulent case, drawing all eyes. The woman pales. Your heart races as you grip the Ferrari key. It feels luxurious. The man adds, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on becoming a Ferrari owner. For future needs, here's my card." You pocket it. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Go ahead. Nodding, he exits as the crowd parts ways. The woman saw a path and tried to squeeze through, but within seconds, the crowd closed in again. Toying with the car keys, you teased the desperate woman. "Hey beautiful, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Please, sir, have mercy and let me go." She pleaded meekly, her earlier arrogance gone. You had no intention of sparing her dignity. "I much preferred your earlier bravado, don't you all agree? You can't just have things your way," you said. Just then, several uniformed city enforcement officers pushed through, shouting, "What's going on here? Break it up, everyone." Seeing the officers, the crowd knew the show was over and scattered instantly. Only you, the woman, and the officers remained. The senior-looking officer asked, "What's the matter here?" The woman, of course, was too embarrassed to explain. After you recounted the incident, the officers shot her disdainful looks. The lead officer sighed, "Young man, you're quite the accomplished youth." Glancing at the nearby Ferrari, a dream from his own younger days, you smiled without responding, thinking they were just one system away from owning a Ferrari themselves. The officer added, "How about we let this go? It's not a good look in public." "Fine, I'll be on my way," you said, not even sparing the woman a glance as you dragged your suitcase toward the Ferrari. "You can go too," the officer told the woman, who scurried off with her head down. Relieved, you walked up to the Ferrari. Beaming with satisfaction, the feeling of being admired and envied by everyone was exhilarating. Opening the front trunk, you realized the suitcase wouldn't fit and muttered a complaint before tossing it onto the passenger seat. With the iconic roar of the Ferrari's engine, you drove off, leaving the crowd in awe. Following the GPS, you arrived at Suzhou University's entrance. It was the first day of freshman registration, and the road was jam-packed. Cars around you kept their distance, as if afraid to get too close to yours. Puzzled, you thought, "Am I that intimidating?" As your car rolled into the campus, students, parents, and teachers couldn't help but stare. You stopped at the security checkpoint and asked the guard, "Uncle, I'm a freshman, can I drive in? There's no parking outside." Rolling down the window, you revealed your handsome face. The surrounding students erupted. "What? A freshman driving a Ferrari FS90? So bold, truly the aristocrat of cars. I'm officially jealous." Some even snapped photos of you in the car. posting them on the campus forum and group chats. The guard replied, "You can enter, but after registration ends, you'll need to move it to the parking lot. Make sure to park properly." Though he didn't know the car's price tag, the crowd's reactions told him it was expensive, so he was extra polite. Driving the Ferrari into the campus, you parked in an inconspicuous spot and stepped out to grab your suitcase from the passenger seat. The sight of a young man with a suitcase emerging from a Ferrari instantly marked you as a freshman. Exhausted, you realized that ever since getting behind the wheel, people had been gawking at you like you were a zoo exhibit. Once the initial thrill wore off, it all felt rather dull. You were dragging your suitcase towards the dormitory building when suddenly a voice called out to stop you. The moment you looked up, you were stunned, but you forced yourself to stay calm and said, "First, tell me what you need help with?" Jiang Shuawei blinked her eyes and looked at you expectantly. "Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu?" You stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of you, feeling an inexplicable flutter in your heart. Just then, the system's prompt sounded, detecting the host's inner desire. A phased mission is now issued. As a qualified host, how can you not have a girlfriend? Mission 1 is now open. Successfully pursue the campus belle Jiang Shuawei. Reward upon success, 100% shares of the Imperial Hotel. The sudden system prompt left you momentarily dazed. 100% shares of the Imperial Hotel. Now, as you looked at Jiang Shuawei, you thought, no wonder she's so beautiful. She's the campus belle. Seeing your lack of response, Jiang Shuawei said somewhat dejectedly, "Classmate, are you listening?" You snapped back to reality and replied, "Senior, the Hanfu Club, right? Sure, I'll join." Lin Chen returned to his senses, a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "If you don't want to forget it." "What? You promise?" Jiang Shuawei smiled happily, revealing 2 tiny dimples like blooming daisies. "Then how about we add a super male? Senior, I'll contact you when it's time for club recruitment and you come over to sign up." Jiang Shuawei opened the QR code of the business card of the super letter and signaled Lin Chen to scan it. "Is this mission so easy to accomplish?" Lin Chen was happy in his heart and was ready to search and see how it was after adding the super letter. "Shuawei, what are you doing here?" Lin Chen had just clicked the super letter open when a tall, very handsome-looking man wearing simple casual clothes walked over head-on with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as Jiang Shuawei saw this man, her face instantly became ugly. Then she put her cell phone away. Lin Chen's face stiffened. Then he looked at the man with a somewhat unfavorable gaze. "What brings you here?" Jiang Shuawei spoke coldly. "Aren't I on the student council? So I came to school early, and I just happened to see you so I came over to check it out." After the man finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes glittering with suspicion. "And this is? Oh, I'm..." Lin Chen was just about to answer him when Jiang Shuawei took Lin Chen's arm. There was a happy smile on his face. "You young, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." Jiang Shuawei had wanted to say the name, but realized that she had forgotten to ask. Once he heard what Jiang Shuawei said, Yu Yang's smile visibly stiffened. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with wide eyes. Jiang Shuawei was looking at him with a prayerful gaze. Lin Chen's heart softened. Forget it, pretending to be the schoolgirl's boyfriend wasn't a loss. "I'm Shuawei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen." Lin Chen graciously extended his hand. Yu Yang, however, didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at Jiang Shuawei. "Shuawei, are you serious? What's to recognize or not to recognize? My boyfriend is right here. What do you think? And don't call me Shuawei, I'm not that close to you." Jiang Shuawei's tone chilled and said nonchalantly, "Good, very good. You like this poor boy even though you don't want to accept me, right? Jiang Shuawei, you will regret it." Yu Yang sized up Lin Chen's outfit, and the anger in his eyes was almost ready to come out as he put down a sentence and turned around to leave. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang's distant back, his eyes a little cold. "What arrogance! You can't get a girl and you're taunting me?" Ding! The system releases the mission. Let Yu Yang learn to bark. Quest reward, 2% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Limited. The system has released another task. It seems that this Yu Yang is a must clean up. There's no way this penguin share is too tempting. But why make Yu Yang learn how to bark? Is the system's taste so unique? Jiang Shuawei was relieved when she saw Yu Yang leaving. Then reacting to the fact that she was still holding Lin Chen's arm, she pulled out her hand with a slightly flushed face. "I'm sorry, I used you as a shield today. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner some other day as an apology." "Sure, no problem. School marm, but don't we have to add the super letter before that?" Lin Chen is still pining for his Imperial Hotel. "Oh yes, yes, yes." Jiang Shuawei hurriedly took her cell phone back out and lit up the QR code of her business card. "It's kinda nice after the snow." Lin Chen flashed a thought. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage quest. Reward 100% of the shares of the Imperial Grand Hotel. The system has helped you sign a good contract, so please feel free to use it. Phase 2 of the mission is now released. Dinner alone with Jiang Shuawei. Bonus, Lamborghini poison. Reward Lamborghini poison? This was Lin Chen's dream car, and in his mind, it was even higher than the status of many cars worth over $100 million. There was no other reason. The main poison's face value was just too capable. Unexpectedly, the Lamborghini poison worth $70 million was just rewarded directly to him. I say system, you're not a cheat system, are you? Lin Chen asked suspiciously in his head. Ding, this system is just the ordinary mission system. Lin Chen had no choice when he saw that the system didn't recognize it. My name is Jiang Shuawei. You can just call me Sister Jiang from now on, Jiang Shuawei said as she blinked her pretty eyes at Lin Chen. Can't I call you Chevy anymore? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. A layer of scarlet red floated up on Jiang Shuawei's face, and her face couldn't help but heat up slightly. Call me Sister Jiang. Right, looking for a dormitory, right? I'll take you there. Which building do you live in? I live in Building 6. Building 6 is this way. I'll show you. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was walking in front of him, urging him to walk faster, and a strong heartbeat surged through him. Sister, what department are you from? I'm in computer science. How about you? Me too. What a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted. Actually in the same department as himself? It's indeed quite a coincidence. So if you have any questions in the future, please ask Senior Sister O. Here it is. I'll leave first. If there's something super letter chat, well, see you later, Sister Jen. Remember you owe me a meal. I know. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's good-looking back gradually fade away before he entered the dormitory building. After checking in with the hostess auntie and receiving the key, I carried my suitcase upstairs. 515 is here. Lin Chen opened the door and looked at the environment of the dormitory. Not bad for 4 people in a dorm with a bed and desk configuration. At this point, all 4 people in the dormitory had arrived. They were all organizing their belongings. One was thin and tall, with glasses, and looked very svelte. One was very handsome, almost not even close to Lin Chen, and looking at the clothes he was wearing, it was obviously a rich kid as well. There is another one who looks very strong. Should be fitness, should be the physical strength of the dormitory in the future. Lin Chen brought less stuff with him, because he paid the betting fee when he enrolled in school, so he only brought some clothes and living supplies and so on. Everyone else is pretty much the same. Only the boy with a high face value brought a whole lot of things. What computer mainframe, display, keyboard. The most impressive thing is that he actually mailed over a gaming chair. This made Lin Chen envious. Chapter 4: Dining with Roommates. A few people chatted for a while after cleaning up and getting to know each other. That thin and tall wearing a glasses called Chen Xiao is Minzhou. The family is also considered a little money. The family do aquatic business. The taller and stronger one is called Xiao Wei, is from Dian province, is a rural person. According to his words, a body of muscles or dry farm work practiced. The last face value is very high, that is called Xiao Fei, is on the side of the Shangjing, but the situation of their own family shut up but Lin Chen can see it should be quite powerful. Finally, the 4 were also ranked according to their age. Lin Chen was the oldest, Chen Xiao was the second, Xiao Wei was the third, and Xiao Fei was the fourth. The brothers are meeting for the first time today, so we're not going to eat something nice outside? Chen Xiao's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger, so he voiced out a suggestion. There's nothing wrong with me, Xiao Fei said casually. He had planned to go to a nightclub in Tianfu City today to have some fun, but thinking that today was his roommate's first party after all, he decided to accompany his roommate. I'm okay with that, Lin Chen also said. In the end, only Xiao Wei was left. Several people's gazes gathered on Xiao Wei, and their direct gazes made Xiao Wei look very uncomfortable. Let's go. You guys choose the location. I don't know where to eat. Lin Chen, you're not from Tiandu. You choose. Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree. His family was relatively poor, and after what he had just learned, Xiao Fei and Chen Zhao's family should be richer. Lin Chen and his family's conditions should be similar, so the place he recommended to eat shouldn't be spending too much. Okay, I'll find a place. It just so happens that the system has rewarded the Imperial Hotel, so we'll go there for dinner today, and we don't have to spend any money and we can still go on an inspection tour. Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Hi, I'm Lin Chen. Okay, I'll bring my friend over for dinner later. I'll let you know when I get there. It just so happened that the general manager of the Imperial Hotel called. After all, a change of boss. Do not say hello for fear of leaving a bad impression. Go! A few of them paired up and headed out of the dormitory. The city of Tianfu in the summer is really not a place where people can stay. It's already past 6 o'clock and the temperature is still so high even when the sun is going down. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei still attracted the attention of many lesbians as they walked around the campus. No other way, the two have too much face value. Lin Chen still loves summer. That's a lot of fabric to wear under the summer heat, especially on college campuses. Those long white legs make you dizzy to look at them. Not out of school yet. Two girls came jogging all the way across the street, wearing a skirt, revealing two white long legs, long, very pure and lovely. Can we add you two on Super Mail? The two pretty girls stood in front of the four and shyly said to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, Chen Xiao, Xia Wei? Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him. She was very pretty, at least at the class flower level, a fleshy but not chubby face, and a pair of straight, well-proportioned calves beneath a short white skirt. No, is the quality of Shushu University that high? Sure. Lin Chen smiled slightly and opened the QR code on his cell phone. So did Xiao Fei on the side. Thanks. The girl's face bloomed into a youthful smile when she saw the message on her cell phone that the addition had been successful. See you then, little brothers. The two girls managed to ask for contact information and left satisfied. Me and Lao San are the big bad seeds. Chen Xiao looked grudgingly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were going through other people's friend circles. That's right, handsome is great? Xia Wei echoed indignantly. Pity I've been single for 18 years and still haven't opened the seal. Thinking about this, Xia Wei became even more depressed. Speaking of which, to mend the broken hearts of you two, dinner is on the boss today. Boss magnificent. Boss is mighty. Xia Wei and Chen Xiao instantly smiled with joy once they heard that Lin Chen was treating them. But then again, how are we going to get there? Chen Xiao was already starving, just wanting to be able to eat in a hurry. I have a car. I can carry one. Lin Chen thought about it and said with some hesitation. He wondered if he should take the Ferrari. Would that be a bit too pretentious? Three people heard that only one person could be carried and guessed that it might be an electric bike. It's okay, boss. Let's take a taxi there. 4 people just can sit in one. Besides, if we drink, we don't drive, and if we drive, we don't drink. So how can we not have a few bottles of wine at a gathering of our brothers? Chen Xiao said with a big grin. Chen Xiao's character is completely different from what Lin Chen thought. Originally thought that Chen Xiao wore glasses. Thin and tall, looks Siswan. The results did not expect so. Bold. Lin Chen didn't insist anymore, so he took a car and headed to the Imperial Palace Hotel. Boss, how come this guy looks so much like you? As the four sat in the car, Chen Xiao took out her cell phone and showed a few people the pictures that someone had posted on the campus posting. The photo features a student in a Ferrari. Awesome. 666. Freshmen open Ferrari enrollment and get direct priority in choosing a spouse for 4 years of college. Sisters, I'm charging. He's mine and no one will take him from me. Wouldn't that be a bit too ostentatious? Is a college student still a college student if he doesn't flaunt it? Hey, you really do look like the boss, don't you? Xiao Wei looked at the photo several times and looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Does that mean I'm the only one who's poorer than that? Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Fei's eyes changed slightly as he looked at Lin Chen. Looks like this boss of his is not ordinary either. It's me. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, you're so rich? So you were just referring to this Ferrari when you said your car only seats 2? Chen Zhao's eyes went wide. Lin Chen nodded slightly as the three looked on. Exactly. I've never been in a Ferrari in my life. I've never been in a Ferrari in my life. If I had known, I would have taken the boss's car. Chen Xiao instantly regretted it when she realized it. The master driver in the front row didn't move and skimmed his lips. A Ferrari and a taxi? What a blowjob. After 10 minutes or so, the internet car pulled up to the curb. Several people rushed out of the car. Empire Hotel. The main body of this hotel is in the European classical style, and the tall stone facade is inlaid with exquisite bas-reliefs and sculptures, each of which reveals a sense of historical gravity. Boss, don't tell me you invited us to eat here? Xiao Wei said as he looked at the imposing hotel in front of him. Boss, let's just find a small restaurant and have a meal. There's no need to go here. The spending here looks good. Chen Xiao also spoke out, although she knew that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari, but after all, she had only just met and was spending so much money on someone else. Xiao Fei didn't feel anything. He used to eat at this kind of hotel when he was in Shangjing. You can eat without worrying about anything else. Chapter 5. You're so proud of wearing a broken shoe. Lin Chen led a few people to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen said indifferently to the young lady at the front desk of the hotel. Hello Lin Dong. Just a short while ago, Dongfang had just told her about the new boss of the company who was bringing a friend over for dinner. Named Lin Chen. Lin Dong, Mr. Dong has instructed to take you directly to the Tianzino, 1 private room. The front desk lady came out and said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Go. Lin Chen turned his head and said to Chen Xiao and the others. Boss, what did she call you? Lin Dong? This hotel is yours? Chen Xiao's mouth widened in disbelief. Xiao Wei also looked at Lin Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Such a large hotel was even owned by his roommate? Other people drive Ferraris at 18 or 19 and become bosses. I'm 18 or 19 ignoring the risk of installation? The two had trouble accepting it. Xiao Fei didn't lose his temper as much as the two men did. He just became more and more curious in his heart as to what Lin Chen was really about. That's right, the entire hotel belongs exclusively to Lin Dong. The receptionist lady had a smile on her face as she helped Lin Chen explain. At the time, her entire body was shocked when she found out the news. You have to know that the Imperial Palace Hotel is one of the top hotels in the entire Tianfu city. To be able to directly acquire the shares of all the directors, this is not just any rich man, this is simply a godly man. Let's go. Don't freeze. Chen Xiao, aren't you kids hungry? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he was so cool inside. The front desk young lady also moved her eyes and immediately went to the front to lead the way for several people. Gone. Can't you see the boss is gone? Xiao Fei patted the shoulders of Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, who were still frothing. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei fartily followed. Lin Chen surveyed the layout of the hotel's interior as he walked. The layout of the entire hall gave Lin Chen a feeling. Luxury. Atmosphere. Very imposing. He had never come to eat in a hotel like this before, but now not only could he treat his roommates to dinner here, he even had the whole hotel to himself. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but thank the system in his heart. You're welcome, host. This system was created for you. It's what I should do. Detecting the host's heartfelt thanks to the system, a small surprise is now being sent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 million RMB. Has been issued in the host's bank card, and upgraded the bank card to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen's footsteps lurched, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone. And sure enough, the text message had arrived. Your bank card with the tail number was transferred 50 million renminbi by the payer at 1923 on September 7th. I'm going? Are you serious? System, is it that I get a reward every time I thank you from the bottom of my heart? Lin Chen's heart was even a bit hotter. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen was slightly disappointed. What are you gawking at, boss? Chen Xiao reached out her hand and shook it in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Think of something. Let's go. Lin Chen didn't explain and signaled the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to move forward, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Chen? Lin Chen heard someone call him and turned to look. Joji? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He didn't really want to see this woman. Zhao Jie was a girlfriend Lin Chen had talked about in high school, and was all kinds of lovey-dovey in the beginning. As a result, Lin Chen found her flirty chat records with other men. Lin Chen mentions the breakup to Zhao Jie, who cries and tells him not to break up, saying she'll never be like this again and begs Lin Chen to give her a chance. Lin Chen agreed with a soft heart. That's a first. The second time, it was Lin Chen working part-time outside after the high school entrance exam. Just after work, his classmates sent a message to ask if he broke up with Zhao Jie, saying that they saw Zhao Jie buying milk tea with a man, and that the boy's hand was still on her shoulder. He also sent a picture, and when Lin Chen looked at it, it was really her. But when Lin Chen asked her about it, she was still dead set on denying it, and it wasn't until she saw that photo that she explained that it was her cousin, saying that she was afraid that he would misunderstand her and say that. Such bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Of course, Lin Chen did not believe, mentioned the breakup, and the result was that Zhao Jie was again a bitter plea. Lin Chen's heart softened and he let go again. The last time was about a month before school started, when he saw that she had been double-teaming with a boy in her pesticide battle record. He went to ask Zhao Jie, but he didn't expect Zhao Jie to admit it directly and mention breaking up with him, saying something about wanting to be with him just thinking he's good-looking and wanting to experience more of what it's like to have a schoolboy boyfriend. Lin Chen looked at the chat records in his phone, smiled bitterly, and deleted his friend. Proper clown. Lin Chen, after remembering that he actually forgave her several times, all feel shameful face, do not dare to say with the former high school play very good brother. Brothers, look in the mirror. Don't be lickspittles, be Sigma men. Simply his greatest black history. Lin Chen, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Zhao Jie sat on the arm of an ordinary-looking man with an arrogant demeanor, her face smiling as she approached and said, I hadn't thought of that either. Lin Chen just wanted to leave quickly at this moment. He didn't want Lao Er and the others to know that he had such a humiliating incident in the past. Your friend? The arrogant-looking man glanced at Lin Chen's few people before asking Zhao Jie, my old boyfriend, have you forgotten? I told you before. Baby. Zhao Jie threw a wink at the man, then pressed the other man's arm into her arms. Oh, I remember. It's that poor ex-boyfriend of yours who was nothing but good-looking? The man then said as if he had come to a realization, and gave Lin Chen a provocative look. The front desk lady saw that the atmosphere was a little off, and hurriedly took out her cell phone and walked to the side to give a quiet G to Dong Fong to call over. Mr. Dong, I'm Lu Jing from the front desk. Lin Dong has already arrived at the hotel, but young Master Li seems to have some conflicts with Lin Dong, and the atmosphere is a bit off. It's the son of Li Sangwu, the previous shareholder of the company. Yes, just this side of the hall on the first floor. Only after making the call was Lu Jing relieved and returned to Lin Chen's several people. Who are you, wearing the boss's torn shoes and strutting around here? Chen Xiao valued righteousness above all else, and as soon as he heard the man mock his boss, he immediately opened his mouth to retort. That's right, who are you? As Southwest grew up in Southwest F4, Xia Wei naturally cannot be egged. Xiao Fei's gaze towards the man also went cold. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Originally he didn't want to have anything to do with this woman in the first place, but people's boyfriends were riding on their heads and mocking them, so naturally there was nothing he could do about it. The few people stopped making a sound. They now knew that this hotel was all Lin Chen's. Lin Chen, you're as lecherous as ever. Even the friends you make are so unqualified. Zhao Jie heard Qin Zhao's words and said with an ironic face. The man also laughed without anger. Kid, do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll make it so that you can't even leave the door of this hotel. Oh, you're a social mixer? To be able to say something like that these days? Zhao Jie, your boyfriend wouldn't be brainless, would he? Lin Chen burst out laughing at the man's words. The man's fists clenched tightly as he suddenly noticed Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you from the front desk, right? Tell them who I am. Chapter 6. This is young Master Li Mingli, the son of former company shareholder Li Sangwu. When the receptionist's sister saw Li Ming looking at her face turned pale, and she could only say stiffly that neither of these two people was something she could afford to mess with. Why do you involve me in your fairy fight? I just work part-time. Lu Jing screamed inwardly. Did you hear that? My dad is a shareholder in the company here. Li Ming didn't notice the word X in Lu Jing's mouth and was still very proud of himself. Honey, you're awesome, Zhao Jie complimented with a winking smile, her fingers still drawing on the man's chest. The man was so fired up inside that he couldn't help but give Zhao Jie's stiff mountain a hard squeeze. Look at you two. If it weren't for the fact that there are people here, I guess you'd have started a fight, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao laughed out loud as he watched the two men's undisguised movements. Lu Jing blushed slightly and looked away. You really don't see the coffin. I'll immediately call the general manager of Imperial Palace and kick you guys out. Li Ming was taunted and almost broke his defense, so he could only say that Chen Zhao's combat prowess was too strong. Are all the combatants in Minju this strong? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was now the sole director of Imperial Hao, so naturally she wouldn't be intimidated by Li Ming. Knowing that he couldn't dislike them, Li Ming took out his cell phone and called Dong Fong. Zhao Jie, on the other hand, looked at the several people with a sneer. Boss, is he the son of a shareholder in your hotel? Xia Wei asked in a close voice. Didn't you hear the front desk lady say it was a former shareholder? But don't tell me. I want to play with him again. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted into a teasing smile. Boss, you still know how to play. Xia Wei gave a thumbs up towards Lin Chen in admiration. Originally Xiao Fei thought that this Li Ming had a big background and looked so draggy, but it turned out to be this? Since the boss can handle it, it's better not to bother Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei's grip on his cell phone in his pocket loosened slightly, so he quietly watched from the sidelines. Young Master Li, there's no need to call me. I'm already here. Dong Fong had just come out of the elevator when he heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. There were already several patrons around to see what was going on. Dong Fong, you've come just in time. Hurry up and get these few people out. I'll give my dad a word. However, Dong Fong didn't pay any more attention to him and just glanced at Li Ming before skipping over the two of them and respectfully addressing Lin Chen. Lin Dong, I'm Dong Fong. You can just call me Xiao Dong. Lu Jing usually see Dong Fong will be a little short of breath, afraid that there is a point to do not do well. At this time to see Dong Fong in front of the eyes of this seem to be a few years younger than themselves in front of the boy's attitude is so low. The way she looked at Lin Chen grew more and more respectful, and she didn't even feel like giving birth to any other thoughts. He was only a little bit good looking himself, so I guess people in his position had seen many beautiful women who were countless times better looking than himself, right? Well, they're my friends and I brought them over for dinner. Lin Chen nodded indifferently, then said. Dong Fong hung a kind smile and nodded his head with the three Chen Xiao people as a greeting. Dong Fong, are you out of your mind? How come I haven't heard my dad say that the hotel has such a young shareholder? And Dong Lin, you don't know him and are purposely giving me a hard time, right? Believe it or not, I'll call me right now and tell you to get your ass out of here, Li Ming said in a bad tone. His father, Li Sangwu, as the second largest controlling owner of the Imperial Hotel, how could he not be given a heads up on such a big deal? This Li Ming comes from a big place, doesn't he? He's going to kick me out with his mouth open. When Dong Fong heard Lin Chen's words, he understood what Lin Chen meant in just an instant. He was able to climb to the position of general manager of a large hotel that was one of the best in a first-tier city, and in addition to his own ability, he knew how to read people's words. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. This Mr. Lin Chen has acquired all the shares of all the shareholders, so you have no right to remove me from my position, no right to demand that I kick out the hotel's customers, let alone be the sole shareholder of our hotel. And you've disrupted the normal business of the hotel, so please leave with the lady beside you. Dong Fong turned his head and said seriously to Li Ming, who had a look of disbelief on his face. Li Ming's face turned ugly as he took out his cell phone and prepared to call his dad. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the sole controlling person of the Imperial Palace Hotel. She had talked to Lin Chen for almost 2 years before, and knew Lin Chen's family situation like the back of her hand. Don't worry, hubby, there's no way he's a shareholder of the Imperial Hotel. His parents are just an ordinary electronics factory worker. How could they possibly have the money to acquire all the shares of the Imperial Hotel? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. When Li Ming saw that Zhao Jie was very certain, his heart couldn't help but lighten up. The eyes that looked at the several people also grew more and more sneering. Hello? What's up, son? When the phone was connected, Li Sangwoo's somewhat pleasant voice came through. What's Dad so happy about? Today there is a big man. Spent a large sum of money to buy out all the shares of all our shareholders in Imperial Hao. I would have wanted to retire long ago, and I just took this opportunity to sell all my shares to this big man. When Li Ming heard Li Shangyu's words, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and as he looked at the teasing smiles of Lin Chen's few people at that moment, a not-so-good premonition rose within him. Dad, the big shot you're talking about isn't called Lin Chen, is he? Li Ming asked carefully, silently praying in his heart. It mustn't be him. When Zhao Jie saw that Li Ming's face had changed, she immediately sensed that something was wrong and was apprehensive. How do you know? Li Sangwoo asked in surprise. I seem to have offended him, Li Ming whispered, his tone trembling a bit. A person who could acquire all the shares of Dihao was definitely not someone he could offend, not to mention the fact that he was so young and must have a big background. The gaze towards Zhao Jie turned unkind. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Get your ass over there and apologize to me. If we don't ask for his forgiveness, our family will be finished. Why did I give birth to such an asshole? Li Sangwoo hung up the phone when he was angry enough to finish. Li Ming stared blankly at the hung-up phone in his hand, not knowing what to do or how to do it. The hotel was air-conditioned, but a fine bead of sweat broke out on Li Ming's head. What's wrong, young Master Li? Is the phone call over? Lin Chen's mocking voice came, causing Li Ming to return to his senses. Honey, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jie asked as she tightly hugged Li Ming's arm. Asterisk off. Li Ming threw his hand so hard that Zhao Jie fell to the ground without standing still. Under Zhao Jie's incredulous gaze, she walked over to Lin Chen's side edge. Lin Dong, it's me who has the eyes to recognize and Tai. It's me who is dog-eyed. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed and apologized in a very humble manner. Chapter 7, Is it still possible for us? Zhao Jie heart remorse incomparable. If she had known that Lin Chen's so rich, what she said in the beginning will not break up with Lin Chen. I'm afraid that everything she just did was just a jumping clown's performance in Lin Chen's eyes. Her face felt hot now, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. Stand up and don't know what to do. At this moment, she only wanted to hurry up and escape from this place, but she didn't want to give up Li Ming as an ATM. Lin Chen looked at the humble Li Ming at this moment and suddenly felt very bored. A little cutie who was being played around by women, just like he was in the beginning. Okay, get lost. Next time I see you it won't be just an apology. Thanks. I promise never to appear in front of you again. Li Ming was relieved and headed for the door with a happy face. Honey, wait for me. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him and took Li Ming's arm. Martyr dead scourge emo get old man. Don't bother me again. Get lost. Li Ming threw his arm out and with a disgusted look at Zhao Jie he lifted his foot and walked out the door. He hated this woman in his heart right now. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have started a conflict with Lin Chen at all. It wouldn't have been a loss of face. And now I might have to go home and face my dad's 7 wolves. Zhao Jie stared blankly at Li Ming's departing figure. Boss, just let him go? Chen Xiao was a bit reluctant. Li Ming's arrogant aura just now made him very upset. It's okay, just a jumper. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Tatsu, is it still possible for us? In fact, I've always loved you. Can we give our 2-year relationship another chance? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and looked at him affectionately. Do you think it's possible? And a 2-year relationship? I feel sick to see you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, suddenly feeling a bit thankful to Li Ming. Otherwise maybe he was still in a relationship with this woman. Thinking about it made him feel diaphragmatic. Lin Chen, you must still love me, right? These are just your angry words. It doesn't matter. I can prove my feelings for you with my actions. Do you women not understand human language or are you committing swords? The boss told you to get out. The three of them, Chen Xiao, really didn't expect this woman's face to be thick-skinned to this extent. I don't want to say anything else, so get the hell out of here or I'll have security rack you out, Lin Chen said in a flat tone as he looked at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie looked at Lin Chen's ice-cold eyes, and a trace of coolness actually flooded her heart. If you're still willing to accept me, agree to my friend request, and I'll be on my way. After Zhao Jie finished speaking without giving Lin Chen a chance to continue speaking, she turned around and stepped on her high heels and left the Imperial Hotel. Boss, you've got a weird ex-girlfriend? Chen Xiao couldn't help but spit when she saw Zhao Jie leave. It was the first time he had seen such a strange and shameless woman. I can't help it, I used to have bad eyes. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. Enough about that, let's go eat first. Xiao Fei's eyes hinted at Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, telling them not to mention this matter again. Lin Dong, I'll take you guys. Lu Qian, you go back to work first. Okay, Mr. Dong. Lu Qian looked at Lin Chen again and went back with some reluctance. When he came inside the Tianzi one private room, the food had already been served. Lin Dong, then I won't bother you to eat with your friends. Press that button if you need me and I'll come over, Dong Fong said and pointed to a button on the wall. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Dong Fong nodded and exited the booth. Boss, I'm in your good graces today. I've never come to eat in such a luxurious private room in my life. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao surveyed the very luxuriously decorated private room and looked at the various mountainous delicacies on the table. What's the point of being polite with me? Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Lin Chen smiled. The four of them ate and drank and chatted, and before they knew it, they had gotten a lot closer. Boss, you're my boss for life. Before Xiao Wei could finish his sentence, his eyes closed and his head went down and he went to sleep. It's good to be young and fall asleep. Xiao Wei is worthy of being a Dianzhou man. His drinking capacity is indeed extraordinary. Almost he drinks the three of them by himself. That's it, boss. I'll be hugging your thigh for the rest of my life, so please take care of me in the future. Chen Xiao also clasped his fists and made a martial arts expert appearance. After saying that, he also slumped down on the table. Chen Xiao was purely because of the dishes. Lin Chen hadn't even seen him drink much, and as a result of chatting this kid got drunk. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei had also drunk a lot of wine, but with the added power of the control variable method, they weren't drunk. Boss, how do we get these two boys back? Xiao Fei looked at the drunken Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao with some headaches. There are accommodations in the Imperial Palace, so let's not go back to the dormitory tonight. And anyway, there will be no dormitory checks during the days of new student registration. Lin Chen was helpless to the point of saying, okay, that'll have to do. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Chen pressed a button on the wall, and it didn't take long for Dong Fong to push the door in. Lin Dong, what do you need? Get a couple people to get my friends settled in and we'll rest at the Imperial tonight. Okay, Dong Fong said and signaled the two waitresses outside the door to come in. The two waitresses have very good posture. A professional outfit with a pretty face. Looks very eye-catching. Help these two honored guests to the presidential suite. Dong Fong commanded. Mr. Lin, do you need to arrange a few for you and your friends tonight? Once the two waitresses helped Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei out, Dong Fong asked quietly. He noticed Lin Chen's eyes lingering on the two waitresses for a moment just now. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with inquiring eyes. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. I'll add you to my super mail so I can contact you later. Lin Chen also refused. Okay. Dong Fong was a bit surprised. This kind of top gentry's super letter was not something you could add just because you wanted to. Dong Lin, do you need me to have the waiter bring your breakfast over tomorrow morning? Dong Fong inquired after sending the two Lin Chen to the presidential suite. No, I'll wake up in the morning and send you a message. Just have the waiter bring breakfast to that private room from yesterday. Okay, Lin Dong, then I won't disturb your rest. Aha. After Dong Fong left, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went to check on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei before returning to their rooms to rest. Lin Chen lay on the Simmons configured in the presidential suite after washing up. As a 5-star hotel, the supplies configured are among the best in the business. Lin Chen felt the benefits of power force and money, and the ambition in his heart grew. What a 2% stake in Penguin. Really looking forward to it. Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine and stood wrapped in a bath towel next to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu, Lin Chen took out his hand and transferred $1 million to his mom and dad. Another message followed. Mom, I transferred $1 million to your card. Don't worry, the way it came is decidedly clean. Not doing anything illegal or criminal. Not long after sending the message, Lin's mother called. Lin Chen had expected it. Hello, son, where did you get $1 million? Don't lie to mom. Although our family is poor, we can't do anything illegal or criminal. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin's mother's anxious voice came through. Mom, just don't worry. I idly bought a few thousand virtual coins before, and as a result, the price of virtual coins has skyrocketed during this period of time. It's already risen to 10 or 20,000 apiece. Then I sold 200 of them. Lin Chen helplessly made up a reason to explain. Are you telling the truth? Lin's mother was still a bit skeptical. Really, mom? Have you ever seen anything against crime that makes $1 million in a few days? Okay, this money your father and I will not move first, in case the virtual coins you saved fell back at least a few million. Lin's mother was slightly relieved. No mom, I still have money here. This virtual coin will definitely go up again, and we'll definitely earn more than just a few $1 million by then. You and Dad can take this million and spend it however you want. Don't save it. You guys should quit your jobs at the electronics factory. It's tiring and doesn't earn you any money. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Don't worry about me and your dad. Just take care of yourself. By the way, how are you and the little girl surnamed Zhao? Lin Chen and Lin mother talked for a long time before hanging up. Early the next morning, Lin Chen's room door was then knocked on. Boss, get up. The sun's on your ass. Chen Zhao's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and messaged Dong Fong to notify the waiter to deliver breakfast. Then after getting dressed, he opened the door. Chapter 8. Schoolmate Lin has a crush on me? Boss, where are we going to eat breakfast? I threw up everything I ate last night, and when I woke up in the morning my face was green with hunger. Chen Xiao said bitterly. Penis, I have to say your drinking is really bad. You should sit at the kids' table from now on. Just have some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but taunt. That's right, Dick, you're really low. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chen Xiao blushed. He could not drink since he was a child, and he usually went out with his friends without a drop of alcohol, so he was afraid of making a fool of himself. It turned out that the bottle of wine last night was expensive, tens of thousands of dollars a bottle, so he couldn't help but drink a little. I didn't feel anything at first, but I ended up getting dizzy later on when the booze kicked in. Chen Xiao held her tongue for half a day but couldn't utter a single retort. Okay, don't be poor. It's the same private room as yesterday. I had the waiter bring breakfast over. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's still the boss who's sweet. These two just know how to undermine me. Chen Xiao hemmed and hawed. After the four of them ate breakfast, they had Dong Fong arrange for a car to take them to school. Back in the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei directly lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. The beauty of it is that I didn't sleep well yesterday. Elementary school brother, do you have time for lunch? I'll make up for the meal I owe you. It's a super letter message from Jiang Shuawei. Yes, but is school teacher free to run some errands with me in the morning? Lin Chen had wanted to go purchase the clothes and shoes. Just as Jiang Shuawei's message came, it's naturally better to have a schoolgirl to accompany you on your shopping trip. The women's dormitory at this time. Jiang Yuwei looked at the message in her cell phone and fell into a tangle. Should I go? Although I have some feelings for this handsome schoolmate, would it be too bad to go out alone on the second day of knowing him? Will you think I'm frivolous? But I don't want to turn down a schoolmate. So what do I do? Shu Wei, you said at noon that you would take me to have dinner with a schoolmate. Who exactly is it? Don't you have few male friends? Tang Wan-er opened her mouth to ask as she worked out on the dormitory yoga mat. Tang Wan-er, 1925 to 1998. Female singer and actress. After waiting for a few seconds, he saw that Jiang Shuawei was still ignoring himself, sitting on the chair and looking at his cell phone in a daze. Tang Weiner tiptoed behind Jiang Yuwei to see her chat with Lin Chen. Wow, Shuawei asked you to go shopping with him. Tang Wan-er exclaimed. Jiang Shuawei was startled and covered the phone in her arms. Looking at Tang Wan-er, who suddenly appeared behind him, complained. Wan-er, what are you doing? Why are you still peeking at my chat records? Who told you to ignore me? Tang Wan-er skimmed her lips, followed by a look of excitement. Who is this schoolmate of Shuawei's? Lin Chen, how come I haven't heard you talk about this person before? And people even asked you to accompany him to buy clothes? Do you know why he asked you to accompany him to buy clothes? Because he's all over you. Does schoolmate Lin have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei murmured in her heart. Wan-er, your series of questions are making my head spin. Which one should I answer first? This schoolboy was just added yesterday to help recruit for your Hanbok club. At that time, Yu Yang saw me, so I said that schoolmate Lin Chen was my boyfriend. And then Yu Yang left. I invited him to dinner just to return the favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You let that elementary school brother be a shield? Aren't you afraid that Yu Yang will retaliate against this elementary schoolmate? Tang Wan-er said with a somewhat gloomy face after knowing what happened. It can't be, can it? He shouldn't be so petty. Jiang Shuawei was reminded by Tang Weiner and also became nervous. But I've heard that Yu Yang is a person who is all about revenge. What then? It's over and done with. So I'm not harming my elementary school brother? Jiang Shuawei instantly stood up in a panic and paced back and forth in the dormitory. Shuawei, you don't have feelings for that elementary school boy, do you? Tang Wan-er said with some skepticism when she saw Jiang Shuawei so out of sorts. Jiang Shuawei was stunned by Tang Weiner's question, then shook her head repeatedly. How could I possibly have feelings for a grade schooler I've only known for a day and met once? It's because I'm the one who victimized my elementary school brother, that's why I'm so nervous. Jiang Shuawei's words came out, not so much in reply to Tang Wan-er, but more so in convincing herself. Well, you're absolutely right. So are you going to promise your elementary school brother to go clothes shopping? I don't know. I think it's better to go. Just to remind my elementary school brother to pay attention to a little bit of Yu Yang making small moves behind his back. Although it's now a society of law and order, Yu Yang is rich and powerful after all, and it's still easy to fix an ordinary person. Tang Wan Er advised. I've never met you before. Lin Chen, I can only help you so far. Well, Zhang Yue blushed and thought about it, but still agreed. You don't have to call me for lunch, I have things to do. How come I didn't know you had something at noon? Oops, just found out about it. Lin Chen saw Zhang Shuawei's delay in replying to his message and thought it was hopeless. The message ended up popping up the next second. Good, wait for me for half an hour. Okay, what building do you live in? I'll meet you downstairs. No need, right? It's okay. Well, I'm in the women's dormitory. Building 3. Zhang Shuawei put down her cell phone, but inwardly, she was actually inexplicably a little happy. Tang Wan Er looked at Zhang Shuawei, who stood in front of the mirror and kept changing her clothes with a burst of snickers. You little brat, you lied to me that you're not interested in that kid? Wan Er, then I'm going out. Go. Don't be abducted by Lin Chen elementary school brother O. *******Q. Lin Chen was wearing a loose white t-shirt, a pair of dark blue jeans underneath, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes on his feet. Combined with his above-average facial features, he attracted the attention of many girls. Little brother, can I add one of your super letters? The two girls came over and asked, red-faced, and this scene just happened to be seen by Zhang Shuawei, who had just left the dormitory building. A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhang Shuawei's face. Hurriedly, he walked over. Senior Lin, over here. Zhang Shuawei waved her hand towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was fiercely stunned by Zhang Shuawei's outfit. Zhang Shuawei was wearing a white dress. Her face was wearing exquisite light makeup, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her joy at seeing Lin Chen. Excuse me, classmate. Lin Chen apologized and said to the two girls, then smiled and walked towards Zhang Shuawei. Wow, look, isn't that Zhang Shuawei? Hey, this handsome guy is definitely out of luck. What are you talking about? This handsome guy is a proper schoolboy. Isn't it normal for a schoolboy to be paired with a schoolgirl? Ooh, didn't Zhang Shuawei reject so many boys? How come she didn't let go of this handsome guy whose facial features just fit the image of my perfect boyfriend? Those two girls lost their minds as they looked at Lin Chen, who was walking towards Zhang Shuawei. Hey, the famous grass is gone. Chapter 9. Schoolgirls are accompanied by buyers. Sister Jiang, you look beautiful today, Lin Chen exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Thanks. I don't know why, but when people stare at them like that, they feel very disgusted. But what was the matter with schoolboy Lin staring at himself with surprisingly little joy? Could it be that he really had a crush on this elementary school brother? Just as Wan Er had said? Let's go schoolmarm. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Zhang Shuawei's mind. Oh, good. Where are we going? Zhang Shuawei saw that the direction Lin Chen was walking in was not the school gate and asked suspiciously, driving? You still have a car? Zhang Shuawei said in surprise. It seems that my elementary school brother's family is still quite rich, buying him a car when he was only a freshman. Yeah, let's go. Take schoolteacher for a ride, Lin Chen said with a smile before walking towards his Ferrari. I don't think so. Lin drove a Ferrari his freshman year? Zhang Shuawei was a bit disbelieving. She looked at Lin Chen's dress. It didn't look like his family had special money. Zhang Shuawei mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car. With the sound of Lin Chen starting the engine, the Ferrari sound that mesmerizes men rang out. Buzz. Only then did Zhang Shuawei come back to her senses. Senior Lin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Zhang Shuawei sat in the co-pilot of the Ferrari and sighed as she looked at the very futuristic decorations inside the car. Okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chen finally sidled over to lean towards Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue was shocked. Schoolmate wouldn't be trying to kiss me, right? I'm not such a casual person. Zhang Yue just wanted to stop Lin Chen's movements. Instead, she realized that Lin Chen was helping her adjust her seat, helping her find the most comfortable angle. Zhang Shuawei's cheeks gave birth to two faint pink haze. Thanks. Zhang Yue lowered her head and thanked in a thin, mosquito-like voice. I should schoolteacher. Why are you blushing? Senior sister? No. Let's get out of here. Don't we have clothes to buy? Zhang Shuawei hurriedly changed the topic. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. You're so cute when you're shy. I like you even more. Buzz. The roar of the Ferrari resonated through the campus. Hey, look, isn't that Jiang University's schoolgirl on the passenger side? I'll be damned. It's still true. Driving a Ferrari is good. Jiang's schoolgirl has taken it all. Isn't that the boy who waited for Jiang's schoolflower in the women's dormitory? I didn't expect to be so rich. I should have known that I would have to ask for a contact. Let's just say that where you can't get in, Ferrari gets you in. That's the beauty of money. The red Ferrari drove off campus to a chorus of gasps and envious looks from the students. Sister, Are there any large malls near the school? Lin Chen asked Zhang Shuawei after driving out of the school. There's a big superstore called Edu City that's pretty good. I usually shop there with my girlfriends, Zhang Shuawei said as she bit her finger in thought. Then go there. Lin Chen nodded. I have to say, the feeling Geo of driving a Ferrari with one hand is truly extraordinary. Schoolboy Lin looks so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen's perfect side face and couldn't help but be mesmerized. Lin Chen noticed that Zhang Yue's eyes kept looking at himself. Do I have flowers on my face? Senior sister, why do you keep staring at me? Lin Chen slightly sidestepped his head and looked at Zhang Shuawei and flirted. I'm not staring at you, don't get me wrong. Zhang Shuawei's pretty face blushed and hurriedly looked her head forward. The benefits of driving a supercar manifested itself. All the cars on the way were far away from them, all the way to Edu City without a hitch. Here it is, Zhang Shuawei reminded. Lin Chen saw that a car just happened to drive away next to him, leaving a parking space empty, so he stopped by. The crowds of people around them were saluting at the sight of a Ferrari supercar pulling up. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei instantly became the center of attention when they got out of the car. Let's get inside. Zhang Shuawei didn't like this feeling of being surrounded, like watching monkeys at the zoo. Good. Lin Chen nodded and followed Zhang Shuawei into Edu City. Once inside, Zhang Yue led Lin Chen up to the second floor. Lin Chen looked around. A lot of them were luxury brands, so many brands he had never seen before. Zhang Shuawei originally intended to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but then saw that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari supercar, and knew that he had money. Perhaps people simply do not see these low-end brands? Schoolboy, do you want casual clothes or a suit? Zhang Shuawei blinked her pretty eyes at Lin Chen. The suit will have to be bought, and then a couple of the usual outfits, Lin Chen said after some thought. The main thing is that he is now the boss of a super 5-star hotel, and when he attends some high-end party or something, he can't wear a casual dress to go, right? That would be disrespectful. Then let's go to Givenchy first. Givenchy is still a big name in high-end luxury. Although Zhang Shuawei's family conditions were considered good, she did not have the money to wear a high-end luxury goods. Therefore at this moment, Zhang Shuawei looked a little excited. Pulling Lin Chen's arm, he headed towards Givenchy's store. Lin Chen walked into Givenchy's store, and after roughly scanning the store, he couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. There are many styles of clothes here that he finds very nice. Welcome. A female store clerk greeted her with a professional smile on her face. This couple is so good looking. The shop girl couldn't help but think to herself. Normally, although she had seen many handsome men and women, it was still quite rare to see one with such a high face value. But she was slightly deflated when she realized that the two were not dressed like they could afford Givenchy. But those who can work for such high-end brands are specially trained to do so, and naturally they won't break their own sign, even if they're just here to hang out. May I ask if you're looking at men's and women's items? By men's, help him pick out some clothes. Get a suit and get some casual clothes that he usually wears, Zhang Shuawei said. Yes, then I recommend one for both of you. This is a new product that just came out. Like your boyfriend must be very handsome if he wears it. The shop girl was delighted, and thought to herself that she had looked away. The girl was talking about buying a suit instead of looking at it, so that means people are at least capable of shopping. The shop girl couldn't help but have a smile on her face as she thought about it. The two were then led to a suit. No, he's not. Zhang Shuawei was about to explain with a red face, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Can I try it on? I think this one is nice. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Shuawei was stunned, but didn't explain any further. Only her heart became more and more certain of her best friend's suspicions. Schoolboy must like me. With that, Zhang Shuawei looked at the label under her clothes. Nice guy, 88,888. Zhang Shuawei couldn't help but be staggered in her heart. Yes, sir, the shopgirl said and removed the clothes and handed them to Lin Chen. Sir, over there is the fitting room, the shopgirl said, pointing to one side. Okay, thanks, Lin Chen said politely before looking at Zhang Shuawei again. I'm going to go change first. Oh, good. After Lin Chen changed his clothes and came out, he immediately stared at Lin Chen and the shopgirl. Chapter 10, Meeting Yu Yang again. Lin Chen's well-tailored suit fit his figure perfectly, and every detail exuded unrivaled taste and style. Zhang Shuawei's eyes widened as she saw Lin Chen after changing into a suit. Her heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed. Schoolboy looks so handsome in a suit too. Little stars sparkled in Zhang Shuawei's eyes. The female sales clerk was also shocked by Lin Chen's aura after changing into the suit. There was a hint of envy in the eyes that looked at Zhang Shuawei. Your boyfriend looks so handsome in that suit. The shop girl didn't mince her words of praise. She assured herself that she was telling the absolute truth this time. Lin Chen looked at the surprised expressions of the two and smiled slightly. Walked over to the mirror and looked at it. Sister, does it look good? Good looking. Simply handsome, Zhang Shuawei praised excitedly. She felt like her high and mighty schoolgirl persona was about to crumble to completion since she had met Lin Chen on her own. I say, You don't want to break other people's, just try it. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. At that moment, a young man and woman walked in through the door. Yu Yang, why are you here? Jiang Shuawei frowned and looked at Yu Yang, who made a sound and said, "It doesn't seem to have anything to do with senior schoolgirl Lin, does it?" Yu Yang's eyes swept a glance at Jiang Shuawei. Although he no longer had thoughts about her, he had to say that Jiang Shuawei's posture was indeed the best looking of the bunch he had ever seen. "Honey, who is this?" The lady next to him, who was also very good looking and wearing a fishing net, asked intimately as she put her arm around him. Jiang Shuawei was secretly glad. Thankfully, she didn't agree to his advances, and all she saw was the side of Yu Yang that she was willing to show to her. "It's nothing, the girl of our school." Yu Yang pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile, "Whether or not I can afford this dress doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, senior." Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei behind himself and looked at Yu Yang and spoke in a flat tone. "Hey, senior is doing this for your own good. If you ruin this dress, how long will your parents have to work hard to earn it?" Yu Yang made a pained look, looking at Jiang Shuawei behind Lin Chen, who was on fire for a while. "You're still acting like a dog licker when you're chasing me. What? You've changed your tune now that you know I have a boyfriend?" Jiang Shuawei also mocked. "I didn't realize that you had such a side to you, senior sister." Lin Chen snickered. "Humph, it's not even to help you out." Jiang Shuawei pouted when she heard Lin Chen still flirting with herself. "Jiang Shuawei, you only have a few good looks. Don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can play this little boyfriend beside you to death?" Yu Yang laughed instead of being angry and teasingly said to Jiang Shuawei. The woman beside her also didn't care what Jiang Shuawei said. She knew her position very well. She was nothing more than Yu Yang's plaything. There's a ton of women willing to replace her at any given time. Jiang Shuawei glanced at Lin Chen worriedly and stopped speaking. She knew that Li Ming's family was very powerful and had more or less hinted at it when he was chasing her. Although she knew that Lin Chen's family wasn't simple either. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression remained calm at all times, but when he heard these words, his face instantly turned cold. "Didn't senior you say I couldn't afford this suit? Want to bet on whether I can afford it or not?" Yu Yang was a bit hesitant. Although that day he saw that Lin Chen was dressed plainly and didn't look like a rich man, but the suit was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, and he should have just enough money on him if he dared to say that. "As long as you can buy a few more pieces in this store and spend $500,000, I'll bet with you." Yu Yang was certain that Lin Chen only had 100,000 or so on him at most. "Fine, but since it's a bet, there has to be some stakes, right?" When Yu Yang saw Lin Chen agree so painfully, a bad feeling rose in his heart. But at this point, in order to save face, he could only agree to it. "Fine, you name the bet. How about this? If I can afford it, you'll bark like a dog 3 times. And conversely, if I can't afford it, you'll bark like a dog 3 times? Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei knew that Lin Chen was rich, and at this time, she relaxed, quietly preparing to watch the show. Yu Yang was torn. He couldn't afford to lose with this consequence. If you really learn to bark like a dog, how can you be a good person in school if it gets out? "Baby, why don't we just forget about it?" the woman beside Yu Yang said. She was afraid Yu Yang would take it out on her if she lost. Yu Yang heard the words of the woman beside him and instead decided to take a gamble. "Okay, I promise," Yu Yang said through clenched teeth. "Senior you is really good and bold. Wait a moment, my girlfriend and I will go and get this $500,000 together." Lin Chen smiled and clapped his hands and said. At this moment, the female clerk on the side of the store felt happy. $500,000, she could get $10,000 for her own share. Soon Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen had chosen several more sets of clothes. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price. "Sir, the total is 645,000. Lin Chen stepped aside and picked up a bag. "Count this bag along with it." Jiang Shuawei froze. "Why did you buy a girl's bag? It also happens to be the one that he just liked. Is it possible that you want to give it to me?" Jiang Shuawei's insides jutted out, wanting to say she didn't want it, but she was afraid that if Lin Chen bought it for someone else, then she would be making a fool of herself. "Yes sir, that'll be 680,000. Yu Yang saw how calm Lin Chen was and knew that he should have planted himself. Ironically, he pondered his response. The women around him were looking at Lin Chen with glowing eyes. He's got a great face and a lot of money. If you can get on his good side. The woman couldn't help but tighten her legs at the thought. Lin Chen nodded and took out his bank card and placed it on the induction table of the card swiping machine. Yu Yang stared dead in the face at the swipe machine. "Make sure you don't pay for it." But the ending disappointed him. "Yes sir, welcome to the store again." The waiter saw that the payment was successful and his face showed joy. Then he took out another card. "This is the store's VIP card. You can use this card to enjoy a 10% discount at the store in the future." "Thanks." After Lin Chen said that, he looked at the desperate Yu Yang. "Senpai, it's time for you to fulfill your promise," Lin Chen reminded with a smile on his face. Yu Yang squeezed a smile from his face and said with some meaty pain, "Mr. Lin, look, I'll give you 700 $000 and let this matter go, okay? $700,000 is all he has now. The woman beside him was startled. $700,000 and just give it away? Might as well give it to yourself. At least it'll make you more comfortable at night. Jiang Shuawei looked at Yu Yang with contempt in her eyes, yet she was somewhat happy. That would be the equivalent of buying a bunch of luxury items and still making 20k on them. Originally, he was still thinking that he felt guilty for making Lin Shuebi spend almost $700,000 more, but now there was no psychological pressure. Or should I just say yes? Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen and asked tentatively. Chapter 11, Penguin Shares Arrive. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I'm not short of money. I still want to hear your dog bark, Lin Chen said as he teasingly looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile froze and his face clouded over. Are you sure you have to be immortal with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, take this money. It's better for everyone, the woman advised as well. Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything. She believed that Lin Chen had his own judgment. $700,000? Does $700,000 compare to 2% of Penguin? I don't want it if you give me $1 billion. No need. Senior Yu, hurry up and bark. Don't you dare cheat. I've recorded it, Lin Chen said and shook the cell phone in his hand. Of course Lin Chen didn't record a video. He was just scaring Yu Yang so that he wouldn't play tricks on him. If he really cheated, then the near sky-high riches would be in vain. Yu Yang's face was a shade of green and white. Hesitate for a long time. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Chen, wait for me. Yu Yang put down a harsh sentence and walked straight out. The woman's expression twitched and she took a few deep breaths behind her before chasing after her. Ding, quest, make Yu Yang learn to bark complete. Ding, 2% of Penguin shares have been issued and completed. Lin Chen was excited beyond words for a moment and directly picked Jiang Shuawei up in a hug. This is a penguin with a market capitalization of several trillion RMB. Only after Lin Chen calmed down did he react to what he had just done. Hurriedly, he put Jiang Shuawei down. I'm sorry, senior sister. I just remembered something and was too happy to hold back for a moment. Lin Chen apologized to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face was red, so red that it could drip water. Nothing. What are we going to do next? Jiang Shuawei covered her burning cheeks with both hands and whispered, Let's go eat? I'll buy you dinner. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Good. Welcome to the next visit. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuawei the bag he had just taken. Sister, this bag is for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Ha, this is too expensive, I can't have it. Jiang Shuawei waved her hand repeatedly. You're not trying to adopt me, are you? It's fine. Just keep it as a thank you for helping me scold that Yu Yang just now. You were supposed to be hated by Yu Yang because of me. Before Jiang Shuawei could finish her sentence, she saw that Lin Chen's face was a bit unsightly. So, that I take it? Jiang Shuawei took Givenchy's bag and said weakly. That's right. It was only then that Lin Chen's clouds cleared and a smile reappeared on his face. What should I do if my brother is so nice to me? How can I repay him? I'm waiting online. Jiang Shuawei looked at the bag in her arms and really had a feeling of being adopted by a handsome schoolmate. Jiang Shuawei's mind floated back to the scene of the schoolmate picking herself up just now. Seems good to ugh. Lin Chen drove towards the Dihao. Lin Chen was driving his Ferrari down the road when a call came in. Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone, then handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Schoolteacher, get it for me. Oh, good. Jiang Shuawei answered and took the cell phone and tapped on the speakerphone to put it to Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Right, and may I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Tencent's board secretary Lu Shu. You have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Limited and have signed the transfer agreement. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. Hearing the confirmed answer, the female voice on the other end of the line said respectfully, Oh, okay, I know. Director Lin, tomorrow morning the company will hold a shareholders meeting to declare that you have officially become a shareholder of the company. Do you have the time? I don't have time to go over there, so help me express my apologies to the other shareholders. Okay, Lindong, you this cell phone number registered super mail? Is it convenient for me to add your super mail? I will notify you of any emergencies. Yes, you add it. Okay, Lindong, then I won't bother you anymore. Have a nice life. Aha. Doodle doodle. After the phone hung up, Lin Chen had a visibly happy look on his face. The volume of the Imperial Hotel is not at all on the same level as that of Penguin, and even the entire Imperial is not more than even 1% of Penguin shares. Lin Chen looked sideways at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's hand with the cell phone was still fixed in the air. Only the shock in her eyes was still flowing. Looking at Lin Chen, he couldn't say anything. What did she hear? Penguin shareholders? What kind of concept is that? Penguin is the market value of nearly 3 trillion RMB, the first private enterprise in China, the world's top 10 super volume of international companies. This schoolmate in front of me is actually a shareholder of Penguin? The most incredible thing is, he's only just enrolled as a freshman? Jiang Shuawei's microcephaly. What's wrong, school teacher? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei with a smirk. No, nothing. You're so low-key, schoolboy. Jiang Shuawei squeezed out a sentence. No, it seems that I have to take the initiative. Anyway, I'm also a little bit interesting. So high quality. No, such a top-notch elementary school brother can't be let go. Anyway, myself and my elementary school brother have a crush on each other. Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, and her eyes towards Lin Chen became more and more tender. Arrived. Lin Chen parked his Ferrari in front of the parking lot of the Imperial Palace. Oh, Jiang Shuawei hadn't slowed down from her shock yet, and with a dumbfounded face, she followed Lin Chen out of the car and walked in. All big hotels like this have private kitchens, and that's when we'll be eating at lunch today, Lin Chen explained. Mainly he was afraid that Jiang Shuawei would misunderstand that he had come to get a room. It was only then that Jiang Shuawei reacted to the fact that Lin Chen had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk was sharp-eyed and saw Lin Chen walk in with a very pretty girl. Enviously, he glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Lin Dong, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. Bringing friends over for dinner. Do we need to notify Mr. Dong? No, I'm just here for a meal. See which private room is still empty. We'll eat in that one. Lu Jing looked it up. Dong Lin, all the heavenly character private rooms are empty. Then let's go to the same private room as yesterday. Okay, Lin Dong. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked towards the Tianzino, one private room, Lu Jing said over the intercom. Lin Dong is on his way to Tianzino, one private room. Do a good reception service. Hokage, is this hotel yours too? Right. Jiang Shuawei wasn't much surprised. After all, what happened to a Penguin shareholders having a super 5-star hotel? By the time Lin Chen brought Jiang Shuawei to the entrance of the Tianzino, one private room. Welcome, Mr. Lin. A couple of waiters bent over and shouted. No need to make such a big fuss. Just leave one waiter to order. Everyone else is out. Lin Chen looked at these people helplessly. It should have been Lu Jing who told them. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth and snickered. The two came inside the private room, and Lin Chen handed her the menu. Order whatever you want. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently and took the menu. I can't help but look at the menu. It's too expensive. She just felt her head spinning as she looked at the hundreds and thousands of dishes on the menu that were often priced at hundreds and thousands of dollars. A cucumber shot is a couple $100, and a serving of shredded pork with fish is over $1,000. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei couldn't make a move, Lin Chen smiled slightly and signaled her to bring the menu over. Chapter 12, Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes, ordered some after-dinner desserts, and finally hooked up a bottle of red wine. See if there's anything else you want to eat. Lin Chen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei took the menu and glanced at what Lin Chen had ordered. Teochew marinated 10 years lion's head goose, New Zealand crayfish with bluefin tuna big belly, albino sturgeon caviar, steamed somai fish with ancient tangerine peel and ginger. There was also a bottle of red wine, a 2009 Chateau Le Birch Richbourg Grand Cru, and a look at the price, 18,888, plus all those dishes, a meal of at least 200,000. Eating a car for the price of one meal? Is this the life of the rich? The corruption of capitalism. Jiang Shuawei sighed. That's all there is, too much to eat. If you can't finish it, you can have leftovers. Who says you have to finish your dinner dishes? Forget it, that's all. Lin Chen had no choice but to take the menu to the waiter. Okay, Lin Dong, wait a moment. The waiter finished respectfully, then turned around and walked out the door. While waiting for the food, the two of them chatted about the interesting story of Yu Yan learning to bark just now. After a while, the waiter pushed the food cart and served all the dishes. The waiter knew his way around and left after opening the red wine. It didn't stay in the private room, which made Lin Chen satisfied. Mainly he still had to complete the mission given by the system. The mission requirement was to dine alone with Jiang Shuawei. If there was one more waiter in the private room, it would be troublesome if the system didn't recognize the account. I haven't had anything this expensive. Jiang Shuawei sighed as she looked at the table full of delicacies. Then eat more, and we'll just come back more often from now on. Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed a glass to Jiang Shuawei and smiled. Jiang Shuawei ate happily, tasting every dish. Finally leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his stomach contentedly. How many months has it been, schoolgirl? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and snorted. 2 months. Jiang Shuawei blushed, but still disliked back. What about the baby's father? Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything. Sister, Do you want me to take you out this afternoon? Forget it, there's something going on over at the school. I'm on the student council, and the school leader asked the student councils to go to the conference room. Jiang Shuawei really wanted to play with Lin Chen for a while longer, but there was no way she could get away. Okay, then next time I'll take you out. Lin Chen wasn't disappointed. There was plenty of time in the future anyway. Ding! Quest, dinner alone with schoolgirl Jiang Shuawei completed. Lamborghini Poison has been parked in the garage of the system rewarded Villa No. 1 of Yulan Shengting. Open the final phase of the mission. Confess to school beauty Jiang Shuawei successfully. Reward, 3% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Limited. Lin Chen was a little excited in his heart. Usually Brush Video often see the kind of super sports car. His favorite are Lamborghini Poison, that very futuristic model, and the sound wave that made people's blood boil made Lin Chen fall in love with this car in an instant. Unfortunately then it was only a dream. But not now. It was his now. There are only 13 of them in the world, and one is parked in his garage right now. Thinking about this, Lin Chen could barely hold back his inner excitement. Even the 3% of Penguin shares rewarded by the final stage of the mission had been ignored. Sister, why don't you accompany me to the house first? I'm going to change cars. Isn't that Ferrari of yours nice? Why do you need another one? Jiang Shuawei was a bit puzzled. I bought a car earlier, and it was just delivered to my house, so I thought I'd check it out. Lin Chen explained. Alright, but it can't be too long. I have to be at the office at 2:30. Jiang Shuawei looked at the time. 1 o'clock. There is still an hour and a half. It should be in time. Okay, I'm going to get a different car and go straight to school. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen then got up and directly led Jiang Shuawei out of the hotel. Take care, Lindong. Lin Chen drove his Ferrari to the outside of Magnolia Court. I'm the owner of Magnolia 1. Lin Chen stopped outside the railing and rolled down the window to the security guard. Magnolia 1? The guard was startled. Yesterday he learned of a new resident at Magnolia 1. People like them who work in the top mansions, whether it's cleaning, property, or security, are paid well, but the risks are correspondingly high. If you accidentally offend the occupants inside, it's over. So usually they remember what each resident looks like, their name and what car they drive. Since this was Lin Chen's first time here and he hadn't seen it before, the security guard didn't just open the railing. The security guard's cold sweat broke out. Thankfully the Ferrari he drove made him cautious and said nothing to offend. The security guard looked to see what Lin Chen's appearance could match. Sorry, Mr. Lin, first time I've seen your car. I'll open it for you, the guard said and put the railing up. It's okay, being responsible is a good thing. Lin Chen smiled and didn't mind. He also came from the bottom, and besides, this is also originally their job duties. There is no need to make things difficult for them. Lin Chen started the car and drove towards Magnolia 1. Senior Lin, is this your home? Jiang Shuawei said with her mouth slightly open as she looked at the villa in front of her like a small manor. Not a bad environment, is it? It was also Lin Chen's first time here, and in his heart, although he was mentally prepared, he was still excited. This is one of the top villa areas in Tianfu City. He was still thinking too innocently before. Thought the system gave away a random villa and thought it was a few $1 million. It turned out to be a good idea to learn about it later. The worst ones inside Magnolia Court are tens of millions of dollars a building. Not to mention the king of buildings, Magnolia 1. It's worth a couple $100 million at least. Lin Chen opened the door with the password given by the system, and then recorded his face and fingerprints. Do you want to record one, schoolmarm? Me? This is your house. What am I recording faces for? Although Jiang Shuawei made up the recording, she could see Lin Chen's feelings for her from the fact that Lin Chen let her record her human face. That's a clear indication. After Lin Chen recorded the face, he drove the car into the garage. When the garage door opens, a sports car full of technology and power comes into view. Schoolboy, this car is so handsome. Is this your new car? It's really cool. It feels like the best car in the racing game in the video. Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen stroked the front end of Poison's car. It is indeed handsome, and it's because it's handsome that I bought it. Jiang Shuawei felt like she hadn't been shocked as many times in her life as she had been today. The enigmatic schoolmate beside her brought her intense curiosity. How much does this car cost? Schoolboy? It must not be cheap. Jiang Shuawei was a little curious. She felt that even that Ferrari wasn't as handsome as this car. It's not particularly expensive, $80 or $90 million, but it's just very few. There are only a dozen or so of them around the world. It's a bit hard to get, and it took a lot of effort on my part to get one. Hundreds of millions? There's only a dozen or so in the world? Awesome. Jiang Shuawei felt a little numb. She felt at the moment that even if Lin Chen said he was an alien she wouldn't doubt it. Chapter 13. Are we together? Get in the car, sis? Taking you back to school now. Lin Chen pressed down his inner excitement and said to Jiang Shuawei with a gentle smile on his face, "Great, a nearly billion-dollar supercar. Just in time to experience it." Jiang Shuawei's entire body was excited when she was able to get on this kind of divine car right away. As the scissor doors slowly open, the car's black-based interior with brightly colored lines creates a strong visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got on the car and closed the door, they immediately felt that powerful aura brought by the top supercar. Buzz off! Lin Chen started the engine, and the roar of the poison made both men's blood boil. After Lin Chen drove the car out of the garage door slowly closed. Lin Chen drove to the exit position, and the security guard, seeing his supercar drive by, hurriedly raised the railing. As the car passed through the gate, the security guard noticed that it was Lin Chen. "I Lu, a good boy, not ashamed to be the owner of the king of the building with another supercar. This car has to how much money The security guard sighed as he watched the fading rear end of Lamborghini Poison. "Holy, Lamborghini Poison? I can't believe I saw a Lamborghini Poison in Magnolia Court. This is a top-notch divine car with a limited global production of only a dozen or so. Money can't buy it." Lin Chen and a Porsche Cayenne brushed past. The Porsche owner looked at the supercar with wide eyes. What kind of a big shot is living in this Magnolia Court coming in? On the road, a cool black supercar sped with a roar. The sound waves attracted the attention of many. "Wow, Mom, what kind of car is this? It's so cool," a young boy said, pointing to the supercar. "I've never seen such a beautiful car either." The young woman looked at the car as well, then sighed. "I'm going to buy one when I grow up, and then get one for Mom too." The little boy looked at the fading supercar, a flash of longing in his eyes. "Little and is so good. Then Mommy will be relying on you from now on." Oh? The young woman smiled and stroked the little boy's head. "Aha!" The little boy nodded firmly. "It's a Lamborghini Poison. I can't believe I'm getting to see this divine car," a car enthusiast said excitedly. "How do you feel, sister?" Jiang Shuawei, who was sitting on the top divine car, had a reddened face with excitement, but was sitting very bored. "It feels great. No wonder they all love supercars. The feeling really swells you up." "Sister, relax. Why are you sitting so straight?" Lin Chen said with amusement. "I'm afraid to give you a bump. This 100 million car, just touch that I cannot afford to pay." Jiang Shuawei said without tears. "It's cool, but it's just risky." Although she knew that even if it was damaged, her schoolmate wouldn't make her pay for it, but she just couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. "Can't afford it. I don't have $50,000 in my entire body combined. I can't afford to pay for it." Jiang Shuawei hastily shook her head. "Wouldn't it be better to pay you back?" Lin Chen said with a smirk. But do you really want it, schoolboy?" Jiang Shuawei's pretty face turned red with shame. "What's wrong with you? I'm not even mentally prepared. But it seems like it would be nice to lose myself to my schoolmate." Jiang Shuawei got stupidly excited, her eyes glancing around to see what would be better to destroy. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Shuawei to say such things. Yes, why not? After Jiang Shuawei heard this, her heart made a decision as if she had made an important decision. She felt comfortable with Lin Chen as he felt comfortable with her. Even if he is a top tycoon, his words are not out of place. Much respect for her, plus the fact that the schoolboy is young and golden. What girl wouldn't like that? If you have feelings for your schoolmate, then why don't you go after him? Do you have to wait until the school year starts and all the other girls notice this young, rich, good-looking, male celebrity before you express your feelings and compete with those girls? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen solemnly. "Schoolboy, can you give me a chance to woo you?" She hadn't been in love yet, and only knew that when she was a child. Her grandmother had told her that as a girl, if there was a boy she liked, she must be brave enough to go after him. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Even if you get rejected, it doesn't matter. At least you fought for it. Lin Chen was startled by Jiang Shuawei's words. "Hurry and find a spot on the side of the road and stop." "Sister, are you serious?" Lin Chen had originally thought that he would find an opportunity to prepare to confess to his senior sister when the two of them got along for a longer period of time in a few days. "I didn't expect my senior sister to be so direct, and it was only the second day before she revealed her feelings for him. Is that what money is all about?" Even Jiang Shuawei, who had been courted by many rich dudes, couldn't stop it. "Right, like you. Such a rich and handsome junior. I do not grasp it well. Do not give it to others?" Jiang Shuawei said half jokingly, half seriously. However, he was afraid that Lin Chen was thinking that he was only looking at his money, so he added another sentence. "At first I had a little bit of a crush on you when I didn't even know that you were rich, schoolmate, but today I found out that you're so rich, so that's even more reason not to let it go." This was something Lin Chen still believed in what Jiang Shuawei had said. After all, he did dress plainly yesterday, and the schoolteacher was equally warm to him. He doesn't mind if other women are approaching him for money, but it will affect the status in his mind. "Sister, I like you a lot too, but confessing something like that should be left to the boys. How can I leave it to you, sister? Lin Chen said as he looked at Jiang Shuawei with a tender face. When Jiang Shuawei heard Lin Chen's words, she immediately felt like she was wrapped in a great joy. Sister, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen said as he held the Ferrari car keys and looked softly at Jiang Shuawei. It's okay. I'll be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly, the love in her eyes practically gushing out. But let's forget about the keys to this Ferrari. What? Is senior sister going to reject my confession? The significance of this car key is a bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept it, you're rejecting me. Well, thinking about how rich Lin Chen was, Jiang Shuawei thought about it and accepted it. Then she took the Ferrari's car keys over. That's right, sister. Lin Chen smiled. And call me schoolmarm? Jiang Shuawei said with an unhappy beak. I was the one who said it wrong. It should have been Chevy. Lin Chen said as he looked at the cute Jiang Shuawei who was pouting. Looking at those bright red lips, an impulse surged in Lin Chen's heart. It then pressed towards Jiang Shuawei. Tatsu, what are you doing? Well, Jiang Shuawei only felt a burst of warmth pressing over. Lin Chen's tongue then drilled in, pushed aside her teeth, and tangled with her tongue. It was the first time for Jiang Shuawei, and she was a bit unskilled, but gradually she responded. Lin Chen savored Jiang Shuawei's flavor with relish. Strawberry flavor. After several minutes, Jiang Shuawei patted Lin Chen's back. Only then did Lin Chen let her go. The two of them were looking at each other. Jiang Shuawei's face was red and she was breathing heavily. Jiang Shuawei felt like she almost suffocated. Chapter 14 Wang Shijie. Lin Chen was like this, nose to nose with Jiang Shuawei, eyes facing each other, their juices still pulling at the silk. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face was red yet she insisted on looking at Lin Chen's eyes. After a few more seconds of this, Lin Chen couldn't help himself again. It's true that between couples looking at each other like this for no more than 10 seconds someone will surely not be able to resist. Still coming? Jiang Shuawei begged for mercy. Tatsu can take me back to school first. There's plenty of time for that later. Well, I'll let you off the hook for today, Lin Chen said and kissed Jiang Shuawei's lips again, scratching Jiang Shuawei's nose with his hand. Jiang Shuawei's whole body was flaccid as she lay on the co-pilot, unable to lift her strength. Jiang Shuawei, a schoolgirl who had never been in love, was confused by Lin Chen. Ding! The system quest, Confess with the Schoolgirl, was overdone. Congratulations to the host for storming to gain 8% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen was delighted in his heart. What kind of operation is this? 3% went straight to 8%? That means he now has a 10% stake in Penguin Holdings? Directly the second largest Tencent controller under the South African newspaper industry? Lin Chen now holds 10%, lower than South African newspapers' 29.3% stake and higher than Martin's 8.5%. He wouldn't know the specifics. They were still information he had learned on the fly. It's also not clear whose shares the system is actually acquiring. System, may I ask whose shares you acquired? Ding! Acquiring shares of stockholders. Lin Chen dawned. Then so to speak, the shares in the hands of the shareholders are 50%, and the major shareholders' holdings counting Lin Chen are also 50%, and Lin Chen has now become the second largest shareholder, and is still an individual holder. Then his decision will affect Penguin in a big way. The old horse should be sitting on his ass soon, Lin Chen said in his heart. The car soon drove to the entrance of Suzhou University. Because of the 2 days of new student registration, many new students and their parents were at the entrance of the school. As a result, the entrance to the school appeared to be congested. However, when Lin Chen's car drove towards the gate, all the people around unconsciously gave way to the two of them. What kind of car is this? I've never seen it before. Isn't it too cool? It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't this Lamborghini Poison? It's limited to a dozen cars worldwide. It can't be a modification, right? Someone said in disbelief. No way. A modified Poison insider can see that it's really poison? It's not those 3 hardtops, but how could it appear inside Suzhou University? A student in a Lamborghini Gallardo muttered as he looked at the Poison parked behind him ready to enter the school. He is a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast and has loved Lamborghini supercars since he was a kid. His name is Wang Shijie, and he is the grandson of Wang Junlin, chairman of the Suzhou Lingzhou Group. In order to buy this more than $4 million Lamborghini Gallardo, his senior year of high school that year desperately admitted to the Suzhou University grandfather to buy him. The scene was also frantically photographed by students and posted on the campus bar. Lamborghini supercar meeting. Shocker. Shushu University surprises 2013 Geneva top divine car. Shuju University enrolls top godly men. The whole posting was an instant 99 plus messages. A lot of people came out of their dorms right away just to see this top-of-the-line wonder car. In front of Lamborghini Poison, any luxury car inside the Lamborghini family has to step aside, except for the sixth element. Of course, classmate, are you still going in? Don't block the people behind you. Wang Shijie is still looking at the back of the Poison. The time he went away without knowing. Oh good. Wang Shijie then reacted by stepping on the gas and driving into the campus with a sound wave. Yo, that car in front isn't bad either. It's a Gallardo. Looks like there's a lot of rich people in the school, Lin Chen said with interest. Zhang Shuawei sized up the car in front and asked curiously, what kind of car is this? How much is it? Lamborghini Gallardo. Over $4 million, I think. Lamborghini Gallardo, Lin Chen said indifferently. Over $4 million? And how much for that Ferrari of yours? Not my Ferrari, your Ferrari. Over $7 million. Lin Chen laughed and corrected her mistake. Over $7 million? More than $7 million and you just gave it to me? Don't you feel any pain? Zhang Shuawei said in surprise. Lin Chen started his car and followed the front car after it drove into the campus with a look of indifference. What does it hurt me to give it to my woman? Besides, I'm not that bad off. Zhang Shuawei looked at the calm Lin Chen and thought that he was a shareholder in Penguin, so she closed her mouth. Lin Chen found a parking space, which coincidentally happened to be next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car, Wang Shijie, who was on the side, excitedly got out of the car and walked over. Brother, is this car yours? It's so cool. Wang Shijie kept skimming his eyes towards the Poison next to him while speaking. Your car is pretty cool too. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How can my car compare to yours? Your car is enough to buy dozens of my cars. I've been a fan of Lamborghini supercars since I was a kid. And today I finally got to see a Poison that wasn't a replica. Lin Chen had a bit of a headache looking at the excited, gushing Wang Shijie. He still had to send Zhang Shuawei to a meeting. Classmate, I still have a few things on my side, so I'll take my leave. Okay, brother, can you add a super letter? There's a supercar car club in Tianfu City in a few days. Let's go and have a look. Lin Chen pondered slightly. It was quite good to open up his eyes. Otherwise it would just be a big tycoon who suddenly got rich. It's just that he's not a big dirtbag in general. Shuawei, do you want to go check it out? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuawei. You decide. I'm all ears. Zhang Shuawei said in a well-behaved manner as she was held by Lin Chen's hand. That's fine. Lin Chen opened his super letter to reveal the QR code of his business card to Wang Shijie. Okay brother. Wang Shijie's face showed joy when he saw Lin Chen agree. Actually, he didn't add Lin Chen's super letter all for Lamborghini Poison. It's also about expanding your network a bit. For a university like Lin Chen to prescribe poisons, his family must be all very powerful in the country. He's bound to take his grandfather's place later on, even though he's still got his dad in front of him. Okay, then I'll leave you and your sister-in-law alone, Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding the super letter. When Zhang Shuawei heard the word sister-in-law, there was an indescribable sense of sweetness in her heart, and even her impression of Wang Shijie as a person got a few points better. Okay, we'll be in touch on the super letter, so we'll go ahead. Lin Chen was also satisfied when he heard Wang Shijie's title. Wang Shijie looked at the two men's distant backs, can't help but sigh. Worthy of a man who prescribes poison. All his girlfriends are so good looking. Then he took out his cell phone to send a message to Lin Chen. Brother, my name is Wang Shijie. I'm also a freshman, and I'm from the computer science department. Lin Chen felt the vibration of his cell phone in his pocket and took it out to see that it was Wang Shijie's. Lin Chen, freshman year, also from the computer science department. After replying to the message, he put his cell phone in his pocket. Chapter 15 Poverty Limits My Imagination. Lin Chen held Zhang Shuawei as he walked under the shade of the campus trees. A burst of ear-piercing cicadas chirping from the branches, the layers of leaves in the sunshine and shadow of the blue light, casting a mottled light all over the ground. The two soon walked to the conference room in the administration building. It's right here. Go on back. The meeting is in a few minutes, Zhang Shuawei said as she looked at Lin Chen fondly. Ha, Shuawei, you're here. Lin Chen was about to speak when a girl's surprised voice came from behind the two. Wani, I thought you were in there. Lin Chen turned to look, and the one who spoke out was a girl with short hair and a very distinguished appearance. Zhang Shuawei let go of her hand and walked next to Tang Wan-er, saying happily. Tang Wan-er sized up Lin Chen. And this is? Hello, I'm Shuawei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile. Ha, Yuwei's boyfriend? Tang Wan-er was taken aback by the words. Tang Wan-er thought she was very pretty, but she could only feel inferior in front of her best friend. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was ranked number 1 on the school's flower list listed by the good people just after she enrolled in her freshman year. It's a real Shu University schoolgirl. As a result, she has had numerous suitors, including many wealthy suitors. But Jiang Shuawei didn't even pretend. What's wrong with you today? You're talking to a kid you've only known for 2 days? Gave Jiang Shuawei a go back and listen to your explanation look, then said with a smile as well. Hello, my name is Tang Wan-er, Shuawei's best friend. Oh, that's when a couple of teachers walked by chatting side by side. The teacher is here. There's going to be a meeting, so go back first, Tatsu. Jiang Shuawei pulled Tang Wan-er into the conference room after she finished speaking. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and turned around to go down to the administration building. After taking all the things she bought from the car, she ended up realizing that she forgot to take the bag she bought for Jiang Shuawei. Forget it, just put it in the car for now. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he heard the shouts of Xiao Wei inside before he even entered the door. Chen Xiao, are you a pig? You're still zooming after being sucked in by the Eastern Emperor? What do I care if I throw a set and he happens to inhale you? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come over and help me guard the field. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen directly opened the door and threw his clothes onto the bed. You're back, boss. Do you want pesticides? Forget it, you guys play. I'll stop. Lin Chen shook his head. His game talent is not good. Chicken landed in a box. Pesticide put a negative record. The three of them didn't force the issue when they heard it. It wasn't long before Lin Chen's cell phone rang. If I'm not mistaken, it should be you, Suk, right? Lin Chen said in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Dong, I'm bothering you. You didn't pass the friend verification I sent you, so I'm calling you. Lu Shu's voice rang out with apologies. The three people playing the game heard Lin Chen on the phone, and they all quieted down. Nothing. What's the matter? Lin Chen knew the counselor knowingly. Dong Lin, since you acquired another 8% of Penguin's shares, the total number of shares in your hand is now 10%. You are now the second largest shareholder in Penguin. And since you didn't go through my friend request, I'm calling you to remind you that I'm sending you a link to the meeting on your super mail. Yu Suk explained. Okay, I'll agree right away. Lin Chen nodded his head in reply. Okay, then I won't disturb Lin Dong's rest. After the phone hung up, Yu Suk sat in her office and rubbed her temples. This Lin Dong voice sounds very young. Actually, in just 1 day's time consecutively acquired 10% of Penguin's shares, becoming Penguin's second largest shareholder. Martin is the second largest shareholder, which, combined with several agreements signed between South African newspapers and Martin, gives Martin supreme decision-making power over Penguin. So the number of shares relative to other shareholders is also how much can be distributed in dividends. Now that Lin Chen had become the second largest shareholder, even though it couldn't affect Ma Teng's rights, there would always be trouble for disagreements. Therefore, Ma Teng gave him a deadly order to make sure Lin Chen attended this online meeting so that he could communicate with him. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he opened his super letter and passed Lu Shu's friend request, then realized that the schoolgirl from Plus that day hadn't even agreed yet. But after thinking about it, Lin Chen let it go. Now that I have a schoolmate, I still have to collect myself. You can't make waves even if you have money. Although he also envied that kind of life with 3 wives and 4 concubines left and right. But what boy wouldn't want to? But he couldn't apologize to Sister Jiang. After making the call, Lin Chen tried on the dress pants he bought. It's okay, boss. It's a nice outfit. What brand? Xiao Wei asked to Lin Chen in front of the mirror. Givenchy's. Xiao Wei said he had never heard of it. Givenchy? How much did you pay for this one, boss? Chen Xiao on the side came to the rescue. He knew the brand Givenchy, a very high-end luxury brand. Less than 70,000, Lin Chen said indifferently. In fact, he wanted to find those top designers to design a few sets of clothes. Anyway, there were still tens of millions of dollars in the card. Less than 70,000. Xiao Wei's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Chen's outfit and couldn't say anything. Let's just say that poverty limits one's imagination. Xiao Wei originally thought that there should be a nearly 10,000 would be the top. By the way, boss, the counselor in the class group notified that there will be a meeting later at 3:30 in classroom 305 of the first teaching to talk about something. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen sniffed and looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. It's about time then. Pack up and we'll head over. Good. Which one of these is the one church? A few people walked to the area of the school buildings only to realize that they had no idea which one was the first religion. There's only some kind of inspirational building, persuasive building or something. The 4 men stood in the shade of the tree looking at each other. Shu Wei, that building is the first religion. Ha! Lin Chen had no choice but to send a message to Jiang Shuawei. The persuasion building one. Ha 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 ha. Tatsu, you're just like me back then. I didn't expect Jiang Shuawei to return in seconds. Aren't you in a meeting? Still playing with your cell phone? I just wanted to send you a message. The vice president of the student council has been courting me. Today I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit different. Chen, can you come pick me up later? Lin Chen's face was a little less than pretty when he saw the message sent by Jiang Shuiwei. Okay, I'll pick you up when you're done with your meeting. Almost 4:30. Good. Jiang Shuiwei looked at the chat records with Lin Chen in her cell phone and became slightly more at ease. Jiang Shuiwei realized that from the meeting until now, the vice president of the student council, Zhao Lei, and a few friends around him sometimes quietly said a few words and then looked at themselves, associated with the fact that from the time he joined the student union and met Hu Jiaqing, he had been pursuing him like crazy. Even if you have been rejected by yourself many times, you are not discouraged. She always felt like he was up to something again today, which made her helpless. Shuiwei, this guy isn't going to confess to you again, is he? Tang Wanair quietly came next to Jiang Shuiwei and asked in a low voice. She also noticed Zhao Lei's movements. I don't know, but it's certainly not a good thing. So, did you talk to Elementary? Said he'd come by and pick me up later. That's good. Chapter 16, Difficulties from the Class President. The first church is the House of Persuasion. Lin Chen retrieved his cell phone and said to the few Qin Xiao who were about to ask the others, how did you know that, boss? Several people asked as they walked towards the classroom. I asked my girlfriend. Lin Chen said with a calm face without turning red. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here 2 days and you have a girlfriend? The three of them looked at Lin Chen with shocked faces. Yeah, isn't that normal? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen's calm and unconcerned appearance and suddenly had the urge to put her fist on his face. Who is it, taking down our boss so quickly? Xiao Fei said with a smile. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei, I know. What? Jiang Shuiwei? Xiao Fei, who usually had a calm face, behaved so out of character for the first time. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao looked at each other. Who is Jiang Shuiwei? Boss, you took Jiang Shuiwei down? After the shock, Xiao Fei covered his chest in pain. You recognize? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The flower of Shuzhou University. Can I not recognize her? Xiao Fei, as a veteran of love affairs, knew before he came to the school that there was such a high cool school flower in Shuzhou University who rejected all those who pursued her. Originally, Xiao Fei's target was Jiang Shuiwei's, but he didn't expect to be taken down by his own boss. Lin Chen was a little wary when he saw Xiao Fei's pained appearance. Don't you dare hit on my girlfriend. Lao Si, how can that be? A friend's wife is not to be deceived. Say, boss, how did you manage to chase down the high-flying schoolgirl? Xiao Fei asked shamefully. If only I could learn, then college life would become colorful. High and mighty? Didn't think so. Lin Chen carefully recalled. Enough talk, it's time for class. Xiao Fei had wanted to be asking, but could only be unwillingly silenced. The four of them entered the classroom and found contiguous seats and sat down, when they felt so many girls looking at them. Of course they were looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Soon a somewhat shorter female teacher who looked to be in her 30s or 40s wearing glasses walked in. After counting the number of people and seeing that they were all there, he nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's here, then I'll get to the point without delay. Tomorrow is the day of military training, and the uniforms have been put on the students' beds before they start school. 10 minutes later, then it's time for the last part of the day. Picking the class members. Are there any students who have volunteered? Lin Chen's few people didn't have this interest and just watched the self-introductions and campaign bows of a few students on the stage with boredom. Lin Chen watched the time pass little by little. It would soon be 4:30. His heart was a little anxious. Boss, you got a problem? Chen Xiao and the others saw that Lin Chen kept looking at the time, so they were concerned. I have to pick up my girlfriend, Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and stopped paying attention. Class president, get a few students to clean up this classroom and everyone else will leave on their own. The counselor finished and hurried out of the classroom. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. 5:20. He could make it. You guys go on back. I'll go first, Lin Chen said and prepared to leave. Class, is it okay if you stay and clean up? Lin Chen took a look. It was the boy who had just successfully run for class president, called Xiao Fei. I have a few things to do. Can I get someone else? Anyone has something to do, brother? A cleaning won't take much time. Just you and this brother. Xiao Fei finished and pointed at Xiao Fei again. He was still quite handsome, and originally, before Lin Chen and the four of them entered the classroom, the gazes of the female students in the class were all on him. But as soon as Lin Chen and Xiao Fei came in, those girls put their eyes on the two of them. It made him feel a little bad inside. It's okay, boss. You go ahead and do your thing. We'll get it for you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei spoke out. Okay, I'll buy you guys dinner someday. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when they heard this. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei again. It's okay now, isn't it? It's okay, but for a prick like you who doesn't listen to the class council as far as you're concerned, I think it's necessary to talk to the counselor. Zhao Fei saw someone to help him to relieve some unwillingness. A hot brain actually said this sentence. The words were regretted as soon as they were uttered. As expected, the gazes of the surrounding students who hadn't left yet who were looking at Zhao Fei suddenly became a bit strange. Isn't that just asking for trouble? I say bro, are you disgusting enough? Don't look at Chen Xiao, long, thin and tall, wearing a pair of glasses, looks like a gentleman, but in fact it is a violent temper. Zhao Fei, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Why would he target himself and the boss for a good reason? It can't be that he's jealous that my boss and I are better looking than him, can it? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling that the three Chen Xiao didn't need to care. Then he looked at Zhao Fei with a very calm expression. As you wish. After saying that, he turned around and left the classroom, heading towards the office where Jiang Shuawei was having a meeting. Ding! Release the system mission. Make Zhao Fei apologize. Reward, 5961p for the back to emerald. Lin Chen froze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Just what I wanted. But is this Zhao Lei so worthless? This should be the worst of the system rewards, right? Well, that's all for today. Hard work everyone. Adjourn. After the teachers walked out of the office, Zhao Lei walked over with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Wan'er protected Jiang Shuawei behind her and looked at the several people warily. I just wanted to talk to Chevy. Zhao Lei stiffly smiled when he saw the defensive two. If it's about the student council, then go ahead. Jiang Shuawei said with a flat face. It's not about student council. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. No, I have a date tonight. Jiang Shuawei shook her head unhappily. Chevy. Zhao Lei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jiang Shuawei. President Zhao, my relationship with you isn't good enough to call me Shuawei. You should just call me by my name. Also, I have a date tonight. I'm going to dinner with my boyfriend. So, I'd also like to ask Chairman Zhao not to bother me again in the future. Jiang Shuawei finished speaking and pulled Tang Wan'er ready to leave, only to be blocked by a couple of other boys. Shuawei, you don't have to lie to me about the fact that you have a boyfriend either. I'm graduating soon, and I want you to give me a chance in my last days on campus, Zhao Lei said with a deep expression. Tang Wan'er was a bit angry. I said, do you still want to be shameless? Shuawei has said that there's already a boyfriend and you're still dead set on it. And you guys, what's the point of stopping us? School violence? Believe it or not, I'll tell the teacher right away. The fuming Tang Wan'er was like a tigress protecting her calf, said. Zhao Lei's face sank, and those boys hesitated and got out of the way. Sister Tang is so mean? Lin Chen's voice came from the doorway. Jiang Shuawei immediately jogged over to pull Lin Chen's hand in surprise. Tatsu, you're here. Aha! Lin Chen tenderly helped Jiang Shuawei stroke the messy hair on her forehead. Tang Wan'er was relieved to see Lin Chen arrive. Don't look at how brave she was just now, but to be honest, she was still a bit scared to face a few big men in her heart. Shuawei, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 17, Dongfang is my uncle. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen with a cold face and a bad tone. I told you, don't call me Shuawei, and please watch your language in front of my boyfriend. Senior Zhao. Jiang Shuawei glanced at Zhao Lei with a cold expression. Senior, I see that you should be a freshman who just enrolled in the university, right? Can you give Shuawei a good life? If you are sensible, I hope you can leave Shuawei by yourself. Zhao Lei didn't bother with Jiang Shuawei, but looked at Lin Chen and said, Senior Zhao, right? First point number 1, Shuawei is my girlfriend. Please don't harass my girlfriend. The second point, then may I ask what conditions Senior Zhao can give my girlfriend to give a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. At least be like me? Do you know how much a suite in my house costs? You may not be able to afford a suite in my house for the rest of your life. Talking about this issue seems to have given Zhao Lei a great deal of confidence, and he speaks with a sense of confidence. Tianfu is very expensive, with prices almost always around 20,000, yet incomes are very low. Typical high spending, low income city. You can't buy a suite without $2 or $3 million. Many people will choose to leave Tiffin to fight, for no other reason than to have a home. My family has 5 suites, each worth $2 or $3 million. My parents even said they'd take a suite as a wedding home when I get married. Zhao Lei said and also looked at Jiang Shuawei's reaction. To his disappointment, Jiang Shuawei just wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and didn't even look at him. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen at this moment were filled with jealousy. And just picked up a Wrangler the other day. Do you have all these? Awesome LA. Not even graduated from college yet and you can drive a $500,000 to $600,000 car. Yes brother Lei, We have to ask Brother Lei to take care of us in the future. Zhao Lei, who was being greeted and praised by the people around him at this time, was very pleased with himself, and even teasingly glanced at Lin Chen. Tang Wan-er also looked at Lin Chen and then Zhang Shuawei with some concern. Zhang Shuawei shook her head slightly. That's it? A $500. 000 to $600. 000 Wrangler? Not even one of my poison's cartwheels. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. Ding! Release system mission. Punch Zhao Lei in the face. Quest reward, all the storefronts on the commercial street in the Grand Bay Area. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Does the system release quests this frequently? Kid, be sensible and leave Shu away. She's not for a poor boy like you to get your hands on. Zhao Lei, who noticed Lin Chen's expression, said with a cold face, have a couple sweets at home? Driving a car that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is that your capital? Lin Chen's tone was slightly cold. What kind of big-tail wolf are you playing here? Originally, I was going to take Shu away to the Imperial Hotel's floor-sized private room for dinner tonight. Do you know what level it is to be able to eat in the Imperial Palace floor room? That means you've crossed one foot into another class in Tianfu City. Do you know what the general manager of the Imperial Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei arrogantly showed off. The general manager of the Imperial Hotel is my dad's hairdresser. It's because of him that I'm able to dine in the floor-sized private room. Can you do any of this? Probably never even heard of it, right? The eyes of the people around him with respect made Zhao Lei feel like he had reached an orgasm. Zhang Shuawei's eyes were looking at Zhao Lei more and more strangely at this time. It was only today that he had come to the Imperial Hao Tianzino, one private room for lunch, and Lin Chen was still the big boss behind the Imperial Hao Hotel. This Zhao Lei is afraid that he is not here to laugh? The general manager of the Imperial Hotel? You mean Dong Fong is your father's hairdresser? Lin Chen didn't think that it was still related to Dong Fong, but this would be great, and he could still get the system quest done. You still know the name of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. It seems like your kid has some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is my dad's hairdresser. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also know the gap in our time. How about this? You call your Uncle Dong and ask him to see if he recognizes someone named Lin Chen. I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me in half an hour and apologize to my girlfriend and sister Tang, I won't hold you responsible. Lin Chen said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Let me call my Uncle Dong? Let me apologize? Zhao Lei looked like he had heard some kind of joke, and then his face turned cold. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are to apologize? That's right, elementary school boy. Big talk. What's a freshman? No nothing, socially unexposed brat like you barking at? The person next to Zhao Lei also shouted. Zhang Shuawei and Tang Weiner's faces were very cold at this moment. They didn't realize that the student council members, who usually acted very much like teachers, were so disgusting. It's disgusting. However, Zhang Shuawei had no worries. Lin Chen's background. I'm afraid there weren't many people in the entire Suzhou University who could match it, right? Seeing that her good girlfriend wasn't even worried, Tang Wan-er didn't doubt what Lin Chen said in her heart. She was just curious about what Lin Chen's background was. Very well, you do not fight, right? That's fine, I'll fight, but you won't have any room for redemption if I do. Lin Chen had thought that they were all students, so he would step back and let them apologize. I didn't realize it was so aggressive. Still pretending to be a big tail here? You fight. I'll see how long you can pretend. Zhao Lei was very disdainful. Who is Dong Fong? He is the general manager of the 5-star international hotel that integrates catering, lodging and entertainment in Tianfu City. With so many years sitting in this position to make connections can be imagined. Would know you as a freshman? Even if they knew each other, would they give up their nephew for you? A freshman? Good. Lin Chen nodded his head calmly. Taking out his cell phone, he called Dong Fong. It was only a matter of seconds before the call was answered. Hello Lin Dong, may I ask what your orders are? Dong Fong's respectful voice came. Do you know someone named Zhao Lei? From Suzhou University? I heard him say he's also the son of your hairdresser. Dong Fong on the other end's heart sank as he heard something wrong with Lin Chen's tone. Did this kid offend this master? The Lin Dong I know. He's my friend's son, Dong Fong said with some apprehension. In his heart, he had already cursed Zhao Lei and his father 10,000 times. He's using your name to make a fool of himself out there. It's hurting our hotel's reputation, don't you think? Lin Chen said flatly, and Dong Fong on the other end of the phone had long been sweating profusely. Yes. Lin Dong's education is, Zhao Lei his father is just a general relationship with me, can't talk about any hair. If he offends Lin Dong, I will help you clean him up. Zhao Lei looked at the fussing Lin Chen and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. That was when he noticed that Lin Chen was wearing Givenchy. The set would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. It shows that Lin Chen is not a poor student. Does he really know Uncle Dong? But it didn't matter. He was Uncle Tung's nephew. Zhao Lei comforted himself and threw those bad thoughts out of his head. Fine, deal with it. This kid still doesn't believe I know you. Thinks I'm just a poor student. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Okay Lin Dong, I'll call this kid right away. Aha. Lin Chen hung up the phone and teasingly looked at Zhao Lei. It's gone? That's it? When Zhao Lei saw that Lin Chen hung up the phone and nothing happened, he became more certain that Lin Chen was bluffing. There's no rush, Lin Chen said with a smile, and before his words fell, Zhao Lei's phone rang. No, someone called you. Oh. Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned ugly as he looked at the phone number in his cell phone that was docketed as Uncle Dong. Did it really mess with the wrong people? Chapter 18, You're the owner of the Imperial Palace? Zhao Lei uneasily picked up the phone. What do you want to see me about? Uncle Dong, don't you know what I'm looking for? Don't use my name to cause trouble outside in the future. Don't call me Uncle Dong from now on, and don't contact me in the future. Dong Fong's voice came out in anger. Ha, why? Uncle Dong, is it because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said in panic. A large part of the reason their family could start a small company and do a good business was because of the business Dong Fong had introduced them to, and if it was because of him that Dong Fong stopped helping their family, waiting for him at home was his dad's bamboo shoot stir fry. Why? Do you know what kind of person you've messed with, Lin Chen? What man? Zhao Lei subconsciously asked. He's the owner of our Imperial Hotel, and the only boss. Dong Fong hung up the phone directly after saying that. When Zhao Lei heard these words, he suddenly felt that a bolt from the blue had been granted to him. Zhao Lei trembled and put his cell phone back into his pocket. Looking at Lin Chen, who had a smile on his face in front of him, he could not cry. Brother, you have such a big background, why don't you say so? Brother Lei, how's it going? Is this kid faking it? The person next to him didn't pay attention to Zhao Lei's pale face and was still looking at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. Zhao Lei didn't pay any attention to him and walked directly to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, you forgive me as an adult. Zhao Lei bowed his head in a low voice and asked for Lin Chen's forgiveness. He knew very well that at an age like Lin Chen's, he could become the boss of Dihao, and it wasn't something that a small character like him could offend. Taking a step back, even if he only had the status of imperial boss, it would be enough to clean him up, and even their family would have to play through, so apologizing was the only thing he could think of. Zhao Lei's actions stunned the people following him. Only Jiang Shuowei was very calm. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen were filled with admiration and love. Tang Wan-er looked dazedly at the humble Zhao Lei at this moment, and then at Lin Chen. Looks like your bestie got a boyfriend with an unusual background. At this time, Zhao Lei's friends reacted to the fact that Lin Chen's background should be extraordinary, and ran out of the office in a puff of smoke. What if I stay in the office again and Lin Chen remembers me? They had all just mocked Lin Chen. No, 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 Senior Zhao, how dare I accept your apology? Lin Chen had given him a chance, so naturally if he didn't treasure it himself, then it wasn't his fault. Brother Lin, I didn't know that you were the owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to clamor in front of you even if I had 10 guts, Zhao Lei said bitterly. At this point he felt like a clown for his previous cause behavior. Lin Chen is the owner of the Imperial Hotel? Tang Wan-er looked at the calm Lin Chen in shock. She knew about the Imperial Hotel. The rich kid who had courted her before would sometimes take her there for dinner. Such a quality junior. No way. No way. This is Shuiwei's boyfriend. How can I steal a man from Shuiwei? Tang Wan-er shook off the impure thoughts within herself. What? Does Senior Zhao like bullying people with no background so much? What would Senior Zhao do if I was an ordinary person? Lin Chen's smile faded away. This, Zhao Lei was sweating but couldn't say anything. He could only look at Jiang Shuowei with a look of help, hoping that Jiang Shuowei could say a few words for him. Jiang Shuowei noticed Zhao Lei's eyes but didn't pay attention to them. She was so angry when Zhao Lei taunted Lin Chen just now that she wanted to spray Zhao Lei to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Now you want me to put in a good word for you? Dream on you. Kneel down and apologize. Admit your mistake and you can go, Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Lei stood still and didn't move, but inside he was in a heavenly battle. He understood very well that if Lin Chen targeted their family, then everything he was proud of now would be a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I'm sorry, Schoolmistress Jiang and Schoolmistress Tang Shui. I made a mistake in this matter. I ask for your forgiveness. Zhao Lei trembled and bent his knees to the ground, bowing his head with a humiliated face. At this point he was glad his friends ran away. Otherwise, if they saw such a disgraceful thing, how should he hang around in Suzhou University this year? Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner looked away with some impatience. The anger in his heart had long since dissipated for the most part. Okay, you can go now. This matter is over. Lin Chen appreciated Zhao Lei somewhat. It's a good deal to be able to bend the rules and lose some face while preserving the family's estate. When Zhao Lei heard Lin Chen's words, the big stone hanging in his heart finally landed. Hurrying up, he got up and walked quickly out of the conference room. Tatsu, you're amazing. Jiang Shuawei happily wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and pouted. Tang Wan-er's jaw dropped in shock. Is this the Jiang Shuawei I know? Where's the old high-flying demeanor? Lin Chen favorably scraped Jiang Shuawei's small, compact and high nose. Okay, stop spreading dog food. I'm getting full. Tang Wan-er spat out in dissatisfaction. Jiang Shuawei spat out her tongue towards Tang Wan-er before releasing her hold on Lin Chen. Damn girl, let's see how I'm going to clean you up in the dormitory. Tang Wan-er cursed in her heart. Senior Tang, thank you for protecting Shuawei, Lin Chen said to Tang Wan-er with a smile of gratitude. La, Shuawei is also my good girlfriend. This is all what I should do. Tang Wan-er waved her hand indifferently. Tell you what, let me buy you dinner tonight. No, it's better not to go as a light bulb. I'll go back to the dormitory first. Bye. Tang Wan-er waved her hand after refusing and left. Congratulations to the host for completing intermission. Punch Xiao Lei in the face. The Great Bay Commercial Street has been rewarded to the host in a reasonable manner. The original commercial store owner has added a super letter addressed to you. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Tatsu, where are we going next? Jiang Shuawei saw that Tang Wan-er had left, her hands clasping Lin Chen's arm, her beautiful big eyes blinking. Why don't we go stroll around the Great Bay shopping street outside the school and have dinner there on the way? Lin Chen said after some thought. Mainly Lin Chen wanted to go and see how the system's newly rewarded shopping street was doing, and incidentally go and sign the transfer contract. Yeah, Lin Chen opened his super mail and sent a super mail to the representative indicating that he would go sign the contract later, then return to the car with Jiang Shuawei. You got out of the car and forgot your bag. Did you not like it? Lin Chen laughed. No, I love this bag you gave me. Super favorite. Jiang Shuawei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was sneakily attacked, and that fire in his heart immediately rose up. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen couldn't help but directly wrap his arms around Jiang Shuawei's neck and kissed her cherry mouth in Jiang Shuawei's horrified eyes. The two kissed for several more minutes before stopping in Jiang Shuawei's supplicating eyes. Tatsu, won't it be hard for you to breathe? Jiang Shuawei's face was red and her body was paralyzed on the co-pilot as she gasped and asked. It won't? Why is it hard to breathe? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shuawei was speechless. Well, I don't know why. Chapter 19 Signing of Transfer Agreement for Willow Bay Street. It took a while for Jiang Shuawei to slow down and complained with a pout. It's all getting played out. Lin Chen smiled sardonically and started the engine all the way off campus in the envious eyes of his classmates. Arriving at the Great Bay Commercial Street, Lin Chen found a parking space and parked his car under the envious gaze of the security guards before he and Jiang Shuawei came inside the commercial street. This commercial street has about 200 to 300 stores. A 200 square foot store is about $8 million, and the rent alone is $40,000 to $50,000 a month. The entire street had stores of different sizes, and in 1 month it was estimated that Lin Chen could collect nearly $10 million in rent alone. What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuawei inquired. How about I go sign a contract, and after that, I'll go shopping with you, buy you something, and then we'll go to dinner? Dinner is fine, but forget about shopping. You just bought me a multi-million-dollar bag today. Jiang Shuawei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was rich, she didn't want to be a bloodsucker. I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it right to spend some money on you? You don't have to be psychologically burdened. Besides, Sister Tang did you a favor today. Why don't you buy something to thank her? Lin Chen smiled blandly. Well, but you can't spend too much more. Jiang Shuawei lightly bit her finger, and after thinking it over, she still nodded her head in agreement. So what kind of contract are you signing? Bought a block of frontage. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen asked for an Americano and Jiang Shuawei asked for a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a location to the original owner of the store. That's when the waitress brought another macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this one? Jiang Shuawei looked at the coffee in front of her with some confusion. It's a gift from our boss. He said he wished to make friends with you. The waitress had an ambiguous smile on her face. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen turned their heads to see a man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with black pants over the bar smiling and looking over. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It's still a real red herring. No, my boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuawei politely declined while handing the coffee back to the waiter. The smile on the waitress's face froze. She hadn't wanted to come. People were supposed to be a man and a woman, but her boss had insisted she come. Looking back at her boss, seeing that her boss nodded even though her face didn't look too good, she took the coffee. Excuse me. The waitress bent over to apologize then left. Tatsu, did I do a great job? Jiang Shuawei raised her small face. looking like she was quick to praise me. Lin Chen petted Jiang Shuawei's head. Of course it's doing great. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shuawei was as happy as a kindergartner getting a little red flower. The face of the boss who was paying attention to the two men looked even worse. He noticed Jiang Shuawei the first time she came in. His first feeling was one of amazement. It was beautiful and innocent, more classy than any woman he'd ever seen. He couldn't help but be moved. Even if she might have a boyfriend, he was willing to give it a try, as long as the hoe is well dug. What corner can't be dug? Pretty girl, can you give me a contact? After thinking about it for a long time, the boss decided to be shameless. Jiang Shuawei was so surprised that she raised her head to look at that boss. Did the waitress not make her words clear just now? I have a boyfriend, no ad. Thanks, Jiang Shuawei said with a cold expression. Lin Chen was also very speechless. Beauty, you should be a college student in the neighborhood, right? It's useless to be handsome in this society. The most important thing is whether or not you have the ability. I'm 26 years old and I have a 200 square foot cafe right here on this commercial street. A turnover of about $150,000 a month, with a net profit of $70,000 or $80,000. Why don't you add a super letter? Beautiful? You'll definitely be able to make better choices. The boss didn't forget to give Lin Chen a provocative glance after he finished speaking. He was pretty confident that the girl would agree to add her super mail when she heard that she was making $70,000 to $80,000 a month. No, I told you I have a boyfriend. It's none of my business how much you make in a month. Please leave me and my boyfriend alone. Jiang Shuawei's tone had become somewhat impatient. $70,000 to $80,000 a month? How much is that compared to what my Tatsu makes in a minute? In 2023, a penguin will make more than $700,000 a minute. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, who just faintly snorted and didn't say anything. The boss was already a bit upset at being rejected, and was even more enraged when he heard Lin Chen snort. Little brother, are you looking down on $70,000 to $80,000 a month? May I ask if a student like you can earn $70,000 to $80,000 a month? The boss looked disdainfully and somewhat jealously at Lin Chen across from Jiang Shuawei. Long and handsome indeed. No wonder he could charm this pretty girl. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, boss, does it? Lin Chen took a sip of his coffee and said indifferently. That boss choked and didn't know what to say back. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? At this time, the original owner of that store rushed over based on Lin Chen's description. So young, that's only 22 or 22 years old at most, right? And he has the money to buy his own entire shopping street worth over $1 billion? I am. Lin Chen shot a glance at the middle-aged man before him who was dressed in an unassuming manner. Uncle Sun, why did you come over? The store owner saw Sun Yong and asked in a surprised and flattering manner. Isn't Uncle Sun going to sign the transfer contract with Mr. Lin? It's Wei. Mr. Lin booked the place at your cafe, so I came straight over to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yong glanced at the coffee shop owner and carefully recalled it in his mind before remembering that it seemed to be surnamed Wei. A contract? Mr. Lin did. Wei Chao glanced at Lin Chen in shock. The commercial street owner is this college student? Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? This is just a college student? How can he be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He had just offended Lin Chen to death by digging in someone's face. How could there be a mistake? Mr. Lin and I had an appointment at table 43 in this coffee shop of yours, Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with some astonishment. You wouldn't have offended Mr. Lin, would you? Offended is not so much. But, Mr. Wei, in my face deadpan to ask for my girlfriend's contact information. This is not too good, right? Lin Chen leisurely sipped his coffee and said slowly. Hearing this, Sun Yong unobtrusively pulled away a bit from Wei Chao. To be able to buy this commercial street at such an age, one could imagine just how strong the other party's backstage was. He didn't want to get dragged into it. Wei Chao's face paled at his words. If Lin Chen didn't rent the store to him, then all his efforts would be in vain. Storefronts on commercial streets like Willow Bay Street, which brings together several surrounding universities, are especially hard to find. It's common sense that college students make the best money. Where can I find such a good position? Thinking of this, Wei Chao couldn't wait to slap himself. Chapter 20, accompanying Jiang Shuawei to the pet shop. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm the one who offended you and your girlfriend. How about this? I'll pay for the coffee for the two of you today. Am I worse than a couple cups of coffee for you? Lin Chen looked at Wei Chao with some amusement. Wei Chao was too pale to speak. Okay, is it okay if my girlfriend and I come over for free coffee later? Ha, good. From now on, Coffee is free when Mr. Lin and your friends come over. Wei Chao first froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Chen to choose to spare him. As for free coffee, can those cups of coffee compare to this spread? It's true that the pattern of really rich people is different. Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen gratefully and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you can go about your business first. Mr. Lin and I have things to talk about. Sun Yong laughed. Alright, then you talk to Mr. Lin. I'll leave first. Wei Chao's posture showed very low. Everyone in the cafe had heard some of it in one way or another. Knowing that two people of great importance had come to talk things over, the volume was involuntarily lowered. In fact, Lin Chen chose to let Wei Chao go mainly because he hadn't gone too far. It's normal for one's girlfriend to be so pretty that she draws the attention of other men. It would be exhausting to have to clean up after everyone who was slightly offended, and choosing to let it go appropriately would instead reflect your own style. Sun Yong was still on board and had the waiter bring in some more pastries. Sun Yong took out 2 contracts. Lin Chen didn't doubt it, and signed it directly after reading it a little. Mainly this is a system reward. Can it be fake? Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. Now this commercial street is yours. Satisfied, Sun Yong stood up with his own copy of the contract and extended his hand towards Lin Chen. Have fun working together. Lin Chen also stood up and shook hands with Sun Yong with a faint smile. When Sun Yong left, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei also got up and left the cafe. This caused Wei Chao, who had been paying attention to Lin Chen, to breathe a sigh of relief. Tatsu, this street is all yours now? Zhang Shuiwei surveyed the overcrowded Luan street, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She suddenly felt as if she didn't deserve Lin Chen at all, even if she was the school flower. For someone with a status like Lin Chen, a schoolgirl? Just a plaything. Lin Chen sensed that Zhang Shuiwei's mood was a bit low and put his arm around her shoulders. No, I should say ours. Lin Chen sniffed the scent of Zhang Shuiwei's hair, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Shuiwei felt Lin Chen's warm embrace and suddenly felt at ease, her attachment to Lin Chen rising a few more points. Turning around, he hugged Lin Chen. Grandma, I think I found the person you were talking about. Zhang Shuiwei murmured in a voice that only she could hear. Isn't that Zhang Shuiwei, the school beauty of our school? Why is she hugging a guy? Where is it? Holy, it's still true. My wife is actually cuddling with another man? My youth is over. After all, Willow Bay Street was near the school, and it was inevitable that the two would be noticed by people from the same school. Especially Zhang Shuiwei was also the school flower of Shuzhou University. The two naturally heard the exclamations of those people. Zhang Shuiwei blushed and let go of her hand, relieving her shyness by fixing her hair. Why don't we go to that pet store? Tatsu, do you like cats and dogs and stuff? Zhang Shuiwei said in a cheerful tone as she pointed to a pet store called McPet's Pet Shop. She loved cats and dogs and would go in every time she and Tang Wan Air came to shop on Willow Bay Street. I didn't buy it, but it was extremely fun to check it out. Well, go. Lin Chen nodded. It was obvious that Zhang Shuiwei loved small animals. Thinking that he will definitely move to Yulan Shengting No. 1 by then, and then raise some cats and dogs that Zhang Shuiwei likes. Maybe Zhang Shuiwei is still willing to cohabitate with himself. Zhang Shuiwei pulled Lin Chen's hand and walked quickly towards the McPet's Pet Shop, and those few people saw that they were out of the sight of the two of them, took off their cell phones and quietly took a picture and sent it to the campus forum. Shocked, Zhang Shuiwei, who rejected countless suitors, turned out to be. It was only a few dozen seconds after it was posted, and the topic instantly shot to the top. Look at the side face and the back shadow. It's really Zhang Shuiwei. Master is out of love before he's in love. Upstairs, +1. Why do I think I've seen this guy before? I remember. I think he's the one who drove the Ferrari SF90 on the day of freshman orientation. What? Didn't you say that schoolgirl Jiang is disdainful of rich kids? This boy is so handsome. I love it. Upstairs, don't get horny. A few people looked at the instantly fiery post with a hint of shock on their faces. It really deserves to be the school flower of Shuzhou University. This heat, and Zhao Fei, who had just finished the task explained by the counselor, was idly bored and brushed the campus for him for a while. Why does this face look so much like the handsome one in our class? Zhao Fei looked at the photos within the post in disbelief. Shopping and cuddling with the schoolgirl. Freshman enrollment drove a Ferrari SF90 into the school. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. A freshman enrolled in a multi-million-dollar Ferrari must have an uncomplicated background. He himself offended him this afternoon. Zhao Fei became more and more apprehensive as he thought about this, his heart hanging like a big stone. On the other hand, the two who were still inside the pet store were still completely unaware of what had happened. Tatsu, look how cute this Muppet cat is. Zhang Shuiwei looked at the ragdoll cat in front of her with gray patterns strewn across her pure white fur and eyes as blue as jewels. The little stars in her eyes could hardly hide. The ragdoll cat seemed to have sensed Zhang Shuiwei's line of sight, and was originally lazily lying on the cage, but stretched out its small paws on the cage, as if it wanted to touch Zhang Shuiwei's face. That adorable look instantly captured Zhang Shuiwei's heart. Wow, this Muppet cat is so cute. It even tried to pet me. Hey, did you see that Tatsu? Jiang Shuawei excitedly shook Lin Chen's hand and arm, but her eyes stayed on the Muppet cat. If you like it, buy it and keep it. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ha, is it really possible? But it seems like a lot of trouble trying to keep a cat on campus. Hey. Jiang Shuawei was heartened to hear Lin Chen's words, but said hesitantly, it's all a small matter. I'll take care of it, and this kitten is all yours and mine. Oh so memorable. Jiang Shuawei's eyes softened as she looked at the ragdoll cat. Boss, we'll take this ragdoll cat. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei didn't object, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper heard business coming and rushed over. We'll take this ragdoll cat. A female voice sounded beside Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why did he keep running into this kind of fault-finding lately? Chapter 21. Why are you here to start trouble again? The woman who had spoken out looked at the two with amusement. Shuawei, excuse me, but I want this ragdoll cat too. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, you know? Jiang Shuawei looked at the woman in front of her with an ugly face and nodded to Lin Chen. Her name is Kiki Han. She's my roommate, but not very close. Lin Chen suddenly realized that this was the case. Lin Chen thought that he brought his own protagonist aura, and it was everyone who wanted to come over and tune things out, and then was hit in the face by himself. Turns out it's because of Shuaiwei. Han Qiqi because she always felt that Jiang Shuawei was pretending to be noble. So many rich second generation chasing her she did not care. And why is she the department flower and Jiang Shuawei the school flower? She was not going to admit that she was jealous of Jiang Shuawei. She saw that the man beside Jiang Shuawei was dressed in what should be a rich man. But so what? The boyfriend beside her is a relative of the chairman of the Lang Wine Group, and his status is not comparable to that of an ordinary rich and wealthy second generation. While the man beside her looked at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of greed in his eyes, he also looked at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei with some jealousy. I'm sorry, my girlfriend likes this ragdoll cat too, so I'll have to ask you two to part with it. The man put away the greed in his eyes and looked at Lin Chen condescendingly. Everything has to come first, right? Jiang Shuawei's face was icy cold. It's true that these two asked for this ragdoll cat first, and there's another ragdoll cat over there that's cute too, the shopkeeper said to the two Han Qiqi with an apologetic face. But she was interrupted by Han Qiqi before she could finish her sentence. Aren't you not paid yet? If I haven't been paid, then why can't I compete? The shopkeeper was in a bit of a bind. You've got this ragdoll cat listed at $89.99, so here's the deal. I'll give you 12,000 for it. The man looked at the shopgirl in front of him and smiled. The shopkeeper was obviously a bit impressed, and who wouldn't want to make more money? Thanks baby. Han Qiqi happily kissed the man and gave Jiang Shuawei a provocative look. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face was red with anger. She wanted to give up but couldn't let go of this very spiritual cat. She always felt that this kitten liked her very much. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei was unhappy, Lin Chen was also a bit angered. Originally, he didn't want to intervene too much in the internal affairs of their dormitory, but since the man had to come in and get involved, don't blame me. Comparing wealth? I, Lin Chen, am not afraid. I'll give you 20,000. Lin Chen's expression was flat. That's when the people around them noticed a few people bidding. Is this ragdoll cat so valuable? $20,000 apiece? Can't you see the price tag of $8,999 on it? That's obviously a contradiction in terms of intentionally raising the price. The man's face sank at the sound of the people around him discussing it. Young people in their 20s are already good at saving face. So if they lose to their girlfriend's enemy's boyfriend at this time, won't they lose all their faces? How can I hold my head up in front of Han Qiqi? I'll give you 50,000. The man gritted his teeth and raised it to 50,000 in one breath. Then he whispered a threat in Lin Chen's ear. I'm a relative of the chairman of the Lang Wine Group. My name is Wang Haoren. Give me face. It's not that he can't afford the money, but he's afraid of the bad publicity this will cause. If he let his second uncle know that he did this for a woman in public. Lin Chen came to be interested when he heard this. Longjiu Group, one of the top 500 companies in China? This is indeed not a small head, but it is not enough. 100,000. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to her and continued to raise the price. Ding! System mission released. Make Wang Haoran apologize. Reward, leopard license plate number, Shuai 88888. Because today's triggered quests have reached their limit, the rewards will be distributed tomorrow. There's such a thing as a cap on triggered missions? Wang Haoran's face became even more gloomy after hearing this. Haoran, how come it's you? The crowd squeezed in a person. Looking at Wang Haoran said in surprise. Wang Haoran turned his head and a smile piled up on his face. Brother, why are you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but it turned out that this couple insisted on grabbing it from me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. Wang Shijie frowned at Han Qiqi after hearing this. Once Han Shichi heard that it was Wang Haoren's brother, she lost her temper just now, and at this moment, she was even more nervous inside being sized up by Wang Shijie. She had heard Wang Haoren say that his cousin, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, was also studying at Suzhou University. Isn't that the guy who drove that $4 million supercar the other day? Jiang Shuawei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. It turns out that Wang Shijie is Wang Haoren's brother, which means that he is also a member of the Langzhou Group Wang family. Wang Shijie heard the commotion and came over to look, only to find that it was Wang Haoren. His own old man hated this kind of behavior. What has always been implemented is to keep a low profile and do things in a high profile. Wang Haoren is just a distant relative's child of his own master, who received a little favor after his master developed, and his days have only gotten better. Wang Shijie discovered Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei at this time. Ringo? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie snorted. Wang Haoren and Han Chichi's hearts thumped. They actually know Wang Shijie? And listen to Wang Shijie's address posture is also put very low? Jiang Shuawei's head background Han Chichi understand. The first to rule out. That is the person called Lin. Could it be that Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend had a higher status than the Lang Wang Group chairman's own grandson? Han Chichi inwardly regretted it. If she had known, she wouldn't have messed with Jiang Shuawei. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, was nervously looking at the three Wang Shijie people. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoren. Is this your brother? It's a distant cousin of mine. Wang Shijie explained. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Lin Chen is but to open the value of nearly 100 million, the global limited production of a dozen Lamborghini Poison. Identity background is certainly not ordinary. He easily will not offend. Unless this matter was Lin Chen going too far. Ask your brother. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Shuawei also looked at the Wang Haoren duo with indignation. The duo who knew that Lin Chen's background was definitely not ordinary were immediately apprehensive within themselves. Wang Shijie looked at the attitude of the two men plus the fact that he knew a few things about this distant cousin, and had a general idea in his mind. Wang Shijie's face sank slightly as he turned his head to look at Wang Haoren. What the hell is going on? Wang Haoren knew that the two men knew each other and did not dare to have a hint of adding fuel to the fire, so he could only say what happened in a hard way. After hearing this, Wang Shijie glared fiercely at Wang Haoren and swept Han Chichi with a slightly cold expression. Han Chichi couldn't help but stick to Wang Haoren a few points tighter. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. This matter is really Haoren's fault. Wang Shijie said to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with an apology. Why don't you come over and apologize? Wang Shijie turned his head and looked at Wang Haoren, constantly making his tone a little less good. I'm sorry, brother Lin. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I've gone out of my way with this matter today. Wang Haoren saw Wang Shijie making eyes and hurriedly apologized. And in his heart, he became more and more curious about Lin Chen's background. Han Kiki, however, stayed where she was without moving at all. Seeing his cousin's face darken, Wang Haoren hurriedly pulled Han Chichi, signaling her to hurry and apologize. Han Chichi, however, shook Wang Haoren's hand away and turned her head to leave the pet store directly. Chapter 22. I'm just a little bit of an asset. You want me to apologize to Jiang Shuawei? You're dreaming. If I apologize, I'll be embarrassed to meet Jiang Shuawei every day in the dormitory. Big deal. Get a new boyfriend. You're not that bad looking anyway. Wang Haoren looked at Han Chichi, who had already walked away, in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his indisputable cousin. Let's see what kind of you're looking for. Wang Haoren lowered his head in dismay. Since he's been with Han Kiki, he spent a lot of money for her, and Han Kiki has shown that she loves him. I didn't expect to get in trouble today trying to help her out and have her apologize but walk away myself. Buzz. Wang Haoren's cell phone vibrated. Open it. Let's break up. A message came to mind. Wang Haoren, however, did not get angry or question why she did it. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing you and your sister-in-law for such a woman. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. This attitude was obviously much more sincere than earlier. It's fine. Since you're Wang Shijie's brother, let's leave it at that. Lin Chen smiled. Ding! Quest to make Wang Haoren apologize has been completed. Since there is a maximum number of quest rewards to be received today, the rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I'll treat you and my sister-in-law to a meal. As an apology, Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's performance with satisfaction. Finally, there was a bit of the Wang family. Got to learn to read eyes and know what to mess with and what not to mess with. I'm fine with both. It mostly depends on my girlfriend. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei tenderly. Jiang Shuawei's heart warmed. Yes, no problem. Jiang Shuawei knew that the Wang brothers came from an unusual place, and it was always beneficial to have a good relationship with her boyfriend. What is the most important thing in this society? That is, of course, connections. Then thank you, brother Lin and sister-in-law. for the honor. Wang Haoren was naturally very pleased to see that the two had agreed. From his cousin's attitude, he could tell that Lin Chen's identity background was not ordinary, and if he could make the acquaintance of such a person, it would be beneficial to him without any harm. Why don't you go too, cousin? Then of course I'm going to go. I still want to talk to brother Lin more. What? You kids still don't want me to go? Wang Shijie laughed and cursed. No how? Wang Haoren scrunched his neck. Ringo, have you guys driven yet? Why don't you take my car and go over? My brother must be driving a supercar and can only sit in one. I'm driving a 2-box Mercedes, just enough to take you and my sister-in-law over. Wang Haoren was careful with his words. No, I have my own car. Just send a location and we'll go ourselves. Lin Chen refused. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei got into the car, they received a location from Wang Shijie. Di-ho again? Lin Chen cried and laughed. Yesterday to today, plus this meal in the evening were all eaten at the Imperial Palace. I'm going to your place again, Jiang Shuiwei joked. Lin Chen smiled without saying anything. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren were already at the entrance. Cousin, look, is that a Lamborghini Poison? Holy, how rich does one have to be to afford this car? Wang Haoren was very envious. There are still a lot of people who can afford to drive a Lamborghini Poison, but the ones who can afford to give themselves to let their offspring drive a Lamborghini Poison aren't normally rich. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's surprised and envious look and laughed in his heart. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren's face when he realized it was Lin Chen's car. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei stepped down from the car, Wang Haoren's eyes went wide. This car is Ringo's? Wang Haoren stuttered in excitement. The heart is even more determined to befriend Lin Chen's idea. I did not expect to actually be able to get lucky to know Lin Chen, such a top-rich second generation. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile as he pulled Jiang Shuiwei closer. It wasn't a long wait. Ringo, your car is so cool. Wang Haoren's eyes had to look over at Lin Chen's vehicle of poison from time to time, the longing in his eyes almost overflowing. It's okay, let's go up and eat first, shall we? Yes. Hello Lin Dong. Lin Chen and his group walked into the lobby, and Lu Jing at the front desk lit up when she saw Lin Chen. However, the light in his eyes dissipated again when he discovered Jiang Shuiwei, who was being held by Lin Chen. Aha! Lin Chen nodded at Lu Jing. Ha, Lin Dong? Brother Lin, this Dihao is your property. Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren both looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dihao was still very famous in the circle of powerful people in Tianfu City. Those who could dine in the Tiandi private room of the Imperial Mansion were all considered dignitaries in the entire Tianfu City. This shows how much weight the Imperial carries. Just acquired it a few days ago. Just a small industry. Not worth mentioning. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Awesome. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but marvel. You know that the market value of the entire Langzhou group is just over $80 billion, and this Imperial Hotel is estimated to be at least several $billion to take it down. Right? Small industries not worth mentioning? Dihao with a market capitalization of billions of dollars was only a small industry in Lin Chen's eyes, thus showing Lin Chen's background. Only then did Wang Haoren deeply realize what kind of person he had almost messed with, and could not help but feel a pang of fear. Lin Chen felt like he was about to make Dihao his home, and had been running to Dihao for the past 2 days. Because of Wang Shijie's relationship, Wang Haoren booked the Tianzino 5 private room. Dong Lin, do you need to switch to Tianzino? 1 private room for you and your friends? No need. Let's stay in private room number 5. Right. Give Dong Fong a word that the Tianzi number 1 private room will not be open to the public from now on. Yes. Lin Dong. Lin Chen and his group headed towards the elevator entrance. Lu Jing couldn't help but sigh as she watched Jiang Shuiwei's back from behind her. Perhaps only such a beautiful-looking woman can be worthy of Lin Dong. A few people chatted after ordering their food. Wang Shijie, you and Wang Haoren are both from the Lang Wine Group? Brother Lin, you can call me Haiji, just call him Hong. Sister-in-law can be called that too. That's right, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. When Wang Shijie said this, his face couldn't help but be very proud. He was his grandfather's idol since he was a child, and his ability to create a Langzhou group with a market capitalization of $8 or $9 billion is evident. Jiang Shuiwei forced her inner shock to the bottom of her heart, her face looking calm. Can't make a show of not having seen the world. Can't disgrace Tatsu. Jiang Shuiwei felt that the first 20 years was like living in vain. Only after contacting the real high society, she realized how small her previous world was. So it's the son of the Lang Wine Group. Lin Chen flirted, and he couldn't help but feel the desire to make friends in his heart. Even with a system, you can't always go it alone, right? Ringo, you're joking. Wang Shijie waved his hand. By the way, Brother Lin, what does your family do? It must not be simple to be able to prescribe poisons, right? Wang Shijie opened his mouth curiously. Jiang Shuiwei and Wang Shijie also perked up their ears to listen. My parents are just a beatnik, nothing more, Lin Chen said indifferently. A few people had disbelief on their faces, thinking that it was inconvenient for Lin Chen to say, so they didn't pursue the matter any further. on my own. I have just a little bit of assets, a street frontage, a hotel, and a bit of a stake in Penguin. Chapter 23, The Shocked Wang Brothers. Shares in Penguin? The two brothers of the Wang family exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, you're talking about that Penguin company that's ranked in the top 20 of the world's top 500? Wang Haoran had a shocked look on his face. Penguins can be immense in size, ranking at 17 in the world. Proper giants. Even if Lin Chen only owned 0% or so of Penguin shares, it was very impressive. What other penguin could there be? Lin Chen looked at Wang Haoran with amusement. Ringo, I haven't heard any new shareholders from Penguin lately? Wang Shijie was a bit puzzled. He knew what the shareholders of Penguin were, and there really wasn't Lin Chen. You should know in a few days, Lin Chen explained in a nonchalant manner, and the waiter brought in the food. Along with it came Dong Fong, the two young sons of the Wang family. How come they're with Lin Dong? Dong Fong came in and saw Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran at a glance. Lin Dong, MS. Jiang, Lin Dong I came to be. I know what you're going to say. Later, I'm having dinner with a friend now. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of duck meat, felt it was good and gave Jiang Shuawei a piece as well. Okay, Director Lin, then I won't disturb you and the two Wang family gentlemen for dinner. Dong Fong could only retreat at his words. After a few people had their fill of wine, they got up and got ready to go back to school. Dong Fong, however, had long been waiting at the door. Hiji, you and Hojo go ahead. I have a few things to take care of. Lin Chen looked at the Wang brothers. Alright, then Brother Lin will leave first. After the two left, Lin Chen looked at the Imperial General Manager in front of him. Dong Fong, still want to continue in this position? Dong Fong listened in a cold sweat. This position is very important to him, with which he has made a lot of contacts and also earns millions of dollars a year. Lin Dong, I still want to work. Please give me this chance. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand in an unforgiving manner. She had a pretty good impression of Dong Fong. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's delicate little hand. Considering the fact that you've been working at the hotel for so many years, without merit, I'll give you this chance. You know why I'm a little upset with you? Lin Chen looked indifferently at the relieved Dong Fong. Is it because of that friend of mine's kid? Dong Fong noticed Lin Chen's face and asked somewhat tentatively. Lin Chen shook his head. That's not really your fault. Your fault is that because he's your nephew, you made an exception to let him into the floor-size booth. There's no need for me to tell you why the Imperial Palace has become a gathering place for major power players, other than the fact that the hotel itself is excellent. What's the reason for that, right? I know Lin Dong. This will definitely not happen in the future. Dong Fong immediately assured. Alright, do a good job. I won't treat you badly. Who says Dihao can only be in Tianfu? Don't you think so? Lin Chen said meaningfully. Dong Fong couldn't help but feel stirred up after hearing this. Lin Dong said this is not to imply that he'd do a good job. The future empire is likely to open to the national level. And Lin Dong, I will definitely do a good job and won't let you down. Dong Fong, a man in his 40s, felt that he had returned to his 20s and was full of energy. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand, feeling very proud. That's my man. Okay, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Lin Chen looked at Dong Fong's state at this moment with satisfaction. Hit a stick and then give a sweet date and draw a cake. This is the way of the Imperial Court. Lin Dong, you keep this card. Dong Fong took out a black card and handed it to Lin Chen. It's the Imperial Hotel Supreme card, and there's only one of them right now. Dong Fong explained. This card actually represents the status of identity. Originally there is no Supreme card, only silver, gold, diamond, 3 kinds of cards. This Supreme card is still a temporary production. Lin Chen took the card and held it in his hand for a moment to survey it. Nice to the touch. The card is black in color, and in the upper right corner of the piece, there is a brilliant diamond inlaid that shines brightly. The diamond is not only decorative, but also a security mark for the black card, ensuring the uniqueness of the card. The whole card exudes an air of mystery and nobility. Jiang Shuawei also looked quite fond of the style of the card and took it from Lin Chen, holding it in her hand and playing with it. Have a heart. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's good that Lin Dong likes it. Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuawei to the downstairs of her dormitory. Tatsu, I'll go up first then? Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuawei's thin waist, then lowered his head and kissed. In the middle of the day, the lips parted. You go up. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was red with shame. Badass. Jiang Shuawei turned around and entered the dormitory building after she finished speaking. Only when Jiang Shuawei's back disappeared out of sight did Lin Chen turn around and leave. Back to the dorms. Boss, do you realize that you're already on the hot list of campus posters? As soon as Lin Chen entered, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei excitedly surrounded him. What? Lin Chen couldn't figure it out. Chen Xiao opened the campus posting bar and showed Lin Chen the post that burst into flames. You were secretly photographed and posted on the campus forum when you went shopping with the Zhang University schoolgirl today. Boss, now you're already the public enemy of all the boys on campus. And there's more. Your previous driving a Ferrari to school was also picked up, and now they're all saying that schoolgirl Jiang has fallen in love with a rich cockney. Xia Wei also interjected. Lin Chen stared at it closely, and sure enough, it was the afternoon when he had been intimate with Shui Wei on Lu Lang Street. This campus paparazzi is pretty much everywhere. Lin Chen hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Jiang Shuiwei. What's wrong, Tatsu? You missed me. Jiang Shuiwei's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei in the dormitory were excitedly dancing but didn't dare to speak. Watching Lin Chen burst into laughter. Definitely missed you. Did you read the campus postings? Lin Chen's gentle voice crushed the heart of Jiang Shuiwei on the other end of the phone. I watched it. As soon as I went back to my dormitory, Wan Air told me about it. Don't mind what those people on the posters are saying. They're just jealous that you got such a great boyfriend. The two men in the dormitory heard it and couldn't stand it, and ran to the balcony, out of sight out of mind. Ha 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 ha. Tatsu, why are you so cute? Yes, my boyfriend is the best person in the world. The two talked for a few more minutes then hung up. I'm sure I missed you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei learned a female accent and even threw a wink towards Lin Chen. Asterisk 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 off. That's disgusting, you too. Lin Chen laughed and cursed. Where's Xiao Fei? How come he hasn't returned to his dormitory yet? Lin Chen asked suspiciously when he saw that Xiao Fei hadn't returned yet. The oldest seems to have gone out to play with the schoolmates. Harm. The two of us are left alone in the dormitory. Chen Xiao sighed. Yeah, boss. Does the Jiang University schoolgirl have any single little sisters? Introduce me and Lao Air to them. Lin Chen's mind conjured up Tang Wan Air's domineering protection of her friends and Han Chi-Chi's green tea calling Wang Haoren baby. Couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, you guys can't hold it. Cut. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went off to play the game. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at these two living treasures. Have the uniforms been issued? Lin Chen inquired as he looked at the army green clothes on the table. Yeah, those class officers brought it over. Chen Xiao replied. Chapter 24, The Beginning of Military Training. Yu Suk sent a link to the meeting at this point. Dong Lin, here's the link to the invitation to tomorrow morning's meeting, which will begin at 9 a.m. Sharp tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll attend. Lin Chen thought that tomorrow was the new student military training, but explaining the situation and taking a vacation shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by a ringing cell phone. It was Xiao Wei who set the clock. Today is the day military training begins. Lin Chen took out his cell phone to see that it was only 7:30, sent Jiang Shuiwei a good morning, and got out of bed to wash up. Old Four isn't back yet. Looks like he had a bit of fun last night. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed with some envy. Yeah, this has to be assembled soon, and I don't know if Lao Si will make it. Xiao Wei chimed in. Boo! Xiao Fei opened the door at once. Come on. I see a lot of uniformed ones downstairs already heading over to the playground. Xiao Fei rushed in and changed his uniform while urging the three who were washing up. Old Four, you still know to come back? Our 515 can no longer accommodate you. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei jealously. You're just jealous that I can stay up at night with my sister. Xiao Fei retorted by changing his clothes at light speed. Chen Xiao smiled sarcastically at being poked at his thoughts. Several people changed their uniforms and came to the playground. At this time it was already overcrowded. According to the message sent out in the class group, the four people had a good half day to find their class squad. Only after the leader on the stage spoke passionately did the instructor run into the playground in a neat formation. The entire class of boys and girls were separated and typed into members of other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's squad looked very strong, and at first glance, he was a bad talker. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you're all under my control. Zhang Dazhu looked at the students with a serious expression while checking their attire. You, get out of the line. Zhang Dazhu pointed at a classmate. The student walked out apprehensively. Why did you come to military training in slippers? I didn't have time to change. In the future, answer questions with a report to the instructor in front of them. Start over. Report instructor. Didn't have time to change. Is that the reason? You have 10 minutes to change down. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why should I have to run 3 laps? The boy was a bit unconvinced. Just because I'm your instructor. If you don't want to, you can go talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to go back to his dorm room to change his shoes. After a few moments ago to make an example of them, the squads were obviously much more honest, each standing straight. Now practice military posture. Let's try it for an hour first. After Zhang Dazhu finished speaking, he walked to the side and sat under the shade of a tree, looking at the crowd. 40 minutes later. Boss, I feel like I'm going to pass away. Chen Xiao was already relatively thin and weak, and after standing in military posture for more than 40 minutes she was shaking like she couldn't stand still. Hang in there, it should be soon. Lin Chen was sweating from the sun, and hadn't been exercising much, so his body didn't feel as good as it did in middle school. Junior high school physical exams 1,000 meters are still able to run for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, ding, system mission released. Stick to military posture for an hour. Reward, a strong body. Ding! Yesterday's rewards have been released. Leopard number, Shui 88888 has been replaced with Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen was delighted. The system could really be a good thing. Another 10 minutes passed. Sit down in place and rest. The crowd, as if they had heard heavenly music, all sat down in a brain. Ding! Task military posture for 1 hour has been completed. System rewards have been issued. A system beep sounded in Lin Chen's mind, and then a warm current was surging out that was changing Lin Chen's body, and this soothing feeling made Lin Chen almost unable to stop himself from screaming out. Even my legs, which were weak from the hour-long military postures earlier, became strong. Boss, can we go get water now? I'm dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground and rubbed her leg. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Dazhu, who was sitting under the shade of a tree chatting with the other instructors. Forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the boy who had just run 3 laps before coming over to stand in military posture. Because it was the first day of military training, many students were ill-prepared, and only a few had brought water with them. Still, someone ran to ask the instructor if he could go out and buy water, and all eyes were set on him with admiration and anticipation in their eyes. But the crowd knew the answer when they saw the boy walk back with his head hanging down. That's when a girl approached the squad they were in, not bad looking and carrying 2 bottles of water. At once everyone's eyes were drawn to it. This girl is obviously here to deliver water. Here, ice ice. Zhao Fei stood up happily and shouted towards the girl. The girl immediately walked towards Zhao Fei when she saw him. Needless to say, this must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei got the water, the girl said something to him and left. She was a student at a nearby specialized college, and military training wouldn't start until a few days later. Zhao Fei deliberately asked her to come over and deliver water today just to pretend. At this moment, Zhao Fei looked at the envious and jealous eyes of the students around him, and was inwardly cool. After all, a lot of people came from other places to study, and it was true that not many people could find a girlfriend on only the 3rd day of their freshman year. And Zhao Fei took the water to Lin Chen at this time. Lin Chen raised his head in surprise and looked at Zhao Fei. This bastard has taken the wrong drugs, right? Bringing me water? Classmate, I was the one who spoke a bit too much yesterday. I apologize to you and hope that we can still be good classmates in the future. Take this bottle of water as my reparation. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some of the surrounding students knew what happened yesterday, and when they looked at Zhao Fei, who had a good attitude at this moment, they couldn't help but raise a few points of recognition in their hearts for Zhao Fei being the class president. Ding! The quest to make Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. The quest reward has been placed on the host's dormitory bed. Wow! Isn't that the school beauty Jiang Shuwei? I heard she's in love with a freshman. Jiang Shuwei wouldn't have come over to bring water to her boyfriend, would she? Definitely. Ouch. Heartbreak. At the entrance of the playground was a woman wearing a long white dress, with a stunningly beautiful face, like a fairy descending to earth. The students on the playground were talking as they looked at Jiang Shuwei, all wondering who his boyfriend really was. The boys, who had been wilting, were now in high spirits. Boss, Zhang Da's schoolgirl wouldn't have come to bring you water, would she? Chen Xiao asked as she came over to Lin Chen's side. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly as he watched Jiang Shuwei search around for Lin Chen's figure. This girl. Apology accepted, but no need for water. My girlfriend brought it to me. Zhao Fei was relieved when he heard Lin Chen accept his apology. It doesn't matter if you want his water. Just don't hold a grudge against him. Don't boss. You don't want me to Chen Xiao took Zhao Fei's water, opened it and gulped it. Lin Chen waved his hand at Jiang Shuwei. What is Lin Chen doing? Trying to get the schoolgirl's attention? It's a pity. If schoolmarm Jiang didn't have a boyfriend, with Lin Chen's face value it might be possible. The students watched Lin Chen's movements and whispered. Jiang Shuwei saw Lin Chen, who was waving at her, and with a flash of light in her eyes, she walked over towards Lin Chen. Chapter 25, Water from the Schoolgirl. No way? Jiang Shuwei is really coming this way. Lin Chen wouldn't be schoolgirl Zhang's boyfriend, would he? The crowd was very shocked as they looked at Jiang Shuwei, who was getting closer and closer. Tatsu, drink some water. Jiang Shuwei walked over to Lin Chen and handed him a cup of lemonade, and playfully looked at him and winked. She just wanted to tell them in front of so many people that Lin Chen was her Jiang Shuwei's boyfriend and no one else could snatch him away. Lin Chen smiled gently and took the glass of lemonade from Jiang Shuwei. The turmoil caused by Jiang Shuwei also made many girls notice Lin Chen, and Xiao Fei beside him. Wow! I just realized that there are actually 2 handsome guys in our class. It's a pity that the schoolgirl got the jump on me. How is it possible to rob the school flower? There's another one here. The girls were looking at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei with glowing eyes. Jiang Shuwei noticed a line of sight cast by the girls' squad and held Lin Chen's hand as if she was protecting her calf. Lin Chen smiled slightly at Jiang Shuwei's small movements and held Jiang Shuwei's hand a little tighter. The people in Lin Chen's party were dumbfounded. Compared to Jiang Shuwei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend was weak. Previously, he was still laughing at Lin Chen's self-centeredness, but he didn't realize that Zhang Daxue was really his girlfriend. No, I heard that Zhang schoolgirl's boyfriend is still enrolled in a Ferrari AF90, sitting up in shock from a dying illness. The clown is actually myself? The crowd felt ashamed of their faces. Okay, break is over. Get up and keep training. Zhang Daju glanced at Zhang Shuawei in amazement and shouted to the students sitting under the sun. Can't you rest a few more minutes? My feet are killing me. That's right, we are the future flowers of our country. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the tirades of the people around him. Tatsu, I'm leaving then? You train well. Zhang Shuawei touched Lin Chen's head and said in a serious manner as a young adult. Got it, Zhang-sama. Zhang Shuawei pinched Lin Chen's face then turned around and left the playground. Instructor, I have to take a vacation. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Daju and said, take a vacation? Leave for what? Zhang Daju's face sank at his words. The one thing he hated was a sneaky student. The company is having an AGM and has asked me to attend online. Lin Chen said and even showed Zhang Daju the chat records with Lu Shu. And a shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich kid? Freshman year as a company shareholder? How does it feel to be such a fake guy? I think so. It couldn't be a reason made up to be lazy and not want to train, could it? It shouldn't be so bad. After all, he drives a Ferrari to school. The students looked at Lin Chen and talked. They were already jealous that Lin Chen had a schoolgirl girlfriend to deliver the water. It was like they had found a vent. Lin Chen didn't care when he heard his classmates' words, but the three Chen Xiao people were not happy. If you can't do it, does that mean others can't do it? Our boss is the boss of Imperial Palace. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, okay? And the owner of Dihao? I might still believe you when you say his father is the boss of Dihao. Besides, I still don't know who the boss of Dihao is. I'm a regular customer of Dihao. At this point a male said dismissively. His name is Lin Tianyu and he is from another class. His dad often takes him to Dihao for dinner, and he knows several shareholders of Dihao. His dad, Lin Xiangdong, is also close to Li Sangwu of Empire State. He'll be the owner of Empire State? That's a joke. When the crowd heard Lin Tianyu's words and saw that he was very confident, they also looked at the three with some suspicion, feeling that the three were talking big. Indeed, the Imperial Palace is a high-end hotel that the powerful and wealthy in Tianfu City often go to, with a market value of at least several $billion, and the owner would be a freshman? Another person echoed Lin Tianyu's words. The crowd became more and more certain that the three were just bragging about Boy Chi. Lin Tianyu also became more and more complacent. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were just about to retort when Xiao Fei pressed them. Will they believe you guys if you explain so much? Might as well see how the boss solves it. The two of them then stopped, only looking at Lin Tianyu with a somewhat icy gaze. Zhang Daju looked at Lin Chen and Lu Shu's chat records. Who is she? It's the secretary of the board of directors of our company's people. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Daju listened in confusion. Secretary of the board? What's that? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems, Inc. The moment Lin Chen said this, the entire room fell silent. Xiao Fei and the three of them were also staring at the calm Lin Chen with wide eyes. The boss is a shareholder of Penguin? Liar, right? Xiao Wei was a little unsure. I don't think so. Do you think the kind of character the boss has would be so stupid, in front of so many people? Although Chen Xiao felt that it was a bit sci-fi, she still chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei didn't say anything. He knew that Lin Chen had a very unusual background, and he didn't expect that he was still a shareholder of Penguin. But when did Penguin have an additional shareholder? Xiao Fei was a bit puzzled. Ha 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 ha. He says he's a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say I'm a pony. I am Qin Shi Huang. Hit the money. Penguin, what volume of his own heart is no point. Think he can be a shareholder of Penguin just because he drives a Ferrari SF90? Hey, long and decent looking, but he turns out to be so fond of bragging. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to these clowns. He just looked at Zhang Daju with some anxiety. It's already 9:56 and the AGM will be held at 10. Zhang Daju was holding back his laughter at this moment, looking at the handsome boy in front of him. Okay, you go, and remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen had lied like this in order to be lazy, so it would seem unkind if he still didn't agree. With a nod, Lin Chen sat in the shade with his headphones on and entered the Penguin conference. I told you the three of them were bragging, right? It's not even a problem with Dihao, but now even the Penguin is out. Why doesn't he say he's the president of a pretty country? Lin Tianyu said disdainfully as he looked at the Xiao Fei trio. It caused a bunch of laughter from the class. You, Chen Xiao, a violent temper, couldn't help herself on the spot, but luckily was stopped by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. This would probably get you kicked out of school if you got into a fight during military training. Except, of course, Xiao Fei. People have arrived, so let's officially start this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen looked at the matang displayed next to the speaker's microphone and knew who this was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our Penguin shares, which means that shareholder Lin is our Penguin's second largest shareholder. Would shareholder Lin like to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Those who were able to participate in Penguin's shareholders meeting were all internationally recognized companies and individuals. It was definitely false to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just the equivalent of a freshman who had suddenly gotten rich by relying on the system. Chapter 26 Online General Meeting. Lin Chen turned on the microphone. So let me just say a few words. I'm very optimistic about the future of Penguin. So I've joined up and it's great to meet you all. Welcome Mr. Lin to Penguin. The others also turned on their microphones and greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only say that if he hadn't been good at English, it might have been embarrassing. Mr. Lin, there will be a conference later. Do you need to release your information? Ma Tang was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chen's identity information. The information shows that Lin Chen is a freshman at Suzhou University, and his parents at home are ordinary workers. Where did he get such a huge stream of horrible money to buy up Penguin shares? So he concluded that Lin Chen was definitely not simple, and at the same time, he was worried that Lin Chen would influence his decision-making power over the company. Every person who joined the stock signed an agreement with Ma Tang, stating that they would not be involved in the company's decision-making and would only enjoy the company's dividends. In this way, even if Ma Tang's shares were less than 10%, he would still be able to control the entire Penguin company. So he had to get Lin Chen to sign this agreement as well. By all means, just mention it vaguely. I don't want to not disturb normal life, Lin Chen said indifferently. He didn't like to keep a low profile. With power and strength, he should enjoy it. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger looked cool, but he didn't like it. But again, he didn't want his good college life to be interrupted. After the meeting, a friend request was sent from Lin Chen's super letter. Lin Chen clicked on it and saw that it was from Ma Tang. Lin Chen thought about it and chose to agree. Mr. Lin, there's something I want to talk to you about. Lin Chen had an approximation in his mind. I think they want Lin Chen to sign a unanimous agreement, right? Ma Dong. I know what you want to say, but what can you give? Although they have the same interests and both want Penguin to grow, it's obviously impossible to get Lin Chen to sign an agreement with a single word. Tell you what, I'll come to Tianfu City tomorrow to talk to you in detail. Do you think it's okay? Yes, but I'm going to be in military training, so I'll tell you what, we'll talk more about it at the Imperial Hotel in the evening. Good, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Chen put away his cell phone and got up to walk towards the square. Ouch, Penguin shareholders are back? How was the meeting? Ha 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 ha. XSWL. Lin Tianyu teasingly looked at Lin Chen and said in a conspiratorial manner, the one who spoke. Step forward. Zhang Daju's face sank. Don't you know you have to report before you speak? Go! Run 3 laps around the playground. The smile on Lin Tianyu's face froze. After glaring viciously at Lin Chen, he began to run around the playground. You're in the line. Zhang Daju looked at Lin Chen again and said. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his position, now being taught to kick the front step. Chen Xiao muttered in a low voice as she kicked the front step. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen nodded slightly in response. Sit down where you are and rest for 10 minutes. It just so happened that Zhang Daju blew his whistle for a break. The 3 Qinjiaos just couldn't wait to gather around and sit down. I'm really a Penguin shareholder. Do you think I'm that stupid? Would take this and lie about it. Lin Chen looked at the 3 of them and explained with a bitter smile. We didn't disbelieve you. We just thought it was so unbelievable that we wanted to make sure. Boss, you're a shareholder of Penguin. So can you change that matching mechanism of pesticide? It's really too disgusting. Chen Xiao poured out his pain. That's not something I'm going to change just because I say so. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. Dude thought he had a favor to ask me. But it turns out I'm asked to change the matchmaking mechanics? By the time I got to lunch, I was finally able to take a break. Boss, say, when did you acquire Penguin shares? How much do you hold? The word Xiao Fei had been holding back finally came out. There is no way. Penguin's status is really a bit high. The world's top 20 companies. One of the top companies in China. Turns out your college roommate is a shareholder in Penguin? Just acquired 2 days ago. 10% of the shares. Lin Chen said indifferently. 10%? The 3 of them exclaimed at the same time. Especially Xiao Fei, whose family was very powerful in Shangjing, and thus knew what the concept of a penguin taking 10% of the shares was. Boss, Penguin's official website has released it. It says a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiao just took out his cell phone and prepared to search for Penguin shareholders, but the first item in the hot search was. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei hurried over to look. Frog fun. It's still true. And the old horse said it was a young man just out of college? 10% of the shares? Xiao Wei also exclaimed. The 3 of them were all stunned as they looked at the calm Lin Chen. Now they were 100% sure that this man was their dormitory boss. Boss, you're really my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen. Mud horse, get up off me. It's not disgusting. I'm not bent yet. Lin Chen disgustedly pushed Chen Xiao away. Stupidly, Xiao Wei withdrew his hands and rubbed them awkwardly. Tatsu. The three had just walked out of the playground when Jiang Shuawei quietly came around behind Lin Chen and patted his shoulder. Shuawei, have you been waiting for me long? Lin Chen tenderly grabbed Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei was a little shy looking at the gazes cast around her from time to time, but she still let Lin Chen grab her hand. Not really, I just got here too. Jiang Shuawei stood beside Lin Chen and sized up the three Chen Xiao people. This one is quite handsome, but unfortunately still not as handsome as my Tatsu. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's face value. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's face values were both very capable. Even wearing a military uniform couldn't hide them. It's the kind of level that is instantly noticeable in a crowd. Together with Jiang Shuawei also being here, the gazes of all the people around were attracted. Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei sizing up the three Xiao Fei people and smiled slightly, then introduced them. This one is Qin Xiao. This one is Xiao Wei. And the one whose face value is only a little worse than mine is Xiao Fei. Hello guys, I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said graciously, not feeling nervous just because she was Lin Chen's friend. Hello sister-in-law. The three men spoke in unison. Hello guys, boss, the oldest and I are on the face track too, okay? Chen Xiao held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said tartly. Lin Chen replied perfunctorily. Boss, you and schoolgirl Jiang go eat, don't worry about the three of us. After Xiao Fei greeted him, he only slightly sized up Jiang Shuawei. Although he was promiscuous, it didn't mean that he even coveted his brother's woman. Even if he had once had thoughts about Jiang Shuawei, unlike some beasts. Right, boss, the three of us will leave first. You stay with your sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao scowled at Lin Chen before pulling Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei towards the cafeteria. Your roommates are pretty funny, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuawei fluttered a smile, then looked at Lin Chen curiously. Because I'm older than them. Is it so sketchy? The two talked and laughed along the way, envying the crowd of students beside them. If I could get schoolgirl Jiang to be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. You, go back and take a nap. You can dream about anything. Chapter 27, Taking more kidney tablets. It was already the third day since he came to school, and Lin Chen had yet to eat a meal at school. Chen, that cassoulet is especially good. I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei pointed at the window with a long line with an excited face. Good. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Luckily it hit the last few copies. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen looked for a seat with their dinner plates, and Jiang Shuawei said with palpitations, it's normal for a new student to start school. Lin Chen softly said, I'll take a call. The two of them were talking and laughing as they ate their meal when Jiang Shuawei's phone call came over. Lin Chen nodded. Hey, what's up mom? I'm eating. Jiang Shuawei chirped as soon as she picked up the phone. What? Good. I'll be right back. Jiang Shuawei's face was a bit unsightly after she hung up the phone. What happened? Lin Chen put his chopsticks down and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Something's come up at home and I have to go back, so I'll leave you to train this afternoon. Jiang Shuawei said as she got up and picked up her dinner plate. Can I help you? No, it's just a little thing. Well, take care on your way then. Got it. Lin Chen didn't think much of it as he watched Jiang Shuawei's distant figure. Lin Chen was eating while calculating if it was time to find a personal secretary. After all, behind the company things are getting more and more. Their own a half-assed certainly cannot handle. Lin Chen decided and then picked up his cell phone and sent a message over to Lu Shu. Secretary Lu, do you know those better private secretaries? I want to hire a private secretary. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up and poured his food back to the dormitory. Lu Shu over there was busy, heard the cell phone beep, picked up to see that it was from Lin Chen, and immediately did not dare to slow down. A private secretary? This kind of thing still need to find me well. According to the reason behind, he can give him a top-notch private secretary, right? Lu Shu couldn't help but think in her heart as she looked at the message sent by Lin Chen. However, this is good. It just so happens that one of his nephews has terminated his contract with his last employer, and he should be able to meet the eyes of this Lin shareholder in all aspects of his ability. And, if she can get in touch with Lin Chen, it will be very favorable for her or her nephew. Then may I ask if Dong Lin has any requirements for his personal secretary? There's nothing to ask for, as long as the ability is outstanding, and the treatment is negotiable. I have a nephew with outstanding abilities and is known in the circle as a gold medal secretary. Would you like to know about it? Yes, send the information. Yu Suk said darkly. It's a done deal. She was still very confident in his nephew's abilities, so he sent Lin Chen his nephew's information. Lin Chen on this side was lying on the bed, and several of Chen Xiao had already fallen asleep, and he was still very energetic because of the system's rewards. Lu Hai, graduated from the finance department of the Shangjing University of Finance and Economics, has been the private secretary to the chairman of the Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen was very satisfied looking at this resume, picked up the phone to search the Jiangbei Sunshine Group, or domestic 500 companies, abilities, although some back, but also can prove that this called Lu Hai's ability should be very outstanding. Okay, just him. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll let him contact you. Lu Shu was a little excited and hurriedly made a call to his nephew. Know that new shareholder in Penguin? Yu Suk got straight to the point. I know, auntie. What's wrong? Lu Hai heard Lu Shu called over to ask this. Some doubts, but then thought, is it? He asked me to help introduce him to a personal secretary, so I sent your information. What did that Lin Dong say? Lu Hai said with some apprehension. This was a very valuable opportunity for him, even if he ended up terminating his contract with Lin Chen all the same. With this resume in place, he wasn't worried about his future. Lin Dong is still quite satisfied. I sent Lin Dong's phone number on your super letter. Go and add it. Lu Shu said with a smile. Thanks, auntie. I'll add it right away. Lu Hai instantly became excited and said in an excited tone. Originally he had been ready to agree to a municipal company's invitation. Did not expect the peaks and troughs borrowed from his aunt's relationship step across so big. This Lin Dong's identity background is not ordinary. You must be careful to do things by his side. As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Lu Shu still reminded Lu Hai. Don't worry, auntie. You still don't know what I'm capable of. Lu Hai said confidently. Okay, then you do your thing. I'll hang up now. Alright, auntie. I'll go see you sometime. Lu Hai put down the phone and tried to calm his agitated heart and began to learn about Lin Chen's profile and the penguins. And Lin Chen over here had already started his afternoon military training. Boss, why are you like a different person? How did your physical strength get so good? After Chen Xiao panted and ran through the warm-up exercise that Zhang Dazhu had said, she looked at Lin Chen, who hadn't even broken a few drops of sweat. In confusion, take more kidney tablets. Lin Chen said indifferently. What? One sentence put Chen Xiao Xiaowei and Xiao Fei's three brains to a halt. Lin Chen noticed that the one called Lin Tianyu was looking at Lin Chen in a strange way. Lin Tianyu felt his heart panicking a little. Very much. Lin Chen had just said that he was a shareholder of Penguin, but it turned out that at noon Penguin officially sent out a notice saying that Penguin had an additional young shareholder who had just entered university. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? When it was time to rest, Lin Tianyu finally couldn't help but run over and ask Lin Chen, what proof do you have that you are a shareholder in Penguin? Lin Chen's four were chatting and felt a bit puzzled at the words. Why should I prove it to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu instead thought that Lin Chen just got the news early from somewhere and was pulling the big banner here. You're afraid of me dismantling your lies, aren't you? Lin Tianyu sneered. Other students gathered around to join in the fun. I say, Lin Tianyu, are you sick, right? Do I need to prove to you whether our boss is a shareholder of Penguin or not? What? You want to lick our boss's C******K? Ha 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 ha. There was a roar of laughter around the room. Chen Zhao's mouth was as poisonous as ever. A single sentence made Lin Tianyu furious and directly fumed. Your name is Chen Xiao, right? You wait for me. You'd better not go out of the school gate in the next few days, or I'll make you kneel on the ground and call your father. Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Xiao with a morose tone. The thing you, Master Chen. I'm not afraid of his threats. XXS. Chen Xiao wasn't scared at all, and continued to output close to his face. Lin Chen's several people who had been sitting stood up all of a sudden. Several people behind Lin Tianyu also leaned up, with the intention of making a move at the drop of a hat. Lin Tianyu? Lin Chen memorized the name in his mind, and when the private secretary arrived, these things could be handed over to him. Ugh, look guys, is that squad over there about to fight? So brave? Freshmen have to fight in military training? You're not afraid of getting disciplined. The rest of the party noticed and watched the action from the sidelines. What are you doing? Spread out, all of you. Chapter 28. It's not like you can only have one girlfriend. Zhang Dazhu didn't expect that just by going to the restroom, his own party would almost make such a big deal. If this was known by the chief instructor, he himself would definitely be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Zhang Dazhu burst into flames. All of those guys who were ready to do the fight come out. The rest of you stand in military position for half an hour. Zhang Dazhu had a cold face and called the Lin Chen guys and the Lin Tianyu guys out of the party alone. After learning about a matter, Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Tianyu. You sound like you're still looking for someone to clean up after school? No, it's just a joke between classmates. Lin Tianyu smiled sarcastically. He also does not want to carry a disciplinary action because of this matter. Suzhou University is still quite a lot of rich second generation. Spread out the word is not good to hear. What kind of society is it now? Do you really think it's the time we were in, when a beating was good enough? We're all adults. Think twice before you do something. Zhang Dazhu sighed. Don't worry, instructor. We can't say anything that brainless, Chen Xiao said with a smile, making the three of them, Lin Chen, almost laugh out loud. Lin Tianyu. Several people gritted their teeth on the side but didn't dare to refute. Zhang Dazhu honestly does not want to control these problematic teenagers. When they have experienced the social beatings, will be honest. As long as they don't screw up this week, do whatever they want. Get back in line. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Fei's trio started grabbing the toilet to take a shower. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone to send a message to Zhang Shuiwei. He always felt wrong when he looked back later. Shuiwei, what did uncle and auntie call you back for? After sending the message, he saw a friend verification in his phone, which should be Lu Hai, so Lin Chen chose to agree. Lin Dong, I'm Lu Hai. You can just call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen looked at the message and smiled slightly. Not bad for a private secretary. This message is so comforting to read. Alright, Xiao Hai, why don't you bring the contract here tomorrow morning? And then tomorrow when Ma Tang comes to me to talk about things, you'll tag along as well. Lu Hai froze as he looked at the message. He was all ready to answer Lin Chen's various questions. And then this passed? Not being able to think too much, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. The final agreement was to sign the contract at 8:30 tomorrow morning at the Imperial Hotel. Then when it's 9 to 10 o'clock, Martin will come over as well. Lin Chen and Lu Hai discussed the specifics of the contract and asked him to read more about Penguin and stop talking. Looking at the last message on the chat page with Zhang Shuiwei, which was still sent by himself, Lin Chen had a bad feeling. Picked up his cell phone and called Zhang Shuiwei over. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Chen panicked a little. Lin Chen was just about to call Dong Fong to ask him to help him check Zhang Shuiwei's address when Zhang Shuiwei's call came back. Lin Chen let out a long breath. What's wrong, Tatsu? Lin Chen heard that Zhang Shuiwei's tone seemed very tired. Shuiwei, is something wrong? Lin Chen tried his best to make his tone seem gentle. It's nothing, don't worry, Chen. I'll go back to school in a few days. I won't be able to stay with you for a few days, so don't look for other girls outside. Zhang Shuiwei was fierce, but Lin Chen always felt that she was hiding something. Alright, you push Sister Tang's contact information to me. In case if I can't reach you, I can at least ask Sister Tang. Well, I still have something on my side. I'll hang up first. Lin Chen heard a loud noise ring out from Zhang Shuiwei's side, and Zhang Shuiwei hung up in a hurry. After a while, Zhang Shuiwei sent a recommendation contact. Are you, Sister Tang? I'm Lin Chen. Tang Wan Air was a bit puzzled. What's the Chevy man adding me for? It's you. What's the matter with MS? Komoto, are you going to introduce me to a man? Lin Chen was sweating a bit. Do you know where Shuiwei's house is? Something seems to have happened at her house, and she won't tell me, so I'd like to go and take a look. Zhang Shuiwei left in a hurry at that time. When Tang Weiner asked her what happened, she only vaguely said that there was something at home. Now that I heard Yi Chen mention it, it did seem a bit off. Tang Wan-er thought about it and sent Yi Chen an address. This is the address of Shuiwei's house. Do you need me to accompany you? No need, senior sister. I'll just go by myself. Okay. Lin Chen looked at the address in his cell phone. Kin Tangmo. Lin Chen gave Mai Tang and Lu Hai's side of the situation, and after setting the time for the third day, he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Boss, are you ready to go out and look for schoolgirl Jiang? Chen Xiao squeezed her eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen. Well, something came up and I'll be back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went down to buy food, and Chen Xiao didn't go down on the pretext that her feet hurt. Well, you'll have to get a leave of absence from your counselor and instructor, won't you? Although Chen Xiao was surprised but didn't ask much, she just reminded him. Lin Chen sniffed and got a bit of a headache. Can't really find any reason to take a vacation yet. Forget about it. Simply just miss it. Lin Chen made up his mind to go straight downstairs and drive Lamborghini Poison out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Zhang Shuiwei and their neighborhood. Their neighborhood belongs to the kind of bungalows with only 1 or 2 floors, which are supposed to be divided into houses after the government occupies the land. As soon as Lin Chen's car drove into the neighborhood, it attracted the attention of many people. It's a small place, where you've never seen a luxury car of any kind. After Lin Chen got off the bus, there were a few very good-looking girls with red faces who came over to ask for super letters. Lin Chen refused one by one. I have a girlfriend. It's not like you can only have one girlfriend. One of the girls spoke up. Screwing Lin Chen won't do it. Forget it. Do you guys know where Jiang Shuiwei's family lives? Jiang Shuiwei? I know. You're not her boyfriend, are you? A few women sniffed with some disappointment. If it was Jiang Yue, then it really couldn't compare to others. Yeah, can you tell me where her house is? Lin Chen was very polite. Although Tang Wan-er had told him the address, the door number was really hard to find. I know, but you shouldn't be able to find her. She should be at the hospital, right? One of the girls said. Didn't she go to school in the city? Why is she in the hospital again? The other girls said with some confusion. I heard my dad say it sounded like her dad was sick with something and needed a ton of money. The girl shook her head with some pity. Can you tell me which hospital? Lin Chen asked with some urgency. It's at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Lin Chen sniffed and thanked him before getting back into the car and driving the navigation towards the hospital. It's good to be long and pretty, to have such a rich boyfriend. This car must cost at least several $1,000,000, right? The girl who had told Lin Chen about the situation looked at the distant poison and lamented. Indeed, with her boyfriend around, his dad won't have to worry about his medical bills at least, right? Chapter 29, I must operate first. Lin Chen followed the navigation to the Jintang County First People's Hospital in a hurry. Shu Wei, I'm coming for you. After Lin Chen parked his car, he sent a message to Jiang Shuwei. How did you know where I was? Sister Tang told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital. Come down and pick me up. I'll be right there. After Lin Chen sent the message, he stood at the front door of the hospital and waited. It didn't take long for Jiang Shuwei to walk down. As soon as he saw Lin Chen, his eyes turned red. Darting over to jump into Lin Chen's arms, Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuwei's head with some heartache. Why didn't you even tell me when something so big happened? Jiang Shuwei raised her head, her nose twitching in aggravation. This is not I do not want to trouble you. You still have to military training it. Right? You do not still have to go to military training tomorrow? It's okay, I took a vacation. In order to keep Jiang Shuwei from worrying, Lin Chen lied. Come on, show me how uncle is doing. Lin Chen hurriedly changed the subject. The two stood here and attracted the attention of many people. After all, if it is not the two people act intimate, it is estimated that some people come up to ask for contact information. My dad is still in the ICU getting a blood transfusion and my mom called me today. It turns out that Zhang Haitao, also known as Jiang Shuwei's father, is a package construction site, but there are only a dozen people under his hands. Today there is a problem at the construction site. Zhang Haitao did not even bother to eat breakfast and went straight to the construction site. I worked until noon and ate 2 or 3 popsicles because of the heat. After a while it just kept spitting blood out of his mouth. This scared the workers and they rushed to call 120 and Jiang Shuwei's mom, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Zhang Haitao, who was covered in blood and passed out. Jiang Min sat down on the ground as soon as her body went limp, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Then he called Jiang Shuwei, and because Jiang Shuwei's grandparents were old, Jiang Min didn't dare to tell them. And how is uncle now? Lin Chan's heart tightened. Even though he didn't know much about medicine, but with blood coming out of his mouth all the time, he could hear how much of a crisis it was. Jiang Shuwei's voice was choked up. Her reddened eyes looked at Lin Chen with a heartache. Doctors say they have not been able to find where the bleeding point is, and with the hospital's blood bank already running out, they are now meeting to discuss a surgical fight. Jiang Shuwei couldn't say any more and hugged Lin Chen as the tears couldn't stop flowing out. Lin Chen, what am I going to do if my dad is gone? Lin Chen couldn't stop patting Jiang Shuwei's back. Don't worry Shuwei, uncle will be fine. We have to trust the doctor. Jiang Shuwei slowed down for a while. She had just been forcing herself not to cry out, putting on a strong face. Her mom is in 6s and 7s right now, and right now she's her mom's anchor. It was only when Lin Chen was by his side at the moment that Jiang Shuwei vented. Jiang Shuwei wiped the tears from her face. She didn't want her mom to know she had cried. Come on, I'll take you to see my mom. Jiang Shuwei forced a smile to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuwei's hand. Aha! At this moment, Jiang Min is outside the intensive care unit looking through the glass at Zhang Haitao, who is constantly spitting blood and transfusing blood to renew his life. Her tears were almost dry, because Zhang Haitao very painful wife and child. Everything is personally, this time no backbone. Jiang Min felt like the sky has collapsed. Mom, this is my boyfriend. He heard about my dad and came over to check on him. Jiang Shuwei put her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder and introduced herself with a strong smile. Jiang Min sniffed and looked at Lin Chen. Hello auntie, I'm Lin Chen. Uncle will be fine. Lin Chen bowed towards Jiang Min and said. Jiang Min just nodded at Lin Chen, then looked at Zhang Haitao in the ICU. At that moment, several doctors in white coats approached. Jiang Shuwei and Jiang Min both came up when they saw it. Lin Chen also walked over when he saw this. Doctor, how's it going? Is my husband still saved? Jiang Min looked at the several doctors in front of him with a somewhat agitated tone. After meeting and discussing, we decided to make a last-ditch effort, but we can't guarantee that we'll be able to save it. And that's something that you as family members have to be prepared for. Jiang Min sniffed as if her whole body's strength had been drained away. She almost didn't stand still, but luckily Jiang Shuwei and Lin Chen next to her held her up in time. "Doctor, please, you must save my father." Jiang Shuowei choked. "We'll do our best." The doctor in charge nodded. "This list you sign, or we won't dare operate." The doctor then pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to several people. Informed consent to surgery. The three of them probably scanned it and realized what it was. Jiang Min looked at the paper and forced her grief to prepare to sign it, but Jiang Shuowei grabbed it first. "Mom, I'm an adult too. I'll do it," Jiang Shuowei said with red eyes. "Yes." The head doctor took the sign sheet and said to the several doctors and nurses beside him, "Prepare for surgery." The few doctors and nurses sniffed and acted immediately. "Director Joe, it's no good. There's only one operating room free right now, but that kidney stone patient is adamant about immediate surgery." A female nurse came quickly and anxiously. "What? There's only one operating room empty?" The head doctor's face sank at that. Zhang Haitao's situation has become very critical, and now every second is snatching people from death. "How long will it be before the fastest of the other surgeries?" Director Lin said in a deep voice. "The fastest is probably another 20 minutes. Then tell that kidney stone patient to wait 20 minutes. I'll go and communicate. You guys take this patient straight to the OR." Director Lin made a direct tap decision. Prioritizing things is something every doctor should know, and kidney stone surgery a little early or a little late doesn't make a difference. "Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou." Jiang Min was in tears at the words and wanted to kneel down for that doctor on the spot. Jiang Shuowei did the same. Director Lin rushed to help the two men up. "This is all what I should do myself. Mr. Shin's got to have an operation that can't be delayed any longer, so you guys can wait outside first." After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors also packed up and pushed the bed towards the operating room. The three of them hurriedly followed. "I don't care. I have to do the surgery first. I'm going up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, and you can afford to delay my company." A few people had just exited the ICU when they heard a man's arrogant voice. Lin Chen looked towards the middle-aged uncle who was wearing a hospital gown and was pointing his nose at a young nurse, and that's when the older man saw a few people. "Can't go. I must be operated on first." Chapter 30 Donation of $10 million. The older man ran over and stopped the bed to keep them from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. "I had an appointment for this surgery last week. Why should someone else have to run and get in front of me in line? Don't know what comes first." The older man yelled at a couple of doctors like a cat with fried hair. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Chen's few people contemptuously. Suddenly he spotted Jiang Shuowei and his eyes went straight. Jiang Shuowei felt the uncle's undisguised gaze and hid behind Lin Chen with a disgusted look. That uncle looked at Lin Chen with contempt and some envy. "Mr. Chow, we've already explained the specifics. This patient's situation is very critical. I hope you can understand." Director Lin walked out and stood in front of the uncle surnamed Chow with an apologetic face. "I cannot understand. Is my time not time?" Chow Jinlong is the owner of a large local construction materials company, which has earned a lot of money in the past few years because of the rapid development of Jintang and ate the dividends. Recently a real estate company was ready to order building materials, and getting the news he was ready to talk about it in a few days. It was a big deal, and he couldn't pass it up. The sooner the better, or it's easy for another company to take it. Director Lin, the patient is vomiting blood again. Several doctors were on their hands and knees as they began to change the blood bags for transfusions. "Big brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. My husband, he's dying." Jiang Min looked at Zhang Haitao, who started to vomit blood again and broke down a little, crying and about to kowtow toward Chow Jinlong. "Mom, stop it." Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei pulled Jiang Min up with red eyes. "It's not impossible to have you operate." Chow Jinlong rubbed his chin and looked at Jiang Shuowei with intent. Everyone instantly understood Chow Jinlong's thoughts. "Send the patient directly to the operating room." "Mr. Chow, if you want to go and sue me, you can just do it." Director Lin knows that Zhang Haitao has no time to waste anymore, and it is imperative that he operates immediately to find out the bleeding point. Several doctors and nurses sniffed without ambiguity and directly pushed the hospital bed in the direction of the operating room. Mother and daughter Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min followed. Lin Chen was worried that Chow Jinlong would do something out of the ordinary to this young Director Lin, so he stayed behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Donate $10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Reward, 30% of the shares of Ronto Land Company. The system never releases quests inexplicably, which means that this one called Chow Jinlong must have some connection with this Ronto land. Chow Jinlong laughed instead of being angry at the situation, walking up to Director Lin looking at the badge he was wearing. "Director Lin E. Lin, right? You wait for me." Chow Jinlong looked at Lin E with a slightly cold face. "This kind of dog that doesn't bark, but bites instead." "Okay, Mr. Chow, I'll go to surgery if it's okay." Lin E wasn't the least bit afraid of Chow Jinlong's threats, and after politely saying so, He hurried to the operating room on his feet. Lin Chen looked for a little nurse and asked where the dean was. After knowing the reason for his visit, the little nurse looked at Lin Chen with some skepticism, but still took Lin Chen there. Chao Jinlong spat towards the ground and took out his cell phone to make a call. Yes, find a media to come here. I want to expose this hospital. Hanging up, he looked in the direction of the operating room with a sneer, then went back to his hospital room. Coming to the door of the dean's office, the young nurse knocked a few times. A neutral voice came from the door. Come in. When the little nurse heard this, she gently opened the door and walked in with Lin Chen. Dean, this gentleman said he wanted to make a donation to the hospital, so I brought him over to you, the little nurse explained. The dean sniffed his gaze away from the computer and looked at Lin Chen. So young? It's not an excuse to see me, is it? A little skeptical, but wanted to be sure. Xiao Fong, you go ahead and get busy. The nurse named Fong sniffed, nodded and left the office. May I ask, sir, how much you would like to donate to this institution? Dean guessed at this point that the youngster would probably donate a few tens of thousands of dollars at most, and then he would say he was looking for some kind of favor. It's not much. I'll donate $10 million. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Oh, $10 million. The dean looked at Lin Chen, whose face was flat, and subconsciously spoke. Take less? $10 million? Dean stood up excitedly at this point. They, the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, have always wanted to get an additional MIR, but a single piece of equipment costs millions and millions of dollars. If the young man in front of them was really willing to donate $10 million at this time, that would be considered a solution to a major problem for them. Right, $10 million, Lin Chen said with certainty. And what are your conditions, sir? Dean spoke tentatively. This is not unheard of, and many of the donations come with strings attached. It is said to be a donation, but in fact it is frankly an exchange of benefits. I don't have any conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. The dean was even more skeptical when he heard this, thinking that the young man in front of him was just teasing himself. The dean took out a letter of intent for Lin Chen to fill out. After Lin Chen filled it out in 3 tries, he punched $10 million into the hospital's financial account that the dean had mentioned. It was only when the finance department called the dean to say that a sum of $10 million had suddenly arrived that the dean was finally a believer. Thank you so much. On behalf of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System mission, donate $10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County completed. System rewards have been issued. The dean excitedly bowed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't afford to accept this bow from a respected hospital director, and hurriedly dodged away. It's okay, Dean. It's a small token of my support for our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery and I need to be there for her, Lin Chen said after helping the dean up. Oh, is it convenient to say the name of the patient? Dean rushed to ask. It just so happened that he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. Called Jiang Haitao. We were still discussing this patient in our meeting just now. This patient's condition is very serious. How about this? I'll accompany you over there, Mr. Lin. Good. The dean then rushed towards the operating room with Lin Chen. The doctors and nurses along the way all looked curiously at Lin Chen beside the dean. What is this person's origin? To be able to have the dean accompanied by him, and so young, I guess it's a higher social status, a couple of the junior nurses whispered. When Lin Chen and the two of them walked to the entrance of the operating room, they saw Jiang Shuwei and Jiang Min sitting at the entrance of the operating room. Jiang Min's head still resting on Jiang Shuwei's shoulder. The two men folded their hands and kept praying that the surgery would go well. Prayer in a hospital is more sincere than in a church. Auntie, Shuwei. Lin Chen walked over and shouted. The two of them looked up at Lin Chen when they heard this, and Jiang Shuwei had a slight reproach on her face. It seemed to be complaining that Lin Chen had disappeared so suddenly for so long. Chapter 31 Successful Surgery. By way of introduction, this is the director of the hospital. Lin Chen smiled apologetically at Jiang Shuwei before introducing the dean. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuwei's gazes both locked onto the dean at his words. Hello guys, please don't worry. The chief surgeon, Director Lin, is one of the best doctors in our hospital. This surgery will be a complete success. The dean looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuwei and smiled comfortingly. That's good. Jiang Min muttered, his heart sort of reassured a little. Jiang Shuwei gratefully glanced at Lin Chen and the dean. He knew that the dean would come back must be because of Lin Chen. Dean, may I ask what you came over for? Jiang Min opened his mouth and asked. Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father was in surgery, so I came over to take a look. Dean smiled kindly. The operating room, on the other hand, was very alarming. Director Lin, I can't find the bleeding point. Ichisuke was sweating profusely. The shot was a red color, and after rinsing it out another red color came flooding in and was completely impossible to find. Open your belly. Director Lin gritted his teeth. The moment the stomach was cut open, the blood pressure dropped extremely fast. Blood pressure is in the 50s now. A little low. rapid expansion, accelerated blood transfusion. As a last resort, another doctor had to resort to squeezing to speed up the transfusion. After a few minutes, Zhang Haitao's blood pressure finally came up. 10 minutes later, found it. Director Lin spoke in a slightly agitated manner. Finally, an ulcerated wound about 1 centimeter in diameter was found in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the 3 bubbling red words in surgery on the operating room dimmed. The operation is over. The 3 men were on their feet at once, waiting nervously at the door for news, and the dean had long since gone back to take care of things. After all, as the dean, he managed such a large hospital. It didn't take long for the door to open. Director Lin walked out with a tired look on his face to remove his mask. The surgery was a success. It's no longer life-threatening, and we should be able to transfer to the general ward in a few days, Director Lin said with a smile. He enjoyed the feeling of saving lives back. The feeling that there was nothing Hades could do to him fascinated him. The 3 were relieved to hear it. Jiang Min pulled Jiang Shu away and couldn't stop thanking Director Lin, because he had only just had such a major surgery. He would need to stay in the ICU for a few more days for more observation before he could be transferred to the general ward. However, the ICU does not allow family visitation except at specified times. The trio watched outside through the glass for a while before getting ready to leave. Because of this, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei didn't even eat their lunch. Jiang Shuawei hasn't finished her lunch yet, and now it's the point of dinner again. Mom, why don't we go eat first? I'm starving. After the big stone in her heart fell to the ground, Jiang Shuawei's tone couldn't help but be a few points more cheerful. She has been in great agony inside for the past few hours, afraid that his father could not be resuscitated. Only then did Jiang Min have the time and mood to survey Lin Chen. After all, his own daughter had never been known to fall in love in her entire life. At the moment it just feels like I'm raising a good cabbage to be pigged out. Lin Chen's long and talented appearance, coupled with that attitude of the dean just now, one could tell that Lin Chen was not ordinary. Looking towards Lin Chen also became somewhat satisfied, but looking at a son-in-law could not be based on appearance and background alone, but also on character. It still has to be examined and examined. Jiang Min couldn't help but think internally, why does this mother-in-law keep staring at me? Lin Chen's heart surged as he was looked at by Jiang Min, and even though he now had an unusual status, that sense of mother-in-law's innate suppression instantly suffocated Lin Chen somewhat. Kobayashi, right? You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you go to Auntie's house for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Okay, thanks Auntie. The Jiang Min who had returned to normal at this time made Lin Chen feel a little rushed up. Mom, then Tatsu and I will go grocery shopping, so Tatsu and I will be the ones to cook for you tonight. Jiang Shuawei knew that Lin Chen could cook when she chatted with him on his cell phone before and heard him say that his cooking skills were pretty good. Only then did he make this statement, allowing Lin Chen to earn his performance. Okay, then we'll taste Shaolin's handiwork tonight. Mom will go back first. You have to take good care of Shaolin. Jiang Min smiled and instructed with a nod. Got it, Mom. So how are you going to get back? Auntie, shall I give you a ride? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. My mom drove here, and besides your 2 cars are supercars, how are you going to bring 3 people back? Jiang Shuawei blankly glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen touched his head awkwardly. Looks like it. Jiang Min did catch the point in his mind. A supercar? Or 2? That is indeed a very good family condition. Can give Shuawei a good material life? Then the latter need to examine is the character. The 3 of them went to the parking lot in pairs, and Jiang Min couldn't help but be viciously surprised when she saw Lin Chen's car. No other way, the face value is just too high. Jiang Min seems to have only swiped this kind of open door in a short video. I think it's called butterfly door? This kind of car must be at least several $1,000,000. And that's when a security guard came over the side. Bitterly, he said, Little brother, this car turns out to be yours. Your car is too expensive. Nearly $100 million of cars just parked here. We wouldn't dare to rest assured if you did. Turns out the security guard saw a sports car parked here and he was curious enough to search it specifically. It turned out to be worth nearly $100 million. There are only a dozen of them in the world. Scared the out of him. If someone else rubs up against him and the culprit isn't found, then he'll be responsible as a security guard. He had no choice but to stand by this car, like a bodyguard. Hard work, brother. Lin Chen smiled apologetically and took a packet of huazi from the car and handed it to the security guard. This huazi is still bought in the supermarket before coming. He also does not know whether Zhang Haitao smokes or not, but in order to buy a few sticks just in case, the guard then smiled with joy. It's fine. I'll get busy then. How much is the car? Little. Kobayashi? Jiang Min swallowed hard and asked in an uncertain opening. Lin Chen was a bit helpless. Had he known that he would have rebought a several $100,000 Mercedes-Benz? This way in front of Jiang Shuawei's mother said that this car was sold for more than $90 million at that time, and now it is hundreds of millions of dollars, and it always feels particularly loaded. One could only look at Jiang Shuawei tentatively. Only after seeing Jiang Shuawei nod her head did Lin Chen speak. Auntie, this car should be worth more than $100 million now. What? More than $1 billion? Jiang Min was dumbfounded and couldn't help but mentally count how many zeros there were. A zero, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. Jiang Min only felt a little dizzy from being hit by countless zeros. Pretty good, pretty good. Jiang Min forced a smile. She now felt as if her daughter was the pig. Chapter 32: The Dilemma of the County Hospital. And at this time, the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Public opinion on the internet is very unfavorable to our hospital right now, and it's all about our hospital relying on connections to be able to cut in other people's lines. The dean was sitting on his desk at the moment, rubbing his temples with a bit of a headache as he looked at Director Lin, who was standing in front of him. Dean, emergencies aren't supposed to be about who comes in first and does the surgery, but rather, it depends on the situation. And I don't think I've done anything wrong in this case, Linny said with an uninterrupted face. That Chao Jinlong specifically got the media to smear our hospital. Let's just explain the situation. That's easy for you to say. The internet is all about whoever reports first has the right of way these days. Do you think they'll believe what we say? They'll just think our hospital is making excuses. Forget it. I'll have someone go and see if we can settle this privately with Chao Jinlong. We can't let public opinion fester any longer. Since Chao Jinlong has already been transferred to the hospital, and you're not having an operation, just get off work first. The dean waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to go out from his office. Lin Yi's fists were clenched tightly, but he could only leave the office. Ringo, how's it going? That Chao Jinlong is so hateful. That uncle is obviously in a critical situation, and he's still being unreasonable. A few young doctors and nurses were guarding the doorway, and as soon as they saw Lin Yi walk out, they hurriedly asked. Dean said he'd go talk about paying out some money to see if he could talk privately. Lin Yi was feeling very frustrated at the moment. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei drove Lamborghini Poison to a food market. Here a vegetable market is open air. The environment is not very good, and the flow of people is also very large. Lin Chen looked for a long time to find a parking space. Tatsu, our side is relatively remote. That kind of large-scale superstore has to be over in the center of the county. Jiang Xuewei was a little embarrassed. She felt that since Lin Chen was so rich, he would definitely be uncomfortable with such a small place. It's okay, I used to be a poor kid too. I'm not as pretentious as you think. Lin Chen scratched Jiang Xuewei's perky nose. Let's go. Jiang Xuewei took Lin Chen's hand and bounced towards the food market. 20 minutes or so later, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei returned to the car with a few pockets of groceries, talking and laughing. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic fries, and 2 thorns. Jiang Xuewei broke her fingers and calculated. Is there anything else you want to buy? That should be about right. You want to wear your man out, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile as he looked at the several large pockets of vegetables. Cut. Jiang Xuewei's face blushed a little when she heard Lin Chen's address. Why do I bother asking again? Lin Chen's cell phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Who? Jiang Xuewei curiously came over. Hospital director. Then pick it up. As soon as Jiang Xuewei heard that it was the hospital director, she got a little nervous, afraid that she was here to inform her dad that something had happened. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm not disturbing you, am I? The dean on the other end of the line spoke cautiously. No, Dean, just tell me what you have to say. It's like this. The Chao Jinlong who stopped Director Lin from having surgery today must be known to you. He found the media to add fuel to the fire to discredit our hospital, saying that our hospital jumped the queue to do the surgery based on connections. Now that this matter is fermenting quickly on the internet, the higher-ups have ordered us to make sure we deal with the public opinion on the internet. So I would like to ask for your help to see if there is any relationship that can resolve this matter. Lin Chen's face sank at his words. He didn't expect this Chao Jinlong to be so difficult and careful enough. What's with this guy? Because it was on speakerphone. Jiang Xuewei also heard it and puffed her mouth. Tatsu, help if you can. After all, it's for my dad's surgery. Jiang Xuewei said tentatively. Lin Chen handed Jiang Xuewei a reassuring look. Dean, I'll give it a try, but I can't promise if it'll help or not. I'll give you an answer by noon tomorrow at the latest, Lin Chen said after some thought. Mainly Lin Chen couldn't guarantee that the system was targeting Chao Jinlong before issuing the 30% shares of Rongtou Land Company. Rongtou Land, Lin Chen specifically to understand, is in the city of Tianfu or in the entire Suzhou are in the forefront of the real estate company. Good. Whether it helps or not. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After a few more words, Dean hung up and slumped in his chair. It's a tough hospital to run. It's better to be a director in the old days, when the sky was falling and there was a taller person to take care of it. And Lin Chen over here hung up the phone. There's no rush on this. Let's go back and cook first and talk about it after dinner. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Xuewei's slippery little hand and comforted her. Jiang Xuewei nodded. She trusted her man's ability. Lin Chen then started the engine and drove off in front of a crowd of marveling and envious eyes. Mom, we're home. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and happily shouted towards the house. Lin Chen also followed Jiang Shuawei in. The furnishings in the house are still very luxurious. After all, Jiang Shuawei's family is not poor. Jiang Haitao package construction site can earn 80 to 90,000 a year. Is very tired. Jiang Min changed her clothes at this time and walked out of the house with a phone call. Jiang Shuawei didn't make another sound when she saw Jiang Min on the phone. What? You're already at the airport? Your dad is fine already. Where did you get that from? After Jiang Min hung up the phone, Shuawei, your brother just got on a plane and will be back in the morning. Jiang Min looked at Jiang Shuawei and said with some relief, my brother? I thought I said I wouldn't tell him. Jiang Shuawei complained a little. I didn't tell him. It was your uncle who said it. Your uncle was afraid that if anything happened to your dad, your brother wouldn't see the last of it. Jiang Min's eyes reddened again as she spoke. It's okay, Mom, my dad's okay, let's be happy. Jiang Shuawei forced back her tears and walked over to hug Jiang Min in a soft voice. Yeah, your dad's fine now. Jiang Min pulled out a smile before looking at Lin Chen again. Shaolin, it's really troublesome for you this time, and to come all the way here. It's okay, Auntie, Shuawei is my girlfriend. It's the right thing to do. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuawei also told Jiang Min about Chao Jinlong's use of the media to smear the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. The main reason was to let Jiang Min know what Lin Chen had done, so that she could at least add some points to her impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew Jiang Shuawei's purpose and was somewhat moved in his heart. After Jiang Min heard this, a few touches of anger also appeared on his face. This Chao Jinlong is really a self-righteous bad seed. Shaolin, if you're able to help the hospital, after all, it's also for Lao Jiang that this happened. Sort of a favor Auntie asked you. Auntie, you are too kind. I'll definitely help with this favor, Lin Chen said with conviction. If you can't beat them, then use Penguin's connections. I don't believe you can't handle this kind of small matter. It was the first thing that the future mother-in-law had asked for her help with. Chapter 33, Be careful with your measurements. Good. Jiang Min's eyes grew more and more satisfied as she looked at Lin Chen. Rich, not to mention handsome, and nice to Shuawei. By the way, Auntie, I also bought some tonic over. Lin Chen said and took out the tonic he had bought before coming to Jintang and those soft mediums. I don't know if Uncle smokes either. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oops, this kid, just come, why do you bring something? Jiang Min carried some blame on the surface, but inwardly he was very satisfied. Jiang Shuawei was also very happy. Although she had only been talking for a few days, she had already identified with Lin Chen. Lin Chen had made Jiang Min happy, so naturally, he had passed the test. Dad's and his brother's opinions didn't matter, which meant that Lin Chen was practically their Jiang family's prospective son-in-law already. It's okay, Auntie, then I'll go ahead and cook. Tatsu, I'll go help you. Jiang Shuawei said and happily pulled Lin Chen and ran to the kitchen. Jiang Min also shook his head helplessly as he watched the young couple being close. She had been worried that Jiang Shuawei was not the same, having grown up with no interest in boys at all. As a result, I didn't expect a sudden, unpredictable boyfriend all over my own house. Tatsu, I can see that my mom is very happy with you. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, her two bright eyes smiling like crescent moons. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's head. That's right, your boyfriend is a crowd pleaser. Lin Chen raised his head triumphantly. Narcissist. Jiang Shuawei fluttered her smile and patted Lin Chen's arm. After the banter, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuawei, on the other hand, played a hand. Jiang Shuawei almost not much into the kitchen. Wash a leek or almost washed into leek juice. Peeling a potato almost to scrape off the meat. Frightened, Lin Chen kicked Jiang Shuawei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuawei spat out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen outside the kitchen. At this moment, only Lin Chen was left in the kitchen, and Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to show off his skills. An hour or so later, the three sat at the table. Wow, Tatsu, you can. It looks appetizing. Don't you think so, Mom? Jiang Shuawei's mouth was watering as she looked at the table of good dishes. It's really good. Kobayashi doesn't usually cook much at home, does he? Jiang Min said as she looked at Lin Chen with a smile on her face. She felt that her daughter had picked up a treasure. Men who could cook were rare nowadays. In the past, Jiang Shuawei had not seldom followed along into the kitchen, but without exception, she was driven out by the black-faced Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom. This ninny could blow up the kitchen in a couple minutes. Therefore, one of the couple's mandatory requirements for their son-in-law was that he had to be able to cook. You can't order takeout every day, can you? I learned it from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, try it and see if it tastes to your liking, Lin Chen said with a smile. Good, Jiang Min said, and then he chucked a slice of boiled pork. Not bad. Kobayashi, your craftsmanship is on par with the cooks outside, Jiang Min complimented. As long as you like it, Auntie. Lin Chen let his heart drop at his words. Mom, is it as good as you say it is? Jiang Shuawei was half convinced and said that she also took a little taste. Well, Asama Tatsu, my lady promised you my royal chef, Jiang Shuawei said and ate without any ladylike image. Jiang Min knocked Jiang Shuawei's head. Watch your image. Only then did Jiang Shuawei get honest. Lin Chen snickered from the side, and was viciously glared at by Jiang Shuawei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated a bit and decided to speak up. Shaolin Auntie is also very satisfied with you, but your family's condition is not ordinary. Have you talked to your mom and dad about our Shuawei? Jiang Min still considered for a while before deciding to say it. After all, Lin Chen's family is certainly not rich or expensive. In case Lin Chen's parents did not see their daughter, then Maryover must not suffer? Jiang Shuawei also put down her chopsticks. She had actually thought about this. Auntie, our family is actually not as rich as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers and are very good at talking. Since Chevy and I just got together not too long ago, I haven't talked to my parents about it yet, but I'll tell my parents in a few days. Lin Chen added a sentence after finishing. It can't be, can it? Isn't that car you drive worth almost $100 million? Jiang Min said as she looked at Lin Chen with some skepticism. Really, Auntie? I put all this together by my own efforts, and I'm not at liberty to give you the details, but my parents don't even know I'm rich yet. Lin Chen explained. I've heard Tatsu mention this one. Jiang Shuawei also looked at Jiang Min and nodded. Jiang Min was still skeptical. Lin Chen looked about the same age as his own daughter, and he could drive a $100 million sports car just by himself? Not to mention Lin Chen's other assets. Is this a sci-fi story? Don't worry, Auntie. I'll be good to Shuawei and won't let her suffer. Lin Chen tenderly glanced at Jiang Shuawei and took her small hand, then firmly looked at Jiang Min and said, okay. Jiang Min could only nod. Everything was better to wait for Lin Chen to make a decision after he spoke to his parents. Jiang Min got up and prepared to clear the dishes. No, Auntie, I'll do it. Lin Chen hurriedly got up to block Jiang Min's movements. How can this be? You're a guest. It's embarrassing enough to make you cook. It's okay, Mom, just let Lin Chen do it. Otherwise he won't be able to feel solid in his heart, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. Okay, well then, good job Kobayashi. Jiang Min gave a slight thought and smiled helplessly. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei finished washing, Shaolin you can stay in Shuawei's brother's room. I've changed the sheets and covers to new ones, Jiang Min said as she looked at the two men coming out of the kitchen while holding the dirty sheet covers. Trouble, Auntie. Jiang Min smiled and waved his hand. Mom, go get some rest. It's been a long day. Jiang Shuawei was worried that Jiang Min's body couldn't handle it. After all, it had been a busy day and the mood was still like a roller coaster ride, both mentally and physically. Even she was the same. Alright, then you take care of Shaolin. I'll go rest first. Jiang Min even made it a point to hand Jiang Shuawei a warning look after she finished speaking, a sign not to do anything out of the ordinary. Seemingly afraid that Jiang Shuawei didn't understand the meaning, he even called Jiang Shuawei to his room. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, but after all, it was normal for people's mothers and daughters to whisper, so he sat down on the couch and pulled out his cell phone. Boss, what's going on over there? What's going on? Do you need our help? Something for us. It's a message from Chen Xiao and the three of them. Lin Chen's heart warmed as he replied one by one. Lin Dong, I've gathered some penguin everything on my site for you to take a look. It's bangs. Others are from Ma Tang and Lu Shu, and the mother and daughter in the room. Mom, what did you call me in for? There's something else to whisper about, Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min held his forehead. It was true that this stupid daughter of his was nothing but good grades. I think this kid Shaolin is really good, but you guys must pay attention to the scale when you fall in love. And if so, make sure you take safety measures. Jiang Min is still very open. Nowadays young people fall in love and go to bed, which is very normal, but must not get pregnant. It is extremely irresponsible to get pregnant before marriage. Chapter 34, Pick up at Shuzhou Airport. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuawei's face instantly flushed, her hands covering her burning face. Tatsu and I aren't there yet. Anyway, you guys must remember to have to take precautions in the future. Jiang Min kicked Jiang Shuawei out of the bedroom after she finished speaking. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen asked suspiciously as he looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were still looking at him a bit oddly. No, not much. I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Shuawei didn't even dare to look at Lin Chen's eyes and fled with her head down. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Lin Chen listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, and couldn't help but feel a little fluttery inside. Priggishly, he looked at the information Lu Hai sent in his cell phone, but his eyes looked out to the bathroom from time to time. Finally, the water stopped and the bathroom door opened. Tatsu, come in and I'll tell you which one of my washcloths is. Jiang Shuawei was wearing a pink nightgown, and that feeling of a beauty out of the bath gave Lin Chen a kind of restlessness that he couldn't suppress. Little Lin Chen, must be steady. This is at the mother-in-law's house. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Tatsu, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for wiping my feet. Zhang Shuawei felt something was wrong as she spoke. Tatsu, are you listening to me? Only then did Lin Chen's sight leave from Zhang Shuawei's white thighs. Swallowed. Ha, I'm listening. Zhang Shuawei inwardly snickered. She knew that Lin Chen was stealing glances at her. I'll go back to bed then. I still have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my oldest brother. Zhang Shuawei was just about to leave when Lin Chen yanked her back. Well, Zhang Shuawei knew what was going to happen next and closed her eyes tightly before her mouth was sealed shut. For a long time, the lips parted. My mom is at home. What if my mom finds out? Zhang Shuawei gasped slightly and said with a red, dissatisfied face, it's okay, it's not like our mom doesn't know we're in love. Lin Chen smiled faintly as he tended to the few strands of hair on Zhang Shuawei's cheeks. Who is your mom? 8 is not yet a handful. Sooner or later you'll be mine. Lin Chen domineeringly wrapped Zhang Shuawei in his arms, and his hands couldn't help but get a little restless. And I'm going back to bed. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to wander to the peak of the mountain, Zhang Shuawei fled from Lin Chen's clutches in panic. As he was leaving, he seemed to be afraid that Lin Chen would be unhappy, and turned around and hesitantly opened his mouth. Tatsu, when I'm ready, I'll give it to you, he said and fled. Lin Chen recalled the touch of softness in his hand just now. He then shook his head and without further thought took a shower and went back to Zhang Shuawei's brother's bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei chatted for a while before falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was still asleep when he felt a pair of small, delicate hands play recklessly on his face. When he opened his eyes, he was met with Zhang Shuawei's exquisite face. Zhang Shuawei had sneaked into the room at some point. You're awake. Zhang Shuawei was startled and somewhat unnaturally pulled away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then hurry up and get out and wash up and accompany me to pick up my oldest brother after dinner. Zhang Shuawei gently pecked Lin Chen on the cheek before smiling and leaving the bedroom. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, got up and folded the quilt and went out of the bedroom as well. Xiaolin is awake. Go wash up quickly. Auntie cooked some congee. After dinner you guys go pick up Shuawei's brother. I'll just go to the hospital first. Zhang Min said with a smile. Okay, Auntie. Lin Chen came to the bathroom and after washing up and eating breakfast again, he and Zhang Shuawei went out the door. Tatsu, how are the three of us going to pick up Zhang Lei going to sit? Zhang Shuawei asked. Zhang Lei is Zhang Shuawei's younger brother, originally studying abroad. Because he knew about Zhang Haitao, he returned to the country overnight. Yeah, Zhang Min definitely needs a car to get to the hospital and his poison is a double occupancy. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. I should have known to buy a car with more space. Coincidentally, that's when a phone call came in. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, I am. Hello Lin Dong. I'm from Rontoland. Just call me Xiao Huang, because you acquired 30% of Ronto's shares yesterday. So may I ask when you'll come over to the company to take a look? I should have time to stop by sometime today. I'll hang up now as I have a few things to do here. Okay, I'm bothering Don Lin. After the phone hung up, Zhang Shuawei kept staring at Lin Chen. You acquired 30% of Unity Investments land? Yeah, you know this company? Lin Chen asked with some curiosity. Yeah, my dad just takes orders from Fusion Investment Land all the time, Zhang Shuawei explained. His dad, because he was the head of an engineering team, she would have learned about things. That's a real coincidence. I'll talk to the Rontoland side when Uncle Jiang gets better. Although Lin Chen didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Shuawei knew what he meant. Happily, she hugged Lin Chen and kissed him. Thanks Tatsu. Let's go ahead and pick up your brother. The plane is almost here. Lin Chen thought about it but decided to talk about it at the airport. Okay. Lin Chen drove Zhang Shuawei for over an hour before arriving at Suzhou Airport. Suzhou Airport was, after all, one of the few airports with the largest passenger flow in the country, and it was filled with luxury cars outside. What Masha Porsche Lembo these sports cars Lin Chen have seen many, but when Lin Chen's car drove outside the airport, it caused a small stir. It's not like those little places where you know it's a sports car but have little idea of how much, but this is the Suzhou Airport, and there is no shortage of wealthy rich kids. Holy, did I read that right? This is poison? Awesome. There's only like 9 of the soft top ones worldwide, right? What a corruption of capitalism. After parking the car, the awe of those around them didn't bother the two. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car, a few security personnel jogged all the way over. Sir, we'll keep an eye on your car. Trouble. Lin Chen nodded and led Jiang Shuawei into the airport. Crowds of people in Suzhou International Airport. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei waited for a while before Jiang Shuawei pointed at a boy dragging a suitcase wearing a pure white shirt with an innocent male grand appearance. My brother has arrived, Jiang Shuawei said, shaking her hand happily towards the boy. The boy also noticed Jiang Shuawei and walked straight towards the duo. Just looking at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei, there was a slight doubt in his eyes. Sis, how's my dad? Jiang Lei hurriedly asked as soon as he came over. Dad is fine now. Don't worry, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Jiang Lei was visibly relieved. After sitting on the airplane for 11 or 12 hours, he had been thinking about this, and hadn't gotten much rest. Then he looked at Lin Chen. And this is? Chapter 35, Giving Away a Mercedes-Benz on Meeting? Lin Chen graciously extended his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. I'm your future brother-in-law. Jiang Lei sniffed and extended his hand to shake Lin Chen's. My name is Jiang Lei. It won't be easy for you to be my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei sized up Lin Chen. His first impression was not bad, dressed to look like a rich man with a good temperament. Once you get past the family hurdle, it's all about character. If it's that kind of flirtatious male, wouldn't my own sister be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Alright, hurry up and get going, Jiang Shuawei urged. She still wanted to rush to the hospital to see how her dad was doing. Jiang Lei was also attached to his dad in his heart, so he also asked, how are we going to get back? Lin Chen was also guilty of this, but in the next moment, he had a bright light in front of his eyes. Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't recognized you as my brother-in-law yet. Call me Jiang Lei. I have a driver's license. What's wrong? Jiang Lei was a bit puzzled and didn't understand what Lin Chen was doing, asking him if he had a driver's license. Do you have your driver's license on you? Bring it on. Jiang Lei was a bit puzzled. Even Jiang Shuawei was puzzled. What are you asking for? Tatsu? Doesn't my car only seat 2 people? Wouldn't it be fine if I go buy another car? It's also a sort of meeting gift for my brother-in-law, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Lei was stunned by what he heard. A car as a meet and greet gift from a brother-in-law you've only just met? No, what kind of person gives a car as a meet and greet gift? Jiang Shuawei sniffed and hurriedly stopped it. You can't be so extravagant even if you have money. Jiang Lei had been a little skeptical that Lin Chen was blowing his mind about being powerful, but when he heard his own sister say that, then he could be sure that Lin Chen had the strength. He still knew his sister well. It's fine. How much can you spend on a car? Lin Chen said indifferently, then turned his head to look at Jiang Lei. What kind of car do you like, Jiang Lei? Jiang Shuawei saw that she couldn't argue with Lin Chen and had to give up. Brother-in-law, you just call Lei. I prefer Mercedes. Jiang Lei was satisfied with this brother-in-law of his at this time, or her own sister is great. Went out to college and abducted such a rich brother-in-law back. Lin Chen smiled slightly. This brother-in-law was quite interesting. That's fine. You open your phone to see what Mercedes-Benz stores are around here. Then add me a friend to share it with me, and we'll go straight there. But you'll have to take a taxi. My car can only seat 2 people. Lin Chen said as he took out his cell phone and added Jiang Lei's green bubble. Alright, brother-in-law, Jiang Lei replied prettily, then couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and start searching. In a short while, he found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store that was close by and shared its location with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the address displayed on his cell phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then, the 3 of them walked out of the Suzhou airport together. Coming outside the airport, Lin Chen looked at the rows of neatly parked cabs outside and turned his head to Jiang Lei and said, Lei, you take a cab there first. Your sister and I will go to the parking lot to get the car. Jiang Lei readily accepted and responded excitedly. Alright, brother-in-law. Jiang Lei's face was overflowing with an uncontrollable smile. What a first car in life. Looking at how happy Jiang Lei was, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Jiang Shuawei, on the other hand, silently followed Lin Chen towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was dedicated to watching over Lin Chen's vehicle to make sure no one would accidentally scratch it. Lin Chen handed the security guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes to show his appreciation. The security guard took the cigarettes and thanked him. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and drove towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store that they had agreed with Jiang Lei. Are you looking to buy a car, little brother? Jiang Lei was sitting in the cab, and the big brother driver chatted with him enthusiastically. Right, Jiang Lei smiled and nodded. I really envy you. You are not too old. I guess you are still in college, right? You're so young to be driving a Mercedes. I'm afraid it's hard to meet love. The driver's big brother looked at Jiang Lei and couldn't help but lament. Jiang Lei smiled slightly when he heard the driver's words and didn't respond. Soon after arriving at the agreed Mercedes-Benz 4 store, after paying the money, Jiang Lei waited for the duo of Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen at the roadside. It didn't take long for a Lamborghini Poison to drive by. Lamborghini? Look at this car, it's at least $10 million, Jiang Lei exclaimed. Jiang Lei was still marveling, but he didn't expect this car to stop directly in front of him. Jiang Lei looked towards the car, and inside sat none other than Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Lei couldn't help but go forward and caress the supercar, his eyes full of envy. The last shred of doubt in his heart dissipated. What's wrong with giving your brother-in-law a Mercedes when you can afford a multi-million-dollar sports car? What's wrong with it? Nothing's wrong. Lin Chen came to the Ford store and parked his car, and at once several Mercedes-Benz sales came out inside. The three were greeted with warm smiles on their faces. You're kidding, driving a Lamborghini to a Mercedes-Benz store. Isn't that a proper big client? The three of them, Lin Chen, were very helpless as they watched so many sales circling around. Don't worry about us for a minute. We'll see for ourselves, Lin Chen said directly. How dare those few sales say anything more? They could only scatter in all directions. And the manager in the Ford store heard that a few people in Lamborghinis came over to look at the car, and also rushed over to greet them. Hello, I'm the manager here. Do you have a model you're more interested in? The man's face was filled with an ingratiating smile. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lei. Lei, which car do you like? Zhang Shuawei hurriedly looked at Zhang Lei, her eyes full of threats. If you kids dare to open your mouth about $1 million car, see if I don't clean you up. Zhang Lei's attention at the moment was all on the various cars exhibited in the store. I was looking at the Mercedes E300 online. I just thought it was great. The interior, I thought I liked it. Although Zhang Lei also liked supercars, but after all, it was the car Lin Chen gave him. If he directly said that he liked Mercedes-Benz's supercars, what if his brother-in-law thought he was greedy? Lin Chen nodded. He'd seen it on short videos before, and he liked the Mercedes C260 and E300 better. It may have been a better shot. The lights in that interior do look good illuminated. That manager sniffed and immediately brought the three of them to a Mercedes-Benz E300. Several people. This is the Mercedes-Benz E300. Is our Mercedes-Benz Triton Starburst? He symbolizes Mercedes-Benz outstanding achievements and extensive in the sea, land and air. That manager then rattled off his introduction. Zhang Lei walked around the car a few times, looked at the interior of the car, and learned some more about the problem. Lei, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. He looked at his cell phone. It was getting late. Brother-in-law, just the E300L. I love it. Zhang Lei nodded with an excited expression. Then pay for it. Full credit card, just the top of the line. Lin Chen took out the platinum card of the Huaxia Bank and said to that manager. Chapter 36. Zhang Haitao woke up. The smile on that manager's face grew even bigger, and he hurriedly took Lin Chen to go through the payment procedures. In a short while, the formalities were completed. That's only 600,000 or so in total. He also paid a little extra to have the Ford store run the license plate and expedite the process. Zhang Lei looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz E300L. Excited hands and feet. How he did not expect. Today actually can have a luxury car of their own. Brother-in-law, this is too much of a surprise for me. I don't even know what to say. Zhang Lei was so excited that he was incoherent. Lin Chen patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and said with a smile, Lei, work hard in the future and come to my company after graduation. This is just the beginning. Zhang Shuawei watched from the sidelines. Her heart was both touched and a little helpless, touched by Lin Chen's generosity and care for his family, and helpless because the speed of this spending was also too fast. Soon after, the temporary license plate was sent over on an expedited basis. All right, let's hurry to the hospital to see our dad, Zhang Shuawei said. Zhang Lei couldn't wait to get into the driver's seat. Sis, brother-in-law, then I'll leave first and not disturb you two in your two-person world. Zhang Lei drove his beloved car away from the Ford store after he finished speaking. Zhang Shuawei blushed slightly. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be teased by her own brother so much. Lin Chen pampered and pinched Zhang Shuawei's face. Let's go too. Zhang Shuawei nodded happily and joined Lin Chen on the Poison. As the roar of the Poison engine sounded, Lin Chen also drove away from the Mercedes-Benz Ford store. Hey, do you guys know what kind of car that Lamborghini was just now? At this time that one of the saleswomen was full of excitement and said to Zhou Wei's people, a Lamborghini supercar? It's got to be several $1 million anyways, right? But I see his one. It's at least $10 million. Yeah, how rich does it have to be for a car to be a $10 million sports car? We can't buy someone a wheel in a year of earning. I just searched. This car is called Lamborghini Poison. It's limited to more than 10 units worldwide. This one is a soft top and is worth nearly $100 million. But I'm guessing you'd need at least a couple $100 million if you want to buy it, right? What? Crazy, right? The Fast and the Furious wouldn't even dare to shoot like this. It's too much. Those sales were full of horror. The manager who stepped out of the side regretted it. Had I known what to say, also have to be cheeky to ask for contact information. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei went to a nearby superstore to buy some fruits and supplements after arriving in Jintang County. When I arrived at the hospital, I came to the parking lot and already saw Zhang Lei's Mercedes-Benz was also there. After parking the car, Jiang Shuawei took Lin Chen's hand and went to Jiang's father's hospital room. Jiang's father's surgery yesterday was successful, and he was transferred to the general ward after more than 10 hours of observation. Jiang's father had already woken up at the moment and was resting on the hospital bed, and was listening to Jiang Lei talk about his study life abroad, his face full of smiles. Jiang Min then cut the apple for Jiang's father. By the way, Mom and Dad, my sister's father bought me a car. It's still a Mercedes, Jiang Lei said excitedly. For the brother-in-law in Jiang Lei's mouth, Jiang Haitao already knew from his own wife's mouth. Very rich, very handsome, very good to Shuaiwei. This was Jiang Min's assessment of Lin Chen. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks. But Jiang Haitao was different. For this guy who had arched the cabbage he had raised for more than 20 years, he inexplicably carried a hint of hostility. Humph, if you want to marry your own daughter, you'll have to go through me. But I heard that Lin Chen had put in a lot of effort for this matter for himself, and had even gotten the dean to come. Then relax a little. And when Jiang Haitao heard Jiang Lei's words, his face instantly sank. You just met someone for the first time and you took a car from them? Jiang Min said in a hurry. Take it easy, old Jiang. It's in the post-operation recovery period. Then he also frowned at Jiang Lei. What's wrong with you? Don't say you've just met with other people's Shaolin for the first time. Even if you're acquainted, you shouldn't accept such expensive things from other people. Honestly, how much did that car cost? Jiang Lei was flustered again when he saw that both his mom and dad were a bit angry. This is what brother-in-law wants to buy for me. Brother-in-law also said that when I graduate and go to work for his company in the future, then I don't want to be paid in the future. Okay? Jiang Lei said weakly. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had just walked to the entrance of the ward when they heard this conversation. Lin Chen was still satisfied in his heart. At least it wasn't a white-eyed wolf. When he used to read novels, in which the heroine's family lay on top of the protagonist and sucked blood to see him frown. And Jiang Lei's character was quite good. At least he wouldn't use his name to do anything outside in the future. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei pushed their way in. Aya, Shaolin is here. Why did you buy so many things again? Didn't you already buy them yesterday? Jiang Min hurriedly piled up a smile and walked forward to receive the things in Lin Chen's hand. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today, Lin Chen said with a smile. And at this moment, Jiang Haitao carefully sized up Lin Chen. I have to say, this kid just gives off a good vibe. Jiang Haitao was still very satisfied. Hello uncle, my name is Lin Chen. I'm Shuaiwei's boyfriend. Lin Chen at the moment did not have the paradigm that he had outside, and stood obediently in front of the hospital bed looking at Jiang Haitao and said, You're a good-looking young man. Come on, sit. Jiang Haitao smiled and pointed to the stool next to him. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over and sat down. Dad, you forgot your daughter. Jiang Shuawei squatted in front of the hospital bed and pouted towards Jiang Haitao. Ouch, my bad. How could I have forgotten my baby girl? Jiang Haitao was smiling at the moment. Daughter slave. Jiang Lei skimmed his lips. Why weren't you like this when I came back? The father and daughter spoke some more before remembering Lin Chen. Dad, how's the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad. Ha, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help but straighten his body when he heard this. Not bad. Jiang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. By the way, Shaolin why did you buy a car for Jiang Lei? It's just too expensive. Let's just give you the money. Jiang Min opened his mouth at this time and asked. Their family is also considered a middle-class family, and they can earn $800,000 to $900,000 a year, and it's still easy to come up with $600,000. It's okay, uncle and aunt. Xiao Lei is Shuaiwei's brother, which is my brother. So what's wrong with me buying a car for my brother? Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me, Lin Chen hurriedly said. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao didn't say anything at this time. They had to say that Lin Chen's words were very clever. If you refuse, doesn't that mean Jiang Lei is not your brother? The subliminal meaning is that you can't go all the way with our daughter. Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min only had to stop. Chapter 37, Xiao Jinlong's ashen face. Mr. Lin, when I heard you were here, I immediately came over to take a look. Dean suddenly appeared in the doorway, looking into the room with a smile on his face. Dean, what are you doing here? Come, sit. Jiang Min hurriedly got up and carried a bench over. No. I mainly just came over to check on the patient's condition, and then I have something to find Mr. Lin. Dean waved his hand in a huff. Lin Chen drifted off, saying something about coming to see how the patient was doing, but in fact, to put it bluntly, he was here to ask for his help. The dean checked Jiang Haitao's physical condition and said something painless before looking at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you think you have time? Why don't you come to my office and chat for a while? The dean looked at Lin Chen with an expectant face. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Uncle, auntie, since the dean is looking for me for something, I'll go over first, Lin Chen said with a smile. Alright, Xiao Lin, you go quickly. Business is important. Jiang Min hurriedly spoke out. Zhang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to go and get busy first. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei again before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as the two of them left the hospital room, Zhang Haitao couldn't help but ask, "What does the dean want with Kobayashi?" Jiang Min sighed, then told Zhang Haitao and Zhang Lei the whole story of that incident. There's actually such a thing. Why is this Chow so shameless? He still has the nerve to make a complaint first and take things out of context to smear the hospital? Zhang Lei smelled the fire all of a sudden came up. Originally as a young man, the fire is relatively strong. At this time cannot wait to find that Chow Jinlong hard to beat him up. Zhang Haitao was also gloomy and fearful. If it wasn't for that Dr. Lin, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to resuscitate him in time, right? And Lin Chen over here had already followed the dean to his office. Where's Dr. Lin? How come I didn't see him at all today? Lin Chen looked at the dean with a touch of inquiry in his eyes. This, Mr. Lin, you also know, the public opinion on the internet is really too big, so we can only have no choice but to suspend Dr. Lin for a period of time first. Dean seemed a little embarrassed to say it, and stammered. Lin Chen's face looked a little bad. Lin Yi was also considered his old man's savior, and now there was nothing wrong with what Lin Yi had done in this matter, but he had been suspended because of it. When he thought of this, Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Not this dean. I was all right with my first impression of him yesterday, but I didn't expect to give me a contrast. Wait for me to make a phone call first. Lin Chen's tone of voice was very flat. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called that phone number from that day. Hello? This is Lin Chen. Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Xiao Huang. Are you coming over? A young woman's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. There's no time yet. Do we have business dealings between Ronto Land and a building material owner named Xiao Jinlong? Lin Dong, you please wait a moment. I'll help you check. There was a loud banging on the keyboard on the other end. Yes, Lin Dong. It's a local building materials company in Jintang County called Golden Dragon Building Materials. Do you see this person? Lin Chen thought in his heart as he sniffed. Sure enough, it's amazing to get a little bit of a feel for the system. Yes, that's right. Do I have the right to terminate his business dealings with Unity Investments Land? Of course you can, Lin Dong. This Golden Dragon Building Materials is just a small company that doesn't bring much business to the company. Then just notify him. Tell him I said so, and if he still wants to continue to cooperate, tell him I'm the son-in-law of that patient at the county hospital. Okay, Lin Dong. I'll go make arrangements. Doodle doodle. Wait, that Xiao Jinlong guy will come over soon to apologize. I'll go back to the ward if there's nothing else. Lin Chen said that and walked towards the door. By the way, let Lin Yi come back to work. Throwing down a sentence, Lin Chen directly walked out of the office. The dean's mind was settled once he heard that things were pretty much settled. So in a happy mood, I called Dr. Lin over. Lin Yi, you can come back to work. Chao Jinlong was transferred directly to the hospital after that incident yesterday, and he just had surgery last night and is now recovering from it. Chao Jinlong looked at the cell phone short video comment area is all bombarded Jintang County First People's Hospital. The corner of the mouth cannot help but hang up a smug smile. Hey, a little doctor still wants to fight me? Let's see if I can't play you to death. Worthy of being the boss. This tactic is really brilliant. The few juniors sitting beside Chao Jinlong also patted Chao Jinlong's ass. For a while, he complimented Chao Jinlong a bit. It's just a shame about the pussy. I haven't even played one of that quality yet. Chao Jinlong even gulped as he spoke. In his heart, he was even more disgusted with Lin Yi, who had spoiled his good deed. Just then, the phone sitting at the foot of the bed rang. Chao Jinlong put away the YY in his heart and picked up the phone. Is it Chao Jinlong, the owner of Golden Dragon Building Materials? Yes, I am. Are you? I'm Huang Wei, the general manager of Ronto Land. Chao Jinlong's voice instantly became much more respectful, and his back couldn't help but straighten. Hello, Mr. Huang. May I ask if we're talking about cooperation? It's about that, but I'm here to inform you that this collaboration is over. Chao Jinlong was a bit anxious at once. Why, Mr. Huang, how can you just say you don't want it? Didn't we say we'd talk about it in a few days? I'm afraid we can't talk about it now. May I ask if Boss Chow has offended someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice was like a thunderbolt that split Chao Jinlong frozen in place. County hospital offended? The patient who's going into surgery? It's not like that. That woman almost knelt down to herself. It doesn't look like she's related. The director of the county hospital? It doesn't look like it. Can a director of a county hospital have the connections to contact the general manager of Ronto Land? And listening to Huang Wei's tone, the person behind that couldn't even afford to mess with Huang Wei. Seems like an offense. Chao Jinlong couldn't think of who he had offended for a moment, so he could only reply stiffly. If it wasn't for the fact that this business was very important to him, coupled with the fact that Ronto Land had a high status for the construction industry in the entire Tianfu city, and even in the entire Suzhou, he would have wanted to give up his job. That's right, if you want to keep working together, Find the patient you offended the other day. Chow Jinlong was dumbfounded when he heard that it was the patient from that day, then asked cautiously, Mr. Huang, may I ask what that person is from? Huang Wei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, the new major shareholder of Unityland. With that, he hung up, and over here, Chow Jinlong's face was ashen. You've offended the big boss of Ronto Land? Chow Jinlong hated to give himself 2 slaps. Chapter 38. I told you to knock and you kicked in the door? It can be said that as long as that person puts out a few words, he, Chow Jinlong, can only quietly wait for the company to go bankrupt. Those few juniors saw Chow Jinlong's ugly face and hurriedly expressed their concern. Is everything alright, big brother? Do you want me to call a doctor? Call your grandpa. Hurry up and get me discharged. Then send me to the county people's hospital. Chow Jinlong cursed. Those few juniors were scolded in an unknown manner, but they still immediately did what Chow Jinlong said. Within a few minutes of those minions going out, a couple of doctors came rushing over on their feet. Mr. Chow, you just had surgery last night. You can't be discharged yet, one of the doctors advised. I have to get out of the hospital today, Chow Jinlong said nonchalantly. Even the repeated persuasion of those doctors was completely useless, and they even received a scolding from Chow Jinlong. There is no choice but to let Chow Jinlong sign a responsibility letter and then arrange for him to be discharged from the hospital. Soon, a few juniors took Chow Jinlong and rushed to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. When he came to the entrance of the hospital, a few doctors and nurses were a bit surprised to see him, and then walked away with a disgusted look on their faces. Chow Jinlong was embarrassed for a while. Luckily, a few juniors soon inquired about the location of the dean's office, and then a few juniors pushed Chow Jinlong to the dean's office. Monkey, knock. Chow Jinlong looked at the office in front of him and gestured. The little brother nicknamed Monkey hemmed and hawed and kicked up. Bang! With a bang, the office door opened. The dean who was working inside was startled and gathered his eyes to see that it was actually Chow Jinlong. Behind him were several big men. The dean was so shaken by the shock that he picked up the phone and called the security office. Someone is causing trouble in the dean's office. Bring a few more people to deal with it. Dean's voice trembled. Didn't Mr. Lin say the matter had been settled? Why is Chow Jinlong still beating down the door with a few minions instead, and exclusively to the dean? Chow Jinlong watched dumbfounded as the monkey performed this miraculous operation. A kick was given to him. It ended up involving the wound, and it hurt so much that I couldn't speak. Hiss. Monkey, still a little uncertain from the kick, took one look at his boss and bent over, thinking he hadn't done enough. Mud old thing, who told you to call? The monkey's eyes glazed over and he strode menacingly towards the dean. No, don't come over. You're breaking the law. Let's settle things properly. Don't do it. The dean slumped in his office chair in fear, his body shrinking back one way or the other, and the minions behind Chow Jinlong burst into laughter. Chow Jinlong saw that things had gotten a little too big and forcefully held back the pain to raise his head and growl. Monkey, you're so stupid. I told you to knock on the door and you kicked it in. What are you doing now? The little brother behind him couldn't stop laughing. Monkey was also scolded. An immediate reaction followed. I'm sorry, Dean. I was being abrupt. Then with a compensating smile he retreated again, and very thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Chow Jinlong and the minions behind him were stunned by the monkey's sequence of maneuvers. What are you doing? Chow Jinlong held back his anger and asked through gritted teeth. Didn't you say to knock, boss? Chow Jinlong was very regretful at the moment how he had taken this stupid bird in. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chow Jinlong held his forehead speechless. Knock knock. Dean, I've got some serious business for you. Inside, Dean, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard a knock on the door and his heart instantly lifted again. Luckily, the security office arrived at that moment, and with them many doctors and nurses who were watching. What are you doing? Several of the defense departments wearing protective gear barked at the 4 men. They'd already seen someone kick the dean's office open on the surveillance earlier. Somehow after coming up, the men stayed honestly at the door again and knocked. That's odd. The dean heard the voice of the person from the hospital's security office at the door, which finally really let go of his heart. His forehead was filled with cold sweat. Nothing much. We're just talking to Dean about something. Chow Jinlong had already cursed the monkey's ancestors in his heart at this moment. A few of the minions nodded their heads in turn. Hey, isn't that the guy who smeared our hospital online? It really seems to be him. He's definitely here to pick a fight. I think I did just hear a loud bang. Hearing the words of the surrounding doctors and nurses, the eyes of the few people from the defense department also became a bit unkind, and at that moment the dean, having slowed down, opened the door and walked out. Boss Chow, you are provoking trouble to go to the station point, you know? The dean came to the side of the man with the tools at the security office with an angry look on his face and scolded. I'm really sorry, Dean. I really didn't mean any harm by coming here this time. I came because I wanted to settle those public opinions on the internet, but this brother of mine is a little bad in the head, and he rushed the dean. I apologize to you on his behalf. Chao Jinlong said, still sitting in his wheelchair and burying his head. Those few juniors, seeing that their boss had apologized, also bowed in a hurry. I'm sorry. The surrounding people were also surprised by the attitude of Chao Jinlong and the others. Were they really here to settle public opinion? After hesitating for a moment, he felt that it was better to address the public opinion of the hospital as a matter of urgency. So he nodded. Okay, but you can only come in alone, and your friends can tell them to wait in front of the hospital. Dean thought about it but still felt that safety was the most important thing. Did you hear what the dean said? You guys go wait for me downstairs, Chao Jinlong said in a bad tone to a few juniors. So boss, are you going to be able to do this fresh out of surgery? The monkey touched his head and pointed at Chao Jinlong's stomach. I'll have someone from the hospital bring you to the hospital door then, Dean said in a rush. Do you hear me? Get down there now, Chao Jinlong hurriedly urged, being watched by so many people, like a zoo monkey. Thinking of this, Chao Jinlong couldn't help but feel a toothache. Monkeys. The boys could only leave the hospital to wait downstairs. There were also a couple of dead eyes from the security office staring at them, and the surrounding doctors and nurses were dismissed by the dean. Boss Chao, you tell me how this matter should be handled, Dean asked tentatively. Dean, I'll record a clarification video right away to put things in perspective, and definitely not cause trouble for the hospital, Chao Jinlong said with great righteousness. But Dean, can I ask the family that had surgery yesterday in that ward? Sure enough, it was Mr. Lin who made the move. Dean couldn't help but be impressed. Even a gangster like Chao Jinlong, who had unusual energy, could be subdued, so it was evident that he had a background. Chapter 39, 10 Slaps on the Face. The dean hesitated and said, it's in Ward 302, but don't you go making a scene. Chao Jinlong nodded his head quickly. Don't worry Dean, I definitely won't make a scene. I just want to go and apologize in person. The dean looked at him with skepticism, but still said, that's fine. Hurry over after you record the clarification video, don't delay too long. Chao Jinlong responded and quickly recorded a clarification video and posted it online. It was then wheeled to the door of Ward 302 by a female nurse arranged by the dean. Chao Jinlong took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and controlled the wheelchair to walk in. Inside the ward, Lin Chen is currently being interrogated by Zhang Haitao. What is the emotional status? To my family Shuawei is not sincere and so on. It made Lin Chen suffer, with question after question coming one after another. There are no answers at all. And just then, Chao Jinlong walked in with his wheelchair. Zhang Haitao froze and was just about to open his mouth to ask what was the matter when Jiang Min spoke with an angry face. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Get out. Do you know that if you delay a little longer, my husband won't be saved? Jiang Min angrily roared at Chao Jinlong with a very agitated expression. Jiang Lei knew who he was as soon as he heard it, and instantly his blood rushed up, and he pinched his fist to beat Chao Jinlong, cursing with his mouth. Mud horse. You animal still dare to come over. I won't beat you to death. This scene startled Chao Jinlong, and he subconsciously had to use his hand to block it. Zhang Shuawei also hurriedly pulled Jiang Lei back. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. You'll go to the police station if you hit someone. Lin Chen also hurriedly walked up to stop Jiang Lei, who was somewhat out of control. Jiang Lei could be said to hate this person who almost made him lose his father. Okay, Zhang Haitao chided, and Jiang Lei only calmed down when he heard Zhang Haitao's words. It was only the eyes that looked at Chao Jinlong that were fierce. Jiang Lei has been especially good from fighting, all practiced to protect Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei's looks were so outstanding when he was a child that many boys adored him and attracted the attention of many uneducated boys at school. One year he was in his first year and Zhang Shuawei was in her third year. He was ready to wait for Zhang Shuawei to go home with him after school, but as soon as he arrived at the door of Zhang Shuawei's classroom, he saw a few boys surrounding Zhang Shuawei, with swear words coming out of their mouths. Zhang Shuawei cried and cowered in the corner. This scene instantly made Jiang Lei's blood rush, yelling, "Dare to bully my sister." Then he rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The rest of the few boys quickly reacted to pull Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei is as crazy as a person pressed a few people to beat. What is around them to take what to beat? That don't want a life to send to beat the few boys finally is afraid. With a wound as smoke ran away. Jiang Lei, who was covered in wounds and had many bruises on his face, bared his big teeth and just smiled at Zhang Shuawei. "Sis, I beat those bad guys away." Zhang Shuawei jumped over and hugged Jiang Lei, crying like a tearful person. Later, when she went home, Zhang Shuawei let out a loud cry as soon as she saw Jiang Min and Zhang Haitao, crying uncontrollably, and Jiang Lei, who was on the side, had his hands full pacifying his sister. After learning what happened, Jiang Min lovingly put his daughter in his arms, and touched his son's head. Bruise's eyes are red. Zhang Haitao was silent for a long time. "Son, you did great. This kind of person should be beaten up really hard. Your dad will take care of you if anything happens. Jiang Lei smiled proudly when he heard this. Jiang Haitao looked at his son and couldn't help but rub his eyes. Later the parents of those boys found the school to make trouble, and Jiang Haitao said something. My son fought well. This kind of uneducated scum should be beaten hard. How much medical expenses his old man paid for him. Since then, no one has dared to mess with the siblings. This is a hospital. What's the point of making a fuss? Jiang Haitao chided in a low voice. Then he coldly looked at Chao Jinlong. What are you doing here? Only then did Chao Jinlong react and hurriedly explained. I'm here today to apologize. My behavior yesterday was truly egregious, and I've come to realize my own mistakes and hope to ask for your forgiveness. The people in the ward were astonished, except for Lin Chen. Jiang Haitao knew what it was all about at once. Kobayashi, you take care of it. Lin Chen nodded at his words, then looked at Chao Jinlong. Do you know who I am? Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him, all dressed in Givenchy. This must be the rightful owner, but this is too young, isn't it? Looks like 18 or 19 years old. Chao Jinlong nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I probably know. I'm really sorry. I really realize my own mistake. You're a big man. Just forgive me this time. Lin Chen smiled faintly and just looked at Chao Jinlong. Chao Jinlong's brain was racing at the moment. Smack yourself 10 times and forget about this matter. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Lin Chen said and also turned his head to look at Jiang Haitao. I feel good. Jiang Haitao couldn't agree more. At the same time, his impression of Lin Chen rose quite a bit. No softness to the enemy. That's a good point. If you don't have the means, you won't get very far with your talent. Jiang Min is feeling a little intolerant. Just want to persuade was Jiang Lei tugged his clothes. Jiang Min only had to put the words and have to swallow. For Jiang Lei, it really felt a bit cheap. Jiang Shuowei also just watched with cold eyes and didn't say anything. Chao Jinlong's face was a bit ugly when he heard this, and he hesitated for a long time before making up his mind. Pop, 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 just slapped himself 10 times in a row, and Delite's face swelled up a bit. Does that look satisfactory to you? Chao Jinlong whispered. That's it, you can get lost. As for cooperation, as long as all your building materials are up to par, I won't give you a hard time. Lin Chen said indifferently. Thanks. Chao Jinlong bowed his head for a moment as he sat in his wheelchair, then exited the hospital room. Humph. I still think it's a bit cheap for him. Jiang Lei was still a bit indignant. Come on, it's a law and order society now. Do you still want to chop off a few of his fingers? When Jiang Haitao glared, Jiang Lei's aura softened. We have to thank Shaolin this time. If it weren't for Shaolin, we'd have caused a lot of trouble for the hospital. Jiang Min sighed. You flatter me, auntie. These are the things I should be doing. Lin Chen said in a hurry. Yes, Mom. Lin Chen is your future son-in-law. Why are you polite with him? Jiang Shuowei blushed slightly and said very boldly. Lin Chen was stunned. Could he say that now? That's right. Don't be polite to my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei also hemmed and hawed. After realizing all that had happened, and Lin Chen's methods, this brother-in-law could be said to be convinced of Lin Chen. Chapter 40. Take a vacation in the name of penguin. Ha ha ha. You guys are right. Old Jiang. What do you think? Jiang Min smiled. Then she looked at Jiang Haitao again. Jiang Haitao was lying on the hospital bed. Hearing Jiang Min's inquiry, he first froze. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Then he barely squeezed out a smile and said, Ah, that's right. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice. When Jiang Shuowei heard this, her face was instantly delighted, and her smile, which was like the blooming of spring flowers, instantly illuminated the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze turned towards Lin Chen, the bottom of her eyes filled with undisguised love. Lin Chen was also stunned, and in his heart he couldn't help but be secretly surprised that the raid had succeeded just like that. It wasn't that hard. Just then, the door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open again. Egu, Dr. Lin, I can finally meet you. Our family was just about to thank you in person. It was Lin Yi who pushed the door in. No need to be so polite, auntie. I came over to see how uncle is doing, Lin Yi said with a smile, while unobtrusively sizing up Lin Chen. The mind wonders if he is the one who helped him return to his post. Jiang Haitao heard, this is a lifesaver na. Dr. Lin, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Jiang Haitao's voice was filled with gratitude, and he held Dr. Lin's hand tightly, his eyes slightly red. Lin Yi said as he checked Jiang Haitao's recovery, this is all what I should do. As a doctor, I naturally can't just watch a life disappear in front of me. His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but think highly of Lin Yi when he heard that. A good doctor indeed. Dr. Lin, when my dad recovers our family will treat you to dinner. Knowing that you doctors can't accept red envelopes, this is the only way we can repay you. Jiang Shuowei said with a grateful face. Eating is out of the question too, but I've taken your kindness to heart. and the best way to repay a doctor is to thank and see a patient discharged in good health. Dr. Lin said with a smile that was like a spring breeze, making people feel incredibly warm. A few people could only regretfully stop inviting, but they looked at Lin Yi with great admiration. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not only a doctor with excellent medical skills, but also a model of medical ethics. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the hospital room. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Chen Xiao calling. Oops, forgot about the school side of things. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Min and the others before hurrying out of the hospital room to the corridor to pick up Chen Xiao's phone. I'll be damned, boss, the instructors and counselors are going crazy. When are you coming back? As soon as the call was connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, and it was as if the anxious tone could penetrate the cell phone screen. Don't mind me. I'll have my people at work go talk to the counselor on the phone later, and then I'll just go talk about it. Lin Chen didn't panic and get up. For him, military training? What's that? Could it be compared to the Penguin Group? The other end of the phone went quiet for a moment, and it took a long time for Chen Xiao's voice to come through. Shareholders of listed companies are just capricious. There was a hint of helplessness and envy in those words. All right, not to talk to you. I have things to do here. Lin Chen hung up after saying that. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen immediately called Lu Shu over. Dong Lin, what are your orders please? Lu Shu's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. You help me contact my counselor in the name of Penguin. Just tell him that I'm taking 2 days off due to a temporary company emergency, and I'll go back to military training the day after tomorrow. Lu Shu on the other end of the phone looked odd. Almost forgot that this hand holding 10% of the Penguin shares of the Lin Dong or a freshman just went to college. Okay Lin Dong, Lu Shu responded. Only then did Lin Chen feel relieved, and after hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath and adjusted his mood before re-entering the hospital room. At this point, Lin Yi had already left, and the Zhang Haitao family was left in the ward at this point. Everyone's mood was already much lighter compared to when Xiao Jinlong had come earlier. Xiao Chen I have no more problems. You and Shui Wei just go back to class first. I heard from Shui Wei that you're only a freshman, and you're still in military training, right? Zhang Haitao saw that Lin Chen had returned, so he asked out loud. Lin Chen nodded. Then you'll go back to school with Shui Wei this afternoon. I have your aunt here to take care of nothing. Lin Chen sniffed and looked at Zhang Shuowei. Seeing that Zhang Shuowei nodded her head, then he agreed. Okay, uncle. What about Lei? Zhang Shuowei asked. I've taken a week's vacation so I can have some more fun, and I haven't even driven enough of the Mercedes E300L my brother-in-law bought me. Zhang Lei said indifferently, then touched his belly. Dad, it's getting late. It's meal time. You rest in bed. We'll go out for dinner first. Zhang Haitao couldn't help but curse. Bastard, knowing that I can't eat you're purposely phasing me, aren't you? I'll get you some porridge. And at this time the winds of public opinion on the internet gradually changed. All the people watching this shocking reversal were also angry and cursing. I thought you were the victim, but it turns out you're the abuser? It's a good thing I didn't make any comments before. I almost fell for this. The internet is not a place outside the law. Everyone should watch what they say. And I heard it almost cost a good, upstanding doctor his job. The damn beast. The internet that was full of curses. Everyone was outputting madly at Xiao Jinlong. All kinds of accusations and abuses filled every corner of the internet, and at that moment, Xiao Jinlong had already been driven by a few minions to re-rush towards that private hospital before. Along the way, Xiao Jinlong's face was horribly gloomy, and the red, swollen cheeks looked even more hideous in the dim light of the car. Boss, are you really okay? I see your face is swollen. Did you get beaten up? I'll go avenge you. Monkey looked at the redness and swelling on Xiao Jinlong's face and couldn't help but be concerned. I fell accidentally by walking. If you can't talk, don't talk. From now on, if you say one more word, you're out of the car. Xiao Jinlong was already furious, and this time it all exploded. His roar echoed in the car, shaking the monkey's heart. When the monkey saw Xiao Jinlong getting angry, he shut his mouth and didn't dare to say a word more. The car was instantly quiet. Monkey could only swipe the video in boredom. Swiping and swiping couldn't help but talk again. Boss, this group of people on the internet called you an animal. If I catch them, I'll be, sure. On the side of the road, a Mercedes-Benz business car slowly stopped. The door opened and kicked out a burly man before driving off again. Monkey looked at the distant business car with a puzzled face. Did I say something wrong again? Chapter 41 I will definitely approve Lin Don's application for leave of absence. At this time, Tang Jelly, Lin Chen's counselor, was still racking her brain to find a way to contact Lin Chen. This morning, she had sent countless private messages to Lin Chen, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea without any reply. Calls to his cell phone always came back with an off tone. She sighed helplessly and was just about to get up to go to dinner when an email was then sent to her inbox. Moreover, the email was actually sent by the famous penguin. Tang Jelly was full of doubts, secretly pondering, I haven't opened any video memberships lately, much less purchased anything from Penguin. What's the point of sending me an email? With a curious mood, Tang Jelly gently clicked on the email, and immediately afterward, she rubbed her eyes and looked at the contents of the email extremely carefully again. Hello Mr. Tang, I'm from Penguin Computer Systems Limited. Tang Jelly, full of incredulity, read along word for word. Lin Chen is the major shareholder of Penguin? Tang Jelly murmured incredulously. How is this possible? He's just a freshman. Just then, Tang Jelly's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone in a bit of a trance. Hello, how can I help you? Hello, is this MS? Tang Jelly Tang? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Oh, I'm the secretary of the board of directors of Penguin. My name is Lu Shu. May I ask if you've seen that email that was just sent to you? Tang Jelly's complexion was corrected, and she hurriedly said, Hello there, I'm Tang Jelly. I've seen the email you sent. You can rest assured. For Lin Chen, not Lin Don's leave application I will definitely approve. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Mr. Tang, by the way, our boss doesn't like high profile, so I hope this matter won't be publicized loudly. Lu Shu's light laughter came from the other end of the phone. No trouble, no trouble. This is originally my area of responsibility. This matter I will not say anything to anyone except the school leadership. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jelly realized that she had already broken out in a cold sweat due to her excessive nervousness. This was a high-ranking person from Penguin. One was not even in the same status position as the other party, and it was inevitable that one would feel nervous when talking to such a big shot. The most unbelievable thing about it is that the students you have taken are actually the majority shareholders of Penguin. Tang Jelly was still a little worried in her heart, afraid that this was someone Lin Chen had specifically found to deceive her in order to take a leave of absence. So, she also specifically searched for that URL, and when she opened it, it was indeed Penguin undoubtedly. Tang Jelly only felt her heart pounding. This young master must be served well, must not be offended. Thinking about it, she picked up her cell phone and gave the instructor's side and the school leaders a detailed explanation of the situation. The school side even sent someone over to verify it, and then without saying a word, directly passed the leave application that Tang Jelly had uploaded for Lin Chen. And at this time the Suzhou University leadership almost all know that this year's freshman there is a Penguin one of the shareholders. As for the specific name is not too clear. Tang Jelly clicked on the private message, word by word, fixing and correcting it for a long time before sending a message out to Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, I already know about your situation. The school side has already passed your leave application. Please don't worry. Looking at this message that was sent successfully, Tang Jelly slumped back in her office chair as if she was relieved, exhaling with relief. It's a lot more brain-burning than writing papers used to be. Lin Chen felt the vibration of his cell phone, took it out, and smiled faintly when he saw the message from Tang Jelly. It seemed to be that Lu Shu's side had already gotten things done. Okay, please trouble Mr. Tang. No trouble, no trouble, as it should be. After Lin Chen and the others found a random place to have lunch near the hospital, because they had in mind that they still had to go to Ronto Land to take a look, they said goodbye to Jiang Min and the others, and then left with Jiang Shuawei. The two sit on poison. Tatsu, my parents are very happy with you, hey, and my brother too. Jiang Shuawei's face was overflowing with incomparable happiness. I see that uncle seems a bit unhappy, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Don't worry about my dad, as long as my mom is satisfied with you on the line. Besides, my dad is also very satisfied with you. Only he is dissatisfied with you as a pig that arched his little cabbage, la Jiang Shuawei said playfully, the pair of big eyes flashing. See, Lin Chen can't help but swallow saliva. Really? Then I'm going to have to savor the flavor of the chard. Then he kissed at those warm, soft red lips. This time was different from the past. After Jiang Shuawei briefly adapted, she actually began to backhand Lin Chen's head and fiercely counterattack. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Then he was no longer polite and enjoyed Jiang Shuawei's initiative to the fullest. The two kissed each other hard, and their breathing became more and more rapid. It was only after a while that they let go of each other lovingly, their lips slightly red and swollen, their eyes full of deep love and fondness. Shuawei. Lin Chen called her name softly, a hint of huskiness in his voice. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks were flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth were filled with an incomparable smile of happiness. Ah, Chen. The two of them smiled at each other with all the affection they could muster. Chen, how did you take leave from military training? Jiang Shuawei suddenly asked curiously. I asked Penguin's side to help me give my teacher a vacation. Just say that there's an urgent matter at the company that requires me to go and deal with it personally, Lin Chen said as he started the poison sports car and slowly drove out. That's an unbeatable excuse you have. Who would dare not grant you leave here? Jiang Shuawei let out a giggle. Lin Chen opened his navigation and searched for the location of Ronto Land, then drove Jiang Shuawei towards the destination. Lin Chen drove for almost an hour and finally arrived at the entrance of Ronto Land. After finding a parking lot and parking the car, he and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car and walked towards the building of Rontoland in the eyes of marvel on the road. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei stepped into the Rontoland's building together and went to the front desk. "I'm here to see Huang Wei." The front desk of the 20-something-year-old girl dressed in professional clothes. At first glance Lin Chen first light up, but then saw the side of the Jiang Shuiwei, suddenly a little lost. "Looking for our Mr. Huang, may I ask if you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked politely. "An appointment? It should count for something." Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, "May I ask your name?" "Sir, my name is Lin Chen." The lady at the front desk looked up the reservation on her computer, but it didn't come up. "Mr. Sorry." The lady at the front desk was just about to say that she didn't check the reservation information when her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 42, Evil Qi Yuan Lu. "Are you Lin Chen Lindong?" the young lady asked with some uncertainty. "If the company doesn't have a second shareholder named Lin Chen, then it should be me." Lin Chen smiled lightly, and that smile was filled with calmness and confidence. "I'm sorry Lindong, I didn't react just now. Mr. Huang is already waiting for you in the office. I'll take you there," the receptionist said respectfully, and after saying so, she also looked at Jiang Shuiwei with some envy, a hint of admiration for Jiang Shuiwei being able to follow by Lin Chen's side showing in her eyes. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then together with Jiang Shuiwei, they were guided to Huang Wei's office by the receptionist lady. At that moment, a young man with glasses and a svelte face walked over with an unhurried pace. "Lin Chen?" the man shouted with some uncertainty, a hint of doubt and surprise mixed in his voice. When Lin Chen heard someone call his name, he was surprised and looked in the direction from which the voice came, a hint of surprise flashing through his gaze. "Uncle?" Lin Chen was first startled, then shouted out in a salty manner, the expression on his face appearing very calm. Zhang Yue and that receptionist lady also looked over curiously. For this uncle, Lin Chen didn't have half a good feeling. His mom and dad worked for his mom's uncle, Lin Chen's uncle's small company when they were young. Said the company, "In fact, there are less than 10 people in the workshop, is to do spring parts production. A do is more than 10 years. People also do less and less, to the end of only Lin Chen parents. As a result, the small workshop closed down because of the environmental reform in 18 years. And that uncle actually just said that Lin Chen's parents should find a new job and left it at that. Various scraps in the small workshop, machinery sold a total of 1 or 2 million, did not say to Lin Chen's parents to send unemployment benefits. This can be Lin Chen's father was angry, said that if it were not for his wife's uncle would have gone to sue him. And since then, there has been no contact between the two families. The young man was called Yuan Lu, and when he saw that it was actually really Lin Chen, he walked over with a few moments of curiosity. Yuan Lu is actually still Lin Dong's uncle? It seems that this Yuan Lu is going to get a promotion and a raise. The receptionist's sister looked at Yuan Lu with some envy. "Lin Chen, why are you here?" "I'm here to see Huang Wei," Lin Chen said indifferently, his tone rippling. "You're looking for Mr. Huang? What do you, a person who is still in school, want with Mr. Huang? Listen to uncle, this is not a place for you to come," Yuan Lu said in a tone of voice that was good for Lin Chen, but there were a few hints of contempt in that tone. Jiang Shuiwei frowned straight away as she listened. Originally, she had wanted to greet Lin Chen when she heard him call out uncle, but now it seemed that the relationship was not good. Even the front desk lady was surprised and glanced at Yuan Lu, feeling a little surprised at his attitude. "I won't trouble you with that, uncle. You'd better go about your own business." Lin Chen didn't get angry. His tone was very calm, only that behind that calmness there seemed to be a trace of undetectable suppression hidden. Yuan Lu was a bit annoyed to hear Lin Chen's reply. His face changed slightly, then he looked at the receptionist lady and simply stopped pretending. "This kid said he had something for Mr. Huang. Do you really take him there? How can you be fooled so easily? He's just a brat who just went to college. You're the one who'll get criticized if he upsets Mr. Huang." Yuan Lu's voice raised a few points, carrying an obvious accusation. The receptionist lady was just about to speak when she was interrupted by Lin Chen. "Uncle, it seems like it's not your turn to meddle in my affairs, right?" Lin Chen's face sank, and a hint of coldness flashed through his gaze, as if that coldness could freeze the air around him. Originally, as the Yuan family owes them the Lin family, and this Yuan Lu at least is also a person with blood relations. Speak and do things even still everywhere to engage in targeting. Yuan Lu snorted. "What serious business can a brat like you have? Don't mess around here." His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. "This is our new major shareholder of Rontoland, Lin Chen Lindong," the front desk lady reminded Yuan Lu. The smile on Yuan Lu's face grew more and more sarcastic. "I told you that you've been tricked, right? Do you think that he, a brat who just started his freshman year in college, could possibly be the company's major shareholder? Besides, I know their family's condition better than anyone. His mom and dad are just electronic factory workers. His voice was harsh and piercing, each word like a sharp sword stabbing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face became a little ugly at this moment, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, his forehead veins rippling, his eyes burning with the flames of anger. The thing he couldn't tolerate the most was someone talking about his mom and dad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Let the evil Qi Yuan Lu sweep away. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as he said coldly, Yuan Lu, you think you know me well? Do you believe that I can make you get laid off and leave with one word from me today? Yuan Lu, however, was unimpressed and still mocked. Oh, you're still pretending even at this point? And by now the argument between the two had attracted many onlookers. Seeing that things were getting a bit big, the receptionist lady rushed to the front desk and made a call over on the landline. Mr. Huang, Lin Dong has arrived, but there's a situation, so you should hurry down and take a look. It's on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was urgent and nervous, and after finishing, she ran all the way over, afraid that something would happen. Listen to this, folks. He says he's the major shareholder of Unity Investment Land. Do you guys think it's possible? Ha 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 ha. Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Chen and laughed loudly, the laughter echoing in the empty hall, making it particularly harsh. There was a roar of laughter from the people around them as well. No one would believe that a boy who looked 18 or 19 years old would be the major shareholder of Rontoland. Is there such a thing as you being an elder? It's too much. Jiang Shuowei's teeth itched with anger, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, filled with rage. The set he's wearing seems to be all Givenchy. Hey. At this moment an onlooker suddenly said in surprise, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, no way? You're not mistaken, are you? Givenchy's clothes cost at least several $1,000s each, right? A set would cost tens of thousands of dollars? The other said incredulously. Really? It can't be wrong. The man replied with great certainty. It can't be fake. Someone questioned. At this moment, the murmurs of the surrounding people also reached Yuan Lu's ears. I can't tell that you still like to wear fake stuff. Lin Chen? Yuan Lu let out another snort, his eyes filled with contempt. For that dress of Lin Chen's he could be 100% sure that it was definitely a fake. He knew Lin Chen's family very well, a family with a monthly income of not even 10,000 has to pay a mortgage and buy social security to pay for their son's college education. Would be willing to spare tens of thousands of dollars a set of clothes for his son? He would never believe it anyway. Chapter 43. Give uncle another chance. What are you guys doing? All idle are you? A woman with a professional outfit and a good temperament and image walked over with a powerful stride. Her exquisite makeup and stern eyes made people not help but feel in awe. I'll go. Why is Mr. Huang down here? Go. Wait a while. I'll check the situation first. The people around them had pretty much left all of a sudden, leaving a few scattered people still sticking their necks out not far away to watch the action. Seeing that the crowd of onlookers had almost dispersed, the woman turned her sharp gaze towards Lin Chen and the others. Mr. Huang, the front desk lady timidly shouted. Mr. Huang, this kid came over to make trouble. I stopped him, but in the end, he was still dead set on coming to the company to look for you, saying he had something to do. Yuan Lu saw that Huang Wei had all come over and looked a little nervous, so he said in a hurry. However, Huang Wei didn't even look at him and walked straight to Lin Chen. Lin Dong, you didn't tell me in advance when you came, so I could come down to pick you up. With a smile on her face, Huang Wei extended her hand towards Lin Chen and said, her tone full of respect, it's fine, no need to make such a big deal out of it. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then shook Huang Wei's hand. She's my girlfriend, called Jiang Shuowei. Huang Wei hurriedly shook Jiang Shuowei's hand again. What a beautiful looking little sister. Huang Wei couldn't help but praise it. Mr. Huang, you're the one who's charming. And Yuan Lu, who was on the side, had already been shocked by the scene with his jaw dropping, and was terrified to the extreme inwardly. How can that be? Aren't the cousins working in the electronics factory now? How could Lin Chen be the major shareholder of Rontoland? Does it mean that brother-in-law he hides his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out that answer. There was no way that hidden identity had been working under his dad for almost 20 years. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So Xiao Chen is really the major shareholder of the company? Ha 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 ha. It seems that uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu smiled awkwardly. That smile was worse than crying, and seemed very far-fetched. It was only at this moment that Huang Wei sized up Yuan Lu. Is this person still a relative of Mr. Lin? Then why make things difficult for Mr. Lin? Lin Chen looked at Yuan Lu with indifferent eyes. Yuan Lu was instantly tense. Don't say that. I can't afford your family, Xiao Chen. Just now uncle is also afraid that you are cheated by others. A moment of impulse to say those words. You do not take it to heart. Some other day, uncle will come to your house to apologize in person, Yuan Lu said with a pleasing smile on his face. That smile was full of flattery, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, it's better for our two families to live their own lives in the future, Lin Shen said and looked at Huang Wei. Mr. Huang, I think our company is still not strict enough in recruiting people. The ability can be worked out later, but the character must be strictly controlled. Lin Shen's voice carried a hint of unquestioning. Yes, Lin Dong is right. I'll start working on a specialized system for the company's recruitment piece later, Huang Wei immediately assured. Yuan Lu's cold sweat immediately came down, and the clothes on his back were soaked. He knew very well what Lin Chen's words represented. He can't afford to lose this job. In a few days he will be able to achieve the position of department head. If he is fired now, it means that all his efforts over the years have been wasted. Chen, after all, we are also relatives by blood. We can't be so desperate. Can't I apologize to you? Yuan Lu said as he looked at Lin Chen with a prayerful face. Relatives? Now you know we're related by blood? I told you, it was late. Lin Chen always had a light smile on his face as he said word for word. The look he gave Yuan Lu was like looking at a clown, full of disdain and mockery. Yuan Lu's legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was really finished this time. Huang Wei walked up and looked at the work license on Yuan Lu's chest. Your name is Yuan Lu, right? You go to the finance right now to settle your paycheck and go through the separation procedures. Yuan Lu was instantly ashen, but he was still not dead. Little Tatsu, this time it's uncle who has gone too far. You give uncle another chance. But Lin Chen didn't even want to look at him at this point. Mr. Huang, show me around the company? Okay, Lin Dong, you come this way, Huang Wei hurriedly said, then told the receptionist to go back to work, leaving her to lead Lin Chen up the stairs. As for Yuan Lu, who stayed in place, seeing that the matter had been finalized, he looked at Lin Chen with a look of resentment in his eyes. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Zhang Yue visited Rongtou Land under the leadership of Huang Wei, who in turn introduced Lin Chen to some of Rongtou Land's situation and its next plans. Ding! Quest, make evil Qi Yuan Lu sweep away quest complete. Ding! 500 million renminbi has been credited to the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding! Received an additional reward, gained 1 billion Douyin diamonds. It has been issued to the host's Douyin account. It seems to be that Yuan Lu's departure formalities have been completed. But what the hell is this Douyin billion diamonds? System, can it be converted to 100 million renminbi? Lin Chen called out to the system in his head. Ding! No way, oh host. This reward is attached. Lin Chen thought about it and agreed. It was all attached anyway, so it was a waste not to want it. Besides, would I lack this small goal as a man with a system? Lin Chen looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he prepared to take Jiang Shu away to say goodbye. Mr. Huang, let's stop here today. I can see that Rongtou Land is flourishing under your management. Lin Dong, you are too kind. This is all the result of the joint efforts of the staff of Rongtou Land. I'll see you off. Mr. Lin, Zhang Shuawei had long been sleepy and couldn't stop yawning. At the moment, I heard that I was ready to go, and I was also sleepy. Who is this? So young to make Mr. Huang pay so much attention, don't you know? That boy is the new major shareholder of our fusion investment. Did you say child exemption? This doesn't look like much, does it? Harm, can't help it. People are born in Rome. We are born cattle and horses. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the murmurs of the surrounding staff. A few days ago he was worse than them. The two of them, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, then took the poison under the watchful eye of Huang Wei, and then it went away. Which luxurious family is behind this Lin Dong? Huang Wei muttered as she looked at the distant poison, and at this time, Yuan Lu was on his way home, his heart filled with unwillingness. All those years of hard work for nothing, only got a few months of compensation. This is all because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going to make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought viciously in his heart at this time. Then, without further hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Mom and Dad. Chapter 44. That's FW. Baby, Shuawei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen asked softly to Jiang Shuawei, who was on the passenger side. I almost forgot to tell you. Today is Wan Er's birthday. She's booked a private room at that Fairview restaurant near the school. Why don't you go with me? Jiang Shuawei said, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen was a bit hesitant. Sister Wan Er's birthday treat should be all girls, right? Wouldn't it be bad for me to go over? No la, several of the class are there. Wan Er has named you to come along. Lin Chen was a bit taken aback at his words. Why did Tang Wan Er ask me to go to her birthday? Okay. Lin Chen thought about it, but nodded in agreement. Tatsu, I want a sundae. Jiang Shuawei looked at a little girl on the side of the road happily eating a strawberry sundae, and she suddenly had some cravings as well. just that honey snow by the road, Jiang Shuiwei said happily as she pointed to the honey snow store next to her. Lin Chen looked in the direction of Jiang Shuiwei's finger and saw a honey snow. It just so happened that there was a parking space on the side of the road, so he directly parked in. After getting off the bus, many passers-by cast a glance. The prince and princess came over in a Lamborghini to go shopping? This car is really handsome. These two Lamborghini drivers have such high values. Are all rich people this good looking? I go, you look at the license plate number. Really against the sky. Shui 88888. Listening to the murmurs of the people around him, Lin Chen's face was as normal, and his calm and relaxed demeanor made him appear even more outstanding. Only Jiang Shuiwei was a little surprised as she went around to the back of the car and looked at the license plate number. Then looking at Lin Chen with some surprise, he asked, Tatsu, when did you change your license plate number? It's still a leopard license plate number. That license plate number alone cost a lot of money, right? Just the other day it was replaced, and it cost tens of millions of dollars, which isn't too expensive. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuiwei's hair and said in a doting manner, tens of millions of dollars isn't expensive yet? Not bad for a major penguin shareholder. Jiang Shuiwei playfully spat out her tongue towards Lin Chen after being shocked. That look was adorable. The two came to the front of Honey Snow's store arm in arm. Tatsu, what do you want to eat? I'll eat what you eat. Jiang Shuiwei pondered slightly. Hello, 2 large strawberry sundaes please. Okay, that's $12. Scan this way. The clerk smiled. Jiang Shuiwei opened the green bubble payment code and scanned it. After waiting a few minutes, the sundae was ready. Jiang Shuiwei ate her sundae with a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, a fashionably dressed woman with a phone in one hand and milk tea in the other walked over in a hurry, completely not noticing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei in front of her. The woman stepped on high heels. Did they sound urgent and messy, as if her world is only the voice of the phone, only to hear a clatter. The woman accidentally bumped into Jiang Shuiwei, and the milk tea in her hand splashed out, spilling onto Jiang Shuiwei's clothes in an unbiased manner. The milk tea liquid instantly spread out on Jiang Shuiwei's clothes, forming a dirty trail, and even her hair had milk tea dripping off. Ouch! Jiang Shuiwei exclaimed, the sundae in her hand almost falling to the ground. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, and her originally pleasant mood was instantly destroyed. Lin Chen hurriedly took out a paper to wipe off the milk tea from Jiang Shuiwei's hair. Lin Chen's movements were very gentle, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Can't you walk faster? What's the point of being slow? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei hadn't expected that woman to have the nerve to say such words. The tone of her voice was filled with impatience and accusations, as if it was all their fault. Jiang Shuiwei's face was red with anger, and she didn't even care to wipe the milk tea on her clothes. It's obvious that you're the one who didn't watch where you were going and you're still fighting back, Jiang Shuiwei said angrily. You apologize, and the matter will be settled, Lin Chen said as he wiped the milk tea from Jiang Shuiwei's body while looking at the woman. His voice was low and strong, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Want me to apologize? Isn't it just a piece of broken clothes? It's not like I can't afford to pay for it. The woman opened the green bubble as she spoke. Her face was filled with disdain and contempt. Say, how many $100 for this dress? Get rid of it. I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not just this dress. You'll have to pay for the bag she's holding too. As Lin Chen said this, he also pointed to the bag in Jiang Shuiwei's hand, which he had previously bought for Jiang Yue at the Givenchy boutique. It was only then that Jiang Shuiwei reacted to the fact that the bag had also been given a bath by milk tea. Ah, my bag. Jiang Shuiwei hurriedly put to use her sleeve to wipe the milk tea on it. This bag was Lin Chen's first gift to her, and it was very memorable to her. You want more money, don't you? Clothes and bag. $1,000 must be enough, right? The woman snorted. Lin Chen looked at the woman like he was looking at her. This bag of Givenchy's, bought as $28,000. Just a few days ago, you pay a $20,000 on the line. The woman's eyes widened at the price and she shrilled. What? 20,000? Are you taking me for? Two poor people can only afford to eat honey snow and still buy more than 20,000 yuan bag? Engage in fraud, right? When these words came out, many of the surrounding people who were watching were instantly offended. What's wrong with being poor? Did I spend your family's money? A young lad couldn't help but shout. That's right. I have to be scolded for being poor even if I eat a honey snow. A young woman with a child chimed in. So yeah, don't ever become such a person in the future, okay? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mom, so what's she like? She's trash, baby. The woman stroked the little girl's head and smiled. The little girl nodded again as if she understood. That woman is a real piece of work. The crowd was accusing. The woman's face was a shade of green and white when she heard that. Humph, you want me to pay $20,000 for buying a fake? Door is not even there. Lin Chen wasn't angry. He just laughed mockingly. You don't want to pay, do you? That's fine. Just call the police, Lin Chen said and took out his cell phone. Okay. Whoever doesn't call the police is a grandson. I'll see what good you crooks can do when you get into the police station. The woman panicked a bit when she heard that she was going to call the police, but settled down and screamed anyway. Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything, just leave this kind of thing to her boyfriend. She didn't believe that this bag could be worth $28,000. Lin Chen smiled noncommittally and pressed the phone, then called. Hello there, this is the police station. Hello, a man broke my bag worth $28,000 but refused to pay for it. I am now in Linjiang District. Chapter 45, are you honest now? After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the woman who was already a bit flustered at this point and said indifferently, the police will be here soon. The woman's lips were tightly closed, her eyes flickered, and not a word came out. Not long after, the ear-piercing siren of a police car came from far and near. Several police officers got out of the car and were ready to find out what was going on. Comrade police, just because I accidentally got milk tea on that girl's body, they're looking for me to claim $20,000. I suspect they are suspected of extortion. The woman actually calmed down quickly and spoke eagerly to the police officer, attempting to defend herself with a hint of indignation on her face. The police officer sniffed and frowned slightly, looking at the scene with a torchlight gaze before looking directly at Lin Chen and asking in a serious tone, "You called the police, didn't you?" Lin Chen nodded without hesitation and replied with a calm demeanor, "I'm the one who called the police. This woman broke my girlfriend's bag, which I bought a few days ago for $28,000, and I have the proof of payment on my cell phone. I still have the invoice." Jiang Shuawei was glad that she took the invoice at that time, when Lin Chen just looked at the invoice and didn't care anymore. And Jiang Shuawei felt that this bag is so expensive, surely cannot be taken directly, so it kept the invoice in the bag. "I think the bag is just dirty, so if you wipe it down it should be fine, right?" The policeman looked at the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand and asked with slight doubt, "That is, comrade police, not to mention whether this bag is genuine, just milk tea got on top of the bag. There is no damage. Why should I compensate so much?" When the woman heard the police officer's words, she immediately came to her senses, and her volume unconsciously increased by a few points, as if she had grabbed a life preserver. "Comrade police officer, this kind of leather type of bag can't get wet. Once it gets wet it will discolor and penetrate the interior, leading to corrosion, staining or damage to the skin." Jiang Shuawei hurriedly spoke out to explain at this time. She had searched the bag specifically because it was valuable to her. The policeman listened to Jiang Shuawei's words, took out his cell phone and searched it, then said seriously to the woman, "In that case, then you should indeed compensate." The woman's face became even more unsightly, her brows furrowed together, but she still talked tough. "Who knows if they're blackmailing me on purpose?" Lin Chen sneered, his gaze revealing anger and disdain. "All we've done from start to finish is ask you to pay for reasonable damages, but not only have you not apologized, you've been bad-mouthing us." At this point, another police officer checked the payment voucher provided by Lin Chen and confirmed the value of the bag. "Ma'am, the evidence is conclusive. You need to compensate them. If you refuse to compensate, we will deal with it according to the relevant legal procedures." The policeman's voice was firm and strong and unquestioning. The woman finally stopped being forceful and her voice lowered. "I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it, okay? But it can't be as much as they say they'll pay, can it? We can go to the counter where we bought this bag at the time to have it appraised," Lin Chen said indifferently. In fact, for him, this amount of money is nothing at all. If the woman had spoken properly and apologized, the matter would have been settled. But this woman also don't know what kind of composition. Obviously is their own problem, still crazy screaming. This does not give her a lesson at night, probably cannot sleep. "We have a car, so please take her with us, comrade policeman." The policeman nodded and then took the woman into the police car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked over to the poison and directly opened the door and walked in. "No wonder you can use a bag that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Look at the car and the license plate number. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rich people are different. This couple is so rich. Do they lack this much money? Can't they let others off the hook? So what if people are rich? Can't you defend your rights if you're rich? Besides, look at that woman's attitude. I would have done the same thing." The people around them were suddenly talking about it. And when the woman in the police car saw that the two Lin Chen men were driving a supercar, her heart was overwhelmed with regret. "I should have apologized earlier. I'm really impressed. You're buying Miyuki in a supercar. Miyuki eats tigers." Soon, several people arrived at that mall. "Come to Givenchy." Before the clerk saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei suddenly enthusiastic. These two are big money makers. Just wanted to say hello to see the police following behind. Heart suddenly tensed up. Is it hard to claim for something that has gone wrong? Can this bag be customized for me? It was bought here at the time. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He took the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand and put it on the counter. The things in the bag had been put away by Jiang Shuawei long ago in the car. The clerk was relieved to hear this, then carefully took the bag and examined it carefully before saying, "Sir, Ma'am, this bag has indeed been irreparably damaged due to the milk tea infusion. And this bag is a limited edition. There is currently no more of the same model in the store. The woman's face instantly turned white when she heard this. The policeman looked at the woman and said, "Ma'am, the facts are clear now." The woman bit her lip and nodded helplessly, taking out her cell phone and preparing to transfer the money. Lin Chen said after letting Jiang Shuiwei collect that compensation money, "Honest now? It would have been fine to apologize. You had to speak out." The woman lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry, I know it's wrong." She had completely lost her arrogant temper just now, and just seeing that license plate number had already made her very frightened. Once the matter was settled, a couple of police officers simply left. The woman also grayed out. That clerk had a flash of inspiration at that moment. "Would you two like to take a look at some of the other bags we have in the store? A few new models just came in yesterday," the clerk asked with a warm smile at that moment. Jiang Shuiwei had thought to forget about it, but Lin Chen had already spoken. "Oh, let's see." The smile on the clerk's face widened. "These are the latest models that just arrived yesterday. Your girlfriend will look great with this bag." Lin Chen looked at the bags that the clerk pointed out and felt that they weren't very nice, but Jiang Shuiwei's opinion was definitely the most important. "Shuiwei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuiwei instantly shook her head. "I don't really like it." The clerk was a little anxious. "We have other styles in the store, and we're sure to have one for you." "No, thanks," Jiang Shuiwei said, then hurriedly pulled Lin Chen out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's about time. Why don't we come back another day to buy a bag? One heir's birthday is important," Jiang Shuiwei said. Lin Chen, however, shook his head. "It's only after 5. How can dinner be after 6? Chapter 46 Hermes Birkin. "If you don't like the Givenchy bag, I'll show you another store." Seeing that Jiang Shuiwei was going to say something else, Lin Chen said directly, "You're my girlfriend now. If you let people know that I, Lin Chen, can't even afford to buy an expensive bag, how do you want people to look at me?" Jiang Shuiwei was speechless and could only helplessly agree. "Okay." Her voice was soft with a hint of compromise. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuiwei's head. "I know you can't afford to spend so much money on me, but isn't that why I earn money? As long as you're happy, I'm willing to spend as much as you want." Jiang Shuiwei's eyes reddened slightly as she raised her head and looked deeply at Lin Chen. Her voice somewhat choked as she said, "Chen, it's the greatest fortune of my life to have met you. It's not that I can't afford to let you spend money. It's just that I hope our relationship isn't measured by these material things. But your words really touched me especially." After saying that, she hugged Lin Chen tightly, leaned her head on his chest, and continued, "I won't reject your thoughts in the future, and I believe that together we can create more wonderful memories than just through these expensive gifts." Lin Chen felt Jiang Shuiwei's true feelings and his heart was filled with warmth. He hugged Jiang Shuiwei back even harder and said softly, "I'll always be good to you, believe me." Just as the two men's lips were getting closer and closer, an older man walked by. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This young man. The two then reacted to still being in the mall. "You're bad." Jiang Shuiwei's pretty face turned red as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled faintly and took Jiang Shuiwei's hand. "Come on, I'll take you bag shopping." Holding hands, the two strolled through the mall, their eyes full of sweetness and love as they met each other's. They strolled around for a while and then walked into the Hermes store. There were two other men in suits who looked like bodyguards guarding the entrance. "Hello, welcome to Hermes." A female clerk greeted her warmly with a smile on her face. "Let's see the bag." Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuiwei and said with a smile, "Okay, the bag is here. Please follow me, both of you." The female sales clerk took Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei to one side, where it was all women's bags. There was a wide array of bags in various styles, colors and materials. "What is your approximate budget, if I may ask?" the shopgirl asked. "Money is not a problem. The main thing is that my girlfriend just likes it." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuiwei with a smile on his lips. Jiang Shuiwei, however, was a bit embarrassed. "Your girlfriend is so happy," the shopgirl said enviously. "My boyfriend is really good to me." Jiang Shuiwei smiled for a moment before her eyes were drawn to the wide array of various bags. "Can you show me that bag?" Jiang Shuiwei's eyes were suddenly drawn to the beige bag on the topmost shelf of the display case. "The top one? Right." Jiang Shuiwei nodded. "This is one of our more popular Birkins collection at the moment. It sells for around $90,000 in regular material, and this bag is in ostrich leather and sells for around $200,000. I need to bring some gloves. You two wait for me a little bit." The clerk introduced herself as she took a pair of white wire gloves from the lower cabinet and put them on, then took that bag off. Jiang Shuiwei just wanted to back out when she heard that a bag was $200,000, but then she thought about what Lin Chen had said before and decided that this was it. The main thing is to genuinely like it. Jiang Shuiwei tried it on, and there was an undisguised fondness in her eyes. The bag complemented her temperament, as if it was customized for her. "Just this one, wrap it up for me," Lin Chen said directly to the store clerk. "I'm sorry sir, this bag is a showpiece not for sale. there is no stock at present. Only crocodile skin material has stock, but the selling price is at 450,009. If you want to buy this kind of ostrich skin material, maybe have to wait for a few days. The shopgirl explained with an apologetic look on her face. The crocodile skin material bag is the same as this one except for the material style and color, right? Lin Chen didn't care. It was only a few 100,000. He had 1,000,000,000 Douyin diamonds. Jiang Shuawei didn't say she wouldn't buy it. Anyway, she was Lin Chen's girlfriend, so bringing it was also giving Lin Chen face. Aha! Yeah, right sir, the shopgirl said with a happy face. Then take out the bag made of crocodile leather and look at it. I'll buy it if my girlfriend likes it. Lin Chen said indifferently. Yes sir. It didn't take long for the shopgirl to carefully approach with a box. After opening it, Jiang Shuawei was immediately attracted to the sight. Expensive has its benefits. Even Lin Chen felt that the crocodile leather material just looks like it gives a feeling of nobility. That delicate texture, exquisite workmanship, all show the luxury and quality. Like it? Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's hair and asked dotingly. Like? Jiang Shuawei nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes glittering with joy. Help me wrap up this bag. I'll swipe my card. Lin Chen looked at the shopgirl and said with a smile. The shopgirl was beaming. Yes sir. The female clerk then brought the card machine. Lin Chen took out his platinum card from Huaxia Bank and swiped it. The female sales clerk looked at Lin Chen with a hint of respect in her eyes all of a sudden. She had been working at Hermes for a number of years, and had never seen a bank card that looked like this, and at a glance, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could obtain. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuawei couldn't wait to carry the bag in her hand. Thank you Tatsu. Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with a happy smile. It's good that you like it, Shuawei. Lin Chen smiled and nudged Jiang Shuawei's nose. The female sales clerk's eyes were full of envy when she looked at Jiang Shuawei. Gentlemen, do you still need to wrap it? No, I'll just carry it. Jiang Shuawei shook her head and refused. The two of them wandered around the store again, then went straight out the door. Good day to you too. Arriving outside the mall, it was 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuawei's cell phone rang. Shuawei, where have you been? Tang Wan-Air's voice came out on the phone. I just finished shopping at the mall with Tatsu. What's wrong? Gu, you're even calling Tatsu. Is it needy? Tang Wan-Air flirted. Che, what do you know? You'd better hurry up and find a boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei said without any good humor. Okay, don't bull asterisk with you guys. We're already out of the school gate. You also hurry over. The box number will be sent to your cell phone later. As soon as Tang Wan-Er heard Jiang Shuawei mention this, she hastily changed the subject. I know. After the phone hung up, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen. Let's go. Wan-Er and the others have already gone out. Lin Chen nodded, then walked towards the parking lot with Jiang Shuawei. Chapter 47, Anchor You're So Brave. Families, guess what I found? Lin Xiaoyu said into her cell phone, her face filled with a look of suppressed excitement. She was driving around in her live stream today as usual, but when she got to the parking lot, she was surprised to find a super handsome supercar. What was found? Is it hard to believe that it's two puppy dogs that are hemming and hawing? What unique taste upstairs. Don't sell yourself short. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages that kept popping up on the live stream and smiled slightly before aiming the camera steadily at the Lamborghini supercar. The anchor has found a very handsome supercar. How about it? It's cool, isn't it? Lin Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of smugness. I'll go. Handsome indeed. This look, unbeatable. This sports car isn't expected to be cheap, is it? Isn't this a Lamborghini Poison? There's actually one in Tenfu City? Super God car ah? At that moment, a person with the screen name, Jibda, said, Poison? What kind of car? How come I've never even heard of it? I've never heard of it either. Seek an explanation. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly cool Poison in front of her, and a strong curiosity welled up in her heart. She merely knew that this car was handsome. As for other aspects of information, she knew nothing. Big brother, Jibda, just introduce it to everyone. Let's get to know each other better. Lin Xiaoyu also said with curiosity. After a while, Jibda sent a long string. The Lamborghini Poison is a car that was presented at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show in Geneva and was limited to just 13 cars worldwide, 3 of which were hardtops and 9 convertibles. At the time, the hardtop was priced at 3.1 million euros, or about 25.4 million yuan, and the convertible was priced at 3 million euros, or about 26.9 million yuan. And now, the convertible version is worth almost a small target, a proper supercar. Once this news came out, the entire live broadcast room was instantly quiet for several seconds, followed by a tidal wave of crazy screens. A car worth $100 million? This has to be driven by someone who's worth something astounding. Useless knowledge added. It's horrible, isn't it? I can't even make $1 billion in my life beating screws until they smoke in an electronics factory. Lin Xiaoyu was also deeply shocked by this passage, and once again looked at the car in front of her, her eyes filled with extreme desire. Suddenly, she inadvertently glanced at the live broadcast room and was surprised to find that the number of people had actually skyrocketed from a few hundred all the way to several thousand. So she had an idea and quickly turned the camera on herself. Families, today's luck is just too good. I actually came across a super sports car worth $100 million. Set your monkey on. I want to see Poison. Why are there suddenly so many people in this live room? I don't think this female anchor looks too good. Is it hard to be choosing an owner? Turn the camera around. The anchor is awesome. Ask for green bubbles. Lin Xiaoyu didn't get angry in the slightest in the face of these either tricky or unkind remarks, and always wore that trademark smile on her face. All the new houseguests in the live room, put up the likes plus followers. Conditional Big Brother gift brush a brush. Today I came across a supercar worth $100 million. I'll give you all a good look later. That's ing disgusting. Who doesn't know that you own that sports car? You're just asking for it with your face. Conditional Big Brother brush gift I just entered the live broadcast room, has not yet seen $100 million worth of car. Looks like it. What's there to see? It's all four wheels. Silly wave one anchor. See if I don't report you. But soon, one after another, people started swiping gifts. Thanks to DJ First for painting the sports car. Thank you, 8 times, Big Brother for swiping the carnival. Thank you, Spirits and Monsters, for swiping the carnival. Big Brother, thank you for the 5 carnival swipes from Big Brother, King of the Beasts. Does Big Brother want to add a green bubble? Lin Xiaoyu looked at the series of gift tips with excitement, her face on the verge of breaking into a smile. Hurry up, the gifts are swiped quickly, let me see the car. You want me to have green bubbles? Go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. Anchor, hurry up, or I'll report it. Lin Xiaoyu was still full of smiles, not affected by these words in the slightest. Since all the families in the broadcast room want to see it, I won't disturb your lordship's pleasure. As Lin Xiaoyu said that, she aimed the camera once again at the Lamborghini Poison in front of her. That's awesome old iron. Is that a small goal? It's worthy of being a Poison. It's not easy to even see this kind of divine car. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Poison and couldn't suppress the urge within her. She couldn't help but walk up and gently touch it. Anchor, don't touch. If your nails get hung up on the painting, you're in for it. This kind of person is a handful. If you sit on it, I'll paint you 10 carnivals right now. Did the anchor see that? Our King of Beasts, Big Brother has spoken. Let's see if you dare to earn this money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the news of the King of the Beasts in the live broadcast room and started to get a little excited. After all, this one had just swiped 4 carnivals and certainly seemed to be rich and true to his word. 10 carnivals, that's a whole 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated a little. This car is worth $100 million. If you sit on it really broken, then I'm afraid that even if you lose all your money cannot afford to pay. Anchor, what are you still hesitating for? This way, as long as you dare, I'll swipe 20 for you. King of the 100 Beasts spoke again. Boss Atmosphere, do you need a son? I want to give you old age. +1, +1, 20 carnivals, a whole 60,000. This time, Lin Xiaoyu only hesitated for a moment before making her decision. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and slowly walked towards Lamborghini Poison before carefully sitting on the hood of the car. Lin Xiaoyu then turned the camera on herself and changed direction several times to prove that she was really pointing and sitting on the Poison. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, and the pop-up screen refreshed frantically. Strong. Anchor, you are so brave. 666. Doing this for $60,000. If this gets crushed, you can't even afford to lose your family's money. I feel like this Poison has been tainted. But soon, the live stream was continuously brushed up with carnival. The King of the Beasts is not ambiguous either. And when he says it, 20 carnivals arrive directly. Thank you to King of the Beasts for the 20 carnival rewards from the big guy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly looked at the screen full of gift special effects in her cell phone, and her face broke into a smile. This lady, please get down. This car is mine. Chapter 48, Fixing a Loss of $500,000. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped down from the front of the car. The people who came were none other than Lin Chen and Zhang Shuiwei. I'll be damned. Here comes the good stuff. These two are both so high in face value, it's worthy of being able to talk about them together. Did you notice that boy is covered in Givenchy? Isn't it normal for people who run Poisons to wear Givenchy? I think it's very low-key. You guys look at the bag in that girl's hand. That bag is Hermes. It costs over $400,000. Holy, this woman is carrying a Mercedes-Benz in her hand? Lin Xiaoyu was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the news in the live broadcast room at this point. She was a little pale at the moment. If I had known, I would have already been a little more decisive and run straight away as soon as I sat down and swiped the gift. Otherwise would not have been caught in the act. That sorry about that, borrowing your car for a picture. Lin Xiaoyu was dry and directly apologized. In a situation like this, if you don't apologize, people can play you to death if they're upset with you. Lin Chen didn't say anything, just walked over to the car and looked at it. Do you see the scratches? Lin Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of people were these? Lin Xiaoyu heart thump, hastily went over to look, and saw a scratch on the head, not particularly deep, but a glance can be seen. I'll go, play a big game. This is good. For $60,000. No, not $60,000. The platforms still have to take apart, just for these tens of thousands of dollars. At least you have to lose 100,000, right? Upstairs, you boldly a little. Foreign a value of more than 10 million renminbi Bugatti and other car scratches are spent more than 3 million RMB. Although this scratch is very small, but how to be several 100,000, right? Asterisk. Did this ass sit out a suite? This anchor woman is miserable. The pop-ups had blown up by now. The number of people in the live room directly exceeded 100,000 plus. Lin Xiaoyu instantly turned incredibly pale and said with a hint of crying, I just sat down. I didn't bring anything metal with me. Zhang Shuawei walked behind Lin Xiaoyu at this time and looked. You're wearing jeans with a metal button in the back. Zhang Shuawei does not pity this woman. Others driving on the road to encounter them are as far away as possible, for fear of an accident. But she's sitting on the front of the car. Isn't that pure and simple? Lin Xiaoyu touched his butt and sure enough, he felt the metal button. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes were red and she couldn't stop bowing and apologizing towards Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished, and you didn't accidentally get this in an accident, so you'd better think about how to compensate for it. Lin Chen had no intention of letting this woman go. This kind of person wouldn't know the gravity of the matter until she was taught a lesson. About how much does it cost? Lin Xiaoyu asked as she looked at the two with red eyes. The clench of the cell phone in its holder squeezed tight. I'm guessing 300,000 or 400,000 dollars anyhow? Lin Chen thought about it and quoted a lower number. Lin Xiaoyu instantly felt the sky spinning and her head spinning a little. A moment later, crying out to the camera like he was grasping at straws. King of beasts, I know you must still be watching me live. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have done this. This compensation has to come from you. Only then did Lin Chen and Zhang Yue notice that the woman in front of them was broadcasting live. It's obvious that someone on the air paid her to sit on the front of the car, and really deserved it. At King of the Beasts, ha 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 ha, told you to pay up, big guy. What do you do when people tell you to do something? Why don't you go and eat when you're told to? When things go wrong, you start looking for someone to take the blame? In this case, people don't have to be legally responsible, so why should they help you pay for it? Joy. Lin Xiaoyu instantly broke her defenses as she watched the messages in the live stream. Of course you'd say that if it hadn't happened to you. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was breaking things up with the people in the live broadcast, Lin Chen was finally getting a little impatient. I have to rush to Tang Wan'er's birthday banquet later. This lady, if you don't want to pay for it, we'll have to call the police to deal with it. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do anymore, so she directly closed the live broadcast. Playing tricks is definitely impossible. After all, she just turned on the live broadcast, just like a law enforcement recorder. Big brother, beautiful woman, can you guys be so rich to spare me? I really don't have the money to compensate. Please. Lin Xiaoyu cried out in pain and directly knelt down, unable to stop kowtowing to Lin Chen and Zhang Yue. Looking at Zhang Yue was a bit unbearable. Lin Chen, however, was very upset. So you caused me hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage, and just because I'm rich and then you apologize, nothing happens? I'm just gonna have to stupidly pay for the damage myself? You didn't do it by accident. You did it yourself. Tell you what, you take out a $300,000 and we'll settle up. Lin Chen thought about it, seeing that this woman's attitude of admitting fault is so sincere. Then it will be less compensation. Lin Xiaoyu continued to kowtow and apologize uncontrollably at his words. Lin Chen's face instantly became gloomy. Then without further ado, he took out his cell phone and called the police directly. Hello? Is this the police department? When Lin Xiaoyu heard that Lin Chen had called the police, she was even more flustered. It seems that this move won't work, so simply sat straight down and waited for the police to arrive. There were fewer people because it was a parking lot. Some people who parked to pick up their cars didn't dare to stay longer when they saw this. The police soon came over, and after understanding the situation and determining the truth of the matter, they took Lin Xiaoyu away. Because they didn't dare tow this car, they had to let Lin Chen drive to the police station. When they came to the police station, The police had found the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's previous live broadcast. After watching the live replay, the police present in Lin Chen Jiang Shuawei were silent, not sure what to make of it. Then Lin Chen directly paid for someone to rush over to fix the damage to the car. The conclusion reached was that it could not be fully repaired and the damage was fixed at around $50. Okay, just pay me $300,000. Lin Chen was already impatient at this point. It's impossible to think of not paying a dime. Lin Chen really didn't want to delay much, so he directly called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, something happened to me here. You help me deal with it. Lin Chen gave a slight account of what happened. Okay Lin Dong, I'll take care of this matter for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen cooperated and made a statement before directly leaving the police station with Jiang Shuawei in the car. Jiang Shuawei looked at the time. After such a delay, it was past 7 o'clock. It just so happened that Tang Wan-er's phone call came through. Shuawei, why haven't you and Lin Chen arrived yet? Chapter 49, Birthday Party. Something just came up and it's on its way now. Why don't you guys eat first? Lin and I will be a while. Jiang Shuawei's tone carried some embarrassment as she said to the person on the other end of the phone. It's okay, we just got into the booth too. You're my best BFF. How can I eat first if you don't come? Hold on tight. The voice on the other end of the phone came eagerly, then hung up without giving Jiang Shuawei time to react. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei then drove directly to the mall to prepare Tang Wan-er's birthday gift. 40 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked down from the car. Walking into the Fairview Hotel, they walked towards the address Tang Wan-er had sent to Jiang Shuawei. The two of them came to the door of the private room. Lin Chen gently pushed open the door, and the laughter that was originally inside instantly quieted down, and everyone's gazes were focused on them like a spotlight. Aya, you guys are finally here. Tang Wan-er quickly got up to welcome her, enthusiastically pulling Jiang Shuawei's hand. Just waiting for you guys to open the banquet. Sorry guys, something came up and delayed me a bit. With an apologetic smile on her face, Jiang Shuawei said to the crowd in the private room, "This is my boyfriend, Lin Chen." Jiang Shuawei introduced everyone. "Hello guys." Lin Chen smiled and greeted politely. The eyes of everyone in the private room were tightly gathered on Lin Chen. Everyone smiled in response to Lin Chen's greeting, and Tang Wan-er hurriedly pulled Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to their seats. Come, don't stand. Quickly sit down," Tang Wan-er said with a smile on her face. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei sat down, Tang Wan-er smiled and said to everyone, "It's my birthday today, and I'm really especially happy to have so many good friends gathered together. Let's raise our glasses together first and wish me a happy birthday." The crowd also raised their glasses and chanted in unison, "Happy birthday to Tang Wan-er." Everyone began to chat while eating, and the atmosphere was very cordial. At this time, a girl sitting on the opposite side of the table curiously asked Jiang Shuawei, "Shuawei, who chased who between you and Lin Chen?" Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile as she said, "It's sort of me chasing after Lin Chen." At these words, the crowd gasped out in shock. The Jiangda schoolgirl who is as cold as ice to men will also take the initiative to chase someone. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly, but still said graciously, "You definitely have to take the initiative when you meet a good man." Instantly, the eyes of all the boys in the private room were filled with envy as they looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had recently been the celebrities on the campus forums, and they all knew that Jiang Da's schoolmate was in love, and that she was a freshman. On top of that freshman was rich, driving a Lamborghini Poison as well, a supercar worth $100 million. The crowd in the private room, the women envied Jiang Shuawei for finding a long, handsome and rich boyfriend. The male ones envied Lin Chen for being able to take down the school flower just after enrollment. It wasn't long before there was a crisp knock at the door. One of the boys rushed up to knock on the door. "It should be that my cake has arrived. We can eat it," Tang Wan-er said with a smile. The boy opened the door and the waiter carefully pushed the beautiful birthday cake into the booth. When Tang Wan-er saw the cake, her eyes were filled with surprise. "Wow, this cake is so beautiful." The crowd turned off the lights and sang a cozy birthday song in unison. Tang Wan-er closed her eyes and blew out the candles in the middle of everyone's song. "Hoo!" The crowd clapped and cheered excitedly, the sound resounding throughout the booth. "Wan-er, this is my birthday gift to you. I hope you'll like it." "It's mine." Tang Wan-er smiled and accepted them one by one. Everyone had given Tang Wan-er her birthday gift, and at this point, only Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had not. Fortunately, after leaving the police station just now, the two of them returned to the mall to buy Tang Wan-er a birthday gift, otherwise they would have to die of embarrassment. Jiang Shuawei took out a set of beautifully packaged cosmetics and handed it to Tang Wan-er. "Wan-er, I picked this set of cosmetics for a long time before I bought it. Oh, if you don't like it, see if I don't clean you up. Jiang Shuawei's tone carried a bit of playfulness. Tang Wan-er took the cosmetics and instantly hugged Jiang Shuawei in excitement. Shuawei, you're too good to me. How did you know I like this set of cosmetics? It's too expensive, I didn't even bother to buy it. It's several $1,000s. Tang Wan-er's voice was filled with emotion and surprise. This set of cosmetics was bought by Jiang Shuawei at her own expense, without spending Lin Chen's money. Jiang Shuawei pushed Tang Wan-er away in disgust. Don't I know you well enough? Lin Chen also took out his gift at this time. Senior Sister Tang, I have to thank you for your help this time. This watch is both my thank you and my birthday gift to you. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity. The watch Lin Chen gave Tang Wan-er was also worth several $1,000s. He originally wanted to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars, but Jiang Shuawei wouldn't let him, saying that the gift was too expensive for Tang Wan-er to accept. Lin Chen thought about it and felt that Jiang Shuawei had a point, so he bought a lady's watch that was around 2,000. Tang Wan-er was a little hesitant, unsure if she should accept this gift, so she turned her gaze to Jiang Shuawei with a question in her eyes. Only after seeing Jiang Shuawei's nod did she accept it, a happy smile blooming on her face. Then thank you, senior brother Lin Chen. Don't worry, just for this gift of yours, I'll help you supervise Shuawei as well. Jiang Shuawei blankly glanced at Tang Wan-er. As everyone continued to eat, several boys came to approach Lin Chen for a drink, which Lin Chen could only politely decline because he had to drive. Brother Lin, what does your family do? Driving cars that are Ferraris. At that moment, one of the boys asked through the strength of his drink after drinking a little. The people around them also cast their eyes over. Hey, why are you asking this? Wu Hao, don't look for trouble over nothing, Tang Wan-er said in a hurry. If this gives people Lin Chen whole unhappy, she is not good to explain to her girlfriends. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I've just taken a few shares in a couple of companies. It's nothing, Lin Chen said with a light smile on his face. Brother Lin, do you think I can work at your place after graduation? I don't need any special treatment, as long as I can find a more suitable position, the boy named Wu Hao said. The atmosphere in the booth froze a bit. Tang Wan-er's tone was already a bit bad. Wu Hao, if you're playing drunk you can go out and play. Don't influence Lin Chen here. The smile on Jiang Shuawei's face also faded. Although the pressure of employment is particularly strong now, but as a graduate of the 985 institutions, and then how to find a good job, if the requirements are not high, why bother Lin Chen? As for his comment about not needing special treatment, fooling around, only met a couple of times and can say such things, or really into the company, may borrow Lin Chen's identity as a friend to do some things. Chapter 50, Chen Xiao was beaten up. Wu Hao perhaps also realized that his words just now were inappropriate, and hurriedly apologized to Lin Chen in a hurry. I'm sorry brother Lin, I've been drinking a bit here, my brain is dizzy. I didn't control my mouth for a while. I said something I shouldn't have said. Don't take it personally. It's fine. Lin Chen just lightly and casually said this. When the crowd saw that Lin Chen's expression really didn't seem to show the slightest hint of annoyance, this hanging heart was slowly lowered. After everyone had their fill, they were ready to get up and leave. Shuawei, are you still going back to your dormitory tonight? Tang Wan-er quietly walked over to Jiang Shuawei's side and asked softly. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. I'm not supposed to be going back to my dorm room today. Ah, you're really ready to talk to Lin Chen? Tang Wan-er couldn't help but exclaim in shock. And before she could finish her words, Jiang Shuawei quickly covered her mouth. Are you trying to make a fool out of me in the whole school? Why are you speaking so loudly? Jiang Shuawei said eagerly and with a hint of annoyance. Tang Wan-er peeled Jiang Shuawei's hand away with force. I'm surprised you didn't retort. Shuawei, you've changed, Tang Wan-er muttered in a small voice, a hint of pain in her expression. You have the nerve to talk about me when you don't have a boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei pretended to have a flat face and responded full of concern. Several people had already walked out of the Fairview Hotel, and just then, a piercing voice came over. Ouch, isn't that Lin Chen and his schoolgirl girlfriend? Lin Chen's face instantly sank as he looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er, as well as the others who had just eaten together, also cast their gazes along with the piercing sound. As soon as the crowd heard this tone, they knew that the visitor was not good, and it was clear that he was here to look for trouble. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and fixed his eyes on the fact that it was actually Lin Tianyu. It's the same guy who taunted him that day at military training. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Imperial Palace and a shareholder of Penguin? Why don't you go to a luxurious and high-class place like Imperial Palace for dinner, but instead come to this small and inconspicuous restaurant? Isn't this a loss of your honor? Ha 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 ha. Lin Tianyu's face was full of teasing, and that look in his eyes was full of unkindness. Around him followed a few social youths with dyed hair and all kinds of strange and weird tattoos on their arms. "Does it matter to you?" Lin Chen coldly asked back, then subconsciously moved his feet and blocked in front of Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan'er. "It really has nothing to do with me. After all, young Master Lin likes to brag so much. I wouldn't dare to care. It's just that your brother who wears glasses will suffer." Lin Chen's brows furrowed as he sniffed. "The brother with the glasses? Chen Xiao, but I have to say, that friend of yours, I'm still quite impressed. The mouth is also really hard. Last night covered his stomach on the ground are refusing to apologize. If it's not that I'm afraid to make too much of a mess. Not a good end." High and low to unload one of his arms. Lin Tianyu laughed with a mocking face, that expression arrogant to the extreme. Lin Chen instantly felt a wave of anger surge up from his heart. He knew exactly how Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao had a conflict. It was for him, Lin Chen, and now Chen Xiao was surrounded and beaten up for speaking up for him. Lin Chen, and he didn't even know it? Jiang Shuiwei sensed that Lin Chen's state was a bit off. The tense body and the chill emanating from it made her feel worried. She gently took Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuiwei's hand, signaling her to rest assured, then quickly took out his cell phone and called Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night?" As soon as the phone was connected, Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. "Boss, how did you know? I didn't even tell Xiao Wei and Xiao Feimi about this matter." There was a hint of humiliation in Chen Xiao's voice. Anyone who gets their ass kicked is too embarrassed to be honest about it in front of their brothers. After Lin Chen received the answer, the anger in his heart was almost as difficult to control as a volcano erupting. "Chen Xiao, are you on the phone with the boss? Ask if boss is coming back today." Xiao Wei's big grinning voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao didn't bother with him. "Boss, did you run into that Lin Tianyu kid?" Chen Xiao asked eagerly, her voice filled with tension and worry. "Don't worry, the boss is standing up for you." Lin Chen almost finished the sentence through clenched teeth. The word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and hung up the phone without hesitation after he finished. Chen Xiao on the other end of the phone listened to the beeping sound on the phone, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. A heart instantly raised in the throat. Boss ran into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was fully concentrating on playing the game, said Xiao Fei's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. "If you run into it, you run into it. What's the big deal? We're not going to fight, are we?" Xiao Fei said casually while playing the game with his eyes glued to the computer screen. Looking a bit careless, Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Actually, my injury yesterday was caused by that kid Lin Tianyu who found a few punks to block me while I was out of the school gate. Then the boss just called me and asked me if something happened last night. It must have been Lin Tianyu who ran off to pick a fight for the boss. The boss gave me the word to stand up for me." Chen Xiao gritted her teeth and said with red eyes. When Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei heard this, they couldn't sit still. "What? Didn't you say you fell on a shared electric bike last night?" Xiao Wei stared wide-eyed and asked somewhat incredulously, his face filled with shock and anger. "I," Chen Xiao stammered and lowered her head. TM's Lin Tianyu playing dirty. Xiao Fei couldn't care about the game anymore and took out his phone and called, "Uncle Qin, help me find out about a freshman at Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu." Xiao Fei's cold voice said, "Hurry up and call the boss again and find out where they are now." Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Chen Xiao hurriedly called Lin Chen again, and at that moment, Lin Chen had already put his cell phone into his pocket. Looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu in front of him, he calmed down. "What's your dad's name?" Lin Chen's voice was cold. "My dad's name is Lin Shandong." "What? You're going to make connections?" "Ega, I'm scared." Lin Tianyu put on a scared look, then laughed with the few punks beside him. Those few boys, also known as Tang Wan'er's friends, were hiding far away at the moment, afraid of getting into trouble. Instead, it was the few girls who had been accompanying Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan'er. "Gentlemen, if you have any conflicts, please take them elsewhere. You do seem to be affecting our customers a bit by blocking the entrance to our store." At that moment, a man came out of the Fairview Hotel and said to the crowd, Chapter 51, the arrogant Lin Tianyu. "Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of here." Lin Tianyu's face sank, his eyes widened in anger, and he cursed directly without any mercy. The few social youths beside him also followed suit, each one of them rubbing their fists, tilting their heads, squinting their eyes, and assuming an arrogant stance of "I'm going to come up and beat you up if you say a few more words." Their fierce eyes seemed to be warning everyone not to mess with them easily. The man who saw this was somewhat abashed, his legs involuntarily trembled, his face became pale, and he took a few steps back into the restaurant. No longer caring about this, Lin Chen didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Lin Tianyu. His brows furrowed as he took out his phone and prepared to call Dong Feng. Instead, he saw Chen Xiao calling him non-stop. Lin Chen still chose to connect. "Boss, where are you?" As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, filled with worry and urgency. "I'm at the Fairview Hotel," Lin Chen replied briefly. "Boss, we'll be right there. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. The boss is at the Fairview Hotel. Chen Xiao opened his cell phone's navigation as he spoke, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Then don't stay in hurry. I know where it is, Xiao Fei said and ran out of the dormitory like an arrow off a string. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao hurriedly followed, and the three of them flew all the way. Lin Chen called Dong Fong directly after hanging up. Yo, young Master Lin is ready to find connections to clean me up? Lin Tianyu still had that beaten expression. The corners of his mouth rose, full of disdain and provocation. Tatsu, don't fight. Why don't we call the police? The police will definitely arrest the person who beat up your brother, Jiang Shuowei said with some worry, her eyes filled with apprehension as she tightly grasped the corner of Lin Chen's coat. Don't worry, I don't fight. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuowei's upturned nose and softly said, what are your orders? Lin Dong? Dong Fong on the other end of the phone had a very respectful attitude, and there was caution in his tone. Recognize this man, Lin Xiandong? Lin Chen's tone was very low, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Lin Xiandong? I know this person. He's the owner of Tianfu City's Haojia Network Technology Company Limited, and because of his acquaintance with Li Shangyu, he often dines at the Imperial Palace. Dong Fong heard the coldness in Lin Chen's tone and hurriedly said, not daring to be the slightest bit careless, all right. Lin Chen hung up the phone decisively after saying that. Cybertech? Well, wouldn't that be great? How did this Lin Xiangdong mess with this young master again? Dong Fong listened to the beep 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 sound on the phone and muttered in confusion, his brows locked in deep thought. Young Master Lin, have you finished typing? I'm waiting for the cell phone to ring. Lin Tianyu saw Lin Chen hanging up the phone and mocked again, his arrogant stance becoming more and more flamboyant. Lin Chen ignored him and called Lu Shu again. Shu Wei, can it work? I see that this man is so rampant. He should be emboldened. Tang Wan Air, however, was a bit worried and quietly came next to Jiang Shuiwei and asked, her eyes filled with uneasiness and misgivings. Just don't worry, Lin Chen isn't as simple as you think. Jiang Shuiwei looked very confident. Tang Wanner's few people looked at such a confident Jiang Shuiwei and were quite relieved. Lu Shu, I am here. Lin Chen gave Lu Shu a brief explanation of the situation, then continued, you should know what I am going to do. Lin Chen's tone was very flat, but carried an unquestionable determination. I understand, Lin Dong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen just looked at Lin Tianyu coldly. I hope you can still laugh behind you. Lin Chen's gaze stabbed at Lin Tianyu like a sharp sword. Lin Tianyu had no reason to feel a wave of panic. A hint of uneasiness rose in his heart, but he still forced himself to be calm. Are you pretending to be a horse? Do you really think you've got a huge background driving a Ferrari? Lin Tianyu directly cracked his mouth. Several girls, Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner, coincidentally frowned. This kind of unqualified boy was the most disgusting. Jiang University's school beauty, and a few other beauties, don't follow this punk. Go, I'll buy you a drink. Lin Tianyu noticed the dislike on the faces of the several women and instead became interested, that lustful eyes wandering back and forth on the several women. Who are you? Who do you think you are to buy us a drink? Tang Wan Air was not at all accustomed to it. Her arms crossed and she glared angrily. I like a woman with a violent temper like yours, especially conquering. Lin Tianyu smiled without anger. That smile was disgusting. Bah, Toad wants to eat swan meat. Tang Wan Air spat, her face full of disgust. Lin Xiangdong seems to be lacking discipline for you. Ha, how come you speak and act like a second-rate? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and mocked, his eyes filled with contempt. I think you want to be beaten. Lin Tianyu's face instantly grimaced, veins rippling on his forehead. Kid, keep your mouth clean. The few social brothers around him also shouted, waving their fists, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Lin Tianyu, however, reached out and blocked the social brothers. It's crowded here. We'll get him later. Lin Tianyu's expression was sinister as he stared at Lin Chen dead in the face. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people around at the moment, he would have wanted to rush up and punch him immediately. Young Master Lin, you have to be careful when you go out of school in the future. My brothers are going to eat, so I won't play house with you. Lin Tianyu resumed the smile on his face just now, and after saying that, he wanted to walk towards the Jinqiu Hotel. Lin Tianyu, where to run? A voice came over. Lin Tianyu turned his head to look, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Ouch, isn't this Chen Xiao? Your body's fine. Yesterday, those words seemed to be a bit light, right? You look pretty strong for military training today. When Lin Chen saw that the three Chen Xiao people had rushed over, the chill on his face couldn't help but dissipate for a few moments. Lin Tianyu, looking for someone to block my brother while I'm gone, right? Xiao Fei's fists clenched when he heard Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time he had gotten this angry since he arrived in Tianfu City. So what if you're there? I'll fight as usual. Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with some jealousy. This man was just as long and annoying as that Lin Chen. Great, Xiao Fei smiled. For the first time in his life, someone dared to talk to him like that. This guy is Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Waner looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked at Zhang Shuiwei. Yeah, it's Lin Chen's best buddy. Why do you fancy it? Zhang Shuiwei looked at Tang Waner with a curious look and knew that it wasn't simple. As soon as a woman begins to have curiosity about a man, she is not far from falling in love. Chapter 52. Do you think the chauffeur dares to drive? Net nonsense. Tang Waner gave Zhang Shuiwei a fierce blank look that was filled with anger. The crowd around them grew larger and larger, all of them coming to see the fun. And just then, Lin Tianyu's cell phone rang abruptly. Come on, pick up, see if it's your dad calling. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. That look was more positive than Lin Tianyu. When Lin Tianyu heard Xiao Fei's words, there was actually an unexplained burst of panic in his heart, as if a big hand was gripping his heart tightly. Whatever, Lin Tianyu shot back with a few moments of annoyance, then took out his cell phone to see that it was really Lin Shangdong calling. Hello? Dad, what are you looking for me for? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became well-behaved. What the have you gotten yourself into? Why are they all here to warn me to control my son? They're all bigger than each other. Lin Shangdong on the other end of the phone, dirty words like a series of artillery, general brain all out. Lin Tianyu instantly felt a little unable to stand. His legs were weak, as if he was going to fall to the ground in the next second. Who did I mess with, Dad? Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen and carefully said into the phone, with a hint of trembling in his voice. Just now, Qin Lao specifically called me and told me to control you and not to mess with people who shouldn't be messed with. But as a result, the people from Penguin Company behind me also called me. So you tell me, who did you mess with in the end? Lin Tianyu was in a cold sweat, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. He looked at Lin Chen like he was looking at a monster. He was actually really a shareholder of Penguin? How was this possible? He was only a freshman. Who is Elder Qin? Our company is so big that we still need to look at other people's faces? And Penguin, so what if it's big? Nowadays, this society still can't bring our family down. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and this short silence made Lin Tianyu's heart even more in his throat. Your pig brain is hopeless, I see. Are you the president of a beautiful country? You're not afraid of the sky or the earth? I should have shot you on the wall. Whoever you've pissed off, hurry up and go apologize to me and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll find your own money in the future. After saying that, he just hung up the phone. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy tone on the phone, unable to speak for a long time. The whole person was frozen like a wooden chicken. How's it going? Lin Tianyu, are you done with the phone call? What did your dad tell you? Xiao Fei teasingly looked at Lin Tianyu, who froze in place and taunted. That expression was full of gloating. Have you figured out what to do? Lin Chen also added at this time in a nonchalant manner, his expression calm, as if everything was expected of him. Lin Tianyu came back to his senses and looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei and the others, hesitated for a moment, then his face became ferocious. Humph, don't think you can make me soft by finding some connections to threaten my father. Let me tell you, want me, Lin Tianyu, to apologize? No way. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he didn't even care about the social brother beside him, turned around and directly walked away. It's a real no-brainer, Xiao Fei muttered as he looked at Lin Tianyu's back as he walked away. It's so uninteresting. I thought I'd have to fight. Break it up, break it up. It's good that it didn't make a scene. Let's eat. The people around them dispersed when they saw that there was no more action to watch. Only then did Xiao Fei's trio speak to Lin Chen. Boss, there are so many girls and you didn't even call me. Xiao Fei came over and whispered. You can't grasp it, Lin Chen said with a smile, a hint of flirtation in his eyes. What are you two muttering about? Zhang Shuiwei asked curiously, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Sister-in-law, this matter has been settled. I see so many people today. Why don't we go for a drink? Xiao Fei said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. I think so. I kind of want to go too. Xia Wei and Shen Xiao also rushed to interject. Jokes. Even if you put aside Tang Waner and Zhang Shuiwei as the two school beauties, just those three girls beside them could be considered as a sentence of beauty. Okay? Tang Waner glanced at Xiao Fei and also said, yes, I have no problem with that. Zhang Shuiwei saw that Tang Waner had agreed, so she could only say, I'll go if Chun goes. The crowd then turned their gazes to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said helplessly, I drove the car. What's the point? Just call a chauffeur? Xiao Fei hurriedly said, and kept making eyes towards Lin Chen. You don't want to jeopardize my good deed. Do you think he'd dare drive my car after calling a valet? It's just a Ferrari. Why don't you dare to drive it? Xiao Fei said uncaringly. Like Ferrari, Lamborghini, this kind of sports car? Just his garage at home in Imperial Capital has several units. you come with me. Lin Chen was helpless, so he led Xiao Fei out into the parking lot. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao, as well as a few women, also followed with some curiosity. Do you see this car valet he dares to drive? Lin Chen pointed at the poison and asked Xiao Fei. Boss, are you serious? Is this Lamborghini poison? Xiao Fei asked as he looked at Lin Chen incredulously. Bingo! Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Xiao Fei sniffed and immediately looked left and right around the poison. Boss, what kind of car is poison? How much does it cost? It looks so handsome. Chen Xiao asked curiously as she looked at the sports car in front of her. Almost 100 million, a Lamborghini supercar. Lin Chen said casually. Raider Jr., $100 million for this car? Chen Xiao was shocked. Xiao Wei was shocked, and Tang Wan-er and those other three girls were shocked as well. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Xiao Wei swallowed and asked again. Why would I lie to you about $100 million? Lin Chen had a flat face. I'm going to have to touch it. Without saying a word, Chen Xiao ran over. I'll check it out too. Xiao Wei followed with interest. Shu Wei, what exactly does Lin Chen do? Isn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it turn into a Lamborghini poison? Tang Wan-er looked at Lin Chen in shock, then asked Zhang Shuwei. He drove the Ferrari the other day because this one hadn't been delivered yet, and when this one was delivered he gave me the Ferrari. Zhang Shuwei hemmed and hawed and said with some smugness, I'll go. A $7 to $8 million car just gave you away? Tang Wan-er's eyes went wide. Zhang Shuwei smiled and nodded. No wonder you're upside down. So Lin Chen is so rich. What are you babbling about? I like him as a person. Zhang Shuwei swung a glance at Tang Wan-er and said with dissatisfaction. Fine, I was wrong. Tang Wan-er realized that what she seemed to have said was a bit of a problem and hurriedly apologized. After a while, the three living creatures walked back. Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It's too much of an eyesore. Xiao Fei's expression was very regretful. Chapter 53 Top Bar, a small matter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I don't care. I have to go drinking today. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a firm face and said, there is a kind of you don't agree we will have a fight. Lin Chen couldn't afford to spoil the fun of his brothers and Tang Wan-er and the others, so he had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Okay. Where to play? Lin Chen asked helplessly, a slight compromise in his tone. Xiao Fei's face instantly blossomed with joy when he saw Lin Chen agree. Go top. I'll treat you guys. Ouch. Old Four, you're so rich. Looks like Old Four is in the throes of spring. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao teased conspiratorially from the sidelines, the words full of snark. The other three girls were moved in their hearts. Looking at the words that this handsome man just said in the face of Lin Tianyu, you can tell that the identity background must not be simple. If you can take him down, hurry up and get over there. It's getting late, Tang Wan-er hurriedly urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. Alright, then Shuwei and I will go over first. You guys figure it out yourselves, Lin Chen said with a smile, then took Zhang Shuwei with him on the poison. As the cool scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked enviously at Zhang Shuwei and Lin Chen sitting in the car. Buzz, poison's low, powerful engine's sound rang out, as if declaring its unearthliness. Boss, just head straight for Sector 0 when you arrive. I booked it. Xiao Fei glanced slightly enviously at Poison, then shouted at Lin Chen inside the car. Lin Chen stuck one hand out of the window and made an okay gesture, then drove straight out of the parking lot. Top is the top nightclub in Tianfu City. Since its opening until now, there are luxury cars piled up on both sides of the road every night. I heard that the boss behind it is very powerful, and many rich people in Tianfu City like to indulge in top at night. At this time, there were many fashionably dressed young people at the entrance of the bar posing in various poses, taking pictures and clocking in. Even Lin Chen saw one or two very familiar people on a live broadcast, just that their faces were similar, and he couldn't remember exactly who they were. Those young people at the entrance were also shocked as soon as they saw Poison stop. Those who can spend money here are all rich people, more or less know a little bit of luxury cars. I saw a video posted online a few days ago about a poisonous car at Suzhou University, and it just showed up in front of me today. This big man can't be messed with. After Lin Chen parked his car, he walked out of the car with Zhang Shuwei. As soon as those women saw Lin Chen, their eyes were glowing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding hands with Zhang Shuwei, he probably would have been frantically asked for super letters by those women. It's a pity. If I could have a one-night stand with this handsome guy, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. A few young and pretty girls looked at the figure of the two men walking into the bar and said with some reluctance. Lin Chen pulled Zhang Shuwei just as he walked into the top, and he could hear the deafening sound of music inside. The walls are filled with ace of spades, the earthy atmosphere permeates, and the way is filled with men and women traveling in pairs. The arrival of Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei attracted even more attention from countless people. In addition to coming to the bar to have fun, there was also a part of it that was for picking up girls or men. For those who were handsome and beautiful, there were many people who were willing to spend money for you without even having to spend any money at the bar. The hot and sexy beauties were gyrating their sexy bodies on the dance floor, and their graceful postures were mesmerizing. Jiang Shuawei looked at this scene curiously. She had never been to this kind of place before when she grew up. At this time, Jiang Shuawei suddenly saw a card seat. A woman wearing only panties and bra in front of a man writhing body. The man had a smile on his face and his hands were still groping the woman's body, while his friends around him were cheering and cooing. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly and looked away. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei and quickly found the Zone 0 booth. At this time, the Area 0 card table was already filled with various kinds of wine. Next to it were two waiters and a man in a suit. As soon as that man saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walking to the Area 0 card table and preparing to sit down, he asked with a pleasing smile on his face. At the risk of interrupting, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen Lin NMS? Jiang? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei nodded blandly as they sat down. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the general manager of TUP. You can just call me Xiao Qian. It was Xiao Xiao who contacted me and told me to make sure to take care of the two of you. You can look for me if you have any needs. I'll be ready to help you out on my end. The man who called himself Xiao Qian saw Lin Chen nodding his head. The smile on his face increased, and he said respectfully to the two of them, Okay, then I'll trouble Mr. Chen. No trouble, no trouble. Xiao Qian compensated with a smile, then skillfully opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. After so many years of mixing in the nightclub, Xiao Qian could see at a glance that Lin Chen was wearing a Patek Philippe worth more than $1 million on his hands, and the bag on Jiang Shuawei's hands was also a Hermes of several $100,000. And still, Xiao specially greeted the people who are well entertained. After a short while, Xiao Fei's few people and the women came. Xiao Qian bent down and respectfully shouted as soon as he saw Xiao Fei, Xiao, it's been arranged as you ordered. Good job. Go ahead and arrange for 2 sets of great divine dragons to come over. I'm bringing friends over today to liven things up. Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian's shoulder and said with satisfaction, Okay Xiao, I'll make the arrangements right away. Xiao Qian received Xiao Fei's praise and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Lao San, I have a feeling that Lao San's background is a little more impressive than we thought. Shen Xiao came to Xiao Wei's ear and whispered, Isn't that a good thing? Xiao Wei replied in a small voice as well. And Tang Wanner and the ladies were also a bit surprised. Tup's Great Divine Dragon it's 288888 for a set. Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without blinking? The eyes that looked at Xiao Fei became even more fiery. Shu Wei, what is this roommate of Lin Chen's? Opened his mouth and directly ordered 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons, a total of over $500,000 na. Tang Wan'er asked in a low voice to Jiang Shuawei, What? More than $500,000? Jiang Shuawei was also a bit surprised. Young Master Xiao is atmospheric. The 3 girls quipped somewhat curtly. What's the point? Just have fun everyone, Xiao Fei said indifferently. Soon the bunny girls were lined up to set the wine on the table. The table was filled with 12 bottles of Ace of Spades at once. Thank you very much for the 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons ordered by Xiao Xiao of the Area 0 card seat. I wish Xiao Xiao and his friends a happy and fun time in TUP. The live DJ thanked. The room instantly cheered, and many eyes went to the crowd at the Area 0 card table. Chapter 54, Ambiguity. Soon, some of the more daring girls made their way towards the seats of the Sector 0 deck, only to see a girl in a short black-colored skirt wiggling her sexy ass with flirty eyes walking over. Guys and gals, can we play together? After saying that, his eyes looked straight at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuawei noticed the woman's gaze and hurriedly took Lin Chen's hand. With a slight smile, the flirtatious woman looked at Xiao Fei. Forget it, beautiful. We all know each other here, Xiao Fei said as he looked at the woman with slight regret. If he hadn't accidentally run into Tang Wan'er, he might have been willing to have something with this woman. The woman could only end up walking away with regret. A few more girls then came to hit on them, all of which were rejected by the crowd for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and looked towards Tang Wan'er. Xiao Fei had just wanted to find a chance to strike up a conversation with Tang Wan'er when those other 3 women started to launch an attack towards Xiao Fei. One of the girls said in a delicate voice, Xiao, you are really handsome in this outfit, said the man, and tried to approach Xiao Fei. Another girl was also not willing to show weakness, picking up a glass of wine and handing it to Xiao Fei. With wings like silk, Xiao, I'll toast to you, let's make a friend. The third girl was even more daring, directly put her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder and said coyly, Xiao, you have to take care of our sisters more tonight. Xiao Fei was only thinking about Tang Wan'er in his heart, and was only politely coping with the 3 girls' proactive gestures of goodwill. Thank you ladies. Tang Wan'er and Jiang Shuawei looked at the 3 girls dumbfounded. These 3 girls were considered to be people in the class who had a fairly good relationship with Tang Wan'er, and they didn't expect to actually have such a side. Tang Wan'er didn't know why. but looking at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by the three women in her heart, she actually felt an inexplicable annoyance. Chen Xiao looked jealously at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by three girls. It's abominable. Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Chen Xiao muttered with some frustration. It's true that you can't do whatever you want when you're good looking, but when you add money to it, it's a different story, Lin Chen said with a smile. He then picked up a glass of wine and looked at Chen Xiao with a somewhat serious expression. Chen Xiao, you got into trouble by Lin Tianyu because you helped me. I recognize you as a brother. Hi, boss, we're all brothers. You're saying all this. Don't you have to be a brother to both? Chen Xiao also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Lin Chen. Then the two of them drank it down. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It was really lucky that he could make such a heartfelt friend just after going to college. Xiao Fei over there on the other hand was already getting tired of being messed with by the three women. If it wasn't for the fact that these three girls were friends of Tang Wanner and his sister-in-law, he would have wanted to get rid of these three women. Seeing Xiao Fei's cold response, the three girls looked at each other and decided to increase their offense. The first girl gently pulled on Xiao Fei's corner and pampered herself. Xiao, you can just chat with us for a few more minutes. The second girl came to Xiao Fei's ear and exhaled. Mr. Xiao, you're so good. I wonder if you have a girlfriend. The third girl raised her wine glass and insisted on clinking her glass with Xiao Fei, and even deliberately used her fingers to gently scratch the back of Xiao Fei's hand. Xiao Fei frowned and said with some impatience, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm not in the mood at the moment. When he said that, his eyes couldn't stop glancing towards Tang Wanner. However, they didn't give up and continued to chirp around Xiao Fei. Tang Wanner was playing dice with Jiang Shuawei, but she could always feel Xiao Fei's eyes resting on her. At this time, Xiaowei and Chen Xiao also saw that Xiao Fei should be interested in Tang Wanner and muttered quietly from the sidelines. Look at Lao Si and that Tang Wanner. Both are obviously interesting, but both are holding back there. Xiaowei laughed and shook his head. Chen Xiao laughed along. Why don't we create some opportunities for them? The two of them smiled at each other. Understanding. Chen Xiao deliberately said loudly. Oops, this wine drinking is a bit boring. Why don't we play a little game? Everyone responded. Let's play riddles then. Whoever guesses wrong will have a truth or dare. Xiaowei proposed. In the first round, Tang Wanner guessed wrong. Ha ha, Tang Wanner. Truth or dare? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Tang Wanner hesitated and chose to speak from the heart. Xiaowei immediately asked, among the boys present, are there any you are attracted to? Tang Wanner's face instantly reddened. Her eyes unconsciously glanced at Xiao Fei and whispered, count on having one. Everyone started to get up in arms. Who is it, Wanner? Why don't you tell me? Jiang Shuawei flashed an impish smile. I don't know. Guess for yourself. It was naturally impossible for Tang Wanner to say it outright, but Xiao Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart, and those three girls' faces did look a bit unsightly. They could clearly feel Xiao Fei's impatience just now when they were looking for a topic to talk to him, and they also noticed that Xiao Fei was peeking at Tang Wanner's reaction. Even though Tang Wanner was their friend, who would want to let go after meeting such an excellent man? But it seems like it should be out of the question now. The next few rounds were played, and Xiao Fei also had the misfortune of answering incorrectly. Xiao Fei, why don't you also answer that question you just asked senior sister Tang? Lin Chen said deliberately. Xiao Fei glanced at Lin Chen with slight gratitude. Good buddy. Of course I have, Xiao Fei said, and went to glance at Tang Wanner's reaction. Seeing Tang Wanner stroke her hair somewhat unnaturally, her heart was again pleased. I don't know why, but I was attracted to Tang Wanner upon seeing her. You have to know that he is a big young man in imperial capital. He's seen a lot of women, and it's the first time he's ever felt this way about a woman. Just when everyone was having fun, those three girls saw that they could never tease Xiao Fei and felt bored. One of the girls said, oops, we still have something to do, so we'll leave first. Wanner, Shuai, you guys have fun. Leaving already? Want to play some more? Tang Wanner was a little happy in her heart, but her face didn't move. No. After the three women finished speaking, they got up and left. Xiao Fei felt a lot better when he saw the three women leave. He and Tang Wanner were originally separated by three girls, and now once those three girls were gone, he moved directly to Tang Wanner's side. The atmosphere on the card table didn't become cold because of their departure, but instead became more lively because of the ambiguity that was gradually heating up between Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner. Xiao Fei gathered his courage and poured a glass of wine for Tang Wanner, saying, Tang beauty, come on, cheers. Tang Wanner smiled as she took the glass and gently touched Xiao Fei's glass. At this point, the music suddenly became soothing and the lights softened. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei glanced at each other and tacitly got up. Let's go to the dance floor and dance for a while. You guys take your time to chat, Xia Wei and Chen Xiao followed suit. I'm going to the restroom. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner were left on the card table. Chapter 55 System Tasks released again. They sat in silence, neither of them speaking first, but the air was filled with an unspeakable sentiment. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Waner and was actually a little nervous. His gaze locked onto Tang Waner's face, the delicate features, the slightly reddened cheeks. Every bit of it made his heart flutter. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk to Tang Waner, but his head was blank. Tang Waner was similarly disturbed. She could feel Xiao Fei's blazing gaze, and she also had an inexplicable fondness for him, but wasn't sure if this feeling was just a momentary impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was a Cockney, so it was hard to guarantee his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. Dawn Beauty, you just said you have a crush on one of the boys in the audience. Can I ask who it is? Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he just looked straight at Tang Waner. Tang Waner blushed slightly, the blush as delicate and touching as a blooming peach blossom. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. So which of the girls who were just there did you say you had a crush on? Tang Waner didn't know whether to answer or not, so she asked in return. But who knew that Xiao Fei was actually unapologetic? Without hesitation, he said, at that time, I had a good feeling about you. Tang Beauty, why don't we add a super letter to get to know each other? Xiao Fei finished nervously looking at Tang Waner, fearing that she would refuse. Even his palms were slightly sweaty. At this moment, Tang Waner only felt her face burning terribly. She touched her cheeks with her hands, then took her cell phone out and opened the QR code of the super letter. Here, you add it. Don't call me Tang Beauty from now on. It's weird. I'm older than you anyway. Just call me Sister Waner. Tang Waner's voice was very soft, completely different from her usual big grin. Xiao Fei was delighted in his heart and took out his cell phone and added his friends quickly, fearing that Tang Waner would suddenly change her mind. Okay, Lo Waner sister, I added it. You pass it. Looking at the tip in his cell phone showing that his friend had passed, Xiao Fei couldn't help but grin. By the way, you still haven't answered my question from earlier. I won't tell you. You can guess it yourself. Tang Waner smiled faintly. That smile was like a spring breeze on her face. Watching Xiao Fei for a while, Xiao Fei was also wondering at the moment. He had seen a lot of girls who were prettier than Tang Waner, so how come he was so defenseless against Tang Waner? And just then, a young man dressed in an unassuming manner walked over with a cup of wine and a smile on his face. Xiao Xiao, can you get acquainted? My name is Dong Hao. I'm the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of Empire Hotel. Dong Hao accompanied his friend to play here, and when he saw that the manager of the TUP was actually so respectful to the man in front of him, and that this man had directly ordered 2 sets of great divine dragons, he got up the idea of making friends. The back of the room saw the words on the big screen thanking Xiao Xiao, and saw that only that Xiao Xiao and a woman were now sitting in the card table, so he came over to get acquainted. Xiao Fei and Tang Waner were chatting, and frowned when Dong Hao interrupted them, a little displeased in his heart. Empire Hotel? Isn't this the boss's hotel? Schofield. Xiao Fei also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Dong Hao. His movements were a bit perfunctory, obviously displeased with Dong Hao's interruption. If it wasn't for Lin Chen's sake he would have kicked people out. A hint of joy flashed across Dong Hao's face before he drank the wine from his glass in one go. This is your sister-in-law, right? Sister-in-law is so pretty. Dong Hao looked towards Tang Waner, who was sitting next to Xiao Fei, and patted his ass. Xiao Fei sniffed and felt a wave of relief, looking at Dong Hao with a much smoother look. No, we're just friends. Tang Waner hurriedly waved her hand in explanation. You sit. Xiao Fei didn't give Tang Waner a chance to continue explaining and smiled at Dong Hao. Dong Hao sniffed and hurriedly sat down. You're the son of the general manager of the empire? Xiao Fei asked. Yes, Dong Fong is my father. Dong Hao nodded. Then you didn't come over to say hello when my boss was there just now? You still don't know my boss, do you? Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with an odd expression on his face. Tang Waner's curiosity also came. She also knew about the Imperial Palace Hotel. It was one of the most upscale hotels in the entire Tianfu city. The consumption was very high, and it was a place where many powerful people gathered. Xiao Fei actually said that the owner of the Imperial Hotel was at their table just now. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao was a bit confused at this point. Xiao, may I ask what your boss is? Dong Hao looked at Xiao Fei and asked tentatively. My oldest name is Lin Chen. Dong Hao became a bit agitated. His dad was just recently talking about a new boss, or a young man, who directly bought all the shares of the Imperial Hotel in one breath, and was probably the heir of some super rich family. Dong Hao has always wanted to find an opportunity to get acquainted. I did not expect that today by chance actually ran into Lin Dong's friends. Yes, I've never seen Xiao Lin before, so I didn't recognize him just now. Dong Hao defended himself with some embarrassment. Alright, count yourself lucky kid. You sit here and play for a while. The boss should be back in a while. Xiao Fei laughed. then stopped ignoring Dong Hao and turned his head to chat with Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er was also a bit surprised at the moment, not expecting the big boss of the Imperial Hotel to actually be her best friend's boyfriend. So will he or she be able to dabble a lot from now on? Soon, Lin Chen's few people were all back. Seeing that the crowd had returned, Dong Hao stood up somewhat nervously. Seeing that there was another unfamiliar man on the card table that she did not recognize, Chen Xiao asked with some confusion, "Old Four, you recognize?" Xiao Fei shook his head and smiled. "I don't know, but he wants to meet the boss." Lin Chen was a bit puzzled as he sized up the man. He really didn't recognize him. Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao. I'm the son of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. Dong Hao had a somewhat humble attitude. "Oh, you're Dong Fong's son?" Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao and asked with interest. Dong Hao instantly realized who Lin Chen was, and hurriedly looked at him and bowed. "Good day, young Lin. I'm Dong Fong's son." Dong Hao's attitude was very respectful, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him with some admiration in his heart. Worthy of being Dong Fong's son, he can recognize the time. Both father and son are talented. Lin Chen nodded. "Since you're Dong Fong's son, sit down." "Thank you, Xiao Lin," Dong Hao said humbly before sitting down. Ding! The system releases the mission. Recruit Dong Hao to work for himself. Reward, 100% shares of Dragon Lake Games Limited. The system actually released another mission? Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Dong Hao a few more times. It must not be simple to make the system specialize in a mission. Dong Hao, what do you do? Chapter 56, Dragon Lake Game arrives. Lin Xiao, I'm in the game now. Dong Hao replied in a hurry. Sure enough, will you follow me? Lin Chen asked bluntly. When these words came out, Zhang Shuawei and Xiao Fei and the others glanced at Lin Chen with some surprise. Dong Hao was also a bit surprised, not expecting that he was ready to recruit Lin Chen after only just meeting him. Is he Dong Hao still a talent? Dong Hao was a bit embarrassed. He just wants to make games. He came over to get acquainted with Xiao Fei, also for the game, thinking that if he could make a good relationship with this kind of rich second generation, he would be able to invest in him for the game. Lin Chen saw that Dong Hao had a difficult look on his face, so he asked again, Dong Hao, do you know about the Dragon Lake game? Young Lin, I know Dragon Lake Games. It's a large domestic game company that's made many explosive games, like What Hero Returns, Bubble Wars, and so on are all made by their company. Dong Hao's eyes were glowing when he talked about the game. Lin Chen appreciated this kind of person, judging the situation and having the ability to do so. Possibly, after all, the system are releasing quests specifically for him. As long as you follow me, I'll let you into Dragon Lake Games to take charge of a project you want to do alone. Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao and said seriously. Dong Hao froze when he heard it. Could it be that Dragon Lake Games is this Lin Xiao's company? Dong Hao got excited all of a sudden, even as his body shivered. He wanted to make a AAA game based on the myth of Daxia, but it seemed whimsical to others. As a result, he pitched many companies but no one wanted them, and Dong Fong didn't support him in making games. He was forced to move to start a small company of his own, one step at a time first. That's why you want those rich kids to invest. But now Lin Chen said that he could actually join Dragon Lake Games directly and let him specifically lead a project he wanted to do. It's like a dream. Okay, young Lin, are you telling the truth? You can really let me lead a program at Dragon Lake Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He wasn't doubting Lin Chen. A male son of this level wouldn't care to deceive a small person like him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Good, Xiao Lin, Dong Hao, will follow you from now on. Dong Hao nodded without hesitation at the sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Dragon Lake Games Limited has been credited to you. Lin Chen didn't move on the surface, but inside, he was smiling. Don't worry, if I say something, I'll do it, Lin Chen said to Dong Hao with a pleasant smile on his face. Thank you, Xiao Lin. I'll drink to you, Dong Hao said as he poured a full glass of wine into the cup, then tilted his head back and drank it all. Xiao Fei looked straight at Lin Chen. Is the Long Lake game yours too? It's mine now, Lin Chen said with a smile. When did you acquire it? How come I didn't know? Zhang Shuawei asked in a low voice as she came to Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen took Zhang Shuawei into his arms. Just now, Lin Chen said into Zhang Shuawei's ear. Everyone in the room flicked their eyes away, pretending not to see. Dong Hao also looked away when he saw this. Zhang Shuawei only felt that the hot air Lin Chen exhaled was tickling her ears. What's going on, badass? There are so many people here. Zhang Shuawei's pretty face was red as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. After Zhang Shuawei broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, she coughed lightly in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. The crowd also withdrew their gazes and continued their previous conversation as if the scene just now had never happened. Boss, you're really impressive. This Dragon Lake game is a big name in the industry, and it turned out to be an industry under your name as well. Xiao Fei lamented. Now known, Penguin shareholders, the big boss of the Imperial Hotel, and now the big boss of Dragon Lake Games, driving a Lamborghini Poison. It's not like any family named Lin is so rich. Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao, don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll do my best to make a game that will amaze everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, come drink one. We 5 boys have to pour 2 today. Xiao Wei picked up a glass of wine and gestured for Lin Chen to sit over. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei didn't want Lin Chen to drink too much wine, but they were all his brothers, so it was not good to stop them, so she could only nod helplessly and agree. Only then did Lin Chen sit on Xiao Wei's side of the table with them. Shen Xiao was not very capable of drinking, looking at everyone's high spirits, although there was hesitation in his heart, but he did not want to spoil the crowd's fun. He barely squeezed out a smile and excused himself. I'm really limited in my drinking capacity, or I'll just have a little less. However, Xiao Fei and the others were willing to comply, and have been uproarious. Chen Xiao, you can't spoil the fun on such a happy day today. Chen Xiao had no choice but to drink a little bit stiffly. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone talked about everything, but Chen Xiao gradually felt dizzy and his face flushed an abnormal red color. He tried his hardest to stay sober, but the wine surged and his consciousness began to blur. Mother asterisk 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 did you guys drug me? Why do I feel dizzy in my head? After saying that, Chen Xiao laid down on the table and didn't move a muscle. When the crowd saw this, they were first stunned, and then laughed out loud. Xiao Fei laughed and said, "This guy Chen Xiao, he still said he couldn't drink. How much did he drink before he couldn't?" Xiao Wei flirted back. Chen Xiao's drinking capacity is also really ridiculously bad. Lin Chen looked at the drunken Chen Xiao, shook his head helplessly, and said to everyone, "Alright." Chen Xiao did her best. "Let's not drink too much. Let's call it a day." The crowd also nodded in agreement. Shu Wei, why don't you sleep at my house today? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei and softly said. Jiang Shuawei's red face was as thin as a mosquito. Gu, Shu Wei, you've gone off to have a good time, so I'll have to go back to school alone, Tang Wan-er said with a smile. The blush on Jiang Shuawei's face increased. Sister Wan-er, why don't I give you a ride back to school? We're all in the same school anyway, Xiao Fei hurriedly invited. Tang Wan-er was a bit hesitant. Looks like someone's not going back to school alone. There's a handsome guy with him. Jiang Shuawei found a chance to playfully laugh as well. Tang Wan-er glared at Jiang Shuawei, then turned to Xiao Fei's hopeful eyes and still nodded her head in agreement. Well, bother. No trouble, no trouble. It's my honor to send Sister Wan-er back. Xiao Fei was instantly beaming with joy. Xiao Fei then asked Tup, who hadn't been drinking, to drive the front desk in his car to send the two back. Xiao Wei watched with a helpless face as Xiao Fei led Tang Wan-er away. Tup. Then he looked down again at Chen Xiao, who was lying asleep on the card seat. What am I supposed to do when you're gone? Asshole. Chapter 57. Love me well. Dong Hao. Add a green bubble so I can contact you when the time comes, Lin Chen said, opening the friend QR code. Dong Hao hastily swept on and added a friend. Thank you, Xiao Lin. You don't have to be so polite. Just make good on your game. Lin Chen smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Wei again. Lao San, call a cab. I'll just go ahead, ha. Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei out of the tub after he finished speaking. Ho, give me a hand. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei came to the poison. Chen, do you really want me to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. It would be a shame if I bumped the car, Jiang Shuawei said with some worry. Lin Chen was indifferent. It's fine. Just drive. Jiang Shuawei had to get into the driver's seat. Jiang Shuawei took a deep breath and carefully started the poison. The car emitted a low rumbling sound, as if it was a beast ready to go. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding road. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat and looked at Jiang Shuawei with a relaxed expression. Don't be nervous, just drive as if it's a normal car, he comforted. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, but her hands were still sweaty. She slowly stepped on the gas, and poison drove forward smoothly. As the car traveled, Jiang Shuawei's tension gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Pedestrians on the road cast envious gazes, and a sense of pride surged in Jiang Shuawei's heart. She glanced at Lin Chen and realized that he was looking at her with a smile. Well, not nervous now? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuawei revealed a bright smile. Well, much better, she said. Poison sped down the road, and Jiang Shuawei's driving skills became more and more skillful. At this time it was already a little past 12 in the evening, and the Yulan Sacred Court Villa area was quiet. Jiang Shuawei drove the poison slowly into the car. The roar of the car in this silent night seems particularly clear. As soon as the security guards at the entrance saw the car, they knew that it was Lin Chen who had returned and quickly raised the railing. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen somewhat nervously. Tatsu, it's late. Where's the car parked? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I'm sure it's in the garage. You can just drive there. The garage door will open by itself. Jiang Shuowei nodded, then drove the car to the garage door. The cameras on both sides of the garage door recognized the license plate number. Then the garage door slowly rose. Wow, that's pretty advanced. Jiang Shuowei's face of novelty, and then carefully drove the car into the garage. The smooth body of the poison shimmered under the light with a charming luster. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Come on, let's go to the house. Good. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed lightly and she obediently nodded her head. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei's hand and walked into the villa. The soft light enveloped the entire space like a thin veil, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. Walking into the living room, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly landed on the red wine cabinet on one side. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he turned to Jiang Shuowei. How about we have another drink? Jiang Shuowei nodded gently with a red face. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and a few exquisite highball glasses, slowly pouring the red wine into the cup. The deep red liquid shimmered with a tantalizing luster under the light. Lin Chen handed a cup of red wine to Jiang Shuowei, and their fingers gently touched. Instantly, as if there was an electric current running through them, they looked at each other and raised their glasses to take a sip, the mellow flavor of the wine spreading in their mouths. As a glass of red wine went down, the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Lin Chan's eyes grew hotter and hotter, and Jiang Shuowei's cheeks were colored with a layer of charming blush. Their bodies unconsciously moved closer, their breaths intertwined. Just when both of them were about to sink into this ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuowei said with a red face and a voice like a mosquito hum, "Tatsu, I want to take a shower first." Lin Chen froze slightly, then revealed a gentle smile. "Okay, I'll take you." Then he took Jiang Shuowei's hand and pulled her into the bathroom and the bedroom. Jiang Shuowei walked into the bathroom before realizing that she hadn't brought a change of clothes. She bit her lip and after hesitating for a moment, she opened the bathroom door and softly shouted, "Tatsu, I don't have any clothes." Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then found a shirt of his own and handed it to her. As Lin Chen listened to the sound of rushing water in the bathroom, he could only feel that his second brother couldn't wait to get ready to launch his attack. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuowei walked out wearing Lin Chen's shirt, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders. That wide shirt looked particularly sexy on her, revealing her white legs. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly attracted to her, and he stared blankly at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei was a little shy from his look, slightly lowering her head, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. "What's wrong, Tatsu?" Lin Chen slowly walked towards Jiang Shuowei and gently lifted her chin, his eyes filled with deep love. "Shuowei, you're beautiful." Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuowei, then picked her up in a princess hug amidst Jiang Shuowei's gasps of surprise, before placing her on the bed. Jiang Shuowei collapsed on the bed, her face flushed red, and Lin Chen just propped himself up on Jiang Shuowei's body, the two of them looking at each other. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips. The kiss was passionate and deep, full of longing and love. Jiang Shuowei closed her eyes and responded to Lin Chen's kiss. Lin Chen's hand gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's cheek, then slowly traveled down her neck, tracing over her collarbone. Jiang Shuowei trembled slightly, a strange and intense feeling surging through her body. Lin Chen's kiss became even hotter, moving from Jiang Shuowei's lips to her earlobe, gently biting and devouring it. Jiang Shuowei let out a soft wooing sound, which was like a fuse that instantly ignited the flames in Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen raised his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips once again, their tongues entangled with each other, their breaths mingling together. Lin Chen's body was pressed against Jiang Shuowei's, and he could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuowei's breathing became more and more rapid, and she was soon stripped naked by Lin Chen. Her perfect body was just completely displayed in Lin Chen's eyes. A flash of amazement and love flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen looked into Jiang Shuowei's eyes and said softly, "Shuowei, I love you." Jiang Shuowei's eyes glistened with tears as she gently nodded her head and said, "Tatsu, I love you too. Love me well." Lin Chen moved to Jiang Shuowei's ear, his rough snort hitting Jiang Shuowei's ear. "I'm going to love you so much, Chevy." The moon in the sky seemed to cover its eyes shyly. 1,000 words omitted at this point. Chapter 58, A Little Bit of Pain. The next day, sunlight poured through a gap in the curtains, waking the sleeping pair. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuowei, who was still sleeping beside him. Her face carried a hint of exhaustion and contentment, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, like the wings of a butterfly. A tenderness surged in Lin Chen's heart, and he gently kissed her forehead. Jiang Shuowei seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's movements and woke up leisurely as well. Opening her eyes, she saw that Lin Chen was gently looking at her, and her face couldn't help but blush. "Morning," Jiang Shuowei said softly. "Morning." Lin Chen smiled in response and reached out to gather her into his arms. Jiang Shuowei leaned against Lin Chen's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, her heart filled with a sense of security. "Yesterday," Jiang Shuowei wanted to say. The redness on her face became more obvious. Lin Chen knew what she wanted to say, and gently stroked her hair, saying, Yesterday was wonderful, and we'll always be happy like this in the future. Jiang Shuawei nodded, happiness shining in her eyes. They cuddled in bed for a moment before they were ready to get up. Jiang Shuawei frowned. What's wrong, Shuawei? Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuawei, with a red face, bit her lips and said softly, "It hurts a little." Lin Chen instantly understood what she meant, and his heart was filled with guilt and heartache. He tightly embraced Jiang Shuawei into his arms and said gently, "Baby, I'm sorry for making you suffer. You lie down and rest well. I'll go buy you some food." Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head and refused. "Chen, no need. I have to go back to school later. Let's just go out to eat together." Lin Chen frowned and said with some concern, "But aren't you in pain right now?" Jiang Shuawei smiled and said, "It's okay, just take a breather." Lin Chen couldn't argue with Jiang Shuawei, so he had to give up. Jiang Shuawei leaned against the bed and slowed down for a while. After a while, she decided to get up and go out after feeling slightly more comfortable. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei as she struggled to get up, and his heart was filled with heartache. He hurriedly supported Jiang Shuawei and said, "Shuawei, you really don't need to be in such a hurry to go to school. Why don't you take a day off to rest?" Jiang Shuawei firmly shook her head and said, "No, I have a very important class today. I can't be delayed." Seeing Jiang Shuawei's resolute attitude, Lin Chen could only give in. Lin Chen watched as Jiang Shuawei changed her clothes, and the piece of snow-white skin that was inadvertently exposed was as pure and alluring as the first snow. He only felt a sharp shock in his heart, and his sight seemed to be firmly sucked in, making it difficult to move away. Instantly, the familiar restlessness in his body began to get restless again. Bodhi originally has no tree, and a bright mirror is not a platform. Lin Chen hurriedly recited the scripture in his mind, over and over again, trying to suppress the impulse that was almost ready to spurt out. He closed his eyes tightly and took several deep breaths, and it was only after a while that he finally managed to suppress that agitation. After packing up, Lin Chen drove the limousine, carrying Jiang Shuawei as he slowly drove out of the Magnolia Sacred Court. Originally, Lin Chen had wanted to take Jiang Shuawei to the luxurious Imperial Palace Hotel to enjoy breakfast, but Jiang Shuawei was worried that she would be late, so they could only casually buy soybean milk, donuts and buns on the side of the road. The surrounding passers-by were stunned to see this scene. Driving a supercar but buying soybean milk and donuts on the side of the road is a rare scene. People cast curious glances, some even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen was concentrating on driving and it was inconvenient to answer it. "Chevy, get that for me," Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuawei obediently took the cell phone out of Lin Chen's pants pocket, and in the process of taking the phone, she also mischievously pinched Lin Chen's sensitive parts. This sudden small movement caused Lin Chen's body to stiffen and he almost didn't grip the steering wheel. Lu Shu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Lin Dong, I'm Lu Shu. Mr. Ma Tangma will probably be at the Imperial Palace Hotel at 10:30. Do you see any time?" There was a hint of urgency in Lu Shu's tone, and she was relieved to see that Lin Chen had finally answered the phone. After sending a message to Lin Chen last night and never getting a reply, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "I sent a message to Lin Chen early this morning, but Lin Chen didn't reply either, as if he had disappeared, just as if he had followed into a bomb shelter." She really couldn't help it, so she made this call to Lin Chen, and luckily it got through. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock. "Okay, no problem. Where's Lu Hai?" Lu Shu hurriedly replied. "Lu Hai just got off the plane. He'll probably be at the Imperial Palace in a little while." "Okay. I didn't pay attention to my cell phone last night when something came up. I'll contact him later," Lin Chen said casually. "Okay, Lin Dong. Then I won't bother you anymore." Lin Chen let out a then let Jiang Shuawei hang up. "Wow, Chen, old Ma is coming to see you in person." Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with a face of adoration, her eyes glittering with excitement. "That's the old horse. I don't think there are many people in all of Daxia who don't know Xiao Ma and Lao Ma, right? They're as famous as thunder, legends in the business world." "Yeah, he wants me to sign the concert party agreement." Lin Chen nodded and said, "What is a concert party agreement?" Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes filled with curiosity. "It's that no matter how many shares you have, the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands after signing, and I'll just enjoy the dividends." Lin Chen thought about it and explained it in a simple and easy-to-understand way. "Ha, then why did you sign it?" When Jiang Shuawei heard this, "Isn't this a bullying clause?" she frowned with confusion. "So I'm not going to sign a full concert party agreement with him, only a partial concert party agreement at most," Lin Chen said calmly. Jiang Shuawei probably knew what it meant by the name. "It means that there are still voting rights, but there are some situations and so on to listen to him?" "Right," Lin Chen replied affirmatively. Oh, Jiang Shuawei nodded her head as if she understood. "If it wasn't for the fact that I have a class I have to go to, I'd like to go with you to see what a live old horse looks like." Jiang Shuawei Shuawei muttered in discouragement, a regretful look on her face. What class do you still have to go to? Lin Chen was a bit curious. Wasn't it his impression that college classes were mandatory for electives and optional for mandatory classes? That teacher is my mom's BFF, so I'm sure she knows I've gone back to school, and I can't explain if I didn't go, Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. Lin Chen drifted off. No wonder. Lin Chen was about to drive his car into the school, but he was stopped by Jiang Shuawei. I'll just go in alone. Don't you have work to do? I'll just go back by myself, Jiang Shuawei said, and gave Lin Chen a peck on the cheek with a smile. He then got out of the car without giving Lin Chen a chance to retort. Chapter 59, Ma Teng's arrival. Lin Chen had no choice but to follow suit and get out of the car, pulling the car to the side of the road before following and pulling Jiang Shuawei's hand. So many students around us were taking pictures when they saw it. I'll go. Isn't this the school beauty Jiang Shuawei and her rich son-in-law? How did it go from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't this the poisonous car that's been rumored like crazy in school? It's actually the car of schoolgirl Jiang's boyfriend. It's too much. I'll walk you to class. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and said tenderly, no need. You're in a hurry. You'd better get over there. Although Jiang Shuawei was happy in her heart, she still didn't want to delay Lin Chen. It's okay, it's in time. Lin Chen just held Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked into the school amidst the attention of the surrounding students. Jiang Shuawei couldn't argue with Lin Chen, so she could only allow Lin Chen to pull her forward. Tatsu, you're so nice. Can you find my classroom? Lin Chen's footsteps lurched, then consciously let Jiang Shuawei walk in front. Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuawei all the way to the classroom door. Okay, this is our classroom. Jiang Shuawei smiled sweetly. Okay, I'll leave then, and I'll pick you up at noon for dinner. Good. Jiang Shuawei stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Chen before running into the classroom. Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated and opened it to see that it was a message from Lu Hai. Lin Dong, I'm already at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. Okay, just give me your name straight away. Lin Chen immediately called Dong Fong over after sending it. Lin Dong, you're looking for me? There's one downstairs named Lu Hai. Have someone bring him to the Imperial Conference Room. Lin Chen said to Dong Fong on the phone as he rushed off campus. Okay, Lin Dong. Lin Chen hung up the phone and walked for a while longer before he walked out of the school gates again, piloting Poison away in front of a crowd of awestruck, envious gazes. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to drive the attention-grabbing Lamborghini Poison slowly parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Palace Hotel. The hotel's lobby was brilliantly golden, with huge crystal chandeliers emitting a bright light. The staff members saluted respectfully when they saw Lin Chen. Dong Fong was waiting for him by now. Lin Dong, Mr. Lu is already waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Where is the contract I asked you to prepare for me earlier? Dong Fong sniffed and hurriedly handed Lin Chen a contract. Lin Chen opened it and briefly looked at it, then walked straight towards the conference room with Dong Fong. When Lin Chen came to the conference room, Lu Hai was already sitting inside. Dong Fong was very sensible and didn't follow. Lu Hai's mood at the moment is also very apprehensive. To know that this one can be in the Penguin has 10% of the shares of the Big Brother. If discounted, that is several hundred billion RMB. Lu Hai saw Lin Chen walk into the conference room and hurriedly got up and respectfully shouted, Hello Lin Dong. No need to be so polite. Sit. Lu Hai still waited for Lin Chen to sit down before he did so. After the two of them took their seats, Lin Chen looked at Lu Hai and slowly said, Lu Hai, I believe you are fully prepared for our meeting today. The reason why I chose you as my personal secretary besides Lu Shu is also because of your ability. Lu Hai listened carefully to Lin Chen's words, his eyes full of determination. Dong Lin, thank you for your trust. I will definitely do my best to live up to your expectations. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he handed that contract to Lu Hai. Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it. Lu Hai took the contract and read it carefully. The clauses of the contract were clear and explicit, and the treatment was generous, fully reflecting the importance Lin Chen placed on him. After reading the contract, Lu Hai raised his head and looked at Lin Chen and said, Dong Lin, I don't have any questions about the contract. I'm very honored to be your personal secretary, and I will definitely work hard and contribute my full strength to your career development. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, sign it then. After signing the contract, Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu. Lu Hai held Lin Chen's hand tightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard. It didn't take long for Ma Teng to arrive at the Imperial Hotel as well. Lin Chen even went downstairs to pick up Ma Teng himself. Lin Chen straightened his suit and walked towards the hotel lobby with a calm pace. There was also a hint of nervousness in his heart. After all, Martin is a legend in the business world. To build a business empire of such volume with only one hand, this ability, one could not find a few people who could match him. Lin Chen and Lu Hai walked to the hall, and at that moment, Dong Fong was receiving Ma Teng and a few others with a smile on his face. Hello Ma Dong. I'm Lin Chen. Even though he had long been mentally prepared and knew that Lin Chen was only a freshman, he was really surprised the moment he appeared in front of him. The Lin Chen in front of him was so young, yet he had such extraordinary achievements in the business field, which was really impressive. Lin Dong, I've heard about you for a long time, and when I see you today, you really are a hero. Ma Tang smiled and extended his hand. Lin Chen also shook Ma Tang's hand and responded, Ma Dong is too kind. You are the business legend. I still have a lot to learn from you. The atmosphere of the group seemed very dull, with only Ma Tang and Lin Chen talking and laughing along the way. Coming into the conference room, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Once seated, Martin took the lead. Dong Lin, you know the purpose of my coming here this time? It's for the concert party agreement. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I know, but I definitely won't sign the full concert party agreement. And for the partial concert party agreement, I'll sign it as long as the price you offer is right. Ma Dong. Ma Tang was silent for a moment, exchanging words with the few people around him before he looked at Lin Chen again. 5 billion RMB. Lin Chen was actually still very satisfied. After all, even if Penguin was left in his hands to take charge, he wouldn't be able to do it as well as Ma Tang. All he had to do was throw his hands up and wait quietly for the dividends, and it's good enough to still be able to pull a little wool over Martin's eyes. Could be. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. After much discussion and negotiation, the parties finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial concert party agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Tang looked at Lin Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Dong Lin, you are indeed a rare business partner. I'm sure our cooperation will be a great success. Lin Chen smiled in response. Mr. Ma, I also look forward to our cooperation bringing greater development opportunities for both sides. I see it's getting late. Why don't we have lunch at the Imperial? Chapter 60. I'm serious. Let's forget about it this time. I have to visit Penguin Tianfu City's headquarters later. Ma Tang smiled and politely declined. That's a shame. Lin Chen had some regrets. He had wanted to keep Ma Tang for a meal, and it just so happened that Jiang Shuawei had also said that she wanted to take a look, but now it seemed that it would not work. There will be a chance later, Lin Dong. Then let's have fun working together. Have fun working together. Lin Chen shook Ma Tang's hand and then sent him away from the Imperial Hotel. Dong Lin, you're actually still the major shareholder of Penguin. After Ma Tang left, Dong Fong said to Lin Chen with some excitement. It was at this moment that he finally believed what Lin Chen had told him earlier. Di Hao may not be unable to get out of Tianfu City in the future. Lin Chen just smiled faintly. My girlfriend and I are coming over for dinner later. Okay, Lin Dong. Dong Fong hastily responded. Lin Chen went out and headed straight to Suzhou University. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the entrance to the main gate, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, with Tang Weiner by her side. Lin Chen stopped in front of the two. Do you want to go to dinner together, Sister Tang? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. He can only fit 2 people in this car. Young Master Lin is so rich, I mustn't rub some rice in it? Tang Wan-er said with a smile. Aya, Wan-er doesn't need your attention. Someone will come to pick her up later. Oh. Jiang Shuawei opened the car door and sat in. A blue Porsche 918 just drove up, parked behind Lin Chen's car. Then a head familiar to Lin Chen poked out of the car window. Sister Wan-er, get in the car. Xiao Fei waved towards Tang Wan-er with an excited expression. Tang Wan-er looked at Xiao Fei's car and was a little surprised, but on second thought, Xiao Fei can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a drink. What's wrong with driving a supercar? So it went straight up to the passenger seat of Xiao Fei. Tatsu, what kind of car does Xiao Fei drive? Jiang Shuawei also looked at Xiao Fei's car and said with some curiosity. Lin Chen took a few careful glances. The Porsche 918 is over $10 million, I think, Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, it looks nice, but not as nice as our car. Jiang Shuawei gave Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek and said with a smile. Lin Chen dotingly rubbed Jiang Shuawei's hair. Boss, go away. I'm starving. Xiao Fei's voice came from behind him. Lin Chen stretched out the car window and gave a middle finger. Then the engine let out a low and powerful roar and drove straight out. Behind him, Xiao Fei hurriedly followed. The 2 supercars sped down the road one after the other, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, these 2 cars are so cool, a young man said excitedly. Must be rich to afford a luxury car like this. The man next to him chimed in. Listening to the king is like Zhuangzhou with purification. As they got closer and closer to the Imperial Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down their speed, parking the car steadily in the parking lot of the Imperial Hotel. They then got out of the car together. After Lin Chen and Xiao Fei parked their cars, they walked into the Imperial Hotel with Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. Dong Fong respectfully led the way in front and brought them to the Tianzino. one private room. Not long after, the waiter walked in with a menu and politely handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned his hand and handed the menu to Jiang Shuawei with a smile. Shuawei, take your order. Jiang Shuawei took the menu and began to look at it seriously. Next to her, Tang Waner also curiously came over to look at it. When Tang Waner's eyes fell on the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. An Australian lobster was priced at a surprisingly high $5,000 a piece. Top quality Wagyu beefsteaks cost tens of thousands of dollars per serving, and the rare seafood sashimi platter was even more staggeringly expensive. Tang Waner secretly sighed in her heart. The life of the rich was really different. Jiang Shuawei ordered a few of her favorite dishes before handing the menu to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the menu again and added a few specialties before handing the menu to the waiter. The waiter nodded with a smile and turned around to inform the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Xiao Fei had been secretly looking at Tang Waner and finding topics to chat with her from time to time. Sister Waner, are you tired of studying lately? Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Waner froze slightly, then replied, it's kinda busy, but it's also very fulfilling. Xiao Fei hurriedly continued, then you have to pay attention to your body. Oh, don't be too tired. If you have time, we can go out and play together. Tang Waner looked at Xiao Fei's sincere eyes, and a trace of joy welled up in her heart. But her heart was full of contradictions and hesitations. She knew that Xiao Fei was rich and had a superior family background, while she was just an ordinary family. The gap between them was so wide that she couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Fei's feelings for her were sincere. She remembered the story she had heard before about rich kids playing with their feelings and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry in her heart. She was afraid that she was just a plaything for Xiao Fei on a whim and would be mercilessly discarded when the novelty passed. Moreover, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to fit into Xiao Fei's circle of life and adapt to his lifestyle. She stole a glance at Xiao Fei and pondered in her heart. Xiao Fei is indeed very handsome and charming, and he is also very gentle and considerate to her. But could it all really last? She wasn't sure. She felt she should keep her wits about her and not be swept away by momentary feelings. At this time, the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. An exquisite dish was placed on the table, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The bright red shell of the Australian lobster, the uniform fat texture of the Wagyu beefsteak, and the fresh color of the seafood sashimi platter were all mouth-watering. Xiao Fei saw Tang Waner's surprised expression and said with a smile, Sister Waner, try it. Last time I came over with boss I knew that the food here was really good. Saying that, he picked up the communal chopsticks and chucked a piece of lobster meat for Tang Waner. Tang Waner took it with some embarrassment and gently bit into it. The tender shrimp meat and the rich flavor made her sigh in admiration. It's really good. During the course of the meal, Xiao Fei continuously pinched dishes for Tang Waner, taking care of her tastes. Lin Chen nodded in his heart as he watched Xiao Fei's actions. However, he was still a little worried about whether Xiao Fei was serious about his feelings for Tang Waner. After all, Xiao Fei used to live an extravagant life, taking advantage of everyone's inattention. Lin Chen quietly came up next to Xiao Fei and asked seriously, Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Waner? You used to live such an extravagant life, don't just play around. Xiao Fei hastened to right himself. Brother Lin, don't worry, I really like Sister Waner. I know that my previous lifestyle may have made people think it's unreliable, but I'll definitely change. Lin Chen nodded slightly as he listened to Xiao Fei's words. Good, I hope you can do what you say. Sister Tang and Shuawei are good girlfriends. If you really have impure motives, I won't let you off the hook. Boss, don't worry. If I really catch up with Sister Waner, I promise to be single-minded towards her. Xiao Fei answered very seriously. On the other side, Jiang Shuawei also quietly asked Tang Waner, Waner, are you really interested in Xiao Fei? Tang Waner blushed, nodding her head somewhat sheepishly. But I think he's rich and I'm a bit unworthy of him. And I'm also worried that he's only interested in me on a whim and for fun. So I want to observe more. Jiang Shuawei held Tang Waner's hand and comforted her. Waner, don't think like that. Feelings don't discriminate between rich and poor. As long as you truly like each other, you can definitely go on, but you really should observe more. I'll have Lin Chen properly supervise Xiao Fei. I definitely won't harm you. Chapter 61, Call from Mrs. Lin. Tang Waner looked at Xiao Fei again. Tell me more. Because they had to drive. None of them drank. And after the meal, Xiao Fei went back to school with Tang Waner because of military training. Tatsu, how did your talk with old Ma go? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Not bad for a partial unanimity agreement. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, then where are we going later? Lin Chen pondered slightly. It's been a busy few days, and yesterday was the first time I spent the night in the villa, which turned out to have nothing in it. Go buy some daily necessities and put them in the villa later. Anyway, the Magnolia Sacred Court is only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the school, so we won't live in the school in the future. Let's just live in the villa. Jiang Shuawei blushed at his words. Live outside every day? Wouldn't that be Jiang Shuawei was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to live with Lin Chen, but he was considering Tang Waner. There were 4 people in a dormitory, one Kiki Han and one other person who hardly ever came back to the dormitory. If she left, Tang Waner would have to face Han Chi-Chi's disgusting mouth alone every day. Just thinking about it made me feel sorry for Tang Waner. Lin Chen saw that Jiang Shuawei was a bit hesitant, so he asked out loud, "What's wrong, Chevy?" "Not much." Jiang Shuawei was afraid that Lin Chen would misunderstand, so she gave Lin Chen a thorough explanation. Lin Chen came to a sudden realization. It's a real problem. After all, they're so close, and they do have to think about their best friend. Then there's no rush on this, but there's a chance we'll have to stay at the villa during the week. So let's go ahead and acquire some things this afternoon, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yes, Tatsu is the best. Seeing that Lin Chen agreed and wasn't angry, Jiang Shuawei happily wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and said. Lin Chen felt the sensation of Jiang Shuawei's huge place squeezing his arm, and a wave of relief ran through his heart. And just then, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" Lin Chen took a look at the fact that it was Lin's mother calling and hurriedly picked up the phone and asked, "What? You can't call my son if there's nothing wrong?" Lin's mother didn't have the good sense to say, "Of course not, Mom." Lin Chen compensated with a smile. "You give Mom an honest answer. Is that what Ronto Land Real Estate Company yours?" Lin mother's tone suddenly became serious. "Mom, why do you ask?" Lin Chen asked suspiciously. Then it suddenly occurred to me that I had turned Yuan Lu on when I went to Ronto Land earlier. Did Yuan Lu tell you that? Mom, you mustn't agree to anything with their family in a moment of weakness. I don't want this kind of relative, Lin Chen said sharply. "Tell me first, is that big company yours?" Lin's mother asked. "It's not exactly mine. I've got a stake in it. I'm kind of the majority shareholder in Unity Investments Land. Is that virtual currency of yours so valuable? It's enough to buy shares in a company this big?" Lin's mother sounded very shocked. "Ha ha ha, it's really quite lucrative. But don't tell anyone else, Mom." Lin Chen smiled sardonically. "Good," Lin's mother responded meaningfully. "Mom, so how the hell did you know?" Lin Chen knew that most of it was from Yuan Lu. "Tatsu, tell Mom, did you fire your uncle?" Lin Chen was silent for a moment. "Yeah, I fired him." "Hey, they're all relatives, let that matter pass. And since you've made a fortune anyway, there's even less need to take that matter to heart." Lin's mother sighed. Yuan Lu was almost the one she watched grow up. Lin mother was 7 or 8 years older than Yuan Lu, and when she was a child, she followed Lin mother's ass and shouted sister sister sister. I don't know how, but growing up is like being a different person. She was just out to lunch today and got her cell phone to look at it. It turned out to be her aunt, Yuan Lu's mom, who made a big deal in the circle that her son had somehow become the big boss of Yuan Lu's company. And as a result, the first thing she did was fire Yuan Lu. The hard work of Yuan Lu for so many years has gone down the drain. Those relatives don't believe in these things. After all, Lin Chen and their family, now what is the situation, are well aware of. Lin Chen's uncle was very angry. Let's not talk about the truth or falsehood of this matter. Even if this matter is true, I don't think what Xiao Chen did was wrong. How did you treat my sister and her family back then? Have you forgotten? And just like that, things got bigger and bigger. Knowing that Yuan Lu's mother had posted a photo in the group. It was a photo of Huang Wei leading Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei towards the elevator. Now the relatives are finally believing what Yuan Lu's mother said. The result that people didn't expect was that those relatives didn't help to denounce Lin Chen's family as they had imagined. But instead, one by one, they all tried to please the Lin family. It turned out to be embarrassing that none of them had Lin Chen's contact information except for Lin Chen's uncle. Then those relatives came running to send messages to Lin's mother. Mom, here's the thing. Lin Chen felt a bit unbelievable even after hearing what happened. Is this really something a relative could do? He stirred things up himself and turned black and white upside down. He even tried to instigate other relatives to come together to say that Lin Chen and his family were not right. Yuck, that's disgusting. Mom, here's the thing. After Lin Chen told Lin's mother what had happened, Lin's mother was obviously in a much lower mood again. Mom, you treat them like family, but what do they do to you? I know, it was just a little overwhelming for a while. Lin's mother sighed. Mom, don't feel too bad. That's how their family is. Don't mind them. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Lin Chen softly comforted. Okay, I almost forgot. That pretty girl in that picture is still your girlfriend according to them? Is that true? Lin's mother was in a better mood as she spoke, because it was on speakerphone. Jiang Shuawei naturally heard Lin's mother's voice. Jiang Shuawei had a face of nervousness and anticipation. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's head. Yeah, Mom, that's your future daughter-in-law, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei's face instantly turned red when she heard Lin Chen's words, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Really? You kid can You've abducted such a beautiful girl. When will you bring her back for me and your dad to see? Lin mother's bad mood before hearing Lin Chen's words disappeared all of a sudden and her tone was full of surprise. Okay, Mom, I'll bring your future daughter-in-law back to show you in a few days. Then your dad and I will wait, haha. If you're the one who comes back alone when we wait until that day, then you're going to get the hell out of here and sleep at night. Lin Chen heard a bitter laugh at Lin Mother's words. Okay. Right, Mom. I'll transfer another $1 million to you. Hasn't my dad always wanted to buy a car? Just go and buy one. And we have to install air conditioning in the house. The summer in Shuzhou is so hot. You can't just blow the fan. Your son is a big boss now. He's rich. You guys don't think about saving me either. Chapter 62. Are you worthy? Okay, my son has made progress. This mom of mine should also enjoy her happiness. I really don't want to go to work. Your mom has been working in Guangdong since I was 16, and now I can finally take a break. Lin Chen's eyes unknowingly turned a little red as he listened to his mother's words. His mind was racing with thoughts, thinking about what he should rely on to change his fate, and the fate of his mom and dad, if he didn't have the system. Jiang Shuowei sensed Lin Chen's change in mood and gently comforted him, gently grabbing Lin Chen's arm. Mom, you and Dad don't have to work from now on, so it's a good time to take some time to go out and travel. Lin Chen spoke to Lin Mother for a long time more before hanging up. It's okay, Tatsu. Jiang Shuowei waited for Lin Chen to hang up the phone and immediately jumped into Lin Chen's arms. Her hand also kept patting Lin Chen's back, causing the gloom in Lin Chen's heart to instantly dissipate. It's okay, Chevy. I've been better. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuowei's white and tender face and said with a smile. His smile was as bright as the sun, making people feel incredibly warm. Come on, let's go shopping for necessities? Lin Chen proposed. Tatsu, we seem to have forgotten something. Jiang Shuowei's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? When Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuowei being so serious all of a sudden, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? Turns out we actually forgot. I don't know if my poor little Muppet is still there. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen pitifully, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. Lin Chen froze for a moment, his mind quickly recalling the last time. Oh, yeah, it seems that at that time, the two brothers of Wang Shijie gave an interruption and did not buy it. Then let's go get that cat first? Lin Chen asked. Good. Jiang Shuowei instantly smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her smile was like a blooming flower, beautiful and moving. Soon, Lin Chen drove Jiang Shuowei to Luan Street again. This street was still bustling with people coming and going. Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuowei straight towards the McPet's pet shop. That shopkeeper had realized after that time that Lin Chen was the new owner of this street, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His heart was filled with remorse as he recalled his gesture of being on the prowl at that time. If Lin Chen had been a bit more calculating at that time, with his status, he would have had no words to drive himself away. And although the cat that was the subject of the last argument had not been bought, the store owner did not dare to sell it. Even though there were already several customers who were interested in buying the cat, he didn't agree, saying that the cat was fostered here by a customer. As a result, he now saw Lin Chen walk into his store with his girlfriend. The store owner's heart immediately became apprehensive, and he walked stiffly towards Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the tenant of this store. Just call me Little Li. Lin Chen looked at him with some surprise. You recognize me? Lin Chen's tone was filled with doubt. Yes, Wei Chao sent your picture and told us all to be careful not to offend. The store owner was very honest and completely forgot that Wei Chao had sent a message at that time. Don't ever say I sent it. Lin Chen was suddenly dazed and didn't care too much. Knowing what he looks like will also prevent a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shuowei's eyes searched around the store and soon found the ragdoll cat she had seen earlier. Tatsu, I see it. Jiang Shuowei pulled Lin Chen there with an excited face. That ragdoll cat didn't know whether it was really a natural affinity with Jiang Shuowei or what. After seeing Jiang Shuowei from a long distance away, it stood up and stretched its paw across the cage towards Jiang Shuowei, as if waving its hand. Wow, this little princess is so cute. Jiang Shuowei stood in front of the Muppet cat, unable to suppress the joy in her eyes. How do you know it's a princess? Lin Chen looked curiously at the Muppet in the cage, his mind filled with doubt. Can you tell if it's a male or a female cat just by looking at it? Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen like he was an idiot, then pointed to the sign posted on the cage. Lin Chen fixed his eyes on it, and it really did say Little Princess. Bossly, I'll take this ragdoll cat. Swipe your card, Lin Chen said to the pet store owner standing beside him. No. This ragdoll cat is considered a gift from me to Boss Lin. No charge, the pet store owner said with a quick wave of his hand, a pleasing smile on his face. It's as much as it is. How can you not pay for it? That pet store owner could only take Lin Chen's money. Trying to sell a favor? That's impossible. Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to hold this little Muppet in her arms after the pet store owner gave it a deworming bath. Lin Chen then returned to his car with a large bag of cat food, followed by Jiang Shuowei, who was lovingly hugging the little Muppet. Shuowei, you don't have class this afternoon, do you? No, we can go shopping for necessities now, Jiang Shuowei said with a smile as she teased the little Muppet. Lin Chen nodded. then started the engine and drove towards the mall. Lin Chen had only just gotten out of the car when his cell phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin?" The voice of a middle-aged man who sounded like he was in his 40s or 50s came through on the other end of the phone. "I'm Lin Chen, and you are?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lin Xiangdong from Haojia Network Technology." The man on the other end of the line had a distinctly ingratiating tone to his voice. Lin Chen's tone immediately went cold. "Oh, Lin Tianyou's father?" When Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen's face turn cold all of a sudden, she instantly knew that something was wrong and stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. That rebellious son of mine offended you. I apologize for him. I have already taught this rebellious son a good lesson. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you for a casual dinner and apologize to you in person with this rebellious son," Lin Chen said with some mockery. "Phew, I wouldn't dare to accept an apology from the magnificent technology Duke. How scary would that be? I'm afraid I'll be beaten up by Duke Lin with his men as soon as I leave the school gates that day. Mr. Lin, please give me this opportunity. I will bring this rebellious son to properly make amends to you and your friends," Lin Xiangdong hurriedly said when he heard Lin Chen's words. "A chance? Do you deserve a chance from me?" Lin Chen directly hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and in the process, he blacked out the call. "Oh, you want to end this with an apology? You're dreaming, aren't you? Chen Xiaobai gets a beating? If apologizing helps, why do we need the police?" Lin Chen has already made up his mind. He won't be surnamed Lin if this magnificent technology doesn't go bankrupt. And the Lin Xiangdong on the other end of the phone was so angry that he directly smashed his cell phone hard on the ground and broke it. Chapter 63. This kid wasn't even born when I started to make a name for myself back then. MD throw me a face. Lin Xiangdong cursed angrily. Then he looked at Lin Tianyu, who was kneeling in front of him, and immediately became furious and kicked over. "Did I pay for you to go to college for you to cause trouble for me? It's not enough to offend Elder Qin. You have to not offend the major shareholders of Penguin. Don't you know that our company is in the business of networking?" Elder Qin was the pillar of the Qin family, and the Qin family was involved in almost every industry in Tenfu City. Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground, but quickly climbed back up and continued to kneel on the ground, lowering his head with hatred in his eyes. "What are you doing hitting the child? The child has already admitted his mistake. What else do you want?" A tearful noblewoman next to him was heartbroken and tried to help Lin Tianyu stand up, but he was shrugged off. "If you do something wrong, you have to admit it." Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and whispered, "Son, you're not to blame for this in the first place. If you want to blame it, you can only blame the kid named Lin Chen for liking to pretend. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old freshman would be a Penguin shareholder?" That noblewoman was thrown off but didn't have the slightest temper, and comforted Lin Tianyu one by one. Lin Xiangdong looked at his own wife with a headache. Every time whenever he educated Lin Tianyu, his wife would come over and stop it, and this has developed Lin Tianyu's brutal character. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and shouted angrily, "It's all because you've been so indulgent that you've spoiled him into this state. This time he has caused such a big trouble. If those two boys are determined to screw us over, our family's company will surely be destroyed." The noblewoman was shocked by Lin Xiangdong's aura and was momentarily silenced. Lin Tianyu was still kneeling on the ground, hatred still in his eyes. Lin Xiangdong looked at this stubborn son and his wife who was bent on protecting him. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. The hardships of his own years of wandering the world, when he relied on the courage and wisdom in the shopping mall to climb up and down, so that it is not easy to have today's achievements. But now, this indisputable son has pushed the family business to the brink of extinction on a whim. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. A different cell phone was then used to call the other number. "Hello? May I ask if this is Qin Xiaochun from Suzhou University? I'm the owner of Magnificent Technology. My name is Lin Xiangdong. Don't. 1 million. No. 5 million. I'll give you $5 million if you can step in and get your friend to leave Magnum Tech alone. I'll call Mendelevium a big deal. These boys are all better than one at making faces. I don't believe that I can really be ruined by two brats after working hard for most of my life." Lin Xiangdong also lost his temper at this time and angrily cursed. On the other hand, Lin Chen, who had hung up the phone, was in a state of relief. He looked at the phone number that he had blacked out and didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for Lin Tianyu and his family. A company owner who doesn't know his own son's character? Since you don't want to control it, then I, Lin Chen, will control it along with you. Tatsu, you can't just let that family off lightly. Jiang Shuowei also huffed. She was looking at that Lin Tianyu's ugly face that day. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth lifted into a cold smile. "Don't worry, Shuowei. This magnificent technology won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Chen is so awesome." Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with little stars. "Which is awesome?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. "All awesome." Jiang Shuowei's pretty face blushed. Walking into the mall, Jiang Shuowei held a small doll in one hand and pulled Lin Chen around to pick and choose. The mall was bustling with people. Just then, a burst of messages came from Lin Chen's cell phone, and he opened it to see that it was from Lu Shu. Lin Dong, already by the Penguin Company out to put pressure on a number of partners of How Technology. There are already many partners of How Technology forced by the pressure to terminate the cooperation with How Technology. May I ask if we still want to continue? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he didn't hesitate to send a message to Lu Shu. Cut off the roots. Tatsu, come here and take a look at this cat climbing frame. I think it's pretty good, hey. Zhang Shuawei pointed at a beautifully modeled cat climbing frame not far away and said to Lin Chen. The two of them spent almost all afternoon at the mall after that, picking and choosing almost all of the most expensive ones. In Lin Chen's words, it is a villa of hundreds of millions of dollars, with hundreds of millions of dollars of cars parked in the garage, and as a result, the furniture is a few hundred or a few thousand, which does not dare to let the guests into the house. The two had replaced almost everything in the villa. The things in the previous villa were all left behind by the previous owner, and although they were still usable, Lin Chen always felt panicked by the compartmentalization. The furniture and supplies weren't damaged, but they carried someone else's scent and made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted a fresh start, a home that belonged to him and Zhang Shuawei. Lin Chen saw that there was just a bit too much stuff, so he called Lu Hai to take care of it. Lu Hai signed the contract after the Tianfu City rented a suite. Stay in Tianfu City, specializing in helping Lin Chen to deal with various companies on the matter and some private matters. Lu Hai acted immediately after receiving the call. He quickly organized several large trucks and rushed to the mall as fast as possible. Soon several large vans drove over, transporting the things Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had been shopping for to the Magnolia Sacred Court one by one. Those large vans had neat bodies and spacious compartments, and the drivers carefully carried the goods for fear of damaging any of the items. This efficiency was still very satisfying to Lin Chen, and these large trucks were all very clean, making people look at them in a comfortable mood. When the several large trucks drove to the entrance of the Magnolia Sacred Court, the scene startled the doorman. The several large trucks were lined up in an imposing manner. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Chen came out to say hello and also dispersed in 1916, it is estimated that the doorman wouldn't dare to let these few cars in. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the doorman, explaining the situation, and only then did the doorman open the gate with confidence. Afterwards, he worked for a long time before finally emptying the previous occupants' things almost to the brim, and then finished placing the things that Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had been shopping for all afternoon. The workers busily traveled through the room, placing each item just right according to Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei's instructions, even though Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei hadn't moved the entire time, just telling those people where to put this and where to put that. But still, they felt a hint of exhaustion. The two looked at their refreshed home with a sense of accomplishment. I'm exhausted. Zhang Shuawei was paralyzed on the sofa, and the Muppet beside her had already fallen asleep. A tired look appeared on her face, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Chen, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Zhang Shuawei stood up and looked at Lin Chen with an expectant face. Chapter 64, Hot Pot. That's fine. It just so happens that I haven't had hot pot in quite a while. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuawei's expectant eyes. A warm smile appeared on his face as he smiled and nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, Tatsu's favorite. Zhang Shuawei cheered and excitedly jumped on the sofa a few times. Then he looked at the little Muppet beside him who had been woken up, a difficult look on his face. That little Muppet looked at Zhang Shuawei with round eyes. What about the little Muppets? Zhang Shuawei squatted down and gently stroked the little Muppet's head, her heart full of reluctance. Why don't we just put some cat food in the bowl for her and we'll go out to eat first? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Good. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuawei immediately agreed. Although she was sad to part with the little Muppet, she decided to satisfy her taste buds first when she thought of the delicious hot pot. Putting the little Muppet on the cat climbing frame, the little Muppet obediently lay there and watched his master's every move. That little figure looked so cute. Zhang Shuawei put some more cat food in the cat bowl, then gently patted the little ragdoll's head and said, "Be good at home, little princess. Oh, we'll be back soon." The little Muppet seemed to understand her and purred softly. Zhang Shuawei stood up and bounced out of the villa with Lin Chen. The little ragdoll looked at his masters departing back, his face full of doubt. What? This time the two didn't drive the dazzling, eye-catching Poison, opting for a Ferrari SF90. Tatsu, this time you have to listen to my arrangement. Oh, Zhang Shuawei was sitting in the driver's seat at this time. Her face was unable to hide her happiness. No problem. Shuawei, haven't you been here for more than 3 years? Surely you know which hot pot tastes better, right? Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Zhang Shuawei. Of course. I know there's a hot pot restaurant in Willow Bay Street that's super delicious. Although the decoration is plain, the flavor is really superb. Zhang Shuawei's eyes were glowing when she talked about eating. Yeah, I'll have to try it then, Lin Chen said with a smile. Soon the two arrived at Willow Bay Street. found a parking lot and parked their car, then left with the security uncle looking nervous. The security uncle looked at the luxury sports car and put away his cell phone that was swiping the video. When I came to Willow Bay Street, because it was nighttime, there were a lot of people on Willow Bay Street, mostly college students. The lights were flashing and lively. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's face values were both of a particularly capable kind, and when they came here, the turnaround rate was simply ridiculously high. I'll go. That's a good-looking couple too, isn't it? Which school is this? I don't think it's from our Jiaotong Academy, right? Another boy also asked curiously. Woo woo, how come all these big handsome guys like this have girlfriends? A girl said mournfully, looking at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's intimacy, her heart filled with envy and jealousy. Many people in the surroundings cast glances at the duo. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei, however, did not care. Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled Lin Chen forward and soon turned into a small street. Jiang Shuowei brought Lin Chen to the entrance of a store called Lu De Fat Hot Pot Restaurant. There was a waitress at the door soliciting customers at the moment, and as soon as she saw the two of them walking over, a smile appeared on her face. Sit down inside. You too. The store was packed at the moment, and the small space was almost full. Jiang Shuowei led Lin Chen to find a seat against the corner. Would you two like the red pot or the mandarin duck pot? The waiter asked. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen and revealed a bad smile. Let's have the red pot. Make it medium spicy, Jiang Shuowei said without hesitation, her eyes filled with anticipation. Okay. The waiter turned around and left to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Chen, don't look at this store as small, but the flavor is really superb, Jiang Shuowei said excitedly. Before long, the waiter came over with a steaming hot pot and various ingredients. The reddish bottom of the pot tumbled and gave off a rich aroma. Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to pick up a plate of beef and fatty beef and put it into the pot. Tatsu, try this beef. It's super tender. Jiang Shuowei picked up a piece of boiled beef and sent it to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen opened his mouth and gently took a bite. The tender texture and spicy flavor brightened his eyes. It's really quite nice. Lin Chen smiled and complimented. Jiang Shuowei acted as if Lin Chen was complimenting her, her eyes curving into a crescent moon in happiness. I told you this store was great, Jiang Shuowei said triumphantly. The two of them were eating happily when the waiter suddenly brought a large plate of tripe and beef to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's table. Jiang Shuowei was a bit puzzled. Miss, are you mistaken? We didn't order these two? Lin Chen also raised his head to look at the waitress. There's no wrong delivery, you two. These two dishes are for you from our boss, the waitress explained. Then a tall, thin man stepped aside. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to come to this small store of mine to eat. These two dishes are a small token of my appreciation. Please don't excuse yourself, the thin and tall man said to Lin Chen with a pleasing smile on his face. The waitress was a bit stunned when she saw her boss's attitude, and then she reacted that the identity background of these two young people was definitely not ordinary, then put down the dishes and left. Lin Chen just lightly glanced at the two dishes. Have a heart. The man was very happy indeed to hear that. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin and his girlfriend for dinner. After the man finished speaking, he wanted to walk away when he saw Lin Chen nod, but just then, a rough male voice rang out from the next table. Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? Then what are you giving this table? It can't be pork, can it? The owner of the hot pot restaurant hurriedly said. I'm sorry sir, the beef is indeed out of stock. This is the last bit. These two were booked a long time ago. In that case, how about I send the gentleman a plate of tripe? You're a hot pants. I don't care about your tripe? You think I'm deaf? Those two lovebirds didn't even order beef and you sent it to them. Fooling your father? The man had probably been drinking a bit and was clearly a bit hot-tempered. The owner of the hot pot restaurant's face turned ugly. Jiang Shuowei is very sympathetic to this hot pot restaurant owner. Out of business are not easy. Boss, why don't you send this plate of beef over to that table? We're almost done eating anyway. Jiang Shuowei looked at the hot pot restaurant owner and spoke. The owner of the hot pot restaurant looked at Lin Chen with some hesitation. It's okay, you give it to them. Lin Chen also said indifferently. Thank you Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Lin. The owner of the hot pot restaurant was overjoyed. He was also in a very difficult position when it came to this kind of thing. He was afraid that the few outspoken guests would offend Lin Chen and implicate himself, and he was also afraid that the man would make a big deal out of it and affect his business. Chapter 65. You can't afford to be offended. You see how much she knows? Thank you, little beauty. How about this? How about I buy you a drink later? I'll make sure you're comfortable, the man said and also looked at Jiang Shuowei with a lecherous face. When these words came out, the owner of the hot pot restaurant immediately brushed his face white. He hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Yue, and sure enough, Lin Chen and Jiang Yue's faces instantly turned gloomy. Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, and an invisible pressure filled the air. Jiang Shuowei also raised her willow eyebrows and stared angrily at the man. Jiang Shuowei's good deed not only did not exchange the other party's gratitude, the rough man instead looked at her with a lecherous face and said frivolously, "You see how much people understand? Thank you, little beauty. Let's do it this way. How about my brother treating you to a drink later? Keep your mouth clean." Jiang Shuowei shouted angrily. The man, however, did not think so, and said even more arrogantly, "What, little beauty? Brother complimented you. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Chen's eyes were cold and his voice said in a low voice, "Apologize." The man laughed as if he had heard a great joke. "Apologize? What kind of thing are you? How dare you ask me to apologize? You might as well apologize. These two are not someone you can mess with." The owner of the hot pot restaurant also persuaded, but who knew that the man was a bit embarrassed by the hot pot restaurant owner's comment. "I'd like to see how I can't afford to mess with this little brat." Saying that, the man suddenly swung his fist without warning and rushed towards Lin Chen. His fist carried a whistling wind sound, and it was about to smash into Lin Chen's face. If it was the previous Lin Chen might have really been smashed, but unfortunately, the system had rewarded a strong physique, and the physical quality was simply incomparable to before. Lin Chen slightly sidestepped and easily avoided the incoming punch. The man's punch landed and his body stumbled forward a few steps due to the force. Before the man could stand still, Lin Chen instantly struck out, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it with force. The man suffered pain and let out a miserable scream. Lin Chen then kicked the man in the abdomen, and the man was sent flying backwards by this kick, crashing heavily into the table next to him, and the tableware on the table was shaken to the ground, emitting a crisp ringing sound. The surrounding diners see the situation, do not dare to stay in the store more, and ran away without paying. Several of the man's friends saw this and immediately roared angrily and rushed over. A big, burly man waved a fist as big as a bowl, and smashed it aggressively at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes flashed as he dodged away with a sliding step, and the big man's fist smashed into the air. Lin Chen took advantage of the fact that the big man's old strength had gone and new strength had yet to be born. He quickly turned around and kicked the side of the big man's knee. The big man's knee bent and he almost fell to his knees as he tried to stabilize himself, a pained expression on his face. Another tall and thin man rushed over from the side, holding a beer bottle in his hand, and smashed it hard towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen slightly tilted his head, and the beer bottle crossed in front of his eyes, bringing up a gust of wind. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, grabbed the tall thin man's wrist and pinched it. The tall and thin man felt his wrist as if it was caught in an iron vise. The pain was unbearable, and the beer bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. With a smooth pull, Lin Chen pulled the tall thin man in front of him, then slammed his knee against his abdomen. The tall, thin man bent over in pain, a painful moan escaping his mouth. At this time, the man who had made the first move had also slowed down, and with a face full of grimace, he picked up another bottle from the table and rushed towards Lin Chen once again. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, and he rushed forward with an arrow step, kicking the man in the knee before he had the chance to strike. The man's knees bent and he fell to the ground once again. Lin Chen then punched him in the face again, knocking him all over the place. A few other friends were a bit cowed by this scene, but they couldn't watch their friends get beaten up, so they could only harden their hearts and charge up again. A fat man waved his fists and charged over aggressively. Lin Chen nimbly avoided his fist, then grabbed his arm and threw it with a force, flinging him onto a nearby table. The table was smashed to smithereens, and the fatty lay on the ground moaning in pain. Jiang Shuowei watched nervously from the sidelines, her heart both worried about Lin Chen getting hurt and feeling angry at the behavior of these people. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to go up and help at any time. Lin Chen grew more and more courageous as he fought. His movements were clean and every move was full of power. His eyes were firm and cold, as if he was an invincible god of war. Those few men gradually lost the power to fight back under his attacks. One of the men saw that the situation was bad and turned around to run. How could Lin Chen let him escape easily? He rushed over with an arrow step, grabbed the man's back collar and pulled him back. Then he punched him in the back, and the man flopped to the ground. At this time, the owner of the hot pot restaurant has been scared pale. He did not expect things to develop to this point. He wanted to go up to persuade the fight, but did not dare to get close, and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Lin Chen looked at the several men lying on the ground and said coldly, "If you dare to speak out of turn again, it won't be that simple." Although those men were unconvinced in their hearts, they knew that they were no match for Lin Chen and could only lie on the ground not daring to speak again. Lin Chen turned back to Jiang Shuowei and tenderly touched her face. "It's okay, Chevy." Jiang Shuowei, on the other hand, pulled Lin Chen to take a look left and right. Seeing that Lin Chen was indeed not injured, this was a relief. "Boss, the swipe machine is here. I'll pay for the damage to your store today." The owner warily brought the swipe machine over. "Is 100,000 enough?" The owner nodded repeatedly. enough is enough. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuawei's hand after paying. Shuawei, shall we go? Good. Jiang Shuawei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and love. But right at this moment, the man who had spoken out of turn and made a move at the beginning suddenly stood up, copied a bottle and smashed it against Lin Chen's head. Mr. Lin, be careful, the owner of the hot pot restaurant exclaimed out in shock. Jiang Shuawei was naturally walking behind Lin Chen because she was being pulled by him. And when she heard the hot pot restaurant owner reminding her, Jiang Shuawei subconsciously leaned her body behind Lin Chen. Only a bang. The bottle exploded on Jiang Shuawei's head, and glass shards splashed like snowflakes. Jiang Shuawei's body swayed slightly, and then she collapsed limply. Lin Chen sidestepped his body in Jiang Shuawei's direction the next moment he heard the hot pot restaurant owner's reminder, and as a result, he happened to see the scene in front of him, only to feel as if his heart had stopped beating. Shuawei. Chapter 66. Something happened to Jiang Shuawei. With trembling hands, Lin Chen slowly and carefully hugged Jiang Shuawei. Blood gurgled out of Jiang Shuawei's head. The crimson liquid was like a flood that broke the dike, instantly staining her cheeks and silky hair. Jiang Shuawei's eyes were tightly closed and her face was as pale as paper. What are you waiting for? Call 120. Call 120. Lin Chen roared with red eyes towards the store manager. The owner of the hot pot restaurant sat paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with horror and overwhelm. Hearing Lin Chen's words, with a trembling hand, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called 120. Hello, hello, we're here at. The man who smashed the bottle, seeing that he had made such a big mess, also froze on the spot, full of remorse and fear. His hands hung limply at the sides of his body, shards of the broken bottle still in his hands. Those who were still lying on the ground wailing saw the situation is also lying completely awake, struggling to get up and ready to walk. And just then, a couple of cops rushed in. All of you, crouch down with your heads in your hands. Not one of you will run, the police officer in charge chided. Those who were ready to run away had to crouch down with their heads in their hands under the police's scolding. Full of fear and anxiety, the police officer in charge looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was lying on the ground unconscious with blood on her head, and Lin Chen, who was holding Jiang Shuawei, and then asked, "Did 120 call? Hit it, hit it, hit it." The owner of the hot pot restaurant walked up with a trembling body at this time and said, "You are?" The policeman in charge frowned. "Hello, officer. I'm the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Here's what happened." The owner of the hot pot restaurant then gave a general account of what had happened in a nutshell. After listening to the hot pot restaurant owner's account, the police officer looked more and more serious, directing his officers to keep those perpetrators firmly in sight to ensure that they could not escape again or make other dangerous moves. Then he walked over to Lin Chen and said softly, "Sir, don't be too anxious. The ambulance will be here soon. We'll be sure to handle this properly." Lin Chen glanced at the police. "I'm Lin Chen, a shareholder of Penguin, and I'm requesting a call to my personal secretaries." The head policeman's face changed with a brush, immediately realizing the seriousness of this matter. "Ah, Penguin, that's a business empire all over the world, and its shareholders are predictable. But does Penguin have shareholders that young? All right, Mr. Lin, don't worry, we will definitely handle this matter properly." The policeman's tone instantly became more respectful. At this point, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy. When those perpetrators heard Lin Chen's identity, the look of fear on their faces became even more obvious. The man who had smashed the bottle had his intestines turned green with remorse at this moment, and he lowered his head in chagrin, his heart filled with fear and uneasiness. To be able to say something like that in front of a police officer is either true or you're out of your mind. Lin Chen hugged Jiang Shuawei tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and uneasiness. He quickly pulled out his own cell phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. "Lu Hai, I'm Lin Chen. Shuawei and I ran into trouble inside a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street, and Shuawei was injured and unconscious. You immediately notify the company's legal department and prepare to file a lawsuit against these perpetrators." Lin Chen's tone was very cold. Lu Hai on the other end of the phone also immediately tensed up after hearing this news. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter." Lu Hai, who hung up the phone, immediately took action and started to contact Penguin's legal department. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation at the hot pot restaurant. They interviewed the owner of the hot pot restaurant and other witnesses and collected evidence from the scene. "Egu, police uncle, you don't know, just now there is so scary. A group of people beat up someone else's youngster one, and it turned out that they were all put into. It's like this uncle policeman, that guy molested that girl, then got into an argument. and while talking the guy who was drinking suddenly struck. That's the one with the long beard. The police officer had a very hard look on his face as he learned the situation from the people around him who had seen the process. It's obvious that these guys drank some horse piss to play drunk and molested other people's girlfriends, and when they couldn't say no, they just went straight for it and got put down by one of the others. Afterwards, when people were not paying attention, she attacked them with a bottle, and the girl ended up getting hurt herself in order to protect the young man who called himself a Penguin shareholder. Martyr. How did this TV show's bloodshed just happen to me? And soon, his phone rang. Little Young, listen to me. This mission you're out on now. That young man called Lin Chen is a shareholder of Penguin. You must not offend him. This matter must be investigated clearly, and we must give Mr. Lin a satisfactory outcome. The cop looked startled. Still really a Penguin shareholder? After hanging up the phone, the police officer walked over to Lin Chen again. I'm really sorry, sir. We've pretty much understood what happened in this matter. We'll definitely give you an explanation. Lin Chen didn't say anything because 120 had arrived. Where is the wounded man? Here, here. Lin Chen shouted excitedly. Those doctors and nurses came trotting along pushing the stretcher cart. The paramedics quickly carried Jiang Shuawei onto the stretcher car. Lin Chen followed closely beside, his eyes unwilling to leave Jiang Shuawei for a moment. Looking at Jiang Shuawei's pale face and the blood on her head, it was as if his heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, so painful that he could barely breathe. The police also rushed to help keep order at the scene and make sure the ambulance could leave without incident. When the ambulance left, the police looked at these drunken monkeys in the hot pot restaurant and grimaced. Get me out of here. The ambulance sped away, emitting a sharp honking sound. Lin Chen sat in the car, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand tightly. The doctor briefly looked at Jiang Shuawei's wound. What's going on here? Why is it so serious? That doctor looked at the injury on Jiang Shuawei's head and frowned at the self-condemning Lin Chen as he asked. My girlfriend got hit in the head with a bottle to save me. Lin Chen's eyes were red with pain. The doctor sighed, stopped talking, and simply helped Jiang Shuawei treat the wound. Soon after arriving at the hospital, Jiang Shuawei woke up after the doctor treated her wounds. Oh, Tatsu, I have a headache. Jiang Shuawei woke up and saw Lin Chen by her side, and feeling the pain in her head, and the gauze wrapped around her head, she couldn't help but cry out at once. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuawei's hand tightly, his eyes reddening. Shuawei, don't be afraid. I'm here. You're safe now. The doctor just treated your wounds. You'll be fine soon. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's cheeks and helped her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 67. Take care of Shuawei. Lin Chen comforted her for a while before Jiang Shuawei's emotions calmed down, then took Jiang Shuawei to do all kinds of checkups, and finally did not check out any big problems, just need to recuperate. After Lin Chen put Jiang Shuawei in the hospital bed to sleep, he himself leaned against the hospital bed to keep Jiang Shuawei's side and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Shuawei woke up and looked at Lin Chen, who was leaning on the hospital bed with eyes full of heartache. Lin Chen just happened to wake up as well, and seeing that Jiang Shuawei was looking at him, he said with concern, Well, did you sleep well last night? I slept pretty well, but it must be hard for you to sleep like that, right? Jiang Shuawei was heartbroken. I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head. At this time the doctor walked in to check Jiang Shuawei's wound. Actually, there's no need to be hospitalized for this kind of injury. Just go home and get well and pay attention. The doctor smiled. Really, Tatsu, why don't we just go home then? I'm not too used to living in the hospital either. Jiang Shuawei brightened up and looked at Lin Chen with a hopeful expression. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the doctor. What do I need to be aware of at home? Just keep it dry and then remember to change the dressing every day. Lin Chen nodded. Then help us get discharged. An hour later, Jiang Shuawei rode in Lin Chen's car with a bunch of medicines and bandages and other medical supplies. Chen, that group of people yesterday must be severely punished. I kindly let them have the beef, and in return I got a bottle on my head. Luckily it didn't require stitches. Otherwise what would I have done? Jiang Shuawei had a look of indignation on her face, still with some afterthought. Don't worry, Shuawei, none of that group can escape, especially the one who hurt you. Lin Chen's words were filled with ice. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, although there was still fear in her heart. It was more of a trust in Lin Chen. Tatsu, I believe you. I just didn't expect something like this to happen over a hot pot. Lin Chen sighed, his heart filled with guilt. It's my fault for not protecting you. If I could have been more careful, I wouldn't have let you get hurt. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly shook her head. Chen, it's not your fault. Those people were drinking and messing around. No one expected this. After returning home, Lin Chen carefully helped Jiang Shuawei sit on the sofa, then began to organize the medicines and bandages that he had brought back from the hospital. Shuawei, take a rest first. I'll go get you a glass of water, Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen's busy figure, and a warm current surged in her heart. Chen, it's good to have you. I should be the one to say that. Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuawei a cup of warm water. Looking at the gauze on Jiang Shuawei's head, his heart was filled with guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Hai is actively communicating and coordinating with the police and legal team. Lu Hai is all still at the police station at this time. Officer Yang, regarding this incident, our company takes it very seriously. I hope the police can find out the truth as soon as possible and bring those perpetrators to justice, Lu Hai said seriously. Officer Young nodded. Mr. Lu, we are already stepping up our investigation. The behavior of these perpetrators is very bad. We will definitely deal with it seriously. Currently the matter has been characterized. That group of people provoking trouble will be detained for 10 days, while the one who injured Ms. Zhang committed the crime of intentional injury, and the specific results of the treatment will have to depend on the court side. Lin Chen asked for several more days off from the school side, preparing to take care of Jiang Shuawei all the time. Jiang Shuawei also took a 7-day vacation, because Jiang Min's best friend is Jiang Shuawei's teacher, and this matter naturally reached the ears of Jiang Min's family. Mom, I'm fine. I'm just a little hurt when I met a group of people looking for trouble while eating hot pot with Tatsu. It's not serious. Jiang Shuawei was still explaining to Jiang Min over the phone. Lin Chen had a look of apprehension on his face. Jiang Shuawei was injured because of him, and as a result, nothing happened to him. Lin Chen organized his wording and then took Jiang Min's call. Hey auntie, this is Lin Chen. Xiao Chen you with aunt honestly? Shuawei in the end hurt serious or not? Shuawei, this child has always been to report the good news, not to report the bad. I'm afraid of what serious things this girl did not tell us. I'm sorry auntie, Shuawei was all injured because she saved me. But don't worry, Shuawei's injury is nothing serious. Rest will be fine. Lin Chen explained with a guilty face. That's good. Xiao Chen auntie doesn't mean to blame you. This also just shows that you guys are very close. But auntie still hopes that you can take good care of Shuawei. Jiang Min's words stopped here. Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of Shuawei and won't let her suffer anymore, Lin Chen solemnly assured Jiang Min. It was only after hanging up the phone that Jiang Shuawei finally put her heart down. She was afraid that Jiang Min would have to run over to see her, and if she saw her head covered in bandages she would cry into tears. In the latter days, Lin Chen also specially hired a nanny in order to take good care of Jiang Shuawei, usually cleaning and cooking at home, and the group of people's treatment results also came out. The other people detention center detention for 10 days, and the leader of that person to 18 months in prison. Although it was said that the result did not satisfy Lin Chen, it was already the best result after Penguin's legal department and Lu Hai had pressured the police. Jiang Shuawei's injuries are also almost done. Ah Choi, we have to go to class tomorrow. What about Mrs. Lu? Jiang Shuawei looked at the middle-aged woman cleaning in the villa and asked towards Lin Chen with some worry. Mrs. Lu was the nanny Lin Chen had found earlier. When Lin Chen wasn't home sometimes and Tang Wan-er was in class and didn't have time to come over to keep her company, Jiang Shuawei chatted with Lu Ma to relieve her boredom. After understanding to know, Lu Ma's husband in more than 10 years ago because of the site out of the matter died, and the construction site of a hard to shirk responsibility is not to pay compensation, but also said that it is an outsourced workers, and did not sign a labor contract. It didn't help that Lu's mom's family took it to court, so they only got tens of thousands of dollars in humanitarian aid. It was already unfortunate enough, but 2 years ago, my son and daughter were both killed in a car accident, leaving behind my granddaughter, who was only 3 years old at the time. Even before she could grieve, Lu's mother resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter, working several jobs a day. Jiang Shuawei understood both admiration and heartache, and after speaking with Lin Chen about this matter, he also increased his daily salary to 500 a day. How about this? When we go back to school, we should continue to let Mrs. Lu help clean up this place, and then we should still give her 20,000 a month? Lin Chen said after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Shuawei immediately felt good when she heard it. That's fine. This way Lu's mom won't have to work so hard to get odd jobs everywhere. 20,000 a month is already enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Chen, you're so kind. Jiang Shuawei looked very happy. Chapter 68. Mrs. Lu, come here for a second. Lu Ma, who was cleaning, immediately put down her hands and walked over when she heard this. Mr. Lin, you were looking for me? Mrs. Lu looked rushed. There's no need to be nervous, Mrs. Lu. It's like this. Shuawei and I that will be going back to school tomorrow, so there will be no one in this villa. But this villa can't go for a long time without someone cleaning it. Lin Chen continued after a pause. So Shuawei and I discussed it. I'll give you a salary of $20,000 a month. Usually just come over and help us clean up here. If Shuawei and I want to come over to live, I'll come back and send you a message in advance. You just make the dishes ready. What do you think? When Lu Ma heard this, she instantly became excited. Willing to be willing. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, don't worry. I'll definitely clean up the house. Thank you, Mrs. Lu said and bowed towards the two. No, Jiang Shuawei just wanted to stop her, but Lin Chen shook his head at her. It's okay, Mrs. Lu, you pay for the labor and I pay for it. It's nothing to be thankful for. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just then, the door to the villa opened, and Tang Wan-er and Xiao Fei pushed their way in. Wan-er, you came to see me again. Jiang Shuawei was instantly happy to see Wan-er and pounced over. Cut the mealy-mouthedness. Tang Wan-er pushed Jiang Shuawei away with a look of disgust. Shuawei, you're getting better pretty fast. It's only been a week and you're almost done. Tang Wan-er looked at Jiang Shuawei's headwound that had almost disappeared, and was instantly a bit happy as well. Boss, you're really comfortable. This military training is over, and it's been several days since the official start of school and you still haven't gone to school, Xiao Fei said enviously. He would have wanted to do it if his family hadn't been so strict about it. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei heatedly smiled. Boss, I'm not envious. You see Shuawei's sister injured. You this inch by inch guard. How enviable love na. Jiang Shuawei laughed and said, Xiao Fei, don't be poor. If you're envious, why don't you hurry up and take Tang Wan-er down? Tang Wan-er blushed slightly, but she didn't retort. Xiao Fei screamed when he said this. I also want to Sister Shuawei. Sister Wan-er, he won't give me a chance. I asked her out several times and she didn't come out. And if I hadn't said I'd come over to see you guys today, Sister Wan-er probably wouldn't have agreed to me. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with laughter. Tang Wan-er's gaze looked away somewhat evasively. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Mrs. Lu, make a few more dishes tonight, Lin Chen said towards the side of Lu Ma. Okay, Mrs. Lu smiled and nodded. Tough on Mrs. Lu, Tang Wan-er hurriedly said. No hard work, no hard work, it's all I should do. A warm current surged through Lu Ma's heart. Then she turned around and went to the kitchen to get busy. And just then, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Wang Shijie's call. Ringo, haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to lately? Lin Chen smiled faintly. How could you kid even think of calling me? My girlfriend got hurt a little and I'm at home with her. Ha, sister-in-law is hurt? Is it serious? It's almost good enough. Alright, get to the point. Wang Shijie on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed. Does Brother Lin remember the Tianfu City Supercar Car Club I told you about earlier? It's going to start tomorrow, so I specifically came over to ask to see if you have time. Wang Shijie explained. It was only then that Lin Chen remembered that there did seem to be such a thing. Didn't you say a few days at the time? It's been over 10 days now, and I thought it was over. That car club has been postponed due to some special circumstances, and it's just scheduled to start tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? It's a rare opportunity. Wang Shijie asked expectantly on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei, somewhat hesitant. Jiang Shuawei saw his thoughts and said with a smile, I'll go with you. It just so happens that I'm suffocating after being at home for so long. Lin Chen nodded, before speaking into the phone. Wake up, no problem. Contact me when the time comes. That's great, Ringo. Then I won't see you tomorrow. Wang Shijie hung up the phone excitedly. Lin Chen put away his cell phone, but Xiao Fei was somewhat unable to sit still. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, Boss, that Supercar Car Club, I'm also ready to go. Originally today a purpose is to come to ask you to accompany me to go together. As a result, you turned out to have long known Lin Chen smiled. I'm not too sure, but I heard Wang Shijie say it should be pretty good. Who is Wang Haiji? Xiao Fei asked suspiciously. Oh, this is a friend I met at the beginning of the school year. The personal grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Shuzhou Lang Liquor Group. Lin Chen explained. Yo, it's not a small one. Langzhou Group is a big company. Xiao Fei was also a bit surprised at what he heard. You're going to the car club too, right? Let's get together and I'll introduce you to them. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wan-er, why don't you come along too? It's just the right time to go over and keep me company. Jiang Shuawei blinked towards Xiao Fei, then looked at Tang Wan-er and asked with an expectant face. Xiao Fei instantly glanced at Jiang Shuawei gratefully and quietly gave a thumbs up behind his back. Yes, Sister Wan-er, let's go have some fun together, Xiao Fei also advised. Tang Wan-er was a bit hesitant, but still nodded with difficulty. Mrs. Lu also came out of the kitchen at that moment. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the meal is almost ready. The crowd came to the dining table and sat down, savoring the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss tomorrow's activities. The dishes cooked by Lu Ma were so colorful and flavorful that everyone could not stop praising them. Mrs. Lu, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better, Jiang Shuawei complimented. Mrs. Lu smiled a little embarrassed. As long as you guys like it, it's fine. After finishing their meal, Tang Wan-er and Xiao Fei got up to say goodbye. Boss, Sister Shuawei, we'll go back to school first. After Xiao Fei and Tang Wanair left, Luma packed up the dining table and went home as well. The villa was suddenly quiet, leaving only Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. She slightly bit her lower lip and gently approached Lin Chen, her body emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Shuowei's delicate face, and his eyes were filled with love. He reached out and swept Jiang Shuowei into his arms, then picked her up as he walked towards the upper floors amidst Jiang Shuowei's cries of surprise. After placing Jiang Shuowei on the bed, Lin Chen lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Shuowei's forehead, his warm breath spraying on her skin. Shuowei, I've been holding it in for days. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks were flushed and she looked at him with mesmerized eyes. You badass. Chapter 69, Meeting Yu Yang again. The next morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got up early and packed up their things, ready to go back to school. Lin Chen looked at the Ferrari in the garage. Shuowei, take that Ferrari. How convenient. Jiang Shuowei, however, shook her head slightly and said softly, forget it, I don't use it much. So the valuable Ferrari had to continue to eat dust in the garage. The two set off on their journey back to school, the breeze on their faces all the way, the sunlight pouring through the gaps in the leaves, reflecting dappledly on them. Before long, they arrived at the school. Lin Chen drove his car and sent Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory floor. The sound of Poison's engine attracted the attention of the surrounding students, and when they saw Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen getting out of the car, they couldn't help but cast their eyes over. There was envy, amazement, and a hint of curiosity in those eyes. Jiang Shuowei was carrying a large bag of things with a small Muppet lying on her shoulder. Tatsu, then I'll go up first? Lin Chen's heart ached as he watched her strain. Why don't you let Sister Tang come down and help you carry it up? The women's dormitory doesn't allow boys to enter, or else I'd carry it up for you alone. Jiang Shuowei just said with a smile. It's okay, I can lift it. Well, remember the medicine must be used and never forgotten. Lin Chen once again instructed. I know I'm going, Jiang Shuowei said and stood on her tiptoes to peck Lin Chen's cheeks, then turned around and entered the dormitory building. Lin Chen watched as her back disappeared from sight, and then he also re-entered the car. I found a parking space and put the car down, and carried some food to 515, the 6th building. When he returned to his dorm room, Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were all still sleeping. After Lin Chen put his things away, he looked at his cell phone again, and it was already 10:30. He shook his head helplessly. These guys can really sleep. Hearing the commotion, Chen Xiao got up and rubbed her hazy eyes, looking at Lin Chen in surprise. Boss, you're back? Lin Chen said without a trace of anger. Were you guys stealing cows last night? It's 10:30 and you're still sleeping. Chen Xiao hemmed and hawed. Stayed up late last night for 3 rows. At this time, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up. Boss is back? Sister-in-law's okay, right? Xiao Wei asked with concern. Lin Chen said with a smile. It's fine. It's almost as good as it can be. By the way, boss, you are not aware that after that incident, when that Lin Tianyu kid saw a few of us, he hid as far away as a mouse sees a cat. Ha 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 ha, Chen Xiao said with an excited face. That's it, letting this kid be arrogant. Now he's kicked the bucket, right? Xiao Wei chimed in. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. May I ask if this is Lin Chen Lindong? A respectful male voice came over the phone. I am. Lin Chen replied stoically. Hello Lindong. I'm the general manager of Dragon Lake Games. My name is Fa Nonping. You acquired Dragon Lake Games before. After such a long time, do you think you should come over to take a look at arranging some work tasks? It was then that Lin Chen remembered that he had a Dragon Lake game. The headquarters of Dragon Lake Games is in Suzhou. As the entire summer are ranked in the top few game companies, the market value of Dragon Lake Games reached a horror of more than 320 billion yuan. And the system actually directly rewarded him the entire Dragon Lake Games. This is no less than 10% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen pondered slightly and asked towards Xiao Wei and the others. Do we have classes tomorrow morning? The 3 of them shook their heads back and forth. No, I'll stop by the office tomorrow morning. Then, Lin Chen said towards the phone, and at this moment, Fa Nonping had been frozen like he had been put under a fixation spell. There is a class? Is it hard to be a college student? Fa Nonping even suspected at this point that he had heard wrong. Lin Chen frowned when he heard no sound from his cell phone. I hear you Lin Dong. I'll make sure to get everything ready for your arrival tomorrow. Fa Nonping came back to his senses and said in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fei and the 3 of them all looked at Lin Chen quietly. Boss, you haven't even visited Dragon Lake Games after acquiring it for so long? Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen said indifferently as he packed up his things. Shuowei was injured in the past few days, and I was so busy taking care of Shuowei that I forgot about it. Boss, You're so unconcerned about a super company with a market capitalization of several $100 billion. Chen Xiao was incredulous. Xia Wei didn't care. Anyway, for him, a few million and a few $100 billion were more or less the same. He just knew that the boss was rich and powerful. What's the point? A little Dragon Lake game is more important than my girlfriend? Lin Chen asked rhetorically. When these words came out, Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. That must be important to your sister-in-law. Chen Xiao held her tongue for half a day. Then no. The time quickly reached 12 o'clock, and the sun was even hotter. Lin Chen was ready to go downstairs to find Jiang Shuawei for dinner, only to find Xiao Fei following behind his butt. It had been almost to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory when Lin Chen turned his head back, and it turned out that Xiao Fei was still behind Lin Chen. What are you boys following me for? Lin Chen said breathlessly. Who said I'm following you? I'm going to find Sister One Air for dinner. Then what are you doing walking behind my ass if you're not walking with me? I'm just waiting for you to bend over. Asterisk 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 Q. Lin Chen cursed with a laugh. The two stood waiting for the two women downstairs in the women's dormitory, with the girls around them casting glances. Wow, those two boys are so handsome. Aren't those the two freshmen on the schoolboy list? What? Freshman year? No way. I have to get a head start. Don't even think about it. They're both driving supercars. One of them is also the boyfriend of the schoolgirl Jiang, and the other one seems to be chasing Tiger Tang. Ugh, pity. I feel like I'm kind of hopeful about that one chasing after Don Tiger though. Aren't we still together? Although Tiger Tang is also the school flower. I'm at least the dormitory flower, okay? Don't you dare. Just then, a Porsche drove over, and the one who came down from the car was actually Yu Yang. Yu Yang got out of the car and saw Lin Chen and Xiao Fei standing under the tree at a glance. Ever since the last time he learned to bark like a dog after losing a bet with Lin Chen, he had been harboring a grudge. Although the matter hadn't gotten out, he felt his face burning with shame when he thought of that day's disgrace. This bastard dared to set me up last time by pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Let's see if I won't hit him hard in the face this time. Yu Yang thought and drove the car next to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Senior Lin, hello again. Yu Yang had a fake smile on his face. Xiao Fei looked at Yu Yang. Is this a friend of the boss's? Lin Chen lightly glanced at Yu Yang, ignoring him. Senior Lin is waiting for Jiang Shuawei? Why don't you even drive a car? What's that like? Chapter 70. That's what a basho is. Didn't student Lin spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on luxury goods last time? It's not like he can't even afford to buy a car after spending all his money, right? Yu Yang's tone carried an obvious provocation as he looked askance at Lin Chen, his eyes full of disdain. When Xiao Fei heard this, he immediately understood that this person was here to pick a fight. He then dropped his gaze on the Porsche Panamera. No way, no way? Driving $1 million plus car is so loaded now? Xiao Fei was astonished as he looked straight at Yu Yang without fear, his eyes filled with mockery. Yu Yang's face sank. And who are you? However, when Lin Chen spoke, Yu Yang's face became even more gloomy. Senior Yu, you didn't learn to bark enough last time. Do you want to bark in front of me again this time? Do you want us to bet again to see if the car I drive is as good as yours? Yu Yang gritted his teeth and forced down the anger in his heart. Humph, don't get cocky too early. I accidentally fell into your trap last time, and you still want to trap me this time? Yo, I didn't realize that Senior Yu had grown a brain too? Lin Chen glanced at Yu Yang in surprise, his tone full of flirtation. Yu Yang reckoned that Lin Chen's family was also quite rich, so maybe the car he drove was better than his own. It would be embarrassing if he lost again, and this was still a school, so he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone again. Just then, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner walked down together, with Han Qiqi behind them. Shuawei. A gentle smile immediately appeared on Lin Chen's face when he saw Jiang Shuawei. Xiao Fei also waved his hand towards Tang Wan Air, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Shuawei was still wearing a smile, but as soon as she saw Yu Yang next to her, her face instantly became unsightly. She and Tang Wan quickly walked over to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, and Jiang Shuawei just wanted to pull Lin Chen straight away. When Yu Yang saw Jiang Shuawei, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, but it quickly converged and smiled as he walked towards Han Qiqi behind him. Kiki, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat, Yu Yang said gently. Oops, Han Qiqi, the boyfriend you found is Yu Yang? Don't you know that Yu Yang used to be Shuawei's dog licker? Tang Wan Air said with a shocked expression. Han Qiqi's heart was filled with doubt when she heard this. How could she not have expected that a male gentleman she found with great difficulty was actually Jiang Shuawei's previous dog licker? Han Qiqi hadn't found a boyfriend of that quality since she dumped Wang Haoren that time, and in the end, she had to settle for the next best thing. Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart thumped. He didn't expect Han Qiqi to know Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. Tang Wanner, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? A few more words of concern and you call it licking a dog? Yu Yang said with some embarrassment, but it's just a dog. I remember Shuewei told me that you even learned to bark in front of Lin Chen and her last time? Tang Wan-er's relentless and continuous output made Yu Yang even more embarrassed. Han Chi-Chi's face was also a bit unsightly at this point, and she knew that Tang Wan-er was giving herself an eyeful. She wanted to retort but didn't dare. She didn't dare to offend Jiang Shuewei after that time. You have to know that Wang Haoren's brother was the son of Langzhou Group. For such a status to call Jiang Shuewei's boyfriend brother Lin, then at least Lin Chen's status is similar to Wang Shijie's status. Yet Han Chi-Chi didn't want to let go of Yu Yang as an ATM. It's important to realize that Yu Yang is very willing to spend money on her, and all she needs to do is open her legs. Han Chi-Chi was afraid that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, so she could only forcefully pull Yu Yang back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang looked at Han Chi-Chi with an angry expression on his face. Han Chi-Chi also came on fire at this time. I'm trying to save you. Do you know what Jiang Shuewei's boyfriend is? Isn't he just a student whose family has a little money? How big can it be? Yu Yang's face showed disdain. In his opinion, at most, it was nothing more than the same as his family opened a company worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you know about Langzhou Group? Kiki Han asked. Of course I know about the Langzhou Group. The market capitalization is around 100 billion. You're not going to tell me that Lin Chen is the son of the Langzhou Group, are you? Yu Yang's face changed and he hurriedly pursued the question, but he shook his head again, thinking it was unlikely. Then it should also be surnamed Wang. How can it be surnamed Lin? It's true that it's not the Langzhou Group's male son, but the Langzhou Group's male son calls him Ringo. Kiki Han said faintly. After that time, she was also afraid afterward. At that time, she didn't know where she got the courage, but she actually dared to throw her face in front of that kind of character. And she also dumped Wang Haoren. Luckily they didn't bother with a girl like herself. What? How is it possible? How did you know? Yu Yang was filled with shock, and under his repeated questions, Han Chi-Chi could only explain. Earlier, I had a chance to know about Lang Wine Group's son Wang Shijie, and then bumped into Wang Shijie calling Jiang Shuewei's boyfriend brother Lin. Of course Han Chi-Chi couldn't just say that she was Wang Haoren's girlfriend not long ago. One must know that in Yu Yang's eyes she was a virgin. Well, the hymen wasn't there in high school during gym class. Yu Yang was filled with shock, then looked gratefully at Han Chi-Chi. It's a good thing you pulled me away just now, or else if I were to commit another act of death maybe my family would all follow me into bad luck. Haven't you always wanted that $40,000 bag? Go! I'll take you to buy it now. Han Kiki's face was instantly delighted. Really? I love you so much baby. I really didn't expect these two stinky fish to fall in love. Tang Wan-er said with a look of disgust. Forget it, talking about this affects your mood. It's better to go eat quickly. I haven't eaten the school's big dish chicken in a long time. I'm craving for it. Jiang Shuewei said and pulled Tang Wan-er forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Chen followed behind. Boss, has Sister Wan-er always been this fierce? Xiao Fei asked quietly. What? Are you scared? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a smile on his face. How could it be? Don't you think this is cool? That's what an authentic basho is all about, right? It's so secure. Xiao Fei immediately retorted. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. He still liked Jiang Shuewei to be gentle like this. The four of them went to the school cafeteria and ordered a large plate of chicken and some other dishes. After eating, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei rushed back to class. Time passed quickly, and in a flash, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Shijie's message also sent over. Ringo, the car club starts at almost 7 o'clock, so we'll go there together then. Okay, I'll bring your sister-in-law along, and I have another friend who will be attending as well. Joining us then. No problem. Is it convenient to ask what kind of car your friend drives? Brother Lin? Porsche 918. I'll go. It can be a multi-million-dollar sports car. Chapter 71 Car Clubs. After the four of them ate, Lin Chen looked at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait in front of the school. We'll be right there. Lin Chen then drove in front with Lamborghini Poison carrying Jiang Shuewei, and Xiao Fei drove behind with Tang Wan-er in a Porsche 918. The two supercars drove out of the school one after the other in full view. At the entrance of the school, a Lamborghini Gallardo had been waiting for a long time. Its unique lines and dazzling colors attracted the attention of many passers-by. 3 cars were parked next to each other on the curb, and the scene drew a lot of amazement from the students. Million sports car, 10 million sports car, over 100 million sports car all set. Is it our Suzhou University rich second generation so much? Real name envy. If only they were my brothers. Several people got out of the car together. Wang Shijie actually followed by a woman. Looks very beautiful. Estimates how it is also a department flower. Wang Shijie greeted with a smile on his face. Brother Lin. Sister-in-law, Shijie. This is my brother Xiao Fei. And that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Wan-er. Lin Chen smiled and introduced. This is Wang Shijie, the son of the Lang Wine Group. Hello brother Xiao, how are you? Sister Tang, Wang Shijie greeted warmly. Wang Shijie naturally knew the school flower Tang Wan'er, although he had heard that this school flower didn't have a good temper. Xiaofei was also a little surprised to hear that it was Langzhou Group. After all, Langzhou Group is also a large group with a market capitalization of nearly 100 billion. After greeting him, Lin Chen looked at the woman next to Wang Shijie. Brother Lin, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu, a dentistry student and this year's freshman. Wang Shijie hurriedly introduced. Hello brother Lin. Hello sister Jiang Shui. Hello brother Xiaofei. Hello, sister Tang. Zhu Zhu looked a bit rushed. The person who could call himself a brother with Wang Shijie was definitely a big shot as well. After a brief understanding, the people then traveled together to a suburban estate arranged by the car club. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were the first to get into the Lamborghini Poison, while Xiaofei and Tang Wan'er quickly got into the Porsche 918. Wang Shijie took Zhu Zhu and got into the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started up in turn, and the roar of their engines once again caused the surrounding students to gasp in amazement. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at the manor, they realized that there were a few guards at the entrance who seemed to be inspecting the value of the car. When it was Lin Chen's turn for a few people, the guards were clearly taken aback. Wang Shijie was fine. There were still many $4 or $5 million cars, but Xiao Fei's car was different. It was a $10 million level, not to mention Lin Chen's Lamborghini Poison. Several people then drove the car into the estate under the awe of the guards. Inside the manor, the scenery is picturesque, with green trees and flowers. I have to say, this place is indeed full of luxury cars with millions of dollars. What Porsche 911, Aston Martin Vantage, Ferrari Roma, Maserati and so on, all kinds of luxury cars are full of dazzling. A few people got out of the car and got the attention of some of the people who hadn't even entered the house yet. Isn't that Lamborghini Poison? This car club has such a high gold content, and that Porsche 918 is also a multi-million-dollar luxury car. A rich second generation said in surprise, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. No, I have to go up and get acquainted. Several rich daughters immediately came up. Dude, get acquainted. My dad is. My mom is. My grandfather is. The crowd was a little annoyed by the mess. Granted, they were all here to have fun, but sticking like flies like that was a bit annoying. Excuse me, can you let us in? Lin Chen asked calmly despite his great impatience. The men were silenced, then moved out of the way. The six of them entered the large restaurant building together. At this time, there were already quite a lot of people gathered inside, bustling with activity. Since it was all their first time attending a car club, they were curious about everything about the place. Since they didn't know anyone, no one came over to strike up a conversation, and those few people outside couldn't be bothered by Lin Chen saying that. But a few people were happy to have a clean slate, and they were all just idly coming over to have some fun anyway. Jiang Shuawei picked up a piece of cupcake and put it into the bowl and tasted it, her eyes bursting with little stars. She forked up a small piece of cake and handed it to Lin Chen's mouth. Tatsu, try it. This matcha cupcake is so delicious. Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth to take a bite. Not bad indeed. Lin Chen commented very facetiously, his eyes filled with favor. Right? I told you it was delicious, right? Jiang Shuawei had a proud little expression on her face, like a small child who had received praise. Tang Wan'er, who was on the side, looked dazedly at Jiang Shuawei, who usually had a high-cooled face, her heart filled with astonishment. No, what's the big contrast? Xiaofei was also a bit foolish. Looking at the sweet interaction between Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, his heart filled with envy. He also picked up a piece of cupcake and put it to Tang Wan'er's mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was very charming and said, Sister Wan'er, why don't you try it too? Tang Wan'er picked up the bowl in a bit of a panic, her cheeks slightly flushed. Okay, thanks, just put it in a bowl. The smile on Xiaofei's face didn't diminish at all as he chucked the cake into Tang Wan'er's bowl. Shuawei, I'm going to use the restroom. You and just wait here for me for a while, Lin Chen softly said. Good. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently. Boss, I'm going too, Xiaofei said hurriedly, then got up and walked towards the restroom with Lin Chen. Just so you girls are talking, I think I saw my cousin. I'll go look for him. Wang Shijie also said at this time. It's okay, you go ahead. Leave your girlfriend to the two of us, Tang Wan'er said with a smile. Then I'll trouble my sisters-in-law. Zhu Zhu, just wait for me here for a while. After Wang Shijie finished speaking, he got up and walked elsewhere. Juju senpai, are you? The three women were soon chatting. That's when a couple of guys suddenly came over. A couple of beauties. Can we make friends? The eyes of the man at the head of the group swept over the bodies of the three women without any concealment, his eyes filled with greed. It was supposed to be September and the weather was very hot before the fall tiger left, so the three women wore either shorts or skirts. At this moment, when she was given such a look by this man, she immediately felt goosebumps on her body, and a sense of disgust arose. No, go find some other girl to make friends with. You're not welcome here. Tang Wan'er nonchalantly spoke directly. Shu Shu hadn't seen such a battle before and couldn't help but lean toward Tang Wan'er's side. Chapter 72, I don't remember having such a son. The man, however, was unforgiving. Don't be so cold. Ladies, have you heard of Unite Land? My dad is the biggest shareholder of Unitech Land. The man finished with a look of pride. Said no need, didn't you hear me? You are not welcome here. Get out of here. Tang Wan'er was finally a bit fuming. And this commotion also startled Wang Shijie, who was on the side. Secretly said a bad rush quickly walked over. They're all my friends. Tell me anything, bro. Wang Shijie somewhat vigorously patted the shoulders of the man at the head from behind. The man looked at Wang Shijie with some pain. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The commotion was also considered to have completely startled the people around them, and they all leaned over. Who is this? So arrogant. It seems like it's Chenlong, the son of the major shareholder of Ronto Land. Ronto Land is a big deal. It's a real estate company with a market value of over $150 billion. Wang Shijie isn't simple either. He's the son of Langzhou Group. What? The son of the Lang Wine Group? That's going to be a good show. And Chenlong also heard the murmurs of the people around him and flinched a bit. After all, their family is only the major shareholder of Ronto Land, while Wang Shijie's family is in control of the entire Langzhou Group. It's not worth it to make a vendetta against someone of such status for the sake of a few women. Brother Lung, why don't we just forget about it? A few of my friends around me also backed off a bit. They can't afford to offend Langzhou Group. Jiang Shuewei, Tang Wan'er, and Zhu Zhu stood on the sidelines with worried looks on their faces. Jiang Shuewei said softly, what to do? They're not going to fight, are they? Tang Wan'er, on the other hand, said angrily, this man is a lower body thinking animal. I am most disgusted with this kind of person. Clean up a meal is good. Zhu Zhu walked up and tightly pulled Wang Shijie's arm and whispered, Hiji, don't argue with him, let's go. Wang Shijie's fire at this moment was also aroused by those dirty words of Chenlong. Oh, who am I? I'm your old man. At these words, the people around them burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's a phrase I didn't expect. Interesting. Chenlong, who originally wanted to forget about it, couldn't bear it once he heard this, and copied the cup filled with drinks on the side and wanted to smash it over. What's going on? So lively? At this moment, a man outside the crowd wearing a black suit with a bland face walked over. I'll go. Qin Yang is here. The people watching around them instantly quieted down, and made a way out. Chenlong, who had been very arrogant a moment ago, immediately turned off his fire. Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. I didn't hold back when this kid cursed me just now, Chenlong said and put back the cup in his hand. Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my brother's girlfriend, and has clearly said for him to leave he is still dead set on harassment. Just now also he cursed profanity I cursed. Wang Shijie also hurriedly explained. Qin Yang looked at Chenlong. Is that so? Chenlong stammered for words. Just then, Lin Chan and Xiao Fei walked back from the restroom. As soon as he saw this he hurried over. Cousin, I thought you weren't here today for something, Xiao Fei said in surprise. Qin Yang turned his head to look at Xiao Fei, and a smile instantly raised on his face. You kid, I just looked for you for half a day and didn't see you. Qin Yang walked over and put his arm around Xiao Fei and said, and the scene stunned everyone around them. The cousin of the youngest member of the Qin family? Wang Shijie, on the other hand, had a happy face. I didn't expect Lin's friend to come from such a big place. You know, there was only one woman in the Qin family in the last generation. I've also heard that she married into a big family in imperial capital. Then Xiao Fei's identity can be imagined. And this is? He's my boss. Called Lin Chen. Qin Yang's smile tightened a little. Xiao Fei's boss? What kind of person is qualified to be Xiao Fei's boss? Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Qin Yang. After a brief greeting, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei looked over to Jiang Shuewei and their side. Cousin, what happened? Xiao Fei asked curiously. It's this Chenlong, the one who's a little bit more lewd looking. He molested someone's girlfriend and his friend's girlfriend, and the two of them got into an argument. As soon as Qin Yang said this, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen's faces turned ugly. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over. Shuewei, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Shuewei grabbed Lin Chen's hand tightly and shook her head. Xiao Fei also ran over to comfort Tang Wan'er for a few moments. Qin Yang instantly realized that they were actually all his cousin's friends, and there was also a girl who might even be Xiao Fei's girlfriend. Qin Yang's face suddenly looked unsightly. You know this car meet was all organized by yourself, and you end up getting your cousin's girlfriend molested on your own turf? When he thought of this, Qin Yang's face suddenly looked unsightly. The surrounding people also looked at Chenlong with pity. Young Qin, it's none of our business. We didn't say a word. The few people next to Chenlong said that and hurriedly slipped out. Chenlong was very chagrined at the moment. How could he be so unlucky? I just ran into Qin Yang's cousin's girlfriend. Brother Qin is really sorry. I really didn't know that they were your friends. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't dare to offend half of them. Nah. Chenlong hurriedly said. Brother Qin, I'm willing to apologize or pay compensation. What do I care if you're a three-timer? Xin Yang gave him a cold look. Xiao Fei was also very angry at the moment. He had managed to call Sister Wanner out to play, and then this happened. Cousin, who is this guy? Let's see how great it is. The majority shareholder of Unity Land is his dad, Xin Yang said. It's true that it's not easy to mess with him, but it's not like there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like Unity Land is owned by their family. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Punch Qianlong in the face. Reward, 70% of the shares of Ronto Land. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The good system came at the right time. How come I don't remember having a son named Qianlong? Lin Chen asked with some surprise at this time. Even the air seemed to freeze at these words. Qianlong's face was very blue at this moment, his eyes staring angrily at Lin Chen. Brother Qin, that's a bit much, isn't it? Qianlong looked at Qin Yang and said, what's wrong? Am I wrong? I'm the biggest shareholder of Ronto Land, right? Why don't you remember that I have a son like you? Lin Chen continued to open his mouth with an amused expression and asked. Lin Chen really didn't specifically target Qianlong to say so. Before that there was a Chen Yu called Chen Yu with 27% of the shares as the largest shareholder of Ronto Land, but the system rewarded him with 30% of the shares, so he was now the biggest shareholder. Chapter 73, You're my father. You're the biggest shareholder of Unite Land? Ask anyone here. Who doesn't know that my father is the biggest shareholder of Ronto Land? Kid, you have to distinguish the occasion for bragging, right? Beware of the trouble that comes out of your mouth. Qianlong stared viciously at Lin Chen with a cold light on his face. Xin Yang was just about to speak when Xiao Fei blocked him. Cousin, my boss isn't simple. Just leave this matter to him. Xin Yang glanced at Lin Chen in slight surprise, then nodded. Wang Shijie was obviously stunned by Lin Chen's words as well. Didn't Lin Chen say before that he was a shareholder of Penguin Company as well as the big boss of Imperial Hotel and a street frontage? He didn't hear him say that he was also the big shareholder of Ronto Land. Lin Chen snorted. Why don't you call your dad and ask? I'll warn you first, don't call my phone. I really don't remember having a son like you. When Qianlong saw Lin Chen's confident appearance, and that he was also a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, he was actually a little unsure at this point. Brother Qin, it's not me who's looking for trouble now. If it is established that this person is deliberately insulting my Qin family, please don't intervene. Brother Qin. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. It was impossible not to intervene. Just for the sake of his own cousin's face alone he would have to make Qianlong lose a layer of skin. Qianlong was also slightly relieved to see that Qin Yang didn't say anything. Then he took out his phone and called out. Hey dad, I've got a situation here. Qianlong then retold his dad what had happened. Xiaolong, what was that man's name? The voice on the other end of the line suddenly got a little tense. As soon as Qianlong heard his dad say this, he immediately felt a bad feeling welling up in his heart. Dad didn't get angry but asked what was the name of that guy? Is it possible that Dad is no longer the largest shareholder of Unite Land? Thinking of this, Qianlong couldn't help but panic a little. If he really offended Wang Shijie after offending Qin Yang, plus a real major shareholder of Ronto Land now, then he would be finished. Qianlong swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Chen, who had a teasing face at this moment, and asked, What's your name? My last name is Lin, so I don't have a son named Chen-O. Lin Chen said indifferently. At this time, Qianlong could no longer care about Lin Chen's mockery and said into the phone, Dad, he said his last name is Lin, but he looks like he's just a college student under the age of 20. How can he be the major shareholder of Ronto Land? Xiaolong, hurry up and apologize to the others. It's true that the company's shares were recently acquired by a young man surnamed Lin for 30% of the shares. Someone who is capable of doing such a thing must not be simple behind the scenes. You mustn't be offended. The voice on the other end of the line was urgent. Qianlong's face instantly turned pale when he heard his father's words. How could he not expect that the young man in front of him, who was so much younger than him, was really the largest shareholder of Ronto Land? Qianlong slowly put down his cell phone, feeling like he could barely stand. What have I done? Offended so many rich and powerful people one after another. Hello, Xiaolong? Did you hear what I said? Chen father on the other end of Qianlong's cell phone was still saying this, but Qianlong had no time to listen at this point. His head was full of thoughts at the moment about what he could do to defuse this. The surrounding people understood at the look on Qianlong's face, and they all looked at Lin Chen in awe. At a young age, he is the largest shareholder of a listed company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, and this background can be imagined. When I was just outside I saw he was driving a Lamborghini Poison. At this moment, the few people who had wanted to make friends with Lin Chen's people earlier couldn't help but speak to the people around them. What? Lamborghini Poison? $100 million worth of Lamborghini Poison? All of a sudden, everyone's gazes looked at Lin Chen with even more awe. This is no longer a rich kid on the same level as them. Xin Yang, who was on the side, heard what the people around him said and looked at Lin Chen with a slight bit of recognition in his eyes. But just like that, want to be Xiao Fei's boss? How's the questioning going? Am I your father or not? Seeing that Qianlong had been standing still and not saying anything, Lin Chen said with some impatience, "It's my father, it's my father. Can you spare the son?" Qianlong jerked his head up with a hopeful look on his face. He can no longer care about face. Today this matter is not resolved. Once the Qin family plus Wang family plus Lin Chen together to pressure his Chen family is the end of the road. When Qianlong said this, everyone in the room quieted down, and after a moment, they burst into laughter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I hear? This arrogant and domineering contraption Qianlong actually called someone's father to his face? Worthy of being the Qin family heir, just able to bend and bend. Great joy. The three women in Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei all laughed, knowing that Qianlong would concede. He didn't expect to be so dry. Even Qin Yang almost didn't hold it in. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. If you're not a brother, I'm just kidding and mocking you. And you called me dad? Don't you say that. I don't have a son that big. Don't you let my girlfriend get the wrong idea. Lin Chen said in a hurry, still looking at Qianlong with a disgusted expression. Qianlong heard the jeers of the people around him. His heart was furious to the extreme, but his face was unmoving, and he still wore a pleasing look. Father Lin, you have a lot to beat, so spare me this time, and I promise I'll go around when I see you in the future. Ding! The system mission has been completed. Award 70% of the shares of Unityland. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face when he heard this burst of system beeps in his head. Qianlong saw Lin Chen smile thinking that there was a show, and just wanted to continue, but the next second Qianlong's phone rang again. Qianlong, let's dissolve the father-son relationship, and I've raised you so much. I've transferred $2 million to you. From now on whether you are dead or alive has nothing to do with me. Chen Fu. The caller directly hung up the phone without giving Qianlong any time to react. Qianlong stunned frozen in place. Do not understand and what happened. How their own dads suddenly have to cut off their father-son relationship. Then a text message came through on his cell phone. It's the text message alert of the $2 million in the bank. Qianlong jerked his head up to look at Lin Chen. You can ask again now and see if there are any other shareholders in Unityland besides me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Everyone present was dumbfounded, not understanding what Lin Chen meant by these words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rongtoland has announced that all of its shares have been purchased by a mysterious person, which means that Rongtoland is now that person's one word. At that moment, one of the onlookers said in a trembling tone as he looked at the content of the cell phone incredulously. Chapter 74 Thorough Madness. Everyone's hearts were jolted, and they quickly took out their cell phones and eagerly searched the official website of Rongtoland. As expected, the shocking message was in plain sight, with only a minute having passed since it was posted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but let out a gasp. What exactly is this kid? This Lin Xiao? Surprisingly, the entire Rongtoland was acquired at the drop of a hat? The crowd was filled with doubt and shock. Mr. Lin is as terrifying as he is. The surrounding people instantly exploded in a clamor. Even Wang Shijie, Xiao, Tang Waner, and even Jiang Shuawei were all looking at Lin Chen, whose expression was still as calm as water, with shocked faces at the moment. What does it mean to be truly unperturbed? Lin Chen's performance at this moment perfectly illustrated this word. However, I have to say, he really does look so damn good at pretending. Qianlong had already collapsed at this point. No way, I don't believe it. It's not true. Qianlong's mouth kept chanting, then he slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with those eyes filled with a blood-red color. It's all because of you. Qianlong roared and violently copied a knife on the table that was used to cut steaks and frantically rushed towards Lin Chen. Tatsu, boss. The surrounding people instantly reacted and retreated far away in panic. Only Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei, a few people, rushed over without hesitation. Qianlong rushed to Lin Chen's body and stabbed ferociously towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen looked at Qianlong, who had gone a little crazy at the moment, his eyes filled with disdain. Too slow. With just a gentle sideways flash, he easily dodged Qianlong's slash. Afterwards, Lin Chen violently raised his foot, and with a forceful kick, he kicked Qianlong into a dog's ass, falling heavily to the ground, and the knife fell to the side with him. Xiao Fei's few people rushed forward and together they pressed Qianlong to the ground with deadly force. A few of the surrounding smart and knowledgeable people also rushed forward to help hold Qianlong down together. Jiang Shuawei ran over and hugged Lin Chen. Tatsu, you scared me to death. The look of shock on Jiang Shuawei's face hadn't dissipated yet, and her voice was tinged with a hint of crying. I'm fine, Shuawei. Don't you know me well enough? Don't worry. Lin Chen also hugged Jiang Shuawei and couldn't stop patting her back softly. Aha! Let go of me. I'll kill him. Qianlong roared angrily, constantly struggling, his eyes staring at Lin Chen with a deadly glare, his eyes filled with endless hatred. Afterward, someone took out a few ropes from somewhere and quickly tied up both of Qianlong's hands and feet. Lin Chen comforted Jiang Shuawei and then took out his cell phone and directly dialed 110 to report to the police. Hey, comrade policeman, there's a guy here who tried to stab me with a knife. but now I've subdued him. A moment later, Lin Chen put down his cell phone and looked towards Qianlong, who had begun to gradually calm down at this point. You ungrateful son, how dare you stab your father? This shall not treat you to some free 3 meals? Lin Chen's words carried a hint of mockery. Qianlong didn't say anything and just looked at Lin Chen viciously. Everyone give me, Xin Yang, face, stay a little longer. The police will come to help take a statement later, Xin Yang said loudly. Some of the people who had thought that it would be better to do more than less and were about to leave had no choice but to stay when they heard that. Just kidding. Xin Yang might not remember those who stayed behind, but for those who left that was a clear memory. Because this place is full of rich kids. Well, we all get it. There's not a single surveillance camera in the place, so confessions are extremely important. Thank you, young Qin, Lin Chen said gratefully, a little something. Xin Yang smiled and shook his head, looking at this college student who was the same age as his cousin, curious about his identity to the extreme. That, Xin Xiao, Lin Xiao, I have a video that captured the entire process of Qianlong taking a knife and preparing to commit murder. A man spoke weakly. Lin Chen looked delighted. Oh, bring it to me. The man sniffed and walked over with some excitement, then opened his cell phone and handed it to Lin Chen. Zhang Xuewei and the others then came over to look at it, and the video had indeed recorded everything that had just happened. What are you videotaping for? Xin Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Several people sniffed and looked at the man as well. The man immediately looked a bit flustered as he explained. Young Qin, I definitely didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to film Qianlong making a fool of himself. Really? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the flustered person in front of him, and after a moment, slowly spoke. Humph, it better be. If I find out that you have something else in mind, don't blame me for being rude. The man nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. What's the name? This thing has helped, Lin Chen asked. Young Lin, I'm Kai Kuan from Jiahe Wood. The man looked pleasantly surprised. As long as you can get into the eyes of a person like Lin Xiao, you can think a little bit about yourself. To leak some soup to drink is enough to eat. Harvest wood. Line, Lin Chen said indifferently. A few moments later, the sound of sirens came from far and near. Several police officers entered the estate and were stunned by the rows of supercars. The heart couldn't help but mutter, but since he had come all the way here, he had no choice but to walk in. The moment he came in, he noticed Qianlong, whose hands and feet were tied. May I ask which gentleman called the police? The police officer in charge was very nice. Lin Chen took a step forward and nodded slightly. Comrade police officer, I'm the one who called the police. This man tried to kill me with a knife, but we overpowered him, and everyone here can sit in on it, while I have a video here. After saying that, Lin Chen handed the cell phone to the police again. A few police officers then questioned the people around them to find out the truth of the matter, and after looking at the video again, they took Qianlong away. After the police took away Qianlong, the atmosphere in the manor gradually returned to calm. The gazes of the people looking at Lin Chen were filled with awe and curiosity. Xin Yang walked forward and said to Lin Chen with a smile, Young Lin, today's incident was truly an eye-opener. I didn't expect you to have such means and vigor at such a young age. Lin Chen responded humbly. Young Qin is overpraised. Xin Yang just smiled, then looked around and said loudly, I'm sorry if today's car meet was a bad experience for all of you. That's all for today. Everyone disperse. Once Xin Yang said this, the crowd all dispersed one after another. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and called Lu Hai over, giving a general overview of what happened here. Tell him to get the best lawyer he can find, preferably one who can use suspicion of intentional homicide to get Qianlong in for more free 3 meals. P.S. Can you readers send your kids some free for the love of power? The kid is shivering pebbles. Chapter 75, isn't it just a few stinking dollars? Cousin, thank you so much for today, Xiao Fei said with gratitude. What's the point of thanking your cousin? Want to take your friend over to my bar? My treat, Xin Yang said with a bright smile. Xiao Fei didn't immediately agree, but instead turned his gaze to Lin Chen and Tang Weiner to seek their opinions. I'll pass, won't I? Tang Wan air stammered, with a few moments of embarrassment on her face. Wan air can't drink. Zhang Xuewei also smiled meaningfully. Can't drink? Why? Did you take a cephalosporin for discomfort? Xiao Fei hurriedly asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Oops, no, don't you ask. Tang Waner's face instantly turned slightly red with a hint of anger. Seeing Tang Wan air like this, Xiao Fei immediately closed his mouth, but in his heart, he was very puzzled. Xiao Fei then asked the others what they thought. As a result, Zhang Xuewei also said that she would not go, saying that she wanted to stay in the dormitory with Wan air. Zhang Xuewei didn't go, then naturally Lin Chen wouldn't go either. He couldn't let them take a taxi back, could he? Xiao Fei had no choice but to stop. Cousin, next time then, I'll buy you a drink next time. It's okay. You take care of people when you're not feeling well, okay? Xin Yang said with a smile. Xiao Fei nodded. While Wang Shijie is a bit of a pity, if they can take this opportunity to get online with the Qin family, it will be a great help to their Longzhou group. But seeing that no one else had that in mind, it was hard to say anything more. You can't just go up there yourself and say he has time, can you? Several people said goodbye to Qin Yang and then drove back to school. Along the way, Xiao Fei had wanted to ask Tang Wan where she was uncomfortable, but then he thought that just now, since Tang Wan didn't want to talk about it, he dismissed the idea. After returning to the school, the 3 sports cars parked in front of a dormitory building in order. This rare scene on campus immediately attracted the attention of many people. Students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with marvel and envy. Zhu, you are also in the 8th building, ah? Zhang Shuwei got off the bus and looked at Zhu with some surprise on her face. That's right, Sister Shuwei. I'm on the 4th floor 413, Zhu replied with a smile. Shuwei and I are both in building 8304. Zhu, if you are bored you can come and play with us. Oh. As soon as Tang Wan's words left her mouth, she then wrinkled her eyebrows and covered her stomach, her face instantly becoming very ugly. Seeing this, Zhang Shuwei and Zhu hurriedly helped Tang Wan to a side chair. Xiao Fei was anxious when he saw the scene. How are you doing, Sister Wan? Do you want to go to the hospital? Send you there. Xiao Fei's voice was carrying a few tremors. Tang Wan covered her stomach, her face buried in her lap, not speaking, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Zhu couldn't help but snicker, while Zhang Shuwei looked up and blankly glanced at Xiao Fei. Can't you see what's wrong with Wan? Zhang Shuwei said with a slight reproach. How do I know? Xiao Fei was just about to retort when he saw Lin Chen and Wang Shijie couldn't stop making eyes at him. Xiao Fei froze for a while before reacting to the fact that Tang Wan should be having her period. Ouch! How am I so slow to react? Xiao Fei somewhat chagrined and cursed himself in his heart. I'll go get some brown sugar and painkillers, Xiao Fei said and ran to the car. No need. Tang Wan raised her head with difficulty, her hair stuck to her face by sweat, her voice weak but resolute. I have them all in my dorm room. Xiao Fei's footsteps lurched and he walked back somewhat discouraged. What should I do then? Xiao Fei was at a loss for words, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It's fine. I'll be fine on my own in a few days, Tang Wan said, then got up with difficulty and walked towards the upper floors. Zhang Shuwei and Zhu rushed forward to support her, carefully walking step by step. Xiao Fei stayed in place, not understanding why Tang Wan suddenly reacted this way. He was filled with concern and worry for Tang Wan. Zhang Shuwei turned around and gave Lin Chen a wave, and Lin Chen responded by patting Xiao Fei's shoulder. Alright, school sister Tang is probably just not feeling well. Don't you know that a girl's temper gets worse when her period comes? Don't think too much about it. Yeah, brother Xiao, I can even tell that senior sister Tang is definitely interested in you. Wang Shijie chimed in, his eyes full of certainty. Xiao Fei's eyes immediately lit up. I told you that I felt someone tugging on my clothes. At that time I was thinking of helping the boss, so I didn't care. It turned out to be Sister Wan. Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face overflowing with joy. Happy now? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with an amused expression. Happy. I have to hurry back to my dorm room to call Sister Wan. I'll leave first, haha. Shijie will invite you for dinner next time when you are free, Xiao Fei said and turned around, ready to leave. As a result, just as Xiao Fei wanted to leave, he was stopped by 2 girls. Handsome, did you and your girlfriend have a fight? How about you take a look at me? A woman dressed in black, with a tall figure, straight bosoms, and quite pretty look said with a seductive face. While saying so, she also ruffled her hair, her eyes full of anticipation. I can too, brother. A girl wearing a blue and white sailor uniform with a short pleated skirt also smiled without any weakness and spoke up with a very sweet smile. Xiao Fei Long, originally very handsome, school grass level, and driving more than $10 million of sports cars, naturally in the eyes of the girls belong to the kind of full score can hit 105 quality boys, and just happened to see him and a girl who may be the girlfriend of the conflict. This completely sit down. This kind of opportunity can be grasped. Lin Chen and Wang Shijie watched the action from the back without speaking. No thanks, I have a girlfriend. Xiao Fei politely refused, without the slightest hesitation on his face. It's okay to have a girlfriend. I don't disturb life, that mature imperial sister added, her eyes still glancing down at Xiao Fei. Brother, I can be your godsister too. The sailor suit girl also looked at Xiao Fei with a cute face, her eyes filled with longing. Xiao Fei was a little impatient, thinking in his heart that I was still waiting to go back to the dormitory to call my schoolmate. No need. After saying that, Xiao Fei directly bypassed the 2 women and got into the car, then drove away in the eyes of the 2 women's grudging eyes. The 2 girls saw that Xiao Fei had left, so they looked at the Lin Chen duo again. The 2 men got a nasty chill. overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm. Brother Lin. Then I'm leaving too, haha, Wang Shijie said. Okay. After the two finished, without giving the two women a chance to speak, they just got in the car and left. Jiang Shuiwei, who was standing on the windowsill upstairs, saw this scene and entered the dormitory with satisfaction. Cut. Don't you just have a few stinking dollars? What's the point of pretending? After seeing all three of them leave, that imperial sister also stopped pretending to poo-poo and cursed in a small voice. That's it. Chapter 76, The Excited Demoniac. When Lin Chen parked the car and returned to the dormitory, Xiao Fei was already lying on the bed in a state of disorientation with a dumbfounded look on his face, while Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao and a few others were comforting on the side. What's going on here? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. How long has it been since Xiao Fei was like this? What happened? Dawn Beauty. Hey, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei couldn't say much in front of Xiao Fei. Boss, do you think Sister Wan Er she really likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lin Chen instantly understood. All I can say is that anyone with eyes can see that she likes you. Lin Chen said softly. Then why did Sister Wan Er tell me not to look for her in the future? Xiao Fei was a bit bereft. He has worked very hard to chase Tang Wan Er. The previous women in the green bubble are deleted, and usually often find Tang Wan Er chat. Will also buy lipstick, clothes, bags and stuff for Tang Wan Er, although she didn't accept it. It might be that she has some concerns. I think you'd better find a chance to talk to her. Lin Chen said after some thought. Lao Si, you say you a rich son of a rich man, why do you have to chase people like this? That kind of life of waving money around and changing women whenever he wants, doesn't he smell good? Chen Xiao was a bit puzzled. If he was so rich, he definitely wouldn't hang himself on a tree. You don't understand. Xiao Fei only said one thing. You guys don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine. The three of them couldn't say anything more. Lin Chen returned to his bed after washing up and playing with his cell phone. Ever since he had Lu Hai, he had left most of the things to Lu Hai to do, and acted as a shirker himself. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and messaged Jiang Shuiwei to ask about the situation, but Jiang Shuiwei didn't reply for half a day, so she opened the Douyin app and swiped the video. Swiping around, I saw Brother Demon on the air. Lin Chen occasionally played Winged Hulk when he was in high school, and his best hand was a handful of Debuta. What's holding me back? Soy Chowder and Demon Brother. As the strongest mercenary in Yangjiao, Lin Chen naturally knew, a hand of chopping horse knife can kill others to throw away their armor. Lin Chen had just entered the live room when he heard Demon Brother singing. In an instant the law is turned upside down, and who I am is my mind in turmoil. A tear, turning back halfway, and the pop-ups are rolling like crazy at this point. That's so good, Anchor. The enchanted brother lives up to his name. The original song Tears for Fears. Okay, don't even open the gold pile? How do you hold back, Anchor? And that's when a walnut jumped out and sent an emoticon, and the demonic brother hunted down half a dozen people without finishing them off. Holy, there's something about this pecan. Bodywork Peach. Who's this? Anchor, hurry up and kill this walnut. I'll paint your sports car for you. Can you do it, Demon Brother? The strongest mercenary is being treated like a monkey? The pop-ups were boiling over at this point. Lin Chen looked at the pop-up screen and smiled slightly, then swiped a carnival. Thanks to Ling Ling loves lollipop brush for the carnival. Thank you, big brother. Cray immediately spoke up when he noticed, and Lin Chen was a bit confused when he heard the name. I'm going? When did I get my Douyin name changed? Can't it be that girl Zhou Ling swiped my Douyin to change it? Let's see if I don't teach her a lesson next time I go back. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that this girl's cell phone had been confiscated earlier, and then used his cell phone to brush Douyin. The boss is confused. Is the boss short of dogs? I bark loud. I think you want to buy the boss a drink, but the owner should be from Tianfu City, right? Gender male called Ling Ling love lollipops? Demon brother, be careful. This boss is not pure of heart. Ip. Lin Chen looked at the pop-up screen and his face darkened with anger. This damned girl. See if I don't clean you up when I get back. The name was then immediately changed to Old Monster Tatsudo. Demon Brother also noticed the message on the pop-up screen and became a bit wary in his heart. And just then, that walnut jumped out again. Even without using his weapon, he directly slapped the Demon Brother with his empty hand. The demonic brother is instantly on top. After so many years of playing forever, it's the first time I've been subjected to this kind of anchor her. Laughing my ass off. The pop-ups began to brush up again, and Lin Chen watched in amusement. Demonized brother. If you kill this walnut and sing demonized again, I'll immediately paint you 33 carnivals. As soon as Lin Chen sent out this pop-up, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I'm going to go, this is God's honor. Big brother, really don't consider getting a dog? 33 carnivals? That's not even $100,000. I don't understand the world of the rich. Demonized brother, see what my big brother said? Why don't you hurry up and do as you're told? Old Monster Tatsuo? This home page. Isn't this the big brother who swiped carnival just now? Changed his name? The demon brother was a bit puzzled to see the words of the pop-up and then scratched upwards. Is the boss serious? Demon Brother asked with some excitement. 33 carnivals. He's got $70,000 by the time he gets there. Naturally, it's true. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It wasn't just 10 carnivals? He had $1 billion in diamonds. 3 carnivals were then thrown straight out. Believe it? Believe it, believe it. Boss atmosphere. Brother Demon said excitedly, and then looked at the screen to the walnut who was still wildly expressing his feelings, and there was actually a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Spare the strongest mercenary demonic brother in order to kill this walnut is also the effort of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The demon brother's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at Walnut, who had turned into a soul mound on the screen. It's time for Boiling Buddha Sing. Cowboy Wave 1. Witness dozens of carnival full of special effects right away. Lin Chen wasn't ambiguous, and directly swiped 10 carnivals in anger. There are 20 more after the song. Thanks for the big guy. I'll sing it right away. Excitedly, the demon brother puts up his battle cry. A moment in time. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this the most burning thing demon brother has ever sung? That's true. I'd do it too. That's so good anchor. Come out in place. After a song, Lin Chen then sent out 20 carnivals in a row. The screen full of special effects went on for so long that the pop-ups were almost invisible. And at that moment, Zhang Shuowei's voice call popped up, and Lin Chen immediately exited the live broadcast. Thanks to Tatsuo's old weirdo big brother. Before Demon Brother could finish his sentence, he saw the system beep. Elder Tatsuo has left the live broadcast. This big man is really capricious. Brother Demon couldn't help but exclaim on the air. It's over. The big man is gone. Can't be a dog. Go talk to him privately. Demon Brother thought about it, so he also tapped his attention towards Lin Chen. Biggie, thanks for the reward. And naturally, Lin Chen didn't know everything that was going on in the live broadcast room at this time. Tatsu, I was with Wan Air just now. I didn't mean to ignore you. Chapter 77, Incomplete Families. It's alright Shuowei, what's going on with school Sister Tang? Did you get any news from your place? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Wait for me. Zhang Shuowei all but suddenly lowered her voice a lot. Then there was a rustling out of bed on the other end of the line. Only after a moment did Zhang Shuowei speak again, only her voice was suppressed very low. Chen, I'm in the bathroom now nah. I just asked and Wan Air said she just doesn't think she and Xiao Fei are right for each other and told Xiao Fei to find one who likes him. Lin Chen was somewhat silent as he sniffed. It shouldn't be. Ha! He could tell that Tang Wan Air should be interested in Xiao Fei. Tatsu, I may know a little something, but I can't guarantee accuracy. Zhang Shuowei spoke again. It's okay Chevy, whatever you say. Lin Chen immediately became interested. He's been on the ball enough for his brother's happiness. According to my understanding, Wan Air her family is actually some bad. Her dad earned a lot of money some years ago as a result of cheating her mother to divorce. The results of the division of property only to know that his father has transferred a large part of the property transferred to someone else's name. And then her mom only got a few $100,000 and a suite. And I think that's where a lot of Wayner's concerns stem from. Zhang Shuowei said slowly. Lin Chen's face was complicated. Usually see Tang Wan Air staggering. Character is quite outgoing. I did not expect to have experienced such a thing. Ah Chen, if you give Xiao Fei the word, can you make sure he pays attention a little bit? Don't let Wan Air know that I leaked the information. Zhang Shuowei added another sentence. I know, don't worry. Lin Chen smiled. Tatsu, I miss you. Zhang Shuowei's voice suddenly turned whiny. Lin Chen was just about to ask when Tang Weiner's voice came from the other end of the phone. You're on the phone with Lin Chen? Yeah Wan Air, you actually eavesdropped on our phone call. Cut. This lady doesn't care. It was quiet on the other end for a moment longer. Phew, almost got caught by Wan Air. I'd be dead if she found out. Zhang Shuowei was a bit scared. It's getting late. Tatsu, I'll go to bed first, there's still early 8 tomorrow. Edge returned to the bed. Good night Chevy. Good night Tatsu Muppet, say good night to daddy soon. Lin Chen couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he listened to the meowing on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was currently sitting on his bed in deep thought. Moreover, Xiaowei and Shen Xiao were looking at themselves with odd expressions on their faces. What are you looking at me for? I didn't get my cleanser off? Lin Chen asked strangely as he touched his face. Good night Chevy. Good night Tatsu. Lin Chen's face darkened. You guys have sharp ears. Boss, at that volume I'm guessing we can only hear you if you wear headphones? That's it. Somewhat embarrassed, he simply ignored the two. Xiao Fei, you heard what your sister-in-law just said, right? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. Hear that? Thanks sister-in-law for me. I, Xiao Fei, will never give up lightly. Xiao Fei raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with a determined expression. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Fei's state at this moment. He went back to bed and asked Lu Hai about the progress of the processing before going to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up at 7:30, and just as he was brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei walked out as well. Cut. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was squeezing the toothpaste, suspiciously after brushing his teeth. what are you doing up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Didn't sister-in-law say last night that there was morning 8? I saw you get up. I knew you were going to have breakfast with sister-in-law and the others. There must be Sister Wan Air. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. You kid is really smart, but I can't guarantee that there's a Sister Tang. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a speechless expression. Anne, they're in the same class. I can't believe they don't eat breakfast together. After washing up, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went out the door together. After arriving at the cafeteria, the two bought some soy milk donuts and sat down to wait. Lin Chen pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Zhang Shuiwei. Shuiwei, I'm in the first cafeteria. You'll see me when you walk in the door. Okay, good. Hard work, Chen. After not much longer, two tall beauties at the entrance of the cafeteria walked in. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Coming. Xiao Fei immediately looked nervously and saw Tang Weiner and Zhang Shuiwei. Tang Weiner obviously saw Xiao Fei as well. Her footsteps couldn't help but be pulled over by Zhang Shuiwei. You two have been waiting for a long time, Zhang Shuiwei said with a smile. It didn't take long, just sit down. Lin Chen responded. Good morning, sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then looked at Tang Wan Air again, his tone slightly nervous. Good morning, Sister Wan Air. Tang Wan Air was a little unnatural, gently then sat down and stopped talking. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Lin Chen hurriedly rounded up the conversation. Hurry up and eat breakfast, it'll get cold in a while. Shu Wei, I'm going to take a look over at the Longhu game later, so you'll probably have to eat by yourself if it's lunchtime. Lin Chen softly explained as he ate his breakfast. Good work is most important. I'll just eat with Wan Air at noon, Zhang Shuiwei said with a smile. While next to him, Xiao Fei stole glances at Tang Wan Air from time to time, wanting to find a chance to strike up a conversation, but not knowing how to open his mouth. Finally, Xiao Fei gathered his courage and said, Sister Wan Air, can we find a time to have a good chat? When these words came out, Zhang Shuiwei and Lin Chen both instantly threw their attention over. Tang Wan Air looked up at him and said faintly, No need, I don't have much time these days. When Xiao Fei heard this, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Then we'll talk when you have time. Tang Wan Air didn't respond again and continued to eat her breakfast. After having breakfast, Zhang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner went to the classroom for lessons, and Xiao Fei also went back to his dormitory to catch up on his sleep. Lin Chen, on the other hand, drove Poison towards the Dragon Lake game, and at this time, inside the conference room of Dragon Lake Games, Lin Dong may come over at any time today. You guys must be ready. Never, ever rush the new boss, okay? This one has acquired the entire Dragon Lake game in one breath. If anyone offends this one, they'll be waiting to leave. Fa Nonping looked at the crowd in the conference room with a serious face. Instantly everyone tensed up. Although they already knew the news yesterday, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Everyone must cheer up, greet Lin Dong with a good spirit and leave a good impression on him, Fa Nonping re-emphasized. And at that moment, Lin Chen had already driven his car downstairs to Dragon Lake Games. After parking his car, Lin Chen surveyed the building and surroundings in front of him and was still very satisfied. Lin Chen was just about to walk into the building when he saw a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle stop at the entrance, from which two foreigners walked down, accompanied by a few Daxia people. Take me to your general manager and, if we can't get a deal this time, I'll give this Daxia agency to another company. Chapter 78, Angel Wings Agency. One of them, a tall, blonde gringo, condescendingly said in broken Chinese to the Daxia man next to him. This time the games agency in Daxia. If you Longhu can't offer a good price then you can't blame us, the Daxia man next to him said with a face full of compensating smiles and his waist bent to the ground. Mr. James, our Mr. and is already waiting for you up there, and Mr. and will negotiate a suitable price for you. They then brushed past Lin Chen and strutted into the building. Lin Chen looked at the backs of those people, pondering in his heart, and also quickly followed them. It looks like Dragon Lake Games is trying to take over the agency rights of which foreign game? Lin Chen was secretly calculating in his heart. Sir, if I may ask, do you have an appointment? A burly security guard came over and stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't bother with this security guard, but quickly called Fa Nonping over. Sir, did you hear me? The security guard saw that Lin Chen was ignoring him, so he came to a point of anger and raised his voice a few points. Wait, I'm calling Fa Nonping. Don't worry, I won't go in, Lin Chen said indifferently, his gaze still fixed on the entrance of the building. That security guard seemed to be a bit angry. Lin Chen's behavior of ignoring him just now had already made him very upset. He snorted coldly, and then stood in front of Lin Chen, arms crossed, as if he was afraid that Lin Chen would take the opportunity to sneak in. Lin Dong, are you arriving? I'll be right down to pick you up. As soon as the phone was connected, Fa Nonping's respectful voice came through. I'm already downstairs at the company now, so hurry down. Lin Chen's tone was very flat, as if this was all expected of him. You've arrived already, Mr. Lin? Good. I'll be right down, Fa Nonping's voice sounded a bit anxious. The security guard saw the situation. The heart flooded with mutterings, "This does not seem to be pretending then immediately replaced a smiling face, carefully said, "Sir, why don't you wait over there on the sofa for a while?" The security guard was a little uncertain in his heart, and naturally he didn't dare to let Lin Chen in directly. Lin Chen looked at the neatly arranged sofas in the hall and said, "No need, it shouldn't take long." After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurriedly came out of the elevator and walked quickly to the lobby. That security guard's heart thumped when he saw this. Finished, this little young man really knows Mr. Fong is not right. Why so many leaders? I heard that the new big boss will come to the company for a trip today. It's hard to believe that this youngster. The security guard looked at Lin Chen with a horrified face, and a cold sweat began to emerge on his forehead. At this moment, Fa Nonping also walked over quickly with a group of the company's upper echelon. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his face was immediately filled with a warm smile, while he extended his hand. "Hello Lin Dong, I'm Fa Nonping. Welcome Lin Dong to inspect the work at Longhu." "Welcome, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." The others chimed in. Lin Chen nodded lightly and gently shook Fa Nonping's hand. "Can I go in now?" Lin Chen asked, looking at the security guard without the slightest bit of blame in his eyes. Can, the security guard said in a loud voice, his head sweating coldly and his voice trembling a little. Fa Nonping instantly knew what had happened, and looked at the security guard with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "But you're still quite dedicated. Keep up the good work." Lin Chen laughed lightly, a hint of encouragement in his tone. The security guard was relieved. With these words, not to say promotion and salary increase, at least the merits and demerits of the job should not be much of a problem to keep their jobs. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely continue to work hard." That security guard bowed repeatedly in thanks, his heart filled with gratitude. Fa Nonping's face then looked better. Luckily, Lin Dong wasn't angry. "Why don't we go up and talk first?" Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping with a light smile, as if the little episode just now had never happened. "Okay Lin Dong, this way please. Take care Lin Dong. Mr. Fong, take care. Slow walk for all the leaders," the security guard shouted from behind, his voice loud and respectful. When Lin Chen and the others walked away, the security guard couldn't help but murmur, "The new Lin Dong is really easygoing." In the elevator, Lin Chen remembered those foreigners just now, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Fong, I just saw a few foreigners come to our company. It seems like they are still here to talk about cooperation?" Fa Nonping instantly knew what Lin Chen was talking about and hurriedly explained. "Yes Don Lin, that's the Sanctuary Games representative who came to Britannia to talk to us about the rights to represent a game in Dacia." "Oh, from Sanctuary Games? Come to talk about which game?" Lin Chen couldn't help but get a hint of interest. He had heard of this game company. The online game that was relatively hot in foreign countries right now was made by them. Just at that moment, the elevator doors opened, so Lin Chen took the lead and walked out. Fa Nonping and the others hurriedly followed behind. "Mr. Fong can just show me around. Everyone else go ahead and get busy. Work is important," Lin Chen said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd behind him. "Okay, then I won't accompany Don Lin. Lin Dong, take your leave." Soon those company executives dispersed. "Aren't we still going to talk about cooperation? Where are those foreigners?" Lin Chen asked suspiciously, his brows furrowing slightly. Fa Nonping was a bit embarrassed and said, "That, because you arrived, I'll just let them stay in the reception room for a while first." "It's fine. Come on, let's go and take a look together." Lin Chen smiled indifferently and signaled Fa Nonping to lead the way. Fa Nonping then led Lin Chen to the entrance of the reception room. Just as he approached the reception room, he heard the disgruntled voice of the gringo inside. "It's so rude that we have to wait for you in person." "That's just rude. Humph. It seems that you Dragon Lake Games aren't sincere about wanting Angel's Wings agency in Dacia. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, Mr. Fong will be here soon. Please be patient for a moment." Lin Chen and Fa Nonping then pushed the door directly into the room. "Mr. Fong, you're finally here." The man in the reception room looked like he had seen a savior, and then noticed Lin Chen standing next to him. "And this is? Supervisor Liu has really worked hard for you. This is our new boss from Longhu," called Lin Chen. "Lin Dong, this is Supervisor Liu." Supervisor Liu sniffed and looked at Lin Chen, his face filled with surprise. "I'll go. So young, Mr. Fong, isn't Dacia a country of etiquette? I express my great dissatisfaction with your Longhu Games hospitality." James was furious when he saw Fa Nonping. "This time, there are many companies in Dacia to find us to talk about the agent right of Angel's Wings. We preferred to choose your Longhu game. I didn't expect that when we arrived at your company, you actually didn't receive us at the first time." Chapter 79 Black Myth, Goku's Design and Production Program. Fa Nonping immediately felt a bit speechless. It's only been a few minutes, right? Why does he make it sound like he's been waiting for an hour or two? "Mr. James, for Angel's Wings and Dacia agency right we Longhu Games is very sincere. Please be at ease." Fa Nonping could only pacify. Angel Wings. This game is very well received in foreign countries. If you can take by Dragon Lake Games and Daxia Agency, Dragon Lake Games will be very profitable. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel some disgust in his heart as he looked at the two arrogant and domineering foreigners in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Give up Angel Wings Agency in China. Bonus, Black Myth, Goku Design and Production Program. Note, Black Myth. Goku was a 3A game in the world of parallel worlds, composed entirely of Daxia's mythological elements, which was released and achieved the first place in global sales. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel happy in his heart as he listened to the system beep in his head. Isn't this exactly what that Dong Hao kid wants to do? Nowadays, all the world's explosive games are almost all developed by foreign countries. Daxia has never had a game to take the hand of the game. In addition to the king of pesticide, Lin Chen spoke directly at this moment. If this is the attitude of your Sanctuary games, I don't think there's any need for the cooperation between Dragon Lake and Sanctuary to continue. Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu immediately looked at Lin Chen with wide eyes. Mr. Fong, who is this person? Can he represent your Longhu game? James was very disdainful, thinking it was Fa Nonping's son who was talking nonsense here. Listening to what they just said, this person seems to be the owner of Dragon Lake Games. That's when Tom chimed in. James instantly blushed. Lin Chen looked at James with a smirk. You can leave Dragon Lake Games. Our cooperation ends here. Lin Chen directly issued an eviction order. What? James stood up from his seat in shock, his face full of disbelief. That's impossible. How can you give up such a good opportunity for cooperation so easily? James' eyes widened as he stared angrily at Lin Chen. Once you Dragon Lake Games have our Angel Wings agency, Angel Wings Daxia will bring you at least a few $100 million in profits. Do you, a young man, understand that or not? Lin Chen looked calm and said indifferently, I'm sorry, Mr. James, right? With your arrogant and rude attitude, I'm afraid it's only difficult for Dragon Lake Games to have any cooperation with you. I'm young and impetuous. This company is mine, so please leave. Tom also panicked at the side, and quickly said, Sir, there might be a misunderstanding. We came here with sincerity. Lin Chen sneered. Sincerity? Your sincerity is a representative talking about cooperation shouting at the general manager of my Dragon Lake Games? Is this your so-called sincerity? A trace of emotion flashed through Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu's eyes. James was the one in charge of talking to them about cooperation from Sanctuary Games. James' rudeness could be seen from before, but it could only be endured for the sake of Angel Wings Agency and Daxia. James gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you should know that besides Dragon Lake Games, there are many other companies that are grabbing for our agency. Lin Chen clasped his hands on his chest. Then you can go ahead and find it. In short, Dragon Lake Games, refuse to cooperate. James blushed so hard that he couldn't speak for a moment. At this point, Tom's eyes rolled and he replaced them with a smiling face. Mr. Lin, perhaps our attitude just now was indeed a bit inappropriate. We can renegotiate. Fa Nonping had wanted to persuade Lin Chen. After all, at least it was a profit of several billions of RMB, and since the other party's attitude had changed, then they could cooperate. Businessmen, profit is the most important thing. But on second thought, Lin Chen was the boss of the company. If he said that, he would inevitably be suspected of overstepping his bounds, so he could only dismiss the idea. No need. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, you can leave now, and to show the hospitality of my Dragon Lake Games, I'll pay for the airfare for the two of you. James and Tom looked at each other with chagrin and resignation in their eyes. Humph, you'll regret this. James threw down these words harshly and turned around to leave. Supervisor Lu, send it, Lin Chen said coldly. The two of them walked out of the company under the leadership of Supervisor Lu in a grayish manner. Ding! The system mission has been completed. Black Myth, Goku's design and production plan has been stored on a flash drive into the host's pants pocket. Lin Chen then felt a sinking in his pants pocket, and reached out and pulled out his pants pocket, and there was indeed a USB flash drive inside. Dong Lin, this Angel Wings is really hot abroad. If we give up the agency, the loss to the company may not be small. Fa Nonping said cautiously. Lin Chen smiled. Mr. Fong, an Angel Wings agency is just that. Throw it away. I have a better game in my hands. A trace of doubt flashed in Fa Nonping's eyes when he heard Lin Chen's words. Dong Lin, I don't know what better game you're talking about. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You'll see later. Meanwhile, James and Tom had made their way out of the Long Lake game. With some trepidation, James took out his phone and called the owner of Sanctuary Games over. James, proxy negotiated? How much interest is Longwood Games willing to share? A man's voice came from the other end. Boss, Dragon Lake Games refused to cooperate with us. Sanctuary Games, they gave up the rights to represent Angel Wings in Daxia and kicked Tom and I out of the Dragon Lake Games building. James explained respectfully. What's going on? Didn't Dragon Lake Games work hard for this agency for a long time? How could it suddenly suddenly give up. The voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of doubt. Boss, Dragon Lake Games has changed to a very young boss, and I'm letting us leave before I even speak. James then added fuel to the fire and rambled on about it. Since Dragon Lake Games refused to cooperate, then we'll find another company. I still don't believe it. Angel Wings Agency will not be sold. The caller grunted coldly then hung up. Phew, this whole thing is kind of mixed up. We just need to find another company to represent Angel Wings now. James breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Tom, who had stepped aside. Tom sniffed and relaxed. If the boss finds out that it's because of us that this partnership fell through, we're both screwed. Yeah, both of them were in a moment of fear, indignantly looking back at Longhu-man, Shaun, and then they were ready to find a hotel in the neighborhood to stay first, and then contact other companies. Chapter 80. Excited Dong Hao. Fa Nonping then led Lin Chen to the president's office. This office, decorated very luxuriously. The location is also the best in the whole Longhu building. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's prosperity is unobstructed. Lin Chen sat in his office chair, listening to Fa Nonping report on his work. After Fa Nonping finished his report, Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping and opened his mouth. Go draw up a non-disclosure agreement for me for the development of a game called Black Myth, Goku. Fa Nonping hurriedly nodded in agreement before exiting the office to draw up a confidentiality agreement. Lin Chen waited for Fa Nonping to leave before taking out his cell phone and calling Dong Hao. Dong Hao was studying other games at the moment, and his heart burst with ecstasy when he saw Lin Chen call. It had been more than a week since the last time he drank, and Lin Chen had mentioned this to him. If he hadn't known that Lin Chen's girlfriend was injured, he would have even wondered if Lin Chen had forgotten about him or snubbed him. Young Lin, may I ask what's the matter? After taking a deep breath, Dong Hao picked up the phone and said respectfully, do you have time now? Come over to the Long Lake building if you have time. Dong Hao immediately agreed excitedly and repeatedly after hearing what Lin Chen said. I have time, Lin Xiao. I'll be right over. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard Dong Hao's excited voice on the phone. Okay, I'll wait here for you. Send me a message when you get there. Okay, young Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen stayed in the office for a few more minutes before Fa Nonping walked inside the office with an agreement. Lin Dong, how about you take a look at this agreement? If there are any changes that need to be made, I'll go change them right away. Fa Nonping handed that agreement to Lin Chen's desk. Lin Chen picked up the non-disclosure agreement and looked at it carefully. Yes, that's all. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Dong Hao's message was then sent. Young Lin, I'm downstairs at Dragon Lake Games. Okay. Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping after replying to the message. Have the receptionist downstairs bring that Dong Hao guy to my office, and then print out a few more copies of this non-disclosure agreement and bring them along. Okay, Lin Dong. After saying that, Fa Nonping walked out of the office. A few minutes later, Fa Nonping and Dong Hao walked in together. Lin Xiao. After Dong Hao walked into the office and saw Lin Chen, he hurriedly shouted respectfully, well, you guys go ahead and sign this non-disclosure agreement, and I'll show you something. After Fa Nonping and Dong Hao had both signed the non-disclosure agreement, Lin Chen took out the USB flash drive containing the Black Myth, Goku production design and plugged it into his computer. Come and see. Fa Nonping and Dong Hao sniffed and immediately walked over. Dong Hao and Fa Nonping went to the computer, and when they saw the Black Myth, Goku design and production program displayed on the screen, Dong Hao's eyes instantly widened and his breathing became rapid. This is simply amazing. Dong Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Although Fa Nonping did not know much about game development, he could see the extraordinary value of the program from its level of detail and creative conception. Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao's excitement and smiled. Dong Hao, this is what I want to show you. It's a game design proposal that's entirely composed of elements from the great Xia mythology, and if it can be successfully developed, it's bound to cause a stir in the global game market. Dong Hao clenched his hands into fists, not taking his eyes off the screen for a moment. Young Lin, this is the kind of game I've been dreaming of. I've always wanted to make a 3A game that shows off the charm of our daxia culture, and this is simply the perfect solution to my ideal. Lin Chen nodded. Dong Hao, I promised you that as long as you follow me, I will give you the opportunity to realize your dreams. This project, I intend to leave it to you to lead. Dong Hao sniffed and jerked his head up, his eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Lin Xiao, don't worry, I will do my best to live up to your trust. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction then looked at Fa Nonping. Mr. Feng, make arrangements for Dong Hao to be on board today. The sooner this project is launched, the better. Dong Hao is in charge of this project. The company is doing its best to support it. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll arrange it right away. Fa Nonping agreed in a loud voice. and there was a slight change in the way he looked at Dong Hao. He had a very keen sense of business sense, and as long as this game came out, he dared to say that it would definitely be a big hit. And the fact that Lin Chen could let her be directly responsible for this project shows that Lin Chen thinks highly of this person. Lin Chen looked at the time. It was already noon. Originally thought to go back to find Jiang Shu away for dinner. Did not forbid Fang Anping and Dong Hao and the major executives to stay. Can only stay to eat with them. A group of people came to a restaurant around Longhu Mansion, and Fang Anping purposely booked the most expensive private room. Ah Chen, have you eaten yet? I wanted to eat the hot pot noodle outside the school for lunch, but Wan Er forbade me to eat it, saying that she couldn't eat it and I couldn't eat it either. Crying, Lin Chen felt his cell phone vibrate between meals and took it out to see Jiang Shuawei's message. His face couldn't help but reveal a smile. I'm already eating. All the executives of Dragon Lake Games. I can't refuse them. After all, it's the first time I came to the company. Give them a face, ha 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 ha. And what did you eat? In just a moment, Jiang Shuawei replied. My husband is awesome. I had the clear soup capra, and it's true that capra with lard is the best. I'll leave you alone. I have class in the afternoon. I'll take a nap. Good night Tatsu Mumu Mumu. Lin Chen looked at the message sent by Jiang Shuawei and replied with a love you emoticon before continuing to chat with Fang Anping and the others about company matters. And at this moment on the internet, the matter about Dragon Lake Games refusing to cooperate with Sanctuary Games to represent the copyright of Angel's Wings Dasha also spread out. I go. Dragon Lake Games doesn't even eat the fat meat that comes to hand? Already oil money to this point? Ah Angel Wings. I've wanted to play this game for a long time. I hope to hurry up and get the national service out. You're not going to let the penguins get involved, are you? Don't. I can't stand the pissiness of penguins. Is Longwood Games holding back something big? And most of them are scolding the netizens who don't know what's good for Dragon Lake Games. And even a lot of them run to the bottom of the video comments posted by the official account of Dragon Lake Games Douyin to scold. Soon Fang Anping's cell phone rang. A call from the company's publicist. Mr. Feng, are you aware of the public opinion on the internet? What public opinion? Fang Anping was confused. When Fang Anping heard this, he also took out his cell phone and searched, and then he told Lin Chen about this matter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Doesn't matter. Let the company's public relations department issue a statement. Just say that Dragon Lake Games doesn't cooperate with arrogant and bossy corporate companies. Cooperation is based on equality. If even the most basic respect for others can't be done, then it's better not to cooperate. Chapter 81, Hermes again. Okay Lindong. I'll arrange it right away. Fang Anping took out his cell phone and called the PR department after he finished speaking. After eating, Lin Chen instructed a few words and left, thinking that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. I drove to Taylor's Superstore, which I had visited before. When he came to the Hermes boutique, the counter girl was very enthusiastic once she saw that Lin Chen was wearing a Givenchy. Sir, welcome to Hermes. May I ask what you need to buy? Isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival soon? I want to buy a bag for my mom, so help me recommend which one is more suitable. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face. Yes sir, this way please. The counter girl then brought Lin Chen to the area full of bags. Sir, it's all bags over here. May I ask which of our Hermes collections your mother usually likes? The counter girl opened her mouth and asked. This time it was difficult for Lin Chen. What's he doing following the Hermes bag line for nothing? I don't really know. Excuse me sir, our stores Birkin, Kelly and Constance are all selling very well and are our Hermes classics. May I take the liberty of asking what your approximate budget is? The teller always had a smile on her face. Lin Chen did some calculations in his heart. Lin's mother definitely does not want him to buy expensive, but his girlfriend carries a bag that is hundreds of thousands of dollars. If the mother only carries a bag of tens of thousands of dollars is what a thing, a couple 100,000 or more, I think. Lin Chen opened his mouth after thinking about it. The smile on the counter girl's face became even more enthusiastic at these words. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of bags. She had been a Hermes counter girl for so long had not met a few people willing to buy. And this little boy in front of me who looks like he's at most 22 or 12 years old is actually willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a bag for his mom? To be honest, for young people nowadays, he sees a lot of buying tens of thousands of dollars of bags for their girlfriends, but very few of them are bringing their moms to Hermes to buy something. Thinking about this, the counter girl couldn't help but feel a fire in her heart. This little boy is handsome, so rich, and so filial. If you can take it, she is still very confident in her own face value. Age well. Older is not a problem. Not a lot of young people like young women. Doesn't he or she happen to be recently divorced and doesn't that fit perfectly? Sir, then I recommend you to take a look at this Kelly series crocodile leather bag. The color is rare emerald, showing all the dignity and uniqueness. The price is around 800,000. There is also this Constance ostrich leather bag. The hardware accessories are exquisite and incomparable. The price is around 600,000. The counter girl introduced it enthusiastically, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Chen carefully scrutinized the two bags and gently shook his head. It doesn't feel very much in line with my mother's style. Is there anything else? The counter keeper hurriedly took out a few more bags of different series and introduced them one by one. This is Kelly's General Leather model, priced at $300,000. There is also this Constance's sheepskin model, about $400,000, as well as this Birkin's ostrich leather model, price $1 million. Lin Chen listened to the counter girl's introduction while comparing between several bags. At this moment, the counter assistant saw that Lin Chen still seemed to be hesitating, so she said even more enthusiastically, "Sir, why don't you tell me about your mother's usual style of dress and preferences, so that I can recommend it more accurately for you?" Lin Chen said after some thought, "My mother usually dresses in a more minimalist and generous way, not really into anything too flashy." The counter girl's eyes lit up and immediately took out another bag from the cabinet. "Sir, then take a look at this Birkin's Epsom leather bag. The color is classic black. The style is understated yet elegant. The price is 700,000. Lin Chen looked at it and felt that it wasn't bad. Then his gaze sized it up slightly. "Suddenly I saw a bag in the cupboard which was quite nice and a little bit similar to the one my mom had been carrying before, so I'm sure my mom would like it. How about that bag?" Lin Chen pointed with his finger. It was only then that the counter girl realized that the watch Lin Chen was wearing on his hand was a Patek Philippe. As a Hermes counterkeeper, she naturally knows something about luxury goods, and the one Lin Chen carries in his hand is at least $1 million. At that moment, the counter girl's eyes were even more fiery when she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen also noticed that there was something wrong with the counter girl's eyes. This counter's sister won't be interested in me, right? She's at least 30 years old. So what? She still wants to eat young grass? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. The counter assistant followed the direction of Lin Chen's finger, and then she carefully removed the bag. "Sir, this is one of our latest arrivals, Birkin's matte crocodile leather bag. The color is a deep blue with silver buckles for an extra atmospheric look. The price is $1,200,000. Lin Chen looked at the bag and made a decision in his mind. This bag feels pretty good. The counter assistant nodded her head in a hurry. "You have a truly unique vision. Sir, this bag is indeed very outstanding. Alright, this one then," Lin Chen finally said. A bright smile instantly bloomed on the counter girl's face. "Yes sir, I'll pack it for you right away." While waiting for the packaging process, the counter girl did not stay idle and continued to find topics to chat with Lin Chen. "Sir, your mother must be especially proud that you are so kind to her." Lin Chen replied very perfunctorily. "Yes," the counterman went on. "It's really rare to find a man as classy and dutiful as you are. May I ask what you do for a living?" "Started a couple companies," Lin Chen said indifferently. The counter girl's eyes glowed. "Then you are really young and talented." "Sir." As she said that, she came a little closer, and the strong scent of her perfume made Lin Chen frown. Lin Chen subconsciously took a step back. The counter girl, however, didn't seem to notice Lin Chen's disgust and continued, "Sir, is it convenient to add a WeChat? If you have any questions about bags in the future, you can ask me anytime." Lin Chen directly shook his head and refused. "No, thanks." The counter girl's face stiffened slightly, but the smile quickly returned. "Alright then, sir." At this time, the bag was wrapped and the counter girl handed it over, deliberately touching Lin Chen's hand gently with her fingers. Lin Chen frowned slightly, took the bag, paid, and prepared to leave. The counter girl hurriedly said, "Sir, welcome to your next visit, and I wish you and your mother a happy life." Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the Hermes boutique. The counter girl looked at Lin Chen's distant figure with a resigned expression. "It's a pity that a handsome and rich man doesn't like young women. Why can't you learn more from the ancients?" Chapter 82 Big Sister? The counterkeeper stopped thinking about it and secretly took a picture of Lin Chen. Just then a message came in from a coworker and BFF. "Envious or not? Hot pot for lunch." A picture of a hot pot was sent along with it. The counter girl had a smug smile on her face. "Envious, but I just sold that one. $2 million Hermes Birkin." It took a long time for the opposite side to reply. "Aha. I sold that $40-something thousand bag last time and only got complacent for how long before you overtook me. And a handsome one at that." The counter girl sent out Lin Chen's picture again. "Ha, isn't this handsome guy the one who spent over $400,000 to buy a bag for his girlfriend before? He bought her girlfriend a bag again today? It's so cool to be his girlfriend." The counter girl couldn't help but stare at this message, and then a bitter smile appeared on her face. "No wonder you can't see me. It turns out that people have a beautiful young girlfriend." And at this moment, Lin Chen ran to the jewelry store again, ready to buy a few more gold necklaces, jade bracelets and the like for Lin's mother. Lin's mother has never bought any jewelry since 18 years, and Lin's father often said says he's sorry for her. Now that you have the ability to do it yourself, you definitely have to have everything in place. Just as he was about to buy it, Jiang Shuawei's phone called. Hello, Tatsu? Where are you? I'm done with class, Jiang Shuawei said in a cheerful tone. I'm at the mall shopping. Isn't tomorrow vacation? Thought I'd bring my parents some gifts. Lin Chen softly said. Humph. I was going to ask you, aren't you going to take me back home tomorrow? Lin Chen froze at his words. Won't you be with your aunt and uncle for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Last time you did not say that the next time you go home to take me back. I thought you remembered it. I have given my parents to discuss the Mid-Autumn Festival to go to your home at. As a result, you didn't even think of this. Jiang Shuawei was obviously a bit unhappy. Lin Chen was thinking of taking Jiang Shuawei back on Saturday and Sunday, but it turned out that something had happened, so he could only call it quits. The next vacation was the Mid-Autumn Festival again. Lin Chen hadn't even thought about what excuse to use to go back and say that Jiang Shuawei hadn't come, but he didn't think that Jiang Shuawei had actually had this plan for a long time. It's not good, is it? Mid-Autumn Festival is such a family reunion day. Lin Chen was a bit hesitant. What's so bad about it? Humph, you just don't want to take me back, do you? No, I definitely didn't mean that. Lin Chen hurriedly explained. Well, isn't that right? That's all there is to this? You're at that tailor superstore near school, right? Yeah. What's up? Lin Chen subconsciously replied. What's wrong? Why don't I bring something to your house for the first time? Idiot. Jiang Shuawei laughed and scolded. Well, I'll pick you up then. Lin Chen's heart warmed slightly. No, I'm almost at the school gates. I'll take a cab. I'll see you later. Silly. Jiang Shuawei hung up the phone after saying that. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Then he put his bag back in the car before heading towards Xin Rue Coffee in the superstore. Hello, please scan the code to place an order, the clerk warned. Lin Chen nodded, then scanned the QR code and ordered 2 matcha arena ice with cream. It only took a few minutes for Lin Chen to get it. Phew, it still smells like this. Lin Chen took a sip and was very satisfied. After walking to the entrance of Taylor Superstore and waiting for a while, Jiang Shuawei walked over with her bag. Lin Chen walked up and handed Jiang Shuawei the matcha arena ice in his hand. Jiang Shuawei smoothly let Lin Chen carry her bag. Hey, what's this? It's quite tasty. Jiang Shuawei's eyes lit up as soon as she drank. Lin Chen smiled smugly. It's okay, right? Matcha Renaissance ice from Cinco Ray Coffee. Cinco Ray Coffee? I've only ever had coffee in it. I didn't realize it was this good. Jiang Shuawei marveled. What are we going to buy now? I'm going to go ahead and buy some jewelry for my mom. Go! When he came to Chao Shu Fuk jewelry store, the sales clerk came up with a warm smile on his face as soon as he saw the 2 beautiful men and women in extraordinary clothes. Lin Chen's gaze condensed, and then he looked somewhat incredulously at the woman wearing a mask who was introducing jewelry to a customer in the store at that moment. Good day to you too, Zhou Xiaofu. May I ask what I need to see? Lin Chen didn't say anything, just stared at the woman, and to make sure he hadn't recognized her wrongly, he even stepped forward a little closer. Jiang Shuawei was just about to speak when she saw Lin Chen heading that way, so she said to the clerk, sorry about that, we'll watch it on our own for a while. After saying that, he followed. The female sales clerk had long since seen that the 2 were dressed in extraordinary clothes, so naturally she would not let go of such a potential customer, so she also followed them. What are you looking at, Tatsu? Jiang Shuawei followed Lin Chen's line of sight and saw the female sales clerk. That woman kind of looks like my cousin. Lin Chen opened his mouth. Jiang Shuawei instantly became a bit nervous upon hearing this. Her name is Zhou Dongxue. She has been working in our store for a few months now. Are you sure it's your cousin, sir? Lin Chen was more certain once he heard the name, turning his head to the shopgirl. I'm sure, thanks, then looked at the woman with the mask and shouted, Big sister? The woman subconsciously turned around to look at Lin Chen, and then removed the mask with some surprise. Tatsu, why are you here? I'm here to do some shopping. You work here, cousin? Lin Chen looked happy after seeing Zhou Dongxue. Can you take care of my side first? The customer next to Zhou Dongxue was a little disgruntled. Excuse me, Zhou Dongxue apologized, then looked at Lin Chen. Tatsu, wait for me for a while. I'll come back to talk to you when I'm done. Okay, little big sister. You first, busy, Lin Chen said in a hurry. Zhou Dongxue nodded, glanced at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Chen and got to work. The female clerk from before was still very knowledgeable and left when she saw that Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue really knew each other. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, on the other hand, strolled around the Chao Shu Fuk jewelry store. It didn't take long for Zhou Dongxue to finish her work. Tatsu, aren't you going to introduce this pretty sister? Zhou Dongxue looked at Jiang Shuawei and said with a smile, Hello sister, my name is Jiang Shuawei. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend, Jiang Shuawei said as she nervously grabbed the corner of her coat. This Lin Chen kid is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend like you, Zhou Dongxue said with a smile, and then in order not to disturb the customers in the store, she also specifically pulled Jiang Shu away to the door to chat, directly throwing Lin Chen to the side. Zhou Dongxue is the eldest daughter of her uncle's family, 2 years older than Lin Chen, studying at the Southwest University of Finance and Economics. There is also a youngest daughter named Zhou Ling, who is just entering high school this year. I have to say, women make friends really quite fast, which just said a few words looks like no good. Long time old friends like talking and laughing. Tatsu, your kid is really so rich now? How did you do it? Chapter 83, Buying Jewelry. Zhou Dongxue was shocked. His parents had told her about it, but she hadn't believed much of it and assumed it was a joke. As a result, after seeing Lin Chen today, this was what convinced him. Wearing a Patek Philippe on his hand, dressed all in Givenchy, and his girlfriend holding a Hermes bag. Big sister, it's not convenient to disclose. Anyway, just remember that your brother is rich now, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yeah, not bringing your old sister then? You can. I run several companies. You can work anywhere you want. Hearing Zhou Dongxue's words, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised instead. Zhou Dongxue grew up to be one of those very autonomous people, very opinionated, and her uncle never made decisions for her. As long as it was something she wanted to do, her uncle was very supportive. Are you boys serious? Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin Chen was serious and didn't look like he was joking. Of course, you're my sister, Lin Chen said rightfully. Forget it or, I'm only at the beginning of my junior year. Let's wait until I graduate. Then if you regret it, I'll punish you, Zhou Dongxue said with a smile. Don't worry sis. Then in that case, that real estate company called Rongtou Land, you're still really a shareholder in it? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Spare Zhou Dongxue, who was already psychologically prepared, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air at this moment. After that incident, she specifically went to search Rongtou Land. Do not know without searching. A search shocked. Rongtou Land market value, that is a listed company with a market value of more than $150 billion. Lin Chen is a shareholder of Rongtou Land at such a young age. Even if it's only 1% of the shares, that's still worth over $1 billion. This is a little too sci-fi. Zhou Dongxue didn't ask Lin Chen much about how he did it. You came to Chao Shu Fuk to choose jewelry for your siblings? Yeah, and then isn't this the Mid-Autumn Festival? I'm going to buy some gifts for mom and dad to bring back. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. So you're planning to bring Shuawei back to meet aunt and uncle as well? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei, who was somewhat embarrassed. Yes, sooner or later, the daughter-in-law has to meet the in-laws. Jiang Shuawei sniffed and puffed. You're the ugly daughter-in-law. That's right. Other people's sister Shuawei is so pretty. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue with a somewhat odd expression on his face. Sis, Chevy's a junior too, and you're a May 04 and Chevy's a December 03. Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Dongxue froze at the same time. That's okay, it's only right that I call out to your sister, Jiang Shuawei explained. Don't you guys still need to buy jewelry? I'll introduce you to them, and I just happened to get a commission. Zhou Dongxue hastily skipped the topic. Okay, big sister, that's a good recommendation for us, Lin Chen said with a smile. The three of them then walked inside the Chao Shu Fuk jewelry store. Zhou Dongxue, who gave you permission to run outside the store and chat with others during work hours? A woman in a professional outfit in the store questioned. Sorry, store manager. Ran into my brother and had a little chat. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly apologized. Zhou Dongxue, you have to realize that you're here on a part-time basis. The store doesn't want part-time workers in the first place. If this happens again, you'll just leave. Also, your bonus for this month will be deducted by 100. The woman store manager was relentless. Store manager, why are you deducting so much? I only get about $100 a day for my part-time job, and you've deducted a day's wages from me this one time. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Dongxue's face was a bit ugly. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed. This shopkeeper was too mean. He only talked for a few minutes, just a trip to the restroom, and he deducted a day's salary? Jiang Shuawei was also obviously somewhat holding out for Zhou Dongxue. We're here to buy jewelry, and Sister Dongxue was just introducing jewelry to us. Humph, why do you have to go outside the store to introduce jewelry? It's the first time I've seen it, the woman store manager said dismissively. It's out of your hands. What's wrong with an out-of-store presentation? We just have to buy it, don't we? Lin Chen said indifferently. The shopkeeper was speechless. Indeed, what do you care where the presentation takes place? As long as the jewelry sells, that's all that matters. That female store manager could only stop talking resentfully. Zhou Dongxue snickered and quietly gave Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei a thumbs up. Zhou Dongxue then led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to look at and introduce them one by one. Lin Chen's gaze was suddenly caught by a gold necklace. What do you think about a gold necklace? I think it's pretty. My mom might like it. Lin Chen pointed at the necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue and Zhang Xuewei. Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue also cast their eyes over at the words. Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue's gazes fell on the gold necklace, which shone brightly under the light. Zhou Dongxue said as she looked at the necklace. Xiao Chen, this necklace is indeed beautiful. You have a good eye. Auntie will definitely like it. The price of this necklace is $88,000. It's made of pure gold with exquisite craftsmanship, and the gemstones set on it are all of superior quality. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied with the necklace. He turned his head to Zhang Xuewei and asked, "What do you think, Xuewei?" Zhang Xuewei smiled. "I think it's pretty too, and Auntie will love it." Lin Chen decided to just buy this necklace. He said to Zhou Dongxue, "Big sister, this is the one. You can help us see if there's any other jewelry for my mom." Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded, showing them some more jade bracelets and earrings. A few people ended up choosing another ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue. At this time Zhou Dongxue's mood is still very pleasant. She used her maximum authority to give Lin Chen the biggest discount. On the 4 kinds of jewelry, hundreds of thousands of dollars, she can also get a very high commission. Even if the part-time commission will be much lower than a regular employee, you can still get $10,000. Big sister, why don't you pick one too? My brother has money now, so how can I buy something for my sister? Zhou Dongxue was still thinking about how this commission money should be spent at this moment, and Lin Chen's words almost made her not react. No need, Tatsu. This commission is already a lot. Zhou Dongxue subconsciously refused. Sis, you used to think of me when you had something good. Now that I'm rich and capable, you still won't let me treat you better? Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. He had long guessed that Zhou Dongxue would react this way. Zhou Dongxue then reacted to his own. This brother has not simple. At least is also worth more than a billionaire. Ha 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 ha. Good, then big sis won't be polite to you, huh? Zhou Dongxue only hesitated slightly for a while before she opened her mouth with some relief. Chapter 84, Encountering Wang Shijie. Zhang Xuewei just watched from the sidelines with a smiling face. Zhou Dongxue surveyed the jewelry in the store. A trace of hesitation surfaced on her face. She bit her lip and finally chose a bracelet worth a few $1,000s. That bracelet is simple and generous in shape, but it also has a few delicacies. Lin Chen took a look and frowned slightly. Big sister, this is too cheap. You choose well again. Don't be polite to me. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly explained. Xiao Chen, there's really no need. I like this bracelet very much, and a bracelet of several $1,000s isn't cheap. Lin Chen, however, was very insistent. No, big sister, you listen to me. You have to pick a good one today. Zhou Dongxue sighed helplessly, but inwardly she was very pleased. A diamond necklace worth tens of thousands of dollars was finally chosen. The diamonds on the necklace are crystal clear and glitter with dazzling light, complementing Zhou Dongxue's gentle temperament. Sister Dongxue, come let me try it on you. Zhang Xuewei said with a smile on her face as she looked at Zhou Dongxue. Good. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded. So Zhang Xuewei picked up the necklace and helped Zhou Dongxue put it on. The moment Zhou Dongxue put on the necklace, the whole person seemed to be lit up, and her gentle temperament became more prominent. It's so pretty, Sister Dongxue. Zhang Xuewei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Worthy of being my sister. She's as pretty as she looks. Lin Chen smiled back. Really? Zhou Dongxue looked very pleased and looked down at the necklace. Really? Come here, Sister Dongxue. Zhang Xuewei excitedly pulled Zhou Dongxue to the mirror in the jewelry store. Sister Dongxue, look. This necklace makes you even more beautiful. Zhang Xuewei's eyes were bright and full of joy. Zhou Dongxue looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile as well. It's still really good looking. Thank you guys la. Lin Chen watched from the sidelines and also smiled. Big sister, just this one, don't change it. Zhou Dongxue nodded, looking at Lin Chen with relief in her eyes. The female store manager had long since lost her arrogance and bossiness just now, because she had already seen the Givenchy on Lin Chen's body and the Patek Philippe on his hand, as well as the bag on Zhang Xuewei's hand that was worth at least a few $100,000. If he didn't recognize it, according to his own temperament, he certainly wouldn't let Zhou Dongxue try this necklace of several tens of thousands of dollars, and that would be to completely offend the couple. Lin Chen turned his gentle gaze to Zhang Xuewei. Xuewei, you choose too. Don't just look. Zhang Xuewei lowered her head in some embarrassment and gently shook her hand. Tatsu, no need. Just buy it for Auntie. I don't need it. Lin Chen took her hand and gently shook it, his eyes full of favor. Make your choice. Don't be polite. Zhang Xuewei hesitated for a while and finally chose a pair of delicate pearl earrings. The pearls in those earrings were round and full, with a soft luster. After this bit of shopping, Lin Chen swiped his card to settle the bill, spending a total of over $400,000. That female shopkeeper at the side of the eyes are looking straight, before the mean color has long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a face full of fawning and currying favor. She was all smiles, her body leaning forward slightly. Mr. and Miss, you two are really discerning, choosing the best products in our store. Come often in the future. We will definitely give you the best service and the most favorable price. Lin Chen didn't even look at her big sister. Then Xuewei and I will leave first. You come over to play sometime, haha. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue and said. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded. Okay, be careful on the road. After Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei left the jewelry store, they continued to stroll around the mall. Finally, to the Lin father and mother selected a few sets of clothes and a few pairs of shoes, bought some healthcare products and tea, spent tens of thousands of dollars or Zhang Xuewei to the money. Said it was the first time she went to Lin Chen's house this money had to come out of her own pocket. But where did you get all that money? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xuewei hemmed and hawed. Of course it's from my parents, they know I'm coming to your house this mid-autumn festival, so they transferred tens of thousands of dollars to me specifically for me to buy something to bring to my aunt and uncle. Lin Chen listened to Zhang Xuewei's explanation. His heart was filled with emotion, and he gently pinched her nose. After the two of them finished their shopping, they headed towards the parking lot. Tatsu, I have to go back to school first. The Muppets are still at school. Lin Chen nodded and skillfully started the car, the engine emitting a low, powerful roar. Soon, Lin Chen drove the car into the school and stopped steadily under Zhang Xuewei's dormitory building. Because of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday tomorrow, the dormitory floor was filled with students dragging their luggage. Tatsu, I'll be quick. Just wait for me downstairs. Oh. Zhang Xuewei sipped on Lin Chen's face, then entered the dormitory building with a smile on her face. The little Muppet saw Zhang Xuewei come back, originally lying on the bed watching Tang Wan-er organize her luggage. Immediately jumped down and stood by Zhang Xuewei's feet, meowing incessantly at Zhang Xuewei. Yo, the stinky daughter-in-law is going to meet her in-laws? Tang Wan-er looked at Zhang Xuewei with a bad smile and flirted. Zhang Xuewei held the little Muppet in her arms and teased it, then blankly glanced at Tang Wan-er. Don't be ridiculous, I'm just visiting my aunt and uncle. Tang Wan-er blinked. Okay, I get it. Pack your stuff, don't keep people waiting. Zhang Xuewei's red face stopped ignoring Tang Wan-er's flirting. Zhang Xuewei put the little ragdoll into her pet backpack, then took a few bags of cat food and stuffed them into her bag. Cosmetics were haphazardly stuffed into the Hermes bag. Sister Wan-er, I'll go first. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, Zhang Xuewei said and ran downstairs. And at this time, Lin Chen was waiting downstairs in his dormitory in boredom. A Lamborghini steadily stopped in front of Lin Chen. The car window rolled down and it was none other than Wang Shijie. Ringo, waiting for your sister-in-law? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Wang Shijie also got out of the car and walked over to Lin Chen and said, Ringo, what a coincidence. I'm waiting for Zhu. Aren't you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen asked casually. It's just that I'm going to bring Zhu home to meet my parents and grandpa and them. Zhu and I have been in a relationship since high school, and now we can finally bring it home in a bright and honorable way. Wang Shijie's eyes softened as he spoke. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Wang Shijie one more time. I did not expect this guy is quite obsessive. The family is so rich did not become a prodigal son. Can only say that their family education is quite good. As he was talking, Lin Chen saw Zhang Xuewei trotting all the way out of the dormitory building. Zhang Xuewei walked to the side of the two. Wang Shijie, why are you here too? Waiting for Zhu? Zhang Xuewei asked. Hello sister-in-law. I just came to wait for Zhu, and I just happened to run into Lin, so I chatted for a while. Wang Shijie said with a smile. Hiji, we'll leave then, talk to you next time. Chapter 85, Father and Mother Lin. Lin Chen saw that it was getting late, so he directly said goodbye to Wang Shijie. Alright, bye-bye brother Lin. Bye-bye sister-in-law. Wang Shijie responded in a hurry. After Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei returned to the car, they took out their cell phones and called Lin's mother over. Tatsu, when are you coming back? Has your girlfriend gone back yet? As soon as the phone was connected, Lin's mother's voice came through. Mom, I'm coming back for dinner today, and my girlfriend is coming over later to rest at our house. Lin Chen said with a smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had said earlier, your father and I would have gotten ready earlier. It's such a rush now, Lin's mother exclaimed, then said with a few happy and a few complaining words. It's okay mom, big deal, we'll go out to eat later. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Zhang Xuewei sat in the passenger seat and held the little Muppet on her lap listening to Lin mother's words on the phone snickering. By the way, what's your girlfriend's name? How am I going to call her then? Do you think I have to seal a red envelope for your girlfriend's first visit? Pajamas, slippers, toothbrush, washcloths, these I have to prepare. Mom, my girlfriend's name is Zhang Xuewei, the snow of the Yangtze River's snowflake, and the violet's violet. Red packet words you guys just watch to come. Alright, I know. I have to hurry up and get ready. I'm too lazy to talk to a brat like you. Lin's mother hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless as he listened to the beeping sound on his cell phone. Tatsu, I still have to rest at your house at night. Jiang Shuiwei blushed slightly and said with some embarrassment. Yeah, where else would you sleep? We can't let you go out and stay in a hotel, can we? Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuiwei's head and softly said. Jiang Shuiwei sniffled. It's also but will it make Auntie think I'm more frivolous if I sleep in your house on my first visit? Jiang Shuiwei said worriedly. How come? Then didn't I rest at your house the first time I went there? Lin Chen comforted. It's not the same. It's okay, my mom wouldn't think so. Lin Chen squeezed Jiang Shuiwei's small hand. Good blah. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuiwei's face again then started the car. Along the way, Jiang Shuiwei looked nervous, constantly twisting the corners of her coat, her brows knitted slightly. Tatsu, I'm still a little nervous. What if my aunt and uncle don't like me? Jiang Shuiwei clutched the corner of her coat. Lin Chen smiled and comforted. Don't worry Shuiwei, my parents will definitely like you. You're so kind and lovely, how could they not like it? Lin Chen freed a hand and gently held Jiang Shuiwei's hand. Lin Chen's palm was wide and warm, causing Jiang Shuiwei's heart to settle down a little. Because tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there was a lot of foot traffic, and Lin Chen didn't even dare to take the highway. Originally 40 to 50 minutes away, Lin Chen drove 1.5 fast 2 hours before coming to the neighborhood downstairs. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to drive his car into the underground parking lot, but he was stopped by the security guard when he was crossing the gate. Sir, your car may not be able to get into the underground parking lot, the guard in the security booth warned. Why? I'm just a resident of the neighborhood, Lin Chen asked with some confusion, and Jiang Shuiwei was also a bit curious. Sir, the chassis of your car is too low to get off, the security guard explained. Lin Chen then realized, almost forgot, the chassis of the supercar was too low to get down. Forcing it down would only get it stuck. Lin Chen casually took a packet of huazi from the car and handed it to the security guard. Thanks for the reminder brother Ha. The guard was flattered and took the wazoo. It's okay. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then backed the car out and searched for half a day on the side of the road before finding an empty parking space to park in. Jiang Shuiwei put the little ragdoll into her pet backpack, and then she and Lin Chen got out of the car carrying a large bag of things. When you walk into the neighborhood you head straight for the second unit of the third building. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shuiwei was obviously more nervous. My house is on the 17th floor. It'll be there in a minute, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuiwei's heartbeat became more and more rapid. She kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, but that nervousness was like a messy mess that she couldn't sort out. The elevator quickly reached the 17th floor, and Lin Chen took out his key to open the door to his home. Dad, Mom, we're home, Lin Chen shouted. It was clearly just over half a month, but Lin Chen was in a bit of a trance. The last time I left home, I only had a few $1,000s on me, but this time when I came home, I was already a tycoon with a few $100 billion, and also brought home a schoolgirl girlfriend. Lin's father and mother were busy in the kitchen, and as soon as they heard the sound they rushed to welcome them out. Aya, Shuiwei is here. Come in. Lin's mother greeted her warmly, her face beaming with joy. Jiang Shuiwei said as she walked into the living room in a well-behaved manner. Hello uncle and auntie, this is the gift I brought for you. Jiang Shuiwei handed the gift to Lin's father and mother with a slight tension in her eyes, hands unconsciously clasped together, hands already sweaty. Lin's father and mother smiled and accepted the gift, praising Jiang Shuiwei for her understanding. Then because there were still dishes in the pot, Lin's father went into the kitchen. Here, Shuiwei, make yourself at home. Sit here. Lin mother pulled Jiang Shuiwei to sit on the soft and cozy sofa, and thoughtfully handed her a peach. Try this. Just bought it. It's fresh. Lin Chen, on the other hand, went into the kitchen to help bring out the fruits. Shuiwei, just make yourself at home here. Lin mother had a joyful smile on her face, and then took out another bloated red envelope and handed it to Jiang Shuiwei. No auntie, how can this work? Jiang Shuiwei saw the red packet and refused it repeatedly. It's a tradition on our side. If you don't take it then you're not happy with our family, Lin Chen reminded at this time. Jiang Shuiwei heard this before she hesitantly put it away. Thank you auntie, Jiang Shuiwei shouted obediently. Hey you guys play first, dinner will be ready soon haha. Okay auntie. Lin's mother smiled and nodded, then walked into the kitchen. After Lin's father and mother went into the kitchen, Lin Chen sat next to Jiang Shuiwei on the sofa and gently patted her hand as a sign of comfort. Don't be too nervous, baby, my parents are very easy to get along with, Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuiwei nodded slightly, but her eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Chen, I'm still a little nervous. should I go help in the kitchen? Jiang Shuawei asked in a small voice. No, just stay here. My mom definitely won't let you help, Lin Chen softly said. Jiang Shuawei could only stop. Meow. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei heard the cat's call, which made them react to the fact that they hadn't released the little Muppet yet. Chapter 86, Persuading Lin Bing. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly opened her pet backpack and held the little Muppet on her lap. Meow. Little Muppet's big blue eyes looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with a resigned expression. That pitiful look made Jiang Shuawei's heart ache, and Lin Chen touched the little Muppet's head. Oops, mommy was wrong. Jiang Shuawei held it in her arms and comforted it. It didn't take long for Lin's father and mother to come out from carrying dishes from the kitchen. Shuawei, come and eat. Yo, Lin's mother said with a smile as she walked out with the dishes, and then her face was a little surprised as she looked at the little Muppet in Jiang Shuawei's arms. Whoa, what kind of cat is this? It's so pretty. Auntie, this is the blue double bobtail cat, a little princess, Jiang Shuawei explained. A ragdoll cat? I've seen them online. They do look cute. Lin's mother drifted off. Come on and eat, will you? I'm starving, Lin Chen said as he rubbed his stomach. I haven't eaten mom and dad's cooking in over half a month, so I don't know if I miss it. Jiang Shuawei placed the little Muppet on the sofa and then sat down with Lin Chen. The family sits around the table, filled with the tantalizing aroma of the delicacies. Shuawei, don't be polite, have some more. Lin's father greeted warmly. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently and began to move her chopsticks. She tasted a mouthful of sweet and sour pork ribs, and the sweet and sour flavor instantly spread in her mouth, and she couldn't help but praise it. Uncle and auntie, these sweet and sour pork ribs are so well made. Lin's mother's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Eat as much as you like, and come back often. Auntie will often make it for you. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuawei a piece of braised pork and said with a smile, quickly taste this braised pork. My mom's braised pork is a masterpiece. Jiang Shuawei put the braised pork into her mouth. It was fat but not greasy and melted in her mouth. It's really good. Auntie's handiwork is fantastic. As she ate, Lin mother suddenly said as if she remembered something. Right, Shuawei, if Lin Chen bullies you in the future, just tell auntie, and auntie will help you teach him a lesson. Jiang Shuawei had a red face. Auntie, Lin Chen is good to me. Lin Chen quickly answered. Mom, how dare I bully her? Everyone laughed and the sound of laughter echoed through the room. After dinner, Jiang Shuawei took the initiative to help clean up the dishes, and Lin mother couldn't stop her. Auntie, you've worked hard cooking. I'll clean up, Jiang Shuawei insisted. Lin's mother looked at her helplessly, her heart growing more and more fond of this understanding girl. After cleaning up, the family sat in the living room and watched TV, with the little Muppet lying quietly in a litter box off to the side. Lin father, Lin mother and Jiang Shuawei chatted about family matters, while Lin Chen occasionally interjected a few words from the side. Shuawei, come to the house more often on vacation from now on. It's lively with many people, Lin father said. Jiang Shuawei nodded her head and responded, okay, uncle and auntie, I will. Lin Chen poured the cat food into the little ragdoll's bowl, and carried the little ragdoll to the bowl after laying out the cat litter, then looked at Lin's father and mother. Right, mom and dad, why don't you guys quit that electronics factory job? It's tiring and doesn't earn much money a month. What do you need to say? My son has become a big boss of such a big company. Why should I work? I'll just enjoy my happiness, Lin mother said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Shuawei. Don't you think so, Chevy? Yes, auntie's right. Jiang Shuawei nodded her head in agreement. Where's dad? Did you quit too? Dad? Lin Chen felt relieved in his heart when he heard Lin mother's words, then looked at Lin father. I still feel a bit idle staying at home without working, Lin's father said with a smile. Your father's life is one of idleness. I've been trying to persuade him for days, but he insisted on going to work, and he wouldn't even let me ask him to go out with me for a few days. Lin's mother seemed to be a bit angry when she said this, and glared at Lin's father. It's not easy to get time off. I'll go with you when I have time. Lin's father was a little embarrassed. Dad, are you really going to keep working at the electronics factory? Do you really like that kind of work? Lin Chen asked with a sigh. He'd been in there once before on a summer job and it was just a little hard to get through. What can I do? At my age other places don't want me, and I can't stay home. Dad, think of it this way. I'm a big boss with hundreds of millions of dollars, and as a result, my dad is working in an electronics factory. What do you want people to think of me? Will they think it's because I'm not filial enough and have character problems? And then what if they don't want to work with me? Lin Chen's words rendered Lin father speechless. He really hadn't thought about it before. Yeah, Lin Bing, what if you delay your son? Lin's mother also felt very reasonable as she listened on the sidelines. Jiang Shuawei didn't say anything. This was Lin Chen's family matter. She couldn't afford to interrupt. Then I'll resign tomorrow. Lin's father thought better of it. That's right, Dad. Haven't you always wanted to do business? My son will support you with $10 million. You can do whatever you want. Lin Chen was also very happy to see that Lin father had agreed. $10 million? Forget it. you'd better keep this money for yourself. $10 million is too much. Lin's father waved his hand in fear at the sound of $10 million. Yes, Xiao Chen, this $10 million is too much. What if your dad loses it all? I don't agree, Lin's mother also said, with a very determined attitude. If it is 1 or 2 million is not a problem. After all, now already know his son is 100 billion company shareholders, that at least are hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth. 1 or 2 million is harmless, but it's $10 million. Even for a billionaire, $10 million is a lot of money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Persuade Lin Bing to do business. Quest reward, Parkway Supermarket. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Parkway Mall, he knows. This is a supermarket opened in their home downstairs, although that is not worth a few dollars, estimated at most 7 or 8 million, but to bring to their own dad to operate is not just right? Lin Chen thought briefly and organized his words. Dad, I also have a supermarket. Do you think you want to help me manage it? I usually don't have the time. When these words came out, Lin's father and mother both froze, their expressions somewhat stunned. Only Jiang Shuawei appeared to have gotten used to it, and her expression didn't change much. A supermarket? Little fan, you even have a supermarket? Lin's father and mother hurriedly pursued the question. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's that Parkway Supermarket downstairs that you guys always go to. Ha! Lin's father and mother let out a gasp at the same time. Tatsu, you didn't acquire this supermarket on purpose for me, did you? Lin's father pursued. That's what he reads in the novels. A takeover at the drop of a hat. That's not true. It's just an exchange of favors with some people from a previous job. Lin Chen casually made up a lie. Chapter 87, What is Zhou Donghua hiding? Lin's father and mother nodded plausibly. But I don't know anything. What if I screw up? Hesitation was written all over Lin's father's face, and his eyes revealed a hint of worry, as if he was having a fierce struggle in his heart. He did feel a bit tempted. After all, it had always been a dream to have his own business, but he was afraid that he would cause trouble for his son because of his mistakes. Lin's mother didn't say anything else, but just sat quietly on the side, her eyes moving back and forth between Lin's father and Lin Chen. It's okay, Dad. This supermarket is worth less than $10 million in total. Even if it closes down, it won't lose much money. Lin Chen had a disinterested look on his face. It's only $10 million. How much is that? In that case, why don't you try it? It's better than working in an electronics factory, right? Besides, it's a token of my son's appreciation. Lin's mother also opened her mouth to persuade. Alright, I'll enjoy a taste of being a boss too. Ha 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 ha. Father Lin laughed somewhat freely. I thought that this was all I had in my life, but I didn't realize that I was actually a father to a son. Okay, Dad. I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a smile. This was followed by the jewelry and bag that had been bought for Lin's mother. Mom, I picked this bag out just for you. Doesn't it look good? Lin Chen handed the 1 million plus Hermes bag to Lin's mother with a smile on his face. Lin's mother received it with some surprise, her hands gently caressing the surface of the bag and scrutinizing it carefully. This is Hermes, right? This bag is so nice. This texture. It must be tens of thousands of dollars at any rate, right? Lin's mother asked as she fondled the bag lovingly. Mom, don't worry about it. My son has money. You just keep it. I also bought you some jewelry. Lin Chen just answered ambiguously. He didn't want Lin's mother to feel pressured because of the price. By the way, I even ran into Big Sister when I was buying jewelry at Xiaoshufuk. Lin Chen suddenly said, It's normal for you guys to run into each other. Your schools are all so close together. What's the matter? Winter Snow Girl also happens to be buying jewelry? Lin's mother asked curiously. No, Big Sister works there. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Work? Lin's mother, who was still looking at her bag, frowned at the words and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Isn't Dong Shui still attending the University of Finance and Economics? How come she's working in a jewelry store? Lin's mother put down the bag in her hand and asked eagerly. I heard their store manager say it looked like they were working part-time. Lin Chen explained. Lin's mother, however, was still frowning and in deep thought. What's wrong? Is something wrong? When Lin Chen saw that Lin's mother's reaction was a bit off, his heart snapped and he hurriedly asked after her. Zhang Shuawei also looked at Lin's mother. Hey, I'm not particularly sure. I heard your uncle say that your big sister wasn't feeling well the other day, so your uncle had her checked out. Lin's mother's voice carried a hint of heaviness and worry, but after the test results came out, Donghua refused to take the report out and read it, and just kept saying that it was fine and okay. Lin's mother sighed and continued. We all think it may be checked out what disease, but you also know your big sister's character. Think good idea. 8 cows cannot pull back. Your uncle went to the school to find your sister. Your sister also refused to say. Pulling your sister to the hospital. Your sister also do not go, but also when your uncle had a big fight. But we are worried to death. you're capable now. And you're on good terms with that girl, don't you, eh? So find a way to probe that girl, and if there's really some kind of disease, help as much as you can. Right, your aunt and uncle didn't treat you badly before. And as far as this girl Dong Shue is concerned, she didn't treat you badly either. Lin father also looked at Lin Chen very seriously. Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil at this time. Since he was a child, he had great respect for Zhou Dongxue. She was really a qualified sister. There were many times when Lin Chen was the one who caused trouble, but it was Zhou Dongxue who took the blame. Those memories of the past came back to him like a tidal wave, making the uneasiness in his heart grow stronger. When Lin Chen heard Lin father and mother say this, his heart actually felt a burst of annoyance for no reason. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I know. I'm going to help even if you guys don't say so, and I'm going to help as much as I can. Lin Chen wasn't in much of a mood to continue chatting at this point, and took out his cell phone to call Zhou Dongxue over. Hello, Tatsu? Why did you think of calling big sister? Zhou Dongxue's voice on the other end of the phone came through, sounding as if it was no different than usual, but Lin Chen still keenly captured a hint of exhaustion. Big sister, just caring about you. Did you go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen tried to make his voice sound as relaxed and natural as possible. Zhou Dongxue was silent for a while. Not yet. I'm going back tomorrow. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to open the door. Big sis, I heard you went for a checkup when you weren't feeling well. What's going on? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then Zhou Dongxue said, Why? It's no big deal. I'm just a little tired lately, so I'll be fine if I rest. Big sister, don't hide it from me. Mom and Dad have told me. Why won't you show them the test report? Lin Chen's voice was a bit anxious. Tatsu, it's really nothing. Don't listen to them. I just don't want them to worry. Zhou Dongxue still refused to let go. Big sister, if there's anything you can really talk to me about, you know I'm still capable of it now. I'm really fine. I'm still out with my classmates at a dinner party. Hang up first. Not big sister. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, a beeping sound rang out on the phone. Lin Chen helplessly put down his cell phone. Lin father and mother knew the end when they watched Lin Chen's behavior. Hey, Dongxue, this girl is really. Lin's mother was a bit depressed. Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling she watched grow up, has long been regarded them as their own children. Now out of such a thing, inevitably very worried. It's okay mom, I'm sure I'll convince my big sister. Lin Chen comforted. Auntie and uncle, I've bought you some gifts. See if you like them. Zhang Shuawei wanted to ease the atmosphere of the moment, so she brought over the gifts she had bought. This is for Auntie to buy cosmetics. This is for Uncle to buy tea. I do not know if Uncle also bought some healthcare products. Zhang Shuawei introduced it all the same. Oops, Shuawei, why did you bring a gift when you came here? Lin's father and mother were in a better mood and looked at Zhang Shuawei with a satisfied look in their eyes. Uncle and Auntie, just as you like it, Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. A few people then chatted for a while. That's right, Chevy, Lin mother said and called Zhang Shuawei to the bathroom. Here's your mouthwash cup and toothbrush, and this pink towel is yours too. I washed it. Also bought a set of pajamas. I put them in Tatsu's closet. Chapter 88, System Tasks Targeting Zhou Dongxue. Okay, thank you Auntie. Zhang Shuawei's voice was full of sincerity, and her heart was even more moved. Knowing that she was coming, Lin's mother had prepared everything in every detail, and every detail had been so well thought out that this intention made her feel warm. And at that moment, Lin Chen's mind had resounded with the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Parkway Supermarket has been successfully acquired under the host's name. Lin Chen didn't care too much about this reward. After all, a system reward of less than $10 million. Aside from that previous watch reward, this was already the least valuable one. At the moment, his thoughts were completely occupied with Zhou Dongxue's matter and he was filled with worry. I don't know if this girl Zhou Ling knows that her big sister is sick. If she knows, she must not die of sadness. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the system's beep actually hadn't ended yet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Persuade Zhou Dongxue to heal. Mission reward, 100% of the shares of Ginkgo Hospital. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, his mind rapidly pondering. Ginkgo Hospital? Seems like I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. He hastily took out his cell phone and searched. A private hospital? And internationally JCI accredited? Lin Chen's face revealed a look of surprise, and he couldn't help but sigh. The system is really a good thing. A pillow is sent to me when I fall asleep. It's going to be a lot easier to persuade my old sister to get cured now. Thinking of this, the gloom in Lin Chen's heart dissipated, and even his mood was much better. and on the side, Lin Mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting feverishly and happily. Lin Chen walked over to listen, and it was actually Lin Mother talking about the embarrassing things she did when she was a child. Shuawei, let me tell you, when Xiao Chen was in kindergarten he once went to bed at night and woke up with a big wet bed. Then he told me that he found the toilet in his dream, ha 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 ha. Lin's mother laughed as if she was back to that time. Really? Chen still wet his pants when he was little? Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh out loud as well when she heard Lin Mother's words, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Yeah, this kid used to wet the bed a lot. The smile on Lin's mother's face was huge. Okay, mom, I'm going to discuss something with you guys. Lin Chen somewhat awkwardly interrupted Lin Mother. What is it? Both of them, including Lin's father who was watching TV, looked curiously at Lin Chen. I want to go look at houses tomorrow and get a bigger one. Lin Chen spoke with a serious expression. It was something he had thought of long ago, and he used to hear them complain about the kitchen space being too small and the living room and balcony not being big enough. Now that you have the power, you have to put all these things in place. Otherwise, they might not be able to afford to buy it when the topic of money is transferred directly. Lin's father and mother looked at each other and didn't speak right away. The living room was instantly quiet. The sudden silence startled the little Muppet. Originally lying on Jiang Shuawei's legs drowsily, he also raised his head and looked around. Meow, after a while. Your father and I don't have any opinion. It's good to change the suite again. It'll be easier for you and Shuawei to go home in the future. Lin's mother thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Lin's father also nodded, his gaze filled with relief. Lin Chen saw that Lin's father and mother had agreed, so he continued, and then we'll go look at a car. Hasn't Dad always wanted a new car? We'll go to the Ford store tomorrow and pick one up. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. This doesn't have to be. Lin's father hesitantly just wanted to open his mouth when Lin's mother interrupted him. I think it's okay. Otherwise you're at least a big supermarket owner. What's it like to not even have a decent car? Lin Chen glanced at Lin Mother in slight surprise. This was a bit different from the reaction he expected. He thought it would take some effort to persuade his mom and dad, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I was thinking that since my son is so rich, we'll just keep whatever he buys us. Or else what are you raising your son for? Lin's mother looked at Lin's father, her face still somewhat hesitant, and continued. Lin's father heard this and agreed. Alright, it's getting late. Shuawei, why don't you sleep with Xiao Chen? Lin Mother had a smile on her face and looked at Jiang Shuawei with inquiring eyes. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly, gently lowered her head, and whispered, Okay auntie. Only after Lin's father and mother had finished washing up and gone back to their rooms to sleep did Jiang Shuawei go and take a shower. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the bed waiting for Jiang Shuawei. After waiting for almost 20 to 30 minutes, Jiang Shuawei then wore a pink pajamas and carefully opened Lin Chen's bedroom door. Her hair was still a little wet, emitting a faint fragrance, and her face was flushed, as delicate and attractive as a peach blossom in full bloom. Jiang Shuawei closed the door behind her, and then she got into bed and lay in Lin Chen's arms. Listening to Lin Chen's powerful heartbeat, Jiang Shuawei's heart was filled with peace. Jiang Shuawei gently rubbed herself in Lin Chen's arms and raised her head, her eyes carrying a bit of anticipation and uneasiness. Tatsu, do you feel that my aunt and uncle are satisfied with me? Lin Chen favorably scratched her nose. Fool, my parents love you. Look at them. They can't wait for us to get married tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei's heart was as sweet as honey, and the blush on her face became even more intense. Lin Chen looked at her delicate face, an impulse ignited in his heart. His hand gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's back, and his lips slowly approached her cheeks. Jiang Shuawei felt his move. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her breathing became rapid. Shuawei, why don't you come up? Lin Chen's voice was a little rough. Che, can you stop for today? Auntie and uncle are in the next room. What if they hear us? Jiang Shuawei's face turned red with shame and she sat up and ranted. Hey, forget it then. I told you we had to get a bigger house, right? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuawei lay back in his arms and whispered, Chen, don't be so hasty in the future. Lin Chen nodded and hugged her tightly. Okay, all yours. Before long, Jiang Shuawei fell into a deep sleep in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen looked at her quiet sleeping face, his heart filled with tenderness, and he slowly closed his eyes as well. Early the next morning, the four of them ate together. Xiao Chen, why don't we take a look at that Tianqi? I see that the house type there is actually not bad, and it's not far from our neighborhood, so it's convenient for your dad to come to this side of Parkway. Lin's mother inquired. Lin Chen had looked at the neighborhood last night, and there was a new development that was owned by Ronto Land, so it was obvious where to buy a house. No mom, there's a Ronto Land development around here. we'll just go straight there, Lin Chen said with a smile. Chapter 89 Atrium Hyatt House Detached Villa. Roto Land? Is that the company you have in Little Chun? Lin's father asked. Right. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Lin's father and mother looked at each other with relief and pride in their eyes. Lin's father and mother naturally had no objections, considering that it was inconvenient to bring the little Muppet with him. He just left it at home. After arriving at the underground garage and getting into Lin's father's Cherry, the four of them headed towards the Atrium Hyatt House. When he came to the sales office of this property, the entrance was the parking space, and after Lin's father found a spot to park his car, the four of them got off. Xiao Chen, why are all the luxury cars? Isn't this property very expensive? Lin's father and mother looked around at several Bentley Martha Land Rover and other cars, so they inquired. It's fine. It's not like your son can't afford it, Lin Chen said with a smile, his tone relaxed. The house here is a piece of cake for him. When they walked to the door, there were a few sales ladies at the entrance watching with bated breath, but they didn't immediately come forward to greet them when they saw them. Lin Chen was a little puzzled, and after a little thought, he knew what the reason was. I think they just saw them getting out of a car that cost less than $100,000 and didn't think they could afford to buy a house here. Lin Chen, although he understands the idea of these people, think that this kind of no purchasing ability even after half a day's speech cannot be dealt with. It would be better to find those who have the strength, but understanding doesn't mean accepting the treatment. Looks like we'll have to talk to Vivian Wong. Lin Chen was calculating in his heart. In any industry, good service treatment will make customers satisfied. Like this kind of looking at people, Lin Chen is not used to seeing, and at this time, one of the several sales ladies at the door suddenly seemed to have discovered something and greeted them with a warm smile piled up on her face. May I ask if a couple of you are here to buy a house? Lin Chen's face eased slightly after seeing someone receive him, but when he heard her words, he felt a bit speechless. What do you do for a living, master? Seemingly feeling that what she said was a bit redundant, the salesgirl added another sentence. May I ask what type of home a few of you are looking at? Villa it, Lin Chen said thoughtfully, his expression calm. The saleswoman's face was instantly delighted at the words, secretly glad that she had taken a few more looks just now. Just now she also saw a few people came to a cherry car, and the same as the other salesgirls think they just come to see just, absolutely cannot afford to buy. But she saw that Lin Chen was relatively handsome, so she took a few more glances. This look did not know that what Lin Chen was wearing was actually Givenchy, and there was a watch on his hand, although he didn't know exactly which one, but he could recognize that it was definitely Patek Philippe. She was shocked and sized up a few other people, and the pretty young woman was actually carrying Hermes in her hand as well. She straightened her attire at once and then greeted her with a smile on her face. Cut. Driving a car that doesn't even cost $100,000 and still bragging about buying a villa. Young people nowadays can really pretend. Ha 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 ha, you can't say that. What if people are more low-key? The few sales ladies at the door were a little puzzled as to why this woman had gone up to receive someone who had no purchasing power, so they paid special attention. After hearing what Lin Chen said, he immediately snorted, and a few people scoffed in whispers. The sound was not loud, but it could still be faintly carried in the quiet environment. Zhang Shuiwei as well as Lin's father and mother naturally didn't hear it, but Lin Chen's hearing was much more sensitive after being strengthened by the system, and he naturally heard all of the words of those female salesmen. At once, his eyes swept the saleswomen with a slight coldness. Villa? No need for that, right Tatsu? That much space is empty for your father and I to live in. Wouldn't it be a waste of money? Mother Lin advised, her brows slightly furrowed, her face filled with worry and reluctance. Although she knew that her son had money, she still felt that buying a villa was a bit inappropriate. The saleswoman was a bit apprehensive when she heard Lin's mother's words. A villa in the Atrium Hyatt mansion will cost at least $20 million, while an ordinary building will cost only $3 million. And if the deal is closed, the commission can be considered a world of difference. Mom, you don't have to worry about it. Our family already has a lot of relatives. What if Uncle and the others come over to play then? Now that we have money, it's impossible to still hit the ground running, right? Lin Chen laughed bitterly, patiently persuading Lin's mother. Lin's mother stopped talking at once. The saleswoman continued to ask, how big of a villa are a few of you looking at? What's the house type here? Lin Chen asked. Townhouses, single-family homes. The saleswoman introduced herself quickly and skillfully. Just the detached house, Lin Chen said directly. Why buy a townhouse when you've already decided to buy a villa? Yes sir, the single-family homes for sale are 860 square feet, 660 square feet, 560 square feet and 360 square feet. The saleswoman became more and more enthusiastic. And may I ask how much is the price per square foot? Lin's father asked. Our single-family house here is 5,000 square feet sir, the saleswoman replied, still with a professional smile on her face. Lin's father and mother were stunned, their eyes wide. Then a villa of more than 300 square feet would already be almost $20 million when you do the math like this? They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Lin's father couldn't help but pull on Lin Chen's coat and whispered, "Son, this is too expensive. Why don't we look at something else?" Lin Chen patted his father's hand and comforted him. "Dad, it's okay, money isn't a problem. Let's just pick the right one." Lin's mother chimed in. "Yes, Tatsu, it's not a small amount. You have to think about it." Lin Chen smiled. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The saleswoman saw that they were a bit hesitant and said in a hurry, "Ladies and gentlemen, our villas here are of very high quality, and the supporting facilities are perfect, and they are scarce properties, so they are very valuable for investment." Lin Chen nodded. "Then show us the house first," the saleswoman said excitedly. "Okay, a couple of people this way." So Lin Chen and the four of them followed the salesgirl in the sightseeing car towards the row of single-family houses. The sales ladies who remained in the sales hall still had a disdainful look on their faces. "Cut, you guys wait and see. When they come out later, they'll never buy it, then say they don't like it and just leave. I've met a lot of people like that." "I think so too. I still can't believe that people who can afford tens of millions of dollars of villas will not be able to afford a few $1,000,000 of cars. I don't know what the kitsune thinks, either. Is there a thought about that handsome man? I feel it's unlikely. That's obviously a family of four, and that young woman looks much prettier than Xiao Qin." Chapter 90, Has the king of your building been sold? But how come Xiao Qin took them there without even checking the capital? Can't it be that she saw that the family is rich? How? Lynch and several people followed the saleswoman to the model room. Once inside, the spacious and bright living room, luxurious decoration, an exquisite garden and swimming pool dazzled Lin father and mother. "This one is 860 square feet, so we can see if it fits, and if it feels too big we can go back and look at a smaller villa," the saleswoman said with a professional smile on her face. "I do feel like it's a bit too big for your dad and I to live in such a big house, and besides, I'd have to clean half a day just to clean such a big room, right?" Lin mother looked at Lin Chen and persuaded him. "It's over 800 square feet. It looks like a small estate." The saleswoman, on the other hand, prayed silently in her heart. "It's just this house type. I can get nearly $500,000 just for this set." "It's okay, Mom. Who said you have to do the housework? I'll just get a babysitter to come over and clean every day then," Lin Chen said with a smile. "But Xiao Chen, you spent more than $50 million this time you came back. Will you be able to turn around the funds on your side?" Lin's mother asked with a worried look on her face. "I also think that it's better to forget about it, even if you want to buy a villa by that 300 square foot one." Lin's father chimed in. Zhang Xuewei stood aside without saying anything. "Geez, Mom, I've got the money. You guys don't have to worry about the money," Lin Chen said helplessly, then looked at the saleswoman. "Just this set?" Lin Chen directly clapped his hands to make sure. The saleswoman was ecstatic inside. If this set of 860 villas was sold, then she would get at least $400,000 in commission. "Maybe we can get $500,000. After all, this 860 sq.ft. villa was not supposed to be a good seller, so the points given will be slightly higher." "Have you sold the king of the building here?" Lin Chen suddenly asked. "No sir." The saleswoman's heart jumped. It's hard to believe that this young man still wants to buy the king of the building. If it's true that Lin Chen bought the king of the building, then she can also buy a suite. But then again, it's kind of unbelievable. The king of the building didn't sell. Why didn't you mention it just now? Did you think I couldn't afford it? Lin Chen looked at this saleswoman and asked with some displeasure. No. I'm sorry sir, it was an oversight on my part." The saleswoman apologized repeatedly. If she made the gold master in front of her dissatisfied, then her commission of at least hundreds of thousands of dollars would go down the drain. She would even hate to get down on her knees and eat a lollipop if she could. That's a couple $100,000. Not shabby. "Forget it, take us to see the king of the building first." Lin Chen wasn't a careful person to hold on to such a small matter. "Sir, if you want to see the king of the building, you need to check the capital. Is it convenient for you?" The saleswoman was very respectful at this point. "Seeing the king of the building requires a capital inspection. This is stipulated above. In fact, it is reasonable to say that looking at the single-family house all need to check the capital." But she saw Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei wearing extraordinary. In order to not let them feel uncomfortable, also did not mention, the buyer has to provide bank deposit documents, and the requirement must reach the amount stipulated by Rontoland. While checking the capital, it is also necessary to see whether the buyer meets the conditions for purchasing the property. Capital inspection? You need a capital inspection to buy a house? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. It was the first time he knew about this kind of thing. "It does seem like there is such a thing." Lin's father nodded. "Okay." Lin Chen still agreed. That female sales face a happy. "Look at this situation. The king of the building is difficult, not really want to sell out in their own hands." The saleswoman's body was trembling slightly with excitement. "That king of the building is 1,060 square meters. The total value is $60 million. A few million of that is to buy this name of the king of the building. and as long as she sells this king of building, her commission will be 100% up to $600,000 guaranteed. That money could already buy a suite in her hometown. The saleswoman didn't dare to delay much and drove the four back to the sales hall in the sightseeing car. The sharp-eyed saleswomen at the door came to life. Hey, look, Xiao Qin is back with them, coming back so fast. I'm sure I didn't buy it. Ha 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 ha. This is what happens when you don't check your capital. A few female salesmen immediately discussed in a chorus, waiting until Lin Chen and the others approached, then shut their mouths again. Lin Chen of course heard a little bit of it, and even though he heard a little bit of it, he knew that these female sales were mocking them. Oh, I hope you'll still be laughing later. Lin Chen secretly sneered in his heart. The saleswoman brought over a form for Lin Chen to fill out. Lin Chen took a general look at it. What with his identity information, the company he joined, his annual salary, and his bank balance, Lin Chen thought about it and still only filled out a Ronto Land shareholder in the incumbent company. After filling it out, Lin Chen handed the form to the saleswoman. The saleswoman looked at the form and was then intrigued by the RNC Land shareholders. Still need to see the bank card deposit, right? I've got the deposits from Daxia Bank here for you to look at. Lin Chen opened his cell phone and flipped out the balance information of the Daxia Bank and handed it to the saleswoman to see. The saleswoman was still in a daze and subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen's balance. What? How many eggs? The saleswoman thought she had misread it, rubbed her eyes and counted again at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 zeros? Really 9 zeros? That means this young man has billions of RM on his bank card? The saleswoman's eyes were wide, her mouth slightly open, and her whole body was speechless as if she had been immobilized. Lin Chen, isn't this the same message that was released by the head office of Ronto Land the other day, saying that all the shares had been acquired by Mr. Lin? It's impossible for someone with billions of dollars in his card to lie, right? Is that okay? What else do I need to see? Lin Chen said indifferently. Jiang Shuawei and Lin's father and mother naturally knew what had made this saleswoman so surprised. However, when Lin's father and mother came over to see that there were actually billions of dollars left in Lin Chen's card, they couldn't help but let out a gasp. Tatsu, you still have more than $5 billion in your balance? Lin's mother covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Actually, it was originally just over 500 million, but then Ma Teng called in 5 billion. Lin's father was also incredulous. With such a large balance alone, it meant that Xiao Tatsu's shares in Ronto Land must be much more than they had previously estimated. Listen guys, there's still $5 billion. There's still $5 billion in the bank card, ha 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 ha. $5 billion in the card to drive a cherry. Acting like it's real. I almost thought there were tens of billions in the card. Shoo, you guys keep your voices down. Don't let anyone hear you. What's wrong with hearing it? You don't let people talk about bragging? Those female salesmen were a bit loud. Even Lin's father, Lin's mother, Jiang Shuawei, and that female saleswoman heard them. Chapter 91, Sisters, there's no need to be afraid. Lin's mother immediately became angry, her face reddening and her eyes wide. Doesn't that mean your own son blows awesome? You few girl dolls, you are in the service industry with such an unforgiving mouth. Is this the attitude of your Ronto Land, your Zhongtian UFU business? Lin's mother said angrily. Tatsu, you can do the honors here, right? Lin mother turned her head towards Lin Chen, her gaze filled with anger. Lin Chen saw that his old mom was angry. He was also a little embarrassed, and in his heart, he regretted that he should have known that he should have just revealed his identity and disposed of these obtrusive contraptions away. Of course I can make the call. Mom, wait, my son will take care of it. Lin Chen hurriedly compensated with a smile, trying to calm his mother's emotions, before his eyes glared sternly at the female salesman. What are the names of you few? Lin Chen's voice was icy cold, as if it could freeze the air around him. The saleswoman's face went white, her lips trembled slightly. If Lin Chen got angry, she might have to follow the bad luck. This is that Lin shareholder of our Ronto Land. You'd better hurry up and admit your mistakes. The saleswoman hurriedly warned loudly, with obvious panic in her voice. The women froze, then looked towards Lin's father and saw that he was not wearing a single name brand, and he didn't look like an upper-class person by his temperament, and also drove a cherry. Suddenly even more disbelief, and since Lin Chen was so young, he shouldn't be either. But if, after all, he was the one who was in the wrong, coupled with the fact that Xiao Qin said it in a fervent manner, he still apologized with a stiff upper lip. Sorry a few guests, we weren't talking about you guys, we were just swiping the video. One of the female sales eyes gurgled, lies coming out of her mouth, but her eyes fluttered, not daring to look directly at Lin Chen and the others. Oh, just swiping the video. Ha! Lin Chen laughed coldly, his eyes full of mockery, and without any nonsense directly took out his cell phone and called Huang Wei. Huang Wei was still dealing with the documents. A look as Lin Chen called, do not dare to delay, immediately connected. Hello Lin Dong, may I ask what your orders are? Huang Wei said respectfully. Huang Wei, Who's the manager of this Atrium Pleasant Mansion property? Tell him to meet me at the sales hall immediately. Lin Chen's words were filled with anger. As if he was suppressing a volcano that was about to erupt, Huang Wei instantly thumped in her heart. Why is this gentleman in the sales hall of Atrium Court? He's so angry. Is it possible that some ungrateful person has offended him? Okay, Lin Dong. I'll call the sales manager of Atrium Hyatt House right away, Huang Wei said hurriedly, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Lin Chen hung up the phone directly after hearing this. Huang Wei screamed when she saw that Lin Chen didn't even want to say one more word. She could feel Lin Chen's hidden anger. Which one of you has offended this master? Picked up the phone and called the sales manager of Atrium Hyatt House. Mr. Huang, you're looking for me? Wang Shuyi, Lin Dong is now in the sales hall of your Zhongting UFU, and it's very angry, so hurry over and see what's going on, Huang Wei said eagerly. Lin Dong, it is our Rongtou land now. The words over there were interrupted by Huang Wei before they were finished. Who else but that one? You hurry over and don't delay. By the way, that Lin Dong is only 18 years old. You mustn't recognize the wrong person. Huang Wei ended with a special reminder, her tone very anxious. Okay Huang Dong, I've seen the photos. I'll be right over to take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Huang Wei lay down on the office chair and rubbed her temples with some headache. This is now the biggest and only boss of Rongtou land. If he is not satisfied, even if she Huang Wei should get out of the way, also get out of the way. And at this time in the sales hall of the Atrium Hyatt House, when those female salesmen saw Lin Chen take out the phone and fuss about Huang Wei or something or other, they immediately lost their minds and exchanged uneasy glances with each other. Still pretending. Sisters, don't be afraid of him. He's definitely pretending. It doesn't matter if the company wants to fire us because of this incident. We'll just take the money and move on to the next company. At that moment one of the saleswomen suddenly shouted, her voice shrill and piercing. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding saleswomen all looked at her with horrified faces, then immediately turned away from her. Isn't this purely and simply sick? Who else would dare to want it when that's said? Exactly. They're the ones who mocked the customers first, and then they don't know how to repent and think it's okay to pat themselves on the back? This property is the property of Rongtou land. If they ruin Rongtou land's reputation, a lawsuit will be enough for them to drink a pot of water. The other people watching were also talking about it. A few other saleswomen also heard these words and hurriedly apologized to the four Lin Chen. I'm sorry sir, it's our fault for talking too much. I'm really sorry about the guests. Sorry. Lin Chen, however, didn't pay attention to these saleswomen, but instead stared dead on at the saleswoman who had just put down her grandiose words. Are you thinking that this whole thing about you just quitting and moving on to the next company is just going to go away? Lin Chen looked at her. His expression as cold as the frost of winter. Or what? Is it hard for you to kill me? Although the saleswoman was a little scared, but just now the words have been put out. If now concede that what is the matter? So still, he forced himself to look calm. Just then, a man in his 30s or so, with a pair of glasses looking well-mannered, jogged all the way over. Wang Shuyi was still accompanying his friend to look at the house. The first time after receiving the call from Huang Wei, he rushed to the sales hall. Inwardly, he was incomparably anxious. This is a big matter concerning his future. After rushing to the sales hall, I saw the situation plus what the saleswoman said just now, and I understood at once. Wang Shuyi looked around for a while, and then his eyes rested on Lin Chen. Manager? Why is the manager here? It's hard to. The eyes of those saleswomen were filled with fear. Their biggest fear is not losing this job. Their biggest fear is offending someone in this position. The head saleswoman thought otherwise. Manager Wang, these people are causing trouble in the sales hall and have seriously affected our normal business. I suggest that we have the security guards invite these people out. The saleswoman felt that the manager should have been attracted by the commotion here, so she opened her mouth. Shut up. Wang Shuyi looked back at the saleswoman coldly, then turned his head and walked quickly towards Lin Chen. Hello Lin Dong. I'm Wang Shuyi, the sales manager of Atrium Hyatt House. Chapter 92 Sending it to the internet for exposure. Wang Shuyi said respectfully as he bowed towards Lin Chen amidst the dumbfounded stares of the people around him. When that saleswoman saw this scene, her face instantly turned white, her legs softened, and she almost collapsed to the ground. How could she not expect that the young man in her eyes, who drove a cherry and wore ordinary clothes, was really the big boss of Rongtou land? Lin Chen looked at Wang Shuyi expressionlessly and said coldly, Manager Wang, the quality of your staff in this sales department is not good. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Shuyi's forehead, and although he did not know what had happened, it was better to admit his mistake first. Dong Lin, this is my dereliction of duty. I will deal with it seriously. Seriously? Come tell me specifically? Lin Chen looked at Wang Shuyi with interest. Wang Shuyi's heart tightened. Lin Dong, I still don't know exactly what happened, Manager Wang, let me do the talking, Koton volunteered. Wang Shuyi looked at Lin Chen and saw that Lin Chen didn't object. Then he let Xiao Qin speak. After hearing this, Wang Shuyi's face was very gloomy. Originally thought that it was these sales ladies' bad attitude make Lin Dong very dissatisfied. Did not expect to actually say this kind of words. The most important thing is that Lin Dong's family is still here. This is not possible even if Lin Dong wants to be treated lightly. Dong Lin, I will immediately fire these troublemaking employees and rectify the situation within the company to ensure that such a situation will not occur again in the future. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Shuyi's head and he immediately assured. What was the name of the saleswoman who just said the big deal was to find the next house? Lin Chen turned his head to look at Xiao Qin. Dong Lin, that person is an old employee here, called Yang Chunmei. Xiao Qin replied in a hurry. Wang Shuyi, these female sales are all fired without compensation. If they want to apply for labor arbitration, then go to court to sue them for affecting the company's image for compensation. Lin Chen coldly glanced at the pale-faced saleswomen. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Dong Lin, I still have a kindergarten child at home. My husband also broke his leg, and 4 elderly people at home to support. I really can't live without this job. One of the female saleswomen cried bitterly and even wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Chen. Wang Shuyi was quick on his feet and immediately rushed over to help her up. There's still so many people here. What if someone recorded it and posted it online out of context? Hey, let's forgive people where we can. Doing business, there's no need to be so desperate. You know, this kind is a time bomb if you stay in the company. I didn't expect the big boss of Rongto Land to be so young. It's kind of an eye-opener today. A few of the surrounding onlookers chimed in. Sister Fong, isn't Brother Yang a supervisor at the head office? When did he break it? Xiao Qin asked with a concerned look on her face. The few people who had just pitted what happened to the saleswoman on the sideline shut their mouths at once. The saleswoman's crying stopped when she heard that, her expression like she had eaten a fly. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Qin with satisfaction. The saleswomen finally resigned themselves to their fate and left after packing up their things. Zhang Shuo's eyes were full of little stars when she looked at Lin Chen at this moment. She had saved the galaxy in her last life before she met Lin Chen, right? She suddenly remembered a line from the TV. The man of my dreams is a gaijin, and one day he'll come on a 7-colored cloud to marry me. Seeing that there was no action to watch, the surrounding people didn't gather together again. Only occasionally would there be curious gazes towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called Huang Wei over again. Huang Wei, have the PRs send the surveillance video online later, roughly meaning that Rongto Land is sorry that such a person appeared and brought a bad experience to the customers, and then upload another recording. I'll send it to you later, Lin Chen said indifferently. Okay Lin Dong, I'll get right on it. Huang Wei immediately agreed. Lin Chen turned his head to Xiao Qin again. Do you know the name of the saleswoman's husband who just spoke? Back to Lin Dong. Her husband's name is Lu Yang. Xiao Qin looked at Lin Chen with a hint of fear in her eyes. Just this operation down. Those few women in the sales piece seems to be very difficult to find a job. You go and check out a small supervisor called Lu Yang. If his character is not good or if he has done something to harm the company's interests, he will be fired directly. If his performance is still good, then find an excuse to fire him again. Okay Lin Dong, there's nothing else going on anywhere else. Do as I say. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Qin and Wang Shuyi. Can you show me the king of the building now? Can. I'll take you there. Lin Dong, Wang Shuyi said enthusiastically with a smile piled on his face. Xiao Qin's mood hit rock bottom when she heard Wang Shuyi's words. If Wang Shuyi was allowed to complete the next operation, the commission would have nothing to do with himself. No, just let her take us there. Also put her in the position of assistant sales manager. Lin Chen rejected it outright. He naturally knew what was going on in Wang Shuyi's head, which was nothing more than wanting to curry favor with himself while still eating the commission. The smile on Wang Shuyi's face did not diminish. Good Lu, Lin Dong, then I won't bother. I'm going to deal with the departure procedure of those few sales. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. When Wang Shuyi left, Xiao Qin gratefully bowed towards Lin Chen. Thank you, Dong Lin, for your promotion. I will definitely work hard and will not let down Dong Lin's trust. Lin Chen waved his hand. You deserve all of this. Saying that, he smiled and looked at the 2 Lin mothers and fathers who had a proud look on their faces. How's it going, Mom and Dad? Is this processing okay? Can. My son is so handsome, Lin's mother said with satisfaction. Lin's father was also very proud. Lin Chen took Zhang Shuo's hand and looked at Xiao Qin. Come on, show us the king of the building. Okay Lin Dong. Just as the 5 were about to go out, A man approached with a pleasing smile on his face. "Hello Lin Dong. I'm the manager of Shanglong Hotel. Just call me Xiao Lu." Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Just say what you have to say. I have things to do." "It's like this Lin Dong. Our Shanglong Hotel wants to cooperate with Rongto to make a part of the Atrium Hyatt Mansion's property into a service department." Lin Chen roughly understood what he meant, and had to say that this kind of cooperation was indeed quite good, with great investment prospects. But why did he want to cooperate with Shanglong Hotel? No plans for that for now. Lin Chen directly refused, and then the five of them continued to walk outside the hall. "Lin Dong, you're thinking about it." Manager Lu could only sigh helplessly as he looked at Lin Chen and the others who had gotten on the sightseeing bus. Chapter 93. I'll pay for it out of my own pocket. The five people soon arrived inside the villa area. "Dong Lin, Atrium 1 is the king of our entire Atrium Hyatt Mansion, and it's also the only villa with 1,060 square feet. The upper license area is 1,060 square feet, but the actual usable area actually reaches 1,500 square feet. Arriving at the door of Atrium 1, Koton made introductions, and the detached villas are all well decorated, ready to move in. If Lin Dong, you guys are not satisfied with the style of decoration, you can also redecorate your own." With that, the four of them followed Xiao Qin into Atrium 1. As soon as they stepped into the villa, the crowd was shocked by the luxury in front of them. In the high-ceilinged living room, the huge crystal chandelier was dazzling, dropping down from the ceiling to the mid-air, just like the falling stars. The floor was paved with imported marble. Each piece had a unique texture and was as smooth as a mirror. The living room is flanked by a full expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows, where sunlight pours in unobstructed, illuminating the entire space with brightness and warmth. Xiao Qin continued the presentation. "This side is the dining room, which can accommodate 20 people at the same time. The kitchen is equipped with state-of-the-art equipment that can easily handle both Chinese and Western cooking." Lin's father and mother listened while nodding uncontrollably, their eyes full of surprise. Jiang Shuawei then took Lin Chen's hand and said softly, "Tatsu, it's quite pretty. It's almost as pretty as the side of the Magnolia Sacred Court." Lin Chen smiled and responded, "Not bad indeed." The group followed the rotating staircase to the second floor, which was mainly a bedroom area. Each bedroom is spacious and comfortable with ensuite bathroom and check room. This one is the master bedroom, over 100 square feet with a private balcony and spa tub. Xiao Qin pushed open a double door, and the inside was lavishly furnished. Lin's mother walked into the master bedroom and exclaimed, "This master bedroom alone is bigger than any house we used to live in." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Madam, this is the king of house villa. Naturally it is a top-notch configuration." Then they went to the basement. The basement had been made into an entertainment and recreation area with a home theater, a gym, a wine cellar and a billiards room, and at the same time the garage, swimming pool, etc. are all in place. "Mom and Dad, the cottage is okay, right?" Lin Chen smiled and looked at Lin's father and mother. "It's really good, just a little too big," Lin's mother said with a nod. "Just like it." Lin Chen finished looking at Xiao Qin. "How much is this king of the building?" Xiao Qin hurriedly replied, "This villa, because it is the king of villas, is relatively more expensive than other villas by quite a bit, currently priced at 60 million renminbi. Lin's father and mother's eyes went wide. 60 million? Even Jiang Shuawei was secretly staggered. Spending $60 million to buy a villa is something she wouldn't even dare to think about before. "This one, then," Lin Chen said indifferently. Xiao Qin's face burst with joy, and just at that moment Xiao Qin's phone rang. Taking out his cell phone and seeing that it was Wang Shuyi calling, he was a bit embarrassed. "It's okay, you pick it up." Lin Chen opened his mouth. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." After the saleswoman finished speaking, she walked to the side and picked up Wang Shuyi's phone. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was chatting with Lin's father and mother and Jiang Shuawei. "Tatsu, where on earth did you get so much money?" Seeing that there were no more outsiders around, Lin's father finally couldn't help but ask, "You know your son is rich, why are you asking questions?" Lin's mother immediately glared angrily at Lin's father. "Don't worry, Dad. Anyway, you know that my money comes from a perfectly legal source," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Auntie. A Chen's money comes from a normal way, like Ronto Land. This kind of domestic 500 big companies want to acquire his shares to come from the way. If the money does not come from a normal way, is certainly not." Jiang Shuawei also said, although she didn't really understand this either. What kind of money from the wrong source could be several $100 billion? And it was also a fair and square acquisition of the shares of so many large companies. Lin's father was also slightly relieved after hearing this. As long as it's not illegal, he knew that his grandfather had fought in the Battle of the Yalu River. Even his father was a retired soldier, and his family even had a plaque of honor. If Lin Chen broke the law and committed a crime, he didn't know how to face the two old men in the 9 Springs. While Xiao Qin over there was listening to Wang Shuyi's words on the phone. Wang Qin later, no matter which house Lin Dong wants cannot let Lin Dong give money. No. Wang Qin was stunned. Yes, Lin Chen is the only big boss of Rongto Land. All these assets are his alone, so it's not like he doesn't even have to pay. But then, wouldn't his hundreds of thousands of dollars in commission go down the drain? Forget it, at least get promoted to assistant sales manager. Wang Qin could only comfort herself in her heart. Did you hear that, Wang Qin? This is what Mr. Huang Wei ordered down. Seeing that Wang Qin was slow to speak on the phone, Wang Shui suddenly asked again, but his words were soft. This Wang Qin is Lin Dong personally commanded the rise of the deputy sales manager, who do not know how the relationship. If in front of Lin Dong said a few bad words, okay manager Wang, I know, Wang Qin said in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qin walked over to Lin Chen. Lin Dong, this house doesn't need you to give money. Let's just go directly to the transfer contract. When these words came out, all four of them were a bit taken aback, and Lin Chen quickly reacted. No, I'll buy it as usual, Lin Chen said indifferently. But Wang Qin wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Even though I'm the boss, I can't break the rules. I'll be gossiped about. If this suite is sold for nothing, where will the company's employees get the money? Wang Qin was still a bit hesitant. After all, this was ordered from above. Can Huang Wei be as big as Lin Dong? Wang Qin suddenly reacted. Okay. Then Wang Qin brought the four people back to the sales hall to the VIP lounge to sign the contract. After signing the contract, the smile on Wang Qin's face was completely overwhelming. She has been in the industry for some days, and used to be envious when she heard people say whoever bought a villa got how many thousands of commission. But today, she, Wang Qin, sold a building king, and after signing the contract, the four of Lin Chen walked out of the sales hall. Take care Lin Dong. Wang Shui including a group of sales without customers shouted neatly behind him. Wang Shui's eyes then widened. Wait a minute, Lin Dong came in a cherry? This car is less than $100,000, right? I don't understand the rich man's world. Wang Shui could not help but sigh in his heart. This time it was Lin Chen who drove the car. I said write your name, you have to write my name and your father's name. This is not going to change to your name and Shuiwei's name in the future? Lin's mother said. Lin Chen, who was driving, had a faint smile on his face. It's okay mom, you say out your son bought you a tens of millions of dollars of building king. That's how dignified when the time comes, people will still have to praise, your son is really outstanding, really filial. Hey, I love that. Lin's mother's face was suddenly filled with a joyful smile. Chapter 94 Range Rover Prestige Genesis Plus. Lin Chen then drove his car to the entrance of a 4S store. Dad, didn't you always say you wanted a Range Rover? Today my son is buying you one. After getting out of the car, Lin Chen said to Lin's father. Lin's father has had a change of heart. Isn't it just a few $1 million? What's wrong with buying your dad a couple $1 million car when your own son's balance is in the billions? Ha 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 ha. Good. I've become a rich zero generation too, Lin's father said with a smile. A group of people walked into the 4S store. The store is spacious and bright. A brand new car neatly arranged. A tall, pretty-faced saleswoman immediately greeted her warmly. Welcome, how may I help you? The saleswoman smiled, her voice sweet. Lin Chen said, show us the Range Rover. The saleswoman responded in a hurry. Yes, this way please. Our store has a wide range of Range Rover configurations and colors to choose from. She led the crowd to a black Range Rover. This is the newest model with an advanced powertrain, luxurious interior, comfortable seats and excellent off-road performance and driving experience. It is priced between $1.5 and $3 million depending on the configuration. Lin's father walked up and stroked the body, his eyes full of love. Lin's mother said from the side, Old Lin, is this the car you like? It does look quite good. Lin's father smiled and nodded. Yeah, I never thought Lin Bing, would be able to drive a Range Rover one day. Ever since that incident in 18, Lin's father has known that this is what he's going to do with his life. 20 years were all wasted and he could only find a job in an electronics factory with Lin's mother to barely support his family. Dad, let's see what color scheme you like, and as for the configuration, let's just go with the top of the line. Lin Chen opened his mouth. The saleswoman on the sidelines couldn't stop being happy to hear that. Unable to help but take another closer look. Lin Chen, it's a good-looking one, just a little younger and has a girlfriend. The saleswoman thought in her heart, then looked at Jiang Shuiwei who was holding Lin Chen's arm. That's that Hermes bag that sells for over $100,000 at the lowest price? The saleswoman's eyes were quickly drawn to the bag Jiang Shuiwei was carrying in her other hand. As a woman, it was natural to know something about such luxuries, not to mention that she was a salesperson. Several people. We also have a Range Rover Prestige Genesis Plus in the store. If you're interested you can take a look. The saleswoman saw that their buying power should be strong and recommended it. Oh, show us then. Lin Chen came to be somewhat interested. Several people were then led by the saleswoman to the Range Rover Premium Genesis Plus. This one has a 4T engine. The saleswoman gushed. Lin Chen knew he liked the car just by looking at the way Lin's father looked at it. this one it is then. What color do you want? Dad, let's take this black one. It looks dominant. Lin's father never took his eyes off the car. Okay, that's the one. How much for the top of the line? The saleswoman took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Chen with a smile on her face. Sir, this top of the line configuration of the extended edition needs a price increase. At around 3.88 million, and at 4.13 million if you land. We can give you a discount of 30,000 on our side, and you can take this Range Rover Prestige Genesis Extended Edition for 4.1 million. Yes, I'll swipe my card. Lin Chen didn't drag his feet. The saleswoman hadn't even reacted yet. Oh, yes. The saleswoman immediately felt like a big piece of cake had been dropped on her. Who in the family understands? Now buy a car without a counteroffer? Why don't a couple of you take a seat over here for a moment, and I'll go get the POS. The saleswoman arranged a few people to sit in the lounge area and then went to get the POS and the contract with a happy face. Sister Lin, so happy and still take the POS. Into a single? A few sales around the room said enviously. It's not much. I just sold a Range Rover Premium Genesis Plus, the saleswoman said smugly, holding the POS in one hand and the contract in the other. What? Or the extended version? That's $4 million on the ground. Too envious. This commission must be tens of thousands of dollars. I'm so envious. It immediately caused a burst of exclamations and envious gazes, and a few sales also looked curiously at Lin Chen and the others. Oops. Sprinkles. No more. I have to go and work. I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Sister Lin atmosphere. Sorry a few of you for keeping you waiting. The saleswoman trotted all the way over with the POS and the contract. Lin Chen took out his platinum card and handed it to the saleswoman. The saleswoman was slightly shocked in her heart. It was actually still a platinum card? This was already considered the top bank card, and above it there was only the black gold card and the Centurion card. But it's normal to have a platinum card path when you can buy a $4+ million car off the shelf and not bring a counteroffer. Swipe your card, enter your PIN, and sign. 3 steps in one. Zip zip zip. Listen to the sound of the POS machine billing out and the payment is successful. A few moments of excitement appeared on the saleswoman's face. The commission arrives. You can sell just this one set this month and have a track record that goes across the board in the store. After signing the contract, this Range Rover Premium Genesis Plus also officially belonged to Lin Bing. At this time, Lin's father and mother looked at Jiang Shuawei and said, Shuawei, why don't we pick one for you too? Jiang Shuawei quickly waved her hand and said, Uncle and Auntie, no need. Lin Chen has already given me a Ferrari. It's enough for normal traveling. When the saleswoman heard this, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes as she said, You are so lucky to have a boyfriend who loves you so much. Female sales just now for the tens of thousands of dollars point commission happy flying heart suddenly not good. A Ferrari. The cheapest Ferrari has to be a good $1 million, right? And according to this young man's financial resources it's likely not the cheapest Ferrari. The saleswoman could only look at her with envy. As the crowd was talking, Lin Chen suddenly heard a familiar voice. These cars all look good. He turned his head to see that it was the father and mother of his junior high school classmate, Li Liang. Li Liang and his junior high school is a very good friend. When 18 years their family happened that kind of thing, Li Liang knew and begged his parents to borrow 50,000 yuan to Lin Chen their family. But Lin Chen and his family confiscated it, and Lin Chen's uncle had already taken tens of thousands of dollars over to pay off the mortgage and everything for those months. Although they didn't receive that money, Lin Chen's family was still very grateful to them. As a result, the two families have grown close and often go out for dinners together. Chapter 95 The whole of Ronto land is yours? And Li Liang High School and he was in a school, but the results are not very good. Did not get into nothing good college, so directly enlisted in the army to go. Because of the 3 months of recruit training, there has been no contact during this time. Uncle Li, Auntie Wang, Lin Chen shouted in surprise. Li Xingyang turned his head when he heard the sound, and a look of surprise appeared on his face as well. Lin Chen, such a coincidence to run into you guys here, Li Xingyang said with a smile, and then was a bit puzzled. You guys are buying a car here? According to his understanding of Lin Chen and his family, it was logical that they shouldn't be able to get the money to replace the car, right? And it was still at the Jaguar Land Rover store. Yes, old Li, son has a good fortune, earned 100 million points of money. This is not, excitedly pulling us again to buy a house and a car, Lin's father said with a smile, his expression filled with pride. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan immediately glanced at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, this child they also like, not to mention good grades, long and handsome, but it is a pity that their own son and Lin Chen play so well, grades are still so bad. But didn't Lin Chen just graduate from high school and go to college? How much money did he earn to buy a car and a house? Don't they all have to make at least a couple million? Seeing this, the saleswoman on Lin Chen's side and the saleswoman on Li Xingyang's side stepped to the side to leave enough space for the two families to chat. This is Xiao Chen's girlfriend, right? She's so pretty. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan looked at Jiang Shuawei who was holding Lin Chen's arm and laughed out loud. Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Jiang Shuewei. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuewei heard Mr. and Mrs. Li Xingyang praising her for being beautiful, her face slightly red. Then she opened her mouth and said, Good. Little Chen, you're really something, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. I'd feel good if that kid Li Liang could find a girlfriend. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan agreed, then smiled. Ha. Maybe I'll abduct a beautiful female soldier home for you. Lin's mother also smiled and opened her mouth. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know what's going on with Li Liang right now? Lin Chen asked. Li Liang can't get a cell phone until he's been in the military for at least 3 months, and Wang Yan and I are a little worried about whether he'll be able to handle it. Li Xingyang said. Being a soldier is pretty good. Didn't Li Liang grow up loving those guns and fighters and stuff, just as he wished? Lin's father said with a smile. Then the topic changed. You guys here to buy a car too? Yes, that car at home has been driven for so many years, so I thought I'd get a new Land Rover Starlight to drive. By the way, what kind of car did you buy? Li Xingyang asked curiously. Tatsu bought me a Range Rover Premium Genesis Plus. Lin's father said triumphantly. I'll go. Doesn't that land at least $3 or $4 million? Li Xingyang and Wang Yan immediately looked at Lin Chen with wide eyes. Tatsu, what have you done to earn so much money? It's just that I made some money playing with virtual coins before, and then I started a company for fun, and it's not much, Lin Chen said vaguely. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan did not pursue the question, only the heart shocked at the same time some joy. While happy for Lin Chen, he was also happy for his own son. With Li Liang's relationship with Lin Chen, after he was discharged from the army, at least he didn't have to worry about Li Liang not being able to find a job. Lin Chen looked at Uncle Li and Auntie Li and suddenly said, Uncle Li, Auntie Wang, I'll buy you a car too. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan hurriedly waved their hands. No, you're Auntie Wang and I can't ask for your money. Just keep it for yourself. Li Xingyang spoke. It's all right, old Li. Just keep it. You didn't take care of our family in the past. Lin Chen is also counted as half of your son. This is also his intention. Just keep it. Lin's father also opened his mouth to advise. For this family, he is very grateful. Just that $50,000, although they confiscated, but this favor is in the heart. Not to mention also often give Li Liang to buy clothes when also give Lin Chen also buy shoes or also. Sometimes he wondered if Lin Chen was his son, or else why was he so nice to this kid? But the thought was quickly dispelled. He had been watching this Lin Chen kid since he was born, and there was absolutely no possibility of backroom maneuvering. Lin Chen said seriously, Uncle Li, Auntie Wang, I've remembered all the good you've done for us in my heart. I, Lin Chen, am definitely not the kind of person who doesn't repay a favor. This is also my intention. You must accept it. Li Liang's parents still refused to accept it. That's all in the past. Lin Chen was a bit helpless and simply showed his cards directly. I am now the owner of Ronto Land Company, making money and capable of repaying your favor back then. Moreover, this is also a piece of my heart. Li Liang's parents stared in disbelief. How can it be? Ronto Land, that's a big company with hundreds of billions of dollars. Lin Chen smiled and said, Really? It's true. Don't you guys know if Tatsu can lie? Lin's father smiled back. No. I just kind of find it unbelievable. That Lin Dong is the sole owner of Ronto Land now, Li Xingyang said in shock. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. How do you know? Uncle Li? I learned about this by chance too. I didn't realize it was you. Li Xingyang explained. What? You own the entire Unity Land all by yourself? Lin's father and mother were so dumbfounded that they even stumbled a little over their words. None of you know? Li Xingyang asked suspiciously. The eyes of the crowd then gathered on Lin Chen's body. Jiang Shuewei, who was beside Lin Chen, got a little nervous. Hey, Lin Chen just smiled awkwardly. In the end, at Lin Chen's insistence, a Land Rover Defender worth about $800,000 was selected for Li Liang's parents. The saleswoman next to them was shocked when she realized that the car was given to them by Lin Chen, and it was the first time she had seen such a bold and generous customer after working here for so long. Li Liang's parents still look a little rushed when the car purchase procedures. Lin Chen comforted. Uncle Li, Auntie Wang, just accept it in peace. After the formalities were completed, Lin Chen's family said goodbye to Li Liang's parents. Then Lin's father drove the crowd back home again in this Land Rover. As for the cherry, give it directly to a Ford store to sell as a used car. Li Xingyang watched the Land Rover gradually go away and could not help but sigh a little. This kid Little Chen is remarkable. He's worth $100 billion at such a young age. But where did he get so much money? It's a bit beyond my knowledge. Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. What's that got to do with you? Don't pry blindly. All we need to know is that he's Li Liang's good brother and is considered half a son to me and you. Li Xingyang glared at Wang Yan. I know. I'm just curious. What's so curious? Curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 96, Will you find a time for the two families to meet? Because of the reason that they were going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at their grandparents' house in the evening, the four of them went to the mall to buy some more things before returning home. As soon as he returned home, the little Muppet walked to the door and kept meowing at Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei changed her shoes as soon as she changed her shoes and took the little Muppet in her arms. Zhang Shuawei stroked the little Muppet's head with a doting face and said. The little Muppet aggressively buried his head in Zhang Shuawei's chest. This little guy is adorable. Lin's mother smiled from the sidelines. Auntie, would you like a hug? Zhang Shuawei handed the little Muppet to Lin's mother. Lin's mother didn't push back and took it as soon as she could. The little Muppet didn't recognize life, so he lay obediently in Lin's mother's arms. Lin's father and mother had come to cook, but Lin Chen had snatched them away. Mom and Dad, it's not easy for me to come back. I'll cook today, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yeah, Uncle and Auntie, lunch is fine for me and Tatsu. Zhang Shuawei also spoke up. Okay, then lunch is on you too. A heartfelt smile hung on Lin's mother's face as she looked at Zhang Shuawei with increasing satisfaction. Then he joined Lin's father in discussing about going back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. You're giving me a heart attack watching this. That's white sugar. You use white sugar for curing meat? Look at this garlic plant still full of dirt. You have to wash it carefully when you wash it. Humph. Zhang Shuawei stood on the sidelines with a puff of air. Lin Chen was instantly somewhat helpless. Just now he wanted to say that he came alone will be fine. Last time has seen the power of Zhang Shuawei, but in the face of Lin father Lin mother cannot say anything. Shuawei, you go out for a while and help me with the food when I'm done. It's hot in there. Lin Chen could only comfort. Zhang Shuawei could only go out of the kitchen. Hey, Auntie. Zhang Shuawei blushed slightly as she looked at Lin's mother sitting at the dining table. He said he wanted to help, and he got kicked out. Shuawei, come and eat the grapes. They're quite sweet. Lin mother naturally heard all the words in the kitchen and greeted Zhang Shuawei with a smile. Zhang Shuawei obediently sat over. Lin mother took Zhang Shuawei's hand and said cordially, Shuawei, don't take it to heart. Chen, the child is just too serious. I know, Auntie. I'm not upset. Zhang Shuawei hurriedly explained. The two of them ate grapes while chatting away. Lin mother began to ask about Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen's daily routine together, and Zhang Shuawei, with a red face, told some sweet little things to Lin mother, causing her to laugh continuously. In the kitchen, Lin Chen was busy, washing, cutting, and frying vegetables with skillful movements. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. In the living room, Lin's father was looking intently at the vehicle's manual. This smells good, Lin mother said with a smile. Zhang Shuawei also nodded. Chen's cooking has always been great. The last time we went to my house, Chen's cooking was so good that my mom kept praising him. Oops, Chen has been to your house to meet your parents? Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin's father, who was sitting on the sofa, raised his head. Yeah, I've met my dad before when he was in the hospital and Lin Chen came over to help, Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. So what do your parents think of Tatsu? Lin's mother asked expectantly. My parents and my brother love Tatsu and are very happy with him. Ouch, that can be too good. Since I'm like this, when we arrange a formal meeting between our two families, even though we're not old enough, we can set the wedding date, Lin's mother immediately said with great joy. Zhang Shuawei was a bit overwhelmed by Lin mother's words, and her face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just a freshman in college, why am I thinking about getting married? Lin Chen heard what Lin mother said when he came out with the dishes and said somewhat helplessly, it's not like I'm telling you to get married right away. You're not even old enough yet. I'm saying let's set a wedding date first. Lin mother heard Lin Chen's words and glared at him. She was very satisfied with Zhang Shuawei. Much better than that Zhao Jia from before. I don't really care. It's mostly just up to Shuawei's opinion, Lin Chen could only say. He was just afraid of Zhang Shuawei's embarrassment, and since the words were already here, he simply made it clear. I don't have a problem with that either, Zhang Shuawei said with a flushed face. Good, Auntie will be waiting for your good news. Lin's mother instantly laughed very happily. Eat first, Lin Chen said hurriedly, then pulled Zhang Shuawei to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Really decided? Lin Chen said softly as he looked into Zhang Shuawei's eyes. Zhang Shuawei nodded vigorously. I'm set on you for life anyway. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. Okay, I'll arrange it then. Lin Chen stroked the emanations on Zhang Shuawei's forehead and softly said. That said, he also felt a little dreamy. I didn't realize that it's only been less than a month since we met, and this is all about both parents meeting. Isn't that a bit too fast? The four of them sat around the table. looking at the table full of delicacies and praising them. Lin's father took a bite of the dish and put it in his mouth, nodding his head in satisfaction. Son, the craft is growing. Lin Chen smiled, just as long as the cooking hasn't fallen off. Shu Wei, try this piece of braised pork. With a smile on her face, Lin's mother kept on giving Jiang Shuwei dishes. Thank you, auntie. After dinner, Jiang Shuwei took the initiative to help clean up the dishes, and Lin Chen helped along. Lin's mother couldn't even stop her. You two rest. I'll do it. Auntie, you and uncle sit down for a while. We'll take care of this little thing, Jiang Shuwei said. After cleaning up the kitchen, the four of them sat on the couch and talked. By the way, Shuwei, did you tell your parents that you won't go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin's mother asked. I told my parents ahead of time. They know. Then come back with us in the evening time so that the relatives at home can meet, Lin's mother said as she took Jiang Shuwei's hand. Jiang Shuwei nodded her head a little shyly. Okay, auntie. Lin Chen looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Dad, why don't we all go to Parkway? I'll make the arrangements. Lin's father immediately knew what Lin Chen meant. We won't be there, just you father and son. Lin's mother and Jiang Shuwei were chatting, so she spoke out. Lin Chen nodded, and then went downstairs towards the Parkway supermarket with Lin's father. When I came to the Parkway supermarket, because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were fewer people in the supermarket, who either went back home to visit their relatives or went out for a trip. Get your manager over here for a minute. Lin Chen came to the cash register and said to the cashier. The cashier shot a glance at Lin Chen and Lin's father. May I ask what you want with our manager? This supermarket is all mine. What do you think I want with your manager? Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face. The cashier immediately got a little nervous. Yesterday evening when the workgroup was notified of the supermarket's change of boss, everyone was guessing whether the new boss would come over to inspect the work today. I did not expect to let myself be bumped into. But, the new owner is so young? Chapter 97, Changes in the Supermarket. Just say that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen added another sentence. The cashier nodded, rushing to pick up the phone to contact the manager. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, looking at Lin Chen and Lin's father. Good day to the two of you. I'm the manager here. I don't know which one of you is boss Lin Chen Lin, the manager said respectfully. I am, and this is my father, Lin Chen said indifferently. Hello, my name is Lin Bing. Lin's father looked a touch nervous. Hello boss Lin. Hello Mr. Lin. You guys call me Xiao Zhao. Manager Zhao said with a smile on his face and bowed slightly. Lin Chen nodded. Show us around and learn about the operation of the supermarket. Manager Zhao hurriedly led the way in front, introducing the sales situation of each area and the working status of the employees as he walked. Lin's father was very focused and would interject a few words every now and then, while Lin Chen listened absent-mindedly from the sidelines. In fact, Lin Chen was not the least bit interested, and was completely watching along with Lin's father. After strolling around, Lin Chen and Lin's father came to the office. In the future, the owner of this supermarket will be my father, so you can just butt heads with him on related matters, Lin Chen said. Manager Zhao nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. And at this point in the supermarket, a bearded man with dull eyes walks through a supermarket and then bumps into a woman with a little girl. You're blind. You're walking without eyes, the man yelled. Even though the woman knew it wasn't her fault, she could only swallow her words as a woman with a small child. Excuse me, the woman could only apologize. Mom, why do we have to apologize when it's obvious that he bumped into us? The little girl blinked her big bright eyes quizzically and looked up at her mom. The woman rushed to cover the little girl's mouth, but unfortunately it was too late. So what if I'm the one who hit your mom? Your mom still has to apologize to me, just like my son. So what if he was forced to jump off a building by a schoolteacher? I still can't do anything about it. The man suddenly glared up at the little girl with a pair of big bloodshot eyes deadpan and growled. The little girl hid behind her mom in fear. Where had that woman seen this kind of battle? Looking at the man who was a little crazy at this moment, her heart also panicked a little. I'm really sorry, kids don't know any better. We're leaving, the woman said and was ready to pull the little girl away from the man. But the man suddenly reached out and grabbed the woman's shoulder with his other hand and slapped her across the face, only to hear a pop, a sound. The woman's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The woman didn't dare to fight back. She just deadpanned the little girl in her arms. Wow. Mom! The child's cries brought the eyes of those around him. The people around him rushed to stop it. Don't do it. Have a conversation. As a result, the man, as if in stress, grabbed the woman with one hand, and with one hand pulled a small knife out of his pocket and kept waving it at the people around him. Stay back, all of you. The man growled with red eyes. The people around them were startled, and they didn't dare to come forward. A few of the smart ones immediately called the police, and many others grabbed their cell phones and started recording. Anyway, my son is gone, and I have no motivation to live, so you guys will bury my son with me, the man growled, then grabbed his pocket knife and stabbed it at the woman. The man grabbed the woman with one hand, plus the child in her arms, and the woman, seeing that she couldn't avoid it, bent down and shielded the child in her arms to the death. Lin Chen's few people were still in the office, and when they heard the store's employees open the door and say that there was a disturbance, they rushed out to check, and then they saw this scene. Lin Chen's face changed drastically when he saw this scene, and he quickly rushed up. "Hey Tatsu!" Lin father anxiously tried to stop Lin Chen, but failed to do so. Seeing Lin Chen rush up, Lin father heartily rushed up together as well. And then in just those few short seconds, the man had stabbed the woman 2 or 3 times. Blood also flowed down the woman's body. A gasp rang out from the people around them. "Call an ambulance. You guys get up there and help." Everybody stop watching. Lin Chen had already run in front of him and flew up and kicked the man's wrist, the knife instantly dropping. The bachelor was enraged by the sudden attack and turned to pounce on Lin Chen. Lin Chen dodged sideways, grabbed the bachelor's arm in the process, and threw him down heavily with an over-the-shoulder slam. And Lin's father ran over, and with that, he and Lin Chen held the man down in a death grip. The people around them gathered around the bachelor when they saw him subdued. "Quick, hold him down," Lin Chen shouted. The crowd swarmed over the bachelor and held him firmly in check. "Hurry up and call an ambulance," Lin Chen said loudly. Someone rushed to call the emergency services. The woman's face was pale and weak as she fell to the ground, and the little girl beside her was crying loudly in the woman's arms. "Mom, woo, Mom, don't die, don't leave little Lee behind. I don't want mommy to die." The woman surveyed the little girl and saw that she was unharmed, which put her mind at ease. "Lee, Mom is fine." The woman was very weak. Lin Chen took off at this point and came to the woman's side with a few people to check her injuries. "Just hold on, the ambulance is on its way," Lin Chen comforted. Thank you, the woman said weakly. Then he looked at the little girl again. "Lee, use mommy's cell phone to call daddy over." The little girl heard this and hurriedly pulled her cell phone out of the woman's pocket. The little girl dialed her dad's number with trembling hands and said with a sobbing voice, "Daddy, mommy's hurt. She's at the grocery store. Come on, little friend, can you give the phone to your brother to say it?" Lin Chen said gently. The little girl knew that it was Lin Chen who had saved her mom and trusted him so much that she handed the phone to Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened to the anxious voice of a man on the phone after receiving the call. "Sir, this lady was stabbed several times by a man with a knife in the Parkway supermarket downstairs in the XX neighborhood. The situation is very bad. Now an ambulance has been called. It's in the district hospital. You hurry over here." Soon the sound of ambulance sirens came from far and near, and paramedics quickly arrived at the scene, lifted the injured woman onto a stretcher and took her to the hospital, and the little girl followed in the car. Those big tear-filled eyes even glanced back at Lin Chen when she was leaving. Police also arrived later, surveyed and documented the scene, and handcuffed the subdued man. And Lin Chen and Lin's father had already slipped away long before the police car arrived. "Why do you think this man is so bad? He's apologized and he's still so unforgiving." On the way home, Lin's father was indignant. Lin Chen also sighed in his heart. It is said to keep in mind the principle of happiness with concessions. Meet this kind of people. Really want to avoid cannot avoid. Chapter 98. This man is not simple. The two were silent for a while before Lin's father spoke again. "Little Tatsu, you did the right thing today. If you hadn't rushed up there, that woman and child would have been in danger. But I still want you to think carefully if this happens again in the future. If something happens to you, what are you going to make your mom and me do in the future?" Lin Chen smiled bitterly. "I didn't think that much at the time. It was just an instinctive reaction. But don't worry, Dad. I'll be sure to live within my means when I encounter this kind of situation again in the future," Lin Chen assured. As they spoke, the two had returned home. Lin Chen then told Lin Mother and Jiang Shuawei what had just happened in the supermarket. Lin Mother and Jiang Shuawei rushed forward to see if Lin Chen was injured. "I'm really fine." Lin Chen smiled helplessly. "But you guys are just going to leave? After all, this happened in our supermarket. We have to show it more or less." Lin's mother then spoke. Lin Chen froze, then exchanged a glance with Lin father. "Then we'll go to the hospital now. Little Tatsu and I will go together." Lin's father immediately clapped his hands on the decision. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. Jiang Shuawei had wanted to follow along, but was stopped by Lin Mother. "The person concerned can just go to this kind of thing. It's weird to have a lot of people." Figuring that they should still be in surgery by now, the two waited another 2 hours and didn't leave the house until about 5:30 p.m. Since the hospital wasn't too far away, the two arrived quickly. The hospital smelled of disinfectant, which made one's heart inexplicably nervous. Lin Chen and Lin's father went to the desk and asked the nurse about the ward where the stabbed woman and the child had been brought in by ambulance earlier. The nurse was a little wary. "Who are ye to her? I'll tell you if I can provide a name." Lin Chen and Lin father looked at each other. How do we know that? Here's the thing. That lady was stabbed. I saved her. We just came over to see how the injury was. Lin Chen explained. The nurse was still a little skeptical. After making a phone call, this told Lin Chen and Lin father which location the ward was in. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Not in the or on the ward? Okay, thanks. Lin Chen said a thank you and then headed towards the room number the nurse had said with Lin's father. After following the signs to find the ward, Lin Chen was slightly surprised. I can't believe it's a VIP room. Who? Lin Chen replied. Hello, we are the owners of the supermarket and have come to see the injured. The door opened and the man looked at them with a tired look on his face and a hint of anger in his eyes. You're the owners of the supermarket? How did you find your way here? The man was a little puzzled. Didn't the doctor say it was his wife and child's savior who was coming over? This happened in our supermarket after all, and we are responsible for it, so we came over to take a look. Lin Chen explained. Why did this happen at your supermarket? My daughter-in-law is all your fault. The man was a little agitated, and his voice rose involuntarily. A passing doctor frowned slightly. This is a hospital. Don't disturb the other patients. Okay, sorry. The man apologized profusely, then looked at Lin Chen and Lin father. I'm really sorry. None of us wanted this to happen, and we came here to see if there was anything we could do to help. Lin's father tried to make his tone seem gentle. Don't need your help. I don't want to see you guys. Just wait for the court summons, the man said impatiently, then turned and opened the door to the room ready to go back to the ward. Xiaoli was lying on the doorway listening, and as soon as the door opened, she saw Lin Chen, her big eyes full of surprise. Big brother, Dad. It was this big brother who defeated the bad guys, Li said to the man on the sidelines. The man froze, looked at Lin Chen, and asked, Did you call me from your cell phone? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. A guilty look appeared on the man's face and he apologized. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I was really too worried about my daughter-in-law and child. It's okay, we can understand that sentiment, Lin's father said in a hurry. We're here just to see how she's doing, so if there's anything we can do to help, just let us know, Lin Chen also explained. The woman inside when the door opened also heard the commotion outside and said weakly, It was they who saved us, mother and daughter, quickly let them in. The man helped the woman sit up as Lin Chen and Lin father walked into the hospital room. The woman looked at them with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, my kids and I might have. No need to be so polite. It's all we should do, Lin Chen said in a hurry. The woman added to the man, Honey, you can't blame them. They are victims too. If it weren't for them, none of us might have survived. The man nodded. I know. I was too impulsive just now. Then he looked at Lin Chen and Lin father and said, We can't repay you for your great kindness. I don't even dare to think about how I should live on without my wife and daughter. The man's eyes reddened as he spoke, then took the cell phone out. Two benefactors, why don't I transfer some money to you, as a token of my gratitude to the two of you? Lin father and Lin Chen thanked him repeatedly. That's no good. We can't take your money. After all, this happened in our supermarket. We should also take some responsibility. We'll pay for the medical bills, lost labor, and so on. Women and men are adamant in their refusal. It's not your fault. You've already saved us. We can't let you break the bank again. Seeing that the two were resolute, Lin Chen could only give up. Well then, if there's anything we can do for you, feel free to contact us. This was followed by the addition of green bubbles to each other at the strong request of both. I really appreciate you guys. If it wasn't for you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The woman again expressed her gratitude. Lin Chen waved his hand. Don't say that. Anyone else who saw a situation like that would have stepped in to help. Lin's father also chimed in. Yeah, you guys just get well and don't think too much. The woman nodded slightly, a hint of fear on her face, and looked again at the little girl beside the bed. I didn't expect anything like this to happen. I was really scared and I'm glad I had you guys. The man held the woman's hand tightly, his eyes full of heartache. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. The little girl stood aside, looking at them with wide eyes and curiosity in her eyes. Lin Chen squatted down and gently said to the little girl, Little friend, you're very brave. Have you been scared today? The little girl shook her head. I'm not afraid with my brother. Lin Chen's heart warmed as he touched the little girl's head. So good. Don't worry, wife. I'm sure I won't let the person who stabbed you go. The man spoke with a sense of nonchalance even as he spoke. Lin Chen's eyes stared. This man is not simple. Chapter 99. What? $100 million for this car? A little more chatting ensued. The man's name was Chu Yang, and he was the owner of Tianlin Cultural Entertainment. But Lin Chen hadn't heard of him. However, Lin Chen admired him. Being only in his early 30s, he was already the owner of a company. The woman's name is Chao Shuer and she works full-time at home. And the little girl's name is Chu Li. Little brother Lin Chen, when you graduate and come to my company, I'll definitely arrange a good job for you, Xu Yang said with a smile on his face. Thanks Chu, that's not necessary. I have my own company. Lin Chen shook his head and politely refused with a smile. Ooh, awesome, brother Lin. You've just started a company after going to college? Tell me what kind of company? Xu Yang was a bit curious. What are you doing? Chao Shuer's face huffed slightly. It's okay Sister Snow. I just started a real estate company. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Housing, real estate company? Xu Yang stuttered a bit in his speech. It wouldn't be one of those shell companies or agencies that only cost a few $1 million to register, would it? Otherwise, that asset is starting at least by the billion. Even Chao Shuer, who was lying on the bed resting, was stunned, as Lin's father on the side watched the two of them being so surprised. A feeling of pride couldn't help but rise in his heart. Brother Lin, is it convenient to reveal the name? Xu Yang was inwardly curious to the extreme at the moment. What's there to say that can't be said about it? It's called Fusion Investment Land, Lin Chen said indifferently. Roto Land? You're really young and promising. Brother Lin. Xu Yang was somehow still relieved. So it was bragging. You scared me. How can the boss of a $100 billion company like Roto Land go to college? After chatting for a while longer, Lin Chen saw that it was almost time, and that he still had to go to his grandma and grandpa's house in the evening, so he was also ready to say goodbye. You guys have a good rest. We'll leave you alone. Feel free to contact us if anything happens. Lin Chen said. I'll give you a ride. Xu Yang said. No, just take care of Sister Share. Line it. We'll pay a visit some other day. Bye big brother. Shaoli also waved his hand towards Lin Chen. Goodbye Rue. Lin Chen stroked Shaoli's head then walked out of the room with Lin's father. When I got home, Lin's mother was a little anxious. Hurry up and get going. It's 6 o'clock and we still have to get back for dinner. Lin's mother urged. After packing up, Mom and Dad, I'll just take a car with Shui Wei and we'll go straight back to school then. That works too. Zhang Shuawei then went downstairs with Lin Chen holding the little muppet and sat in Poison's car waiting for Lin's father and mother. Lin's father and mother stepped out of the car, and their eyes were instantly drawn to the cool Lamborghini Poison that Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei were driving, and they all couldn't help but light up. Lin's father parked his car next to the Poison. Son, what kind of car are you driving? It's so cool. Lin's mother marveled. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Mom, it's Lamborghini Poison. How much is this going to cost? Lin's father couldn't help but ask as well, his eyes full of surprise as his gaze kept glancing at the car. 100 million or so, Lin Chen said gently. As soon as this price came out, Lin's father and mother instantly froze in shock. The two looked at each other, seeing the same disbelief in each other's eyes. It took a while to catch his breath, and Lin's father's eyes widened. A small goal? This car could buy 24 of my Land Rovers? Lin's mother also shook her head back and forth, an expression of both surprise and a hint of anger on her face. Son, you're really generous. It's not a small amount to spend this $100 million. Lin Chen smiled and explained. Mom and Dad, this is the car I've always wanted to own. I've loved this car since I was a kid, and now that I can afford it, I naturally want to buy it and drive it. Dreams in my teens and 20s would be meaningless if I realized them in my 30s and 40s. Lin's father nodded, and although there was still some surprise in his eyes, it was more of an understanding and support for his son. Son has grown up. It's good to have your own ideas and pursuits, as long as it's something you genuinely like. Dad supports you. Lin's mother also said. Yes, as long as you are happy. But with such an expensive car, you have to be careful driving it in the future. Afterward, the two vehicles departed for their journey. Along the way, Lin's father drove the Range Rover in the front, while Lin Chen drove the Lamborghini Poison right behind him. The fall scenery whizzed past the car window, and after an hour or so, we finally arrived at my grandparents' house. The low, powerful roar of the engine attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors just as the car pulled up to the door. All of them cast their eyes around. When they saw that it was Lin's father and mother as well as Lin Chen and an unrecognizable female doll, there was a lot of talk and discussion. Yuwazi and his family are making a fortune. That's a beautiful car. It must have been expensive. That's not true. A Land Rover and a supercar can't come down without a few $1 million. TSK. What money? Uncle and Joe Ling that girl heard the sound of the car also both came out of the house to greet them. Both were shocked to see two luxury cars parked outside. Dad, do you know how much these two cars cost? Joe Ling's eyes were glowing as she stared at the Lamborghini Poison and asked curiously. I'm not sure. At least several $1 million anyway. Zhou Chaoyang froze. Uncle. Lin Chen snorted. Hey, Tatsu. This you don't introduce? At a glance, Zhou Chaoyang could tell that the one standing next to Lin Chen was the girl who had posted the picture in the group that time. Hello uncle. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. My name is Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei said in a well-behaved manner. Hey, good. Why don't you go inside and rest? There are a lot of mosquitoes out here in the countryside. Zhou Chaoyang said with a smile. Okay, uncle. Zhang Shuawei nodded in response. Zhou Chaoyang then walked towards Lin's father and mother. Then he looked at Zhou Ling. You're Ray, aren't you? I've heard your brother talk about you. Jiang Shuiwei had a smile on her face. Sister, you're so pretty. If only I could be as pretty as you in the future. Zhou Ling marveled. Oops, Xiao Ling, you have such a sweet mouth. Jiang Shuiwei's face burst into joy. Zhou Ling then looked at Lin Chen. Brother, what kind of car is that? It's so handsome. Just don't tell you. I've got one more thing to settle with you. Lin Chen deliberately looked at Zhou Ling with a stern face. The moment he thought of the people in the live broadcast saying that he was not the same, and had thoughts about Demon Brother, he was depressed in his heart. Now there's finally a chance to clean up the culprits. And at this moment, Zhou Chaoyang finally couldn't help but ask, Sis, was what Auntie said the other day true? Xiao Chen is really one of the bosses of that Ronto land? Lin's mother nodded proudly. That's true. Isn't your nephew great? Awesome. Doesn't that have to be worth at least $100 million? Hundreds of millions? You're underestimating your nephew too much. This car alone is $100 million, Lin's mother said with a smug look on her face as she pointed at the poison. What? $100 million for this car? Chapter 100 Leukemia. Zhou Chaoyang's jaw dropped to the ground as he looked at the car in front of him, swallowed hard. Then Xiao Chen must own a lot of shares in Ronto Land, right? The entire Unison Landing is owned by Tatsu. The smug look on Lin's mother's face grew stronger. What? Wouldn't Xiao Chen be worth hundreds of billions then? Zhou Chaoyang lost his voice. Lin's mother smiled and nodded. You're going to be a blessing to your uncle. The crowd walked into the house, where Lin Chen's grandparents and aunt and uncle were cooking. Hello grandma and grandpa. Hello aunt and uncle. Jiang Shuiwei greeted nicely, because Mother Lin had greeted them in advance. They weren't too surprised and just greeted Jiang Shuiwei warmly. Taking advantage of the cooking, Lin Chen walked behind Zhou Ling, who was teasing the little muppet with Jiang Shuiwei. Zhou Ling immediately felt a chill coming from behind her, and hurriedly looked back. Seeing that it was Lin Chen, she deflated with some disgust. What are you doing, brother? Lin Chen took out the stick he had casually found behind him with a furious look on his face. Did you change the name of my doujinshi number? Zhou Ling screamed in fear and then hid behind Jiang Shuiwei. Seeing the stick in Lin Chen's hand, the little ragdoll also hid in Jiang Shuiwei's arms and buried his head in fear. Jiang Shuiwei cried and laughed when she looked at these two little guys. I didn't change it. Zhou Ling immediately denied it. And don't tell the truth. Lin Chen's stick was outstretched pretending to hit Zhou Ling, who immediately shouted, Sister, help me. Aya Tatsu, let's talk it out. Why do you still have a hand in it? Jiang Shuiwei said helplessly. I had even bought you a gift, but you turned out to be so dishonest, so the gift is confiscated. Seeing that Zhou Ling had Jiang Shuiwei as a shield, Lin Chen said, a gift? What gift? Zhou Ling instantly got excited when she heard there was a gift. I don't give a damn about dishonesty. I was wrong, good brother. Zhou Ling immediately ran next to Lin Chen and pulled Lin Chen's hand and pouted. What a way to take you, Lin Chen said with some tears and laughter. With that, he took a small box out of the pile of gifts and handed it to her. Here, the latest model of Fruit cell phone. But still, study hard. I'll bring you a gift next time when your studies improve. Wow. Thanks, brother. Zhou Ling got her new cell phone and was instantly happy. She had been using her parents' outdated cell phone, and she had dreamed of having a cell phone of her own. The latest model of Fruit cell phone? That's got to be quite a lot of money, right? Xiao Tatsu, you're breaking the bank here. My aunt and uncle just happened to come out and hear this conversation. Because she had been busy in the kitchen, she hadn't known what kind of car Lin Chen and the others were driving. It's okay. Xiao Chen has money now. It's only right to buy something expensive for his sister. Lin's father said with a smile. Got money? Auntie was a bit surprised, and just when she wanted to speak, she was called back by Lin's mother and others in the kitchen. It didn't take long for the dishes to all be served. A large round table that could sit under 10 people was full. Even Zhou Dongxue came down from upstairs. Zhou Dongxue was in a terrible mood at this time. She had a fight with her family over this before, and the disease she had cost a lot of money and wasn't necessarily cured, which is why she didn't want to talk about it and didn't want to add to her family's burdens. But after meeting Lin Chen that day, her mindset changed. Since his cousin was so rich, he could borrow a little from him. After all, who wanted to die if they could live? I ended up having another fight with the family when I got back yesterday. Zhou Chaoyang asked her what kind of disease she was, so she said that she would talk about it at a suitable opportunity. And then Zhou Chaoyang exploded. At the dinner table, Lin Chen's aunt finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother, you said that Xiao Chen is now rich. Is it hard to believe that the day in the group to discuss something is true? Lin's father's face was full of pride as he said, How can this be a lie? Our Xiao Chen, he's made a name for himself now. Lin Chen smiled and scratched his head, saying, It's all luck. Grandma and Grandpa were so surprised when they heard it that they couldn't keep their mouths shut and said, This child, who has been smart since he was a child, didn't expect to be so capable now. At the dinner table, Zhou Dongxue had been silent, only occasionally picking up a few mouthfuls of rice. Lin Chen looked at him and asked with concern, Big sister, I heard that you had a problem with your physical examination. What's going on? Zhou Dongxue raised her head. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Still silent, Uncle sighed and said, "This kid, he's just stubborn. He won't say anything." Grandmother also said anxiously, "Dongxue, you don't let us worry. If there's anything we can think of together." Everyone persuaded Zhou Dongxue with a word from you and a word from me. Jiang Xuewei also said gently, "Sister Dongxue, everyone is concerned about you, so don't carry it on your own." Finally, Zhou Dongxue couldn't help but cry out and said, "I was checked for leukemia. I was afraid that the treatment would cost a lot of money and that it wouldn't be cured, so I didn't dare to tell you guys." The crowd was shocked. Lin Chen's hand couldn't help but clench. "I didn't realize that what Zhou Dongxue had was actually leukemia. This, if you can't find bone marrow, then you can only wait for death." Big sister, don't be too pessimistic. There's another hospital under my name. I'll definitely be able to cure you. Lin Chen hurriedly comforted. Auntie also wiped her tears and said, "Yes, Dongxue, let's face it together as a family. There's no hurdle we can't overcome." Grandparents as well as Lin's father and mother were also persuaded. Zhou Chaoyan's face was filled with chagrin, secretly hating why he still had to fight with his daughter. Jiang Xuewei gently held Zhou Dongxue's hand and said, "Sister Dongxue, leukemia, as long as you can find the right words, bone marrow will be able to cure. You cooperate with the treatment, then surely all right." Zhou Ling's eyes were filled with tears. "Sister, you must be treated. Money can be earned again when it's gone, but I can't live without you, sis." "What?" Zhou Ling cried as she spoke. Zhou Dongxue listened to her sister Zhou Ling's words with a sobbing voice. Tears were even more unstoppable. She tightly hugged Zhou Ling and choked. "Sister, I promise you that I will cooperate with the treatment, and I won't leave you guys behind." For a while, everyone at the table was touched by the sisterly love and shed tears of emotion. Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but redden as he sniffled and said, "Big sister, don't worry, we can definitely overcome the disease if we work together as a family." Uncle Zhou Chaoyang had long been sobbing uncontrollably. He wiped his tears while saying, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you before. Daughter, Dad is sorry." Auntie also cried and said, "Dongxue, it's Mom's fault for not taking care of you. Let's face it together in the future." Grandpa and Grandma were in tears. Grandma took Zhou Dongxue's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Children, don't be afraid. Our family is there." Lin's father and mother were also wiping tears from their eyes. And Lin's mother said, "Dongxue, just feel at ease with your treatment and don't think about anything else." Chapter 101. Zhou Dongxue nodded with tearful eyes. "Big sister, I'll immediately arrange for the hospital to be ready. To when the Mid-Autumn Festival is over, I'll arrange for you to be admitted. Don't worry, I'll pay for all the expenses." Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue and said with some heartache, "Xiao Chen, this money is considered to be Uncle's loan to you." When Zhou Chaoyang was interrupted by Lin Chen before he could finish his sentence. "Uncle, my elder sister is my sister and is related by blood, and since I have the ability, I should pay for this," Lin Chen said without question. He knew the situation of his aunt and uncle's family, which was only a little better than Lin Chen's family before, and the treatment of leukemia consumed quite a lot of money, enough to drag their family down. "Tatsu, how can this be?" Zhou Dongxue was a little excited. "It's okay, big sis. The big deal is that if you graduate, you'll come to my company and work for me to pay off your debt. Yeah, winter snow, don't push your luck." Lin's father and mother also persuaded. Zhou Dongxue finally stopped insisting. She choked and said, "Xiao Chen, thank you, and everyone else, I will definitely cooperate with the treatment." The system's voice rang out in Lin Chen's head. "System mission complete. Reward the host with 100% shares of Ginkgo Hospital." There was a burst of thanks from my aunt and uncle as well as my grandparents. As night fell, due to the limited number of rooms, Jiang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue slept in a crowded room with them, while Lin Chen slept with Lin father and the others. Only then did Lin Chen have the time to look at his phone, only to see rows of messages in the green bubble of his phone, all wishing Lin Chen a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. To Xiaofei, Xiaowei, Qin Xiao and the rest of them, as well as Lu Shu, Lu Hai, Huang Wei, Fa Nanping and the rest of them. Lin Chen replied one by one. Putting down his cell phone, Lin Chen closed his eyes and gradually entered dreamland. Early the next morning, after Lin Chen woke up and the group had just had breakfast, a few people that Lin Chen didn't want to see appeared in the yard, as well as some other relatives. It was Yuan Lu and his family. After realizing that Lin Chen and his family had returned, they rushed over. Yuan Lu lowered his head, not daring to look squarely at Lin Chen. On the other hand, his uncle and aunt were full of smiles, trying to please Lin Chen. Uncle was the first to speak up. "Xiao Chen, before it was your uncle who didn't know that you were the boss of the company and that's why he bumped into you. But that was also for your own good. He was also worried that you had offended a big shot, so he spoke more harshly. I'll have your uncle come over to apologize to you." Uncle then glared towards Yuan Lu behind him, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. Only then did Yuan Lu reluctantly walk up. little Tatsu. It was Uncle who spoke a bit too harshly before, so you can forgive Uncle, right? Okay, I forgive you. Lin Chen spoke with some impatience. Yuan Lu immediately raised his head in some surprise and glanced at Lin Chen. A thug is a thug, even when he is the owner of Unityland. Yuan Lu sneered in his heart. Xiao Chen, since we've forgiven your great uncle, let him go back to work at the company, right? Consider it for the sake of your uncle and aunt. We're not asking too much. Just let your uncle go back to being a management. Auntie spoke up as well. Yeah, just promote me to the head position of the department I was in before. Yuan Lu spoke with a smug smile on his face. He thought that Lin Chen had agreed to forgive him because there were too many relatives here with too many scruples as well, so he got an inch and asked for it. Lin Chen sneered. When did I say I wanted you to go back to work? When Yuan Lu's family heard Lin Chen's words, their faces changed drastically. The aunt immediately jumped up, pointing at Lin Chen's nose and cursing. Good you, Lin Chen. How dare you be so ungrateful? Your parents have worked for our company for 20 years. We've been kind to you all, and now you can't even let you give your great uncle a chance to work? Lin Chen looked at him angrily. You still have the nerve to mention it? The company said it wouldn't open and didn't even pay compensation, putting my parents in such a difficult situation during that time. Do you have a trace of guilt? Uncle also said loudly. That's because the company is not doing well. Can we be blamed? Besides, there's no way to make them look for jobs again. Lin's mother was in tears at this time, her voice trembling as she said, We've followed you for 20 years, and we've done hard work without merit, but you didn't even have a word of apology, and now you're accusing us like this. When the uncle's family heard this, not only did they not feel the slightest remorse, but they became even more arrogant. Yuan Lu said viciously, Humph, you're just a bunch of white-eyed wolves. Now that Lin Chen has gotten rich, you disown us relatives. Uncle also chimed in. That's right, if I had known you guys were like this, I shouldn't have let you into the company in the first place. These words completely angered Uncle Zhou Chaoyang, who rushed forward and shouted angrily, Do you guys still have a conscience? My sister and brother-in-law have been with you for 20 years. How did you treat them? You guys also have the nerve to say such words. Do you deserve to be our aunt and uncle? Grandma and grandpa were also furious. Yuan Ming, if you harmfully recognize me as your sister in your eyes, hurry up and get out now. Why should I roll? Lin Chen ruined my son's efforts for so many years with a single word. Isn't he pitiful? If you all don't miss this favor, why should I? Yuan Ming, miss it. I just want everyone to know that their family are all white-eyed wolves. Yuan Ming said angrily. For a while, the courtyard was filled with quarrels. Some of the other relatives were trying to persuade them, while others were whispering and accusing Yuan Lu's family of going too far. Zhang Xuewei hurriedly pulled Lin Chen, signaling him to calm down a bit. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, Uncle and Auntie, I had originally forgiven Uncle's previous offenses on account of being a relative, but your demands are just too much. There's no way I'm going to let someone who doesn't respect me and doesn't follow the company's rules back into the company, much less give him some kind of management position. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute attitude, the uncle's aunt became even more furious. Lin Chen, if you don't agree today, we won't be able to be relatives anymore. Lin Chen sneered. It's better not to be such a relative. You guys go away and don't come back to us in the future. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Yuan Lu's family cursed and left the courtyard. The other relatives also felt embarrassed and dispersed. The courtyard was finally quiet, and Lin Chen comforted his grieving mother. Mom, don't be sad about their words. Let's just live our own lives. Lin's father also said, Yes, child's mother, don't think too much. Xiao Chen has made a fortune now. We don't need to look at their faces. Zhou Dongxue also said, Auntie, don't be sad. Your body is important. Lin's mother wiped her tears and nodded. I know. It's just that when I think of the past, my heart still doesn't feel good. Chapter 102. This only cost a total of more than $2 million. This storm passed quickly. After lunch, Lin Chen proposed to buy a house for his aunt and uncle and grandparents, and Lin father and mother immediately expressed support. Zhou Chaoyang and his aunt and their family, on the other hand, refused repeatedly. Only after Lin Chen persuaded them did they reluctantly agree. Afterwards, Lin father drove his car carrying Lin mother as well as Lin Chen and his aunt and uncle towards the county town. Zhang Xuewei, on the other hand, stayed at home to accompany Zhou Ling to do her homework. These two sisters slept together last night, and now they are good enough to wear the same pants. Along the way, Lin's father's imposing Land Rover earned a lot of eyeballs. I'll go. This Range Rover is so dominant. How come it's different from the ones I saw before? Crap, can you compare it with this one? This is already the most expensive Land Rover. It costs almost $4 million. What? $4 million for a Range Rover? Crazy, right? Wouldn't it smell good if I added more to buy a Cullinan? Add a little? That's very nice of you. People on the side of the road were also talking about it. Soon, They came to the sales office of a property development in the county, and after parking the car, the five of them walked into the sales hall together. The crowd walked into the sales office and was greeted with a professional smile by a female salesperson with delicate makeup and a curvy figure. Welcome, may I ask what type of house you're looking at? Let's start by describing what types of households are available. Lin Chen said indifferently. The saleswoman was immediately enthusiastic about it. We have a wide range of floor plans to choose from here, from cozy 2 bedrooms to spacious large 4 bedrooms, and the neighborhood is well equipped with gardens, gyms, children's play areas, and quality schools and shopping malls in the vicinity, making life very convenient. Zhou Chaoyang said with some embarrassment. Girl, just introduce us to a smaller one, not too expensive. Lin Chen interrupted his uncle with a smile. Uncle, we don't look at the small ones. If we want to live, we'll live in a comfortable and spacious one. The saleswoman understood and led them to the model home display area. This 3-bedroom apartment, measuring approximately 120 square feet, is well laid out and well lit, with a bright and spacious living room and cozy and comfortable bedrooms. The master bedroom comes with an independent bathroom and check room, and the second bedroom is also spacious. And this floor plan is permeable from north to south, with excellent ventilation. The saleswoman skillfully introduced herself. The current discounted price for this house is $6,500 per square foot, totaling about $800,000, and you can also enjoy some additional discounts when you buy it now. You can also draw appliances at the same time. We'll give away 2 years of property fees. Lin Chen felt that it was still a bit small. After all, there were 6 people, and it would be best for Big Sister and Little Ling to have a separate room. What about a set of 4? Show us a set of 4. Lin Chen opened his mouth after thinking about it. No need, right Tatsu? Just this one set of 3 is pretty good. Zhou Chaoyang said. Uncle, this you don't care. Master Shaoling High School, it is better to have a room of their own better. A set of 4 just enough. Lin Chen said with a smile. Don't worry about the sunrise, just leave it to Little Chin. Lin's mother spoke from the sidelines. Zhou Chaoyang instantly stopped talking. The saleswoman couldn't help but look at Lin Chen a bit more as well. How is this handsome guy rich? He doesn't look very old. He has the money to send his uncle's family a house. How rich can he be? Okay everyone, please follow me, the saleswoman said and led them to the model room of a set of 4. This 4-bedroom home, measuring approximately 150 square feet, is spacious and well laid out. The living room is large and well lit, and all 4 bedrooms are comfortable. The saleswoman introduced herself. Lin Chen looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. Aunt and uncle, what do you think of this set? Auntie was a bit hesitant. Xiao Chen, this house looks good, but the price is not cheap, right? The saleswoman rushed to say. The house is currently priced at $6,500 a square foot per unit, totaling about $990,000 or so. Zhou Chaoyang said. Xiao Chen, this is too expensive. Let's look at something else. Lin Chen smiled and said. Uncle, this house is suitable in every way. It's it. The saleswoman was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly said. That's good. I'll handle the formalities for you right away. While checking in, the saleswoman sneaked a look at Lin Chen and tried to find a chance to strike up a conversation. Lin Chen only responded coldly as well. After the formalities were completed, the saleswoman finally couldn't help herself and handed over a business card, saying in a petulant voice, Handsome, is it convenient to add a green bubble? You can call me anytime you have real estate questions in the future. Lin Chen politely and coldly refused. No, thanks. A flash of embarrassment crossed the saleswoman's face. After buying the house, at this time, Lin mother whispered to Lin Chen from the side. This girl is good looking, but she's not as good looking as our Shuewei. Everyone laughed at that. After buying a house, the group went to the Car 4S store without stopping. Just entering the store, the domineering Land Rover attracted the attention of all sales staff. A male salesman in a suit quickly greeted him. Welcome, how may I help you? Lin Chen pointed at Zhou Chaoyang. Choose a car for my uncle. The male salesman's face is full of smiles. Okay, this way please. We have a variety of styles and prices of cars to choose from. Once inside the 4 store, the sales asked. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, what is your approximate budget? Which model is it that you are looking to buy? Something a little less expensive would be fine. Get an SUV. Zhou Chaoyang said. Pick a better SUV. Money is no object. It's comfort and safety that counts. Lin Chen added from the side. It's just a walker. A cheaper one will do. Zhou Chaoyang's attitude seemed a bit resolute at this time. Lin Chen could only say another sentence. Let's go with a $300,000 or $400,000 car then. The smile on the male salesman's face got even more enthusiastic at that. A $300,000 to $400,000 SUV point commission is quite enough. Yes sir, Well, how about checking out this car? Ended up looking at a BYD Tang EV. Zhou Chaoyang is interested in the new energy, and 6 or 7 seat space is relatively large. Usually take the family out to play is also convenient. Lin Chen nodded, then looked towards the sale. How much did this car land for? After a quick calculation, the salesman said, Sir, the car landed at $235,000 after the discount. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, that's it. Sales mouth dropped open in surprise, not expecting such alacrity. After going through the car purchase procedures, Lin Chen thought about it and took out his cell phone to transfer $1 million to Zhou Chaoyang's card. Zhou Chaoyang's cell phone text message tone rang. He pulled out his cell phone to see. Suddenly wide-eyed, voice trembling said, This, Xiao Chen, how did you transfer another $1 million to me? This can't be allowed. You've already spent more than $1 million on your uncle. I resolutely can't take this money. Auntie also said anxiously, Xiao Chen, you child, how can you do this? It's too much. Lin Chen patiently explained, Uncle and aunt, this is nothing. Big sister needs money for her treatment. A house renovation also costs money, as well as Zhou Ling's schooling, and the various expenses of the family. This amount of money is nothing. Besides, I now have the ability to make a good life for our family. This is what I should do. Besides, it only cost a total of over $2 million. Zhou Chaoyang still shook his head. But, Chapter 103, Bullying in Schools. But what but? You just keep what Xiao Tatsu gave you. So what's all that nonsense? When Lin Mother's eyes glared, Zhou Chaoyang instantly stopped talking. The temporary license was still being processed, so the 5 of them went to the market to buy groceries first. After buying groceries and then coming back, the temporary license plate is also done. Zhou Chaoyang suddenly cannot wait to sit in the driver's seat. When the 5 returned home, Zhou Ling pulled Jiang Shu away and ran out to look around the BYD Tang excitedly. We finally have a car in our house. Lin Chen laughed, then looked at Jiang Shu away, only to find that Jiang Shu away's face was devoid of any laughter and even had a hint of anger. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, so he walked over to her and asked in a low voice, Shu away, what's wrong? Doesn't look like you're too happy? Jiang Shu away glanced at Zhou Ling, who was rejoicing, and lowered her voice. Xiao Chen, I just asked Zhou Ling something that you will definitely be angry when you hear it. Lin Chen's heart tightened. What's going on? Jiang Shuawei said angrily. This child, Zhou Ling, suffered from school bullying. When Lin Chen heard this, his eyes widened and his voice raised a few points. What? Jiang Shuawei hurriedly pulled on the corner of his coat. Keep your voice down. Don't scare the child. Lin Chen forced down his anger and said with a trembling voice, Tell me more carefully. School bullying is something he's heard a lot about over the years, and Duyin has seen so many students end their young lives early because they couldn't handle the long-term school bullying. Jiang Shuawei took a deep breath and said, When I was sleeping at night I heard Zhou Ling talking in her sleep, saying something like don't hit me, I'm wrong or something like that. I didn't take it seriously last night, thinking it was just a nightmare. As a result, I casually asked Zhou Ling just now, and that's how I found out what happened to her at school. Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth and said, Go on. It turns out that Zhou Ling was targeted by a sophomore boy when she enrolled in school because of her outstanding looks. That boy approached Zhou Ling for a relationship, and Zhou Ling rejected it outright. The story then reached the ears of a senior girl who liked that boy. The girl then took a group of girls and forced Zhou Ling to a deserted place to slap her, grabbing her hair and slamming her head against the wall. Zhou Ling also tried to resist, but all she got in return was more focused beatings. A group of people also threatened Zhou Ling after the beating, so that she is not allowed to give the teacher's parents. If she said, we'll beat her every day in the future. Zhou Ling, the little girl, was naturally unwilling to hold her tongue and told her teacher afterward. Yet instead of helping her make a decision to go to the group of girls, the teacher said, You also need to reflect on yourself why they only hit you and not others? Zhou Ling was instantly disheartened and walked straight out of the office. As a result, the group of girls do not know where to get the news. No Zhou Ling to tell the teacher. A few girls take advantage of Zhou Ling evening self-study class will be on the way to the dormitory directly. Zhou Ling forcibly pulled to a secluded place. The ending, naturally, needs no introduction. Zhou Ling also never told her family about this when she got home. She didn't want to cause trouble for her family, especially after knowing that Zhou Dongxue might be sick. Her family would have been anxious. Lin Chen's eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he listened, and he looked at Zhou Ling, his heart filled with heartache and anger. Zhou Ling was still immersed in the joy of her new car at this time, and did not notice Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei's expressions. Lin Chen couldn't hold back any longer, and walked over to Zhou Ling, squatted down, and asked softly, Little Ling, is what sister said true? Zhou Ling's smile instantly froze. A hint of fear and panic flashed in her eyes, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen heartily hugged Zhou Ling. Don't be afraid, Xiaoling, tell brother, what's going on? Zhou Ling cried out with a wow. Brother, I don't dare to say anything. They'll beat me. And Zhou Chaoyang and his aunt and uncle, as well as Lin's father and mother, also came over when they heard the commotion. What happened? Lin Chen's expression was gloomy. It's better to let Zhou Ling do the talking. Lin Chen then gently comforted. Little Ling, with brother here, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Don't worry about it. Zhou Ling sobbed and told the story again, pretty much as Zhang Xuewei had said. Zhou Chaoyang and his aunt were so angry that they were trembling after hearing this. Zhou Chaoyang angrily said, this group of lawless things, the school teacher actually doesn't care. Auntie, on the other hand, hugged Zhou Ling heartily and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. My poor child, who has suffered so much. Lin's father and mother were also filled with anger, and Lin's mother said, what's going on in this school? How can you treat a child like this? Zhou Ling, this little girl, hugged her own mother aggrieved and let out a loud cry. Crying, her body was trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Xuewei's eyes were also red, and she couldn't stop wiping her tears as she watched the scene. Lin Chen's expression was horribly gloomy as he stood up. This can't just go away. I'm going to the school to get a statement. Lin Chen then asked for Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher's phone number before calling. It's Mr. Tan, the homeroom teacher of the second senior class at Hongda Middle School, isn't it? Right, and may I ask who you are? I'm Zhou Ling's brother. My name is Lin Chen. I'm sure I don't need to say anything more about what I'm looking for from you. Mr. Tan, right? Lin Chen's tone was filled with anger. Tan Ju on the other end was still playing mahjong. As soon as she heard this, she immediately stood up and her heart sank. Originally, she had thought that Zhou Ling wouldn't tell her family, but she didn't expect to say it anyway. So he covered the phone and gave a word to his mahjong friend, then walked out of the mahjong parlor. And when Lin Chen heard the delayed silence on the phone, the anger in his heart almost reached the edge of eruption. So he directly hung up the phone. The Tanju over there also froze directly when she saw Lin Chen hang up the phone, and hurriedly called Lin Chen again. Lin Chen sneered in his heart and directly hung up the phone. Then he called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, my sister suffered from school bullying at Hongda Middle School. I'll send you the specifics later, and you'll immediately go to contact the local police station to file a case. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll get right on it. Lu Hai answered. Lin Chen hung up the phone, his face terribly gloomy. He looked at Zhou Ling, who was still crying, and the anger in his heart grew stronger. Over here, Tan Ju saw Lin Chen hanging up on her consecutively, and her heart became more and more flustered. She knew that she was afraid that it would be difficult to make things right this time, and Lu Hai acted swiftly, and with Lin Chen's influence, he quickly contacted the local police station and explained the situation in detail. The police station attaches great importance to it and immediately set up a special investigation team. The principal of Henderson High School was terrified at the news. How could he not have expected such a thing to happen in the school he managed? And the victim was the sister of Penguin's major shareholder? Chapter 104, does Jianfu Gui's death have something to do with her? At this time, the principal has received the news that the investigation team and that Penguin Company's major shareholder will soon be coming to the school, and immediately called the school leaders to stop their vacation to the conference room for a meeting. Tan Ju, in particular, was numb when she got the call from the principal. Tan Ju, do you know how much trouble you've caused? Why didn't you care after that student suffered from school bullying? Do you know how much background that girl has? The principal's roar shook Tan Ju's heart. Principal, that girl's family is very common. I've looked into it, and the bully is the niece of Vice Principal Gao Chang. The college asked me to suppress this matter, so I can't be the only one to blame. Tan Ju explained in a trembling voice, a pang of bitterness in her heart. Gao Chang? Humph. You immediately stop your vacation right now and come to the school conference room for a meeting. The principal hung up after that, and this side of Tan Ju did not dare to delay much, immediately moved to the school. At this time, Lin Chen and the others were ready to move to Hongda Middle School after receiving a call from the police station. Lin Chen looked at the group of people with angry faces, all wanting to follow somewhat helplessly. Don't need to say so many people. Just let uncle follow along, and grandpa and grandma are old. If he let them all go all at once, this thing can't be hidden. If they know, so old and angry with the body, how to do? Lin Chen's concern was not without reason. There were only 2 granddaughters in total. Eldest granddaughter just learned of leukemia. Youngest granddaughter this immediately followed by school bullying. In the end, it was just Lin Chen and Zhou Chaoyang with Zhou Ling driving that BYD towards the school. And just down the road, Lu Hai's call came back. Lin Chen had thought that there was some news from the police station side, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be the incident of stabbing someone in the supermarket. Dong Lin, the man who stabbed a woman in the supermarket that you asked me to keep an eye on earlier, has a clue. I checked. This man's child is called Qian Fugui. He also went to Hongda Middle School. Then the couple worked in Linjiang district to earn money. As a result, his son directly drank pesticide and died at home after being bullied in school at Hongda Middle School. When the couple found out, they went to the school. but the school denied the bullying incident without explanation or compensation. When they went to the Education Bureau and the government, the matter was suppressed because of the lack of evidence plus the fact that there seemed to be some kind of force standing in the way. The behavior that day could have been in retaliation against the community. Lin Chen's fists clenched after hearing what Lu Hai said. He didn't dare to think that if Jiang Shuiwei hadn't heard Zhou Ling talking in her sleep last night, if this was something that none of them knew about, would Zhou Ling be the next person to commit suicide? Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked through the rearview mirror at Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back seat with some trepidation, and his gaze was filled with heartache. Then something suddenly came to mind, followed by a quick question. Shu Ling, do you know this person Qianfu Gue? Ray in the backseat froze. Then a flash of fear flashed in her eyes. Brother, I've heard of this man. I heard he killed himself last year. But, Zhou Ling was a little tongue-tied. But what? You don't worry to talk to your brother. No one dares to bully you with your brother. Lin Chen softly said. Zhou Ling took a deep breath. I heard that Qian Fugui is bullying me, that girl, and a few other senior schoolmates every day. Looking for teachers useless after drinking pesticide at home to commit suicide. It's so lawless. Zhou Chaoyang, who was driving, also cursed angrily. Lin Chen comforted Zhou Ling a few more times, then took out his phone and called Lu Hai. Henderson Middle School Conference Room. Vice Colonel Gao. Explain? The principal looked at Gao Chang, who was sitting in the first position on the left side, with an angry face, his voice hiding his anger. Explain? What would I explain? It's not like I have anything to do with this. Gao Chang looked up at the principal with a feigned look of confusion. He was also very terrified when he found out about this. It had already been stabbed to the police station, and the bully was also the sister of the major shareholder of Penguin, so there was absolutely no way that this matter could be suppressed. Fortunately, it was a verbal conversation with Tanju at the time, not in the cell phone, and Tanju has no evidence that he directed it. It is just a pity that his poor niece, after this matter, even with the law on the protection of minors, after this matter want to stay in Hangda Middle School is almost impossible. The principal sniffed and looked at Tanju, who was sitting at the end of the room at the moment. Tanju stood up excitedly and pointed at Gao Chang. Colleges, you instructed me to have this matter squashed. Don't you turn your back on me. Gao Chang showed a touch of disdain on his face, then looked at Tanju righteously. Ms. Tan, I've never said anything like that. If you have, please show me the evidence. If there isn't, and you keep saying that, then don't blame me for suing you for libel. Tanju was so angry that her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Gao Chang. Where did she get the evidence? At that time, she ran to Gao Chang's office and said it herself, and even after saying it, Tanju took a deep breath and forced a smile on her face. I'm sorry, colleges, that might have been a misremembering on my part. Was apologizing. Tanju's eyes carried a touch of pleading, hoping that Gao Chang would bail him out. Gao Chang directly ignored her gaze. Ms. Tan, in the future, you have to speak with evidence. This time, considering that the matter is more serious and you may have panicked. Mr. Tan, I won't pursue the matter with you. Gao Chang finished looking at the principal. Headmaster, this has nothing to do with me. The principal rubbed his temples with a bit of a headache at this point. If he didn't find the culprit in this case, he might have to be the principal until the end of his days. The principal looked around the room. The police and the parents of that Zhou Ling student will be back in the school soon. You all should say or should not say in your heart have to have a spectrum. At that moment, a panting security guard burst through the door. Headmaster, leaders, the police department is here. All the people in the conference room were startled. I can't believe it came so fast. It's worthy of being the major shareholder of Penguin. Let the police department take it so seriously. Go, hurry out to meet them, the principal hurriedly said, then walked out of the conference room, followed by a group of school leaders. And at this moment, at the entrance of the school, Lin Chen and the others had already met up with the investigation team. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm from the Fei County Police Department, and this time I'm responsible for accompanying Mr. Lin and the school to deal with this school bullying incident, the policeman in the lead said as he extended his hand towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen similarly extended his hand for a handshake. Then I'll trouble you. I should, Mr. Lin. We also take things like school bullying very seriously, and the country has been paying a lot of attention to school bullying lately. Lin Chen nodded. Chapter 105, Dog Eat Dog. And at that moment, a group of school leaders from Hangda Middle School also walked out. The principal took a few glances, and then he set his eyes on Lin Chen. The principal rushed to meet him and said with an apologetic face, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. It's our school's negligence for this to happen. Lin Chen didn't reply to his words, but instead looked up at the large words Hangda Middle School above his head. Hongda, good name, Lin Chen sneered, then looked at the principal. Did the girl's parents come? It's already on its way. Mr. Lin, why don't we go to the conference room and talk first? The principal wiped the cold sweat of the university from his head and said with a compensatory smile. Arriving at the conference room, the crowd took their seats. That one is Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher, Ms. Tan Ju Tan? What about opening my eyes? Lin Chen looked around the conference room. There were only 3 females in total. At this point, Tan Ju, who was sitting at the end of the line, could only stand up with trepidation. I'm Tan Ju. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't know it would be so serious. I thought it was just a normal brain between kids. I didn't think it would. You're lying. I even showed you the wound when I went to your office. And you said they were bullying me, that I must have a problem of my own, and told me to look at myself for the reason. Zhou Ling suddenly blurted out. Lin Chen was very pleased, then looked at Tan Ju. Ms. Tan, may I ask if Zhou Ling lied? You should have surveillance in your office, right? Why don't you take a look at it? If this girl Zhou Ling lied, I'll definitely punish her, Lin Chen said with a cold face, looking at Tan Ju, who was at this moment at a loss for words with anger. Tan Ju's face instantly turned white. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. At this point, the principal rushed out to round off the conversation. Mr. Lin, don't be in a hurry. We'll deal with Mr. Tan's problem seriously. Lin Chen snorted coldly. I'd like to see what your school really does about such teachers with no moral character. The principal gritted his teeth. For the mistakes made by Ms. Tan Ju, I suspended her for reflection and will truthfully report to my superiors the dismissal of Tan Ju from her position as a teacher on staff. As for the bullies, we'll expel the ones who should be expelled, and punish the ones who should be punished, and we'll be sure to give student Zhou Ling an explanation. Give Mr. Lin an explanation. Tan Ju was very alarmed to hear that. She has been in the position of a teacher for almost 10 years, and what will she do in the future if she stops teaching? Don't, Mr. Lin, someone instructed me to make me do this, Tan Ju explained with a panicked look, then pointed at Gao Chang. That's him. He's Huang Qingqing's uncle. It's the school's vice principal. He's the one who told me to keep this thing down. Mr. Lin, I was forced. Please forgive me. Lin Chen looked at Gao Chang in the direction of Tan Ju's finger. Eyes narrowed. I told you how she could do such a thing as a classroom teacher for no reason. Lin Chen muttered. So it's you. Zhou Chaoyang had long been unable to sit still. He had just checked Zhou Ling's body, and there were some bruises in many places, which Zhou Ling had not noticed before her clothes covered them. At this moment, Zhou Chaoyang's anger erupted all at once. With red eyes, he stood up and was about to punch Gao Chang. The few surrounding police officers as well as Lin Chen hurriedly pulled Zhou Chaoyang back. Don't get excited. Sir, we're here to do you justice. Dad, don't be impulsive. You have your brother. Zhou Ling pulled Zhou Chaoyang's arm and whispered. Zhou Chaoyang's eyes swished red, touching Zhou Ling's head. Good, Daddy's not impulsive. That's why he sat down. And Gao Chang is also very nervous. Look at this situation. If not handled well, he also have to be jerked off. Tan Ju, the matter has come to this. Do you still want to slander me? What does this matter have to do with me? Gao Chang, you are a villain. You've crossed the river and broken the bridge, haven't you? You really think that I don't have any evidence, don't you? Yes, I don't have the proof that you told me to leave this matter cold, but I have the proof that you ed me. Lin Chen couldn't help but show a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. Oh, it's starting to dog eat dog? What a show! And a few of the police officers looked serious. If, after all, the injuries suffered by Zhou Ling are not up to the standards of the criminal law, at most, the most is to let the abuser stay in the case. But if this is the case, then it is much more serious. The fact that the vice principal has bad style and bad relationships with his subordinates, while condoning his own relatives to commit violence against other students, is already a bit serious. After all, the vice principal of Hongda Middle School that is also at the level of deputy section. Then Tan Ju took out her cell phone to look for evidence. Gao Chang couldn't help but turn pale and rushed over to grab Tan Ju's cell phone. Don't move! Several police officers immediately stepped forward to hold Gao Chang back. A few police officers then took away Tan Ju's cell phone. You guys might as well come back to the station with us later, the policeman in the lead said with a serious expression. He is not an ordinary police officer. The county knows about this matter. In order to avoid Lin Chen to expand this matter, specially sent him to deal with it, and his position is a full section level. Gao Chang's face was like ashes. He didn't think that Tan Ju actually secretly recorded something while doing that kind of thing. Now, coupled with the operation of that penguin's major shareholder, he will definitely not be able to keep his deputy section level position. Gao Chang is, after all, a deputy section level, and can't just be arrested without collecting enough evidence. The crowd of school leaders as well as the principal were stunned. What a big melon this was bursting out. Honda Middle School was definitely going to be famous this time. Gao Chang and Tan Zhu resumed their seats, and just then the office door was opened. A well-dressed couple walked in with a girl. The girl just entered with disdain on her face until her expression changed when she saw the police officer in uniform. Then he saw Zhou Ling, who was sitting between Lin Chen and Zhou Chaoyang. Zhou Ling also noticed the girl looking at her, and had wanted to avoid her eyes, but once she thought of her brother and father being there, she didn't show any weakness and looked her in the eyes as well. The girl's eyes flashed with surprise. Those couple first glanced at Gao Chang as soon as they entered the door, and were a bit puzzled when they saw Gao Chang sitting on the chair with a dull expression without even looking at them. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on the girl who was bullying Zhou Ling, an image of a too young girl, hanging on for dear life. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, this matter is really something my children did wrong. Let's put it this way, we're willing to compensate. The girl's father spoke with an apologetic look on his face, although he had also heard Gao Chang say that the other party was the major shareholder of Penguin, but there was no way. Other than compensation, he could not think of any other solution. If not, Lin Chen's position is really a bit high. He even did not want to care about this matter. It is just a matter of changing a school. There is the law on the protection of minors and it is not possible to go to jail. Chapter 106. I am afraid it is more than 15 days detention, right? Lin Chen didn't answer his words, but turned his head to look at the police. What are the penalties for schoolyard bullying like this, intimidation and beating of my sister? Anger was suppressed in Lin Chen's voice. The policeman glanced at Zhou Ling, then spoke seriously. In a case like this, if the other party is over 16 years old, they will be punished with detention for less than 5 days as well as a fine of more than $200 and less than $500. The more serious cases can be punished with detention of more than 5 days and less than 10 days as well as a fine of less than $500. A person like them who gangs up together and assaults another person will be punished with a detention of not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days and a fine of not less than $500 and not more than $1,000. Lin Chen frowned. Face obviously some dissatisfaction. Actually the highest, only 15 days of detention? But well, the couple as well as the girl heard the results of the punishment, but completely panicked. Before coming to have not carefully understood, did not think that actually will be detained? This will leave a record. Mr. Lin, my daughter is still young. We can't leave a record. My daughter's life will be ruined if she gets a record. Please, for the sake of my daughter's youth, can you settle the case privately? We'll accept any compensation. The woman looked anxious and said hurriedly. The girl was gripping her mom's arm tightly, her eyes filled with fear and her body was trembling slightly. What about my daughter? My daughter deserves to be bullied, right? I'm telling you, there's no way this matter can be settled privately. You just wait for your woman to go to the police. Zhou Chaoyang's eyes widened angrily, his voice becoming a little hoarse from anger. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth also hung up a color of mockery as he said coldly, compensation? Do you see me lacking money? Forget it, I'll give you guys a chance. 100 million. Take 100 million out. Can you take it out? The woman was at a loss for words. $100 million? They couldn't even get it out by emptying out their family's wealth. You're not lions. The woman was interrupted by the man before she could finish her sentence. Mr. Lin, I know you don't lack money, but my daughter is also still young, so if she keeps a record it will have a huge impact on her future growth. My daughter really knows she's wrong, and we sincerely hope that we can get forgiveness from little friend Zhou Ling and you and her family. When the man finished, he pulled his daughter to her feet and bowed deeply in apology. That's really nice to think. What's the point of having the police here if apologizing works? Lin Chen said disdainfully, his eyes filled with coldness. Seeing that Lin Chen still wasn't going to let go after such a gesture, the man helplessly sat down again before looking at Gao Chang. Gao Chang's mind was racing at the moment, trying to figure out how to save his hat. Where did he have time to care about this little thing? Isn't it just a 15-day detention? What's the big deal? In that case, we recognize the punishment. The police department can sentence us however they want. We all admit it. Men are also a bit broken. With Lin Chen's background, it was definitely a top punishment. 15 days definitely didn't run. How can this work? My daughter can't go to the station. The woman's voice changed tone in her anxiety. Dad, the girl cried out in fear as well, her voice filled with fear and helplessness. What can you do about it? It's just 15 days detention. The man growled with some annoyance, then looked at the girl. Chang, it's okay, it's only 15 days at the most. When you get out we'll go to a different school. Then Dad will give you $4,000 a month. You can spend it however you want. When Huang Chengcheng heard that she could get $4,000 a month, her crying stopped and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he watched the scene. I'm sure it's a family. No wonder this girl is so bad. no sense of right and wrong. Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated for a moment. When he opened it, it was a picture, and Lin Chen carefully examined it. It should be Qianfu Gui's suicide note. Then Lin Chen's phone rang. Lin Dong, we found Qianfu Gui's mom, and got a suicide note from Qianfu Gui's mom, which recorded the names of many of the students who bullied him. And among the leaders there was a girl named Huang Cheng. Lin Chen's heart was soothed as he listened. Lu Hai, good job. Extra chicken legs for you. Get someone to send the suicide note over right away. Just send it to Honda Middle School. The first moment I got the suicide note, I've sent someone over to your side. I'll let you know. On the phone, Lu Hai's tone was much more cheerful when he heard Lin Chen's praise. After the phone hung up, Lin Chen looked at the man, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a meaningful smile. 15 days of detention? I feel like it's more than that, right? Lin Chen said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it caused the hearts of those present to tremble. That family froze when they heard Lin Chen's words, their faces full of disbelief. Mr. Lin, I know you are powerful, but I'm afraid it's not right to use your power for personal gain to increase my daughter's punishment, right? Is it possible for an individual to be above the law? The man said with a righteous face, as if he was standing on the moral high ground at that moment. A few police officers also didn't understand why Lin Chen would say that, and their faces were puzzled. Mr. Lin, cases like this can only be detained for a maximum of 10 days. The policeman in the lead explained helplessly, with a hint of difficulty in his tone. Zhou Ling's grip on Lin Chen's arm was a little tighter. She knew what things Lin Chen was going to say. I know, but what if the girl did something else? Wouldn't you say? Huang Cheng? Lin Chen laughed lightly as he looked at the girl, his eyes icy cold. Huang Cheng immediately panicked, her eyes dodging, not daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Huang Cheng immediately shook her head to retort, her voice trembling, and Gao Chang, who had been sitting on the chair without any concern, immediately raised his head and stared at Lin Chen with a deadly stare, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. No way. For a while, the Huang Cheng family, including Gao Chang, all panicked, their faces turning white. The group of school leaders, as well as the few police officers, were a bit puzzled. Seeing that the Huang Cheng family reacted so greatly, they knew that it must be something extraordinary. Lin Chen's gaze went to the principal as well as Gao Chang. Principals, I'm sure the name Qianfu Gui is not unfamiliar to you, is it? Lin Chen opened his mouth. The principal's eyes snapped open, while the hearts of Gao Chang and Huang Cheng's family gradually sank. Qianfu Gui, a name they couldn't be more familiar with. This student named Qianfu Gui was bullied by his own daughter and others and then committed suicide. If it wasn't for the fact that one of them had a bit of background behind him and had suppressed the matter, maybe his daughter would have been in jail by now. Now that this major Penguin shareholder knows about this, it's definitely impossible to hide it. But you have to hide it even if you can't. You're criminally liable. And his own daughter had turned 16 6 months earlier. Chapter 107. Hell is empty and demons are on earth. Qianfu Gui, I know. Last semester it seems that he committed suicide at home by drinking pesticide. His parents said that it was because someone was bullying his child, which led to Qianfu Gui's suicide, so he often came to the school to make trouble. The principal already had the answer in mind already. At that time, when that pair of parents came to make trouble, they said the names of several students, which happened to include Huang Cheng, and the expressions of the policemen had begun to look serious. It's something they know about, and the last I heard it was unsettled. Lin Chen brought this matter up in this situation. It's hard to. The man instantly broke out in a cold sweat, glanced at the several police officers, and looked at Lin Chen in an almost pleading tone, saying, Mr. Lin, can we talk outside? Lin Chen's face remained unchanged. Why go out and talk? It's only 15 days of detention anyway, what are you afraid of? The man's face turned pale and his lips trembled as he said, Mr. Lin, please, don't say it here. Count me as begging you. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Now you know you're afraid? You don't know your own daughter's behavior, do you? Since you don't care about it yourself, I'll find someone to take care of it for you. Don't worry, she won't be starved. The woman also cried and begged. Mr. Lin, as long as you raise your hand, we're willing to do anything. At this point, Huang Cheng was already paralyzed with fear and sobbed uncontrollably on the stool. Mr. Lin, if you know of any other hidden agenda, please elaborate. The policeman also spoke up at this point. Qianfu Gui, this matter must be more or less you have heard of. He did commit suicide, but was led by a group of students led by Huang Cheng. Long-term school bullying, intimidation, verbal abuse, beating, and even forced Qianfu Gui students to drink urine, but also repeatedly threatened to Qianfu Gui transfer. And Mr. Qianfu Gui couldn't stand such prolonged bullying in school, and eventually committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home. It can be said that the suicide of Mr. Qianfu Gui's classmates is directly related to the group of students led by Huang Cheng. Cheng. Lin Chen's tone was filled with anger. If he had found out a little later that Zhou Ling was also being bullied in school, perhaps his own sister might have received such inhumane treatment as well, right? Ding! Hell is empty and demons are on Earth. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Mission: to send Huang Chengcheng and the other main participants of the bullying to jail. Mission reward: the establishment of the Star Charity Foundation. At the same time 2 billion RMB has been injected into it. Lin Chen heard the system's voice in his head, and the expression on his face was a bit odd. This is the first time the system has sent a mission with a prefix. Even the system can't stand it anymore? And when Zhou Ling heard it, she looked at Huang Chengcheng with fear in her eyes, like she was looking at a demon. She didn't expect that senior to suffer such bullying behavior. Where is the evidence? What proof do you have that my daughter did these things? I'm telling you, even if you're a shareholder of Penguin, I'm going to sue you for libel. Help post your behavior to the internet for public consumption. Let everyone see what kind of person a shareholder of Penguin Corporation is. The man finally couldn't help but yell after hearing that. Penguin is oppressing people with power, bullying us plain people with no background and no money. The woman also cried and began to act pitiful. Seeing this, the policeman hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Lin, may I ask if there's any proof for what you're saying? These words are legally responsible. Of course I have proof. Wait a while, my men will send it over in a few minutes. Lin Chen had a calm face. Gao Cheng has been desperate at this moment. This matter he also had a hand in. Found out will be jacked. At this moment, the expression on his face when he looked at Huang Chengcheng was like eating. This unlucky thing, the principal and a group of school leaders had extremely ugly faces. Once this matter was completely exposed, the school's reputation would be greatly damaged. If exposed, the next enrollment will be greatly affected. The conference room was dull, and everyone was waiting for the evidence that Lin Chen was talking about. The conference room was hushed as everyone waited for the evidence to come in. That family was on pins and needles at the moment, and the woman kept sobbing and mumbling. What can we do about this? Cheng will be fine. It will be fine. The man, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and bloodshot eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen at times and looking anxiously at the door. Huang Chengcheng sat paralyzed on the stool, his eyes dull, as if his soul had gone out of his body. Time passed, and every second was like torture for this family. The man kept rubbing his hands together, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The woman then began to ramble on. It's all your fault. You usually don't care about your daughter, and now you've caused such a big trouble. Finally, footsteps came from outside the door, and a person with a file bag in his hand walked in, looked around, and after seeing Lin Chen, he walked over and handed over the file bag in his hand very respectfully. Lin Dong, this is what you wanted. Lin Chen took the document bag and looked at the family coldly, saying, this is a suicide note written by Mr. Xian Fuguwei himself, in which he recorded all the people who bullied him, and the process of bullying, and the contents of it are simply outrageous. When the man heard this, he tried to rush up and grab the evidence like a madman, but was quickly controlled by the police. This kind of damage to evidence is illegal, so be honest. The police officer drank. The man quieted down then, but his eyes were still filled with resentment and anger. The family began to weasel out again, and the woman shuddered. What's written in this suicide note is not necessarily true. What if it's Qian Fuguwei trying to slander others before he drinks pesticide and kills himself? Lin Chen looked at them with disdain. Whether it's a smear or not, the police will know once they check. And the police, after checking out that suicide note, the expression on his face also gradually angry, looking at Huang Chengcheng, a group also with a disgusting color. Who doesn't have a child at home? Who could stand it if it happened to their own kids? That wasn't my doing. That was a fake. It's all Zhou Ling and her family slandering me, Huang Chengcheng suddenly exclaimed, then tried to rush out of the office. The couple rushed to pull their daughter to keep comforting her. The cop in charge looked at the evidence and then stepped aside to make a phone call. The phone hangs up and walks over to the couple. I'm sorry, you too, but Huang Chengcheng student needs to go back with me to be investigated. No way, my daughter is not yet 18. You can't take her back to the police station. The woman cried out as she wrapped the yellow clarity in her arms. In the end, Huang Chengcheng was still taken away by the police, and together with her, Tanju was also taken away. The couple hurriedly followed, and glared viciously at Lin Chen before leaving. Lin Chen instantly became a bit grumpy. You who? How dare you stare at me? Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Lu Hai, asking him to find out what Huang Chengcheng's family does, and see if he can mess it up. After sending the message, Lin Chen was also ready to leave. Just wait for the police to deal with the results, this time with their own gatekeeper. Who dares to play tricks? Who dares to play tricks? Dare to use power and profit? I'll send it online. Uncle, Shaoling, shall we go back too? Chapter 108, A Grateful Uncle's Family. Zhou Chaoyang nodded and the three of them prepared to go out, and that's when the group of school leaders leaned in. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lin, we do have a big problem with this matter at Hongda Middle School. Vice Principal Gao and teacher Tan Ju will be suspended pending a decision from above, and we will definitely make amends for student Zhou Ling. On behalf of Hongda Middle School, I would like to express my deepest apologies to Zhou Ling's classmates. Lin Chen waved his hand and looked at the apologizing principal in front of him with a touch of contempt in his eyes. Taking a step back, even if this principal really didn't know about these 2 cases of bullying and the teachers in action, that's just to say that this principal is a real waste of a job. There's no need for your compensation. I, Lin Chen, don't care about that little bit of money. Saying that, he pulled Zhou Ling and prepared to step out of the office. Wait, Mr. Lin, do you think this matter can be handled in a low-key manner? If these 2 things explode, it will very much affect the reputation of Hongda Middle School, and enrollment will be much more difficult in the future. The principal said hastily. Lin Chen glanced at him lightly, then directly led Zhou Ling out of the office. The principal looked at the distant backs of Lin Chen's trio, and the anger in his heart finally erupted. Good, it's so good. I didn't expect such a great figure to come out of the leadership team of our Hongda Middle School. It's so awesome. It's a great honor for our Hongda Middle School. The principal stared coldly at Gao Chang. Gao Chang's face was ugly and he didn't say a word. Vice Principal Gao, you'll be suspended pending the investigation from above. Also, anyone else who is involved in this matter, come to me before 5 o'clock this afternoon. If they still want to hide it, humph. And at that moment, Lin Chen's trio was already driving and preparing to go home. Brother, thank you. Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen looked through the rearview mirror at Zhou Ling in the back row, wiping tears filled with heartache. Thanks for nothing. I'm your brother, Lin Chen softly said. Xiaoling, why don't we change schools? We can't stay in a school with such bad student morals and bad teachers. Zhou Chaoyang in the driver's seat said in a deep voice. Ray was a little heartbroken, but very hesitant. But Dad, Hongda Middle School is a key high school no matter what. The faculty is still very strong, and I want to take the 985211 just like my older siblings. Zhou Chaoyang also fell silent at his words. Indeed, Hongda Middle School teachers are considered good even in the key high schools. If the transfer to a regular high school will certainly have an impact on Ling's studies, but it would be very difficult to transfer to another major high school. It's okay, I'll take care of this. Lin Chen opened his mouth. Xiaoling's grades he knows. Other key high schools must be no problem. It's just a matter of spending more money to find some connections. It's not a matter of words for him? Zhou Chaoyang didn't push back. That's fine, but this seems to be the only major high school we have here. So if it's over in the city, it'll be a bit of a hassle for Xiaoling to make a trip home. No harm done. The neighborhood of my newly purchased house is Danshan Middle School. That school is good. When the time comes there is still no need to live in the school. Just live directly in my house, Lin Chen said with a smile. Stay at your house? How would that work? That wouldn't be too much trouble. Zhou Chaoyang hastily refused. It's fine. My mom isn't working now, so she has time to take care of little Ling. Besides, if my mom knew that then she wouldn't be happy. She's very fond of this girl. Zhou Ling, Lin Chen said and then looked at Zhou Ling. What do you think, Ray? Zhou Ling is also a little happy at the moment. Danshan Middle School she knows. The teachers are among the top few in Shu Province, and also away from Hongda Middle School. She is naturally willing. Still, Zhou Ling did not immediately answer Lin Chen's words, but instead looked at Zhou Chaoyang through the rearview mirror. Zhou Chaoyang instantly knew what Zhou Ling meant. This is better to go back and talk to big brother and sister. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. The car had only just stopped when Lin's mother and the others, who had heard the commotion, rushed out. How's it going, Tatsu? Auntie took Zhou Ling in her arms, then looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen then gave a general account of what had happened. How in the world are parents of such students educated? This school is also corrupted by teacher morals. It's also good that Xiaoling is transferring to another school. So let's do what Xiaochen said about transferring to another school, just so we can have something to do. Lin's mother spoke up. Lin's father was also very agreeable. I think that's a pretty good arrangement. 2. This, Auntie was still slightly hesitant. There's no need to hesitate. This matter is settled. Lin's mother directly clapped her hands on the decision. And at that moment, Lin Chen's grandparents walked out. What are you talking about? Nothing. It's just about Ray changing schools. Ha, why would a nice person change schools? It took a lot of persuasion to get through. After Jiang Xuewei said a few words to Lin Chen, she dragged Zhou Ling and Zhou Dongxue to play. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, and was just about to send a message to Lu Hai to ask him to contact the principal of Danshan Middle School when a call came in. Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Chen Lindong? An older voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I am. Hello Lindong. I'm Zhang Yud, the president of Ginkgo Hospital. You acquired all the shares of Ginkgo Hospital yesterday. See when you have time to come over and inspect the work? Tomorrow I will come over. By the way, I will bring my sister over tomorrow. My sister is suffering from leukemia, so you guys prepare in advance. Okay, Lin Dong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sent another message to Lu Hai, and at the same time sent Zhou Ling's scorecard of 628 on the midterm along with it. Time is quickly approaching the next day and the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival vacation. Lin Chen and the others were ready to return after breakfast. Lu Hai had already contacted the principal of Dan Pharmaceutical Middle School yesterday, and after the principal knew that it was the sister of the major shareholder of Penguin and that there was still 628 in the midterm exam, he quickly agreed. He said that he would be able to come and enroll as soon as the formalities were completed at the main office. Zhou Dongxue was going with Lin Chen and the others because she had to follow along to the Ginkgo hospital. Dongxue, you must listen to the doctor and actively cooperate with the treatment. Auntie kept up her soothing exhortations. Originally, my aunt wanted to come with her, but the treatment of leukemia does not require hospitalization, only surgical treatment before the need to be hospitalized in advance, so she stayed at home. Don't worry, Mom, I know. Zhou Dongxue felt a warmth in her heart. Aunt and uncle, send Zhou Ling over once you've gone through the procedures of changing schools. I've already contacted the site of Danchin Middle School, so you can enroll at any time. Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay, tough luck, little Tatsu. Aunt and uncle thanked Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chen this trip back to the Mid-Autumn Festival. Did not play well, but because of a family of their point of things running around, but also spent a lot of money. It's okay, we're all family. It's not polite to say that. Chapter 109 Ginkgo Hospital. Jiang Shuewei, in order to accompany Zhou Dongxue, so she and Zhou Dongxue got into Lin Father's Land Rover together, and then the two cars rushed towards Ginkgo Hospital. What this crowd doesn't know is that the major short video platforms have been outraged by a video. This man is getting back at society. It's horrible. This mother is so great. Women are soft as mothers. Hats off to the great mother. Did you notice what the man who committed the murder said? It seems like it's because his own son is dead. Should the loss of one's own child mean the loss of someone else's? That little brother is so handsome. Help me flesh him out. How is that mother now? I hope it's safe. The internet is abuzz with debate, ranging from crusading against the man who committed the murder to lamenting the love of a mother. Lin Chen was also evaluated as a hero by the crowd. The video fermented so quickly that even the things about the man who committed the murder were brought to light by netizens. Heavy news. The son of the man who committed the murder was a student of Deheng High School and committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home in June. And he committed suicide because of school bullying. Right. I know who this man is. He's my classmate Qian Fugui's dad. I've seen him at the parent-teacher conference. Qian Fugui committed suicide because of school bullying. He told the teacher about it, but the teacher didn't care. I heard that Qian Fugui's family even made a big fuss about it at the school, going around to seek justice for their son, but it was all suppressed. A bunch of people then commented under this message. Holy, is it that scary? Isn't Deheng Middle School a key high school? Is the school morale so bad? Can the owner reveal exactly who the bully was? It's not ordinary behind the bullies. Something like this can be squashed. Hey, what a time it is now. How come this kind of thing still happens? Students are still too vulnerable nowadays. It is recommended to strengthen mental health education. Fart. Do you know how horrible school bullying is? As far as I know, there's someone in my school who got depressed because of school bullying and now can't even go to school. And the news quickly went viral. All the netizens began to comment under the official account of Fei County Public Security Fei County Education Bureau, demanding immediate verification of the truth of the matter, and some sarcastic official inaction. The public telephones of the Fei County Public Security Bureau as well as the Education Bureau have also been busted. The leaders of Fayette County were in a state of anxiety. This matter couldn't have been deliberately blown up by that Penguin shareholder in order to put pressure on us, could it? I don't think so. It's Qian Fugui's father who stabbed someone and was dug up by the netizens. Hurry up and investigate. Now that the focus of the whole network is gathered on us, how can we face the people if we can't give a reasonable result? Inside the Fayette County Department of Public Safety, a meeting was carried out and the entire county went into action. Visits for visits, interrogations for interrogations, and what was happening online at this moment, Lin Chen and the others were naturally unaware of. After driving for more than almost 2 hours, we finally arrived at the entrance of Ginkgo Hospital. The car had just stopped, and Lin's father, Lin's mother, Jiang Shuewei and the others got out. Lin's father looked at the magnificent hospital building in front of him. His eyes were full of shock, his mouth was wide open, and only after a long time did he slow down and said, Tatsu, such a big hospital is actually yours? What's wrong with that? My son owns a $100 billion company called Rontoland, doesn't he? Look at you. You've never seen the world. Lin's mother said disdainfully. The amused Zhou Dongxue and Zhang Xuewei couldn't help but snicker. Lin Chen got out of the car and called Zhang Yud. Dean Zhang, I'm at the hospital entrance. Okay, Dong Lin, we'll be right out to greet you. Not long after, Zhang Yud walked quickly with a group of hospital leaders. Why are the dean and vice dean and all of them down here together? Is there someone important coming over? You haven't heard. The owner of the hospital has changed. I guess it's that new boss who's coming today. Ha, a new boss? These hospital systems won't change, will they? Don't. Why change the boss? I think it's fine just the way it is. Get over it. Why is the new boss doing this for no reason? Passing doctors and nurses also whispered about it. By the time Lin Chen's few people entered the hospital, Lin Dong, welcome to your visit. Zhang Yud was full of smiles, and the leaders behind him nodded their heads. Lin Chen nodded. Dean Zhang, this is my sister Zhou Dongxue. She has leukemia. Please arrange for a comprehensive examination for her as soon as possible. Zhang Yud hurriedly responded. Okay, Dong Lin, don't worry, we will do our best. The crowd flanked Lin Chen and the others as they walked towards the hospital, and the group of nurses, already dumbfounded with surprise, looked at each other for a few moments, and only after they had walked away did this boom into a discussion. I told you I must not have slept well last night, right? I actually saw the dean shouting Lin Dong at someone who looks less than 20 years old? Off the original spectrum. I think I was still in college when I was 20, right? He's our top man's top man? Hey, you doctors all say that. How does that make us as nurses feel? At that moment one of the directors came over and chided. Got nothing better to do, do you? The new boss is here and you don't behave better but still chatting around the pile here? The doctors and nurses smiled back and ran away. It didn't take long for word to spread around the hospital that the new owner looked to be a college student. When you come to the specialized examination department, the medical staff is already ready. Zhou Dongxue's face was a little pale, and her eyes were tense and uneasy. Then they brought Zhang Xuewei to do a series of examinations, while the four Lin Chen accompanied them throughout. Tough on you, Xuewei. I originally said I'd take you back to play at the Mid-Autumn Festival, but it turned out that I had to trouble you to follow me around. Lin Chen said somewhat apologetically. Zhang Xuewei shook her head. Don't say things like that. Your loved ones are my loved ones. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Lin Chen's heart surged with a touch. In front of Lin father and mother and not good to do some other intimate behavior. Can only tightly hold Zhang Xuewei's delicate small hand. There were a lot of processes involved in doing tests for leukemia, and at more than 12 o'clock the dean had proposed to invite Lin Chen and the others for dinner, but it was rejected. This if the check is done. Zhou Dongxue saw no one and threw her down to eat. How to do? It wasn't until about 1 p.m. that it was finally checked. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Yud. About when will the test results come back? Zhang Yud hurriedly replied. Lin Dong, the earliest will be tomorrow morning. I will arrange for someone to analyze it as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded. Alright, let me know the first time the results come out. Chapter 110. Welcome Lin Dong. At that moment, a doctor stepped forward with a grave expression on his face. Mr. Lin, as leukemia belongs to malignant neoplastic diseases, it will cause the normal blood production function to be impaired during the period of illness, which will be accompanied by anemia. Therefore, it is important to eat more foods that replenish blood in daily life, such as red dates and kala coriacini. At the moment, we still have to wait for the results to come out tomorrow before we can determine whether or not we need to be hospitalized right away. In the meantime, the patient should pay more attention to rest and keep his mood relaxed. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, please. You guys are more on top of my sister's business. Don't worry, Lin Dong. At this moment, Zhang Yud and a group of main hospital leaders gathered around. Zhang Yud said with a smile on his face, Lin Dong, it's dinner time. Why don't we have a meal together? And we can also report back to you about our work. Lin Chen rejected it outright. Dean Zhang, today is not very convenient. I have to accompany my family. Let's get together some other time. It's not too convenient when the main Lin father, Lin mother and others are there. Although Zhang Yud and the others were a bit lost, they couldn't force themselves to say so. Then you should be busy first. Dong Lin, feel free to order if you need anything. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen felt a vibration on his cell phone and opened it to see that it was a message from the dormitory group. Xiaowei, brothers, when are you going to arrive at the school Mid-Autumn Festival party today? Xiaofei, I've already gotten off the plane. I guess I'll be at the school in an hour or two. Chen Xiao, I'm close too. Xiaowei, I'm all the way to the dormitory already. By the way, have you guys seen that recent online video of the mother being stabbed? Xiaofei, I watched it. I always think that the man in the back who ran over and subdued the murdering man in 3 or 2 strokes seems to be the boss. Chen Xiao, yeah, I found it too. Xiaowei, I told you, I thought I was overthinking it, but now that I've seen that guy I guess he's the boss. So handsome. Chen Xiao, at boss Lin Chen come out and say something. Is this you or not? Aha, Someone recorded a video and posted it online? Lin Chen opened the Douyin short video with some confusion, and sure enough the first recommended video was, and the likes directly broke 1 million. Clicked on the comments to see. All of them were praising Lin Chen's bravery and extraordinary hands. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, then replied in the dormitory group, Lin Chen, hey, I wanted to spend time with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to be recognized. That's right, that's me, Xiaofei, boss, you're my idol. Lin Chen was also a bit puzzled. When was there a mid-autumn festival party? Then he asked Zhang Xuewei, who looked at him in surprise. Tonight the school is organizing a mid-autumn festival party, and it's going to be a roll call, and you don't even know about it? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. He usually doesn't even read the messages from the group. Zhang Xuewei then said, and I signed up for a program, too. Lin Chen was a bit curious and asked, what program did you sign up for? Zhang Xuewei winked playfully. Guess? Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I can't guess, so don't sell yourself short. Only then did Zhang Xuewei say, I signed up for a singing program. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. That must be great. I even put you on the list. Hey, let's sing together. Lin Chen's eyes widened, somewhat speechless. What? Why do you say such an important thing only now? So I'm not prepared at all now, and I won't be humiliated to death at night. Oops. Originally, the Mid-Autumn Festival to bring you when I wanted to give you to say, but things a little how long to forget well. On the side, Lin's father, Lin's mother and Zhou Dongxue naturally heard it. Xiao Chen since Shui Wei has enrolled you, then you should perform well haha. When the time comes, let your classmates record a video for me to see. Lin's mother said with a smile, I want to see it too. Zhou Dongxue also said. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. Line it. What's the song? I shouldn't. You must have heard it before. I've seen it in your cell phone collection. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief at his words. With that, he glanced at the time. It was 1:30. Mom and Dad, Xuewei and I have to go to the Mid-Autumn Festival party at 6:30, so I'm sure we still have to arrive early to get ready, so I probably won't be able to accompany you home. Lin Chen had a hint of apology on his face. It's fine. You and Xuewei should either go back to school now, or your dad and I will just take Dongxue home for dinner. Lin's mother said with a smile. Lin's father nodded and said, okay, you guys go to school and prepare for the party. Why don't we go to the Imperial Hotel? Let's eat there. It's close to our school anyway. Lin Chen proposed after some thought. Zhang Xuewei hurriedly agreed. I think it's good too. Taiho still tastes pretty good. Empire Hotel? I know. That hotel has pretty high specifications. I heard that those who can eat in the private kitchen inside are all big shots. Zhou Dongxue said with some anticipation. She had a roommate in her dorm room who ate at the Imperial Landmark private dining room because her boyfriend's friend treated her. And then she bragged about that one meal for a whole year. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I drive the Imperial too. What? Diho is yours too? Zhou Dongxue was shocked. She had been shocked more times than she knew what to do with the last few days, and she felt like she was going a little numb. Just how many other companies have you hidden from us, little Tatsu? Zhou Dongxue couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. It's not really much. You all know pretty much everything. Then let's get going, shall we? Since it's a hotel owned by Xiao Chen, we have to go for a meal no matter what. Lin's mother also had some expectations. Lin Chen nodded, then took out his cell phone and sent a message over to Dong Feng. Dong Feng, at the hotel? I'm going to bring my parents and them over for dinner later. Pack up the Tianzino, one private room, and just serve a few more signature dishes if you're serving food. I'm here, Lindong. I'll get right on it. Dong Feng replied almost in seconds. A few people then got into the car and headed towards the Imperial Hotel. Because the Ginkgo Hospital and the Imperial Hotel were only separated by more than 30 kilometers, Lin Chen and the others drove for more than 40 minutes before arriving at the Imperial Hotel. And after seeing Lin Chen's eye-catching and dazzling poison, the attendant at the entrance of the Imperial Deluxe Hotel took out his walkie-talkie and said a few words. And then Dong Feng also walked down to the entrance to receive him. I'm telling you guys, later on, Lin Dong and his parents are coming, so make sure you fill up the row. If anyone goes wrong, that bonus goes down the drain. Dong Feng reminded. Okay, Mr. Dong. And at this moment, after Lin Chen's few people parked their cars, they walked towards the lobby of the Imperial Palace Hotel. The guests of the Imperial Hotel also stepped aside to watch the scene when they saw it. Dong Feng rushed up to greet Lin Chen and the others upon seeing them, and a host of waiters bowed and shouted, Welcome, Mr. Lin. Chapter 111, Isn't it just a little bit more handsome? Lin's father and mother, as well as Zhou Dongxue, were startled by the battle and were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Zhang Xuewei appeared to be a bit calmer. After all, she had seen a lot of big scenes following Lin Chen. Lin's father's eyes widened. Little Tatsu, This is too grand, Lin's mother reacted, while her face was filled with pride. Dong Fong greeted him with a smile on his face and bowed slightly. Dong Lin, welcome you and your family to Imperial Palace Hotel. The Tianzino, one private room is ready, please follow me. Lin Chen nodded slightly before introducing himself to his parents and Zhou Dongxue. Mom and Dad, this is Dong Fong, the general manager of the Imperial Palace Hotel. If you guys want to come over for dinner in the future, just look for him directly. Lin's father and mother hurriedly greeted him politely. Dong Fong naturally didn't dare to slack off and responded in a hurry as well. The crowd was then led by Dong Fong to the Tianzino, one private room. As soon as you enter the private room, the luxurious decoration and spaciousness of the room is a sight to behold. The huge crystal chandelier emits a soft glow, and the exquisite murals and high-grade furniture all emphasize luxury. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Zhou Dongxue all sat down somewhat restrainedly. Mom, Dad, sis, relax, this is all my place, what are you all so formal about? Lin Chen said with a smile. Yeah, what am I afraid of in my son's territory? Lin's mother laughed. In a short while, an exquisite dish was brought up. There are tender and juicy Australian lobster, aromatic braised pork with abalone, and beautifully styled French foie gras. Each dish is like a work of art, and it makes your mouth water. Lin's father and mother looked at the dishes, all of which they had never eaten before. Then Lin's mother saw a menu on the table and curiously picked it up to look through it. The prices on there almost made her gasp in shock. An Australian lobster turned out to be tens of thousands of dollars. An abalone braised pork cost several $1,000s a serving. Lin's mother stared at the price on it with wide eyes, incredulously. Seeing this, Lin Chen said with a smile, Mom, don't be surprised. These are the hotel's signature dishes. The price is indeed a bit expensive, but the flavor is absolutely top-notch. You guys just feel free to eat them. Lin's father also chimed in. Yes, my son is capable now, so let's enjoy ourselves. As Lin Chen ate his food, he said to Zhou Dongxue, Cousin, you might be hospitalized back there. Have you asked your counselor for leave in advance? Zhou Dongxue smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already taken a few days off in advance. Lin Chen nodded and said, That's good. You should cooperate with the treatment in the hospital and not worry about anything else. Zhou Dongxue's heart warmed. After dinner, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and transferred $10 million to Lin Mother. Lin Mother looked at the transfer message on her cell phone in surprise and said, Xiao Chen, why did you transfer so much money to me again? Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, this is the money for the villa furniture. You guys try to buy the more expensive ones as much as possible, so you don't have to feel bad about the money. Also, buy more blood tonic for your cousin, and buy better ones. When Zhou Dongxue heard this, her eyes suddenly reddened. Hurriedly, she said, There's no need to break the bank like that. I have money of my own. Dongxue, what are you talking about? You've come to our house. Do you want to pay for it yourself? Lin's mother said unhappily. Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin's mother was a bit unhappy, and could only swallow her words to stop retorting. After eating for a while longer, Lin Chen saw that it was almost time and said, Mom and Dad, Shuewei and I have to go to the school's mid-autumn festival party at 6:30, so I have to go now. As soon as I have the results, I'll contact you guys first. Tomorrow when I don't have class, I'll come to Ginkgo Hospital to accompany my cousin for her treatment. Lin's father and mother nodded and said, Okay, you guys go and get busy. Be safe on the road. Zhang Shuewei also greeted and said goodbye to Lin's father and mother as well as Zhou Dongxue in a well-behaved manner. Shuewei, when you have time, come over with Lin Chen more often to play haha. Uncle and auntie all especially like you. Uncle and auntie welcome you to come over and play. Lin's mother said with a smile, That's right, if this Lin Chen brat upsets you, just give uncle a word, and uncle will help you make a decision to clean him up. Lin's father chimed in. Zhang Shuewei was very happy to hear her father and mother Lin's words. Okay. Thank you uncle and auntie. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuewei walked out of the private room, and Dong Fong respectfully escorted them to the entrance of the hotel. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuewei got on the poison and headed towards Suzhou University. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuewei drove into the school in a Lamborghini poison under the envious gaze of a crowd of students. Students on both sides of the campus road have stopped. Their eyes closely followed the cool sports car, eyes full of marvel and envy. Hey, the schoolgirl and her rich schoolboy boyfriend. I've said the word envy badly enough. After Lin Chen parked the car, he turned his head and asked Zhang Shuewei, Where should we go now? Zhang Shuewei looked at her cell phone and said, Sign in with your teacher then rehearse. Thus, Zhang Shuewei led Lin Chen towards the rehearsal place. Along the way, many students cast curious glances. When she arrived at the rehearsal location, Zhang Shuewei saw her teacher and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Teacher Lin, the teacher said when she saw Zhang Shuewei. Shuewei, why are you so late? Zhang Shuewei said with some embarrassment. Teacher, there was a bit of a delay. The teacher looked at Lin Chen at this time and couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, This guy is so handsome. Then he asked, Shuwei, is this your boyfriend? Zhang Shuwei said with a red face, pulling Lin Chen's hand. Teacher, it's my boyfriend. The other boys who were rehearsing on the sidelines heard this as if they had heard a host of heartbreak. Some of the boys couldn't help but mutter in whispers. Hey, is this the goddess's boyfriend? He's really handsome. Other boys said sourly. Humph, it's just that they're better looking. Lin Chen was calm and smiled as he greeted the teacher. The teacher said, okay then, you guys hurry up and sign in and get ready for rehearsal. Zhang Shuwei pulled Lin Chen to sign in and then started rehearsing. At first, Lin Chen was still a bit uncomfortable, always unable to keep up with the rhythm. Zhang Shuwei patiently gave him guidance and constantly encouraged him. Lin Chen, you need to pay attention to the pitch in this place. Take it easy, relax and follow my rhythm. After a few practice sessions, Lin Chen gradually found the feeling, and his cooperation with Zhang Shuwei became more and more tacit. After rehearsing for a while, a few girls gathered around during a break. Zhang Shuwei, your boyfriend is so handsome. You guys really match. Yes, Zhang Shuwei, you are so happy. Zhang Shuwei had a smile on her face, and Lin Chen smiled and greeted everyone from the side. After a break, rehearsals continue. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei gave it their all, their songs echoing in the rehearsal room. Unconsciously, it was getting dark. Well, that's it for today's rehearsal. Everyone go back and get some rest and perform well tonight. Chapter 112, Centurion Black Gold Card. The time quickly reached 5:30. At this time the dormitory group was buzzing again, full of messages from Lin Chen. Xiaowei, boss, why aren't you back yet? The Mid-Autumn Festival party will start in an hour. Chen Xiao, boss, the three of us are still waiting for you to join us for dinner. Lin Chen thought briefly and replied, Lin Chen, you guys go eat by yourselves. I'll join your sister-in-law. I have to go on stage later to perform. We have 4 programs. We have to go ahead and prepare. Xiao Fei, boss, you're deep in hiding. Chen Xiao, what program? Why do you have to come all the way out here to perform it yourself? Xiaowei, go boss. Lin Chen, singing with your sister-in-law. This was followed by a series of wows. Lin Chen smiled and didn't reply, holding Zhang Shuwei's hand and going straight to the cafeteria. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei walked side by side on the road. The remnants of the sun were like blood, stretching their silhouettes to a slender length. A gentle breeze ruffled Zhang Shuwei's hair. Just then, a figure he hadn't seen in a long time appeared in front of him. Lin Chen, can we talk? Lin Tianyou's hair was disheveled as if it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Like a mass of weeds, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and his voice was as hoarse as a worn-out bellows pulling with difficulty. The smile on Lin Chen's face instantly dissipated and was replaced with an icy cold look. Duke Lin? Why are you looking for me if you're not being your magnificent technology Duke? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and it was a cold smile filled with sarcasm. Lin Chen, I know how powerful you are. I sincerely apologize to you and beg for your forgiveness. Lin Tianyu drooped his head. All the arrogance of the past was gone, and he humbly prayed. Zhang Shuwei held Lin Chen's hand and looked at Lin Tianyu, who was humble to the dust at the moment. It was really hard to connect him with the unbeatable guy before. She looked sideways at Lin Chen's cold-side face, her eyes filled with adoration. It's true that it's still your boyfriend who's great. Lin Chen was filled with disdain and snorted coldly. I told you, it's too late to apologize. Weren't you crazy before? Why didn't you think of this day when you found people to beat up my brother? If you were tough to the end, I'd still respect you as a man. It's only been a few days? You've gone soft? Go home and wait for bankruptcy and liquidation. After saying that, Lin Chen pulled Zhang Shuwei and walked past Lin Tianyu without hesitation. Lin Tianyu hung his head low, his eyes written with bone-deep hatred. These days, he sought help from countless cockneys who used to call him brother and sister at drinking parties and dinners, but those people had just agreed to it within a few hours, and then they called again to tell him to get lost, and questioned if he had offended someone he shouldn't have. So don't pull them into this kind of fire pit. Lin Xiangdong is even more anxious. Daily watching the company's share price fell off a cliff. Other shareholders have sold their shares at low prices to run away. The company is in a state of panic, and it is clear that Lin Xiangdong has offended someone he can't afford to offend, and the company is on the verge of closure. Even his mom, who has always favored him the most, looked at him with reproach when she learned that she might not be able to afford hundreds of thousands of dollars of bags in the future, and that she might also be in debt. Lin Tianyu raised his head violently to look at Lin Chen's back, his eyes filled with madness. Lin Chen, since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for not being polite. Tatsu, that's a breath of fresh air. Zhang Shuwei smiled extraordinarily happily, like a delicate flower in full bloom. Previously at the Fairview Hotel, Lin Tianyou's disgusting eyes, unpleasant slurs and arrogant to the core attitude made Zhang Shuwei disgusted with him. Now see this scum in front of himself bowed his head and admitted his fault, although it was not at her to apologize. But the mood is still incomparably happy. Is your man good? Lin Chen had a smile on his face. That's awesome. But Tatsu, what exactly did you do? Zhang Shuwei stared at Lin Chen curiously. her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. It's not much of a big deal. It's just for Penguin to cut off part of their cooperation with How technology. Lin Chen smiled faintly, but Xiao Fei's side should also have let the Qin family contribute, and Howie technology should not be far from closing down now. Zhang Shuawei had a shocked look on her face. Howie Tech, that's not a small company either. It's only been how many days and it's already facing closure? Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei then returned to the rehearsal place after eating and changed into the costumes that the school had prepared for them. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei returned to the rehearsal place after eating, ready to change into the costumes the school had prepared for them. When the two walked out of the locker room, they stunned everyone. Wow, it's worthy of being the one who made the school's list of top students right after he enrolled in freshman year. This black suit is too handsome too. This face value of schoolgirl Jiang is truly amazing. The two of them standing together gives me a feeling of being ashamed of myself. What a great match. I'll take these two. Woohoo! When can I talk about a boyfriend like that? And the female teacher who was in charge of signing in earlier hurried over. It's almost time for you students to go to. The female teacher also froze a bit after seeing Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei. What kind of divine face is this? It's a shame not to enter the entertainment industry, and then immediately recovered. All students may now enter the performance venue to begin preparations. And right at this moment, the voice of Goldfinger in Lin Chen's head suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Received heartfelt appreciation from 80% of the people present at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala and Zhang Shuawei's singing by the system. Mission reward. Gain a master piano playing level as well as the Centurion Black Gold card. Note, the master class piano playing level can be released in advance in order for the host to complete this mission more easily. The Centurion Black and Gold card, the top card in the world, is recognized internationally as the king of cards. To have such a card, total assets must be in the 9 figures at the very least, with an opening fee of tens of thousands of RMB, and tens of thousands of dollars in annual fees. At home the role may not be particularly large, and you can only use some basic privileges, but abroad that's a different story. Even in foreign countries, it can turn around airplanes, or refuel in the desert. It can meet any of your needs. The Centurion Black and Gold card doesn't even have a limit cap, so you can swipe home anything that has a price tag. Therefore, the Centurion Black Gold card holders are all kinds of dignitaries, billionaires, social celebrities. You're really a good system, so considerate of me. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the system's behavior. It is this system's honor to satisfy the host. The system's voice sounded again. Then go ahead and give me the rewards in advance. Okay, host. The system reward master piano playing level is released successfully in advance. Rewards will be withdrawn if the mission fails. Chapter 113, a large scene of spreading dog food. Subsequently, Lin Chen only felt a riotous itch in his head. To grow a brain? A lot of knowledge that was completely unknown before flooded into Lin Chen's brain, and his fingers seemed to have become a bit more slender. At this moment, Lin Chen's piano playing level had already reached the level of a master. It's no secret that the caliber of his piano playing is definitely among the small group of the best in the world today. Lin Chen then looked at that teacher Lin. Teacher, I'd like to add a little temporary program effect. Mr. Lin was a little puzzled. What program effects? I'll play the piano as an accompaniment. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You play the piano? That's okay. No problem, but I'll have to check your piano skills first before I do. MS. Lin was instantly surprised. If Lin Chen could play the piano, then this performance of theirs would be even more colorful. Zhang Shuawei was also very surprised. She didn't even know Lin Chen had this skill. Lin Chen nodded, then walked over to that piano in the corner and sat down. The gazes of Zhang Shuawei and teacher Lin, as well as a group of students, all gathered on him. And he plays the piano? It's not like he just learned a little bit and wants to pretend at the Mid-Autumn party, is it? Che, you can't be unaware of how rich people are, can you? Do you think other people's minds are as immature as yours? Jealousy makes a man lose his face. With face, money and talent, what kind of divine boyfriend is this? Zhang Shuawei listened to the compliments of the people around her and looked at Lin Chen with love in her eyes. Lin Chen emptied his mind and his hands gently landed on the keys, playing a song called Moonlight Border. The notes flowed out like water, soft and soothing at first, as if the moonlight was sprinkled on the surface of a tranquil lake, creating layers of ripples. Lin Chen's fingers jumped nimbly on the keys, and every note was interpreted just right by him. The sound of that zither seemed to carry a kind of magic power that made everyone present involuntarily immerse themselves in it. The emotion deepens as the melody progresses. The surrounding students were originally whispering, but at this moment, they all quieted down, their faces showing an intoxicated look, their eyes flashing with surprise and shock. Teacher Lin was even more surprised. He originally just held the mindset of trying to let Lin Chen show off a little, but he never expected to hear such a wonderful performance. She was completely immersed in Lin Chen's playing at the moment. A song is just a song. the surroundings first to silence, as if everyone is still immersed in that wonderful melody cannot be extricated. This was followed by a tidal wave of clattering applause as the crowd murmured, "It's so good. It's simply the most moving piano piece I've ever heard. Yeah, I feel like my soul has been touched. This level, it's definitely professional level." Jiang Shuawei walked forward and took Lin Chen's arm, very excited. "Tatsu, you're fantastic. Although I don't know much about piano, you play absolutely very well." Teacher Lin also said excitedly, "Student Lin Chen, you're too good. With this level of playing, you've passed at least the 9th grade in piano, right?" Lin Chen just smiled faintly and didn't reply. "Are you kidding? If I told you I was a master player, would you be scared to death?" Just then, Lin's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone. "Mr. Lin, why haven't your group of participants come over yet? The party is about to start. There are several programs you guys are in front of." Mr. Lin reacted then. Okay, I'll be right over. By the way, prepare a piano to be carried up again for the 4th program. The 4th program? Let's see. Lin Chen Jiang Shuawei shouldn't? Yeah. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lin hurriedly arranged for the students to walk towards the competition venue. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei followed behind the group, and the students were still excitedly discussing the piano piece they had just played. Several students around them were asking after Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, what grade are you in piano? It's so well played. I have a feeling that you'll definitely come in first place in your program with the Jiang University schoolgirl." "Yeah, I, a non-piano player, can feel the emotions embedded in the sound of the piano. Do you still have a real brother or brother-in-law?" Mr. Lin Chen only replied perfunctorily, while Jiang Shuawei beside him held Lin Chen's arm tightly. Her body still had the sense to block them from touching Lin Chen. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at the performance venue, the party had already begun at the moment, and at the moment it was the second comedy show. "Give me $100 for breakfast." "I'm sorry sir, we only don't sell halves." It was soon Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei's turn to perform. Several crew members struggled to carry a piano to the stage. "I'm going. Whose show is that down there? The piano is lifting out. Looks like the schoolboy and schoolgirl. Looking forward. Next we have students Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei singing a song for you. Shouldn't everyone applaud and welcome?" the beautiful host on stage said excitedly. With that, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked onto the stage together, hand in hand. "Hey no, isn't this a party? How come it's turned into a large-scale dog food spreading scene? Oh my goddess, I haven't even slept with her yet." There was a burst of applause and murmurs from the stage. Xiaofei and Chen Xiaowei were excitedly shouting when they saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei come out. "Go boss, go sister-in-law," because these three brothers knew that Lin Chen had a show. They even made a point of squeezing their way to the front of the line, and with this shout, Lin Chen saw the three of them as well. Right after the meeting of eyes, Lin Chen wanted to laugh for some reason, forcing himself to hold back for a long time before he could suppress his laughter. Sat down at the piano and took a deep breath, then played. It shouldn't be that the song's intro was long and catchy, and with Lin Chen's masterful vocals, it quickly captured most people's hearts. The crowd under the stage was instantly attracted by the wonderful melody and marveled at it. "This intro is too good. Lin Chen plays so well. Wow, that piano level is out of this world." Xiaofei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had learned the piano himself and knew how difficult it was to achieve such a level of playing. "Boss, this is too good. I've been studying piano for so long and I can't even catch up to a tenth of what he can do." Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were equally shocked. "Is this the same boss we knew? That's awesome." And at that moment, in Lin Chen's mind, Goldfinger's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 69%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 74%. Pretending we're still together is something I really can't act. Still not used to you not being there." Chapter 114. What? The one in front is Lin Chen? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt thanks from 89% of the population. The system mission is complete. Ding! Master piano playing level becomes permanent. Ding! The Centurion Black Gold card is now in the host's shirt pocket. The balance in the host's Platinum card has been transferred to the Black Gold card. And at this moment, Lin Chen no longer had the time to pay attention to the system's beeps in his head. Still not used to you not being there. This identity shift is too fast. The girls on stage screamed the moment Lin Chen opened his voice. Lin Chen's voice is too good. I'm going to get drunk on his song. Impressive indeed. Worthy of being the man the schoolgirl looks up to. Even the boys couldn't help but praise Lin Chen. There's no way around it. But when the gap is small, there may still be jealousy and disbelief and the illusion that I'm on and I can do it. But when the gap is large enough, all that's left is admiration. There's no need for a narrator in the picture. and yet anyone can see that. Jiang Shuowei's vermilion lips gently opened, clear and sweet voice poured out, like a yellow warbler out of the valley, and like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. The audience under the stage was instantly attracted by her singing voice, and the students who were originally excited by Lin Chen's wonderful performance, at this moment, even erupted into a burst of enthusiastic cheers and screams. Jiang Shuowei sings so beautifully. The schoolgirl is not only beautiful in person, but also in song. These two are simply a divine combination. Some of the boys were even so excited that they stood up and applauded desperately, not wanting to take their eyes off Jiang Shuowei for a moment. The good Mid-Autumn Festival party was directly turned into a concert by Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei, loosen each other's clenched hands to embrace more of the future. After one song, the entire party scene was even briefly quiet for a few seconds, and then fierce applause erupted. Good, that's so good. I announced the birth of first place. The students on the stage were all excitedly discussing it, and the group of judges were all very satisfied with the high scores they gave. With a full score of 50 points, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei directly took 50 points. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei smiled at each other. With that, they took a bow hand in hand then walked off the stage. Right, let's thank Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei for their wonderful singing. Next on stage is, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei had just walked off the stage when Tang Wan'er came out of nowhere and directly rushed up to hug Jiang Shuowei. Woo woo, Shuowei, you're so good. Seeing you shining so brightly on stage, I'm really so happy for you. Tang Wan'er even choked a little on her voice. She was truly happy for her best friend, having met such an excellent and good man like Lin Chen, and being able to radiate the light that belonged to her on stage. Jiang Shuowei's eyes were also a little red. She just couldn't say anything. She just kept patting Tang Wan'er's back with her hand. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Why was he suddenly crying? Xiao Fei's trio also walked over at this time with excited faces. Xiao Fei's face was obviously a bit unnatural when he saw Tang Wan'er, but he still walked over. Boss, you're great on the piano. You and your sister-in-law are proper champions tonight. Xiao Fei also learned the piano when he was a child. The teacher taught for most of the year, and finally cried and apologized to his dad himself, saying that he could not teach at his own level. At this moment, when Tang Wan'er heard Xiao Fei's voice behind her, she hurriedly let go of Jiang Shuowei, and then wiped the tears from her face. You kid, less half-open champagne. Later, if not that, how embarrassing? Lin Chen smiled. 50 points, hey, how can 50 points not be the winner? Unless there's shady stuff. Chen Xiao chimed in. A few people then found a seat. Xiao Fei had wanted to sit next to Tang Wan'er, but Tang Wan'er intended to avoid it, so he could only give up. Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen exchanged a glance, then sighed slightly. Lin Chen touched his shirt pocket, and sure enough, there was a card inside, so he curiously took it out and carefully examined it. Xiao Fei, who was sitting next to Lin Chen, also saw the card in Lin Chen's hand at this time. Really envious, boss. All have Centurion Black Gold cards. Xiao Fei marveled. The Centurion Black and Gold card is by invitation only. No matter how rich you are, that you have to wait for an invitation, and the bar to reach to be invited is still very high. Although his family was rich, it was all family property, not in his name, so he couldn't even apply for the Centurion Black and Gold card. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What's in it? It's just a card. Xiao Fei looked at the calm Lin Chen and couldn't wait to whoop him twice. It's too loaded. Centurion Black and Gold? What's that? Is it powerful? Xia Wei asked curiously. The surrounding people such as Qin Xiao and Jiang Shuowei also turned their attention away from the stage. The Centurion Black and Gold card is the highest tier card issued by American Express, and anyone who can use this card is a billionaire. Xiao Fei then gave a brief introduction. After listening to Xiao Fei's introduction, several people looked at the black human head card in Lin Chen's hand with wide eyes. This is too much, isn't it? Isn't it just a bank card? I'll go too. Chen Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The world of the rich is really beyond our imagination. Tang Wan'er also spoke, her face filled with shock. Really can blow. And the Centurion Black and Gold card. Poundland 99, right? At this moment, the person sitting in the back row of Lin Chen and the others finally couldn't help but taunt. When these words came out, the people sitting around Lin Chen and the others burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I've been listening for half a day. Is that kind of card also something a student can have? Laughing my ass off. A card that only a billionaire could possibly have is back here? It's $9.99, right? What a braggart. I'm the first emperor of Qin. I'm not dead, and as long as you V me for 50, I'll be able to lead 100,000 troops to rebuild the dynasty. I'll make you king then. Isn't that Lin Chen? I remember he drives 2 cars, a $7 to $8 million and a poison nearly 100 million, right? It's not surprising that he was able to obtain the Centurion Black Gold card. What? That's Lin Chen in front? I'll go. My stomach hurts. I'll go to the restroom first. Lin Chen also turned around at this time to look at the outspoken students in the back row. Those few students' faces turned white with fear when they saw that it was really Lin Chen. Call you. Chen Xiao had just wanted to scold someone when those students immediately conceded. I'm really sorry. Ringo, We were tongue-tied. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Lin Chen would remember their looks, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Count on these boys to run fast, Chen Xiao said indignantly. Forget it, it's fine. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and then he put the Centurion Black Gold card back into his pocket. The evening lasted another hour or so, and then it was time for the subsequent prize collection. Teachers, classmates, it's time to move on to the last part of our current Mid-Autumn Festival party, the awarding of prizes. Isn't everyone curious about the final program rankings? Scan the QR code on the big screen and vote for your favorite show. Chapter 115. You want to hold 51% of the shares? After the voting results came in, the host stood in the center of the stage with a mysterious smile on his face and deliberately dragged his voice. Students, this vote is a fierce battle and exciting now. The students on the stage were all nervous and full of anticipation, their eyes staring straight at the presenter. Xiao Fei and the others were even holding their cell phones tightly. Even more nervous than Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh a little. The moderator, however, was not slow. Who the hell is it? Would the class like to guess? The stage was in an uproar. The students began to stir, and someone couldn't help but shout, "Don't sell yourself short. Announce the results." The host then smiled and said aloud, "The first place winners of this Mid-Autumn Gala are students Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei." At this sound, the stage instantly erupted in deafening applause and cheers. Wow, it's really them. Fantastic. Well deserved. Xiao Fei was so excited that he jumped up and cheered loudly. I knew the boss and sister-in-law would win the title. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei as well as Tang Wan'er were also so excited that their faces turned red and they clapped desperately. The moderator went on to say, "Next, please invite students Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to the stage to receive their awards." Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei held hands and walked back onto the stage. What I didn't expect was that the one who presented them with the award was actually the president of Suzhou University. The stage instantly exploded with students mingling with surprise and excitement. "I'll go. A mid-autumn party for the principal to personally present the award? This is a bit exaggerated. I've heard that Lin Chen seems to be a bit of a come-on. Could it be? Right. I've heard that too. And I think I've also heard that Lin Chen is still the major shareholder of Penguin. How can it be? You believe this kind of fake news? Penguin's major shareholder? Why don't you go to heaven?" The principal wore a kind smile and enthusiastically took the prizes to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, a certificate of appreciation and a plaque with $1,500 written on it. "Mr. Lin Chen, can I talk to you about something later?" The principal had a smile on his face and spoke in a voice that only 3 people could hear. He had inquired about the news that Jiang Shuawei was Lin Chen's girlfriend. There was no need to hide it. Lin Chen thought slightly. It should have been the last time he took a leave of absence that made this principal know his identity. "No problem, principal." The principal smiled and nodded. After the award presentation, the Mid-Autumn Festival party came to a successful end. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei went to look for Mr. Lin together after saying a word to Xiao Fei's trio and Tang Wan'er because they had to return their performance costumes. When Mr. Lin saw them from afar, a big smile immediately bloomed on his face and he couldn't stop praising them. "You two's performance today is perfect. I'm responsible for so many cultural performances in Suzhou University. You two, this is definitely the most colorful I've ever seen. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen hurriedly thanked him. The surrounding participants also cast envious and admiring glances. Just as he was about to leave, the principal came up to him. "Mr. Lin, wait, I have something to do." Mr. Lin as well as a group of students were a bit surprised. What does the principal want with them? Thinking about the fact that the principal had just given Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei an award specifically, could it be that the principal was here to find Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei? Sure enough, "Teacher Lin, I'm looking for Mr. Lin Chen and Mr. Jiang Shuawei for something, so you take the others and go over first." The principal smiled, despite the curiosity in his heart. Mr. Lin nodded and left with his students. Only the principal, Jiang Shuawei, and Lin Chen were left in the same spot. The principal gazed amiably at Lin Chen and opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin Chen, I've heard a lot about you." Lin Chen nodded slightly and responded politely. "Principal, you flatter me. At such a young age, he's already a major shareholder of Penguin. His future is unlimited. It's estimated that in a few more years, Mr. Lin Chen will be able to make it onto the Steve Jobs rich list, right?" The principal naturally didn't know about Lin Chen's specific shares in Penguin, not to mention the fact that there were several other businesses under Lin Chen's name, such as Rontoland. The principal is flattered. Lin Chen avoided the topic. Jiang Shuawei just stayed quietly by Lin Chen's side. At this moment, the air around them seemed to be quiet, with only a gentle breeze blowing through, ruffling the corners of their clothes. Lin Chen quietly waited for the principal's next words, and in his heart, he was guessing the principal's intentions. The principal paused, as if weighing his words, before speaking again. "Student Lin Chen, I'm looking for you today because there's something important I want to talk to you about." "Go ahead." Principal. Lin Chen came to have some interest. What's a principal gonna do when he finds himself? Nothing but money. Doesn't matter though, as long as it's something that gets him interested. Throw some money at it. It doesn't matter if you lose money. It's a way to give back to the school. Though he's only been enrolled for less than a month as well. The principal thought about it. It's like this Lin student. Our school is ready to open a biology lab, but the school's funds are rather tight. Maybe so we need to invest. Lin Chen understood in a second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Invest in the biological laboratory of Suzhou University. The investment is not less than $50 million. The completion of the biological laboratory that is mission accomplished. Mission reward get 10 billion renminbi. Lin Chen also froze slightly as he listened to the system's beeps in his head. The system usually wouldn't let him do a losing deal, which meant that his investment in this lab should be good for him. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, we'll divide the shares according to the investment ratio, and we definitely won't let you contribute money for nothing. The principal saw that Lin Chen froze, so he hurriedly added another sentence. Jiang Shuewei, who was on the side, also didn't expect the principal to come to Lin Chen to actually ask for investment, but she didn't know anything about such things. All she knew was that her man was really good. Lin Chen carefully considered it. Since the system had issued such a task, it would be straightforward to maximize the benefits. Student Lin, why don't we go to the office and talk? I'll have the head of the lab introduce you properly. Or if Student Lin isn't interested, you can help introduce the other shareholders of Penguin as well. The principal had already moved on to this idea long before when he realized that Lin Chen was the major shareholder of Penguin. Headmaster, since I am part of the school and have the ability to do this, it is certainly incumbent upon me, Lin Chen said in a serious and very earnest manner. Good. The students of my Suzhou University are truly extraordinary. The principal was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so dry. Then as long as he persuaded again, he might be able to pull in more investment. Principal, can I ask how much this lab is expected to cost? The principal thought just a little. It'll probably take about 4 or 500 million. And how much would it cost me to hold 51%? 51% of the shares. I do the math. What? You want to hold 51% of the shares? Chapter 116. How can a man be so shameless? The principal's eyes were filled with horror. Yes, Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Jiang Shuawei on the side also couldn't help but slightly side-eye her. Her beautiful eyes filled with marvel. Although she knew that Lin Chen was rich, there was still a not-so-real feeling that she was prepared to spend a few small goals out of this trifle. This can't be done. The lab must be held by our Suzhou University. It's a must. The principal shook his head noisily and refused. And may I ask the principal what is the most I can hold? Lin Chen didn't get angry and continued to ask. Up to 40% holding. The principal spoke up. Okay, 40% then. Lin Chen nodded slightly. That's decided? The principal asked a few more questions with some uncertainty. Well, you can talk to my private secretary about the specifics, and just send me a message when it's time to sign the contract, Lin Chen said and held out the green bubble QR code. Would the principal mind adding a green bubble? Don't mind. The principal hastily took his cell phone out and added his friend as well. Just kidding, Penguin's major shareholder, with his green bubble. When the time comes, if there is any need to invest in the need for funds, Point Place can be directly with him online to talk about. That is not much more convenient? After adding his friends, Lin Chen recommended Lu Hai to the principal. Anything else, headmaster? It's all right. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your great support of Suzhou University. I'll leave you youngsters to fall in love. We'll talk again next time we have the chance. The principal did not expect things to go so well, and was naturally in a very comfortable mood. Once the principal left, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with some concern. Tatsu, do you trust the school that much? If we keep failing to develop something worthwhile, won't several small goals go down the drain? It's okay. Investment, there is a risk, and it's only a few hundred million only. Failed as a donation to the alma mater. Lin Chen scraped Jiang Shuawei's small, high nose and said dotingly, good blah. Jiang Shuawei then pulled Lin Chen towards the rehearsal room. After arriving at the rehearsal room, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei changed their hiding clothes and left directly. And at this moment online, Lin Chen was once again and again on fire. Wow, this little brother plays so well. It's like he's playing into my heart. I want to sleep with him. Don't sell yourself short upstairs. Add me and we'll talk in private. Being a piano enthusiast myself, I bet this student's piano is definitely up to professional level. What's the professional level? 10? Fart. The 10th grade is nothing. That's only for amateurs. Above the 10th level there's the professional level, the elite level, the excellent level, and finally the master level. Wow, strange cold knowledge added to the list. I feel sure it's more than professional level, maybe up to the level of excellence. Don't cloud it. Even a genius who started practicing at a young age would have to be 26 or 27 to reach the excellence level, right? This Shuzhou University student in the video is only 22 or 23 at best, right? How is it possible to be at an excellent level? +1, plus 10,086. Hey, did you guys notice that this little brother looks a little bit like the little brother who subdued the murderer and saved that mother and daughter? Don't say it. You don't say. It's really him. No way. After sending Jiang Shuawei back to her dormitory, Lin Chen received a call from Lin Mother on his way back. Xiao Chen, you honestly give me an explanation. That Zhao Jia, did you break clean with her or not? Lin Mother's voice was very serious and with suppressed anger. Lin Chen was a bit confused by Lin Mother's sudden words. I broke up a long time ago, Mom. Didn't I already tell you about it during summer vacation? No, Mom, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Lin Chen said doubtfully. Zhao Jia just ran to our house to deliver a big box of mooncakes, which gave me all confused, and said something about her and you having made up. Lin's mother said angrily. How can that be, Mom? How could I possibly make up with her? I've told you all those things. Do you think your son is that kind of person? Lin Chen said breathlessly. He really did not think that Zhao Jia, that woman, is actually so shameless. That time in the Imperial Hotel ran into her after a long time. He thought that this woman will not hole what moth out. I didn't expect this to give him a big pile on. Then why does she know that you and Shuawei are now in a relationship, and that you're the owner of the Imperial Hotel? Ha, what the hell did she tell you? She said that you were with Shuawei just to piss her off, but you guys have made up now and hope that I can persuade you not to hold up Shuawei, and said that you invited her to dinner at the Imperial Palace Hotel, and asked me to rush you into marrying her, saying that you'd give me a grandchild. Lin's mother got angrier and angrier as she talked. I'm telling you, Lin Chen, no matter if what Zhao Jia said is true or not, Zhao Jia is a woman you can't have. If you want it, don't call me Mom. And shoo away this child I like. If you apologize to others, see how I'll clean you up. Lin Chen's face instantly went cold, and his feet couldn't help but lurch. Xiao Chen, I also think that Shui Wei, this girl, is quite good. I also saw that Zhao Jia today. Truly not. Your old sister, I see people quite accurate. Believe me, will be right. Zhou Dongxue also said on the phone. Lin Chen, I'm telling you, if you dare to fail Shui Wei, you'll see if I don't break your legs. Lin's father's voice came through as well. Don't worry, it's impossible for me to have anything more to do with Zhao Jia, and there's no way I'll fail Shui Wei. As for Zhao Jia's matter, Lin Chen then brainstormed all about what happened when he ran into Zhao Jia at the Imperial Palace Hotel earlier to Lin's father and mother. This woman Zhao Jia is really a model of how to look to money. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before Lin's mother slowly opened her mouth. Is this really such a shameless woman? I Lua Bean. Zhou Dongxue was also very shocked. This simply refreshed her 3 views. How can people be so shameless? Lin Chen could only burst into a bitter laugh. Who made themselves blind to see such a piece of in the first place? Okay, this matter counts as you pass. Shui Wei side you have to pay attention to. This Xiao Jia so shameless may find Shui Wei someday to say something. I know, Mom. I'll pay attention. By the way, that mooncake, you guys throw it away. It's bad luck to leave it at home. What are you talking about? We threw it in the downstairs trash can the day after she left. By now it's probably been taken home by the granny downstairs who picks up cardboard boxes and bottles. That'll do. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Chapter 117. Big Brother eats a cigarette. After hanging up, Lin Chen then received a friend verification. Tatsu, I'm Zhao Jia. I know you must not be able to let me go. I've come to find you. Let's start over? I've already gone to meet my uncle and aunt today. And yes, your sister. They're very happy with me. Lin Chen frowned almost the entire time he read this friend verification message, forced his stomach to recoil and passed the friend verification. Tatsu, I knew you must still love me. Woohoo! I knew we couldn't stay away from each other. Lin Chen had only just passed friend verification when Zhao Jia's message immediately popped over. Don't you dare. It's over between us. Why do you still go to my parents and turn things upside down in front of them? Are you cheap, nah? Lin Chen held back his anger to try and keep himself from swearing as much as possible. Tatsuya, are you still blaming me? I really know it's wrong. I had a reason at the time. My dad got sick and needed a large amount of money. That guy named Li Ming was chasing me at the time and was willing to give me a large amount of money as long as I could go out with him. I had no choice but to. Zhao Jia actually sent a very long voice. Lin Chen hadn't wanted to listen to it until the unintelligible things that appeared in speech-to-text. It was only after listening that I realized Zhao Jia spoke Shuzhou. What's your dad's disease? It was quiet on the other end of the phone for several minutes, and Lin Chen was walking back to his dorm room at this point before Zhao Jia's message was sent over. My dad has a tumor that requires a lot of money for surgery. Searching for quite a long time. Zhao Jia, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you now. I'm warning you, if you dare to harass my parents and the people around me again, you don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as Lin Chen sent out this message, Zhao Jie's site immediately stopped replying. At this time inside the girls' dormitory of a vocational college. Damn Lin Chen, if it wasn't for your money, I wouldn't bother being a licking dog here. Zhao Jie slammed the bedpan a few times, cursing in a small voice. Zhao Jie, what's gotten into you? Can't you be quiet? The man in the lower bunk was instantly disgruntled. What's it to you? Zhao Jie was already angry, and when she heard this she immediately returned the favor. Immediately the dormitory erupted in a chorus of argumentative voices. After Lin Chen said this, he then directly pulled Zhao Jie black and deleted her. Zhao Jie, I hope you won't be ungrateful. If there's a next time, then don't really blame me. Lin Chen muttered. Boss, who are you talking to? Why are you looking so pale? Had a fight with your sister-in-law? A few people in the dormitory were concerned when they saw Lin Chen put down his cell phone. Lin Chen shook his head. It's fine, right Xiao Fei? Just in the Tang school sister but in you guys did not chat a little behind? Xiao Fei's face crumpled into a ball when he sniffed. I wanted to. Sister Wan Er hadn't left yet when you and schoolmarm Jiang first came on stage, so I had a chat with her, but it was all answered perfunctorily. Afterward, you sent us a message saying that we wouldn't wait for you guys, and Sister Wan Er guessed that she saw her sister-in-law's message, and then she immediately turned around and left. Xiao Fei poured out his pain. Lin Chen moved a bench and sat next to Xiao Fei's bed. I tell you Wan Er school sister is just a little low self-esteem. Childhood is already bad. You have so rich. Plus, early the next morning, Lin Chen opened his cell phone and saw the dean's reply. Lin Dong, the test results are out. Do you need to see them now? Lin Chen thought about it. No, I'll come over this morning and read it then. I can't read it if you send it to me now. He then sent a good morning to Jiang Shuawei, and then got up to wash up. After washing up, I saw Jiang Shuawei reply, Good morning Tatsu, I'm going to come along when you go to Ginkgo Hospital this morning. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. I saw your class schedule. Didn't you have a class this morning? No, I'll let Wan Er help me reach it. Today is so important. I want to accompany Sister Dong Shui. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face when he saw this message. Okay. Lin Chen changed his clothes and put on the piece of Patek Philippe, then went downstairs and drove the poison in preparation for picking up Jiang Shuawei underneath her dormitory. And at this time under the dormitory building is parked a BMW 5 Series. Passing students have cast envious gazes. BMW 5 Series owners stand beside their cars. Originally there are a few points of pride in the heart. After all, during the university can drive a BMW 5 Series, indeed beyond many of their peers. However, the pride on his face instantly disappeared at the sight of a Porsche Panamera approaching. The owner of the Porsche Panamera got out of the car and stood beside it, likewise, exuding a distinctive aura. Seeing this, the owner of the BMW 5 Series hurriedly took out Lotus cigarettes from his pocket and walked over with a smile on his face. Biggie, want a cigarette? The words were full of favor. Driving a $1 million car at such a young age would be very helpful to him if he could make an acquaintance. The owner of the Panamera took the Lotus cigarettes and the owner of the BMW 5 Series had the good sense to light them for him. Afterward, the BMW 5 Series owner lamented. This kind of $1 million luxury car is hard to see even within Suzhou University, right? The Panamera owner, however, was very dismissive and exhaled a smoke ring. You know, in the freshman opening, I saw a $7 or $8 million worth of Ferrari SF90, and also heard that the school appeared a Lamborghini Poison. That is worth $100 million of God car. I heard that the school flower Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend, the owner of the BMW 5 Series, was immediately very shocked and stunned by the figure of 100 million, so shocked that he could not speak. That's $100 million. Just as the two were discussing, a deafening roar came from the crowd, and their gazes were instantly drawn over. Only Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Poison slowly, the cool body and domineering lines as if it came out of a movie. The surrounding students let out gasps, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Schoolmaster Lin is here again to pick up his little petite wife for a night out. So envious. The owner of the BMW 5 Series and the owner of the Panamera also stared blankly at this luxury car worth $100 million. The shock in their hearts was hard to express. I didn't realize that 1 second they were discussing it and the next this car appeared in front of them. Lin Chen stopped the car, opened the door and walked out. His upright posture and confident temperament made the surrounding girls' eyes involuntarily stick to him. At this time, Jiang Shuawei also happened to walk out from the dormitory. She was wearing a white dress with long flowing hair, just like a fairy descending to earth. When Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Chen, a cheerful smile appeared on her face. Then she quickly ran to Lin Chen's side. The owner of the BMW 5 Series smiled awkwardly and said to the owner of the Panamera, "It seems we're still too small in front of the real big boys." The Panamera owner nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect to see the legendary Lamborghini poison here. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei didn't pay any attention to their arguments, but got into their car and drove straight out. Chapter 118, The Early Stage of Leukemia. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei arrived downstairs at Ginkgo Hospital first, and after Lin Chen parked his car, he called Lin mother. Mom, how much longer do you guys have? Tatsu, we're a few minutes away. Lin Chen hung up the phone and sent a message to Zhang Yud, the director of Ginkgo Hospital. Zhang Yud immediately replied, Okay Lin Dong, I'll be right there. Not long after, Zhang Yud hurriedly arrived with several directors. Zhang Yud was full of smiles and his tone was very respectful. Dong Lin, I'm sorry for the long wait. A few of the directors chimed in with smiles. Just then, Lin's father, Lin's mother and Zhou Dongxue arrived. Zhou Dongxue's face was tense, her lips trembled slightly, and her voice was tinged with fear and uneasiness. How the hell did that turn out? There was anxiety and anticipation in his eyes, and his hands were clenched tightly together, their palms covered in sweat. Lin mother hurriedly held Zhou Dongshue's hand and softly comforted. Dongxue, don't worry too much, no matter what, let's face it together. Lin mother's voice was very gentle. For his part, Lin's father had a serious expression and his brows were locked as he took a deep breath and said, Let's hear what the doctor has to say first. We have to trust the hospital. The people came together to the hospital's conference room. Zhang Yud handed the examination results to Lin Chen and said carefully, Lin Dong, after our comprehensive and meticulous examination, MS, Zhou is currently diagnosed with early-stage leukemia. Zhou Dongxue was slightly relieved to hear the word early stage, but she was still very nervous. Her heart was still beating fast and her face was still pale. A director went on to explain. However, even though it's in its early stages, it's not something to be taken lightly. We recommend chemotherapy first, along with medication. The cycle of chemotherapy is initially set at once a week for 3 months. For the drugs, targeted drugs with relatively few side effects will be used to inhibit the growth of the cancer cells. Lin Chen frowned tightly. How effective is this treatment program? How high is the cure rate? Eyes locked on the director. Another director replied, Dong Lin, this treatment plan is usually more effective in the early stages of leukemia. If the patient responds well to the treatment, the cure rate can reach 70 to 80%. However, the specifics still depend on MS, Zhou's physical condition and her response during the treatment. Lin's mother said worriedly, So will the chemo be painful? Can winter snow handle it? Zhang Yud said in a hurry, Madam, there may be some discomfort during chemotherapy, such as hair loss, nausea and vomiting, but we will take appropriate measures to alleviate these side effects. At the same time, we will also pay close attention to MS, Zhou's psychological state and give her the necessary support and guidance. This was followed by a lot of things to keep in mind. In short, the medicine must be the best of everything, and make sure my sister is cured. Zhang Yud nodded his head as if pounding garlic. Don't worry Lin Dong, we will definitely do as we are told. Once out of the conference room, Dean sent for the medication. Lin's father comforted her. Dong Xue, don't be afraid, our family is with you. Yeah, just keep up the treatment and you'll be fine. Lin's mother comforted as well. Lin Chen is still a little worried, although it is the early stage of leukemia, but leukemia is not a good treatment in the first place, and it is easy to deteriorate if you are not careful. Zhang Xuewei saw Lin Chen's frown and pulled his hand and whispered, Chen, don't worry too much. I believe that Sister Dongxue will slowly get better. Lin Chen nodded slightly. After staying at the hospital for a while longer, Lin father and mother took Zhou Dongxue home, and had thought to call Lin Chen and them back for lunch together, but Lin Chen had classes in the afternoon 1 or 2 periods, so he refused. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei were just about to leave when the dean chased after them. Lin Dong, there is still something on the hospital side that I need to discuss with you. What is it? It's like this Lin Dong. Our cardiothoracic surgery department lacks younger doctors with higher medical skills. After all, every department also needs to inject fresh blood, so I'm thinking of seeing if I can poach some people from other hospitals, but it takes money to dig people up, and since you were there anyway, I thought I'd give it to you straight. Lin Chen nodded. No problem. How much money do you need to find the financial report is fine. You are the dean of this kind of thing, you make the decision is good. Zhang Yud was overjoyed. This matter of his was to test Lin Chen. After all, there was a new boss. If Lin Chen didn't delegate his authority, then he would definitely need to report on everything in the future. But it seems to be turning out well now. Yes, I'll do as you order. And just then, the golden finger point voice in Lin Chen's head sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Scoop up Lin Yi from the First People's Hospital of Jintang County to the Cardiac Surgery Department of Ginkgo Hospital. Reward 100% of the shares of Boai Medical. Lin Chen immediately reacted. President Zhang, I know a doctor who's just better. His name is Lin Yi. He's the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Find someone to negotiate. As long as he's willing to do so, then no matter how much it costs, it's fine. Zhang Yud was a bit confused. I just said, are you serious? But Zhang Yud didn't hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. Okay Lin Dong, I'll immediately send someone to negotiate. Lin Chen nodded, then walked out of the hospital with Zhang Shuawei. After walking out of the hospital, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and searched Boomerang Medical. Yo, market capitalization of 14.8 billion renminbi? Not bad, Lin Chen muttered, and Zhang Shuawei, who was on the side, also curiously came over to look. Tatsu, what are you doing searching the medical company? When Zhang Shuawei saw that Lin Chen had searched for a medical company, she couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Nothing, search and see. Lin Chen smiled faintly. After returning to school and having lunch with Zhang Shuawei, Lin Chen returned to his dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao arm wrestling. Old four, just give up. You can't break me. Chen Xiao reddened his face. The veins on his neck rippled, making a strong effort to press his right hand down. Damn it. In the end, it was Xiao Fei who lost. The two men went straight to the table in a paralyzed heap. Boss, you're back? Quickly come over and arm wrestle with this reckless man Xiao Wei. I'll go, this kid is too strong. I can't break it at all. As soon as Chen Xiao saw that Lin Chen had returned, she immediately became excited. That's just it, boss. Aren't you so skilled in martial arts? Quickly break this kid down. Xiao Fei shouted back. Xiao Wei touched his head. I'm not very strong, am I? I used to arm wrestle some people in our village, I couldn't even break them. Okay. Still pretending. Ha, boss, quickly teach him to behave. Chen Xiao shouted. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked towards Xiao Wei. Lao San, come and try? Chapter 119. How can you play this way in a single row? When Xiao Wei heard this, he immediately got energized, rolled up his sleeves, propped his elbows on the table, and said, Boss, let's try it then. Lin Chen didn't nag either. After removing his watch, he walked over to the table and extended his right hand to shake Xiao Wei's. Ready, start, Xiao Fei shouted from the sidelines. As soon as the match began, Xiao Wei exerted his entire body. The muscles on his arms instantly tightened, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. However, Lin Chen appeared to be at ease. His expression relaxed, his arms steadily stiffening. Chen Xiao shouted anxiously from the side. Lao San, come on, don't lose at the beginning. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth, his face suffocating red, and once again exerted force, but Lin Chen's hand remained motionless. Lin Chen laughed and said, Lao San, is that all the strength you have? Xiao Wei grunted in defiance and summoned his strength again, but he realized that no matter how hard he pushed, Lin Chen's arm was as hard as steel. At this time, Lin Chen began to exert force, only to see his arm slowly press down, and Xiao Wei's hand was gradually pressed over. Oops, no way, Xiao Wei shouted, but he fought desperately. Boss, you're too powerful. I admit defeat. In the end, Xiao Wei couldn't support himself and his arm was pressed onto the table. Chen Xiao and Xiao Fei laughed on the sidelines. Lao San, you're not good enough. Chen Xiao smiled. Xiao Wei gasped for air. Boss, this physical fitness is also too good. I'm convinced. Lin Chen patted Xiao Wei's shoulder and said, exercise more. You can do it too. Lin Chen then walked over to the sink and washed his face, then laid down on the bed, took out his cell phone, just wanted to brush a video for a while, and saw that his Douyin actually had 99 plus messages. Lin Chen clicked in to see that it was all stranger messages. Biggie, can I pension you off? Brother, you're from Tianfu City, right? I'll send you a picture if you close me back. Brother, can you come and watch us live? Guaranteed to make you comfortable. Lin Chen was a bit speechless, and just as he was about to scratch out this page, he saw that Demon Brother had also sent himself a message. For the reason that he had followed it before, the Demon Brother sent him several messages in a row. Biggie, can we add a green bubble? Big brother, you rewarded so much money. Why don't I give you a celestial first? Is Biggie here? Lin Chen pondered slightly. I was busy in front, didn't look at my phone. The first of the celestials is not necessary to give you a reward for your interest. Then it was off to brush up on the video. And naturally, at that moment, Demon Brother didn't know that Lin Chen had finally gotten back to him, as he was currently standing in the Carp Cup Arena at Yangjia. Whoa, why did all three of them hit me? The demonized brother was somewhat speechless as he looked at the computer interface that had turned into a soul grave. He didn't even dare to hold a chopper after hitting the final round, and could only run around with a long sword for fear of being recognized by others. Nothing else. As long as he was recognized, then he would definitely be targeted because he was too strong. Unfortunately, it didn't end up with a first place finish. However, it didn't count too much and could only helplessly put down the mouse in his hand to continue watching the next battle. Without a doubt, it was Jack who ended up in first place. It didn't matter to Demon Brother. It was just a one-time failure, and it didn't matter if he lost. But at this point, looking at the audience at the scene as well as watching the livestream is not happy. 666. Isn't this a single? When did the Carp Cup become 3 rows? That's disgusting. 3 professions teaming up together to take out an anchor. Jack is really something. A V straight up summoning 2 dogs to help break up the fire. What a shame. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy, and it just happened to be in Lin Chen's eyes as well. Lin Chen's eyes also flashed with a hint of anger. There was no other reason. Yang Jia was originally under their Dragon Lake Games, as the field of his Dragon Lake Games' hottest computer game of the moment. Yang Jia, there was actually such an unfair scene. Lin Chen coldly continued to look down. Just when he saw the post-match interview, asking Carrie what he would have done if he hadn't been exposed to the game forever, Lin Chen finally couldn't help himself. Isn't that a naked threat? Doesn't the subliminal meaning mean that you'd better not have a problem with it, realizing that you're only as good as you are now because of this game of ours? And the demonic brother can only answer, I don't know. Lin Chen directly picked up his cell phone and made a call over to Fong Onping of Dragon Lake Games. The phone was quickly connected. Fan Onping's slightly pleasing voice came, Lin Dong, why did you personally call here? Lin Chen's tone was very icy. Fan Onping, do you know about the Eternal Misery Infernal Carp Cup? Fan Onping heart thump, felt Lin Chen tone in the wrong, hurriedly said, Lin Dong, I do not know. Lin Chen snorted coldly, you don't know? Okay, then let me tell you about it. Lin Chen then went over what he had just seen in the live stream and the questions he had asked in the post-match interview with Brother Demon. You tell me if this is a malicious group? And what was the question asked in the post-match interview? Was it a threat to that demonic brother? Fan Onping was in a cold sweat. Lin Dong, I really didn't know this would happen. It was my negligence. I apologize. Lin Chen continued, the most important thing about a game, especially on the field, is fairness and impartiality. This is the foundation of our game's foothold and the key to attracting players. The appearance of such an unfair situation seriously affects our game's reputation and image. Do you understand? Fan Onping nodded repeatedly. Dong Lin, I understand. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Lin Chen was very serious. Since things have already happened now, a rematch is definitely impossible. But make sure to give Demon Brother compensation, and at the same time announce to the public that the Carp Cup rankings for this forever are null and void. In addition, you give me a good investigation to find out what kind of person is behind this kind of small action, whether it's a certain player's own problem, or whether it's instructed by someone. I want a detailed investigation report. Understand? Fan Onping hurriedly responded. Lin Dong, don't worry, I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. In terms of compensation, I'll have someone communicate with Brother Demon to make sure he's satisfied. This time it was our dereliction of duty. I guarantee that this won't happen again in the future. Lin Chen's tone eased slightly. Fan Onping, I hope you do what you say. It's not easy for Dragon Lake Games to get to where it is today. Don't ruin our reputation because of some improper maneuvers. Fan Onping hurriedly assured. Lin Dong, I know. I will definitely deal with it and salvage our reputation. P.S. Please reward me, you righteous fathers. The little one is here to thank you. Chapter 120, Findings. Lin Chen pondered slightly. I'll come to the company around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys do your own punishment and issue a statement after investigating clearly. As for the executives involved, I'll come over to deal with it personally. Fan Onping was instantly shocked. Just now he thought that Lin Chen wouldn't come over. Now it seemed that Lin Dong was going to catch those black sheep out. But it's good to take this opportunity to get rid of them. Okay Lin Dong, Fan Onping said in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Fan Onping immediately called the head of the Thunder and Lightning Division and also the vice president of Dragon Lake Games. Hu Han-san, over. Ha is in charge of the whole game on this board. Dragon Lake Games, although it sounds like a company that only makes games, is actually involved in many others. Things like music, news, education, email, and more are covered. There are just 6 vice presidents in all, each responsible for a field. Hello, Mr. Fong, what's the matter with you calling me? As soon as the phone was connected, Hu Hansen's voice came through. Vice President Hu, do you know about the Carp Cups in Yanjia? I know. Why? You first go to understand what happened then give me a call over. This matter is Lin Dong commanded me to do. You weigh yourself. Hu Hansan was shocked in his heart. What in the world actually alarmed Lin Dong? Eternal Hijacking is a game that sucks up a lot of money, and ranks at the top of the list of studios below him, so he's been a bit lax in his management of all 48 studios. Okay Mr. Fong, I'll go check it out. After hanging up the phone, Hu Hansan went and learned the whole story. What's to say? This kind of thing is actually quite common on the field and things can be big or small, but unfortunately it just happened to be targeted by Lin Dong. This time 48 Studio will not be able to do without shedding skin. Hu Hansan took a deep breath, so he recalled Fong Onping over. Mr. Fong, I already understand almost. Can you reveal how this matter Lin Dong is going to deal with? Hu Hansan asked cautiously. Lin Dong will come to the company himself around 4 in the afternoon. How do you think he'll handle it? Hu Hansan immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Can let Lin Dong personally come to a trip to the company? Visible importance. Okay, I know. I'll check it out right away. Make sure you find out. After Hu Hansan hung up the phone, he didn't dare to delay at all, and immediately called a meeting with all the people related to the Eternal Havoc Infernal Carp Cup tournament. The atmosphere in the conference room was grave, and the expressions of the people were serious. Hu Hansan sat in the first place, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone present. This time, the matter is making a lot of noise on the internet. All of you give me a 12% spirit. Whoever dares to hide it will suffer the consequences. Hu Hansen's voice was low and stern. Everyone nodded their heads, and in their hearts, they all understood the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the general manager of Studio 48, Li Ming, slowly spoke up. Mr. Hu, what a big deal. It's just a game with a little hiccup. Why are you getting so worked up? The internet doesn't have a memory, so this matter will be over after a while. When Hu Hansan heard this, he was instantly enraged. Li Ming, what kind of attitude is that? This is a serious issue that destroys the fairness of the game, and it concerns the company's reputation and the players' trust. Li Ming, however, shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. This game of ours is so hot and has such a strong ability to absorb money. The company won't take me for this little thing. Hu Hansan was furious. Li Ming, this is Lin Dong, the biggest boss of the entire Longhu group, asking for a thorough investigation, and you still don't take it seriously? When Li Ming heard the word Lin Dong, his face instantly changed. The original arrogance disappeared and was replaced by panic. Mr. Hu, I didn't know that it was Lin Dong who wanted to investigate. I was wrong. Li Ming began to panic. Hu Hansan snorted coldly. Now you know you're afraid? Hurry up and tell us the whole story. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to tell what happened. It turns out that Jack is the fiancé of Li Ming's daughter and has been trying to make a name for himself in the gaming world. The previous professional game, because the demon brother did not play professionally, plus Jack's strength is really strong enough, even if it is cheating is not obvious, never been found. And this time, because of the participation of the demonic brother, in order to ensure that Jack, which can get the first place, can only take desperate measures. Hu Hansen's face became increasingly ugly as he listened to Li Ming's narration. Li Ming, do you realize that you are playing with fire? For your own selfish desires, you're breaking the company's tournament rules and damaging the company's image. Hu Hansan shouted angrily. Li Ming lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Hu Hansan continued. This time the matter must be dealt with seriously. You must be psychologically prepared. Hu Hansan looked at Li Ming, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. Li Ming, you did this kind of thing against professional ethics for your personal vanity and interests. Can you afford the company's trust in you? Hu Hansan questioned. Li Ming was remorseful and kept apologizing. Mr. Hu, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. Hu Hansan said coldly. I didn't give the opportunity. It's up to Lin Dong to decide. Dismissed. After Hu Hansan took the lead and walked out of the conference room back to his office, he called Fong Onping again. Mr. Fong, I've investigated clearly. Hu Hansan then gave Fong Onping a rundown of what happened. Okay, I know. You immediately let the official account of the Eternal Robbery game release a statement announcing that this Carp Cup is cancelled. At the same time, Jack and others are banned for 2 years, and then compensate to Brother Demon. You can see what you can do about the specific compensation. Okay. Lin Chen was in a classroom at the moment, on a mental health education that wasn't too important. Sitting in the back row the whole time playing with my cell phone, the teacher didn't even bother. Lin Chen was brushing his jitterbug, and then he saw that the official account of the Winged Hulk he was following had released a statement to say sorry to the faithful fans of Forever Hijack. This Carp Cup singles tournament is null and void. It will be reorganized in 5 days. Due to the malicious teaming of Jack, Spider, and others, they have been banned for 2 years, and the team they belong to has been fined 500,000 RMB. The general manager of Studio 48, Li Ming, who was involved in this incident, has been suspended from his duties and is awaiting punishment. Fifi Li, the host of the post-game question, has been fired. At the same time, the officials of Eternal Hijacking expressed their deepest apologies to Brother Demon, and are willing to compensate Brother Demon with 150,000 RMB. Lin Chen couldn't help but stare at this news, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect Fong Onping and the others to handle it quite quickly. Lin Chen clicked into the comments section to see that it had only been posted for less than a minute before it had already been overrun by major netizens. I'll go. So powerful. I also said that we should work together to pressure the officials to investigate and deal with this matter, but I didn't expect that the results would come out after only a few hours. I owe a chapter, so I'll make it up together tomorrow. Chapter 121. What do you mean by this student? It's really good. For a change from what we were able to put off before. Jack won the match and lost the character, and now has a penalty. Brother Demon, who lost the match and won the character, now gets $150,000. Spider lost the match and lost character, and now he's getting banned as well. Laughs me to death. Just saying it's to blame. It's already a consensus that Demon Brother is better than Jack, and it's really stupid for him to screw up like that. At this time, after the match, Brother Demon was on his way home and was happy to see the message sent by Lin Chen. Thanks. Then, big guy. And at that moment, he also happened to see the official statement issued by the Winged Hulk, and was also a bit shocked. It was actually thought that the reason these three were targeting him together was to prioritize getting rid of the most powerful, so he had nothing but regret and happiness. At least his strength scares this group of professions. I didn't realize that it was actually related to Studio 48's general manager, Li Ming. After a small sigh, a phone call ensued. Hello, is this Mr. Demon? Yes, I am. It's like this. For this incident we, the Yongjia officials, deeply apologize to you, and at the same time compensate you 150,000 RMB as compensation, and invite you to participate in the Carp Cup single-row tournament in 5 days' time. Is that okay with you? Can. No problem. I'll come over when the time comes. Okay, the money will be credited to the bank card you provided earlier. Have a nice life. When the phone hung up, the demonizer was a little pleased. Then I got a text message alert. Your Dasha bank card with the tail number transferred 150,000 RMB. The current balance is 100,000 RMB. Demon Brother sat in his chair and thought about it, but he still posted a video, hoping that this matter would be put to rest, indicating that he had accepted the official apology from Winged Hulk. Demonized Brother is too strong. Playing a match gives me the feeling of 6 masters besieging the bright top, but people siege that is also one-on-one. Demon Brother Nyo Boi. Demons fans directly jumped by 200,000 fans. At this time, Lin Chen was still brushing his fighting voice. It's either about him saving people before, or Qianfu Gue committing suicide, and then the official apology from Yongjia. Lin Chen's face was a bit odd. Why does it feel like I'm the cause of all this? What did you screw up? Boss, the teacher is calling you. Chen Xiao shouted anxiously. Lin Chen froze, and when he looked up, he met the teacher's slightly angry gaze. This student, I asked you what your name is, why don't you answer me? It was a female teacher, probably in her 30s or 40s. Lin Chen apologized slightly. Sorry teacher, I didn't hear you just now. Didn't you hear me when I shouted twice? A student like you. I really don't know how you got into Shuzhou University. I don't think you've been in the last couple of classes, have you? You're going to give me a hard time on the first day of class today, are you? If you don't want to go to class, then get out of my classroom. The female teacher was spitting in the faces of the students in front of her as she spoke. At this moment, the gazes of the students were all gathered on Lin Chen's body, having long heard that Lin Chen's background was not ordinary, and they did not know how they would deal with this matter. Lin Chen's face also sank slightly. It was his fault for the incident, but wasn't the teacher a bit too much? Teacher, aren't you saying that a little too much? Xiao Fei said with some irritation. What's your name again? I'm not saying this for your own good. Don't take mental health education lightly. Have you seen the news on the internet? That Qianfu Gui's mentality is too bad. He's got mental health problems. What happens when you sue the principal if you can't sue the teacher and the school board if you can't sue the principal for school bullying like this? Turns out even the parents didn't know about it until after he committed suicide. Who do you think is the biggest problem in this case? In my opinion, it's on this Qianfu Gui's body. He himself is to blame, but also to waste social resources. What's wrong with my focus? It's not to exercise your mental capacity. Teacher doesn't want you guys to be like that high school student in the future, where you have to think about killing yourselves when the slightest thing happens. The classroom erupted in a clamor at this statement. Teacher, you're wrong with that statement, aren't you? How harmful is school bullying? You as a psychology teacher would not know. This teacher didn't get in through connections, did he? How can he say such things? I think what the teacher said makes some sense too. Lin Chen also frowned at the female teacher on the podium. Because of that incident with Zhou Ling, he was now particularly disgusted with school bullying, and this female teacher even said such things in front of him. So if this happened to his own sister, would it be his sister who would be criticized today? Chen Xiao and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Teacher, I've recorded everything you said. I will report you to the school, transmitting such incorrect values to students. Once that female teacher heard that there was actually someone else videotaping, a flash of panic appeared on her face as well. Bang bang bang. The female teacher slapped the podium hard. Quiet, the teacher shouted, then continued. If you guys think there's something wrong with what I'm saying, you can go and report me, not to mention whether or not I'll receive a punishment. Even if I get punished, I'm still your teacher and it's up to me to give you a grade. The students in the classroom gradually quieted down when they heard the teacher's words. Yeah, College teachers do have a lot of power and pretty much pass you if they want you to pass and hang you if they want you to hang. You're given a lower grade for your regular grade, and you don't even have to look at the final exam paper to grade it. Just don't allow you to check the paper anyway. Even though the credits for mental health education are not very high, no one wants to do much about it. The female teacher watched as the classroom gradually quieted down. It's a tried and true trick. With that, he stepped off the podium and walked next to Chen Xiao. This student, delete what you just recorded in front of me. I can forget about it, and guarantee you a solid final, if you do not agree to it. The female teacher was obviously afraid that Chen Xiao was still recording now, and the latter point of the words were not finished, but individuals could understand what she meant. Chen Xiao was a little helpless, and he didn't want to be flunked because of this little thing, and then he would have to waste time to retake the exam again. So out came the cell phone. When the female teacher saw this, she couldn't help but have a smug smile on her face. Chen Xiao, put the cell phone away. Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiao and said indifferently. As soon as Chen Xiao heard this, she put her cell phone away without saying a word. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were naturally a bit puzzled. They didn't know that Lin Chen's sister had just gone through school bullying, and naturally, they didn't know that Lin Chen was already slightly angry at this point. What do you mean? This student? It looks like you want to retake the class next semester? Chapter 122. What's with the little brat? The female teacher's face stiffened, and she looked at Lin Chen with a slight anger, saying. Lin Chen got up and looked straight into this teacher's eyes, a cold color embedded in his eyes. What do you want? Is it hard to hit a teacher? The female teacher had no reason to have a flash of panic in her heart and looked at Lin Chen and chided. Hitting a teacher? How could I dare to hit a teacher? I just wanted to report that video to the school. I wanted to see if the school's higher-ups and you had the same idea. A mocking smile hung at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Seeing that Lin Chen was a prick and didn't wimp out when he heard he was going to flunk like those ordinary students, the female teacher preemptively said, I will reflect your behavior to the school, and as for that video, you guys can report it if you want. I'm waiting for an apology from you few. The female teacher then walked right out of the office with a wiggle of her ass. I'll go. Boss, you're so stiff. You've pissed off the teacher. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen excitedly, while Xiao Fei had a bemused look on his face. Boss, you're not going to get disciplined by the school for doing this, are you? Xiao Wei asked with some concern. In his opinion, although Lin Chen is the major shareholder of Penguin Company's major shareholder, but this is Suzhou University. The school executives all have official positions, and as the saying goes, the people don't fight the officials. It's okay, I've got it covered. Lin Chen smiled bashfully. Study hall, everyone, no one is allowed to run. Class President Zhao Fei stepped forward. Humph, a couple of freshman brats, how dare you threaten me with a video? Let's see if I don't clean you up. The female teacher angrily arrived at the vice principal's office in the Matilda building. Coming outside the office, she took a deep breath and pulled her collar down before knocking on the door. Knock, 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 come in. A male voice came from inside. The female teacher then opened the door and walked in. Mr. Shen, what did you come to see me about? Wu Gang sat in the middle of working on a file, and as soon as he saw it was her, a flash of disgust flashed through his eyes. Principal Wu, you have to do it for me. A few students in the first class of soft engineering, playing games in class and contradicting the teacher, and looking like they're going to beat me up. I just don't dare to teach anymore. A flash of anger flashed in Wu Gang's eyes. What he hated most was students who disobeyed and contradicted their teachers. But he did know how Shinxian's character was, so he asked, you start by telling me the whole story carefully. Shinxian's face stiffened, and then she took out the set of remarks she had just made up on the way. One student who hasn't come to class all week was on his cell phone in class today for the first time in my class and he ignored me when I called him. Then I said a few words about him, and the student next to him didn't like it so he said I had a heavy tone. So I explained why I had a heavy tone, and then I gave the example of the student who committed suicide online, and said that we need to strengthen mental health education. As a result, those students were not happy and stood up as if they were going to hit me. I've been teaching for some years now, and I've never encountered such students. I really don't dare to take their class anymore. I hope Principal Wu can get a different teacher for it, Shinxian said with an aggrieved face, and purposely buried a little lower. Wu Gang couldn't help but feel another pang of disgust in his heart as he watched Shinxian's behavior. But if what she said about this matter was true, then these few students really had to be dealt with. Suzhou University is a place to cultivate talents, and such bad habits must be properly changed. Soft Engineering Class 1, right? I'll find out who the counselor is. Wu Gang turned on his computer. Xin Xian's face was instantly happy. This was going to do it for her? Principal, I know. It's Counselor Tang Jiatang, Xin Xian immediately said. Wu Gang glanced at her, then called the number Xin Xian had given him. Hello? Is it Tang Jiatang, Counselor? I am the Vice Principal Wu Gang. Hey, right. Mr. Xin does not know the name. You now to their classroom and the classroom to go over. I also want to go over. And in the classroom at this time, those who were reading books were reading books. Those who were playing with their cell phones were playing with their cell phones. And Lin Chen was sharing what had just happened with Jiang Shuawei. So hateful, this teacher. How can you say such things as a psychology teacher? It's outrageous. She's probably gone to sue me by now. Ha 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 ha. Don't be afraid of her. We have a point. Well, I know that, Chevy. Then a sound of footsteps outside the classroom accompanied by the sound of talking came closer and closer. I'm really sorry, Mr. Shin. The students of Soft Engineering Class 1 are usually quite obedient. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Tang Jia accompanied the smile and tried to calm Xin Xian as much as possible. Misunderstandings and whatnot. Can't we just wait for a face-to-face confrontation later? Wu Gang glanced at Tang Jia. Principal Wu, look. These kids have only just entered the campus. Can they be dealt with leniently? Depends on the attitude. Wu Gang finished speaking and stepped into the classroom with one foot. Xin Xian and Tang Jia followed closely. As soon as the students in the class saw the counselor and Xin Xian walking in behind an unfamiliar man, they knew that the man must be the leader. All at once the ones playing with their cell phones put them away. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei glanced at Lin Chen somewhat nervously, while Lin Chen's face was as bland as ever. The teacher is coming over with a backer. Lin Chen put his cell phone in his pocket after sending this. Finally Xin Xian then pointed at Chen Xiao and Lin Chen, and then said to Wu Gang, Principal Wu, it's these two students. When Tang Jia took a look, she immediately felt a bit bitter in her heart. How was it this little ancestor? She had received a message from the principal that there was cooperation with Lin Chen, and that she should try to fulfill any request she usually had if they were reasonable. I didn't realize it had only been a morning before this happened. That, Principal Wu, why don't we just finish understanding the matter clearly before we look for them? Tang Jia was a bit embarrassed and swallowed her words. What's the point of going to all this trouble? They're in the classroom. Why don't we just find them and ask them? Wu Gang looked at this performance of Tang Jia. His heart suddenly realized. So it is a bit of background but he's not afraid. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. That's, Mr. Tang, it's not the behavior of a teacher for you to take the side of an errant student like that. Xin Xian also helped out. Tang Jia was also getting angry in her heart at this time. Okay. You're not listening, are you? Then I'll go ahead and call these two students out. Wu Gang nodded and then walked out of the classroom with Xin Xian. Xin Xian actually had a little apprehension in her heart at this time. After all, what she said might indeed have a little problem. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the string and had to be sent. Tang Jia walked over to Lin Chen. Student Lin, Vice Principal Wu is looking for you and Shen Xiao for something. Tang Jia carefully opened her mouth. Lin Chen smiled faintly, unobtrusively sizing up Tang Jia, specially aggravating Vice Principal Wu. Is this to tell me to hurry up and find the principal? Shen Xiao, let's go. Let's go out. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Shen Xiao nodded, then got up and walked towards the outside of the classroom with Lin Chen. Tang Jia, don't worry. I'll make sure you're okay. Lin Chen patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Chapter 123. You don't have to come in tomorrow. 4. You don't think anything will happen to Boss and 3 and the others, do you? Xiao Wei whispered to Xiao Fei with some concern. Don't worry. Nothing can happen to them, boss. One wave. Ma Chao, am invincible. Any lesser shooter can send a band flying. Xiao Fei looked at the large word victory in his cell phone before he looked up at the classroom door. Lin Chen and the two of them came outside the classroom. Colonel Wu, I've brought 2 students here. Wu Gang nodded, then looked at Lin Chen and Chen Xiao. You two should know what I want to see you about, right? Roger that, Principal, Chen Xiao said with some restraint. Wu Gang nodded, then looked at Lin Chen. What about you? Lin Chen met Wu Gang's line of sight. I really don't know what you came over to see us about, Principal Wu, Lin Chen said blandly. A hint of anger flashed under Wu Gang's eyes. Just now he still had doubts, fearing that Xin Xian was hiding something. Now that he saw this attitude of Lin Chen, his heart was completely convinced of what Xin Xian had said. Principal Wu, see for yourself what kind of attitude this student has, having no respect for his elders. He's actually not even afraid of you. Principal Wu, Xin Xian couldn't help but be pleased when she heard what Lin Chen said, and then immediately added fuel to the fire. Principal Wu, Tang Jia was still trying to explain, but Wu Gang interrupted. Teacher Tang, this student does have a bad attitude, and must be punished severely in order for him to realize his own mistakes. Wu Gang chortled loudly. He had been the school leader of Suzhou University for some years, and he had never encountered this kind of student. What student encounters a principal with that kind of attitude? Oh, Principal Wu told me to realize my mistakes. So may I ask what I did wrong? The moment Lin Chen's words came out, The atmosphere of the scene immediately became tense. Wu Gang's brows furrowed, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction. Isn't it wrong for you to play with your cell phone in class, be disrespectful to your teacher, and talk back to him? Wu Gang's eyes were filled with disgust when he looked at Lin Chen. This kind of disrespectful and uneducated student was the most hateful. How can you say that? It's clearly Mr. Shen who is promoting incorrect statements in class. Chen Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth, but was then interrupted by Wu Gang. Although Mr. Shen's remarks were biased, they were meant to make your psyche strong, and the starting point was also good. Is that a reason for you to disrespect your teachers? Wu Gang chortled loudly. Lin Chen and Chen Xiao were simultaneously shocked by Wu Gang's words. Shen Xian was even more filled with joy. Steady. Originally I thought it was just the individual teacher's 3 views that were not correct. I didn't realize that even the principal was like this. It seems that the teacher's morality of Suzhou University is not good either. Lin Chen's face also went cold. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Don't get excited first, student Lin Chen. Let's talk calmly and properly. Tang Jia immediately screamed in agony and said in a loud voice, "What's the misunderstanding? This student's name is Lin Chen, right? Good. If you still have this attitude, then you don't have to come to school. Our Suzhou University can't tolerate a big Buddha like you." Wu Gang was also completely enraged by Lin Chen's remarks. Although he felt that the name Lin Chen was somewhat familiar, he couldn't be bothered to think about it in detail at the moment. Colonel Wu, I told you that some of the students in this version have a bad attitude, right? Students like this should be expelled. Keeping them will only discredit our Suzhou University. Shen Xian also continued to speak, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of complacency. How dare you threaten me? I'm just a few words away from getting you expelled. What gives you guys the right to be like this? A college president fires people at will, is that it? Chen Xiao was also a bit anxious. Lin Chen pulled Chen Xiao, then looked at Tang Jia. Teacher Tang, these are the words of your school's vice president Wu. I doubt that the character of your school's top management is all like this. Then I can't be bothered to stay on in Suzhou University with a deadbeat. Farewell, Lin Chen said in a cold voice. With that, he turned around and pulled Chen Xiao back into the classroom. Tang Jia, tell me what's the point of keeping this kind of student? Wu Gang said with a gloomy face, looking at Tang Jia with an angry expression. Principal Wu, do you really not know who Lin Chen is? Tang Jia couldn't help but ask. Wu Gang froze, then carefully thought about it in his mind. To be able to make Tang Jia still remind himself even in this situation, that meant that the student's background was very unusual. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Lin Chen? Wu Gang muttered under his breath, then suddenly thought of something and his eyes snapped wide open. You mean he's that Lin Chen? Wu Gang looked at Tang Jia and asked anxiously. Tang Jia nodded bitterly. Shen Qian, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. What's wrong with Lin Chen? Can't a kid like that be as important as Vice Principal Wu? Wu Gang was chagrined at this time to know that last night the principal specifically gave him that the major shareholder of that penguin company would invest hundreds of millions of RMB to build a laboratory in cooperation with Suzhou University. If he screws this up because of him, it will reflect very badly on him. And by now, Tang Jia had already picked up the phone and called the principal. How's it going, boss? As soon as Xiao Wei saw that the two of them, Lin Chen and Chen Xiao, had returned, he quickly asked, "It's abominable. That principal didn't even ask us what happened. He just believed Shen Xian's side of the story, and then said that boss had a bad attitude and wanted to withdraw boss from school." Chen Xiao said with an angry face. What? Xiao Wei exclaimed out in shock, and even Xiao Fei, who had been calm on the side, couldn't help but frown. The other students in the classroom naturally heard Chen Xiao's words. Although he had just heard the scolding voice of the one called Principal Wu, he could only hear it intermittently because the classroom door was a bit soundproof. What? Is that principal so unreasonable? I'll go. That teacher Shen wouldn't be some relative of Principal Wu or have any shady dealings, right? How can this kind of talk be endorsed by the president of a 985 institution? The class all started talking about it too. At this moment, Tang Jia had just walked into the office to look for Lin Chen, and when she heard these murmurs, she immediately sensed something wrong in her heart. If we go by what Shen Xian said, her words were a little off, but it was harmless. But according to the reactions of so many students in the class, the words Shen Xian had said were definitely not as light as she herself had said. Tang Jia couldn't think about it in time and immediately retreated to look at Wu Gang and Shen Xian. How come it's out again? Mr. Tang, you help me stabilize Mr. Lin Chen first, Wu Gang asked with some anxiety. You wait for Schoolmaster Wu first. After saying that, he looked at Shen Qian. Mr. Shen, you said before that what you said wasn't quite right, but it wasn't too serious. Can you repeat what you said now? Wu Gang froze, and then a bad feeling rose in his heart. If it was Lin Chen's fault, then his behavior could actually be understood. But if Lin Chen is right, then, Chapter 124, The Principal's Arrival. I'm not hiding it, am I? Xinxian still refuses to tell the truth. Tang Jia was very helpless and could only go to stabilize Lin Chen first. Mr. Tang, I'll go with you. Wu Gang hurriedly followed Tang Jia into the classroom. Xinxian hesitated and followed suit. Headmaster, this matter is not at all what Mr. Xin said. Student Lin Chen did nothing wrong. A man stood up and said loudly. Lin Chen was a bit surprised to see that it was actually Zhao Fei. The other students had long felt that it was unfair, and at this moment, seeing someone take the lead, they immediately agreed. Yeah, it's obviously Mr. Shen's words that went too far. Student Lin Chen was wrongly accused. Ms. Shen has been unreasonable in class. The principal and Tang Jia took a look at the situation, and in their hearts, they were also more certain that Xinxian was definitely hiding something. Xinxian was also startled by this kind of formation. Her face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. She didn't expect her classmates to be so united in speaking up for Lin Chen. She had originally thought that all these students would be too afraid of the authority of their teachers and principal to speak up easily. However, Tang Jia and Principal Wu couldn't afford to ask more questions at this time, and it was imperative to stabilize Lin Chen. Tang Jia then persuaded Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, don't be impulsive for now. The principal will come over to deal with this matter in a while and will definitely give you justice. Tang Jia's tone was very sincere. Principal Wu was no longer as powerful as before at this time, sweating profusely and smiling. Student Lin Chen, it's because I lacked consideration and didn't find out what happened, so don't be in a hurry. Principal Wu lowered his stance a lot as well. If he couldn't stabilize Lin Chen and then its withdrawal, the pot could only be taken by him. As for Xinxian, an ordinary little teacher can't memorize it. Lin Chen, however, just snorted and didn't pay attention to Principal Wu, just looking at Tanya. I'm sorry, counselor. I'm expelled from school now. Afterwards, Lin Chen looked at the students in his class. His heart still had a touch. He didn't expect them to risk speaking for him. This made Lin Chen's bad impression of them because of what happened to class president Zhao Fei a lot better at the moment. Thank you all for speaking up for me. I appreciate it. I'll buy you all dinner sometime in the future. Lin Chen's tone was very calm, and he walked out of the classroom after he finished speaking. I'll go. Boss is just leaving? It's not really going to drop out, is it? Chen Xiao whispered. Don't. I haven't even hugged the boss's thigh enough. Don't worry yourselves. There's no way the boss will be expelled. Just wait. We'll have a good show later. Xiao Fei was very calm. He had already quietly asked Lin Chen about his intentions just now, and could only say that Lin Chen's methods were really high. After this matter, that what the Principal Wu must be peeled a layer of skin, and that Xinxian, needless to say, certainly be expelled. Tang Jia and Principal Wu, who stayed in the classroom at the moment, were also panicking at the moment. Looking at Lin Chen's back, he was hesitating to chase after him. Xinxian's face was pale and her eyes were flustered. I may have misinterpreted what Mr. Lin Chen meant. I'll let this matter go. I still have things to do. I have to leave first. Xinxian wanted to leave after saying that. Wu Gang had long hated Xinxian and loudly drank. No one is allowed to leave. We must get to the bottom of this today. If Xinxian hadn't not told the truth, all these latter things wouldn't have happened. Xinxian footsteps can only be to continue to stay. After thinking about it, Tang Jia still felt that it would be better if she should find out everything before going to Lin Chen. Tang Jia then walked towards Xiaowei, Chen Xiao and Xiao Fei. Can you tell the teacher what happened? Chen Xiao didn't explain much and took his cell phone out to find a video to hand to Tang Jia. Counselor, here's the whole story. That Xinxian teacher can't justify this matter if it's not dealt with seriously. Tang Jia and Principal Wu hurriedly opened the video and watched it, while Xinxian on the side could barely stand. The video is a clear record of what was going on in the classroom. Xinxian mouthed off at the podium, as well as the words that followed explicitly and implicitly threatening her classmates with failure. Xinxian was very puzzled at this time. Isn't he just a freshman? Why was even Principal Wu so terrified when he found out who he was? Tang Jia and Wu Gang's faces were very gloomy after watching the video, especially Wu Gang, who looked at Xinxian itching to eat her. Mr. Shin, there are so many students here. Explain, do you call this kind of speech harmless? You tell me. Wu Gang angrily rebuked. The students in the class, including Xiaowei and the others, also looked at Xinxian with disgust. Xinxian stammered, half unable to speak. Her eyes flickered and her hands kept twisting the corners of her coat. And that's when another person walked in the door, none other than the principal. The rest of the class was shocked. I didn't realize it had all rattled the principal. Where's Mr. Lin Chen? The principal swept around and didn't see Lin Chen, so he immediately asked in an urgent voice. Tang Jia looked helpless. Principal, Mr. Lin Chen has left the classroom. Didn't I tell you to make sure to stabilize Lin Chen's classmates? Mr. Lin Chen has a determined attitude. I can't stop him. Tang Jia laughed bitterly. The principal's brows furrowed even tighter as he turned his head to look at Wu Gang and Xinxian, his face terribly gloomy. What the hell is going on here? The principal's voice was low and authoritative, and the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became more tense. Wu Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and told the principal roughly what happened. He spoke very quietly, not even daring to look at the principal's eyes. If this matter really blew up, it would be difficult for him to keep his position as vice principal, let alone climb up the ladder. The video was then shown to the principal. After hearing this, the principal looked angrily at Shin Xian. "Ms. Shin, can this kind of talk from you really be in the classroom? Can such incorrect values be passed on to students? Also, is this how you use a teacher's rights? Just suspend yourself pending investigation." The principal's voice was stern and angry. Shin Xian lowered her head, not daring to look at the principal's eyes, and said in a small voice, "Principal, I was just being tongue-tied and didn't think about it that much. I thought, what do you think? Do you think you're free to mislead students and spread false values?" The principal interrupted, her voice rising a few notches. The tension in the classroom was at a fever pitch. "I'm sorry, principal. I've learned the error of my ways and I hope I can be forgiven by the school." Shin Xian's voice even had a slight sobbing tone in it at this time. She's really panicking. Her husband just divorced her and the court awarded him the kids because he cheated on her. If she loses her job again because of this, then she really has nothing left. Chapter 125, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. Teacher Shin, you'll be suspended for the time being to reflect. I'll react to the Education Bureau on this matter. The principal coldly froze and looked at Shin Xian, and then looked at the apprehensive Wu Gang. Vice Principal Wu, since you're the one who withdrew student Lin Chen from school, let's leave this matter to you. The principal walked out of the classroom after that. Wu Gang was relieved. As long as he could get Lin Chen not to drop out of school, keep his investment, and forgive him, then there was still room to ease this matter. And at this time, Shin Xian was already ashen. At this time, Lin Chen had already returned to his dorm room and changed into a suit to sit in Poison's driver's seat. Since I don't have to go to class, I'll just go to Long Lake Games and take care of that. Lin Chen always felt that the name Dragon Lake Games was a bit wrong. Since it involved so many industries, it should be called Dragon Lake Corporation. Lin Chen wore a Bluetooth headset while driving and talking to Zhang Shuawei on the phone. "This is too much. How did you get to be vice principal when you're going to be fired without even understanding the whole thing?" Zhang Shuawei's voice looked furious. "That principal surnamed Wu should come to me soon to apologize. After all, I'm holding several $100 million of investment in my hands." Lin Chen, on the contrary, seemed very calm. He must not be forgiven so easily. Zhang Shuawei huffed. "Good, what are you doing now, Shuawei?" "I'm accompanying Wan Air to go shopping. She said she wanted to buy some clothes or something, so I stopped by." Only then did Lin Chen remember that he didn't even seem to have transferred any money to Zhang Shuawei yet. With that, Lin Chen parked the car to the side. So he transferred $1 million to Zhang Shuawei's green bubble, and it turned out that the limit, at most, could only transfer $200,000. Restart on the road after the turn. Zhang Shuawei on the other end let out a gasp. "Ha, Tatsu, what are you transferring so much money to me for? You take it and use it. Your man is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. So what's wrong with transferring $200,000 to you? If I didn't know your card number, I would have transferred $1 or $2 million to you." Lin Chen said favorably. "No need, Chen. I have enough money. Originally a student. My parents give me $3,000 a month should be enough. Zhang Shuawei refused. And beside her, Tang Wanner looked at Zhang Shuawei with a face full of envy. "Lin Chen is so good to you. Millions of dollars of cars given away at the drop of a hat. Hundreds of thousands of dollars transferred at the drop of a hat. I'm so envious." The salesman who was presenting the clothes was full of disbelief. "You have a boyfriend who has tens of millions of dollars that he says he'll give away, and you're slashing the price of my hundreds of dollars of clothes? You guys just blow it. It's not illegal to blow awesome anyway. It's okay, Shuawei. If you don't take it, then you're not ready to get married with me. Otherwise, why don't you take my money since we're going to be together for the rest of our lives?" Lin Chen's words immediately caused Zhang Shuawei to be dumbfounded. Well, then thank you for the emperor's reward," Zhang Shuawei said with a playful point. "I Fei, level off." Lin Chen chatted for a while longer, seeing that he was about to arrive at the Longhu mansion. Before hanging up the phone, Zhang Shuawei was also in a trance as she looked at Green Bubble's balance of over $200,000. "Why do you feel like you've been adopted? Shuawei baby, you are so rich, don't you buy me a dress?" Tang Wanner suddenly hugged Zhang Shuawei's arm and said in a delicate voice. Zhang Shuawei had a vicious chill. "Yeah, don't you dare diaphragm me. Say it, pick whatever clothes you want. You, Ms. Jiang, will pay for it." Miss Jiang's atmosphere. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Fa Nonping, then focused on driving. The Fa Nonping on the other end immediately began to act after receiving Lin Chen's message. When Lin Chen parked his car and walked to the entrance of the Longhu mansion, he saw Fa Nonping with several people guarding the entrance of the building. "You're here, Mr. Lin, I'll take you up." Fa Nonping's few people immediately greeted him. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. then looked at Hu Han-san. He remembered that when he first came to Dragon Lake Games before, this person's introduction was the vice president of Dragon Lake Games, managing the section of games. Hu Hansen's heart also tightened when he saw Lin Chen's gaze on him. Hello Lin Dong, I'm Hu Han-san. I'm in charge of the game board. It's my dereliction of duty for this to happen. Hu Han-san walked up stiffly and tried to explain a few things. Lin Chen directly raised his hand to interrupt. Go up there and fix it. So many employees here. Yes. Hu Han-san hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Several other vice presidents also had a stern look on their faces. This Hu Han-san will be in bad luck if he can't solve it well. With that, a group of people headed towards the elevator entrance. Is that one our new boss of Dragon Lake Games? So young. I saw it last time. And you don't believe me when I tell you. I believe. Looking at Vice President Hu, is there something wrong with the company that has upset this new boss? I heard that the Winged Hulk fight was on. After Lin Chen and the others walked away, the few receptionists also exchanged pleasantries. Arriving at the conference room, Lin Chen sat on the main seat, while below him sat Fong Onping, Hu Han-san and the others. Lin Chen roughly scanned a few times. The vice presidents were almost all here, and there seemed to be one or two who hadn't come. Fong Onping immediately explained. Lin Dong, there are still a few vice presidents who went on a business trip and can't come back temporarily. Lin Chen nodded. Go ahead, explain what's going on. Hu Han-san took a deep breath. Lin Dong, it's like this. Hu Han-san then told the story. Lin Chen looked thoughtfully at Hu Han-san and then at Fong Onping. Fong Onping also immediately explained. Lin Dong, I've also sent people to investigate. Things should be similar to what Vice President Hu said. That means the general manager of this 48-hour studio, Li Ming, used his position to plan this himself, right? Lin Chen slowly spoke. Yes, Lin Dong. At the same time, we also found out that Li Ming seems to have borrowed the change of position in the company to internalize several professional tournament winners and received a lot of money. But the specific evidence and amount is still being investigated, Hu Han-san added. Lin Chen's face immediately grimaced. He hadn't really expected this Li Ming to be so bold. Very well, if I don't care about this matter, then is it impossible to find out people like Li Ming who use their position to illegally gather funds and harm the company's interests? Or how many more people like Li Ming are there in the entire Dragon Lake game? Lin Chen said in a cold voice. Lin Dong, this is our dereliction of duty. Li Ming we will surely investigate severely and then hand over to the judiciary for trial. At the same time, a thorough inventory of the company will be conducted to find out those who are corpses and even those who are harming the company's interests. Cold sweat broke out on Fong Onping's head and he immediately got up and said, I'm sorry Lin Dong, it's my fault for failing to govern. Hu Han-san similarly stood up, including the other company vice presidents. Chapter 126, Do you believe I'll make you unable to get along in Longhu? Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Remove more than half of the bloodsuckers from the Long Lake game. Reward, the richest tomato. Wolf series, I am not the god of medicine. Hello, Li Huanyang, and the complete set of screenplays for the Tang Dynasty Detective series. It sounds like it's all scripted for a movie? That reward seems okay. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead with a bit of a headache. Forget it, you guys can't be blamed entirely for this. Remember, Longhu doesn't raise idle hands or white-eyed wolves. What exactly should be done? I don't think I need to say anything more. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. We know what to do Lin Dong. Please don't worry Lin Dong. Fong Onping and several other company vice presidents also hurriedly said. Lin Chen nodded slightly. You guys do a good job. I won't treat you poorly, even if it's the shares of Longhu. It's not like I can't sell you a little bit at a low price. Fong Onping, Hu Han-san and the others jerked their heads up to look at Lin Chen at the words. Lin Dong, are you telling the truth? Lin Chen's words immediately caused Fong Onping, Hu Han-san and the others to immediately get excited. Lin Chen smiled faintly. That's natural. I, Lin Chen, have always spoken my mind. It's nothing more than a little share. If they do a good job, what's the point of giving them 0% or even 1%? The more the company earns, the more they also earn. Naturally very attentive. When the time comes, he can also better be a shirker. Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will do our best to pay for the company. Fong Onping and the others who got the answer were even more incomparably excited. I didn't expect a bad thing to actually make Lin Dong say such a promise. At this moment, they were even slightly grateful to Li Ming in their hearts. Handle the results when the time comes. Fong Onping call to notify me about it. Remember, people who damage the interests of the company, never tolerate. Yes, Lin Dong. Lin Chen then let the others leave, leaving only Hu Han-san behind. Hu Han-san was a little nervous, not knowing what Lin Chen had left him alone for. Mr. Hu, since you're in charge of the game segment, you should also understand the Black Myth Wu Yukong project that I put Dong Hao in charge of, right? Lin Chen tapped his fingers on the table. I know it Lin Dong. Hu Han-san nodded repeatedly. What do you think, Dong Lin? I am very optimistic about this game. The large AAA games in the world today are all made by foreign game companies. This game will definitely explode if it comes out. Hu Hansen's eyes were glowing as he said this. This game, if it could be made, would definitely be a phenomenal game. Lin Chen smiled faintly. This Hu Hansen knew his stuff. The system produces a good product. Just know, if Dong Hao needs any help, you must give your full support. Hu Hansen froze. This is giving Dong Hao a leg up. The rumor that Dong Hao is Lin Dong's friend is true. Is Mr. Hu okay now? Do you have time to take me to Dong Hao? There's time. Lin Dong, I'll take you there now, Hu Hansen hurriedly said. In the back of his mind, he was secretly slandering. You're a big boss asking me if I have time. So I must have time. Dragon Lake Games was built on games. So Dragon Lake Tower is the main body of Dragon Lake Games. And subsidiaries like Longwood Udao, Longwood Music, Longwood News, and Longwood Entertainment are spread across the country. Lin Dong, this way please. Hu Hansen very respectfully led the way in front. Dong Hao, let me tell you, we Egg Boys have already brought in a lot of revenue to Long Lake Games, so it's only right that our project team gets this $200 million. And what about your Black Myth, Goku? How long has this whole project team been in existence? Why should this funding go to you? I'm not convinced. When Mr. Hu comes, I'm going to react to him. Lin Chen and Hu Hansen had only just made it to the area where the Black Myth Goku project team was located when they heard a man arguing vehemently. Lin Dong, I'll take care of it right away. Hu Hansen was somewhat speechless. Stay out here and don't come in. I want to see what this man will say. Lin Chen's face sank as he said in a cold tone. This, good Lin Dong. Hu Hansen at this moment can only silently pray that this Eggy Studios general manager cannot offend Lin Dong. This decision was issued by General Manager Hu. If you want to find it, find General Manager Hu. Don't come to our project team to have a seizure, okay? Dong Hao also said with great impatience. Who wouldn't want to fight for this money? If you can't win, you'll go to someone else's place. What kind of a studio boss is that? Don't talk about these useless things. Dong Hao, I'm telling you, I'll take this funding for Eggy Studio. Zhang Yang was about to leave when he finished speaking, only to see a young man walk in through the door. You're the general manager of Eggy Studios? Zhang Yang glanced at Lin Chen. Seeing how young he was, he thought he was a college student recruited by Dong Hao. How do you talk to the studio's general manager? Didn't your general manager Dong teach you what manners are? Zhang Yang was already on fire at the moment, and when he saw that Lin Chen, an ordinary employee suspected to be Black Myth Goku, dared to ask himself this, thinking that he was here to pick a fight, he was naturally nonchalant. Lin Chen was also a bit confused at the moment. No dude, I'm just asking if you're the GM of Eggy Studios and I'm being rude? And at the moment Black Myth Goku's employees around the area and Dong Hao saw Lin Chen at the moment, a hint of joy flashed under Dong Hao's eyes, and then he wanted to reprimand Zhang Yang, only to see Lin Chen waving his hand towards him. Seeing this, Dong Hao stopped speaking, only looking at Zhang Yang with gloating eyes, and Hu Hansen, who had been listening silently outside the door, wiped a cold sweat. This Zhang Yang is really a reckless man. He dares to talk to Lin Dong like this. Even if he is fired, he has no regrets, right? I've taught the big boss of Dragon Lake Games a lesson. Why would you want this funding to haunt Black Myth Goku's workplace? Does it matter to you? In what capacity are you talking to me? You, an ordinary employee, do what you have in hand. Such things are not enough for your rank. Zhang Yang was very disdainful, then walked over to Lin Chen and patted his shoulder, then whispered in his ear. Also, if you dare to talk to me like that again, do you believe I can make it impossible for you to stay in Longhu? Lin Chen's face also went cold. I didn't realize that the executives of Dragon Lake Games were so pandemonious that they threatened people to my head. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him, who looked to be in his 30s, and very calmly asked, "Oh, you want me to not be able to make it in Long Lake? Are you that entitled?" At these words, Dong Hao and Hu Hansen, who was listening outside the door, were shocked. A studio GM is going to make it impossible for the big boss of the entire Longwood Group to hang around his company? I'm afraid you didn't eat any peanuts, did you? Hey, this youngster offended Zhang Yang by speaking for us. Why don't we help? How can you help? Let alone us. Even if Boss Dong wants to keep this person, it's going to be hard. Yeah, you know Eggy Studio has a much higher voice than one of us who just created a project. Chapter 127. I'm kidding. Zhang Yang didn't expect the youngster in front of him to directly say the words in front of so many people. Oh, think I'll throw in the towel if I play a little trick like that? Zhang Yang was disdainful in his heart. How much power do I have? Don't you just tell me the name? Zhang Yang's expression was very gloomy. My name is Lin Chen. I'd like to see if you have the skills to drive me off today. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face, just a little cold. Zhang Yang froze. Lin Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? Hu Hansen, who was outside the door, finally couldn't help but walk in. As soon as Zhang Yang saw Hu Hansen come in, his expression immediately turned fawning. Mr. Hu, what brings you here? Hu Hansen snorted coldly. What? I have to check in with you when I'm here. No, Mr. Who, I didn't mean that. Zhang Yang hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Mr. Who? The employees of the Black Myth Goku project team as well as Dong Hao shouted respectfully. Aha! Hu Hansan nodded slightly. Mr. Who? Did you hear that? General Manager Zhang is going to fire me. Lin Chen looked at Hu Hansan and said with a smile. Hu Hansan was just about to speak when Zhang Yang jumped ahead of him. Mr. Who? I just wanted you to say this matter. This employee to the boss and its disrespect. Like this kind of disrespect for the leadership of the staff. I suggest or let him leave the Longhu game. We Longhu cannot afford to raise this kind of people. Zhang Yang said and even gave Lin Chen a provocative look. Hu Hansan was somewhat speechless. Is this Zhang Yang that stupid? Mr. Zhang, I'm an employee of the Black Myth Goku project. It seems like you don't have that right to go to someone else's place and fire an employee from another department, right? If you want to fire, then you have to go through our Mr. Dong's consent, right? Lin Chen said indifferently. Lin Chen is our Black Myth Wukong's man. It's just enough for you to run into our place and spread your wildness. But now you want to fire my man. Isn't it too much to put me in your eyes? Dong Hao also opened his mouth at this time in order to match Lin Chen. Hu Hansan was speechless, not expecting Lin Chen to have this kind of bad taste. The eyes that looked at Zhang Yang also carried a hint of pity. When he knew that the one in front of him was the biggest boss of Longhu, I guess his mind would have to collapse, right? Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? Hu Hansan also asked in a deep voice. Mr. Who? I just came to ask why the $200 million was given to Black Myth Goku. I think we, EGGY Studio, are more qualified to be able to get that amount of money. Seeing that Hu Hansan seemed to be acting a bit biased towards Dong Hao's side, Zhang Yang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Then why didn't you come to me to run to Dong Hao's side? Hu Hansan questioned. Mr. Who I? Zhang Yang stammered for words. He can't say I came to Dong Hao to play rough, can he? Mr. Who? Are there many people like this in the company? Lin Chen looked at Hu Hansan and asked. Shut up, there's no place for you to talk here. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Chen with some anger and rebuked angrily, then looked at the dumbfounded Hu Hansan. Mr. Who? Why don't we go to the office and talk? No. Zhang Yang, you're Mr. Zhang. I wouldn't dare to go to the office alone with you. Hu Hansan with admiration in his eyes hastily refused. And behind him, Dong Hao's anger came up all of a sudden at this moment. Zhang Yang, I think you don't want to stay in Longhu anymore, right? How do you talk to Lin Dong? Dong Hao walked quickly and clutched the corner of Zhang Yang's coat with a furious look on his face. Zhang Yang did not hear the Lin Dong in Dong Hao's mouth, and brought his hands up to look at Hu Hansan with an innocent face. Mr. Who? You saw it, didn't you? I was just a little bit mean to him, to a small employee under his hand, and he tried to beat me up. Dong Hao, calm down and let him go, Lin Chen said with a calm face. When Dong Hao heard Lin Chen's words, he threw his hand vigorously, causing Zhang Yang to stumble. Zhang Yang looked at Dong Hao's attitude towards Lin Chen with some astonishment. Hu Hansan looked towards Lin Chen, and when he saw Lin Chen nod, he finally said the words he had been holding back for a long time. Zhang Yang, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? You don't know who the name Lin Chen is? Zhang Yang was finally reacting. This Lin Chen was really his Lin Chen? When he saw how young Lin Chen was, he thought it was just the same name, but he didn't realize that those employees under his hand were telling the truth. Lin Chen Lin Dong is really a teenage boy in his teens and 20s? Zhang Yang is in a bit of a trance at the moment. Just now when he talked like that, he must have already offended Lin Dong to death, right? The eyes that looked at Lin Chen were filled with horror. Of course I know, Mr. Who? I was just joking with Dong Lin just now. Cold sweat began to break out on Zhang Yang's head as he nodded his head and smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry, Lin Dong. Just now it was me who spoke a little too heavily. I'm willing to review and even take a demotion and a pay cut. I hope that you, Lin Dong, can continue to let me stay in Longhu. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard Zhang Yang's words. No, Mr. Zhang, didn't you threaten to make it impossible for me to stay at Longhu? Why are you begging me to let you stay in Longhu now? Isn't it the other way around? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Yang, whose attitude had changed drastically at this moment, with a teasing expression. Zhang Yang was speechless for a while, his heart incomparably chagrined. If I had known, I would have been more cautious. I should have known when I heard the name Lin Chen. How could an ordinary employee have this kind of guts to dare to talk back to the boss of a studio? But it's too late for regrets. I'm really sorry, Lin Dong. Zhang Yang was about to say something else when Lin Chen interrupted. You're going straight to the exit formalities, and you'd better pray that you haven't done anything to harm the company's interests, or else, Lin Chen said coldly. Zhang Yang's face immediately changed. As the boss of a studio, holding so much power, who are a little unclean place. Just how much is the problem? Unfortunately, some time ago he lost a little in the stock market, so he misappropriated 100 million points of public funds, thinking that when the stock market earned and then fill this loophole. I didn't expect to offend the biggest boss of Longhu today. Lin Dong, I know I'm wrong, please give me another chance to make it up again. I'm kneeling down for you. Zhang Yang finished looking panicked and kneeled on the ground. The scene viciously stunned everyone around them. A hint of coolness flashed in his eyes as he looked towards Zhang Yang kneeling on the ground. To know that just a moment ago he was being a bully in their project team and the next second he was on his knees apologizing. While Zhang Yang's move fell on Lin Chen and Hu Hansen's eyes, it felt a bit wrong. It was reasonable to say that Zhang Yang didn't need to do this even if he wanted to apologize for staying in Longhu. After all, as the boss of a studio, Zhang Yang's ability was undoubted. Even if he was fired, he could be reused in another company. Then it's obvious that Zhang Yang has a problem. Chapter 128, Apologizing in front of students. Mr. Zhang, why don't you just forget it? I don't think my Longhu can still accommodate a big Buddha like you. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully and rejected it outright without even thinking about it. And that's when Dong Hao and a few employees came over and pulled Zhang Yang up. Lin Dong, I really know I'm wrong. Give me another chance. Zhang Yang still kept apologizing and even started slapping himself with a clear and loud voice. Lin Dong, please, give me another chance. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. His face was soon red and swollen, but he didn't seem to care and kept slapping it. Dong Hao frowned in disgust. Zhang Yang, if you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? It's too late for you to regret for being a bully in the company. Hu Hansan also shook his head as he looked at Zhang Yang's miserable and humble appearance at this moment. He had actually heard of this Zhang Yang's usual arrogance and domineering behavior, and now he had gotten this result at his own peril. The other regular employees were whispering in the background. Humph, you were so arrogant just now. Now you know you're afraid? That's right, think you're great. Now you've kicked the bucket. Lin Dong did the right thing. This kind of person can't be kept. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Yang's wretched appearance and remained unmoved, his tone very cold. Manager Zhang, you'd better pray that you haven't done anything else. When Zhang Yang saw Lin Chen's resolute attitude, his entire body was suddenly paralyzed as if his entire body's strength had been drained away. His eyes filled with despair. Lin Chen then instructed Hu Hansan, Mr. Hu, immediately organize a full investigation on Zhang Yang and make sure to find out all his violations in the company. Hu Hansan hurriedly responded, Yes, Dong Lin, I'll arrange it right away. A few security guards soon framed the deathly pale Zhang Yang out, causing a crowd of employees to gather around. Isn't this the boss of Eggie Studio? Why is he being escorted away by the security guards? I Lua Bean, good big melon. It can't be something wrong, can it? I know. My friend works in the Black Myth Goku project team, and she said that Zhang always runs to them to play rough and gets bumped into by the new big boss, and he didn't recognize him and said he's going to fire the new boss. Ha 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 ha. Joy, gonna fire the big boss. Is that the big young boss? Within the Black Myth Goku project team, Lin Dong, it's rare for you to come here. I'll give you and Mr. Hu a good tour. Dong Hao could already predict what was going to happen to Zhang Yang and was in a great mood. Okay. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then looked at the employees still gathered around. Get to work. Get the game out soon and I'll personally give you all your rewards. Yes, Lin Dong. Upon hearing that they would be rewarded by Lin Dong personally after making the game, the work enthusiasm of all the employees was immediately aroused. Hu Hansan and Lin Chen then toured the entire project team accompanied and introduced by Dong Hao. This was a big shock to Hu Hansan, who knew more about this game. The gaze that looked at Lin Chen was filled with excitement and admiration. Dong Lin, although this game is a single-player game, the profits aren't as big as online games. But the significance of this game is extraordinary. It breaks the... Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at Hu Hansen's excitement at this moment. He could also anticipate that by then, this one name of Dragon Lake Games would surely spread all over the world by then. At this time, Fa Nonping immediately set up an investigation team as early as the end of the meeting. As soon as he heard what Lin Chen had just gone through, he immediately had a goal. After a few more hours, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly vibrated, and he opened it to see that it was a message from the principal. Lin students, the whole incident we have understood completely. Just now held an emergency meeting, has decided to suspend Shin Xianxian teacher to accept the disciplinary section of the investigation. At the same time, the vice principal Wu Gang was also punished. 3 years cannot move position, and canceled the evaluation of excellence and priority. Lin student, do you think you should go back to the school and let's talk face to face? Our Shuzhou University will definitely give you an explanation. Lin Chen pondered slightly. It was estimated that the school side could only go so far, and the one called Shin Xian, at most, could not be a teacher. But that's not enough. That's not enough punishment for a teacher like that. Yes, but I need Principal Wu to personally apologize to me in front of the class. It was only a few seconds before the principal replied. No problem. It was Vice Principal Wu's responsibility to apologize. Better principal. Then I'll contact you when I hear back. Inside the conference room of Shuzhou University, the principal sitting in the main seat was always relieved to see this string of news. After replying to Lin Chen, he placed his cell phone on the table. Looking at the conference table, all staring at his group of school leaders, especially Wu Gang, slowly opened his mouth and said, Lin has expressed a willingness to talk again. That's great. Yes, that's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's still the principal who has the power. A group of school leaders were all smiles. This lab would be a proper political achievement if you get it out. If something else comes out of it, even Wu Gang was relieved, a hint of celebration flashing in his eyes. But, the principal added. The crowd of school leaders immediately tensed up again. Wu Gang also raised his heart. But Lin's students want Vice Principal Wu to apologize to him personally. The principal looked at Wu Gang and said word for word. The school leaders were silenced. We all know that Wu Gang wants to save face a lot. This request seems simple, but in fact, for a person like Wu Gang, that's simply more difficult than taking his life. Wu Gang's face instantly grimaced. Principal, of course I'm willing to apologize, but why do I have to do it in front of the other students? Isn't this my intention to make things difficult for me? If this matter spreads out, how can I, Wu Gang, still have the majesty to be the principal? The principal had some headaches at this point. Wu Gang, I know how difficult it is for you, but you were already responsible for this matter. Plus Lin Chen still holds several $100 million of the lab's investment in his hands. Tell you what, then, as long as you can guarantee that you can pull in a few $100 million in capital infusion for the lab, this whole thing is off the table. Wu Gang was speechless. Hundreds of millions. That's not billions. The other school leaders were also talking to each other at this point. This matter was originally his responsibility, right? And didn't he wrongly accuse someone in front of the students in their class? Lin's request is also very reasonable. That's right. For the sake of his so-called face, we can't let a school go down with him, can we? Why don't we have an internal vote or a joint petition to remove him? Although Wu Gang did not really hear it, he heard a little bit, and his heart was not 100 times. Yes, I promise. 129. Silby Tuatara. Wu Gang said through clenched teeth. Good, then this matter is settled. Dismissed. The principal was relieved to see Wu Gang agree. Wu Gang, as the vice principal, if he really died without apologizing, there was really nothing he could do. And over here, Lin Chen also left the Dragon Lake mansion. After returning to the school, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and as soon as he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Fei's few people couldn't wait to gather around him. How's it going, boss? It's okay. The principal has just sent me a message saying that he'll have already suspended that psych teacher, and then he'll have that vice principal Wu apologize to me in person. Lin Chen smiled blandly. Nyo boi a boss. 985 institutions vice-chancellor have to apologize to you. Xiaowei Chen Xiao was surprised. It's normal. After all, it was his fault, and since he made a mistake, it's only right to apologize. Lin Chen took it for granted. If you're wrong, you have to admit it. Doesn't it mean you're not right because you're not normal? Boss, my cousin asked me to call you guys to go to dinner together later. It's at the Imperial Hotel. Are you guys going? Xiao Fei suddenly said. Your cousin? That's the Qin family's son, Qin Yang? Xiao Wei opened his mouth. Xiao Fei nodded. How come it's Dihao again? Can't it be that the boss is the only hotel in Tenfu City that's good enough? Chen Xiao spat. That's not true. My cousin and his family owns a hotel called something like the Sunrise Hotel, which is similar to the Imperial Palace. Maybe it's because the Imperial Palace is close to our school. That's why they chose the Imperial Palace. Xiao Fei explained. Lin Chen thought about it. He had rejected Qin Yang last time. It would be a bit bad to reject him again this time. And he had helped a bit last time. And he was Lao Si's cousin. No problem. That's fine. I'll reply to my cousin. Xiao Fei also had a happy face when he saw that Lin Chen had agreed, and then added another sentence. By the way, call that Wang Shijie kid too, right? In Xiao Fei's opinion, Wang Shijie's background wants to mix with them but also enough to qualify. After all, Langzhou Group that is a proper national 500 enterprises, and as the son of Langzhou Group, Wang Shijie's status is naturally unusual. Okay, I'll contact him later, Lin Chen promised. Then he went to the bathroom and changed his clothes and took a shower. Still need to get another car to drive. It's a little hard to drive in this sun. Lin Chen couldn't stop calculating in his mind as he blew his hair. Driving an open top in the sun, the heat wave rolled in and drove Lin Chen sweating profusely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Spend 1 million RMB in 10 minutes. Reward 1 silver to Atara supercar. Lin Chen was stunned by the sudden system prompt in his head. No, system, are you so gingery? 1 second I just had the idea of changing my car. And the next you come up with such a simple task just to give me a car? It was too late to think about it. After all, it was only 10 minutes, and if he failed at this kind of mission, then he really should find a block of tofu and play dead. Take out your phone and open the shopping app and just buy. Just take a look at the most expensive clothes, shoes and bags on it and just buy them all. Finally managed to spend $1 million in 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The Silver Tuatara supercar will be delivered to the entrance of Shuzhou University in half an hour. Lin Chen's heart was also slightly relieved as he listened to the system in his head all say the beep. How is this spending money harder than making money? Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Shuawei, asking her to call Tang Wan'er as well, saying that it was Xiao Fei's cousin who had invited her to come along for dinner in order to apologize. Then another message was sent to Wang Shijie. Xin Yang wants to invite for dinner. Are you coming? If you want to come, you can only wait for me in front of the school in half an hour, or go directly to the Imperial Palace Hotel. It only took a few seconds for Wang Haiji to reply. That's properly no problem. Brother Lin and I are playing pool outside right now with Zhu Zhu, but I'll definitely be at the school entrance in half an hour. Lin Chen smiled slightly and put his cell phone away after replying to it. Are you packed yet? Hold on tight. I have to be at the school gates in half an hour. Lin Chen urged Xiao Fei and the others. Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao was cleaned up fast, wash a face to change clothes and sit there waiting to go to dinner. Just Xiao Fei still kept fiddling with his hair in front of the mirror. Why? I bought a car and I'm going to drop it off at the school gates later. I'm afraid it'll cause a commotion if I stay there too long, Lin Chen explained. The three of them sniffed immediately. Boss, you bought another car? What kind of car this time? How much? You'll find out later. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He didn't even know how much it cost, and the Silver Tuatara was a car he'd never even heard of. Lin Chen then took his cell phone out again in preparation for a search. A car from the system can't be any worse, can it? Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter. After seeing the look and value of the Silver Tuatara in the phone, Lin Chen's eyes also revealed a touch of fondness. Not bad. It's pretty cool. A $70 million car is really handsome. Top speed of 483 kilometers per hour. Boss, you and Lao Si are driving one girl each in a supercar. So how are Lao Si and I going to get there? We can't possibly take a cab, right? It's too humiliating, Shen Xiao said enviously. Where's your Ferrari SF90? Boss, can I borrow it? That car is still at Magnolia Court. I gave it to your sister-in-law. Lin Chen laughed bitterly. It's okay, drive mine. Xiao Fei took out a key from the drawer and threw it to Chen Xiao. What kind of car do you have here, senior? Just go to the parking lot over in section B and click on it. A few minutes later, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen appeared downstairs in the women's dormitory. 4. What kind of car did you drive for 2 and 3? Lin Chen asked curiously. It's not much, just a $3 million Ferrari Roma, Xiao Fei said indifferently. Lin Chen drifted off. Boss, if I really make it with Sister Wan'er, I'll have to give you a big credit, Xiao Fei said gratefully. That's true. I've been worrying a lot as a boss for your boy's happiness, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiao Fei was just about to continue saying something when he saw Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan'er walking over arm in arm. Sister Tang, Shuawei, Lin Chen beckoned. Only after Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan'er came over did Xiao Fei smile somewhat unnaturally and greet Tang Wan'er and Zhang Shuawei. Tatsu, why aren't you driving? Zhang Shuawei asked curiously. I bought a car and I'll have it delivered to the front of the school later. I'll just take that one later. Lin Chen touched Zhang Shuawei's head and said with a smile. Ha, Tatsu, you bought a car again? Chapter 130, this car is 70 million RMB. Ha, Tatsu, you bought a car again? Zhang Shuawei's face was filled with surprise, and her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity. Lin Chen looked at her favorably and explained with a smile. That Lamborghini Poison was too hot to drive in the sun, so I got a new car to drive. Zhang Shuawei nodded gently and asked curiously. What kind of car? You bought it. It must not have been cheap, right? You'll find out later. Lin Chen smiled and rubbed Zhang Shuawei's head. Sister Wan'er, why don't you take my car? Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wan'er and invited. A hint of hesitation flashed across Tang Wan'er's face. Xiao Fei hurriedly added. Sister Wan'er, I'm the only one who has a seat here at this moment. If you don't take my car, you'll have to take a taxi. Besides, we're still friends, right? What's wrong with taking a car between friends? Tang Wan'er frowned helplessly and looked at Zhang Shuawei. Seeing that Zhang Shuawei nodded, there really was no other better option, so she could only reluctantly agree. Okay then. Xiao Fei saw Tang Wan'er agree and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately taking Tang Wan'er into his Porsche 918, the car sped away. Lin Chen looked helplessly at the distant Porsche. He really didn't expect the always flirtatious Cockney Xiao Fei to be like a licking dog when he faced Tang Wan'er. Lin Chen, on the other hand, held hands with Zhang Shuawei and walked towards the school entrance. The golden sunlight poured down on them as if they were covered in a dreamy veil. Zhang Shuawei looked very happy, holding Lin Chen's hand and walking with a bounce. Lin Chen asked with some curiosity as he watched her look so happy. Shuawei, why are you so happy today? Zhang Shuawei tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with love, and said softly, Tatsu, don't you think it would be nice for us to walk together like this, hand in hand, strolling through the sunset? Lin Chen held Jiang Shuiwei's hand and softly said, "It's quite a feeling, but there will be plenty of opportunities like this later." Aha! Without realizing it, the two of them, Lin Chen, arrived at the entrance of the school. A Lamborghini Gallardo, a Porsche 918 and a Ferrari Roma were parked one after the other, and their cool bodies attracted the attention of many passers-by and students in the school. Many people even had their cell phones out to take pictures. Wang Shijie, Xiao Fei, Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao were chatting in a circle. Shen Xiao couldn't close the corners of her mouth at the moment. Just now, he and Xiao Wei had just stepped down from the Ferrari and stood there for a while when several pretty schoolgirls came over to add them. Shen Xiao naturally came to add any good-looking ones. Shen Xiao calls Xiao Fei his benefactor. As for Xiao Wei, he was a bit uncomfortable. Originally a rural person. Before saying that he envied Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's peach blossoms, it was just words. Really encountered this kind of thing, but seems a little overwhelmed by many dressed up colorful, wearing black silk, white silk, fishing nets and JK beautiful women want to contact the face of the red. It made those girls giggle. Tang Wanner and Zhu Zhu stood on the side, talking in low voices with light smiles on their faces. At this moment, the crowd saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei walking over. Wang Shijie hurriedly greeted warmly, "Brother Lin, sister-in-law." Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei nodded, and Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao hurriedly greeted Jiang Shuiwei. Xiao Fei couldn't hold back his curiosity and eagerly asked Lin Chen, "Boss, when did your car come? Quickly reveal to us what kind of car it is." "Yeah boss, we've been waiting for a while and we haven't seen any supercars?" Shen Xiao also asked with some curiosity. For a moment, everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was just about to open his mouth when he saw a transportation vehicle slowly approaching, which was carrying a white supercar. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Here, isn't my car here?" The crowd hurriedly looked along with Lin Chen's gaze, and they saw a transportation truck pulling a supercar approaching. The transportation truck slowly stopped in front of the school, surrounded by a large number of curious passers-by and students quickly gathered around. The scene was immediately lively. Then another vehicle stopped behind the transporter, from which several people emerged and surrounded the transporter, preventing bystanders from approaching it. "Wow, this supercar is awesome. I don't know which rich family's son owns it. It's so luxurious. How much is this going to cost? It feels like millions. A few million? You're looking down on this sports car too much. I'd say at least tens of millions. This model is so special. I haven't seen it before." The crowd was talking and discussing. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the white supercar, filled with curiosity and envy. Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei and the others were also wide-eyed, their faces filled with surprise. Wang Shijie said in shock, "This can't be Silby Tuatara, can it? Big Lizard." Wang Shijie's voice was trembling a little from excitement. Xiao Fei looked at the car with fiery eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's it, that's the Big Lizard." When Shen Xiao and Xiao Wei heard this, they looked puzzled, and Shen Xiao asked eagerly, "What the hell kind of car is this? What Big Lizard?" Xiao Fei explained, "It's a top-of-the-line supercar, a Silberto Tuatara, a limited edition worldwide, with superb performance." Jiang Shuiwei also looked at the car curiously. "So how much did the car cost?" Xiao Fei spoke slowly, "Almost 17 million renminbi." When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen were filled with awe, especially Zhu Zhu. She knew relatively little about Lin Chen, and at this moment, when she heard that Lin Chen had another car and it was $70 million, the shock in her heart could be imagined. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang, and it was the staff member who called. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the staff responsible for handing over your car. I've already arrived at the designated location. May I ask if it's convenient for you to come and pick up your car now?" "I'm right here, on this side of the 3 supercars," Lin Chen said indifferently. The staff looked around and soon saw Lin Chen and the others, so they quickly walked over. The staff member sized up a few people, and then rested his gaze on Lin Chen. After carefully comparing it with Lin Chen's information in his cell phone, he then raised his feet and walked towards Lin Chen, and naturally, the eyes of those around them gathered. The staff member walked up to Lin Chen and asked in a very respectful tone, "Hello sir, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin?" At this point, someone in the crowd whispered, "Isn't that the owner of that Lamborghini Poison at school? It seems like he's also the boyfriend of schoolflower Jiang Shuiwei. Wow, just how rich is this schoolmaster Lin? $10 million luxury cars one after another. How much is the car? Almost $70 million. Raider, this car is 70 million renminbi?" Chapter 131, One Air. Lin Chen nodded slightly and responded, "I am Lin Chen." The staff hurriedly took out a tablet and said, "Mr. Lin, please cooperate and perform facial recognition and fingerprint verification to confirm your identity." Lin Chen did as he was told, and the verification soon passed. With a respectful smile piled on his face, the staff member bowed deeply and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, You have become the distinguished owner of a Sylvie Tuatara. Here are the car keys, please keep them, may you drive it and enjoy endless speed and passion. Saying that, he handed the car keys to Lin Chen with both hands. Lin Chen nodded and took the car keys. Turning to board the transport, he prepared to drive the big lizard down himself. The silver Tuatara rests quietly on the transport truck, like a sleeping beast waiting to be awakened. Its body lines are smooth and stern, as if carved by the wind, and every line is filled with the beauty of power and speed. The white paint shines brightly in the sunlight, like a layer of flowing pearl luster, delicate and noble. The surrounding crowd of onlookers let out a gasp. This supercar is just so cool. Lin Chen is really great to have such a luxury car, Wang Shijie said with an envious face. Brother Lin, this car is so cool, when can I have one too? Xiao Fei smiled. In your family's condition, you'd have no problem driving a car like this. Wang Shijie let out a bitter laugh. Let's just forget about it. Afterwards, Lin Chen drove the car to Xiao Fei and their 3 luxury cars. The crowd made way for a passage, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Chen got out of the car and walked to Jiang Shuiwei, gently pulling open the passenger door and said gently, Chevy, get in the car. There was a loud wow around the room. Jiang Shuiwei smiled sweetly and sat in the car. Lin Chen closed the door, returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away from the school entrance in front of the crowd. Lin Chen drove the Sylvie Tuatara, driving away from the school entrance in front of the crowd. Xiao Fei and the others were still looking at Lin Chen's gradually disappearing car with anti-smiles on their faces at this point. We're not leaving? Tang Wan-er asked suspiciously. The crowd then responded. Xiao Fei somewhat awkwardly pulled open the door for Tang Wan-er, waiting for Tang Wan-er to get on the car, before closing the door and getting on the car to drive the Porsche 918 towards Lin Chen to chase after him. Wang Shijie and Shen Xiao also hurriedly followed, leaving a trail of exhaust at the school entrance. In a short while, it arrived at the Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen parked the car and got out with Jiang Shuiwei. Xiao Fei and the others followed suit and parked their cars and walked over. Xiao Fei said with an envious face, Boss, this new car is different to drive. It's so cool. Shen Xiao also came over. Boss, when will I get this kind of treatment? Lin Chen smiled bashfully. Don't worry, there's meat to eat following the boss. There's nothing wrong with driving at least $1 million run in the future. Boss is awesome. Shen Xiao instantly shouted in excitement. The crowd headed toward the front door of the hotel. The attendant at the door saw 4 supercars drive into the parking lot from a long distance away. When Lin Chen, Xiao Fei and the others approached, they realized that it was actually Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei, even bowed respectfully and shouted, Welcome Lin Dong, welcome MS. Jiang. Lin Chen waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so polite. There's no need to be so formal just to come over for a meal. Jiang Shuiwei was also a little embarrassed as she stroked the broken hair by her ears. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. Where is the private room your cousin booked? Xiao Fei took his cell phone out and looked at it. It's in the second private room in the sky. Lin Chen drifted off, nor did he ask the waiter to show him the way. He often came to eat in the Tianjin-o, 1 private room, and the Tianjin-o, 2 private room was next to the Tianjin-o, 1 private room. Just as the crowd was walking to the elevator door opened, and several middle-aged greasy uncles came out from inside, and each of them had their arms around a young woman in a revealing and flamboyant dress. Tang Wan-er looked at these several greasy uncle face suddenly stiff, and then buried her head a little lower. Seems to be avoiding some people. Xiao Fei and Jiang Shuiwei were a bit puzzled, thinking that it was Tang Wan-er who was not feeling well, and just when they wanted to open their mouths to ask, they heard a voice coming from them. Wainer? One of those middle-aged greasy men looked at Tang Wan-er's buried low head and shouted somewhat uncertainly. For a moment everyone's eyes gathered on Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er took a deep breath, then raised her head in some disgust to look at the greasy uncle, glancing at the woman in revealing clothes that he was holding in his arms and asked in an icy tone, May I ask what you want? That middle-aged greasy uncle noticed Tang Wan-er's line of sight, and only then did he react to the fact that he was still holding a woman in his arms, so he quickly let go of his hand, then looked at Tang Wan-er with a smile and said, Wan-er, don't talk so coldly to Dad. I didn't expect to actually meet you here. It just so happens that Daddy misses you. Do you want Daddy to take you to eat something delicious? And wasn't it your birthday some time ago? And you refused to let Daddy come to see you. So it's just as well that Daddy is taking you shopping again today to make up for your birthday present? Clothes, bags, whatever you want Daddy will buy it for you. Egu, Mr. Wang, this is your daughter. She's so pretty. The greasy uncles around Tang Wan-er's father were all of a sudden pleasingly complimentary, and the woman who had just been embraced by Tang Wan-er's father was indeed a bit unnatural. After all, it looks like she is about the same age as Tang Wan-er. Dad? This middle-aged greasy man's words had caused the crowd in the room to stare, and Xiao Fei and Lin Chen Jiang Shuiwei, who understood the situation, immediately looked at Tang Wan-er with concern. As expected, Tang Wan-er's face was very cold. I don't have a father like you. From now on, If you see me, just pretend you don't know me. Isn't it good that we don't interfere with each other? Tang Wan-er's father did come forward with some urgency. Wan-er, let's talk things over. Although it was my fault back then, but haven't I always thought of making amends? Let's find a place for father and daughter to talk. What can't we solve? I'm also your father by blood, no matter what. Tang Wan-er looked at him leaning over, and immediately took several steps back in some disgust. Don't you come near me. Lin Chen, Xiaofei, Xiaowei and a few other boys immediately stepped forward to block Tang Wan-er's father. What are you doing? This is my daughter. Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. When Tang Wan-er's father saw Lin Chen and the others stopping him, he immediately chided in annoyance. What do I care who you are? Sister Wan-er has told you to stay away, you stay away and talk. Xiaofei looked at the man in front of him with an angry face and said, if it weren't for this scum, maybe Sister Wan-er would have accepted me long ago. Chapter 132, Once you see it today, you really have an extraordinary temperament. Young man, let's talk things over. He is the father of that little girl after all. It's only right to say a few words. That's right. Young people should know how to make money with harmony. The few people around Tang Wan-er's father also rushed forward to persuade him. I'm Wang Wan-er's father. Who are you? A brat who is not even Harry. To stop me from finding my daughter? Tang Wan-er's father clenched his fists just like he wanted to do it. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and he wanted to strike. Wang Qiangjuan, don't you dare pretend here. I stopped being called Wang Wan-er 10 years ago. My name is Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er was very emotional at the moment, her chest rising and falling constantly. Wang Qiangjuan's movements gave a beat, as if he also felt that he was a bit ashamed of himself like this. Wan-er, Dad knows that Dad was wrong in the past. Just give Dad a chance to make it up to you, okay? Wang Qiangjuan slowed down his tone and squeezed out a pleasing smile on his face. Tang Wan-er bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Compensation? What are you going to make up for? Why didn't you think of compensation when you abandoned me and Mom back then? This is all in the past, and Dad really regrets it now. Wang Qiangjuan looked guilty. Regret? You think a word of regret can erase the damage you've done to us? Tang Wan-er's voice trembled. Zhang Shuiwei put her arm around Tang Wan-er's shoulders, and at that moment, Lu Jing in the hall walked over with several security guards. Lin Dong, MS, Jiang, are you alright? It's fine. Lin Chen shook his head, and Wang Qiangjuan and his few friends and female companions looked at Lin Chen with astonished faces. I've long heard that the Imperial Hotel has changed to a young big boss, and when I see it today, it really does have an extraordinary temperament. Wang Qiangjuan's eyes gurgled, and his face immediately put on a pleasing smile as he looked at Lin Chen and said, Wan-er, why didn't you tell Dad about it when you knew someone like Mr. Lin? The crowd was all confused by Wang Qiangjuan's entirety. Lin Chen was even more confused. No, uncle, do I know you? Lin Chen, can you do me a favor? Tang Wan-er looked at Lin Chen with red eyes. Sister Tang, you say, help me get him out of here. I don't want to see him again. Tang Wan-er pointed at Wang Qiangjuan and said in a single point. Wang Qiangjuan looked at Tang Wan-er with wide eyes. Wan-er, you can't be like this. I'm your father. Lin Dong, this girl is talking in anger. I'm her father, how could she be like this? Lin Chen didn't care what Wang Qiangjuan said, and instructed Lu Jing and the group of security guards. Get them all out of here. Yes, Lin Dong. A group of security guards sniffed and went straight forward and started to kick people out. Lin Dong, I want to get acquainted with you. I don't know Wang Qiangjuan well. I don't know Wang Qiangjuan well either. Wainer, as the noise grew farther and farther away, the crowd's eyes fell back on Tang Wan-er. Lin Chen sighed slightly. It was indeed unfortunate for Tang Wan-er to have such a father. Wan-er, it's fine. Let's not be affected by the mood. That's right, Sister Wan-er. Let's turn our grief and anger into appetite and eat a lot later. Kill all the bad moods. Zhang Shuiwei and Zhu Zhu hurriedly comforted Tang Wan-er, while Wang Shijie, Xiaowei and Xiao several people are constantly pointing at Xiaofei to make eyes, signaling that now is the time to earn performance. Xiaofei was a bit embarrassed. He didn't know what to say about this kind of thing. You go back to work. We don't need to worry about it here. Lin Chen whispered to Lu Jing. Yes, Director Lin. Lu Jing sniffed and rejoined the front desk. Tang Wan-er only sobbed for a while, then slowed down, threw the paper towel wiping her tears into the trash can next to her, then forced a smile and said, It's okay, I got used to it a long time ago. I'm really sorry for affecting everyone's mood because of what happened to me. Don't stand here. Let's get in the elevator when it arrives. Everyone was sighing slightly in their hearts, especially the two girls Zhang Shuiwei, Zhu Zhu and sister-in-law Fei, who were even more heartbroken for Tang Wan-er. The elevator climbed upwards and soon reached the floor where the heavenly suite was located. The crowd had just exited the elevator when Lin Chen saw Dong Fong walking over. Lin Dong, why didn't you say in advance when you came, so that I could come to the door to pick you up? Dong Fong was first stunned, and then he hurriedly said curtly, It's okay. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then gestured for Jiang Shuiwei and the others to go over first. Last time I had a guy offer me a program called something like service departments. What do you think? Lin Chen slowly spoke. Lin Dong, this I have paid attention to before. I think the development prospect is still very good. Foreign countries have this. Long time ago. Dong Fong hadn't reacted for a moment to how he suddenly started testing him, but then he immediately answered anyway. It was only for a few dozen seconds, but Lin Chen was still very satisfied with Dong Fong's answer. Since you think it's okay too, I'll take you to a place in a few days, Lin Chen said with a smile. What place? Dong Fong was a bit puzzled. Fusion Investment Land. Face as usual. Unity Land? Dong Fong exclaimed in shock, then felt that it was normal. Lin Chen was so young that he spent billions of dollars to acquire the entire Imperial Hotel in one fell swoop, and he also had business dealings with even Manhwa Tang. With such background and strength, it is only natural that we can talk about the project with Rongto Land. Soon he walked to the door of the second private room in the sky. The door was open at the moment, just waiting for Lin Chen to enter. Okay, I'm here. Go ahead and get busy. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he walked into the Tianzi 2 private room under Dong Fong's astonished gaze. The honorable guest that Prince Qin Yang said is talking about Lin Dong? Dong Fong muttered. Having been the general manager of the Imperial Hotel for so many years, he naturally knew Qin Yang, the Qin family that was one of the #1 families in the whole of Suzhou. Even in the whole of Daxia that was a big family. Then the status of Qin Yang, who was the son of the Qin family, could be imagined. It seems that Lin Dong's background is even more terrifying than he imagined. Then how follows Lin Dong if he can be reused? Dong Fong almost got himself excited thinking about it. Inside the Skyward 2 private room. Brother Lin, have a seat. Originally, I wanted to book the Tianzi 1 private room, but the general manager of the Imperial House said that the Tianzi 1 private room can't be booked after the Imperial House changed its boss, and at most, I can only book the Tianzi 2 private room, and the boss of the Imperial House Hotel, Yi, is too stingy, Qin Yang said with a smile. The moment Qin Yang's words came out, the expressions of the people present suddenly became slightly strange. Ahem, that boss, the new boss of Imperial House is Lin Chen. Xiaofei coughed lightly and reminded Qin Yang. What? So the new owner of the Imperial Hotel is Brother Lin. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 133, The Lin Family's Reparations. Qin Yang was slightly stunned, then dryly laughed and said, Brother Lin, you're really young and promising. This Imperial Deluxe Hotel will definitely go to the next level in your hands. Lin Chen smiled in response. Brother Qin is flattered. This hotel was also bought with the idea of making it easier to come over and treat people to dinner. Qin Yang was shocked in his heart. It's easy to treat yourself to a meal. So you just acquire a multi-billion-dollar grand hotel? Even if he was the son of the Qin family, he couldn't be so capricious. The crowd has begun to make small talk. Sister Wan Er, don't be upset. You still have me and so many friends now. Xiaofei realized that Tang Wan Er was not in high spirits and her eyes were lifeless, so he knew that she must still be thinking about the incident just now. Thanks. Tang Wan Er didn't look at Xiaofei, but just gave a very polite thank you. Sister Wan Er, why don't we go out this weekend? I've heard that Daguri in Tianfu City is quite famous. Let's go there and take a stroll. No, I have things to do over the weekend. So should. Qin Yang looked at Xiaofei and Tang Wan Er, and was somewhat surprised in his heart. Aren't they in love? Why are they so polite? And why does Xiaofei look like a dog licker? Qin Yang pondered in his heart. Thinking about it, Qin Yang couldn't help but shake his head. If the old man found out, he'd probably be sitting on his ass. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the food, and a course of dishes filled the table as the crowd ate and chatted. Brother Lin, at your young age, you are the big boss of the $100 billion Rongto Land, and you are also the major shareholder of Penguin. You are really young and promising. Qin Yang stopped looking at Xiaofei's dog-licking face and turned his head to climb into a conversation with Lin Chen. It's just a matter of luck. Lin Chen peeled a shrimp for Jiang Shuiwei and put it in her bowl, then said with a smile. Qin Yang had some regrets in his heart. I should have known I'd bring a female companion too. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. In fact, today, Qin Yang had invited Lin Chen to dinner. In addition to wanting to get acquainted with him, he also had a mission in mind. After the last car club, he went home and told his family that Xiaofei seemed to be in love. The old man of the family was very happy and immediately wanted to call Xiaofei to confirm, but he was stopped by Qin Yang. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it didn't work out? Xiaofei, this kid grew up with a golden spoon, backed by 2 big families, is a real young master. Therefore, it is natural for Xiaofei to fall in love and receive attention from both families. And his mission this time was to see if Xiaofei was really in love. Now it seems that not only are they not talking, but they are being lickspittles. Brother Qin, I've wanted to get to know you for a long time. today is the perfect opportunity. I'll drink to you. That's when Wang Haiji joined the group chat. Qin Yang did attach great importance to Wang Shijie. After all, he was the son-in-law of the Longzhou Group, which had a market capitalization of nearly $100 billion, and the Longzhou Group was practically their Wang family's one word. Qin Yang also smiled and picked up his wineglass to clink a glass with Wang Shijie. Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated, and he opened it to see that it was a message from Dong Feng. Lin Xiangdong, the chairman of How Technology, didn't know where he found out that you were having dinner at the Imperial Palace, and found me saying that he wanted to meet you. No see, send him away. Lin Chen thought about replying. Okay Lin Dong. Half an hour later, Sister Wan Er, why on earth are you unwilling to accept me? I really like you. Can't you give me a chance? Xiao Fei's face was red, his eyes were mesmerized, and he kept shouting out of his mouth as he pulled Chen Xiao's hand. Senior, I'm Chen Xiao. I'm not School Sister Tang. School Sister Tang is over there, Chen Xiao said with a look of disgust. Chen Xiao didn't drink because he couldn't hold his liquor and had to drive. Chen Xiao tried to pull her hand out of Xiao Fei's arms, but she was caught in Xiao Fei's death grip. Sister Wan Er, don't leave me. Xiao Fei forcefully held Chen Xiao's hand tightly and shouted. Tang Waner, who was on the side, looked at Xiao Fei's drunken state at this moment with a complicated face. They say a man is 3 times drunk and acts until you're in tears, but she could feel Xiao Fei's sincerity. Qin Yang also looked at this scene in amazement. If Lin Chen and the others hadn't been present, he would have wanted to take his cell phone out and record a video to send to his aunt and the old man and the others. Wan Er, look how sincere people are. They think about you when they are drunk. Zhang Shuiwei also came up next to Tang Wan Er at this time and whispered. Tang Wan Er's lips bit lightly and didn't say anything, only that her eyes were much gentler as she looked at Xiao Fei. Zhang Shuiwei saw Tang Wan Er did not speak, also no more words. For this best friend she still knows. Freshman year started to now are more than 2 years, and she is the same as her refused many elementary school brothers' courtship. Definitely not something that can be melted in 10 days or so. Brother Qin, looking at Xiao Fei's state, he definitely needs to rest. How about today? Lin Chen looked at Qin Yang and asked. It'll have to do. Qin Yang nodded with a bitter smile and said. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiao supported Xiao Fei on one side and Xiao Wei on the other, and the group walked to the entrance of the hotel. Lin Dong, Qin Xiao, MS, Jiang, everyone take care. Dong Feng stood in the doorway and bowed slightly. Lin Chen and the others nodded. I ended up getting stopped before I even made it to the parking lot. Mr. Qin, Duke Lin, Mr. Xiao, I'm Lin Xiangdong from Magnificent Technology, so please spare our family if you all are so generous. Now that Howie Technology is almost bankrupt, your anger should have appeared to be finished, right? I'm bringing this ungrateful rebellious son of mine to kneel down and make amends to you. The person who came was none other than Lin Xiangdong, with Lin Tianyu and a woman behind him. Lin Xiangdong pulled Lin Tianyu down on his knees as soon as they met and said in a very humble manner. The woman saw both of them kneel and hesitantly knelt as well. During this period of time, she had to look at Lin Xiangdong's face if she wanted to buy a bag, and the other noble women who used to be known to her as Jimei also shunned her. The sudden rise of this scene left the crowd a little confused. Mr. Lin, was what I said before not clear enough? Besides, what does your company going bankrupt have to do with me? Lin Chen's tone was very flat. Qin Yang didn't say anything, but Xiao Fei struggled to open his eyes to look at it, and after seeing this scene, he spoke nonchalantly through his drunkenness. Ha, Lin Xiangdong, your son beat up my brother. You want to just forget about it? Let me tell you, if you touch my brother, then be prepared to fight me to the end. Chen Xiao immediately surged with a touching expression. Senior, you are my own brothers. Xiao Fei then realized that what he thought was Sister Wan Er was actually Chen Xiao. I'll make a monkey out of you. How come it's you, kid? Schofield struggles to stand upright on his own, and at this moment, Lin Xiangdong and Lin Tianyu, who were kneeling on the ground, had their fists clenched in death. Qin Yang, you really are an asshole as usual. Chapter 134, Qin Xiaodao. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see a white woman wearing high heels and extraordinary clothes walking towards here. Qin Yang's face changed drastically. Peachy, what are you doing here? Qin Yang immediately greeted him. Chen Xiao immediately asked Xiao Fei, who is this woman? She looks like she's got a good relationship with your brother. Xiao Fei looked toward the woman with great effort. This look does not matter. After looking at it, Xiao Fei's save directly woke up most of the time. Holy, why it's Sister Peach. She's my cousin. It's my cousin's own sister. Qin Yang walked over to him and tried to explain something, but in the end, that white-clothed woman didn't even look at Qin Yang, directly skipped past him and walked straight to Lin Tianyu's family. Qin Yang was a little embarrassed, but he still walked back to Lin Chen and the others. You guys get up first. If this group bullies you, just give me a word and I'll take care of it for you. The woman in white swept a glance at the crowd and said very nonchalantly. When Lin Xiangdong saw that the woman in white and Qin Yang knew each other and had spoken so nonchalantly, a glimmer of hope lit up in his heart. Thank you, but their background is very extraordinary. you'd better stay out of it. When the time comes to draw fire, won't it harm you too? Lin Xiangdong cowed out again towards Lin Chen and the others after he finished speaking with a sad face. Mr. Xin, Mr. Lin, Mr. Xiao, I don't know this woman, please don't involve her. The crowd was stunned by Lin Xiangdong's actions. You old man is so shameless, it's obviously. Chen Xiao immediately glared and was about to start cursing, but was interrupted by the woman in white. Xiao Fei, why are you here? Come here. Only then did the white-clothed woman notice that Xiao Fei was actually there, and with a raised eyebrow, she rebuked. Xiao Fei winced and forced himself to hold back his drunkenness, and with a single step, he walked over to the woman in white. This woman's name is Qin Xiaotao. She's my own sister and Xiao Fei's cousin. Xin Yang was afraid that Lin Chen and the others would misunderstand, so he explained with a bitter smile. Why did you drink so much? You're still bullying me with your drunkenness, aren't you? Do you believe I'll tell Auntie? The white-clothed woman cared enough to hold Xiao Fei up, then scolded. At the moment still kneeling on the ground in the heart of Lin Xiangdong's family. Cool. This is a relative Lin Xiangdong felt shame on his face when he thought about what he had just said. Sister Peach, I'm not bullying. This family found someone to block my brother at the school gate and beat him up. They were the ones at fault first. Xiao Fei's face turned red and he said with a terse, defiant neck, how dare you talk back? Xin Xiaotao made a gesture to hit Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei shrunk his neck and stopped talking. Xin Xiaotao looked at Lin Xiangdong's family who were still kneeling on the ground, and there was still some intolerance in her heart. You might as well get up and get this straight, and if it's not your fault, I'll take care of it for you. Lin Xiangdong's family sniffed and hesitated or stood up. Lin Chen was a bit upset, but kneeling on the ground did have a bad impact as well. Plus it was Xiao Fei's relative, so he endured it. Tell me what's going on. Xin Xiaotao looked at Lin Xiangdong and spoke. Lin Xiangdong knew that this was probably his only chance, so he was very cautious and his mind was racing. After a brief moment of thought, he then spoke. It's like this. This incompetent son of mine offended this Mr. Xiao and Mr. Lin at school, and then in a moment of impulse he found someone to beat up their friends. When I found out about it, I had my son go to the two of you to make amends and apologize, but because my son made a mistake that the two gentlemen could not forgive, he did not forgive my son. I then apologized for my son as well, but it didn't help. Since then my company has been ostracized by its peers and is now on the verge of bankruptcy, and I was desperate before I came up with this idea. Lin Xiangdong actually said some old tears. Xin Xiaotao looked at Lin Xiangdong like this and actually felt some pity. Hey, Fei, why don't we just let it go? The family has already been punished anyway. Xin Xiaotao sighed and looked at Xiao Fei and softly said. Xin Xiaotao's words were even more disgusting to Lin Chen and the others. Where is this Madonna from? This is going to take the place of the Lesan Buddha? Lin Chen glanced at Chen Xiao, who was very much as usual. In fact, for him, he was quite content. After all, because he had been beaten up, Lin Chen and Duke Xiao had mobilized their own connections to bring a company with a market value of over $1 billion to $2 billion to the brink of bankruptcy, which he felt was very much worth it. No way sis. Do you know why my friend was beaten up by his son's men? Xiao Fei sobered up most of the wine at this moment. Once he heard that Qin Xiaotao actually said that he wanted to spare this family, despite the fear of Qin Xiaotao's long-standing oppression, he said with full anger. Qin Xiaotao froze. It was hard not to be attentive. Why? Qin Xiaotao blurted out almost subconsciously. His son. He targeted my brother at every turn, just because he didn't believe what my brother said, and my brother retorted a few times, and then he threatened my brother and said to watch out after school. None of us cared. After all, we're all adults, we shouldn't be so childish. As a result, he took advantage of my brother's night out and found someone to block my brother. Xiao Fei said the anger in his heart was even more gushing out, and even wanted to get his hands on Lin Tianyu and beat him up now. Fortunately, Xin Xiaotao could see that Xiao Fei was not right at the moment and hurriedly pulled him back. Fine, it's my cousin who didn't think this through. I don't care how good. Xin Xiaotao softly comforted Xiao Fei, and when Lin Xiangdong heard Qin Xiaotao's words, he was also a bit anxious. Ms. Xin, you said you would help us deal with this. Even if my son was at fault first, our family has paid a heavy price. Even the company is going out of business. You see and can't help us plead for mercy, Lin Xiang said in a hurry, and behind him, Lin Tianyu's eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at Qin Xiaotao. This kind of feeling that a single word could determine life and death fascinated him, plus the fact that Qin Xiaotao was very pretty, also made him develop a strange affection for Qin Xiaotao. Qin Xiaotao, on the other hand, was in trouble at this time. She was a soft-hearted person by nature, and according to her thoughts, Since the Lin family had already received the punishment of being on the verge of bankruptcy, she would just forget about it. And Lin Chen was also observing the way Qin Xiaotao Point handled the situation. If Qin Xiaotao wanted to be a holy mother, then don't blame him for not giving Xiao Fei and Qin Yang face. After all, according to Xiao Fei's opinion, the Lin family was asking for it. Yes, beautiful girl, you said yourself that you would settle for us to deal with this matter. You can't abandon us, otherwise our family might as well die, Lin Tianyou's mother also hurriedly said, fearing that this sudden savior would just give up on their family. Chapter 135, The Virgin Mary. Qin Xiaotao was at a bit of a loss for words all of a sudden. Qin Yang sighed. This own sister is just too kind. I remember in high school, Qin Xiaotao became good friends with the daughter of a small business owner by chance. That girl was arrogant and domineering in school on the basis of her good connections, taking advantage of the fact that she was a good friend of Ms. Qin's family. And what kind of school can Qin Xiaotao attend? It's full of children from all the big families and major corporations, naturally giving the Qin family a black eye. And Qin Yang, who was in the same school as Qin Xiaotao at the time, overheard other students making up about Qin Xiaotao and her best friend by chance. Qin Yang naturally does not believe his own sister what kind of he still has a number in his heart. It was only later that I found out what was going on when I investigated. He warned Qin Xiaotao to stay away from that girl, but it turned out that Qin Xiaotao didn't believe him, saying that she wasn't that kind of person, unable to do anything about it. Qin Yang could only tell his dad that there was no doubt that the girl had then transferred directly to another school. Qin Xiaotao got into a big fight with Qin Yang when she found out, and this became a divide between the siblings. It's been going on forever. Your family is really shameless. You want to let go of the trouble you caused? If apologizing is useful, what are the police for? Xiao Fei said disdainfully. I'm telling you guys, don't try to morally kidnap my sister with this matter, or else I'll have 100 ways to clean you up. After Xiao Fei finished speaking, he pulled Qin Xiaotao towards Lin Chen and their side. Fei, did you learn these words from Qin Yang? You can't bully the weak, you know, Qin Xiaotao said with some dissatisfaction when she heard Xiao Fei's words, and then broke away from Xiao Fei's hand. Besides, they're not exactly moral abductors. After all, I did just say I'd be willing to help them out with this. Qin Xiaotao looked at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen and the others with some difficulty after she finished speaking, and a hint of joy flashed across the eyes of Lin Xiangdong's trio, not realizing that this woman was really willing to help them. A mocking smile hung at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. This Xiao Fei's cousin doesn't think she's Maria, does she? Zhang Shuowei and Tang Weiner and the others also clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. If just now it could be said that Qin Xiaotao had said what she said because she didn't understand what was going on, it would still seem excusable. And now that he already knew what happened, he was still thinking of preserving Lin Tianyou's family and embarrassing his cousin. This is puzzling. Sister Peach, you should stay out of this matter. Xiao Fei's face sank at this moment. Qin Xiaotao was indeed very kind to him, but there was no way this matter could be left alone. Molesting Sister Wan Er and getting people to gang up on my brother, those two random things were enough to make Xiao Fei angry. Qin Xiaotao was a bit anxious when she saw that Xiao Fei seemed to be really angry. Fei, are you angry with me? You just give my sister a face. Discuss with your friend. Just let their family live, right? Anyway, their company is almost bankrupt. Enough. Qin Yang finally couldn't help but open his mouth. You're not allowed to interfere in this matter. This is Fei's own business. Qin Yang chided. Qin Xiaotao's face went cold when she saw that it was Qin Yang who was talking. I'm going to manage. This family has already suffered evil consequences. Why can't they just be spared? Do they have to be left in debt and then struggle to survive in this society from now on? And it's none of your business what I'm going to do. Qin Yang looked at his sister with both anger and helplessness in his heart. Whatever. Xiao Fei also lost his temper and turned around to return to Lin Chen and the others. Qin Xiaotao looked at Xiao Fei like this and her eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. Boss, let's go back first, Xiao Fei said to Lin Chen in a downcast mood. Lin Chen nodded, then patted Xiao Fei's shoulder. Shuowei, let's go. Zhang Shuowei sniffed and walked to Lin Chen's side in a well-behaved manner. Brother Qin, then we'll go back first. Lin Chen looked towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang agreed with a bitter smile. Okay, I'll apologize for my sister for today. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Xiaotao as he sniffed. It's okay. In a short while, only Lin Tianyou's family of 3, and the Qin family siblings were left in the entire venue. Peachy, why don't we go back first? Qin Yang looked at his sister in front of him who had red eyes and was biting her lips to death and softly said. Qin Xiaotao looked up at Qin Yang and ignored him, also following towards the parking lot. Ms. Qin, you can't leave. Lin Xiangdong and the woman saw this and hurriedly said. Qin Yang turned his head shadily to look at Lin Xiangdong and his group. Lin Xiangdong immediately didn't dare to speak again. Qin Xiaotao had naturally heard what Lin Xiangdong and his wife had said, but at the moment she no longer wanted to meddle in this matter. All she could think about now was one question. Am I really wrong? Why is everyone blaming me? Qin Xiaotao came to the parking lot thinking about it, saw Schofield and a girl in front of a Porsche car talking about something. Qin Xiaotao subconsciously wanted to go up and ask Xiao Fei if this was his girlfriend, but after thinking about that incident just now, she stopped her footsteps. Sister Wan Er, can you drive me? I can't drive now that I've been drinking, Xiao Fei asked in a low tone as he held the front of the car. Yes, but I'm not a very good driver and I'll be driving very slowly. It was the first time Tang Wan Er had seen Xiao Fei in such a low mood. It's okay, just know how to drive. Xiao Fei handed the key to Tang Weiner and was ready to open the passenger door. Then he saw Qin Xiaotao who was watching him. Xiao Fei's movements lurched. After Tang Wan Er sat in the driver's seat, she followed Xiao Fei's gaze and saw Qin Xiaotao. Still, Schofield got in and slammed the car door shut. Let's go, please, Sister Wan Er, Xiao Fei said and lay down on the seat with his eyes closed. Tang Wan Er couldn't think of anything else at this point. She hadn't driven one of these sports cars yet and was struggling to familiarize herself with the Porsche 918. After a little familiarization, the car was eased out. Qin Xiaotao stomped her foot as she looked at the gradually fading Porsche. Stinky Shafly. And at this moment, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei were on their way back to school. Chen, do you think this will make things difficult for Xiao Fei? Will it affect Xiao Fei's relationship with his sister? Zhang Xuewei couldn't help but ask. After all, it's Xiao Fei's family matter, and since he chose to handle it this way, there's a reason for him to be able to handle it himself. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Good blah. Zhang Xuewei thought about it. Right, Tatsu, it's going to be the 4th of July soon in a few days. My parents said that they'd let you take the time to go over and have some fun then. Zhang Xuewei suddenly spoke. Chapter 136. You're a robber, aren't you? Lin Chen counted the time, and it was true. Sure, I'll just give my parents a heads up when I get there. Lin Chen agreed after some thought. Yeah, I'll talk to my mom later then. When Zhang Xuewei saw that Lin Chen had agreed, she immediately leapt for joy. I actually forgot to look at the road for a while, and I don't know when the car in front of me had stopped in the middle of the road. Brake! Lin Chen said sharply with wide eyes. Zhang Xuewei stepped on the brakes in a panic, and the vehicle came to a sharp stop. Zhang Xuewei and Lin Chen's bodies leaned forward violently before falling hard onto the seats. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xuewei for the first time. Xuewei, are you okay? Zhang Xuewei looked at the car in front of her with hindsight, then patted her chest. I'm fine. I'm scared to death. Zhang Xuewei was still breathing heavily. Lin Chen was relieved to see that Zhang Xuewei wasn't injured, and then the eyes that looked at the front car contained anger. It's a white Audi A4. Lin Chen opened the car door and walked down. Seeing this, Zhang Xuewei hurriedly parked the car, then undid her seatbelt and also followed Lin Chen down. And at this time the owner of the front car Audi A4 also opened the door and walked down. A middle-aged man. Can you drive? Stop and change lanes to the right. Don't you know? Lin Chen went up without saying a word and questioned him. Tatsu, take it easy and talk properly. Zhang Xuewei hurriedly walked over and took Lin Chen's hand. That car owner's expression was slightly angry, and he was just about to retort, but he suddenly realized that the car behind him was a supercar, and his face instantly changed. The owner of that car had a curt smile on his face. I'm really sorry, little brother. I didn't mean to stop, that car owner said and sidestepped, pointing to the front for Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei to see. Only a Panamera and a Far a Rome were parked at the intersection in front of them, and there were two men standing by the car constantly apologizing to the man and woman. It's already seriously affecting traffic. Both cars were luxury cars, and some drivers didn't dare to speak out to discourage them even if they were distracted by the traffic jam. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed. That's Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao? And Han Qiqi and Yu Yang? Zhang Xuewei covered her mouth incredulously, pulling Zhang Xuewei back to the car. He then drove the car to the side of the road and parked it. I'm really sorry. I didn't notice. Sorry. Chen Xiao is very frightened inside at the moment. This car is Xiao Fei's. Millions of dollars of car results in a crash, and it's still your own responsibility. Chen Xiao was driving just now, and because he was avoiding a little girl on a bicycle, he turned a little to the left and ended up colliding with a Panamera. You also do not apologize. The compensation on the compensation. My car is also more than $1 million. According to this damage, 2 doors have to be replaced. You compensate 100,000 on the line. Yu Yang's attitude was quite polite when he saw that Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were driving a Ferrari Roma. When Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei heard that they wanted $100,000, their people froze in place. It's not like you can't afford $100,000 in a Ferrari Rome, is it? Yu Yang was a bit puzzled. Just let them pay $100,000? They all drive Ferraris anyway, just ask for more. I happen to have my eye on a dress, Han Qiqi whispered to Yu Yang's ear. Forget it, people drive Ferrari Rome, their background should be extraordinary too. It's better not to offend people. Yu Yang replied in a small voice. Originally there was still drunkenness. Xiao Wei this time was completely frightened to wake up. $100,000? You're a robber, aren't you? Xiao Wei subconsciously blurted out. Yu Yang's face sank. What do you mean I'm robbing money? I'm sure I'll have to replace both side doors. Why don't you guys come with me to the 4S store to fix the damage? Yu Yang's words were tinged with anger. Chen Xiao pulled Xiao Wei and smiled at Yu Yang. I'm really sorry. My friend didn't mean that. Look at it this way, okay? The car isn't mine either. It's my friend's, so let's add a green bubble and then give me the quote after your car is fixed. Can I transfer you along with the insurance company's settlement when it comes through? As soon as Yu Yang heard that the car was borrowed, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. The attitude was also arrogant. So what if you borrowed the car? The should give or have to give, but also to compensate me for lost wages mental damage. At least 100,000. Can only be more not less. Dude, this way. Chen Xiao was a bit helpless, but it was really himself who bumped into someone else, so he could only grit his teeth and eat the loss. I was just about to explain that I would pay for it, but before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted by Yu Yang. Bro, who the hell is your buddy? You think you're gonna pay less just because you're a brother? No way. Yu Yang had an arrogant attitude and a very bad tone. Exactly. We were about to go to my boyfriend's company to see the program. Dozens of people are waiting for the meeting. Who's going to pay for this loss? Kiki Han chimed in to help. Yu Yang secretly gave Han Chichi a thumbs up. In fact, if it was before, he would not bother so much. The money to pay enough also even if. But before Lin Chen that thing did not know how to spread out. Her father felt disgraceful. Directly deducted a half point of living expenses. He only has 50,000 a month now. In the front and bought a lot of luxury goods for Han Chichi, and have to support the car and the woman. The wallet naturally deflated. When Chen Xiao heard these words from the two of them, he knew that he would definitely have to be slaughtered today. It's not that I won't pay, I just can't get that much money on me right now, understand? I'm a student at Suzhou University. I'll pledge my ID card to you, okay? Can't you call the police? Chen Xiao was also in a temper at this time. Penis, how much we'll pay together? Xiao Wei said through clenched teeth. Chen Xiao shook his head. No, I'm driving the car. It's not like it has anything to do with you. Just leave it alone. He knows the situation of Xiao Wei's family. Xiao Wei's monthly living expenses are only a little more than 1,000. How can he compensate? It's just $100,000. It's not like his family can't afford to pay for it. He'll just go home and get a scolding. Xiaofei, this Ferrari Rome front end is not too damaged. It is estimated that tens of thousands of dollars can be fixed. How does this work? Xiao Wei said sharply. A student from Suzhou University, right? No problem then. I'm also from Suzhou University. Man, if you don't give me enough money, then don't blame me for putting you online, Yu Yang said with a smile. Oh, don't worry. I'll definitely give as much as I should, and I won't give a penny more than I should, Chen Xiao said in a cold voice. Hubby, look if that's Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei? Han Chichi asked with some uncertainty as she looked at a man and a woman who were walking towards the side not far away. When Yu Yang heard this, he hurriedly turned his head to look. It's still true. Let's go. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he was about to try to pull Han Chichi to hide to the side. What are you afraid of? We haven't offended them lately. As soon as Han Chichi finished speaking, she heard these two people in front of her look at Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei in surprise. Boss, sister-in-law, what are you guys doing here? Chapter 137, Lin Xiao. Just in time, when Yu Yang and Han Chichi heard the words coming out of the mouths of these two people in front of them, a heart gradually fell to the bottom. No way? How can you be so unlucky? Yu Yang couldn't help but cry out in his heart at the moment. Han Kiki was also blushing. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei naturally saw Yu Yang and Han Chichi. Jiang Xuewei looked at these two people, and a trace of disgust flashed under her eyes. After understanding the situation with the Chen Xiao duo, they looked at Yu Yang and Han Chichi. Yu Yang squeezed out an awkward smile on his face and stammered. Young Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Chen let out a faint smile. It's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. Han Chichi lowered her head on the side, not daring to meet Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei's eyes. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were unsure and watched as the atmosphere was a bit off. Xiao Wei asked, Boss, you guys know each other? Lin Chen said lightly, sort of an acquaintance, but not a pleasant experience. Yu Yang hurriedly explained. Lin Xiao, it was me and Chichi who were unintelligent and bumped into you before. In the future, Yu Yang, will definitely go around you when I see you. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang with some confusion. This kid didn't have such a good attitude the last few times, did he? Even Jiang Xuewei was a bit surprised, while on the other side, Han Kiki lowered her face to look a little embarrassed. In the past, she often mouthed off to Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wan Air on the basis of her boyfriend's wealth. Now that's an ironic scene. Lin Chen swept his gaze over Yu Yang and Han Chichi with a cold expression. Then he looked at Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei. You tell me in detail what happened. Chen Xiao will drive to avoid the little girl and cause the collision of the car to recount clearly. Lin Chen frowned slightly. then looked at Yu Yang's car. Although this matter is my brother's responsibility, but you ask for 100,000. Is not it a little too much? First go to fix the damage. How much should be how much? Yu Yang at this moment no longer had the arrogant and domineering energy he had before in front of Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei. Young Lin, just changing a car door. It's not much money. I don't want this money. Count it as an indemnity for me offending young Lin before, Yu Yang said in a hurry. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. And, meh, no need, as much as it should be. Yu Yang could only nod his head in agreement. Han Chichi on the side was a bit too much to bear, so she ran straight to the car. Lin Chen looked around. It was already seriously affecting the traffic, and it was estimated that the traffic police would be coming over in a little while. Pull over to the side of the road first and stay out of traffic. A few people naturally listened very much to Lin Chen's words, and without saying a word, they drove the car to the side of the road. First go to the Force store to fix the damage. After fixing the damage, quote, how much is how much? I will not lose you a penny. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang and said indifferently, okay Lin Xiao. Yu Yang and the others didn't dare to have second thoughts, and they were busy responding. Lin Chen turned around and got into the car with Jiang Shuewei, starting the car and preparing to depart. Only then did Yu Yang notice that there was another supercar on the side of the road. Yu Yang took a closer look at Lin Chen's car. His eyes glazed over, his heart filled with shock. I can't believe it's a silver Tuatara. This car is a super god car worth tens of millions of dollars. Han Chichi looked at the shock on Yu Yang's face and couldn't help but ask, what kind of car is this? So surprising to you? Yu Yang gulped and said, this is the Sildi Tuatara, a global limited supercar worth tens of millions of dollars. I was really blind before. I actually offended such a character. When Han Chichi heard this, her heart was even more filled with envy and jealousy towards Jiang Shuewei, and she said sourly, humph. How is she Jiang Shuewei so lucky? Yu Yang glared at her. Just cut the crap. Han Chichi didn't dare to say anything at once. A group of people soon came to the 4S store. The staff quickly fixed damage to the two luxury cars. During the wait, Yu Yang was fidgety, and in his mind, he had been thinking about how to please Lin Chen, in order for him to disregard his previous suspicions. Han Chichi also lost her previous arrogance and sat quietly, not daring to say much. Boss, I'll call Lao Si. The car is Lao Si's after all. Chen Xiao sighed and looked at Lin Chen and said, you fight. Lin Chen nodded, and at this time, Xiao Fei had already arrived at the school with Tang Wan-er. Tang Wan-er parked her car downstairs in the men's dormitory and then woke up Xiao Fei, who was already passed out in the car. Xiao Fei, wake up. As a result, Xiao Fei didn't react at all. Tang Wan-er was a bit helpless, looking towards the surrounding area. This Ferrari multi-million-dollar supercar had already attracted the attention of many of her classmates. Several of the bold ones even came up to gawk. Xiao Fei, if you don't get up, we won't have to meet again. Tang Wan-er looked at the still sleeping Xiao Fei and threatened. Xiao Fei immediately sobered up and stretched. Then surveyed the surroundings. Sister Wan-er, you even sent me downstairs to my dormitory? Thank you so much, Xiao Fei said as he looked into Tang Wan-er's eyes. Tang Wan-er actually felt a little flustered at the moment. No need to thank you, now that it's delivered. I'll get off first. In a panic, Tang Wan-er wanted to open the car door and go straight down. Xiao Fei took Tang Wan-er's hand in his. Sister Wani, are you going to let me park my car alone? Drunk? Xiao Fei said with a bitter smile. Tang Wan-er hesitated, then stopped getting out of the car. After breaking free of Xiao Fei's hand, he drove the car towards the parking lot. The parking lot was empty at the moment. Okay, I'll leave the car keys here. I'll go first. As soon as Tang Wan-er turned off the fire, the surrounding scene was plunged into darkness. Xiao Fei took Tang Wan-er's hand again with one hand. Tang Wan-er was already a bit flustered, plus she couldn't see anything in the dark at the moment. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Tang Wan-er struggled. Xiao Fei, a big man, actually felt a little bit unable to catch. Xiao Fei hastily loosened his hand, fearing that he might have scratched Tang Wan-er painfully. I'm really sorry, Sister Weiner. I just want to have a nice chat with you. Is that okay? Xiao Fei said with an apologetic face. Tang Wan-er's state of mind was gradually calming down at the moment. I know what you're going to say, Tang Wan-er said softly. And why exactly is that? Xiao Fei said sharply. His eyes kept looking at Tang Wan-er's face. Although he couldn't really see in the darkness, he could only see Tang Wan-er's white face through a little bit of streetlight in the distance. Didn't Shuawei tell Lin Chen? Could you not have known? Tang Wan-er turned her head to look at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was embarrassed for a moment. Ha. So Sister Wan-er, you know all about it. Tang Wan-er didn't take Xiao Fei's words, but instead looked out the window. My mom and dad used to actually be very close. Of course, that's what my mom told me. They were poor back then, but every day was a happy day. Chapter 138, I'm sure I can get up. Xiao Fei didn't interrupt, but quietly listened to Tang Wan Air spilling her guts. But then my dad started a successful business and got rich. It's said that men become bad when they have money, and my dad is very much a prime example of that. Tang Wan Air said and glanced at Xiao Fei. I'm not going to be bad, Xiao Fei hurriedly explained. Tang Waner looked at Xiao Fei's nervous appearance and suddenly puffed. Then it quickly tightened up. Xiao Fei's mood somehow improved when he saw Tang Waner smile. My dad, after he got rich, he used to use the excuse of working overtime to socialize and talk business to stay out all night. Then my mom once looked at his cell phone while he was asleep and found out that he was keeping a woman outside. Naturally, my mom had a big fight with him. Originally, I thought that as long as he broke it off with the woman outside, for the sake of me being a little younger, I could live on. Tang Waner's voice suddenly choked a little as she spoke. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Waner with heartache, wanting to comfort her but not knowing where to start. But I didn't expect my dad to just file for divorce from my mom, and also transferred the property and bribed my mom's lawyer. At that time, my dad was worth tens of millions of dollars, and as a result, my mom only got about a few $1,000,000 in property. I've hated my dad ever since then, and it really doesn't matter if my dad has this daughter of mine or not. I've heard that he already has a son, the one he had with that woman, and the child is probably in the 2nd or 3rd grade now, right? Tang Waner smiled to herself. Sister Waner, you still have me, and sister-in-law, boss, so many of us care about you. Xiao Fei held his tongue for half a day, and when he opened his mouth, he held this sentence out. Don't worry about me, I stopped caring a long time ago. Tang Waner said in a pretense of relief. Sister Waner, believe me, I'm really serious about liking you. Xiao Fei's voice seemed especially firm in the darkness. Tang Waner was slightly stunned, a ripple in her heart, but it was quickly suppressed by reason. Schofield, liking isn't something you just say, Xiao Fei said eagerly. Sister Waner, I know you have a shadow in your heart because of the past, but I'm really different from those people. Tang Waner was silent for a moment and said slowly, Xiao Fei, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I'm afraid of being hurt again. I've already endured the breakup of my family once, and I don't want to go through that kind of pain again. Xiao Fei reached out his hand and gently held Tang Waner's shoulder. Sister Waner, I understand your concern, but please give me a chance to prove it to you. I'm willing to use time and actions to make you believe in me. Tang Waner trembled slightly. Xiao Fei's sincerity made her a little moved, but the concerns in her heart remained. Schofield, I don't know what to do. Xiao Fei sensed Tang Waner's hesitation and he took a deep breath. Sister Waner, we can take it slow and start as friends. Tang Waner bit her lip. Schofield, that's not fair to you. It's okay, I do. Xiao Fei smiled easily. But why? With your qualifications, it's easy to find someone prettier than me, more considerate than me, more demure than me. But why? Tang Waner voiced the doubts in her mind. Xiao Fei sniffed and slowly leaned back in his seat. My family is very rich and powerful, and since I was a child the people around me have been especially complimentary, treating me as the boss. Later I realized that they were just asked to be like that by my family, just to use the juniors to climb up my family's relationship. I've seen too many hypocritical people. But, Sister Waner, you give me a very different feeling. From the moment you opened your mouth and disliked that Lin Tianyu brat without mercy, I thought you would have a straightforward personality and wanted to get to know you. Xiao Fei smiled and looked at Tang Waner. You mean the time at the Fairview Hotel? Weren't you not there when I disliked you that time? Tang Waner blushed, then thought back carefully. At that time, Chen Xiao and the others were just outside the crowd and happened to hear you dislike Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei explained. Oh, and then what? Just this? That's all it took for you to like me? Tang Waner asked with an odd expression on her face. Are all rich people that special? Ha 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 ha. I won't tell you yet. You'll find out later. Xiao Fei's face flushed red and skipped the topic. And just then, Xiao Fei's phone rang. Xiao Fei picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Chen Xiao calling. Sister Waner, Chen Xiao's call. I'll answer it first, Xiao Fei said and even turned his cell phone around to show Tang Waner. Tang Waner nodded, and Xiao Fei then connected. Hello? What's up, Dick? Lao Si. I'm sorry. As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Xiao's ghostly voice rang out. What are you howling about? What's the matter? Xiao Fei said impatiently. He was chatting vigorously with Sister Waner when this call from Chen Xiao came at a really bad time. He wouldn't even want to answer it if he wasn't afraid of something. Senior, I had an accident. Hit your car. When Xiao Fei heard this, his heart tightened, and even Tang Waner in the driver's seat was a little nervous. Car accident? I thought you didn't drink? How did you get into a car accident? Where are you now? Are you and Laosan okay? Xiao Fei asked hurriedly. Me and the oldest are fine. It's just your car. Chen Xiao's volume dropped quite a bit as she spoke. Harm. You startled me. If the car crashes, it's fine, as long as the people are fine. As soon as Xiao Fei heard Chen Xiao's words, his entire body relaxed. That car is only $3 million. Even if he lost it in a crash he wouldn't feel bad. We crashed the car of that person and the boss know. That person would have wanted to blackmail me 100,000. The boss came to that person is good. Called what Yu Yang. We are now in the 4 store to your car and the person called Yu Yang's car fixed loss. What did you say? That guy's name is Yu Yang? Xiao Fei and Tang Wan Air exchanged glances. Was it a paramera? Yes. Old 4 you know too? Chen Xiao said evenly. Wait until you guys get back. That car is crashed. It's fine. I'll just get someone to fix it. That's fine. How much I'll transfer it to you later. No need. How does that work? Xiao Fei hung up the phone directly before Chen Xiao could finish her sentence. Sister Wan Air, let's continue. Xiao Fei put the cell phone back into his pocket and looked at Tang Wan Air tentatively and said, forget it, it's getting late. Go back and rest early. When Xiao Fei heard this, he became a little disappointed. Tomorrow, Xu Wei and I have classes and have to get up early. So if you want to have breakfast with us go back to bed early. Otherwise you won't be able to get up. Tang Wan Air said with a smile. When Xiao Fei heard this, he looked up at Tang Weiner in surprise. No problem. I'll be up in the morning for sure. Chapter 139, you think I don't know, don't you? 10 minutes later, Tang Wanner stood at the entrance to the men's dormitory, looking at Xiao Fei's figure as he staggered into the dormitory, and a faint smile actually hung on her face. Then he turned toward the women's dormitory, and at this time is still in the forest store. Lin Chen and others also finally waited for the 2 cars of the fixed damage. Ladies and gentlemen, after the initial damage fixing at our 4 store point, this Paramera is fixed at around $50,000 if the doors are replaced, and if it's patched up, it's going to take a lot more money. And this Ferrari Roma, the preliminary damage is set at $80,000. Okay, thanks. Lin Chen immediately picked up his cell phone without saying a word and hit 50,000 to the account reported by Yu Yang. This matter is in the past. Lin Chen put away his cell phone and said indifferently, okay, Xiao Lin, then I'll leave first. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Yu Yang then immediately pulled on Han Chichi and fled in his Paramera. Ugh huh, aren't you going to work on my car? The clerk shouted in exasperation, looking at the car that had already driven away. He then looked at Lin Chen and the others. Sir, your car can't be repaired in our store. You can go to Ferrari's specialized repair center to repair it, but the damage fee is, how much? I'll transfer it to you. Lin Chen said. No, boss, I'll just give this one, Chen Xiao said hurriedly. Lin Chen didn't insist when he saw this. Chen Xiao then followed to give the money. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Lin Chen said to Xiao Wei, Lao San, I'll just go first huh? Okay, old big sister-in-law take care on the road. Xiao Wei hurriedly said. Tatsu, then what's with the big change in Yu Yang's attitude? Jiang Shuowei said suspiciously as she drove the car. I don't know, maybe we just saw our car when we walked past? Or else that's what Kiki Han said. Lin Chen seemed to have only these 2 answers when he thought about it. Oh, Jiang Shuowei nodded indistinctly. Back at the school, Jiang Shuowei drove her car to the entrance of the male dormitory, and after sending Lin Chen back, she drove her car to park near the female dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he saw Tang Weiner sitting on a chair holding her cell phone and giggling. Jiang Shuowei was a little curious in her heart. She should know that Tang Wanner had caused some unhappiness today because of her father, and she had just been on the road thinking about how to comfort her. Quietly coming behind Tang Weiner, he put his head forward to carefully look at the contents of the cell phone. Looking at it, Jiang Shuowei's face revealed an ant's smile. Ouch. Wan Air, are you in love? Xiao Fei sends you one that will always be with you and you're just being silly here? Didn't you say you wanted to seal your heart and lock your love? Jiang Shuowei smiled and joked. Ouch. How could you peek at my chat logs, Shui Wei? Tang Wan Air was startled and immediately covered the cell phone screen over her chest. Her face swished and flushed, and her ears were even more red and obvious. You're still shy, aren't you? Quickly tell me what's going on. Why did your relationship change so much in one car ride? Jiang Shuowei dragged a side bench over to sit on and looked at Tang Wanner as she asked curiously. This, Tang Wan Air stammered for half a day without uttering a word. Good Tang Wan Air now even wanna hide from me right? Jiang Shuowei said with dissatisfaction at the sight. Humph, you still have the nerve to say it? I told you before but something you think I don't know you told Lin Chen, right? Tang Wan Air snorted coldly. Ha, you know, Wan Air, I wasn't thinking of setting you up with Xiao Fei, seeing that you quite like him too. Jiang Shuowei smiled sardonically, then pulled Tang Weiner's hand and pouted. Who says I like him? Tang Wan Air's face flushed again and her mouth hardened. Okay, so tell me what just happened to you guys? Jiang Shuowei continued to follow up with curiosity. Gee, it's nothing really, it's just that just now, Tang Wan-er had no choice but to give a rough account of what happened. That means you're willing to accept Xiao Fei now? Jiang Shuawei said in surprise. Not really, right? I'm just willing to trust him, but it's still up to him. Tang Wan-er's pretty face flushed red as she said, and you still have a stiff upper lip. Let's see, you still have a stiff upper lip. Jiang Shuawei let out a bad smile. Then she scratched at Tang Wan-er when she reached her waist. Ah ha 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 ha, you don't. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Lin Chen also returned to the dormitory. Seeing Xiao Fei hiding in the quilt motionless, thought he had fallen asleep. After a shower, also returned to the bed to lie down. Not long after, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao both returned to the dormitory as well. Boss, I'll transfer your $50,000 to you as soon as I can. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen with a serious face and said. Lin Chen was currently looking at the message sent to him by Zhou Chaoyang, saying that the formalities on Zhou Ling's side had been completed and could be transferred at any time. He was about to reply to the message. When he heard Chen Xiao say so, he said somewhat helplessly, "It's not like you don't know my situation, and I don't need to pay it back since I don't lack this little bit of money. No way, one size fits all. I'll definitely pay you back this 50,000. Chen Xiao shook her head, still with a firm face. Lao Air, we'll split it in half, but I can't get that much money, so I might have to owe it first. Xiao Wei touched his head in embarrassment. No need. I was the one driving the car in the first place. How can I let you pay for it? Chen Xiao still shook her head no. This matter was originally caused by him alone. How can he be ashamed to ask his brother to help him to bear the burden? My own family has a little bit of money, $130,000, and my mom and dad make $600,000 to $700,000 a year doing aquaculture. I'm sorry to mom and dad, but it's really my own fault. I'll say it first, haha. I don't have to pay for that car. I don't want it even if you give it to me. Xiao Fei, who was beside him in the quilt and saw Tang Wan-er's delay in returning the message, heard it and said, how can this be? I borrowed your car and hit your car. Isn't it right to compensate you? We just went to the loss adjuster. Your car is fixed at $80,000. I will definitely compensate you. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Fei and said, don't you talk to me like that. If I say I won't let you pay for it, I won't let you pay for it. If you pay for it, you're looking down on me and I won't take it. Xiao Fei buried his head under the covers when he finished speaking. This, Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with a touch, her throat choked with words. The same was true for Xiao Wei on the side. Hear what Schofield said. I mean the same as him. If you're really in debt, then usually help this Xiao Fei kid out more with his ideas for chasing after senior sister Tang. Lin Chen said with a smile. Xiao Fei, who was under the covers, came to his senses at that. Yeah, Dick, come here and help me figure out what I should do back. Chen Xiao had just been pulled over by Xiao Fei as a military advisor in such a haphazard manner. Chapter 140. Lin Chen watched this scene with amusement. Chen Xiao, a person who hadn't even been in love a few times, Xiao Fei had really asked him to come up with ideas, then stopped paying attention and went back to his uncle's message. Okay, uncle, tomorrow you send Xiaoling over, right? Bring auntie and grandparents too. Let's have a meal together. It didn't take long for Zhou Chaoyang to reply. No problem. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then sent another message to Lin Mother. Mom, tomorrow uncle will bring Xiaoling over. The formalities have been completed over there, and grandparents will also come over, so we'll go out to eat then. Really? Luckily I bought all of Xiaoling's necessities ahead of time, so I'll just be moving to my new home tomorrow. Tomorrow you guys bring Xue Wei along and you'll have dinner at home in the evening. Okay. After Lin Chen did this, he laid down on his bed and swiped through the jitterbugs. Then I saw the live stream of the demonic brother. After thinking about it, Lin Chen still clicked in. Demon Brother was playing the Battle of the Celestials at the moment, and the pop-ups were all discussing the match. Many others swiped gifts. Demonized Brother is worthy of being the strongest mercenary, directly making 3 professions violate their operations and pulling down the general manager of Studio 48. Invincible. Not much to say. I'm a college student. I'll swipe a 50 first to support Brother Magic. Anchor, are you short of girls? I'll fly over for free to play games with you for 2 days. May I? I pay. And at this point, the demonic brother is still advising people not to bring the tempo. Families, don't bring up the tempo. This matter has already passed. You guys look at what people's officials did this time. It's already very good. Everyone cheer me on for the Koi Cup in 5 days. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly swiped over 20 carnivals in a row. The entire live broadcast room was given a whole quiet by these 20 carnivals, and the screen full of special effects lasted for a long time. I Lua Bean. This is not the old monster Tatsuo Dong? This again to send welfare? Rich people really don't take money for granted. More than 20 carnivals is also $60,000 or $70,000. Isn't it? Biggie, can you follow me? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. And at that moment, the demonized brother naturally found out. Holy, Thank you, old man Tatsuo, for rewarding Carnival. Demon Brother took a look at Lin Chen's reward again and quickly thanked him. Lin Chen did not stay much. This is to feel a little indebted to the Devil Brother, which came over to reward a wave. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also confused by this maneuver by Lin Chen and the others. The big guy is leaving again? Just came for a while, swiped over 20 carnivals and then left again? This big guy wouldn't be Demon Brother's vest, would he? Otherwise, why does he look like he's coming here specifically to deliver money? Hey, from what you're saying, it seems like it's true, ha 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 ha. That's in case it's a PY deal. 666. There were all sorts of speculations in the pop-ups, and if Lin Chen saw it, he would probably be pissed off. No, you guys don't talk nonsense. The other big brother probably just simply appreciates my skills. Demon Brother looked at the message in the pop-up screen and his face darkened. Lin Dong, the results of the treatment over there have already come out. The principal of Hongda School has been removed from his position, and the vice principal, Gao Chang, has confessed to what he did and has been taken into custody. All of the school leaders at Henderson High School who were involved in this matter and who knew about it but failed to act have received penalties, and Chien Fugué matter was suppressed as the County Education Bureau of a deputy director of the work. Now that deputy director is also detained. At the same time, the school and the bullies will compensate Chien Fugué's parents 300,000 RMB, while Huang Chengcheng and the other 3 bullies led by Huang Chengcheng have committed the crime of repeatedly provoking trouble and the circumstances are bad, causing serious social impacts, and were sentenced to 6 years in prison. These things should be all over the internet tomorrow. Lin Chan's eyes stared when he saw this, so he picked up his cell phone and called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, why was Chien Fugué only awarded $300,000 for his death due to school bullying, and only sentenced to 6 years in prison? Lin Chen's tone contained anger. The 3 Xiaofei in the dormitory also turned their eyes over when they heard Lin Chen's words. Lin Dong, it's like this, because Chien Fugué is a suicide. It's a self-inflicted risk, so it can only be used as the crime of repeatedly provoking trouble and causing serious social impact, sentenced to 5 years or more than 10 years of imprisonment, but because all 3 are underage, so it will be reduced by a certain amount of prison time, Lu Hai explained. Lin Chen sniffed a moment of silence, but in his heart, there was an anger that he couldn't release. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Okay, hard work. No hard work, Lin Dong. This is all what I should do. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofei, a few people cannot help but ask, "Boss, what's the situation? What's sentencing compensation?" Lin Chen sighed, and then he gave a rough account of what had happened. What? This group is a little too carefree, aren't they? Shen Xiao said indignantly. It's true that there is some helplessness, but luckily it's a punishment received. Xiaofei chimed in. I feel like we have a lot of this kind of thing over there, hey? But they see that I'm stronger, so they don't dare to touch me. Xiao Wei touched his head. Forget it, let's not talk about it for now. Xiaofei, how are you and Sister Tang doing? Lin Chen changed the subject and looked at Xiaofei. Ha, what else? It must be a big step closer, Xiaofei immediately said with a fluttering brow, his face full of excitement. I won't talk to you guys. Sister Wan Er returned my message. Xiaofei lay back down on the bed again, and at that moment, Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated, and when he opened it, it was a message from Jiang Shuewei. Ah Chun, I was just listening to Wan Er's gossip. Wan Er, she seems to be slowly willing to accept Xiaofei a little bit, hey. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuewei's message and was in a much better mood. I kind of guessed when I saw how excited that Xiaofei kid was, and I didn't realize it was really like that. I'm telling you. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up early in the morning as usual, and just after getting out of bed, he realized that Xiaofei was actually already washing up. Lin Chen thought about it briefly. 20 minutes later, Xiaofei and Lin Chen sat at the dining table with 2 breakfasts each. Boss, you guys met Yu Yang yesterday. That kid didn't offend you, did he? Xiaofei suddenly spoke. Yu Yang and that Han Chi-Chi this time see me with the mouse to see the cat like, just started to find Chen Xiao, they claimed 100,000. A see me come, even the money is not very dare to ask. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Tatsu. Jiang Shuewei quietly walked behind Lin Chen and tapped his shoulder and shouted, Did I scare you? Jiang Shuewei sat beside Lin Chen and laughed heatedly. That must have been a shock. Lin Chen scraped Jiang Shuewei's upturned nose and said favorably. Chapter 141 Elder Qin. Sister Wan Er. Xiaofei's face was full of smiles. Tang Wan'er was a little afraid to look Xiaofei in the eyes, and just let out a sound, then sat on the seat beside Xiaofei. You didn't have a hard time last night, did you? Tang Wan'er said to Xiaofei once she sat down. No hard feelings, slept like a baby. The smile on Xiaofei's face was even more astringent. That I can testify to. The boy was snoring all last night. Lin Chen smiled back. Dim, I never snore, okay? When Xiaofei saw Lin Chen tearing him down, he also immediately spoke out in rebuttal. Tang Wan-er and Jiang Shuwei snickered on the sidelines. Shuwei, my uncle and his family are coming over today. Why don't you come home with me for dinner tonight? Lin Chen said as he ate his breakfast. Ha, so sudden. Jiang Shuwei was surprised. Lin Chen nodded. Zhou Ling's school transfer procedures have already been completed, and the sooner you do it, the better. And my parents are almost done changing the furniture and stuff in the villa over there, so it's just the right time to move in. Lin Chen explained. Good, then we'll go over there together tonight. Jiang Shuwei agreed directly without hesitation. They've all met before, and there's no shame in being shy. Hey, there's two more people here. Tang Wan-er blankly glanced at Jiang Shuwei and said with dissatisfaction, what's the matter? You have an opinion. If you have a problem, you let Xiao Fei take you home for dinner too. Jiang Shuwei spat out her tongue playfully. Tang Wan-er blushed and glared at Jiang Shuwei. When Xiao Fei heard Jiang Shuwei's words, he was happy in his heart and couldn't help but secretly appreciate Jiang Shuwei in his heart. I don't really have a problem with that, Xiao Fei said immediately. Tang Wan-er's face was even more flushed. Nice try. You haven't gotten my approval yet. Ha 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 ha. After having breakfast, Jiang Shuwei and Tang Weiner went to class, and Jiang Shuwei also gave Silby Tuatara the keys to his car when he left. Boss, there's a class this morning in the 3rd or 4th period, haha. Don't you forget it. Xiao Fei saw Lin Chen walking towards the parking lot again, so he spoke out to remind him. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then looked at Xiao Fei like he was a stupid boichi. I've been kicked out of school, why am I taking classes? Xiao Fei was also dumbfounded. Yes so. Lin Chen shook his head and turned towards the parking lot. A beastly growl sounded as Lin Chen started the engine and drove off. Qin Family Garden, Tianfu City, Suzhou. An old man walked to a gazebo where a young woman, none other than Qin Xiaotao, was sitting, and this old man was none other than the old man of the Qin family. Qin Lao. Peach, what happened? Why have you been moping around since you came back last night? You didn't even go to the company today, Elder Qin said as he looked at Qin Xiaotao amiably. Grandpa, it's nothing, I'm just in a bad mood. Qin Xiaotao was very moody. Elder Qin took a seat beside Qin Xiaotao. Is there anything even Grandpa can't say? Grandpa is the one who loves you the most. Qin Xiaotao sniffed and glanced at her grandfather, hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth and said, Grandpa, do you think I suck? How could it be? Our family Xiaotao is the best. Grandpa is very proud to have you as his granddaughter. With those old guys, they're envious. Ha 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 ha. Elder Qin laughed at his words. Qin Xiaotao, however, bristled. Grandpa, you're lying. If I'm really that good, why do Dad and brother and they all say I'm too saintly? Elder Qin's face stiffened at his words, but he quickly recovered. What's wrong with girls being a little kinder? Is that brat Qin Yang having trouble with you again? Qin Xiaotao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The old man rose immediately. This brat told him to give in to his sister and he still didn't listen. I'm going to clean him up. Grandpa, don't go. I'll talk to you. Qin Xiaotao hurriedly stopped it. An imperceptible smile hung at the corner of Qin Lao's mouth. Okay, then Grandpa will listen to his precious granddaughter. Elder Qin amiably touched Qin Xiaotao's head before sitting down again. Grandpa, it's like this. Qin Xiaotao was in a low mood as she roughly told her grandfather what had happened. Grandpa, are you saying it's really my fault? But when I saw that family kneeling on the ground, I really couldn't bear it. Qin Xiaotao buried her head and whispered. Qin Lao also sighed when he heard this, looking at his own precious granddaughter who also had a bit of a headache. Ah, Peach, I had this thing done, Elder Qin said softly. Qin Xiaotao sniffed and looked up at her grandfather before lowering her head again. I'm not that this whole thing is wrong. After all, the guy started it and got someone to beat up Fei's friend. I just think that since that family has already been punished, why can't we just let them off the hook? Their company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and with the whole family coming over to kneel down and apologize, they've already realized their mistake. Qin Xiaotao said with a slight frown on her brow, not understanding the point. Elder Qin's voice softened even more. Peach, do you know why the ancients said to cut off the roots? Qin Xiaotao nodded. I know, but times are different now, and our Qin family is so strong that even if their family wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't be able to do so? Qin Xiaotao was still very confident in her family's power. In the entire Shu province, their Qin family could be said to be the strongest family, and they had shares in several $100 billion groups. Moreover, the Qin group is the group with the highest market capitalization in Shu province, with a market value of more than 280 billion renminbi. Qin Lao heard his granddaughter's words, but he shook his head. Don't underestimate any potential threat. More than 10 years ago, an executive of the Qin group swallowed millions of RMB from the Qin group, and your father chose to let him off the hook when he saw that this person was his hairdresser. But in exchange for what? In exchange, he betrayed the company's secrets and then absconded abroad with the money given by the rival company. You've more or less heard a bit about this, right? You know that incident directly vaporized billions of RMB for the Qin group. Qin Xiaotao was in a bit of a trance. She had heard about this matter from Qin Yang, and Qin Yang was using this matter to teach her a lesson. But at that time, she was in a rage and thought that this matter was made up by Qin Yang just to teach her a lesson, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. Qin Xiaotao took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. I understand, Grandpa. I'll change slowly. Qin Xiaotao looked at her grandfather seriously and said. A hint of relief flashed under Qin Lao's eyes as he raised his hand and touched Qin Xiaotao's hair. Little Peach, I'm glad that you can think like this, Grandpa. Grandpa won't live much longer, and by the time your father retires, the Qin family will have to rely on the four of you. What are you talking about, Grandpa? You're in such good health. You're sure to live a long life. When Qin Xiaotao heard her grandfather's words, she immediately jumped into his arms. Chapter 142, Shameless Family. Old Qin was full of smiles as he patted Qin Xiaotao's back. Peachy, it's time to go to the office, Elder Qin said with a smile. Okay, then I'll go to the office first. Grandpa. Qin Xiaotao's mood turned a bit better at this time, so she got up and picked up her bag and said, well, get going. Qin's beauty is run by your dad just for you, so you should do well. Elder Qin cautioned a few more times. Qin Xiaotao nodded. Okay, Grandpa, I'll go to the office first. Bye, Grandpa. Qin Xiaotao trotted all the way out of the gazebo. Be careful on the road. Be safe. Qin Xiaotao waved her hand towards behind her, then walked to the garage to drive her pink supercar towards the company. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaotao arrived at the office building where Qin's beauty trading company was located. She had just parked her car and hadn't even stepped into the building when a man outside the door greeted her when he saw her. Qin Xiaotao instantly recognized the man as the young man who had knelt down for Xiao Fei and the others outside the hotel yesterday. That's the same one that caused the trouble. Qin Xiaotao's face instantly went cold. She was kind-hearted, but that was pity for his father and his mother. She had no pity for the man who had started it all. Immediately, he tried to bypass Lin Tianyu, but I hadn't thought that Lin Tianyu had actually blocked it again with a deadpan face. Miss Qin, I just wanted to say thank you. Nothing else. Lin Tianyu hurriedly opened his mouth. No need to thank me. I wasn't much help. Qin Xiaotao stopped and looked at Lin Tianyu and said, No. We'd appreciate it if you'd speak up for our family. There was a hint of desire hidden in the depths of Lin Tianyu's gaze as he looked at Qin Xiaotao. No, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. I have work to take care of. Qin Xiaotao was afraid that this person was here to ask for her help, and at this moment, she only wanted to get rid of it in a hurry. And the fact that this man could find this place meant that he had investigated her, and his intentions were certainly not pure. Ms. Qin, can you add a green bubble? I'll treat you to dinner someday. Lin Tianyu saw that Qin Xiaotao had absolutely no intention of chatting with him more, so he turned to ask for contact information. No need. Qin Xiaotao shook her head and refused, then walked towards the company's entrance from beside Lin Tianyu. Ms. Qin, I really don't mean anything else. I just want to show my gratitude. Lin Tianyu quickly stepped forward and continued to ask after him. Qin Xiaotao's heart also welled up with remorse at this time. She shouldn't have cared yesterday. What for? The several security guards at the entrance saw someone harassing Qin Xiaotao also rushed forward to drive Lin Tianyu away. No. Miss Qin and I are friends, Lin Tianyu hurriedly explained. A few security guards turned back to look in disbelief, but it turned out that Qin Xiaotao had already walked into the company. Bluffing who? Our Missy is also something you can climb up to? If you're smart, get lost. Several security guards chided nonchalantly. You guys. Lin Tianyu's eyes glared, clenched his fists and wanted to make a move, but when he thought of the situation at home today, his clenched fists loosened again. What? Don't dare to do it, you're pretending to be a cipher. A few of the security guards also taunted. Lin Tianyu's veins rippled on his head, glanced at the door of the office building, and left. Yuck. This stupid bird, still trying to harass our Missy. A security guard spat towards Lin Tianyu's back. Give me a fright. If Missy is hurt by this man under our noses, we'll both be finished. The other security guard had a backward look on his face, and at this moment, after Qin Xiaotao walked into the company, along the way there were constantly employees greeting her. Good morning, Qin Dong. Qin Xiaotao all smiled and nodded in response, but in her heart, she was calculating Lin Tianyu's behavior just now. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone. Uncle Li, come pick me up and drop me off and pick me up from work these days. At this moment, Lin Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the Ronto land building. Huang Wei and the others came to greet them personally. Lin Dong, welcome to inspect your work. Huang Wei and a group of other executives bent down respectfully and said, There's no need to be so polite. The rest of you go to work first. Mr. Huang will just accompany me, Lin Chen said with a smile. The group of executives then dispersed. Is Dong Feng here? Lin Chen turned his head to look at Huang Wei. Lin Dong, Mr. Dong is already in your office. Huang Wei returned. Lin Chen and Huang Wei quickly arrived inside the office. This was an office that was made especially for Lin Chen, and although Lin Chen rarely came, it was cleaned very well. As soon as Lin Chen and Huang Wei walked into the office, Dong Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately got up and bowed slightly towards Lin Chen. Lin Dong. Lin Chen nodded. Sit down and talk. The three of them sat down, and Lin Chen was the first to speak. Mr. Huang, the Imperial Palace Hotel is also one of the industries under my name, and Mr. Dong is the general manager of the Imperial Palace Hotel. I know it, Lin Dong. Lin Chen looked at Huang Wei and Dong Feng and said with a serious expression, this time, I asked Dong Feng to come over here, mainly to talk about the project of the serviced apartments. Huang Wei, you first tell us what Rongtou Land's side thinks about this project. Huang Wei nodded and turned over the folder in her hand. Dong Lin, according to our market research and analysis, serviced apartments have a certain demand and development potential in the current real estate market, especially in some busy business districts and tourist resorts, where there is a high demand for short-term rentals and high-quality living experiences. Serviced apartments are a good. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Dong Feng again. Dong Feng cleared his throat and said, Lin Dong, from the perspective of hotel operations, serviced apartments can enrich our product line. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after hearing the words of the two. That means this project is more agreeable to both of you, right? Dong Feng and Huang Wei looked at each other. Yes, Dong Lin. Lin Chen then let the two talk. He had something else to do and left first. Lin Chen went to the company and wandered around. Just as I went out, I saw a familiar figure holding a sign that read, the boss of Rongtou Land has no conscience and doesn't pay his employees. He fires employees at will without financial compensation. Lin Chen only felt his scalp explode. This person was none other than Yuan Lu's mother. Lin Chen's aunt, Yuan Lu, was also standing beside her at that moment, seemingly feeling a bit ashamed, and kept picking at her. But she didn't care, and her mouth even shouted, is there anyone who can help us out? This company is so powerful that it bullies us common people. At this moment there were already a lot of eaters gathered around. Several security guards heard the commotion and leaned over as well. Lin Chen's eyes stared as he turned around and walked back toward the office again. Coming outside the office, Huang Wei was still discussing with Dong Feng at the moment, with a few other people beside her. As soon as Huang Wei and the others saw that it was Lin Chen who opened the door, they hurriedly said to get up. Lin Dong, the others go out for a bit first. Just leave Mr. Dong and Mr. Huang, Lin Chen commanded, his expression somewhat cold. The few remaining people sniffed and hurried out of the office. When Huang Wei and Dong Feng saw Lin Chen with such a demeanor, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in their hearts. Lin Chen sat down and looked at Huang Wei. Mr. Huang, do you remember this person Yuan Lu? Lin Chen said indifferently. I remember. It's the one that you ordered to have fired. Mr. Lin. Huang Wei shook her head back and forth. Dong Feng, who was on the side, was also relieved when he saw that it was none of his business. Have you given Yuan Lu the financial compensation he deserves in accordance with laws and regulations? Lin Chen continued to open his mouth and asked. As soon as Huang Wei heard this, she was instantly enlightened. Dong Lin, it's like this. After you ordered me to fire that person, we just investigated this person. It turned out that this person, although he did not have a high position in the company, used his position to solicit a lot of wealth for himself. Lin Chen also sneered when he heard Huang Wei's words. It's not a family. It's not a family. Huang Wei saw that Lin Chen didn't say anything, so she continued to speak. Thinking that they were your relatives, we didn't take them to court, we just asked them to close the loophole. There was no financial compensation paid out either. Thinking that it would just be deducted from the loophole. How much did Yuan Lu solicit? Lin Chen opened his mouth and asked. There's almost $50,000 or $60,000 after offsets? Not really an offset. Almost 100,000. Huang Wei replied. Okay, I got it. Lin Chen nodded, pondering in his heart how he should teach them a long lesson, or just send Yuan Lu in. And just then, Huang Wei's phone rang. Chapter 143. Looking down on our poor relatives. Huang Wei looked at Lin Chen. Pick it up, Lin Chen said indifferently. Only then did Huang Wei press the answer button. Mr. Huang, there's a disturbance downstairs. It's the one who offended Lin Dong before and was fired, then found out to have misappropriated the company's interests and his family. Huang Wei's face changed when she heard it. No wonder how Lin Chen was ready to leave, only to come back specifically to ask about this matter. I'll be right down, Huang Wei said in a rapid-fire tone. Lin Chen saw that Huang Wei had hung up the phone, so he spoke out. Come on, get it together. Lin Chen finished speaking and got up to walk towards the door. Huang Wei also hurriedly followed. The office was left with Dong Feng not knowing if he should go or not, and after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and followed. Coming downstairs, there were already a lot of people gathered. Many security guards were trying their best to maintain order, and there were a few people discussing with Yuan Ma. Ma'am, can we discuss this in the company first? This is a big public You guys will affect our company's influence if you do this, a short-haired woman in a professional woman's outfit advised. I don't want to. If your company doesn't give my son a statement today, I'm going to make a scene. Yuan Ma's eyes glared and her mouth kept yelling. Ronto Land is not a human being. My son has been working for them for several years, and even if he's fired, he's not even given any financial compensation. Who can make a decision for us ordinary people? There was actually a hint of crying in his voice. Why should a company as big as yours make things difficult for people? No matter how to work for several years is also an old employee. No credit but also have hard work. Exactly. If there wasn't no other way, how could people have made it this far? Labor law does not stipulate that the company fired all employees. A year to count how much wages a month. You can't say that your company is big enough to ignore the labor law, right? When the surrounding onlookers saw a middle-aged woman saying these words in tears, they immediately showed solidarity for Yuan Ma. The woman in the professional outfit was also a bit helpless, want to tell the truth, but also feel that these two are Lin Dong's relatives. In case if Lin Dong want to take into account the face do not want to deal with too ruthless, then she did not do this as a bad thing? So he could only look at Yuan Lu, who was at a loss for words, and said, Yuan Lu, you know what you've done yourself, and if this matter is opened up, it won't do you half as much good. Yuan Lu was already weak, and when he heard the woman say this, he panicked and pulled Yuan Ma. Mom, let's stop, let's go into the office first. Yuan Ma, however, threw Yuan Lu's hand away. No way, if we go in there and say we're alone, we'll still be at their mercy? Yuan Ma chided, then looked back at the short-haired woman. Good, you still want to threaten my son? Is there any law? Is there any law? The surrounding crowd watching the majority. Even if some smart let from Yuan Lu and short-haired woman's conversation detected a little wrong but also followed the coaxing. Just, if you're going to say it to my face. What's there to hide? You guys aren't trying to bully people into specializing in fooling people because the firm is big and they aren't professional law students, are you? To your face, to your face. The surrounding crowd swarmed in unison. The short-haired woman watched as the situation became more and more uncontrollable, and was at a loss as to what to do for a moment. As soon as Yuan's mom saw that the crowd around her was helping her, she was also proud of herself. Trying to bully us? No way, we've got the people to back us up. Yuan Lu looked at such a situation and also covered his face not knowing what to say. Everyone be quiet. I'm the general manager of Ronto Land. My name is Huang Wei. Talk to me about anything. Let's talk face to face today. Huang Wei shouted with a loudspeaker. Huang Wei did this at Lin Chen's request, and he wanted to see what kind of trouble these two mothers wanted to make. Lin Chen, on the other hand, hid in the crowd and observed. The surrounding crowd, once they saw that the rightful owner had arrived, were also silenced. This is the general manager of Ronto Land. Usually you can only see it on the internet, and as soon as Yuan Lu saw Huang Wei, he buried his head like a mouse seeing a cat. As if by doing so Huang Wei could not see him. The crowd automatically made way for Huang Wei and a few executives to walk in. Mr. Huang. The short-haired professional woman dressed in a professional outfit was instantly relieved when she saw Huang Wei and said respectfully. Huang Wei nodded, then looked at Yuan Ma and Yuan Lu. Didn't you want a statement from us? I can give you an account now. Yuan Lu raised his head anxiously once he heard Huang Wei say something like that. You can't make the call on this. Aren't you afraid your boss will blame you? Huang Wei snorted. I'm sorry, this is Lin Dong's order. Yuan's mom, however, was emboldened. Lin Dong? Humph, he'll have to call me auntie when he comes. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Lin Chen's face, who was in the middle of the crowd, instantly turned cold. He almost couldn't hold back from going out and pointing at Yuan Ma's nose and cursing her to death. She means that the big boss of Ronto Land is their relative? Just kidding, right? Why would you do that if you're a relative? Could it be that these two have offended what's-his-name Lindong, and then they fired his son? Even so, open that also have to give financial compensation. I'm sure you can't get too involved with relatives with too much at stake. It's too easy to pull the wool over their eyes. Yuan Mom came over this time. In addition to wanting to make a decision for her son, there is another point as Lin Chen before in front of so many relatives in the face of no mercy. The more she thought the more angry. Just as this matter came out, she defied her son and husband and insisted on coming over to find trouble for Lin Chen. Do you know why we didn't give your son financial compensation? Huang Wei continued as if she hadn't heard Yuan Ma's words without a care in the world. What else can we do? It's nothing more than that Lin Dong of yours, who hates us poor relatives, trying to screw us. Yuan's mom continued without a care in the world. The surrounding crowd was even more excited. It's a shockingly big melon, or a big melon from the big boss of $100 billion conglomerate. Several of the resourceful ones have already started videotaping to sell to the news companies and marketing numbers afterwards. Huang Wei's face changed, and she subconsciously looked towards where Lin Chen was. Sure enough, he saw Lin Chen's iron face. Ma'am, please watch your words. Your words have violated the reputation issue of my owner of Ronto Land. We do have the right to sue you. Huang Wei looked at Yuan Ma with a cold gaze and warned. Yuan Ma's mouth turned away, but she didn't say anything like that again. Not only does our company not need to give your son financial compensation, but your son also has to compensate us. Ronto Land, with 56,000 RMB. Huang Wei continued. What? My son has to pay you to work in your company? What? Your company still pays to work? Yuan's mom looked like she had heard a joke. Yuan Ludu's face, however, turned a little white. The crowd around them yelled back. Ronto Land is so powerful, sacking employees and making them pay the company back. Avoid the thunder and lightning. What if it's this Yuan Lu who has done something to jeopardize the company's interests? How could it be? If that were true, this mother and son wouldn't dare come over and make a scene. But do you think a general manager of a listed group would say something so brainless? The surrounding crowd also reacted when reminded by this person. Yes, how can a general manager who can sit on the top of $100 billion group be so brainless to say such words in full view of the public? Isn't that proper idiotic behavior? Then I will tell you the real reason. Huang Wei sneered and took a document from the assistant beside her. This document records a total of more than $100,000 of the illegal profits your son Yuan Lu made by using his position during his time in office. One by one, all recorded. Why? Want to see? Huang Wei taunted. The surrounding crowd immediately looked at Yuan Lu and Yuan Ma with suspicion in their eyes. Yuan Ma instantly panicked and hurriedly looked at her son. Xiao Lu, is this woman telling the truth? Don't scare Mom. Yuan Lu was too weak to look at his mother. When the surrounding crowd saw Yuan Lu's reaction, they instantly knew that they had been tricked. I told you how Ronto Land handled it so hardcore. And sure enough, TSK, relatives still use their power for personal gain. No wonder people fired you guys. Yuck. Shameless. Chapter 144, What's it to me? Yuan Mom's face was pale at this time, pointing her finger at her own son, her lips trembling but unable to say anything. Can we go in and talk now? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Huang Wei's mouth. Can. How can Yuan Ma have the face to stay outside at this time? Everyone is verbally abusing her. Everyone disperse. Our company has prepared some chilled mineral water for everyone, so you can line up over there to get it, Huang Wei said in a loud voice, and with that she pointed her finger to the side of the building's main door. At the moment there are indeed people over there carrying cases and cases of mineral water. Most of the people, once they saw that they could also get a bottle of mineral water for free, all swarmed around and lined up, and Huang Wei swept a glance at the panicked Yuan Lu and Yuan mother. Come with me. After saying that, he walked into the company with a group of executives, and several security guards were following Yuan Lu and Yuan mother. As for Lin Chen, he had long since returned inside the company early. Dong Feng, on the other hand, was called back to the imperial palace by Lin Chen. Yuan mother at this time also back to the energy, looking at the sight of the Yuan Lu a face of hate. Why didn't you tell me about this before you came? Yuan's mother drank in a low voice. I wasn't afraid of what you guys would say about me. Besides, before you came to make trouble I told you not to come. Yuan Lu complained about Yuan mother. If she didn't make such a mess, at most, she would just make up the $50,000 or $60,000. Now this, expect trouble. Yuan Lu's entire body shuddered as he thought about life in prison. You mean it's still my fault? I didn't even come here for you? Do you think I might have made such a scene if you had told me you had done such a thing? Mother Yuan also immediately exploded upon hearing her son's complaining tone. Mom, it's too late to talk about this now. We embezzled over $100,000 from the company. I'm going to jail if I'm charged with this. Quickly help me think of a solution, Mom. Yuan Lu said in a panic. Yuan's mother, however, was somewhat unimpressed. Don't worry, that Lin Chen kid won't dare send you in. Zhou Yu is his mom after all. When the time comes, your father and I will just go to their home to find Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu is different from her son. Her heart is soft. What we have to think about now should be how to get a sum of money on Lin Chen, and if that kid really doesn't show any mercy at all, then we have to do it without losing any money. Otherwise I'll still have to find his mom. As Yuan mother spoke, the expression on her face lightened up, and she was even slightly smug. And Yuan Lu felt some sense when he heard his own mother's words. He knew a little bit about Zhou Yu's character, and he used to be brought up by Zhou Yu for a while when he was a child. Thinking about it, Yuan Lu wasn't so flustered, and even had the presence of mind to survey Huang Wei and the short-haired woman's white legs. Just as Huang Wei and her group were on their way towards Lin Chen's office with Yuan Lu's mother and son, a group of Ronto Land staff were also pointing at them. I used to think Yuan Lu was quite handsome and nice, but I didn't realize that he was actually so bad. Embezzled the company's money and still got his own mom to make trouble. Yeah, I thought before that it was because of Lin Dong's temper that he was going to fire someone after being told a few words by a relative. It seems that I misunderstood Lin Dong. Ha. I'm going to sue you. Within a short time, the group arrived outside the office. Huang Wei knocked on the door. Lin Dong, people have been brought over. At this moment, Yuan's mother is also a little nervous. Before there is no such concept. Think 100 billion, so what? Now that I'm in the company, this is how I can visualize the gold of the owner of Rontoland. Mother Yuan and Yuan Lu exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of nervousness in the other's eyes. Come in. Inside the office, Lin Chen's calm voice came. Only then did Huang Wei open the door and lead Yuan Lu's mother and son inside. Little Tatsu, so you're here. If we had known you were here, we wouldn't have made a scene. As if she had come to her own home, Yuan's mother walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Turning his head to see that his son was still standing there, he waved his hand. Xiao Lu, come over here. This is your nephew's office. Why are you so formal? Yuan Lu could not help but admire his mom's cheek at this time, but his own mom has said so. Yuan Lu can only harden his head and walk over. Lin Chen, however, didn't care and instead looked at Huang Wei and the short-haired woman. You two stay, the rest of you go out first. Yes, Lin Dong, the others replied respectfully, then exited the office, and the short-haired woman and Huang Wei sat on the other side of the couch. Yuan mother looked at the scene and couldn't help but regret it in her heart. If they had known, they would have been nicer to Lin Chen's family. But who would have thought that Lin Chen, a student from an ordinary family, would leap to become the owner of Ronto Land after going to college? What's this one's name? Lin Chen's eyes looked at the short-haired woman. Hello, Lin Dong. My name is Wang Xiaochao. I'm the director of the purchasing department, and I'm also Yuan Lu's supervisor before. Wang Xiaochao hurriedly explained. Granted, she was completely unaware of this person before Yuan Lu was personally named and fired by Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, and then looked at the mother and son of Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's body couldn't help but sit upright a bit. Instead, Yuan's mother had a pleasing smile on her face. Xiao Chen Na, I've watched you grow up, and I used to come to my aunt's house to play. In the blink of an eye, you've grown up, and now you're so accomplished. It's really too much for your parents to be proud of, Yuan's mother complimented. As soon as Lin Chen heard Yuan mother's words, he actually felt a little nauseous in his heart. He was angry when he talked about it. When I was a kid, I used to want to go to my aunt's house to play because she had a computer, and they were too embarrassed to say no because it was in their face. After all, at that time, both Zhou Yu and Lin Bing hadn't fallen out with them yet and were still working under them. I remember one day they were going out to eat. The whole family went, just not him. Bought a few packets of instant noodles for Lin Chen to soak at home and eat by himself. It didn't seem like much at the time. After all, what kid doesn't like instant noodles? It was only later when I grew up and thought about it that I tasted something. Hey, let's not talk about kinship. Whether your family has treated us as relatives over the years is clear in your own heart. Let's talk about Yuan Lu today. Lin Chen frowned slightly, and even if he controlled it, his tone seemed very disgusted. How can Yuan Lu mother and son not hear the meaning of Lin Chen's words? This is to put aside the relationship between relatives without mercy's serious treatment. Xiao Chen, in the past, what uncle and aunt did was indeed very immoral. That also has a bitter cause. Your uncle and I do not open the factory. Retired. There is no economic resources. Stop. Let's not talk about the past today. It's long over. Let's talk about Yuan Lu today. As soon as Lin Chen heard Yuan mother's words, it was a headache plus nausea, so he hurriedly interrupted her. Yuan mother's face was also a little unsightly at this time. Being spoken to with such an attitude by her junior, or 2 generations younger, she almost exposed her nature. Thinking about whether his son will go to jail or not, and whether his family will still have to pay out those tens of thousands of dollars are all between Lin Chen's words. He can only endure. Well, Auntie won't talk about this. Xiao Chen, look, Yuan Lu is also your great uncle after all. Your mom's younger brother. How about we don't compensate you for that money? And Yuan Lu can't find a new job for a while, and there's no financial source. Besides, you're worth so much now, and your business is so big, so it's not that bad. After Yuan's mother said that, Huang Wei and Wang Xiaochao both looked at Yuan's mother with increasing disgust. The heart is also some pity for Lin Chen. There is this kind of relative. Lin Dong is really unlucky. Even Yuan Lu felt that his originally bloodless cheeks were gradually drying up. Lin Chen snorted. I don't think so. First, Yuan Lu has violated the company's interests, and now that it's out in the open, there's no way I can't deal with it or keep it on the down low. Otherwise, how am I going to convince the rest of the company? Secondly, Yuan Lu broke the law, and I'm a person who can't tolerate people who break the law. After all, I'm a good young man who abides by the law. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, Yuan mother and Yuan Lu's faces gradually sank. As for the third point, well, I'm not at liberty to tell you. I'm really sorry, Lin Chen said with a smile. Little Tatsu, but if your uncle he goes to jail, his life will be ruined, Yuan's mother said anxiously. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Yeah, what do I care? Chapter 145 Old Wall Lamps. For some reason, when Lin Chen blurted out those words, an ineffable feeling of euphoria arose, as if the haze that had long accumulated in his heart had been swept away, and the entire mood of the person had become extraordinarily comfortable. On the side, Wang Xiaoqiao bit her lips, her body trembling slightly, obviously trying to restrain the laughter that was about to spurt out. Even Huang Wei, who was always known for her composure and good heart, couldn't help but have a light smile appear on her face at this moment. Such a firm attitude should be taken towards such unashamed relatives. On the other hand, the faces of Yuan Lu's mother and son became extremely ugly, like they had eaten. Lin Chen, you're going too far, aren't you? No matter what, we are after all your relatives. Even if you loathe our family no matter how much, this blood relationship can't be changed. How can you be so heartless towards your relatives? Do you still have any humanity left? Yuan mother had completely thrown away her previous disguise at this moment, furiously pointing at Lin Chen's nose, spitting and scolding loudly. You don't want to talk, do you? That's fine. If you don't want to talk, I'll call security to invite you out. Lin Chen looked calm, turning a deaf ear to Yuan mother's shouting and cursing, just leaning back on the sofa leisurely, his posture idle. When Yuan mother saw Lin Chen in this cloudy and unconcerned manner, the anger in her heart grew hotter and hotter, practically burning up. Lin Chen, even if your mom was here, she'd have to respectfully call me aunt. Who the hell are you? How dare you treat me like this? I'm telling you, don't you dare do this to me. Good, you're so desperate. I'll immediately tell all my relatives what you've done. I'd like to see how your family still has the face to stay in the 10 miles of countryside in the future. Huang Wei and Wang Xiaoqiao were so angry that their faces flushed red and their chests rose and fell when they heard these brutal and unreasonable words from Mother Yuan. But after all, this was Lin Dong's family matter, so they couldn't easily intervene. Yuan Lu, on the other hand, looked a little panicked. He knew in his heart, he made a big mistake in the hands of Lin Chen. Whether he could escape from prison all depends on Lin Chen's will. Mom, watch what you say. One word from him and I could go to jail. Yuan Lu eagerly reminded Yuan mother. Humph, how dare he? Yuan's mother still had a stiff upper lip and a brash look on her face. How dare you mention my mom? Old wall sconce, the old wallflower. Security, get these two out of here. Lin Chen could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and loudly rebuked. Then he looked at Huang Wei. Immediately now notify the legal department and prosecute immediately. Huang Wei and Wang Xiaoqiao were startled by this sudden outburst of rage from Lin Chen, their eyes filled with shock. Mother Yuan and Yuan Lu were also shocked by Lin Chen's fierce reaction. They never expected Lin Chen to be so determined and start cursing at the drop of a hat. Yuan's mother, in particular, was shocked for a long time by the phrase old wall lamp. Just then, a few security guards at the door heard the commotion in the office and hurriedly pushed their way in. Lin Dong, several security guards shouted in unison, looking respectful, get these two out of here. Lin Chen pointed his finger at Yuan Lu's mother and son, his tone cold. Several security guards immediately walked over to Yuan mother and Yuan Lu. Please. Yuan mother's face instantly turned white. Lin Chen, do you really want to go this far? Lin Chen was filled with disdain. Who do you think you are? Tatsu. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I really don't want to go to jail. Yuan Lu was in tears and begged bitterly. Those few security guards, seeing that these two people still won't get up, directly went up and pulled them by force. Let go of me. Do you guys know who I am? I'm your Lin Dong's aunt and uncle. Who dares to touch me? Yuan's mother struggled desperately and yelled. Those few security guards couldn't help but hesitate when they heard Yuan's mother claiming to be Lin Dong's aunt and uncle, their eyes looking towards Lin Chen. I told you to get these two out of here. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Lin Chen's voice was cold and piercing. The few security guards no longer hesitated and directly reached out to force Yuan Lu and Yuan mother up and drag them outside the office. Dong Lin, shall I notify the legal department now? Huang Wei inquired carefully, her gaze solicitous. Well, make it fast. Lin Chen spoke in a low tone. Huang Wei hurriedly picked up her cell phone and contacted the legal department. In addition to this matter, the fact that they were making a scene outside just now has definitely attracted the attention of the community. And that woman said she was related to me. So if you guys can't dispel the public opinion, contact me immediately. Also, I don't have to think about my kinship with them, so deal with it as you see fit. No need for mercy. As Lin Chen spoke, he looked at the time and realized that it was almost mealtime. That's it for today. More on the service departments. I've got things to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Chen stood up. Lin Dong, let's give you a ride. Huang Wei and Wang Xiaoqiao also hurriedly got up and said, no, you guys go about your business. Lin Chen directly walked out of the office after he finished speaking. At this time, Yuan Lu and Yuan mother had already been brought all the way downstairs by several security guards and driven out of the company's gate. Mother Yuan scolded angrily. What the hell? I'll contact that Zhouyu girl right away. As long as I take care of Zhouyu, I don't believe that Lin Chen kid won't listen to the... Rubbing his arm that had just been pulled by the security guards, He looked back at the gate, where the guards were now looking at him intently. Yuan Lu's face was very ugly. Mom, why can't you have a better attitude? Since Lin Chen is willing to sit down and talk with us, that means he hadn't made up his mind about suing me in the first place. And now that you're making such a mess, things are going to be difficult. As soon as Yuan mother heard Yuan Lu's words, her face stiffened, and then she took a terse neck and said, "It's not because of his attitude. Besides, wasn't I talking nicely earlier? It's his bad attitude that I'm talking about him." Yuan Lu sighed. "Forget it, Mom. You better contact Sister Jade. Make sure you have a good attitude this time. It's my last straw." Yuan's mother also knows the seriousness of the matter. "This is a prison sentence. You cannot be reckless again." Good. Let's eat first, and after we eat Mom will ask Yuya too where she is now, and we'll visit her face to face." Knowing that her son was in a bad mood at the moment because of himself, Yuan mother spoke out to comfort him. Yuan Lu was also a bit hungry at this time, so he nodded. "I know there's a restaurant around here that tastes pretty good. I used to go there a lot when I was working before." The two talked and left the corporate gates of Unity Investments land. Not long after, Lin Chen also walked out of the company. "Bye-bye, Lin Dong," the group of security guards said as their bodies slightly bowed and leaned forward. "Aha." Lin Chen nodded, then walked towards the parking lot. Arriving in front of the supercar, Lin Chen opened the door and was just about to get in when a boy with a camera jogged all the way over with a pleasing smile on his face. "Dude, can I take a picture of your car? That car of yours is just awesome. A silver Tuatara. A superb car worth $60 or $70 million. Lin Chen saw that the time was about to be 12 o'clock, so he directly refused. "No thanks, I'm in a bit of a hurry," Lin Chen said indifferently, opening the car door after he finished speaking. Well, can I add you a green bubble then? I'll come over and shoot it when you have some time, okay?" The boy wasn't discouraged by Lin Chen's refusal, so he hurriedly asked again. "It's not necessary." Lin Chen finished speaking and directly walked up to the car, closing the door. The boys had to step aside. The roaring engine of the silver Tuatara beast kicked in. The boy watches the supercar drive out of the parking lot and mutters, "That's a handsome car. If it weren't for Grandpa not letting me buy one, I'd have a whole one high and low." The boy finished walking towards the Babs G800 that was off to the side. Lin Chen was driving when Jiang Shuiwei's message sent over. "Where are you, Tatsu? Do you want to have lunch together today?" Lin Chen directly called Jiang Shuiwei over. "Hello? Why are you calling me directly, Tatsu?" Jiang Shuiwei's pleasant voice came out. "I just came out from the Ronto land side and I'm on my way to school." "Shuiwei, if you're hungry go ahead and eat," Lin Chen said with a smile. No, I'm not particularly hungry yet. I'll wait until you get back." Jiang Shuiwei refused repeatedly. "Okay, I'm not getting to school for almost another 20 minutes or so." "Okay, then I go back to the dormitory first." One air said that the school backstreet newly opened a copy store tastes especially great. "Let's go and try it later." Chapter 146. Can everyone bear it? Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the school. After parking the car, Lin Chen hoofed it towards the bottom of Jiang Shuiwei's dormitory. As soon as Jiang Shuiwei descended the stairs, she bounced towards Lin Chen. "Tatsu, have you seen Duin? That Hongda Middle School suicide has created a big stir." Jiang Shuiwei walked over and pulled Lin Chen's hand with an excited expression. The two of them walked towards the back door hand in hand, and Lin Chen smiled slightly when he heard Jiang Shuiwei's words. Lu Hai had informed him yesterday, and he didn't need to guess what it was about. "Do you think that's enough punishment?" Lin Chen asked softly. "I think it's still a bit light. Xian Fugue has already been made to commit suicide by them after all. If you ask me, these guys should all be sentenced to at least 10 years or more, without making such people scared. It won't serve as a deterrent." Jiang Shuiwei raised her small fist in anger. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuiwei's head and comfortingly said, "Well, not angry. Those Fujin at least have to stay in jail for 5 or 6 years, and when they come out they are already in their 20s, and that's it for this life." Jiang Shuiwei, however, just sighed helplessly. The two walked out of the back door of the school, and a bustling snack street appeared in front of them. "Come on, I'll take you there." Jiang Shuiwei looked very happy and pulled Lin Chen's hand forward. It was the first time Lin Chen had come to play in the back streets of Shu University, allowing Jiang Shuiwei to pull herself through the many crowds. As she walked, Jiang Shuiwei suddenly stopped. "Tatsu, I'd like to eat some teppan squid," Jiang Shuiwei said as she pointed at the iron plate squid on the stall next to her and looked at Lin Chen expectantly. "No problem, hubby will buy it for you." The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a doting smile. "Oops, what are you talking about?" Jiang Shuiwei's face instantly turned red. Her hands and feet at a loss made Lin Chen only find it very amusing to watch. "I said my husband will buy it for you? Honey, how many skewers do you want?" Lin Chen continued to ask again, feigning a flat appearance. "Stop it, there are so many people here." Jiang Shuiwei's beautiful eyes glared, but her heart felt sweet. "I'm about to say, wifey. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, Jiang Shuowei rushed forward to cover Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen could only make a whimpering sound. Lin Chen could only promise again and again that he wouldn't say those 2 words. And only then did Jiang Shuowei remove the hand covering Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei's hand and came to the iron plate squid stall. "Boss, come too," Lin Chen said as he looked towards Jiang Shuowei, a bad smile on his face. "How many skewers do you want, daughter-in-law?" "Ha, I'll just have a skewer." Jiang Shuowei's face brushed red again, then forced herself to be calm. "Boss, 2 big bunches," Lin Chen said with a big smile as he looked at the boss. The owner was a middle-aged uncle who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and the bottom of his eyes were full of smiles as he looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. "Okay, 36 in all. Do you want more potatoes?" "No, you don't have to cut them in small pieces, just hold them in your hand in a bunch." "Okay." Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen each held a bunch of oversized squid. Bad people. The rosy color on Jiang Shuowei's face hadn't completely faded, and there was a sense of pouting as she said this. "Eat up." Lin Chen avoided answering and smiled as he took a large bite of the squid in his hand. Jiang Shuowei also went woohoo, taking a big bite. The 2 of them ate as they walked. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz Big G honked all the way through the crowd and squeezed a way out, and Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei were all of a sudden pushed over to the side by the crowd next to them. The 2 of them were already eating iron plate squid, and when they were hit like this, Jiang Shuowei's squid snapped onto her clothes. Jiang Shuowei looked down at her beloved clothes, which were stained with grease. This dress was bought by her and one heir who spent thousands of dollars on shopping at the mall before, and she was heartbroken. Lin Chen was also taking out paper to wipe the oil on Jiang Shuowei's clothes. The boys next to him were also taken aback, rushing out to apologize. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to do that. How much is the dress? I'll pay for it." Saying that, the boy even took out his cell phone in a very sincere manner. Jiang Shuowei saw that the other party's attitude was so sincere, and the anger in her heart subsided for the most part. "Forget it, I'll go back and wash it myself later. I don't need you guys to pay for it." "Your schoolgirl Jiang?" A boy next to him recognized Jiang Shuowei at that moment. Saying that, he also sized up Lin Chen who was beside Jiang Shuowei. You have to know that rumor has it that the boyfriend of the school flower Jiang Shuowei is a super rich second generation. But how is eating roadkill? Is it hard to believe that the rumors are false? The people watching from the side also recognized Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen, and for a while, some people took out their cell phones to take pictures, and the big G Mercedes behind him started honking again, the shrill sound piercing the noisy street. A man in his 20s in the driver's seat opened the window, full of impatience, and cursed loudly, "Don't get in my way, get out of the way." Some of the students next to the car had long been displeased with the car's brash behavior. Just now the few male students had been because of accidentally dirty Jiang Shuowei clothes on the car a bit of fire. This time even more cannot endure. This is supposed to be a pedestrian street. A car still has to drive in, and keeps honking the horn. Is there any quality? When that man heard that, he was so angry that he couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "Old man's car, I want to drive wherever I want." "What, you damn disobedient?" The students, who were originally boys, or several friends together, were so excited by the man that they immediately retorted, "This is a pedestrian street, get it? Do you need us to explain to you what pedestrian street means?" The people next to him also kept pointing accusing fingers at the man in the car. "What's the point of driving a Mercedes? Don't have any quality. This kind of personnel is disgusting. 9 years of compulsory education is probably not even finished." The man in the car grunted angrily, directly pushed open the door and walked down. At the same time the car also came down 3 other men. A group of 4 walked up to the boys and said viciously, "Say it again if you have the balls." Those boys were pressurized by the aura of these 4 men and immediately didn't dare to speak again. The man who had spoken snorted, then scanned towards the surroundings. The onlookers on the sidelines also stopped talking at this point, fearing that they would draw the fire on themselves. These guys are not to be messed with at first glance. Then he looked at Lin Chen, Jiang Shuowei and the others in front of the car and said arrogantly, "Get the hell out of my way. You guys." Lin Chen's brows furrowed. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly and slowly. "This road is a pedestrian street, not a place for you to drive around wildly." The man looked Lin Chen up and down and scoffed, "Kid, mind your own business and get out of my way." This was followed by a flash of lechery in his eyes as he noticed Jiang Shuowei's presence beside him. "Little sister, add a green bubble? How about brother take you for a ride in a Mercedes Big G?" The man pointed to the Mercedes-Benz Big G behind him and looked at Jiang Shuowei beside Lin Chen and laughed. The 3 stocky men beside the man laughed as well. Jiang Shuowei was enraged by the man's rude words and shouted angrily, "You're shameless," Lin Chen said as he pulled Jiang Shuowei behind him and took a step forward, his eyes staring morosely at the man. "Watch your mouth. Your parents didn't teach you to talk like that, Did they? Driving a $1 or $2 million car and you're just floating? Ouch. You're a poor college student and you're looking down on my Mercedes-Benz Big G? Can you afford to keep this beauty? The man glanced at Lin Chen with disdain, and then looked at Jiang Shuawei with a lecherous face. Beauty? You're not meant to suffer with such good looks. Go with brother. Brother will take you to eat and drink spicy food. Yuck. I'm sick of looking at you like a dead pig. Jiang Shuawei spat in disgust. You guys are really looking for death. Lin Chen sighed slightly in his heart. How is it that these days just can't be quiet? Picking up his cell phone, he was ready to call Lu Hai. And just then, the unexpected happened. Too arrogant. Do so many of us have to be afraid of these four people? Bullying our schoolgirl in front of us. Can everyone really stand it? I can't stand it. We have the upper hand. So many people are afraid of nothing. As long as these two dare to make a move, we'll go together. Right. Together. Chapter 147. That would be nice. This street was originally backed by Shuzhou University, the vast majority of which were students of Shuzhou University. The arrogant behavior of this group of people naturally stirred up agitation. For a time, the angry crowd surrounded these few people. The man saw this, but he grunted disdainfully. Do it. Do you dare to do it? This is a society based on the rule of law. A few of the man's friends were also not the least bit afraid. The people around them hesitated when they heard this. After all, if you go to the police station because of a fight, the consequences can be quite serious for college students. Who says we're going to do anything? You drove into a pedestrian street and disturbed the public order. We just have to wait for the police to come. Lin Chen slowly spoke. It is. We've already called the police. You just wait for the police to come. And you have the nerve to say that this is a society based on the rule of law? How shameless. Everyone surround them. We mustn't let them go. The surrounding people immediately reacted when they heard Lin Chen's words. The man froze, then gave a look behind him, and the men understood in seconds and immediately rejoined the car. Oh, boy, count yourselves lucky, and don't let me see you again in the future. The man said that, and made a throat-slitting gesture at Lin Chen before returning to the car as well. Lin Chen just coldly watched him get into the car. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and looked at this Mercedes-Benz Big G indignantly. Too arrogant. This person is abominable. Lin Chen touched Jiang Shuawei's small hand. Don't worry, Shuawei, these guys can't run away. Lin Chen comforted. That's a wimp? Trying to run away now? Everyone block this car. Mustn't let this car get away. I don't believe it still dares to run me over. The surrounding people immediately surrounded the car. Tick-tock. The man poked his head out of the window of the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G and cursed. Asterisk. Your horse's group of sandwalls aren't afraid to die. Hurry up and get out of my way. He said that he actually stepped on the gas, trying to force the person in front of the car out of the way. But the surrounding people had long been angered by the man's previous attitude, and none of the people blocking the front of the car actually stepped aside. The man cursed under his breath, but could do nothing about it. He wouldn't dare to hit it. There are so many people. If he did hit it, then he would be in jail. So it was only possible to move forward little by little. At this time, Lin Chen also contacted Lu Hai, and took a picture of the license plate number and the man's appearance and sent it to Lu Hai. Find out what this man is about. It wasn't long before Lu Hai's reply came. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll do it right away. Lin Chen put down his cell phone and pulled Jiang Shuawei's hand to watch with cold eyes. It didn't take long for several police officers to approach. Due to the high traffic on the walkway, they parked outside the walkway and hiked in. They had just stepped into the walkway when they were stunned by the sight before them. The Mercedes-Benz Big G was still moving slowly towards the crowd, albeit not very fast, but this provocative behavior startled the police officers. Stop the car! Stop the car right now! The police officers shouted at the top of their lungs while looking nervous as they sped towards the vehicle. You have to know that in such a dense crowd, in case the driver in the car was completely enraged and slammed down on the gas and crashed over, it would certainly cause incalculable heavy casualties. At this moment, the surrounding crowd saw the arrival of the police. Instantly, like a pot exploded, the anger surged like a raging tide. Comrade police officers, you finally arrived. These assholes drove into the pedestrian street, disturbing the social order, and with an extremely arrogant attitude, and they want to hit people. They must be punished severely. They are so lawless that they have no law in their eyes. Comrade police, don't let them get away. You must give us justice. People were righteously angry, and they poured out their anger to the police in a variety of ways. Police officers tried to calm the agitated crowd while issuing warnings to those in the Mercedes-Benz Big G. Everyone in the car, listen up, turn off the engine and get out of the car right now and be inspected. A police officer holding a megaphone shouted in a loud voice. However, the people in the car ignored it and had no intention of getting out of the car, which made the police nervous as well. Everyone spread out first. Don't gather together. a police officer shouted towards the people around him. Lin Chen was also alerted, not expecting the man to be so tough that he still wouldn't get out of the car even after the police came. Is it possible to be really crazy? Lin Chen thought as he pulled Jiang Shu away to a clothing store on the side of the road. Jiang Shu away was also very obedient. After all, this was a very dangerous position they were in if the man really went crazy. It didn't matter about himself, but Jiang Shu away must not be okay. If you don't get out of the car, we will take coercive measures. The other policeman grimaced and warned sternly. At this point, some in the outraged crowd began to shout along with the police. Get off! Get out of the car! The sound was just a few scattered points at first, but it soon converged into a deafening torrent that resounded throughout the entire pedestrian street. Finally, under the strong pressure of the police and the crowd, the door of the Mercedes-Benz Big G slowly opened, and several men in the car reluctantly came down. Comrade policeman, this is actually a misunderstanding. The man at the head of the group forced himself to stay calm and tried to defend himself. Cut the crap. Go back to the police station and say what you have to say. The policeman cut off his sophistry without mercy, his tone full of anger. He was also taken aback by the fact that it took so many warnings to get out of the car. And if something really happened, all the police officers present would have to carry disciplinary action, especially him, the captain. Several police officers then took out handcuffs and handcuffed all 4 people in the car. Take it away, the police officer in charge ordered. There was a loud cheer from the surrounding crowd. Great, finally got them. Let's see how arrogant they still are. Well done, comrade policeman. You should treat such people well. People applauded and applauded. The police officers quickly brought the men under control and were ready to take them back to the police station for further investigation. Everyone, move over, don't get in the way of law enforcement. The police officers kept order while escorting several of the men in the car toward the police car. Soon, the police took the men away from the pedestrian street. As for the Mercedes-Benz Big G, it was also towed away by a tow truck. Soon, the pedestrian street returned to its previous state, and it was as if none of this had happened except for the excited discussions of the people around them. After such a mess, the 2 people's appetite is gone. The roadside casually bought some snacks and returned to the school. Lu Hai's message was then sent. Lin Dong, I've already checked the people. The next message is a document. Lin Chen directly clicked in. Sure, Xiaolong, 27 years old and owns a bar on Commercial Street in Big Bay? Oh, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. A bar on a commercial street in the Grand Bay area. That's a good thing. Shu Wei, are you still going back to pack? Why don't we leave for home now? Counting the time uncle and his family should be arriving soon, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei still looked a bit unhappy because of what happened just now, but she still shook her head. No, I don't have anything to pack, and I have Wanda to help me with the little Muppets. Lin Chen sniffed and touched Jiang Shuawei's head, softly saying, still upset about what just happened? Don't worry, I'll make sure those guys learn a lesson, Lin Chen said, a cold light appearing in his eyes. It's okay. I'm just not happy for a while, but I'll be fine later. Why don't we go to the mall and buy something before we go back? Jiang Shuawei rubbed her head against Lin Chen's hand, then said in a delicate voice, good all at baby's beck and call. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was like a kitten, and his heart was on fire. Jiang Shuawei didn't retort when she heard Lin Chen's name, but only blushed slightly as she grabbed Lin Chen's hand and walked towards the parking lot. A few minutes later, a white supercar drove off the campus amidst a crowd of envious and marveling students. Suzhou University, in the president's office. Ding dong, the principal immediately picked up his cell phone to take a look at it, and it turned out to be a message from WeChat, so he immediately put the phone down again with disappointment. Why haven't you contacted me? Did you forget about it? Do you want me to remind you? The principal gritted his teeth at the thought and brought his cell phone back up again. Mr. Lin Chen, do you have time now? Chapter 148, don't you understand what I'm saying? 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrived at the mall. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and walked into the mall cheerfully. For a girl, shopping at the mall is mostly a beautiful thing. Chen, let's go buy clothes for grandparents, aunts and uncles and aunts, as well as sisters Xiaoling and sister Dongxue. Then we'll buy some jewelry, and then we'll buy some. Jiang Shuawei broke her fingers and counted them one by one. That's enough already, Shuawei. We can't fit so many things in our car, Lin Chen said helplessly. This, good blah. Jiang Shuawei thought about the space in the car, and it really didn't seem to support them buying too many things. Still seems like I need to get another car with more space, Lin Chen couldn't help but say in his heart. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen had been shopping for most of an hour, which was why they had bought everyone's clothes. During this time, Lin Chen went back to his car to put his things away, before he re-entered the mall again. The two of them went back to the Chao Shu Fuk jewelry store that they had been to before. That store manager was still chatting with the surrounding clerks in a bored manner. When he saw Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei walk into the store, he was first stunned, and then immediately changed into a smiling face to welcome them. Welcome to Chao Shu Fuk jewelry store. May I help you? You have to know that these two are big patrons. The last time they came they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, making Zhou Dongxue eat tens of thousands of commission. She was envious of her at the time. Now that Zhou Dongxue has resigned, this commission should always be her turn, right? And the smile on Zhang Shuwei's face faded. Last time this female store manager even tried to deduct to Yuki-san's paycheck. How annoying. Zhang Shuwei muttered in dissatisfaction. Lin Chen held Zhang Shuwei's hand and rubbed it. Let's just look around, Lin Chen said indifferently to the female store manager in front of him. Okay, no problem. The female store manager kept the smile on her face, and then she followed Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei wherever they went. She immediately came up to introduce whatever jewelry the two were looking at. Although this was a normal marketing tactic, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei had already been slightly dissatisfied with this female store manager. Such behavior naturally made the two even more dissatisfied. Lin Chen directly waved his hand somewhat impatiently and said, "You don't have to follow us, we'll just see for ourselves." The smile on the female store manager's face froze. Okay, both of you, let me know if you need anything. With that, he stepped aside. If it wasn't for the commission, you think I'd want to follow you, too? The female store manager looked at Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei and cursed in a whisper. Tatsu, what do you think of this emerald bracelet? Zhang Shuwei pointed at an emerald bracelet at this time and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked in the direction of Zhang Shuwei's finger. Well, it's really good. Lin Chen nodded. At this time he suddenly thought of the previous time when he was still in high school. Lin's mother broke the only jadeite bracelet, but the mother of Lin was heartbroken. At that time he thought that in the future he would buy the imperial green emerald jadeite from the novel for Lin's mother, and now after more than 2 years, he actually forgot about this matter. Lin Chen raised his head and looked around, seeing a young female employee next to him. Hi, can you tell us about this bracelet? The female clerk saw that Lin Chen was calling her, and just as she wanted to come over she was threatened by the eyes of the female store manager over there. The shopgirl stopped dead in her tracks. Sir, let our store manager do it. We know this piece of bracelet most thoroughly. The shopgirl could only say resentfully, and that female store manager walked over at that moment with a warm smile on her face. Which bracelet are you looking at, gentlemen? We have bracelets here. Lin Chen's heart was also a bit upset at this time. Num doesn't know how to read faces, does he? I said, let this clerk introduce me to this bracelet. Can you hear me? Lin Chen calmly looked at the female store manager and said word for word. Zhang Shuwei glanced at Lin Chen worriedly, and the smile on the female store manager's face froze. Of course, sir. Fong Ping, come introduce these two. The female store manager turned away after that. When he walked out of the store, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy face. The female clerk who was still in the store was also a bit confused as she looked at the store manager's angry back. Is it possible that the store manager has offended these two before? At the same time, he was also a little worried that if the store manager took it out on himself, he would be in trouble. Can you introduce us now? Lin Chen's voice rang in the shopgirl's ears. The shopgirl took a deep breath and lifted her foot to walk over to Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei. One could only hope that these two would buy more so she could make up for it with more commission. Pinky behind Dasha days are afraid of some bad days. The store manager is already careful. This time I'm afraid that even with Pinky also hold a grudge. Harm. When will this store manager get laid off? It's making me want to jump ship. No way. What can we do? Let's just see if those two customers can get Pinky to take more commission. Don't worry. Didn't you notice the watch on the guy's hand and the bag on the girl's hand? Let's see. I'll go. Patek Philippe. Hermes. Ah, Pinky, it's worth it. The 3 or 4 clerks around them whispered about it as well. Both of you. This emerald bracelet is a glutinous seed emerald bracelet. Price 5,999. The shopgirl quickly got into the swing of things. Oh, do you have any of that imperial green emerald jade bead jewelry here? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke. I'm really sorry, sir. Our store is small and we don't have top-grade jadeite bracelets like the Emperor Green Emerald. However, we do have ice-type jadeite bracelets, and the quality is quite good, the shopgirl said with a slight apology. The female clerk then said, like this one ice seed floating green flower bracelet, it has a fine texture, and the waterhead is very full. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuwei listened attentively to the shopgirl's introduction, carefully observing the bracelets, rubbing their fingers gently and thinking for a while. Shuwei, which one do you like? I'll buy it for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhang Shuwei shook her head violently. I don't want an emerald bracelet to wear like a noblewoman. I'll just be my innocent college student. He. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I'm going to choose 3 bracelets, one for my mom and aunt and grandma, so help me out. Jiang Shuiwei sniffed and carefully examined the bracelets again. As for the female sales clerk on the side, when she heard Lin Chen's words, her face was filled with shock, followed by a burst of ecstasy. It's an icy jadeite. Even if it's a glutinous ice type, it's still $60,000 or $70,000. Pick 3, that's not $100,000 or $200,000? The shopgirl's heart fluttered at the thought. Jiang Shuiwei pointed to the 3 jadeite bracelets. These 3 are good. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod his head secretly even as he looked at it. Jiang Shuiwei chose 3 bracelets of floating green flower, a colorless high ice seed, and a slightly light blue. Lin Chen nodded, then said to the shopgirl, "Wrap up all 3. The shopgirl was instantly stunned, her mouth slightly open and her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe her ears. It took several seconds before she reacted with excitement. "Sir, are you sure you want these 3? These 3 add up to a total of over $600,000. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. "Okay, swipe your card." The shopgirl's hands were trembling a bit as she hurriedly answered, "Yes, sir, right away for you." Lin Chen also made the female sales clerk's eyes go straight when he took out the Centurion card. "I've seen countless kinds of cards in this business, and this is the first time I've seen this kind of card." The formalities were quickly completed, and Lin Chen finished paying and picked up the bag containing the bracelet. The shopgirl was all smiles and kept sending them to the front of the store, bowing and thanking them over and over again. "Thank you both, and welcome to the next one." After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei left the jewelry store, the other clerks in the store gathered around. "Pinky, you're too good, selling more than $600,000 of goods at once." "That's right, that's a lot of commission. You're in luck. Tell us quickly, what makes these 2 guests so magnificent?" the shopgirl said excitedly. "I didn't expect it either. These 2 guests look classy at first glance, and that gentleman is really attentive to his family, buying 3 bracelets right off the bat." And the woman store manager walked back just in time. Chapter 149. Xiao Chen has found you a good daughter-in-law. Seeing that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had already left, they were also relieved. Out of sight, out of mind, just right to go. How much did that couple just spend? When the female store manager heard that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had bought 3 bracelets, she hurriedly asked after them. As soon as the crowd of shopkeepers saw the store manager coming, they also dispersed. Only Fong Ping remained where she was looking a little nervous. "Store manager, that couple just now spent over $600,000. Fong Ping whispered. "What? Over $600,000? The female store manager also exclaimed. "I was very annoyed with myself for being so mean in the first place. If she didn't find Zhou Dongshu's trouble at that time, then the 30,000 commission could be hers. You're lucky." The female store manager said something salty, and then walked to the restroom. Several of the clerks gathered together again as soon as they saw the store manager walk in. "It's hilarious. It's obvious she's the one who offended the couple, and she has the nerve to call it luck. Aya, you have to understand, people. This is less than 30,000 more than the commission. Is a person have grievances?" Just as the crowd of shopkeepers were spitting on the store manager, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had already returned to the car. And at that moment, Lin's mother called. "What's up, Mom? Why don't you bring Shuiwei here? Your uncle and the others are already here, haha. That girl Xiaoling keeps asking when Shuiwei is coming. Chevy and I just did some shopping and we'll be right over." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shuiwei kept pursing her lips and smiling. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. "You don't understand. Slightly get going. Shuling is missing me." Jiang Shuiwei playfully spat out her tongue towards Lin Chen, then urged. Lin Chen was just about to put his phone down when he saw a message from the president of Suzhou University. Jiang Shuiwei also curiously brought her head over. "Yeah, didn't you promise the principal that you'd come over when you had time?" Jiang Shuiwei asked. "Isn't that why I don't have time? Besides, hanging them out to dry for a while would be a good way to get my breath back." Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Jiang Shuiwei sniffed and blankly glanced at Lin Chen but didn't say anything more. Lin Chen thought about it, so he replied, "I don't have time today. Tomorrow, we have class tomorrow morning." It wasn't long before the principal's reply arrived. "Okay, we'll get everything organized." Lin Chen smiled bashfully and started the engine after putting his cell phone away. The car drove out of the parking lot with the roar of a large lizard. The internet has exploded at this point. Various news marketing numbers immediately brought up the tempo, coupled with the fact that this kind of thing makes many people particularly indignant. This topic was immediately rushed to the hot search. Unity Land fires employees at will and without any financial compensation. Is this the face of a capitalist? It's so hateful. The state should vigorously regulate this kind of behavior. Do it for us bottom-feeding laborers, and those black intermediaries. The last time I had a summer job, that son of a screwed me out of $2,000 and couldn't find anyone. The punishment is not severe enough to bring down the people's anger. A word from you would be supportive of this. Aha. Plus 10,086. The PR department of Unity Investments Land immediately responded. Mr. Huang, There's a lot of attention on this matter online right now. Should we spend money on hot searches to lower the heat a little? In the general manager's office, Huang Wei sat in her office chair and listened to the reports from her men. No need. The people from the Human Resources Bureau in Tianfu City have already called me, telling us to make sure we take care of this matter, and if it continues to fester, they will intervene. Huang Wei rubbed her temples with a bit of a headache. Let the company's public relations department immediately release a statement, directly laying out the truth of this matter. Lin Dong has already given orders to deal with it severely. Didn't the police department side already get the receipt of the case? Wait for the evidence to be reviewed and go to court immediately. Yes. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Chen's car stopped in front of the villa. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei rang the doorbell carrying large bags of things. Soon the door opened and it was none other than Lin's mother who opened the door. Oops. By so many things Shuawei, come in and do it. Auntie, cut the fruit. Lin's mother greeted warmly, then took the things in Jiang Shuawei's hands. Auntie, excuse me, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. That's not an intrusion. Auntie is especially welcome. Entering the house, a large family was sitting in the living room at the moment. As soon as he saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrive, he also hurriedly greeted them. Zhou Ling, the girl who was happy as soon as she saw Jiang Shuawei, all ran over. Sister Shuawei, I've missed you. Zhou Ling pulled Jiang Shuawei's hand to the sofa and sat down, then chatted with Jiang Shuawei. The uncle's family also greeted Jiang Shuawei with concern, but it was Lin Chen who was left out in the cold. Lin Chen burst into a bitter smile, putting aside the things he was carrying on his hand and finding a seat as well. After chatting for a while, Jiang Shuawei went to bring over the gifts. Auntie, this is the dress we and Xiao Chun chose for you, and I don't know if you like it. Love, love, love. Auntie especially likes it. A smile filled Lin's mother's face. This is Auntie's. This is Uncle's. This is Uncle's. This is. It took half a day for Jiang Shuawei to send out all the gifts she had prepared for her elders. The aunt and uncle's family as well as Lin's father and mother looked at Jiang Shuawei with satisfaction in their eyes. Big sister, Xiao Chen has found a good daughter-in-law for you, Auntie exclaimed heartily. Ha ha, this Shuawei child is just filial, and this Lin Chen kid has a good eye. Lin's mother was all smiles and in a very good mood. Jiang Shuawei on the side blushed, her heart as sweet as honey. Sister Shuawei, where's my gift? Did you forget Shu Ling? Zhou Ling looked enviously at the other gifts, but she did not have any, and said aggrievedly, how come? Ray's gift is here. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly brought over several pockets. This is a little dress my sister bought for you. See if you like it? Jiang Shuawei took out a white dress with a very nice style. This was the dress that Jiang Shuawei had chosen after shopping at several big brand clothing stores. Zhou Ling's eyes went straight for a moment and she took the skirt from Jiang Shuawei. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Zhou Ling had little stars in her eyes and couldn't wait to run to her room to change. When his aunt and uncle saw Zhou Ling so happy, their faces were also filled with smiles. Taking advantage of Zhou Ling to change clothes or gap, Jiang Shuawei just bought 3 jadeite bracelet took out. Auntie, Grandma, Tatsu also bought you 3 emerald bracelets. Why do you still buy such expensive jewelry? Auntie took it and was shocked when she saw the price on it. Just this one bracelet is actually worth over $100,000. Grandma, too, rushed to put the bracelet on the table again. Forget it, it would be a waste to give my wife something so valuable to wear. Lin mother was very fond of it and went to wear it on her hand, looking left and right, her eyes full of joy. It's fine. This amount of money is nothing to me. You guys just take it, or else if people know that I, Lin Chen, am still so stingy with my relatives even after I've gotten rich, they won't poke me in the spine and scold me? Lin Chen said half jokingly, half seriously. Yeah, this was carefully chosen by Tatsu. Jiang Shuawei also nodded her head repeatedly. In the end, or Lin mother Yi followed to persuade. Grandmother, aunt and uncle then accept. Lin Chen walked to sit beside Lin mother and whispered, Mom, I said before that I would definitely buy you an emerald bracelet in the future, and this time, I also counted on fulfilling the promise that came to me. Next time I'll bring you an imperial green emerald kind of emerald bracelet. Son of a rich man. When Lin mother heard Lin Chen's words, she only felt a lump in her throat for a moment, and her eyes reddened with a blush. Xiao Chen, Mom knows you're filial, and Mom is proud of you. My son is really outstanding. As Lin's mother spoke, tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and she choked on her words. Lin Chen hurriedly wrapped his arms around Lin mother. Why are you still crying, Mom? Shouldn't you be happy that your son is doing well? Lin Chen rubbed the corners of his eyes in comfort. On the side, Lin's father and Jiang Shuawei's aunt and uncle also hurriedly comforted. Yeah, little Tatsu is so accomplished now. Why are you, Mom, still crying? On the sidelines, my aunt and grandmother were a bit empathetic and red-eyed. It took Lin's mother a long time to calm down. Chapter 150. Just happy, Lin's mother said with a smile. Dang it, Zhou Ling, who had changed into a small dress, ran all the way down from upstairs with gusto. Standing in front of the crowd, he spun around with a joyful smile on his face. How about that? Is it good? It's nice and pretty. Can the dress your sister Shuawei chose for you not look good? Shuawei has such a good eye. This dress looks like a little princess on Xiaoling. Aunt Lin's mother and the others hastily complimented. Zhou Ling happily jumped into Jiang Shuawei's arms at once. Thank you, Sister Shuawei, I love this little dress so much. Jiang Shuawei was also very happy that the dress she chose Zhou Ling liked coming so much, mostly because Ray was born well. By the way, I also bought you 2 pairs of shoes, see if they look good, Jiang Shuawei said and took out the other 2 pockets of shoeboxes. Mainly because I was thinking that Zhou Ling would be wearing her school uniform most of the time when she arrived at school, but she would have to buy a few more pairs of shoes. Oops, Sister Shuawei, you're too good to me too, aren't you? Now even Zhou Ling was a little embarrassed. Shuawei, you are too spoiled for this child. Buying a dress is enough. The aunt and uncle also said, it's okay, high school is more athletic. It's okay to buy more shoes, Jiang Shuawei explained. Zhou Ling smiled and changed the 2 pairs of shoes again, very satisfied. Seeing that it was about time, Lin's aunt and uncle went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and that's when Zhou Dongshuwei came over. The school has classes 1 or 2 periods, and I finished my classes. I rushed over here, Zhou Dongshuwei explained with a smile after greeting her. It's okay, big sister, come over and take a look. Shuawei bought you a dress to see if you like it, Lin Chen said with a smile. Sister Shuawei and brother have gifts for each of us. As soon as Zhou Ling saw Zhou Dongshuwei, happily ran over and pulled Zhou Dongshuwei's hand, then pulled her to Jiang Shuawei's side. Really? Oops, Shuawei really has a heart. Try it, Sister Dongshuwei. Jiang Shuawei took out the jacket she bought for Zhou Dongshuwei. After the trial, Zhou Dongshuwei was very satisfied and praised Jiang Shuawei for her good eye. See this dress or Dior's brand, at least a few thousand. Subconsciously would have wanted to refuse, but thinking that Lin Chen was so rich, he gladly accepted. It would be a bit too modest to turn down someone's good intentions one way or the other. Dongshuwei, have you been feeling uncomfortable or anything lately? Zhou Chaoyang finally couldn't help but ask. He hadn't wanted to bring this up, but was very concerned about his daughter. Zhou Chaoyang has always felt very indebted to his 2 daughters. Not being able to do anything myself, I can only let my 2 daughters live in misery. It is said that the poor raise their children and rich raise their daughters, but he, Zhou Chaoyang, cannot do, can only stingy life. As a result, my eldest daughter was afraid to tell her family that she had leukemia, thinking it would cost too much money. It's killing people. The night he learned what his daughter was sick, Zhou Chaoyang could not sleep the whole night. The heart is incomparably chagrined. How did you get so out of control yourself? My youngest daughter is afraid to tell her family about the violence she suffered at school, and she doesn't want to cause any trouble for her family. You know that this girl Zhou Ling is only in her first year of high school. She's only 15. How come she knows so much? Therefore he was also very grateful to Lin Chen. Otherwise, in their family's situation, even if they knew that Zhou Dongshuwei had leukemia, they would not be able to afford to treat it. And it was because of Jiang Shuawei that Zhou Ling was bullied by her classmates that she found out, and then Lin Chen stepped in to fix it. It also helped transfer schools to Danceny High School to live in their house permanently, also buy a car, a house in A. Zhou Chaoyang thought about it and even wanted to immediately kowtow to his nephew. I'm fine, Dad. My little brother's hospital doctors are particularly responsible. Several director-level doctors often send messages to care about my health, Zhou Dongshuwei said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Zhou Chaoyang nodded repeatedly. His greatest hope now was that Zhou Dongshuwei and Zhou Ling would be safe and healthy. He chatted for a long time, but there was nothing for Lin Chen to do. Lin Chen could only sit on the side and swipe the Douyin in boredom. The first thing that came in as a result was an official clarification statement issued by Unityland. Recently, the web. The man in the video was indeed fired from our company, but not because of the various rumors called online, but because this person embezzled 100,000 RMB from our company. The company did not want to be held legally liable, but only needed the employee to embezzle 100,000 RMB, and the comments section was swamped with netizens. I told you, that man in the video clearly carries a weak heart, so it's a good thing I didn't call out someone's company before. Who said this company is bad? This company is fantastic. What a conscientious company. If this mother and son weren't so shameless, I guess they wouldn't want to bring this to light, right? Now they're probably going to be sued. That's not necessarily true. The mother and son are relatives of the owner of the house. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If I had a relative who screwed me like that, I'd be dead. Butler, 3 minutes is all I need to get all the information on the owner of Rongtoland. This woman calls herself an aunt, so the owner must be very young. I'm enlightened too. I want the boss's contact info. Lin Chen looked at the comments from the netizens and shook his head helplessly. Brush up on the next video. The Henderson Middle School student suicide. Scratch the next video and again. Shushu University is shocked to see Sylvie Tuatara. Next, the stabbed mother has been safely discharged from the hospital. Her real identity is actually the boss's wife of Tianlin Culture and Entertainment. Next, Shuzhou University Mid-Autumn Festival Party. The superb performance of the school flower and school couple. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Good for you. If you didn't know, you'd think I was the one who started it. Swipe through a few videos in a row all about yourself. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen hurriedly got up to open the door, but his heart was full of doubts. Everyone's here. Ha! Who could be ringing the doorbell? Lin Chen opened the door to see that it was actually Yuan Lu. Mother and son, little Tatsuya. We brought some gifts and came over to see you Yao. Yuan mother had a smile on her face, and Yuan Lu also lifted the fruit in her hand. We came over to see our sister. Yuan Lu also accompanied with a smile. No, you are not welcome in our home. You should go back where you came from. Lin Chen spoke in a salty manner and then closed the door. It's over, Mom. Lin Chen won't even let us in the house. Yuan Lu burst into tears. He had already brushed up on the online video and figured it wouldn't be long before he received a court summons. It also put Yuan Lu, mother and son, into an unprecedented panic. There's no rush. I'll call Jade Girl first. Exasperated, Yuan's mother clenched her teeth, picked up her cell phone and dialed. And the crowd in the room was very curious. Who is it, Tatsu? Lin Chen just smiled faintly. Nothing, just one that went the wrong way. Oh, the crowd stopped paying attention at once, but at that moment, Lin's mother came out in a hurry. Little Tatsu, Auntie said you wouldn't let them into the house? You child. Lin mother gave Lin Chen a reproachful look, then tried to open the door. What? How did they find their way here? Sis, don't open the door for me her. Their family is no good, Zhou Chaoyang immediately said as soon as he heard it. Grandma and Grandpa, who were sitting aside watching TV, also heard it. Grandma wanted to say something, sighed and finally did not say anything. It's not good to just tear your face off when you're still related by blood anymore. Lin's mother thought about it but opened the door. Lin Chen was helpless. Originally did not want Lin mother to know what this mother and son did again. Did not want to affect the mood of the old mom, but it seems unavoidable now. Zhou Ling sniffled and muttered with a disgruntled frown. I don't like my aunt. She used to be mean to me every day. As soon as the door opened, Lin mother welcomed Yuan Lu's mother and son in. Oops, brother and sister are all here. Sunrise is there too. As soon as Yuan's mother came in, she greeted her with a big smile. Yuan Lu also shouted from person to person. As it turned out, the crowd just nodded flatly, except for Grandma, who had a normal attitude. Lin Chen Zhou Chaoyang and Lin father's attitude is even worse, all without a proper look. This scene caused the smiles on Mother Yuan and Yuan Lu's faces to freeze. Auntie, Xiao Lu, the meal will be ready soon. Why don't you sit down for a while and have a meal later? In order to break the awkwardness, Lin's mother then rushed out. Chapter 151. Little Thief. Why don't you two come over and tell us what's up? It's not convenient to keep guests when there's something going on at home, Lin Chen said indifferently. Lin Chen naturally knows what these two people want to do. Nothing more than want to start from their own mom. Then why not just let mom know what these two really did? And maybe mom will completely figure it out. Yuan mother Yuan Lu too just wanted to find a place to sit down to eat a meal and then talk about it. But when they heard Lin Chen's words, they could only hold their words back. How could we have anything to do? It's just simply coming over to take a look at Yao Yayu. An awkward smile appeared on Yuan's mother's face. Lin mother cast a reproachful glance at Lin Chen, then turned to Yuan mother Yuan Lu and said, Auntie, Xiao Chen is in a bad mood today. Don't take it to heart. Before Lin mother could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Chen. Mom, do you know what they did? Do you know why they came to our house all of a sudden today? As soon as Lin Chen said this, the expressions of the people in the living room suddenly became serious. Lin Chen's attitude was so bad and he said such words, so it must be that this mother and daughter had done something else that made Lin Chen very angry. What are you guys doing again? I mean, do my sister and her family owe you money? Can't they live in peace after hiding so far away? Zhou Chaoyang said nonchalantly with an angry face. On the side, Lin's father sighed and didn't say anything. Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that this family was his wife's uncles, he would have flipped out a long time ago. Even if it was his own uncle, he would have to roll his eyes. There was a wave of panic on the faces of the two Yuan mothers. Yuan Lu, Lin's mother, also sensed something was wrong. Auntie and uncle, just say what you have to say. I'll help if it means I can. Hey, Jade girl, truth be told, I did come here today because I have something I want to trouble you with. Yuan mother could only speak stiffly at this point. It's like this. Didn't this kid Xiao Lu work in Xiao Chen's company before? At that time, he ghosted and misappropriated public funds. Then he was going to fill the public funds again, but he was fired by Xiao Chen. Now Xiao Chen's company is going to sue Xiao Lu, which is going to jail. although it's Xiaolu's fault, he has to sincerely repent. So please forgive Xiaolu once. If Xiaolu goes to jail, his life will be ruined. You girl, you're Xiaolu's sister. You can't just ignore him. He really repented sincerely, Yuan mother said with tears in her voice and kept wiping her tears with her hands. Yuan Lu on the side was even worse. The fear of going to jail had taken over his brain, and he even knelt down directly to Lin's mother. Sister, just let Xiao Chen spare me. I really know I'm wrong. And Zhou Chaoyang and the others on the side couldn't sit still at once. These words they kind of understand. This is to steal Xiao Chen's money to break the law. Afraid of jail before looking over awe. Oh, are you guys treating me like I don't exist? The words are good. Lin Chen snorted, then said, Yuan Lu, that wasn't a momentary ghosting. That's the amount he's embezzled over the course of a year. Whether or not there's any talk ahead is still unknown. Originally, my employees in my face did not go directly to court to prosecute Yuan Lu. Embezzlement of 100,000 after deducting the money that should have been in accordance with the labor law to give you only 50,000 or 60,000. You only need to make up for this 50,000 or 60,000 is also over. But what did you guys do? Running to the downstairs of our company to pull up a banner, accusing our company of not giving Yuan Lu FA financial compensation? Do you know how much your behavior has affected our company? And now you have the nerve to come over here and beg for mercy? You deserve it. Ha, little thief? Lin Chen shouted angrily. Yuan mother had been very weak. Lin Chen's words did not dare to refute. The moment she heard Lin Chen say that her son was a small thief, all of a sudden the fire came up again. Who are you calling a little thief? Will not speak. Yuan Lu, he didn't do it on purpose. Who are you to call him a thief? Yuan's mother retorted with a reddened face. Little Tatsu is sorry. Sister, you is sorry. You guys just forgive me this once. I promise to hide far away from you in the future. Yuan Lu wailed. Lin mother's face also went cold. I originally thought that we are still relatives, so I'll let you have more leeway. I didn't expect you guys to be so vicious. Even an ordinary person would be so envious, right? Not to mention that you guys are still Xiao Chen's elders. Lin's mother took a deep breath. You guys go away. You are not welcome in our house. Lin's mother gave her expulsion order. Zhou Chaoyang, who was on the side, also spoke up. If you don't leave, then don't blame us for kicking you out. Zhou Chaoyang was also deeply disgusted with the mother and son at this time. Lin's father's face was even more gloomy. His own son is so successful now that he didn't think he would trip over such an evil relative. Don't! Yu Yao! Just give Xiaolu another chance, okay? Auntie is begging you, okay? Yuan mother's attitude changed and she began to beg bitterly. Don't call me Jade Maiden, and our two families should not interact in the future. As for Yuan Lu's matter, that's all his fault. All adults, take responsibility for your own behavior. Lin's mother changed her previous softness and said without mercy. Instead, Lin Chen listened with a slight sideways glance. Sister Yu, I really know I'm wrong. I don't want to go to jail. I really don't want to go to jail. Seeing that Lin mother did not say anything, Yuan Lu even crawled forward and tried to grab Lin mother's clothes. Lin's mother was startled, and her entire body took several steps back. This scene caused a cold color to flash under Lin Chen's eyes as he quickly stepped forward and directly dragged Yuan Lu outward. Lin mother's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't say the words out. Yuan Lu kept struggling, shouting under his breath, I don't want to go to jail. Just give me another chance. Auntie, I don't want to go to jail. Grandma and Grandpa were a little uncomfortable and turned their heads away. Lin Chen, you're not allowed to bully my son. Spread your hands. Anxious to go and help her son, Yuan's mother followed the two out the door. Not a moment later, Lin Chen walked back quickly and closed the gate. Outside the door, Yuan Lu shouted bitterly with a snotty nose and tears, while Yuan mother cursed Lin Chen's family not to die. Tatsu, Zhou Chaoyang shouted out to Lin Chen before smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Relief. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Dad, Mom, contact security and tell them to get these two out of here. It's not a good influence to keep making a scene outside. Good, I'll make the contact. Lin's father was in a soothing mood at this time and said with a smile. Lin's mother, on the other hand, is concerned. Xiao Tatsu, can the matter they caused be resolved? It won't really have a big impact on the company, right? It's pretty much settled. Don't worry, Mom, Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked over to the sofa again and sat down. Good job, brother. Even this girl, Zhou Ling, praised Lin Chen. Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Xuewei were amused at the same time. Auntie came out of the kitchen at that moment as well. Big sister, how should I get this fish? Ha, oh, I'll be right there. Only then did Lin's mother react to the fact that she was still cooking, so she ran back to the kitchen in a hurry. And at this time, Yuan Lu's mother and son. Forget it, son. Let's just go back and think of something else. Mother Yuan looked at her son in this state and was really a little heartbroken. What else is there to do? You tell me what else can be done? If you didn't have to go and make trouble, would any of this have happened? Put up the 50,000 or 60,000 dollars and I'll still go to jail? I'm in jail because of you. Yuan Lu looked back at his mother and broke down and shouted. Yuan's mother's eyes reddened and tears flowed out at once. You heartless! I didn't want you to suffer, did I? If you had told me that you had done such illegal things, would I have run to make trouble? Yuan's mother said as she cried. Yuan Lu saw his mother crying, and his whole body suddenly quieted down. It took a long time before he sighed heavily. Hey, forget it, it's just a few years in jail, right? It's okay. Mom, let's go back first. Yuan Lu's entire body seemed to have been drained of all its essence, and all of a sudden he shriveled up, and at that moment, several security guards arrived at a fast pace after receiving a message from Lin's father. Knowing that this was a rich neighborhood and that this building was still the king of buildings, they could not afford to ignore it. What are you two doing here? Hurry up and get out. Chapter 152, Beauty, is this car yours? Half an hour later, Shu Wei, try how Auntie's squirrel fish tastes. Lin mother chucked a piece of fish into Jiang Shuawei's bowl and said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei immediately clipped it up and put it in her mouth. Then her eyes lit up with great admiration. It's so delicious, Auntie. It's sweet and sour. I've never had it before. Hey, it's fine if you like to eat. In the future, if you come over often, Auntie will make it for you again. Lin's mother's face smiled when she heard Jiang Shuawei's praise. Tatsu, can this girl, Zhou Ling, go to school tomorrow? Zhou Chaoyang asked as he ate his meal. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, no problem. On the school side it was my secretary who personally talked to the principal. You can join the school anytime you want. What a pain in the ass. What are you talking about? We're all family. What's the point of talking about trouble as a family? Besides, this child Zhou Ling even calls me aunt. Lin mother blankly glanced at Zhou Chaoyang. The grandparents on the side were also very pleased to see the siblings like this. Shu Wei, why don't you stay at home tonight? I've packed out your and Xiao Chen's rooms. Lin mother smiled and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face blushed. I can't, Auntie. I have class tomorrow morning in the first or second period, and I have to go back to early morning reading. Yeah, Mom, you have to be in class at 8 in the morning, and if you live at home, you have to get up really early. Lin Chen also said. That's fine. Lin's mother could only stop. By the way, Mom, Shuawei's mom and dad asked me to come over for the 4th of July. I'll have to accompany Shuawei over there then. Lin Chen suddenly thought of this matter and took the opportunity to mention it. Jiang Shuawei somewhat apprehensively surveyed the faces of Lin's father and mother. No problem. You must behave well when you go there and try to make a good impression. Lin mother answered with her mouth full, and kept instructing Lin Chen. Jiang Shuawei was also relieved to see this. What's with making it sound like my brother's about to get married? He's only a freshman here, Zhou Ling said as she picked up her meal. What do you know? Zhou Dongxue chucked a piece of meat into Zhou Ling's bowl and said. Exactly. What do you know? You little girl? Lin Chen disliked him unceremoniously. Humph. It's going to say 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 it. Ha 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 ha. The crowd at the table laughed and chuckled in unison. After the meal, Zhou Ling had to let Lin Chen drive her around in his Lamborghini Poison. I left that car at school and didn't bring it back, Lin Chen explained helplessly. Ha, and what kind of car do you drive? Zhou Ling was instantly curious and went out of the house. A short while later, an exclamation came through the door. Wow, what kind of car is this for you? Brother, it feels so handsome too. The group sniffed and walked out of the house as well. It's a silver Tuatara, a supercar made by a company in a pretty country. Lin Chen said. What's with the Siebel Pusher Tower? Can't even understand it. How much does this car cost? Lin's father asked curiously. Lin mother Zhou Dongxue and the others also looked at Lin Chen. This car is slightly cheaper than the one I drove before. Just 70 million renminbi, Lin Chen said with a smile. Just $70 million? The crowd couldn't help but smack their lips. The 70 million land ho swing smoke. Swing 100 years cannot earn so much money. Brother, take me out for a ride in this car now. Zhou Ling was shocked and excited. Can you understand something? Your brother and sister Shuawei have to go back to school soon. Auntie's eyes glared and she chided. Zhou Ling sniffed and spat out her tongue somewhat disappointedly and retreated. What's wrong with that? Why don't you let Tatsu take the kid for a drive if he likes it? It won't take much time anyway, Lin mother said with a smile, then looked at Lin Chen. Little Tatsu, why don't you take little Ling out for a stroll? By the way, see if there's anything Ling wants to eat and buy some back. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Go, Lin Chen said as he walked towards the car. Yeah, Zhou Ling happily jogged to follow. Buzz. The white supercar let out a beastly roar and then drove off. The crowd was back in the living room. Shu Wei, it won't take you long. will it? Lin's mother was concerned. It's okay, auntie, we're in no hurry, it's only past 8. Our school closes the bed at 11:30. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly waved her hand and explained. That's good, right sis? Zhou Ling mustn't be too nice to her when she gets here, but don't let her be like that kind of girl in the TV show. Zhou Chaoyang opened his mouth. Yeah, big sis, auntie, who was on the sidelines, chimed in. Zhou Ling, this girl I know. It's so cool, this feels so great. I'm going to earn money to buy a sports car someday. Zhou Ling was very excited sitting in the car. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You study hard and come work for my company in the future. And if you're good enough, I'll pay for it and you can choose any car you want. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up at her words. Really, brother? I'll come work at your company after I graduate? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Sure, but only if you work hard. Zhou Ling's face was filled with a joyful smile. Good, but I don't want you to buy me a car. I want to buy it on my own. When Lin Chen heard Zhou Ling's words, he couldn't help but slightly side-eye him. Zhou Ling's words had made him look at him a little differently. If it were anyone else, and their brother was a 100-billionaire and had promised to buy them a sports car worth $10 million, which one of them wouldn't be thrilled and full of excitement? It's rare for Zhou Ling to have this idea. Lin Chen drove Zhou Ling past the night market, and the passers-by around him cast envious gazes. Brother, can I get some barbecue for dinner? Zhou Ling's eyes went straight as she looked at the rows of barbecue stalls on the roadside. Lin Chen secretly said that it was true. Zhou Ling has always loved barbecue, and every time she goes back for New Year's Eve, Zhou Ling asks for barbecue. Zhou Chaoyang also bought a special barbecue grill to put in the house. Sure, no problem, Lin Chen said as he pulled into a parking space on the side of the road. As soon as the surrounding people saw the white supercar stop, they stopped to watch. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Am I reading this right? This car is a silver Tuatara? You know about this car, bro? How much is it? This car is worth over $70 million. It's limited to 100 units worldwide. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the price of the car, all the people around them all looked at the car dumbfounded. After Zhou Ling came down, once she saw so many people staring at her, she couldn't help but lean towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly and led Zhou Ling towards the roadside barbecue stand. Man, that's a cool car you got there, a male next to him yelled. Lin Chen twisted his head to look and smiled faintly. Thanks, this girl must be his sister, right? How happy. The prince brought the princess out to buy barbecue? What's wrong with buying barbecue? People can't eat barbecue if they're rich? Ha 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 ha. You can't have barbecue if you're rich. Ha! Lin Chen brought Zhou Ling to a more crowded stall. Take whatever you want. Zhou Ling nodded happily, then took the dinner plate and chose ham, gluten, bone-in, panko. Zhou Ling had chosen half a day, and finally she had chosen. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the full dinner plate that had been stacked tip to tip. Ray, are you sure you've just finished eating so much? I can eat it all. Don't underestimate me. That's fine. 10 minutes later. Handsome, that's 123. The payment code is over here. Okay, thanks. You're welcome for the slow walk. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Ling, who was carrying a large pocket full of food, and couldn't help but remind him that, you eat quickly. You don't want to show your face when you get back. Don't worry, brother. I won't let my aunt and uncle know that you took me out for a barbecue. Zhou Ling slurred as she ate the barbecue, before Lin Chen brought Zhou Ling to the car. He saw from afar a girl in a revealing dress sitting in front of the car and several other girls taking pictures. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment. How did he encounter this situation again? Brother, she won't break the car, will she? Zhou Ling said worriedly. If you sit on it, you'll pay for it, Lin Chen said indifferently. Lin Chen was also speechless when he saw that the group of girls were actually still switching around and sitting in front of the car to take pictures. But when you get closer, none of these girls' asses are next to the car. So I guess they're just posting a circle of friends to fix the number phishing. Beauty, is this your car? Chapter 153, Beware of being fleshed out by me. Several girls sniffed and looked at Lin Chen. Seeing that Lin Chen was so handsome, he was also brightened up. Of course, handsome. How about it? Do you want to add a contact? One of the 4 girls in black silk immediately spoke up with enthusiasm. Zhou Ling was slightly dumbfounded, and even Lin Chen felt a little amused. This is flirting with me with my car? When the remaining few girls saw that this black silk girl had grabbed the lead, some of them glanced at Lin Chen with regret. Little handsome, this car is newly bought by this black silk young lady. This is a good opportunity to get a rich woman. A few of us are rich women. Oh, you can pick between us too. Lin Chen's face was dark. Zhou Ling, the girl was still watching from the side, and these women were just so mouthy. You guys aren't as good looking as my sister-in-law, and you want to tease my brother. Zhou Ling spat. When Zhou Ling said this, the smiles on those girls' faces froze. What is the little girl talking about? So what if that sister-in-law of yours is better looking than us? We have money, one of the girls said, disgruntled. The smile that was still warm on that black silk girl's face faded. With a girlfriend and a sister in tow, the chances of a one-night stand seemed to be out of the question. Forget it, don't be so general with this little girl. Handsome, you can go. We were just joking with you just now. The black silk girl's tone cooled, and she raised her chin a little proudly as she spoke, as if that would make her seem superior. Zhou Ling huffed and glared at the girls. Yo, the little girl is still angry. Ha 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 ha. Little girl, aren't you going to school tomorrow? Why don't you quickly ask your brother to sweep a shared bike to take you back? A few girls saw Zhou Ling's appearance and flirted again. Zhou Ling's grip on Lin Chen's arm tightened. This car is clearly my brother's, and you guys are saying this car is yours. Shame on you. Lin Chen didn't expect this girl Zhou Ling to be quite aggressive, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The expressions on those girls' faces froze at the same time, and they took another look at Lin Chen and Zhou Ling. Seeing the grease on the corner of Zhou Ling's mouth and the uneaten skewer on her hand, one of the girls taunted. What? You say this car belongs to your brother? Your brother brought you by a place like this to eat kebabs? Ha 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 ha, po ha 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 ha. A couple of the other girls laughed as well. Oh, if this car is yours, what are you doing parking it on this side of the snack bar? Lin Chen's face was mocking. The girls stopped laughing for a moment, not knowing how they should respond. What's it to you? I'll park wherever I like. The black silk girl from before was annoyed. Ha! Lin Chen lost interest in the line for a while. Get out of the way. I'm leaving, Lin Chen said in a cold voice. Yo, still pretend to be as serious. Come on, come on. If you do not take the car today, you kid will have to be careful to be my human flesh out. The girls took several steps back as they spoke. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold aura when he heard these words. Come on, Ray. I'll take you back, Lin Chen said softly. Zhou Ling nodded and gave the girls a vicious stare, then walked over to the passenger side. Lin Chen walked over to the car and gently pressed the key in his hand, the door slowly lifting upwards. Zhou Ling couldn't wait to get into the co-pilot and fasten her seatbelt, her little face full of excitement and pride. He gave the girls a provocative look, before slamming the car door shut. The moment those girls saw the car door open, the expression on their faces instantly changed from mockery to shock. Their eyes were wide and their mouths slightly open as they stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. How is this possible? The black silk girl stammered. The girl who had previously said that she wanted to humanize Lin Chen was even more pale, her body trembling involuntarily. Lin Chen looked coldly at the girl who had said she wanted to manhandle him. Remember to come and look forward to you manhandling me. When that girl heard that, she was flustered and hurriedly bent down to apologize. I'm sorry, big brother, it's because we have eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai, you're a good person, don't take it personally with us. A few other girls chimed in to apologize, fear in their voices. People who can afford to drive a car like this, to put it mildly, it's not hard to make a few of them disappear, even if it costs them something. Lin Chen just smiled disdainfully, not paying any attention to their apologies, turned around and walked into the driver's seat, closing the car door with a bang. Lin Chen then started the engine, and a deafening roar came out of the Silby Tuatara. Like an angry beast, powerful waves of sound pounded the air around them, making the ground seem to tremble slightly. Whoa! The surrounding crowd let out a gasp and took a few steps back, shocked by the powerful aura. The girls took several steps back as well. Lin Chen kicked the gas, and the white supercar drove off in front of a crowd of envious gazes. After the car drove away, the girls stood still, staring at each other, remorse and fear permeating between them. It's over. It's over. People who can drive a car of this level must have an unusual background. What should we do if we really humanize a few of us? The black silk girl's voice trembled with sobs. It's all your fault. You had to mess with people and talk about human flesh. Now you're in big trouble. One of the girls complained about the girl who had just said she wanted to humanize Lin Chen. How was I supposed to know he was really the owner of the car? I thought he was just an ordinary guy. Besides, it wasn't Wu Yi who first provoked someone, the man argued, panic in his voice. What's the use of talking about this now? Hurry up and think of something, in case he really wants to retaliate against us. We'll be in deep. What can be done? One can only pray that people don't bother with little people like us. It'll have to do. I hope he treats us like an ass. Brother, did you see the look on those girls' faces? Ha 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 ha, it's so relieving, Zhou Ling said with a smile. See, Lin Chen smiled faintly. You finish your barbecue quickly. Here's a bottle of water. Don't let your aunt find out, Lin Chen instructed. Zhou Ling then remembered that the barbecue in her hand was not finished, and she immediately ate again. By the time Lin Chen parked his car in front of the villa, Zhou Ling had finally finished eating as she touched her rounded stomach. Wipe your mouth. Lin Chen handed Zhou Ling another piece of paper. It was checked several times before he stepped out of the car. Arriving at the house, Zhou Ling happily ran inside. back? Lin's mother said with a smile. At the moment, there was only Jiang Shuewei, Lin's father and mother, and Zhou Dongxue in the living room. Yeah, auntie. Brothers, your car is so cool. It's got a great turnout, Zhou Ling said excitedly. Lin mother laughed and finally sniffled before turning her gaze to Lin Chen. Did you guys just go to a barbecue? The expression on Lin Chen's face remained unchanged. No, just past a snack street. Zhou Ling wanted to drink milk tea, so I took her to buy a cup of milk tea to drink. Maybe it's skewered. Lin mother skeptical and carefully looked at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling to see the heart of the weak. Auntie, where are my father and the others? Zhou Ling looked around, didn't see her mom and dad's grandparents, and asked in confusion. They've got something to go back to first. How about yelling at your sister to sleep with you tonight? Lin's mother said with a smile. Zhou Lingdu was a bit emotionally drained for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Good. Lin Chen saw that it wasn't too early, so he prepared to go back to school with Jiang Shuewei. Shuewei, shall we go too? Ha, oh, okay. Jiang Shuewei immediately agreed. Ha, brother and sister Shuewei are also leaving. Zhou Ling was even more unhappy. Little Ling, when sister has time next time she'll come back to play with you. Jiang Shuewei comforted. Zhou Ling nodded. Then big sis, mom and dad, Shuewei and I will go back to school. Uncle and auntie, sister Dongxue, and Xiaoling, see you next time. Shuewei, remember to come often now. Okay, auntie. Lin Chen drove Jiang Shuewei on the road back to school. Ding! The system mission has been completed. System rewards are being distributed. System reward distribution is complete. A star foundation has been established in the host's name. At the same time, an injection of 2 billion RMB has been made. Chapter 154. The delivery of $1 million has arrived. Lin Chen froze slightly as he listened to the system beep in his head. It took a while to think about it before I remembered that there was this mission. So that means the bullies have been sent in? Thinking about this, Lin Chen's mood was much better. By the time the two got back to school, it was past 10 at night. After parking the car, Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuewei to the dormitory floor. Tatsu, see you tomorrow. Jiang Shuewei stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Chen, then turned around and entered the dormitory. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuewei's silhouette as she entered the dormitory building, and feeling the warmth remaining on his lips, he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. With that, he turned around and headed back to his dorm. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up to a message from the principal. Mr. Lin, we're ready. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer when the afternoon comes. Aha! After sending Jiang Shuewei a good morning, he then got up and washed up. It was now 10:30, and Xiaofei's three were still huffing and puffing. Lin Chen had just finished washing up when he received an unfamiliar call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? A nice female voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm from the courier station of Shu University. Your courier has arrived. A lot of them. Do you have time to come and pick them up now? You know, these expresses of yours are worth. Lin Chen then remembered that he had previously gotten his hands on that Sylphie Tuatara in order to complete the system quest. Spent $1 million on a bunch of stuff online. No problem. I'll be right down, Lin Chen promised. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen was a little guilty. $1 million express. He remembered that at that time to buy basically all shoes and clothes and jewelry and so on, it adds up to an estimated 30 or 40 deliveries. Thinking of this, Lin Chen picked up his cell phone and turned the volume up to the maximum. Then, played a handful of the Shubai mantra. Namajana Dalayaya, Namo Arya Jana, Sagara Belajana, *******. Who plays the Great Compassion mantra so loud in the dorm? Chen Xiao sat up directly, and then saw Lin Chen with a glance. Boss, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei also woke up one after another. Lin Chen saw that all three of them had woken up, and only then did he press pause. I Lua Bina. Boss, what are you stimulated? Xiao Fei asked, rubbing his eyes. Get up and go down and get my delivery, Lin Chen said with a smile. Pick up the delivery? What did you buy that we have to pick up for you? Didn't buy much, just some clothes and shoes and jewelry and stuff. Let the second and third get it for you. I didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock yesterday and I'm sleepy as hell. I'll sleep some more, Xiao Fei said and lay down again. Lin Chen was a bit speechless, and walked directly to Xiao Fei's bed to pull him up. Hurry up, there's a bit too much stuff. All four of us will probably have to make 3 or 4 trips. What? That's how much you bought? Chen Xiao had just gotten out of bed when she heard Lin Chen's words and her eyes went wide. Bought $1 million worth of stuff. Lin Chen smiled. $1 million? Boss, you bought $1 million? Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei exclaimed. Cut the crap and get up. Got you guys a present. Gifts? As soon as the three of them heard this, they immediately got up and washed up. 10 minutes later, the four came to the front of the express station. Hello, I'm here to pick up the delivery. Lin Chen. The female courier's eyes immediately lit up. Greetings, I'll verify the identity first. The female courier took out her cell phone and called over, and Lin Chen's cell phone immediately rang. Okay, your delivery is this way. The female courier took the 4 to a large, neatly arranged pile of deliveries nearby, almost a mountain of them. I'll go. So many. Xiaofei's 3 eyes went wide. Gift. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lin, we can help you move along. The female courier looked at Lin Chen with a warm smile on her face and said, Really? Then thank you so much. Lin Chen said with a thankful face. It's fine. It's what we're supposed to do. 2 male employees were then called in to move it with them. It took 6 people 2 trips together to finally get the delivery almost there. Many people on the road surveyed them. After all, so many couriers is really rare. The dormitory ants were shocked, and one after another asked if they had brought any prohibited items. A few people explained for a while before the ant let them go with conviction. Get back to the courier station. There's not much left. We'll just do the rest. Thanks bro. Lin Chen smiled and thanked him. You're welcome. These 2 employees probably knew the value of the couriers Lin Chen bought, and almost all of them required me to sign for them personally. Therefore, his attitude towards Lin Chen appeared somewhat respectful. Lin Chen was not ambiguous, and directly went to the next supermarket to buy 2 packs of cigarettes for them. The 2 naturally thanked them repeatedly. Boss, you've really tossed the 3 of us around today, Xiaofei grumbled as he rubbed his arm. Gift. Xiaofei was speechless. Back in the dormitory, the express delivery has been piled up on the dormitory floor. There is almost no place to put your feet. Okay, now for the unpacking part. Woohoo! I just love unpacking couriers. Chen Xiao was very excited and pulled Xiaowei and started to dismantle it. Although Xiaofei was a little reluctant, he followed along and dismantled it. Take what you see and take as much as you want, Lin Chen said with a smile. Really? Long live the boss. Chen Xiaowei cheered again. I'll go. These shoes cost $70,000, right? These shoes are $10,000 too. These are Dior's. Over $30,000. This, Chen Xiao continuously exclaimed in shock, and only Xiaowei and Xiaofei appeared very calm. Xiaofei was rich in his family and didn't think anything of it. Xiaowei just plain didn't recognize it. After opening the boxes for half a day, I finally managed to unpack all the dozens of couriers. Bought a dozen pairs of shoes worth almost $600,000 or so. There are also a dozen or so pieces of clothing worth around $300,000, and 2 strings of Tiffany bracelets worth over $100,000. By the end of the drive, several people were a little numb. Okay, now we're not short of shoes in the dorm. Lin Chen laughed out loud. It was only 10 minutes, and he didn't even have time to look at what he was buying before he made a payment to pay for it. It was only at the end of the day that 2 strings of Tiffany bracelets were bought specifically for Jiang Xuewei. I'll pass. I have enough shoes. Xiaofei was paralyzed on the bed. Their dormitory was on the 5th floor, and these trips really tired him out. Boss, I'll forget about it too. None of these things of yours are slightly cheaper. The cheapest ones are more than 10,000. I really don't dare to take them. Chen Xiao shook his head repeatedly. I don't want it either. It's too expensive. I can't afford to pay back this gift. Xiaowei also refused. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. I'm not short of that kind of money, so who wants you guys to return the favor? If you guys don't want it, I'll end up saving my labor. I might just throw it all away. Lost? In the end, under Lin Chen's strong request, each of the 3 picked 3 pairs of shoes and a dress to go, and that's when Jiang Xuewei's call came. Tatsu, what are you doing? Why don't you answer my messages? It's already past 12. Aren't you going to have dinner with me? I've just been picking up and opening a courier. I didn't pay attention to the message. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Okay then come down and eat. Jiang Xuewei didn't pursue it any further. Okay, I'll be right down. Boss, it's all your fault. I didn't even get back to the message Wan Air picked up, Xiaofei exclaimed. Jiang Xuewei on the other end of the phone naturally heard Xiaofei's wail and snorted. You tell Xiaofei that Wan Air is going to clean him up. We'll be waiting for you in the first cafeteria. Come over quickly. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiaofei, who was still in a hurry to return the message at that moment. Go and eat. Your sister Wan Air is waiting for you. Really? Go. Xiaofei immediately scurried up, urging Lin Chen to hurry. By the way, Xuewei asked me to tell you that Sister Tang said you're going to be finished, and you have the nerve to say it. If it wasn't for you, Chen Xiao in the dormitory drank Xiaowei wide-eyed. Ugh, just us 2 bachelors left. Chen Xiao sighed. You can go find one too. I'll pass. I like looking at pretty girls, not talking about them. Ha 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 ha. Old 3, you are afraid to talk about it, aren't you? You know. Chapter 155 Public Apologies. In the cafeteria, the 4 men had just finished drying out. Tatsu, did you get a lot of deliveries? From 10 past to 12 past. Jiang Shuawei wiped her mouth and asked, Sister-in-law, you don't know. He bought a whole bunch of deliveries, all clothes and shoes. 10 or 20 pairs of shoes plus a dozen or so clothes. Spent $1 million. My hands are sore now. Xiao Fei immediately complained. So much? Tang Wan'er also spoke out in surprise. $1 million. That's astronomical to her. It was just a small online purchase for Lin Chen. Tatsu, why did you buy so many things? It also cost $1 million. Jiang Shuawei asked suspiciously. A dozen or 2 pairs of shoes and a dozen or so pieces of clothing. He doesn't usually use that much. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. This behavior of his did seem incomprehensible to them. I just wanted to buy something for you guys. Look, I even bought 2 strings of bracelets for you and Sister Tang, Lin Chen said as he took out the box from his handbag. Aha, still have my bracelet? Tang Wan'er sniffed with interest and came over to look. Xiao Fei immediately got up at the sight. The relationship between himself and his schoolmate had been eased, and with a proper small gift. Sister Tang should like it, right? Lin Chen nodded. As soon as Jiang Shuawei opened the box, the 2 women's gazes were immediately drawn to it. These are Tiffany's bracelets. I was looking at them and thought they looked nice, so I bought 2 of them on the way, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei was full of joy as she took the bracelet out and put it on her hand to survey it. Is it nice? Jiang Shuawei turned her head to look at Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er nodded her head repeatedly. Good looking. The smile on Jiang Shuawei's face was even wider when she heard this. Thanks Tatsu, I like it a lot. By the way, how much is this? Just over 60,000, Lin Chen said indifferently. Tang Wan'er, who was preparing to open the box Jiang Shuawei handed to her on the side, couldn't help but give her movements a lurch. In his heart, he pushed the bracelet back even though he liked it very much. Sister Tang, what are you? This bracelet is too expensive for me to take. Tang Wan'er shook her head. It's okay, just take it. Jiang Shuawei brought the box to Tang Wan'er again. I really can't have it. It's too expensive. Tang Wan'er still refused, with a very firm attitude, then put the box back. Jiang Shuawei could only look helplessly at Lin Chen when she saw that Tang Wan'er was very determined. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Rather, it's me who's not thinking properly. This kind of thing should be best delivered by Xiao Fei, he said and put the box back, and looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei immediately reacted. Right. Sister Wan'er, I also bought you a string of bracelets, but they shouldn't arrive until tomorrow, so you can't refuse me then. Tang Wan'er's face reddened slightly, but she didn't retort. After eating, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei sent the 2 women back to the dormitory and then also headed for the dormitory. Boss, I'm glad you reminded me. Small problem, Lin Chen said indifferently. Classes were to be held in the first or second period of the afternoon, which was also the time he had agreed to with the principal. Lin Chen and his group of 4 walked inside the classroom, and the eyes of the entire class looked over. Hey, look, Lin Chen came to class. It's still true. Didn't he have such a bad time with the vice principal? And still comes to class. You're stupid. What kind of background does he have? I'm sure he's already got his connections in place, but he's got a tough background. He offended the vice principal to death and still managed to come to class. Can't afford to mess with it. But that incident was supposed to be that teacher's fault, and I heard the psych teacher was fired. Iluatart just. Great. Stop it. The teacher is coming. The Maoist teacher at the door walked in with a book. The students who were still discussing it were quiet. Zhao Fei, who was sitting in the first row, also withdrew his gaze. The heart was overwhelmed. Paralyzed fortunately did not offend Lin Chen to death before. To offend the vice principal like this are still able to take classes, and also the psychology teacher to get fired. This is Shuzhou University. 985 institutions. This energy is horrible. Everyone take their cell phones out and hold them back on the table. The teacher of gross nomics stood at the podium and said. The students at the podium were a little confused but did as they were told. What kind of operation is this? I don't know. Just do it. Xiao Fei's few people also exchanged a few quiet words. The Maoist teacher nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the student did as he was told. I'm going to send out a sign-in right now from Study Pass, and if anyone signs in, it means they didn't show up for class. Anyone who picks their cell phone up to snitch on me and catches them will be treated as absentee. This comment directly surprised the students on stage for 500 years. Asterisk. This teacher is so shady. I love it. Someone's going to get hurt. Ha 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 ha. Fun. Lin Chen was also slightly shocked by Mr. Mao Yao's divine operation. I throw. Good dog. Good thing I came to class today. This class came bloody well, Xiao Fei said thankfully. He had missed class a couple times before and had Chen Xiao sign for him. As he spoke, one by one, the people signing in popped up on the big screen behind the teacher. Zhang San Kai, Qian Manguan, Zheng Longju, these 3 squad leaders put their names down. The Maoist teacher said with a smirk and a wicked grin. Yes, teacher. Zhao Fei immediately agreed. Just then, someone walked in the doorway, none other than Tang Jia. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Li, the gross teacher nodded. Tang Jia then scanned the area and saw that Lin Chen was there, and her heart was instantly relieved. With that, he walked out of the classroom again. Not long after, the principal walked in with the vice principal, Wu Gang. I'll go. Isn't this the principal and vice principal Wu? Why are they here? Is it hard to be an open class? That's not right. How can there be an open class where only the principal comes? Our counselor is not human. It's not the same. Is it hard to come to Lin Chen? Right. It couldn't be that Lin Chen came to class and the principal and Principal Wu knew about it and personally came over to kick him out of school. Could it? Not so much. If that's the case, why don't we stand up and put in a good word for Lin Chen? He's not at fault in this matter after all. So what if it's not his fault if you have to say it yourself? Anyway, I won't say it. I can't possibly question both principals publicly for him, can I? This would be a bad day for me if I offended both principals. That's true. Hey, I can only say that Lin Chen is unlucky. The students at the bottom were talking again. Xiao Fei's few people naturally knew what the principal and vice principal had come over for, and their faces showed a look of watching a good show. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a bashful expression on his face. Mr. Gross rushed to welcome the 2 principals as soon as he saw them. Mr. Li, it doesn't hurt if we delay you a bit, does it? The principal smiled. No impact, no impact. The Maoist teacher waved his hand back and forth. The principal nodded and then walked to the podium. Scanning around, he gave Lin Chen a friendly nod. Wu Gang was also relieved to see everyone's cell phones backed up on the table. That way no one would videotape it, which gave Wu Gang a little bit of small comfort. Fellow students, we meet again. What about coming with Vice Principal Wu this time? It's still for that matter before. The principal paused at this point. Coming. Oi, it's really because of Lin Chen. This school is garbage. It's obviously their own fault and they still won't let it go. It is. Teacher morality is corrupt. Teachers to leaders, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. There's another conversation going on at the bottom. Wu Gang, who was listening to the side, had a green and white look on his face. The teacher of grossnomics was flabbergasted. What? Our entire school leadership had an emergency meeting regarding that incident that occurred last week. The meeting emphasized the seriousness of the incident. At the same time, we reported it to the Education Bureau to transfer Ms. Xinxian and severely criticized Vice Principal Wu. When the students under the stage heard this, their eyes stared blankly and their mouths slightly opened. This situation isn't right, is it? Listening to the principal. Why does it feel like he's here to apologize? Please remove the words feel and like. They are here to apologize. Holy. How much power does this Lin Chen have? Looks like I was worried for nothing. Xiao Fei, who was sitting in the first row, slowly turned his head to look at Lin Chen in the back, his eyes filled with horror. Chapter 156. You don't want Miss Tang to know about this, do you? This Lin Chen is actually as terrifying as this. The principal on stage continued to speak. Student Lin Chen is perfectly fine. As the president of Suzhou University, I have failed to manage the teachers of Suzhou University properly, and I would like to apologize to all of you, especially student Lin Chen. The principal's words directly gave the students another whole shock. As a principal of a 985 institution, his status is very high, and the fact that he can make it this far is enough to show his heart. The students on the stage didn't know what to do for a while. It was not right to applaud, nor was it right not to applaud. One can only just stare. Vice Principal Wu also had something to say. When the principal finished, he stepped down from the podium. Vice Principal Wu took a deep breath and walked up. Students, I'm very sorry. I, as the vice principal, jumped to judgment without first learning the whole story and harshly criticized student Lin Chen. For this I apologize profusely. Vice Principal Wu said this and bowed to the students on the stage. The Maoist teacher was completely frozen at this point. Is this the same principal and vice principal I know? Just watered down and apologized? Who the hell is Lin Chen? With such power? To say that the principal and vice principal Wu were like this because they simply felt that what they did was wrong, he would never believe it. This Lin Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. This class, why don't you let it go at the end of the semester? And Wu Gang looked at Lin Chen at that moment. Mr. Lin Chen, I'm really sorry. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Principal Wu Gang as well as Tang Jia saw that Lin Chen had nodded his head, and a heart was finally put at ease. The sincerity of these people is sloppy. For the sake of system rewards, then shallowly forgive them. The Maoism teacher followed Vice Principal Wu's gaze as well as the gazes of the students who had turned their heads to see Lin Chen, who had a bashful face at that moment. Is he Lin Chen? Do not be offended. The principal went up to the stage to say a few more words of encouragement, and then walked out of the classroom with Vice Principal Wu, and Tang Jia, who stayed in the classroom, hesitated or reminded. This is still something I hope students don't spread. With that, he walked out as well. Mr. Grossman retook over the classroom. Ha 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 ha. Class, let's get on with the lesson. By the way, class president, those few students who didn't show up won't be remembered. Just remind them to ask for leave next time. Lin Chen received a message from the principal at this time. Mr. Lin Chen, does this look satisfactory to you? Yes, I can see that our school is highly motivated to solve problems. Ha ha ha, that investment thing. Haven't we already talked about the investment? Why don't we find some time to sign the contract? Ha 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 ha. Good. Mr. Lin Chen is young and promising but also has a heart for the school, for our Shuzhou University. Lin Chen put down his cell phone. The students in the classroom would look back at Lin Chen from time to time, which made Lin Chen feel very uncomfortable. Boss, you're so awesome. So relieved. Chen Xiao whispered excitedly. Have a good class. Lin Chen lightly glanced at Chen Xiao. It was hard to wait until class was over. Lin Chen walked over to Zhao Fei. Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei and the three of them didn't understand what Lin Chen was looking for Zhao Fei for and stood by the side waiting for him. The Imperial Green students in the classroom also converged their eyes. At this moment, Zhao Fei was inwardly apprehensive. Done and done. Lin Chen wouldn't still be angry and want to clean me up, right? Oi, why was I so cheap in the first place? Zhao Fei was chagrined for a moment. Class President Zhao. Later at 6:30 in the evening at the Imperial Hotel. I'll treat my classmates to dinner as a way to show my appreciation for the classmates helping me speak up before. Lin Chen smiled faintly. The expression on Zhao Fei's face stuttered and relaxed. This is too much of a bust, isn't it? Okay, I'll notify everyone. Lin students please, don't worry. Lin Chen nodded his head, looked at the surrounding students and smiled, then walked out of the classroom with Xiao Fei and the three of them. As soon as Lin Chen and the others left, the classroom instantly became rowdy. Lin Chen is going to treat us to dinner? Can whore out a dinner for nothing? Meiju Juer, Hotel Imperial? Where is it? Is it far away? If it's far, I'd rather not go. I have to make a movie tonight. Imperial Hotel? I Lu an Imperial Hotel. Ah, are you sure you don't want to go? Empire Hotel, that is the entire Tianfu city, one of the most upscale hotel. Ah, you believe it or not, inside a table of food casually have to tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sure you don't want to go? What? Tens of thousands of dollars for a table? I'm definitely going then. But it's too hoity-toity, right? Zhao Fei also reacted when he heard the heated discussion from his classmates. Imperial Hotel? One of the highest profile hotels in Tianfu City. A table of food costs tens of thousands of dollars. Then there are almost 50 of them in the class combined. So wouldn't they all have to spend tens of thousands of dollars at least? But his cars are in the millions and millions of dollars. And that money is just a sprinkle to others. On the way back to the dormitory, the four of them actually encountered the two girls who approached him and Xiao Fei for their contact information on the day they first started school. If Xiao Fei hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten there was such a thing. The two girls approached, grunted coldly, cursed the scum and walked away without looking back. At this moment, Lin Chen was in a daze. Ha, me, ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei couldn't hold back their laughter. Xiao Fei rubbed his nose in some embarrassment. I didn't even add it, so how am I a scumbag? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, then his eyes stared at Xiao Fei. Did you boys do this? This, me, I've reformed. Xiao Fei's face reddened and he said with a strained neck, yeah. Lin Chen nodded his head perfunctorily. Boss, don't tell Sister One Air. If she finds out, I'll be finished. Xiao Fei had a pleading look on his face. That's up to you. When Xiao Fei heard this, his gaze swept towards Lin Chen's bottom. Q. Lin Chen's face darkened. Can't bear it anymore. I'll send a message to Sister Tang immediately. Don't. I was wrong. A month of socks. What? A month of socks? Xiao Fei had a difficult look on his face. He wears his socks once and throws them away, never washing them. And now you have to help Lin Chen wash his socks? Who is he? He's the young master of the Xiao family in Imperial Capital. How can he wash other people's socks? A week at the most. Deal. Xiao Fei was dumbfounded. I said it wrong. I said 3 days. I'll ask Sister Tang what she's doing. Okay. Deal. Xiao Fei could only agree helplessly, and at this moment, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao had Xiao Fei in their arms with a bad smile on their faces. Lao Si Ah, you don't want to be told about your past by Sister Tang when we eat together next time, do you? Chapter 157, Completion of Contracts. Penis, didn't you say you wanted Tianxiong? I'll smoke one for you. Chen Xiao's face was delighted at his words. Good buddy, it's a deal. Xiao Fei blankly glanced at Chen Xiao and then looked at Xiao Wei, who had an expectant face. The oldest three. Well, after the street gym annual card, I will help you get one. Good Lu. brother Xiao atmosphere. Lin Chen's face was filled with smiles as he listened to the three chatting. On the other hand, inside the school conference room, Mr. Lin's side has been negotiated. You can sign the contract at any time. You guys draft the contract out as soon as possible, and as soon as the funds from Mr. Lin's side arrive, you can start the construction immediately. The principal looked at Prof. Ma, the biology professor of Suzhou University, who was standing in front of him and said with a smile, "I've been ready for this for a long time." Professor Ma's face was filled with excitement as he took out a document from his briefcase. The principal was speechless for a moment. Ha ha ha. Prof. Ma really does things decisively and has drafted the document so quickly. Professor Ma's expression remained unchanged, but he muttered in his heart, "If you hadn't offended people, the funds might have arrived a few days ago." Lin Chen's side had only just returned to his dormitory when a message from the principal popped up. "Mr. Lin, the documents have been drafted on our side. Do you think you have time to sign the contract this afternoon?" That was pretty quick. $10 billion. Here I come. Lin Chen's heart was very comfortable. 300 or 400 million can get 10 billion system rewards. The novel also dare not write so, netting over $9 billion, not counting the revenue generated by the establishment of the lab. Me juice. Okay, principal, I'll be right over. After sending the message, Lin Chen was ready to head to the principal's office. Xiao Fei and Chen Xiaojiang opened Yangja. "Boss, where are you going?" "A few $100 million for a big project." Chen Xiao sniffed his neck. "Boss, when are you going to buy a computer? What's the point of not even having a computer in 100 billionaires' dormitory? Didn't you say that your big Buddha is invincible? Hurry up and get a computer and let's have 3 rows. Xiao Fei said as he stared intently at the computer screen. Just ha. Lin Chen then reacted to the fact that he hadn't even bought a computer. The thought of his double-gripped Buddha made his hands itch a little for a moment. Okay, match it later, Lin Chen said as he went out of the dormitory. Taking out his cell phone, he called Dong Fong. "Lin Dong, any orders? I'm going to have a dinner party later. You find a hall to set. 6 tables. The specification of each table will be according to $100,000 a table. Have the meal ready by 6:30. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll order it right away." Aha. Sent another message to Lu Hai. "Have someone come to my dormitory to match a computer with the highest configuration. 515, Building 6, Suzhou University." 10 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived outside the principal's office. Come in." Lin Chen pushed his way in. The principal took one look at Lin Chen and hurriedly got up to greet him. "So it's Mr. Lin. Please sit down, please sit down." The principal warmly welcomed Lin Chen in and sat down, then made a cup of tea and put it in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't a big fan of tea. "Headmaster, let's get to the point. There's something else on my end." The principal sniffed and took the contract that Prof. Ma had given himself and laid it on the table. "Mr. Lin, you have to take up 40% of the shares. Our laboratory is expected to require 500 million for construction. You contribute 300 million. Our school contributes 200 million plus the usual operation as well as personnel. What do you think?" Lin Chen pondered slightly for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, but this contract I need to shoot to my secretary for appraisal. Is that okay?" "Sure, it's always good to be careful." Seeing Lin Chen agree, the principal nodded repeatedly with a face full of joy. Lin Chen then took pictures of every page of this contract and sent them to Lu Hai. After a long time, Lu Hai sent a no problem. Only then did Lin Chen move his pen to sign his name. The principal excitedly stood up and shook Lin Chen's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your investment. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry for that $10 billion. A large laboratory would take at least several months to build. Lin Chen had just walked out of the principal's office when Lin Chen's cell phone rang. At first glance, it was Jiang Shuowei's phone. "What's wrong, Chevy? We've finally recruited enough 20 people for the Chinese clothing club. We'll be out of time in a few days. We'll meet at 5:30 on the second floor of the Student Activity Center. Where are you now? Why don't we go together? I'm still in class with Wan Air. Why don't you go over with Xiao Fei later?" Wan Air pulled Xiao Fei in. "That's fine." Lin Chen could only return to the dormitory again. With this trip, if it was according to his weak body before, his feet might have started to get sore. "Penis, you're a real dish. You're a ing executioner, aren't you? You paralyzed big smart. I'm really convinced. You're not so bad, are you? Who blew up that water wheel? Otherwise we'd both still have our souls." As soon as they entered the dormitory, Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao were in a heated argument, neither of them letting the other go. Lin Chen was speechless for a while, and walked into the shower to take a bath, just in time to change into the clothes and shoes he had bought during his crazy shopping spree earlier. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Lin Chen walked over and opened the door to see that several people were standing at the door carrying large and small boxes. Xiao Fei's 3 gazes looked over. "May I ask if Lin Chen Lin Dong is in this dormitory?" Well, I am. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Hello Lin Dong, we've come over to help you install your computer. Several people were very respectful. Good. Hard work. No hard work, no hard work. It's our honor to serve Don Lin, a couple of flattered people said. Several students passing by the doorway looked on curiously. Boss, you can execute this haha, worthy of praise. As soon as Xiaofei heard that it was the one who installed the computer, he smiled and complimented. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You boys have drifted, haven't you? No. I was wrong boss. Xiaofei thought about his soft underbelly and immediately conceded. Within a short time, the computer was quickly assembled. After those few staff members left, Xiaofei's 3 people immediately gathered over. I'll go. A display that big? It's longer than my life. Chen Xiao looked at the display and her eyes turned red with jealousy. Isn't this a purely physical plugin? If you play LOL, you can see halfway down the road. No, I have to install one someday. Xiaofei also sighed. Chapter 158, The First Meeting of the Chinese Clothing Club. Lin Chen smiled faintly. The account was then logged in. Entered the eternal robbery to add friends. Just wanted to open a hand. Jiang Shuowei's phone called over. Fog weed. It's 5:30. Only then did Lin Chen react. What? It's 5:30? Xiaofei was also shocked. With that, he immediately got up and started running outside the dormitory. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly followed, and at the same time picked up Jiang Shuowei's phone. Chen, why haven't you come yet? The people are all here except you and Xiaofei. Bought a computer? The guys just got it set up and I'm on my way. Okay bah, we'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiaofei, who was already panting, and only felt a burst of amusement. It's not that bad, is it? If you're late, you're late. It's not like Sister Tang will eat you. Xiaofei gasped for air. You don't understand. I've made an appointment with Sister Tang. Being late lowers the impression points. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you guys, surely you wouldn't have forgotten the time. Yes. Once Lin Chen heard this, he sped up quite a bit more and instantly pulled Xiaofei away from him by a good distance. Xiaofei looked at Lin Chen's back and panicked. This if Lin Chen arrived and he wasn't there yet, what would Sister Wan Er think? She won't think he's not paying attention, right, boss? I don't blame you. Wait for me, let's go together. Xiaofei shouted in a hurry. As Lin Chen listened to Xiaofei's shouts behind him, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and his speed slowed down. I can't do it. I can't run. Xiaofei was tired and grunting, so he simply stopped and walked slowly. How can a man say he can't? Hurry up and run, Lin Chen said with a smile. I can't run anymore. I'll die of exhaustion if I keep running. Boss, your stamina is too good, isn't it? Xiaofei's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, generally average, and at that moment inside the Student Activities Center, I didn't realize that the president was even better looking than the vice president. I'd made a lot of money this time by enrolling in the Hanbok Club. If this casually take down a college student activity blessed beauty just you? Do not think. Can you handle such a pretty face? What if? Who says it takes good looks to talk about being this pretty? I can drive a BMW 5 Series when I'm 18. You don't think I can catch up? Then you can try. A few boys from the Chinese dress club looked at Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner who were chatting and discussing in whispers. Don't even think about it. President, you guys, the Jiang University schoolgirl has a boyfriend, and handsome and rich, but Tang's schoolgirl you can try. Seems to have no boyfriend yet, but is not very good temper. At this point a girl joined the discussion. How rich? Several of the boys' eyes went to the girl. They were all freshmen who had just enrolled in their freshman year, and many of them hadn't added the campus forum, and even if they had, they wouldn't necessarily be able to read news about Jiang Shuowei. As for why all the freshmen are freshmen, naturally, it's because the last class didn't recruit enough people to start the Hanbok Club. Didn't you guys watch the last Mid-Autumn Festival party? She and her boyfriend even sang the song Shouldn't. The girl gave them a surprised look. Oh, so that's her. The boys came to a realization and looked at Jiang Shuowei with even more fire in their eyes. So how rich is her boyfriend? The boy who claimed he was 18 and drove a BMW 5 Series hurriedly pursued the question. Schoolmarm John's boyfriend drives a. Before the words were finished, a male voice came from the doorway. Sorry to be late. The people who came were none other than Lin Chen and Xiaofei. Here, the one who's talking is the boyfriend of schoolgirl Jiang. Wow, so handsome. That girl looked at Lin Chen with her eyes full of little stars. The boy next to me is so handsome. Is this Shaw's school? I've come to the right place. Blood money. A group of girls followed Lin Chen and Xiaofei with their eyes moving like they were in a nymphomania. The group of boys also looked at Lin Chen and Xiaofei with some awe. I'll go. So handsome. It feels almost as handsome as the reader lord in front of the screen. No wonder you can chase after the schoolgirl. That face. TSK. Hey, It's hopeless. Although the boy who drove the BMW 5 Series was also surprised by Lin Chen's face value. Once he thought of being Zhang Shuowei's boyfriend, he immediately looked at Lin Chen with hostility. Lin Chen felt this gaze and looked at the boy with a slight frown. You don't know him, do you? Do you have a problem with him? And when the BMW man saw Lin Chen looking at him, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. As soon as Zhang Shuowei saw Lin Chen, a happy smile raised on her face, and subconsciously tried to take Lin Chen's arm. Suddenly remembering that he was the president who would be having a meeting soon, he coughed lightly. Ahem, just waiting for you guys. You stand in first. Lin Chen sniffed with a smile on his face and glanced at Zhang Shuowei, then cooperated and lined up. Xiao Fei was still panting slightly at this point, and after exchanging a glance with Tang Wanner he also followed and stood next to Lin Chen. Well, the people are here now. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Shuowei, and this one is called Tang Wanner. We are the president and vice president of the Hanfu Club. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuowei, who had a cool demeanor in front of her and looked as if she was uninviting, but she also felt very new. Say, this is the first time you've seen Shuowei in this state, right? It feels like having two girlfriends. Lin Chen thought silently in his heart. As for Xiao Fei, he was staring at Tang Wan'er the entire time. Looking at Tang Wan'er, she glared at him several times. President Zhang and Vice President Tang are really good looking. It would be nice to get on with either of them, one of the boys whispered, and before he could finish his sentence, the man next to him threw a shoulder into him. Hey, President Zhang's boyfriend was there. You're so brave. This person also reacted immediately, and then glanced sheepishly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was a little upset in his heart, so he turned his head to look at this person. Boss, want to. Xiao Fei was also a bit of a nuisance. What? What else is there to do but? Lin Chen shook his head. Let's let it go this time, and when we hear it again, we'll teach him a lesson. If you get rid of him, one less person in the Chinese costume club will have to tile the egg again. Well, Xiao Fei was a bit reluctant, but he could only give up. Alright, that's all. Let's organize a party for our Hanfu Club before the National Day holiday. It's a celebration of the official opening of our Hanfu Club. The time is set for the night after tomorrow. Dismissed. As soon as Zhang Shuowei finished speaking, she originally thought that people would scatter one after another, but she didn't expect the scene to be chaotic. There are 20 people in the Hanbok Club. Together with Zhang Shuowei and Tang Wanner, there were a total of 13 girls. The boys, counting Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, were 7 in total. At a time at least 5 or 6 girls directly surrounded Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Dude, can I get in touch with you? Add me. I'm rich. I'll give you all my living expenses to use. Add mine. Chapter 159, thank you for young Master Lin's hospitality. A couple of other girls didn't leave either, and watched the action from the sidelines. Sorry, I have a girlfriend, Lin Chen said indifferently. By the way, this guy is schoolgirl John's boyfriend. With that, Lin Chen escaped, and Schofield was miserable. Wait, I have a girlfriend too. Xiao Fei said in a hurry. This is with Tang Wan'er present. If we don't settle this quickly, it won't be good if Sister Wan'er is unhappy. You must be lying to us. If you had a girlfriend, you'd have already blown it out on the forum postings. That's it. Why don't you add me? Campus Xiao? I'm awesome. Add me. I'm a voice actor. I'm still the actress. Xiao Fei was filled with helplessness at this time. Lin Chen looked over at Zhang Shuowei and Tang Wanner. It's a little better over there than over here. The crowd of boys knew that Lin Chen, this big handsome guy, of course not as handsome as the reader's lords in front of the screen, was Zhang Shuowei's boyfriend, so they all turned their eyes to Tang Wanner. Vice President Tang, can you add a contact? Vice President Tang, I'd like to get acquainted with you. Tang Wan'er looked at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded over there, and was inexplicably annoyed. The tone was also a little impatient. Sorry, I don't like men. Put. Zhang Shuowei let out a poof of laughter. The crowd of boys looked dumbfounded for a moment, then continued to ask. The vice president must be joking, right? Tang Wan'er's brows furrowed and her fists couldn't help but clench. Can't you understand what I'm saying? The group of boys didn't dare to speak again when they saw Tang Wan'er's appearance. Enviously, he walked away after glancing at Xiao Fei over there. That's pretty grumpy. That's the way I like it. I don't believe I can't catch up after 2 or 3 years of chasing. Ha 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 ha. Aspirational. Tang Wan'er's gaze was slightly cold as she looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei also noticed Tang Wan'er's gaze at this moment and couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. I told you I have a girlfriend. Under the encroachment of remembering, Xiao Fei shouted. A couple of the girls were taken aback. A disgruntled grimace ensued. Just don't add it. Why are you yelling so loudly? So charming. I love it. Tang Wan'er also spoke up at this time. It's about to close, so break it up. After the group of girls heard that, they could only go out of the student activity center one after another. Zhang Shuowei walked over and took Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen stroked her head favorably. Hey, Sister Wanner. Xiao Fei compensated with a smile. Tang Wan-er's expression was a bit cold. Well, did that just feel good? That must have been uncomfortable. I've told them I have a girlfriend, and they still have to ask me for it. It's driving me nuts, Xiao Fei said indignantly. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Tang Wan-er's face blushed slightly at the words, but quickly returned to normal. Just a much softer gaze. Lin Chen spoke at this time. I'm treating our class to dinner at the Imperial later. Why don't you guys join me? Jiang Shuawei was a bit surprised. Why did you invite them to dinner? You so did not tell me in advance. If I had known, I would have met tomorrow. Is not a delay, ah? Jiang Shuawei said with a slight apology. No, it doesn't start until 6:30, and it's only 6 o'clock. Lin Chen said with a smile. Sister Wan-er, why don't we go together? Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wan-er expectantly. Tang Wan-er looked at Xiao Fei and thought of his sentence, I have a girlfriend again. So a slight nod was given. Good, then let's get going, shall we? I'm afraid we're running out of time. Aha! The four of them walked together towards the parking lot. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and pulled up a dormitory group, and sent a message in the group for Xiaowei and Chen Xiao to sit at a separate table. A few minutes later, a white silver Tuatara and a blue Porsche 918 drove off campus. At 6:25, the four of Lin Chen finally arrived at the Imperial Hotel. Dong Feng, who had received the message from Lin Chen at the door, had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Lin Chen, the four of them hurriedly greeted him. Dong Lin, I have placed all of your classmates inside the Hongyan Hall. Okay, take us there. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Lin Chen and the four of them then walked into the hotel amidst the waiter's welcome. Mr. Lin, the four of them walked into the hotel. At this time inside the Hongyun Hall, the 6 tables filled with food were by now 5 full. Asterisk. This table of dishes, it's worthy of young Master Lin who drives a luxury car. I've long heard of the reputation of the Imperial Hotel, and I never thought that one day I'd be able to sit and eat in it. I didn't even say anything at the time. I didn't think I could get a meal of this caliber for nothing too. Blood money, look at this, just a plate of vegetarian dishes or a few hundred RMB. I lou a bean. 4-6, good auspicious string, I cannot afford to beat the number ah. There was a lot of talk among the students. Xiao Fei was also marveling at Lin Chen's wealth in his heart. He had already done a rough calculation on the menu just now, and it would take at least $70,000 to $80,000 for this table to come down. It was beyond the imagination of ordinary people like them. A table-d'hôte an average family might not save that much money in a year. Remembering that he had offended Lin Chen earlier, he couldn't wait to give himself a few big mouths at this moment. And just then, Lin Chen's four walked in. Young Master Lin is here. Is that the schoolgirl Jiang beside him? Previously, I felt that it was Lin Chen who didn't deserve schoolmarm Jiang, but now I feel that it's schoolmarm Jiang who has climbed high up the ladder. Next to Xiao Fei is that forum tigress Tang Wan-er? Why do you have such a bad mouth? You're not going to be hip when you make people upset and kick you out later. Xiao Fei and Donald, schoolgirl, aren't in a relationship too, are they? Big news. The crowd of students were all of a sudden talking again. Lin Chen's four walked over to Xiaowei and Chen Zhao's table. After Lin Chen told them to sit down first, he then exclaimed to the crowd, "Thank you for speaking up for me earlier in class. All of you. This meal today is my Lin Chen's way of saying thank you to all of you. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Everyone, let's eat." The class was very facetious, and Lin Chen kept applauding just after he finished speaking. It's all a small problem. Young Master Lin doesn't have to be polite. It is. It's all what we're supposed to do. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your hospitality. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Fei suddenly walked over with a wineglass in his hand and said in a very respectful tone, "Young Master Lin, I'll drink to you." Lin Chen looked up in surprise and glanced at Xiao Fei, lifting his wineglass and clinking it with Xiao Fei. "Young Master Lin, I offended you before with my foul mouth, and although you have forgiven me as an adult, I still want to sincerely all say sorry to you," Xiao Fei said, and actually bowed at Lin Chen. For a moment all eyes gathered. P.S. I'm convinced, didn't save. Rewrote it half an hour late. It's mother of all. Chapter 160, Wang Defa. Jiang Shuawei frowned. Has this man offended Tatsu before? Lin Chen just smiled faintly. This Xiao Fei had been the first to stand up and speak for him before. It's okay, that's behind us. Xiao Fei's taut heart instantly loosened when he heard this. Thank you, young Master Lin, for disregarding your former enmity. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Get back to dinner. Xiao Fei sniffed and returned to his seat. The class then averted their eyes. No one felt that Xiao Fei was a wimp. Instead, they felt that he was able to bend and bend. Lin Chen was obviously not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Plus it was originally Xiao Fei's fault, so apologizing was also appropriate. Hey, kid, the road's wider. Almost more than half of the class took pictures. You're kidding, $100,000 for a table. If I don't take a picture to commemorate the occasion, how will people know that I had a $100,000 meal? Shuawei, try this Eastern Star Spot. It's very tender. Lin Chen chucked a piece of fish into Zhang Shuowei's bowl. Zhang Shuowei had a happy smile on her face. Good. Zhang Shuowei tasted it and her eyes instantly lit up. Oh, this is so delicious, Wan Air, you too. Zhang Shuowei gave a beat, then looked at Xiao Fei. Wan Air, this eastern star spot is quite delicious. Xiao Fei, you quickly clip a piece for Wan Air. Okay. Xiao Fei begged for it and immediately chucked it into Tang Wan Air's bowl. Tang Wan Air blushed slightly. No, I'll clip myself. Before the words were out of her mouth, Xiao Fei had put them in her bowl. Sister Wan Air quickly tasted. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wan Air expectantly. Tang Wan Air hesitated, but still clipped it into her mouth. Well, it did taste pretty good. Tang Wan Air nodded approvingly. Yeah, then I'll pinch you some more. Xiao Fei smiled and chucked several more pieces into Tang Wan Air's bowl. Tang Wan Air was not in a good position to stop it, and smiled badly, then clamped a piece of chili pepper and put it into Xiao Fei's bowl. Xiao Fei's expression was stagnant, and he didn't know whether to be bitter or laugh on his face. Sister Wan Air, I can't eat. What's wrong? Tang Wan Air's big eyes fluttered as she looked at Xiao Fei with an innocent and cute face. Xiao Fei couldn't refuse at the sight, looked down at the bright red chili in the bowl and gritted his teeth. This was the first time Sister Wan Air had ever given herself a dish. Guys, let's do it. Xiao Fei put his heart on the line and put the chili pepper directly into his mouth. Ha ha ha, this chili is quite tasty. It's not even spicy. Xiao Fei felt like his mouth could spit fire at the moment, but he still forced himself to put on a look of indifference. Old 4, you're a chameleon. Ha 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 ha. When Chen Xiao saw Xiao Fei's face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye, she instantly laughed at the shame without mercy. Zhang Shuowei and Lin Chen also laughed out. Tang Waner was also startled by Xiao Fei's almost instantaneous color change. Hurriedly, he poured a glass of water for Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei C has been exposed, also do not pretend. Mouth hissing inhaled cold air, and then gulp big mouthfuls of water handed over by Tang Waner. You really can't eat spicy food, so you don't eat it. You're really eating whatever I put in your mouth. Tang Waner looked at Xiao Fei's reddened face and the beads of sweat coming out and said with some heartache. Xiao Fei even hemmed and hawed and giggled when he saw that Tang Waner cared about him. Seeing this, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei silently looked their heads towards Lin Chen's side. Out of sight, out of mind. Tatsu, this is delicious. Zhang Shuowei picked up a piece of meat with one hand underneath to catch it and handed it to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly after eating it with one mouth. Yummy. Thanks, baby. Zhang Shuowei hemmed and hawed, as happy as a small child who had won a small red flower. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei glanced at each other, both seeing the grief in the other's eyes. I'm out of my ing mind. I shouldn't be at this table. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei silently got up with their bowls and headed to other places with empty seats. Where are you two going? Xiao Fei shouted when he noticed. I'm going to a place where there's no sadness. After Chen Xiao coldly spat out a sentence, she and Xiao Wei sat down at the next table. A middle-aged man with a big belly stood in the Hongyun Hall, followed by 2 or 3 waiters. Sir, you really can't go in there. A couple of waiters were anxiously persuading in the background. My daughter is eating inside. Why can't I come in? Let me tell you, my daughter is your Lindong's friend. The middle-aged man disregarded the obstruction of several female waitresses to force the door in the hall open and barged in. One of the waitresses, seeing that she couldn't stop them, could only helplessly take out her walkie-talkie. There was a man who said his daughter was eating in there, and that his daughter was also friends with Lin Dong, and then barged into the Hongyun Hall, and we couldn't stop him. Send a few security guards in first to listen to Lin Dong's arrangements. I'll notify Mr. Dong right away. Yes, this movement naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Who's this guy? I think it says it's the father of young Master Lin's friend. How rude. Hey, be careful what you say. The gazes of Lin Chen's few people also looked over. After seeing the man's face, several people subconsciously looked at Tang Waner. Tang Waner's expression instantly became ugly the moment she saw this man. The man scanned the room and quickly spotted Lin Chen and Tang Waner's table, and immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Lin Dong, long time no see na. Tang Waner's father directly ignored Tang Waner, who was at the same table as Lin Chen, and walked straight to Lin Chen. He had just seen Lin Chen from afar, and saw Tang Waner's back again, but wasn't sure. So just now, after testing the waters and making sure that Tang Waner was inside, this was the only excuse to dare to barge in. Lin Chen, however, only looked up at him faintly. Tang Waner couldn't help but stand up and question. Wang Defa, what are you doing here again? Wang Defa glanced at Tang Waner. I came to look for you, daughter, but it turned out that I did not expect Lin Dong is also here. Wang Defa said while also giving Tang Waner a wink. Wanted Tang Waner to help them get acquainted. Lin Dong is the owner of a multi-billion-dollar hotel at such a young age. His background must not be simple. If I can get on this line through my own daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Defa's heart was on fire. I have nothing to do with you. Go away. Tang Waner was trembling with anger, her face pale. Zhang Shuowei pulled Tang Waner's hand with some concern. Xiao Fei is very heartbroken. Tang Waner spread such a father. Really? Chapter 161, did I hear right? Mr. Lin, so it's Donald, schoolgirl's father? Something seems off about the relationship though, doesn't it? Schoolgirl Tang suspected of family discord? Zhao Fei looked up at the man warningly. Don't blame me for not warning you, just take a look. If it gets out, watch out for trouble. The man's face froze, and then he immediately assured, of course, anyone who spreads the word is dead. Seeing this, Xia Wei wanted to get up and go over, but was pulled back by Qin Xiao. What can you do over there? You just stay here. Boss Xiao Fei and the others can handle it. Don't forget where this is, Chen Xiao reminded. Xia Wei let it go. Wang Defa glanced at Tang Wan. How can you talk to your father? Even if you can't stand it anymore, I'm still your father by blood. Wang Defa didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to know Lin Chen. How does a scum like you deserve to be Sister Wan Er's father? Look at what you're saying and doing now. Does it look like something a father would do? Xiao Fei said nonchalantly with an ugly face. And who are you? Wang Defa's face didn't look good when he was said so. Slanting his eyes, he glanced at Xiao Fei, who was sitting next to Tang Wan. Oh, I see. You are my daughter's licking dog, right? I can warn you, if you dare to talk to me like that again, I won't agree to your pursuit even if Wan agrees to it. Anger flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes, and he subconsciously wanted to return the favor. And at this moment, Tang Wan slammed the chopsticks in her hand. Her mouth was like a machine gun. Wang Defa, watch your mouth. You've abandoned your wife and daughter. You're a scum who crossed the river and broke the bridge. A scum with a bad moral character. How could I, Tang Wan have a father like you? I've had the worst luck in my life, and now you're licking a billy trying to get to know my friends through me? You're dreaming. Wang Dfa, I tell you, I don't want to have half a penny to do with you now, nor in the future. Now get the hell out of here. Everyone looked at Tang Wan dumbfounded, including Lin Chen, Jiang Shuawei, Xiao Fei and the others. The same goes for Wang Defa. He hadn't expected Tang Wan to talk to him like this at all. After Tang Wan finished saying these words that she had been holding in her heart and never said, she only felt an incomparable sense of relief all over her body. Asterisk. Truly deserves to be a Tang Tiger, getting angry and cursing even his own father. I finally realize why she's called Tang Tiger. What a terrifying attack. But this dad, the disgusting, completely nevertheless his own daughter's thoughts on one wants to flatter young Master Lin. What's wrong with being a little grumpy when she's so pretty? What's wrong? The rest of the watching class murmured thinly. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Weiner in shock and swallowed his saliva. Xiao Fei thought for a second. Can't it be that Sister Wan is mad because her father scolded me? Woo. Sister Wan is so good to me. Not bad for Sister Wan. A sense of security. Xiao Fei's heart suddenly felt beautiful juice. Wang Defa also reacted, his face grim. Tang Wan, is blood relationship something you can deny just because you say so? Ha! You don't have to come up with this. Do you believe that I'll publicize all the things you've done and let everyone come to see if you're qualified to be a father or not? Tang Wan stared dead into Wang Defa's eyes. Wang Defa immediately got a little flustered. If Tang Wan really blew those things out of proportion, it would definitely have an effect on him. And, in so letting Tang Weiner make a mess, the matter of befriending Lin Dong will definitely have to fizzle out. Wang Defa glanced at Lin Chen's face at this moment, then looked at Tang Wan anew. Wan, I found that gold ring when I was cleaning up my room the other day. Ask your mom if she still wants it. If she still wants it, I'll send it to her in a few days. Wang Defa changed to a smiling face at this time. Lin Chen and the others were baffled, while Tang Wan's face changed drastically. Wang Defa, you! Tang Wan's fingers were trembling as she pointed at Wang Defa. She knew what was going on with that gold ring. It was a reminder that her grandmother had left for her own mother. When Wang Defa divorced in order to take revenge on her mother, he quietly stole this gold ring and excused himself for not being able to find it. And his own mother couldn't stop thinking about that gold ring, but unfortunately he wouldn't give it to Wang Defa after looking for him several times. Tang Wan didn't know what to do for a while. If you don't want the gold ring, but your own mother is dreaming of getting that gold ring back, if she wanted to, then she would definitely have to make Wang Defa happy. Then she would have to ask Lin Chen. Tang Wan was caught in a dilemma for a while. Wang Defa saw that Tang Wan, who was still furious just now, was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and knew that his hints had taken effect, so his heart couldn't help but feel smug. I still can't hold my own daughter? Tang Wan looked at Lin Chen in a difficult manner. Lin Chen understood for a second. It was obvious that the gold ring in this Wang Defa's mouth was something Tang Wan wanted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Let Wang Defa lose his reputation and his family's fortune. Quest reward: obtain 25% of the shares of Little Run Fat. An inexplicable smile flashed across Lin Chen's face. Now it seems like it's impossible not to clean up this Wang Defa. And at that moment, the door to the Hong Luk Hall opened again. Dong Fong walked in with several male waiters. Dong Lin, does this man need to be gotten out? Dong Fong swept a glance at Wang Defa and said respectfully. Wang Defa immediately panicked. If this gets thrown out, Won't everything he just did be for nothing? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, a faint smile on his face. No, don't worry about me here. You mind your own business. Okay, Lin Dong. Feel free to order if you need anything. Dong Fong replied respectfully and swept another glance at Wang Defa, then retreated. But those waiters didn't leave and stayed inside the Honyun Hall. Wang Defa was relieved to see this, and the crowd of students next to him were stunned. Wait, did I just hear you right? That man should be a hotel executive, right? He called Lin Chen. Lin Dong? Is it hard to believe that Lin Chen is a shareholder of the Imperial Hotel? You shouldn't have misheard. After all, the chances of dozens of people having problems with their ears at the same time are still quite small. No wonder young Master Lin chose to treat his guests to dinner here. So this is his territory. No wonder he drove a luxury car to talk about the schoolgirl. This Imperial Palace Hotel is one of the most high-end hotels in Tianfu City, a gathering place for celebrities and dignitaries. Cute. Well, from now on, I'm going to be young Master Lin's dog. I can do anything except not eat. You don't deserve a dog if they want one. That's a solid statement. Chapter 162. Dongfang has a ghost? The crowd of students all looked at Lin Chen with shocked faces, but felt that it was only natural. Zhao Fei looked at this scene dumbfounded and suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. That ing mouth. It almost got me killed. Tang Wan was moved to look at Lin Chen. She naturally knew that Lin Chen was giving her face before he didn't let Dongfang kick Wang Defa out. Mr. Wang, if you have something to say it quickly. Lin Chen's body leaned back and very casually both rushed at Wang Defa. Wang Defa didn't dare to delay much. Lin Dong, I just want to get acquainted with you without any agenda. Wang Defa had a pleasing smile on his face. Lin Chen's flashed an imperceptible, mocking smile. Yeah, well, then we kind of know each other now, don't we? You can go now, Lin Chen said indifferently. Wang Defa was speechless, unable to say anything for a while, so he turned his gaze to Tang Waner. A hint of menace flashed under his eyes. Tang Waner held back her anger and didn't make a move. Xiao Fei glared at Wang Defa in disgust. What kind of animal is Wang Defa? Threatening his own daughter like that? Jiang Shuawei also pulled on Lin Chen's coat. Lin Chen gently patted Jiang Shuawei's hand and smiled faintly, signaling that he should rest assured. Dong Lin, truth be told, besides wanting to get acquainted with you this time, I also want to talk to you about a cooperation. Seeing that Tang Waner didn't help him, Wang Defa gritted his teeth and said cheekily. Lin Chen sniffed and became interested. Oh, cooperation? Tell me about it. Wang Defa hemmed and hawed. Mr. Lin, can I sit down and talk? Lin Chen nodded bashfully. Wang Defa saw that Lin Chen had agreed to sit down with joy. It's like this, Lin Dong. I opened a textile factory. The quality of the towels, bed sheets and covers produced in our factory is very good, and we can wholesale them to the Imperial Hotel at a very low price, as long as we can sign a long-term cooperation contract. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I wonder what the name of Mr. Wang's company is? I'll let do later. Dong Fong to check it out, and if the quality and price are good, I'll consider it for Sister Tang's sake. Wang Defa's face was again a joy. This daughter of his did not expect to be able to bring a fortune to himself. To be honest, even if he had signed a contract with the Imperial Hotel, he wouldn't actually make much money, mainly hidden benefits. As long as he makes a sign, the Imperial Hotel special sheets and covers towel locations and so on, that still worry no one to buy it? The words Imperial Hotel exclusive say it all. What's the level of the Imperial Hotel? How bad can it be if they're using the same stuff? But, our company is called Defa Textile Limited. I have talked to Mr. Dong Fong Dong before, but Wang Dezhang appeared as if he wanted to say something. Just say what you have to say. Wang Defa nodded, and I heard. Wang Defa's voice said quite a bit smaller and looked around at the waiter. And I've heard that the owner of the factory that Mr. Dong is working with has an unusual relationship with Mr. Dong. Lin Chen's eyes stared. If this Wang Defa said is true, if that production out of the things over the pass is good, if it is not qualified, but Dong Fong is borrowing the hand of the right to, then there is no need for this Dong Fong to do his job anymore. However, this Wang Defa's character is so bad, so we can't rule out the possibility of Wang Defa throwing dirty water at Dong Fong for the sake of the contract. Okay, I'll look into the truth of this matter, and if it's true, signing a long-term contract with you isn't out of the question. Lin Chen said indifferently. Really? Yes. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. Wang Defa stood up excitedly. Lin Chen waved his hand. Mr. Wang, we're still eating over here. Why don't we talk another time? Good. Then I won't bother Don Lin anymore. After a few more compliments, Wang Defa finally left Hongyan Hall. Chapter 163, Wanda Fat. Ward Fat. Senior Lin, you don't have to promise him for my sake. Tang Wan looked at Lin Chen and said with a serious face, don't worry, senior sister. If he has a problem and wants to screw me over, I might even let him go bankrupt. When that time comes, school sister Tang, don't blame me for it. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Of course not. I don't have half the relationship with him, Tang Wan-er said without hesitation. If it had been before, she might still have been lucky with Wang Defa, thinking that he would repent. Now it looks like, LOL. Wan-er, then you can use this to get that ring of yours back. Jiang Shuewei, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. I'd like to say the same. Xiao Fei nodded back. Tang Wan-er was a bit puzzled. How did you guys know I wanted that ring back? As soon as your dad said that ring, you wilted in a second. Anyone in their right mind could see that, right? Jiang Shuewei said breathlessly. Tang Wan-er's small hands clenched tightly, clenching her fingers a little white. That ring is the only thing my grandmother left for my mom. It's not something money can exchange for my mom. My mom was in the middle of a divorce with Wang Defa, and he knew that the ring was very important to my mom. Lin Chen, Jiang Shuewei and Xiao Fei were also indignant after hearing this. How such a man deserves to be a father. Jiang Shuewei huffed. Not to talk about these things that affect your mood. You must be careful of Wang Defa. Senior Lin. Alright, eat. Tang Wan-er pulled a far-fetched smile on her face to greet the crowd. Xiao Fei looked at the forcefully calm Tang Wan-er in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. He grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and because he was the only boy in his generation, he grew up with a lot of favor. At this moment, change in Tang Wan-er's point of view to think about it. In his place, he cannot do Tang Wan-er so strong, laughing every day. It's not at all obvious that she's been through this. Xiao Fei swore in his heart. Sister Wan-er, I will definitely make up for all the love you are missing. And that's when the meal was almost at an end. The group of students left the Imperial Hotel after thanking Lin Chen. When everyone left, Dong Fong also prepared a bottle of Evian. See, that's the pattern. A bottle of Evian mineral water is $20. Why are you talking so proudly? I almost thought you were young Master Lin. What do you know? I'm in the same class as young Master Lin, so I'm proud of it, can't I? Row. Xiaowei and Chen Xiao also resumed their seats. Only after the class had dispersed did Lin Chen call Dong Fong over. Lin Dong, what else do you want? Dong Fong bent over slightly and said respectfully, Wang Defa, do you know who it is? Lin Chen said as he looked at Dong Fong indifferently. Jiang Shuowei's few people naturally knew what Lin Chen was going to ask and sat on the sidelines without saying anything. I know, it's the guy who just broke in. Dong Fong didn't understand why this person was mentioned, and after associating Lin Chen's attitude at this moment and what had just happened, a bad feeling inexplicably arose in his heart. Dong Fong, how long have you been in this position? Lin Chen said slowly. Dong Lin, I've been working at Dihao for 10 years. Dong Fong's heart hung in a cold sweat. It's been 10 years. So long. Lin Chen was also a bit surprised that Dong Fong had actually been working at Dihao for so long already. Dong Fong, do you know what Wang Defa said just now? Dong Fong's mind was racing at this moment. Wang Defa? Himself and Wang Defa almost no contact. That is, before Wang Defa to find themselves to talk about the contract, but because of the other side of the quality problem, coupled with the emperor has a fixed supplier, but also refused. Could it be? Dong Fong was just about to speak when Lin Chen continued to speak. He said that you have a close relationship with the owner of all our textile suppliers in Dihao. Is there such a thing? Dong Fong figured it out in a flash. I see. Can't it be that after Wang Defa investigated himself, he took this opportunity to smear on himself in front of Lin Dong? Waldorf, Director Lin, I promise that I definitely didn't use my power for personal gain, and that's not the boss. It's just the manager of Lanya Textile Company. It was just a few meals too, and Lanya is a well-known foreign brand. The quality and comfort are over the top. Lin Chen smiled faintly. There's no need to be so nervous. Mr. Dong, I naturally trust you. Go and get busy first. We're ready to go as well. No need to see us off. Dong Fong was relieved to see that Lin Chen didn't seem to be faking. Okay Lin Dong. Dong Fong exited the Hongyun Hall and couldn't help but curse. Martyr Wang Dfa, play this for me. The more Dong Fong thought about it, the more angry he became. But considering that this Wang Defa's daughter really seemed to be Lin Dong's friend, he had to take the loss. And Lin Chen inside Hongyun Hall saw Dong Fong leave and took out his cell phone to call Lu Hai. Lu Hai, investigate Dong Fong and see if he's done anything out of the ordinary. Okay Lin Dong. Afterwards, Lin Chen's few people went out of the Imperial Palace Hotel. The two supercars drove out with sound waves one after the other, and Xiaowei and Chen Xiao sighed as they stood still and looked at the flower piglet page on their cell phones. Hey, other people drove the schoolgirl in a limousine, but we can only take a drop. Life is it's not fair. Chen Xiao looked up at the sky and moaned feebly. You still say that? If it wasn't for you, we would have been able to drive Lao Si's Ferrari anyways. Can you blame me then? Yes. Xiaowei NMSL. Yes, yes, you tell me again? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Inside the school parking lot, after Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got off the bus, seeing that Tang Weiner and Xiao Fei hadn't gotten off the bus yet, Zhang Shuawei wanted to go see what a situation. Don't mind them, they're probably getting bored at this point. Lin Chen laughed lightly. Oh, that's karma. Sister Wan Air, this is the bracelet I prepared for you. You must accept it. Xiao Fei blocked Tang Wan Air's movement to get out of the car, then took out a small box. Tang Wan Air looked at the box in Xiao Fei's hand with some surprise. I thought you said you weren't arriving until tomorrow? Got here early. Hey, Xiao Fei touched his head. The bracelet was still delivered as fast as he could order it. A Bulgari bracelet? This bracelet must be very expensive, right? I can't take it. Tang Wan Air noticed the Laguna box and hastily shook her head no. If it was something a few $100s it would be fine. This Bulgari one she was really embarrassed to accept. She and Xiao Fei aren't even together yet. Just take it, Sister Weiner. It's really nothing to me. I just wanted to give it to you because you deserve it. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wan Air with a sincere face. Tang Wan Air was somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Fei looking at her like this, and stroked the broken hair by her ears. Chapter 164. Not yet. So, I'll take it? Tang Wan Air looked at Xiao Fei tentatively. Of course. I'm only giving this bracelet to you. If you don't want it, I'll have to throw it away, Xiao Fei said with a face full of joy. Ha? Throw it away? It's a shame to throw away something so expensive, right? You can't waste money like that, can you? Tang Wanner blankly glanced at Xiao Fei, then put the bracelet on her hand. Is it nice? Tang Wanner waved her scallion jade hand in front of Xiao Fei and said with a smile. Nice. Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly. Tang Wan Air instantly revealed a satisfied smile. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wan Air, who was finally showing a happy smile, and his heart couldn't help but soften. Sister Wan Air, I will be good to you, and I will make up for the love you are missing, Xiao Fei said softly. Tang Wan Air froze for a moment, the smile on her face stiffening, eyes immediately red, nose sour, actually fell tears. Xiao Fei was instantly flustered, and at a loss for words. He pulled a few sheets of paper and handed them to Tang Wan Air. Ha, why are you crying? Sister Wan Air? Don't cry, you still have me, all of us. It was fine if Xiao Fei didn't say it, but once he did, Tang Wan Air cried even louder and couldn't stop it. Xiao Fei was even more flustered, and subconsciously even directly embraced Tang Wan Air. It took a moment of holding to react. Asterisk. What have I done? Sister Wan Air won't be angry if I'm so abrupt, right? Xiao Fei was about to let go of Tang Wan Air to apologize, but what he didn't expect was that Tang Wan Air also backhanded him. Whoa, Xiao Fei was delighted in his heart, and his hand tentatively patted Tang Wan Air's back. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. Xiao Fei's heart gradually became apprehensive. Over and out. After another minute or two, Tang Wan Air in her arms still didn't respond. Is it hard to believe that Sister Wan Air has fallen asleep? Xiao Fei was a bit puzzled, and Tang Wan Air had actually slowed down a long time ago. It was only because he didn't know how he should face the next awkward scene that he simply continued to hug. Until, a big banana. You feel really amazing. Xiao Fei hurriedly let go of Tang Wan Air and hung up directly without looking at who was calling. Tang Wanner was also red-faced at this time, fixing her hair. Ha. This ringtone was set after losing a bet with Qin Xiao. Not my original ringtone, Xiao Fei explained awkwardly, and in his heart, he had already greeted all of Qin Xiao's ancestors. Tang Wan Air's originally good and somewhat tense emotions were instantly soothed, and she snorted out a laugh. Put, it's okay, everyone has their hobbies, I understand. No, it's Qin Xiao, Xiao Fei hurriedly explained. Tang Wan Air opened the door and got out of the car. Xiao Fei also got out of the car in a hurry. You don't have to send me. After Tang Wan Air finished speaking, she trotted all the way out. Xiao Fei stood a bit bewildered by his Porsche 918, and at that moment, Tang Wan Air suddenly turned back to look at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, what you said, I hope you can do it later. However, now is not the time. After Tang Wanner finished saying this with a red face, she turned around and ran towards the girls' dormitory as if she was fleeing. Xiao Fei stayed where he was at the moment, savoring what Tang Wan Air said. Ha, Sister Wan Air means, she agreed. Xiao Fei almost jumped up in excitement. No. Sister Wan Air said it's not the right time yet. Forget it, don't care. Xiao Fei locked the car door and hummed along the way to the dormitory building. Today is the day. Boss, what's this Xiao Fei kid doing? He doesn't even answer my calls, and I said I'd let him buy me a pack of cigarettes. Chen Xiao said doubtfully. I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head. 10 minutes later. Chen Xiao, die for this great master. What did I do? Not there. A few days later, it was finally a vacation. The last time the first gathering of the Chinese dress club was put on hold because Tang Wan Air temporarily went home to deal with a little thing to take a leave of absence, ready to be held again after the National Day. Because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday transfer, 7 or 8 days of classes were held until the 30th. It's finally a vacation. I'm exhausted. Xiao Fei stretched. Guys, 7 days on the 4th of July. What are your arrangements? Do you want to go to my place for a few days? There's still quite a lot of fun over in Minzhou. Chen Xiao looked at the crowd with an expectant face. I'm even. My mom told me to go back to the imperial capital. I was thinking of finding a chance to go out with Sister Wan Air. Xiao Fei sighed. His relationship with Tang Wan Air had progressed at a rapid pace in the past few days, and it was the period of ambiguity. Anything he could do to bring the relationship closer he couldn't let go. The 4th of July was such a precious 7 days that he didn't want to let it go if he didn't have to. The thought of his mom taking his allowance and deducting it to a tenth, plus introducing him to help introduce him to someone to threaten him, gave him a pang in the brain. Mom, do you know I'm looking for a daughter-in-law for you? Xiao Fei cried out in his heart. Okay. Chen Xiao had some regrets, then looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Wei expectantly. I don't believe it either. My sister said she hasn't seen me in a month and misses me. I need to go home and see my sister. Xiao Wei couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he said this. All three were a little surprised. You have a sister? How come I've never heard you mention it? Xiao Wei smiled and nodded. I have a sister, a real sister. Chen Xiao immediately became interested and hurriedly asked after him. How old is our sister? Is she pretty? Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Chen and Xiao Fei glanced at Chen Xiao with a look of disgust. Xiao Wei was also a bit speechless. I treat you like a brother, and you want to pick up my sister? Why are you asking so many questions? My sister is only in 5th grade. Chen Xiao's face was not red. I care about our sister. Don't I? Isn't your sister our sister? Yeah. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Chen slightly cleaned up and said goodbye to Xiao Fei and the others before driving to Zhang Shuawei's dormitory building. The poison that was in the parking lot earlier had been driven back into the garage at Magnolia Sanctuary. Lin Chen was sitting in the Silby Tuatara, and many people passing by couldn't help but look at it. Yu Yang drove slowly in his already repaired Primera. Take Kiki to Sanya for a 7-day vacation. 3 rounds a day. Yu Yang thought prettily in his heart, and then he saw a white supercar. The more Yu Yang looked at it, the more familiar it became. Asterisk. Isn't that Lin Chen's car? Yu Yang was startled, and with his hands in a frenzy, he directly turned around and ran. Shabibi, what's the big deal about driving a Primera? Blah blah blah. The surrounding students were startled and hurried to get out of the way, cursing under their breath. Han Chichi just came out and saw that Yu Yang's car actually turned around and left, and was also puzzled for a while. His face also changed after seeing Lin Chen's car, and he turned around and returned to the dormitory building. Chapter 165. What's in the pot? It wasn't long before Zhang Shuawei also came downstairs. Han Chichi waited for Lin Chen's car to drive away before she dared to walk out. Where are you? Come pick me up. Aren't you going out for dinner? Yu Yang on the other end of the phone was a bit embarrassed. I just saw Lin Chen's car under your dormitory building. Why don't I come pick you up when he's gone? Or maybe you can walk to the school entrance yourself? Hearing this, Han Chichi cursed in her heart. What a loser. Where is it? I don't see you. Come back here. I'm starving. Kiki Han chirped. Naturally she wouldn't say she saw Lin Chen's car. I'm not scared of Lin Chen. No? Then it should be gone already. I'll be right there to pick you up. A white supercar glittered with money in the sunlight as it slowly drove out of the gates of Shuzhou University. Tatsu, is there anything you want to eat? My mom told me to ask you so she can get it. Whatever, I'm all casual. Lin Chen said casually. Oh, then I'll give my mom a heads up and tell her you're eating whatever. Zhang Shuawei made a gesture to send a message to Jiang Min. Hey, no. Let's eat chicken in dry pot. Let's eat chicken in hot pot. Lin Chen said in a hurry. Zhang Shuawei was confused for a moment, and her face brushed red. Ouch. What are you talking about? Dry pot what? Lin Chen was also stunned by Zhang Shuawei's words. Chicken in a dry pan. How about dry-boiled chicken? Lin Chen finally reacted at this moment. Shuawei, what are you thinking? This can even be opened. You wouldn't be. Lin Chen said with a bad smile and glanced below Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei tightened. Bah! Bad people. Zhang Shuawei felt her face burning hot. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed. After a long time, Lin Chen's car slowly stopped under Zhang Shuawei's house. Lin Chen scratched Zhang Shuawei's nose with his hand. Lazy piggy. Home sweet home. Zhang Shuawei sleepily opened her eyes. He then hugged Lin Chen. Tatsu, I love you so much. Zhang Shuawei's glutinous and delicate voice said. I love you too. The two were intimate in the car for a while before getting out, and there were several people gathered outside the car at that moment. Holy, what a car! It's so cool. This car's a great deal. It's worth $70 million. A man pulled out his cell phone and searched it. What? $70 million? Are you mistaken? Is there anyone in our area who can afford a $70 million car? It's true. I searched the exact same car as this one. The man hurriedly held out his cell phone to the other man. The car doors open. Out. A few people were quiet in a hurry, their eyes dead set, just to find out who the hell was in the car. The two of them, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, then walked down from the car. Shuawei? What? It's Jiang Shuawei? Several people were shocked at this point, although I know that Jiang Haitao's family is in good condition, but not so good as to drive a $70 million car, right? Then he turned his gaze back to Lin Chen. It suddenly dawned on me. It should be Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend. It's not easy. Jiang maiden? You've gotten prettier after a while. Yes, Jiang girl is so pretty and her grades are so good. If only my child was half as good as you. Some enthusiastic hounding from a few people. Jiang Shuawei could only respond with a smile. A few people chatted for a while, then looked at Lin Chen. And this is? Oh, he's my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei smiled and took Lin Chen's arm. Not bad. The young man is a good-looking man. What does the young man's family do? After some more questions, Jiang Shuawei was a bit annoyed by the questions and found an excuse to pull Lin Chen to carry her things and then went upstairs. A few people looked at Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen's backs and couldn't help but feel some envy plus size. Hey, Jiang Haitao's family has climbed to the top. What envy? If only my daughter could. Your daughter? Forget it. Your daughter could be two of me. You say another word for me. Lin Chen smiled and said, your neighbor is quite warm. Jiang Shuawei, however, shook her head. Usually they don't have much contact. They can't even call out their names. This time it's nothing more than seeing your car. That's why they came up to say hello. As the two were talking, they arrived in front of Jiang Shuawei's house. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and greeted Lin Chen as he entered. Jiang Min, who was cooking in the kitchen, hurriedly came out when she heard the commotion and greeted warmly. Little Tatsu is here. Come in. You're tired from the journey, aren't you? Jiang Haitao, who was in the living room, also smiled and walked out, saying, Little Tatsu, it's been a long time. Sit down. Lin Chen hurriedly greeted. Hello aunt and uncle, bothering you again. Jiang Min said with a smile while accepting the gifts handed over by Lin Chen. This kid, just come. What else do you bring? It's not a sight to see. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen to sit down on the sofa. Mom, Lin Chen wants to eat chicken in dry pot. Have you made it yet? Jiang Min said with a smile. It's being done. It'll be ready soon. Xiao Chen, sit down and eat some fruit. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay auntie. Jiang Min smiled and returned to the kitchen. Lin Chen chatted with Jiang Haitao for a while longer when Jiang Lei suddenly came back. As soon as he entered, he shouted with great joy. Brother-in-law. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. You didn't go to school? If I have a chance to take a vacation, of course I have to take a long vacation. Besides, I haven't driven the Mercedes-Benz E300 you bought me enough. Jiang Lei said with a smile. Jiang Haitao became angry when he heard this. How dare you? Get your ass back to class immediately after the National Day. Jiang Lei shrunk his neck. I know. Jiang Shuawei kept snickering on the side. Jiang Lei then asked Lin Chen with great excitement. By the way, brother-in-law, isn't that Silbert Tuatara downstairs yours? Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Jiang Lei looked at Lin Chen in shock, his mouth wide open. Even though he had already guessed it, he was still a bit shocked to hear the result. What kind of background does your brother-in-law have? He's not worth tens of billions of dollars, is he? Jiang Lei felt a bit sci-fi himself when he thought about it. Is your own sister that good? At that moment, Jiang Min came with the dishes. Jiang Lei, stop pestering your brother-in-law and come over to help serve the food. Jiang Lei then came back to his senses and followed Jiang Min to the kitchen. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei also hurried into the kitchen to help. A very happy meal. After the meal, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were sitting on the sofa when Jiang Lei suddenly came over. Chapter 166, Can you die without pretending? Brother-in-law, I have a favor to ask you, Jiang Lei said with some embarrassment, as if he was finding it a bit difficult to speak. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuawei on the side also came over. If Jiang Lei's request was too much, she promised not to slap him twice. Is that I got the car after some pretense? The other day ran a car enthusiasts group posted a picture of my car. Said a sentence I'm 18 years old to drive not rely on their own. Rely on their brother-in-law full payment to take a Mercedes-Benz E300. Then was taunted by a person. Scolded me poor then. Mention a broken car on Shaji 8 pretend to be a pussy blah 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 blah. And then I was not angry to curse a few words. Then they told me to take the car out tomorrow and sneak it around. And if it wasn't as expensive as the other guy to get down on my knees and call my grandpa. And said that if I didn't go they'd man me up and come looking for me at home. Jiang Lei's neck shrank as he spoke, because Jiang Shuawei had already stood up with a huff at this point, copied the pillow on the sofa and smashed it over. Good you Jiang Lei, Why are you so pretentious? If you don't pretend, you can die. John Lei was scolded and beaten without a word. What's going on? You siblings just got home and you're having trouble? Jiang Min came over at this time and said with concern. John Lei winked pitifully towards Jiang Shuawei, signaling that Jiang Shuawei must not tell it. Jiang Shuawei glared at him, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Nothing, fooling around with Lei. Jiang Min was skeptical when he heard this, but he still re-entered the room. How are you going to let me help you? Lend you my car tomorrow? Lin Chen said with a smile. John Lei nodded his head in a hurry. Yeah, no way, you can't go. What if a bunch of assholes from the other side hurt you? Didn't you say that if you don't go, they'll come and kill you? Let them do it. I don't believe this is still the case in this day and age. Jiang Shuawei directly refused without saying anything. John Lei didn't dare to refute Jiang Shuawei's words, and could only look at Lin Chen pitifully. What if it's true? What if it really comes to our door? You know that Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen and mom and dad are at home. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I'll go with you tomorrow. No. Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Lei said in unison. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's arm tightly and said with a worried expression, Chen, this is too dangerous to risk. None of you can go. Jiang Lei also hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, I caused this matter. I don't want to bring you trouble. I'll face it on my own. The big deal is that I'll be scolded by them. I'll admit it. Lin Chen laughed lightly and said, Don't be so nervous you guys, this little thing is nothing. Shuawei, Xiao Lei, have you guys forgotten that I'm not an ordinary person either? Jiang Lei's eyes lit up and he slapped his head. Yeah, brother-in-law, why did I forget about this? Brother-in-law, you can afford to drive $100 million sports car. Your background is naturally extraordinary. Still frowning, Jiang Shuawei said, Tatsu, even so, you can't risk it easily. What if they are unreasonable and start a fight? Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuawei's hand and comforted her. Shuawei, don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. I'm just going to solve this little trouble. I won't take the initiative to cause trouble either, but I can't let Jiang Lei be bullied either. Jiang Shuawei bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, Alright then, but I have to go with you guys. It's definitely not working. Lin Chen shook his head. Jiang Lei also shook his head and refused. Sis, there are only 2 seats in this car. How are you going to get there? Jiang Shuawei finally had to give up. After washing up, Lin Chen returned to the room that Jiang Min had specially packed out. Taking out his cell phone, he called Lu Hai. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Arrange for a couple of guys to meet me at XXX. Something a little stronger. When Lu Hai on the other end of the phone heard this, he probably understood what Lin Chen was going to do. Okay, no problem, Lin Dong. Although he was a little worried, but in the end, it was only the secretary. Arranged down the work to carry out on the line. Lin Chen then called Lin's father and mother to chat for a few moments. And that girl Zhou Ling had been sharing with Lin Chen on the phone about what had happened up to the new school. The time was quickly approaching the next night, because the other party set the time at 7 p.m. The time to rush over after the meal was just right. Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law is driving me out for a drive and will be back later, huh? Jiang Lei pretended to be very casual and said, You guys are going. Where's your sister? Aren't you going to take your sister with you? Jiang Min said with a smile. It's okay, Mom. Lin Chen's car can only seat 2 people. Just let the 2 of them go out and play. Jiang Shuawei revealed a far-fetched smile, but in her heart, she was very worried. Oh, that's fine. Tatsu, you guys be safe on the road, huh? Jiang Min didn't see the difference in Jiang Shuawei, so she spoke out to remind her. Don't worry, Auntie. Let's go, huh, Mom and Dad? Coming downstairs, Jiang Lei was relieved. Immediately after seeing Lin Chen's car, his heart couldn't help but get a little excited again. Hey, I've never been in a luxury car of this caliber in my life. Jiang Lei walked to the passenger side and couldn't wait to open the door. The cars are all the same. Big difference. Lin Chen opened the car door and sat in. Holy, it's so cool. It's worthy of a $70 million sports car. It's so cool. Jiang Lei's eyes were filled with excitement as he watched the car door open. All right, hurry up and get in and get going. If we delay any longer, we won't make it. Okay. Jiang Lei sniffed and hurriedly sat in. The engine started up with a gust of sound, and Jiang Lei exclaimed again. Lin Chen drove towards the designated location. The appearance of such a class of car in such a place naturally makes everyone salute. Jiang Lei looked at the turnaround rate, and the excitement and pride in his heart was hard to express. The look in his eyes towards Lin Chen was even more worshipful, because Jiang Lei added the local luxury car group. The agreed place wasn't too far away, and he arrived after driving for more than 20 minutes. It was a riverside, and a number of cars had gathered at the moment, but most of them are BBA and not more than $1 million. Roughly scanning, the most expensive is just more than 2 million Lamborghini. Lin Chen drove to the edge of the river in the eyes of a crowd of marveling and envious passers-by. At the moment, the group of people who were online in Jiang Lei's online appointment were gathering to chat, and as soon as they saw Lin Chen's car, they were all stunned. I'm going to go, brother fan. is your calling power that strong? Just by sending a message of gathering in the luxury car group, you called over all the bigwigs who drive this level of luxury cars? Boss, my admiration for you is like the waters of the Yangtze River. Chapter 167, give me a favor and let's end this, okay? Ha, is this car expensive? Is it as expensive as my Lamborghini? The yellow-haired man who was currently being complimented by the person next to him asked with a confused face. The crowd was indifferent. Brother Fan, this is the Sildi Tuatara, a global limited edition, priced at 70 million RMB. I guess if you want to buy one now you'll definitely have to spend a little more money to get a used one. The other man with glasses hurriedly explained for the so-called fan. A flash of shock appeared on Vangoli's face, and his eyes once again looked at the white supercar. That's, who am I? Your brother Fan? I'm a super rich second generation. If I really wanted to buy it, wouldn't I just buy it? Van then said with a calm face, but inwardly he was secretly thinking, I'm not lying. If my dad dies and I inherit the family business, I should have hundreds of millions, right? You can't just buy a car like this for $100 million. Worthy of being a Van. Just ho, Van is awesome. The people around them were also very much giving face to Brother Fan, and the whole crowd was a bit fluttery after giving Brother Fan a good compliment. Lin Chen brought the car to the side and then got out with John Lei. The doors of a nearby Mercedes-Benz Big G opened at the same time, from which 5 burly men in black suits came down. Everyone had a stern look on their face, causing Lin Chen to tighten his body a bit. Those 5 people walked up to Lin Chen and John Lei, and then one of them came forward. What are you doing? John Lei looked at these 5 people with some caution. Brother Van, those 2 seem like a threat. Brother Van, after all, he's here to help us. Why don't we go and help? Several people around him said in a hurry. Fan looked at the 5 men with some inner fear, but at the moment, so many brothers were looking at him, so he definitely couldn't wimp out. Go! With a command from Van, a dozen people walked over together. The man at the head of the group didn't talk, but instead looked at Lin Chen. The body then bent slightly. Hello Mr. Lin, it's Mr. Lu Hailu who asked us to protect your safety. I'm their leader. Just call me Little Tiger. With that, the 4 men behind him bent down together. Hello Mr. Lin. Long before he came, Lu Hai had specifically reminded Lin Chen what kind of car he drove and what it looked like, and the commission was offered at a very high rate. And if Mr. Lin was satisfied, he would hire the 5 of them at an annual salary of 1 million per year for no one, and he gets $1.5 million as head. This was a great attraction to the 5 of them, so they treated Lin Chen with great respect. This scene naturally also stunned Zhang Lei and the group of people who were walking towards them all. Van's group couldn't help but stop in their tracks. I Lu a good boy. This person is not small. Fan brother, are you sure you called over? Of course. Would I lie to you guys? Van gave the man who had spoken a hard stare and said stiffly, although now he is also a little unsure. But things have developed to this point, but also can only pray that these 2 people really came, because of themselves, right? Zhang Lei's mouth was wide open, and after his surprise, there was a burst of happiness. Ha 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 ha. Brother-in-law, I told you that you definitely wouldn't just risk your life like that. It's too powerful, brother-in-law. John Lei spoke out in surprise. Lin Chen looked at the man at the head who called himself Little Tiger with a bemused expression. Well, if there's an emergency later, you guys are responsible for protecting the 2 of us. That dozen or so people over there. They can handle it, right? Lin Chen said indifferently. Please don't worry, Mr. Lin. The 5 of us brothers are all men who have been to war before. This is nothing to worry about, Little Tiger said respectfully. Then after making a wink with the 4 people behind him, the 5 people retreated to the back of Lin Chen and John Lei. John Lei looked at these 5 people around him. His heart only felt incredibly solid. I don't know what the background of my brother-in-law is, but it's definitely not simple. Can you hire your own bodyguard to be average? Just looking at the aura of these 5 people gave one an extremely strong sense of security. Thinking of this, John Lei's gaze toward those 5 people held some anticipation. You want me to get down on my knees and apologize? Oh, my God, it's the background that counts when you're out there. Yakuza. Just then, Van's group of people also walked over. 5 bodyguards stepped forward to stop them from continuing to approach. Dude, you came over here because you saw my message in the group too, right? Van said with a warm smile on his face. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. Yeah, right. Van sniffed and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. The people beside Brother Fan heard that Brother Fan had really called them, and they all scrambled to befriend Lin Chen. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, your car is so cool. How much did you pay for it? Dude, want to go get a drink after you clean up that brat later? Yeah, my treat. just in time to meet the new brothers. Fan also smiled confidently at this moment and spoke. We'll clean up that brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven later, and we'll go have some fun later. My treat. Yeah, no problem, Lin Chen said indifferently. Van's heart was even more joyful. If one could be acquainted with a magnate of this caliber, one's family would definitely be of great help. Where did you find a bodyguard, bro? It looks awesome, one of the people beside Fan said, and even went straight up to prepare to touch the muscles on Xiaohu's arm. Xiaohu's face was cold as he grabbed the man's arm and put him down with a backdrop. Ah, the man wailed in agony as he was slammed to the ground. Just now, Lin Chen had already said that this group of people were Lin Chen's enemies, so naturally, they had no qualms about moving. This sudden turn of events left Van and the others stunned. A few people then went to help the man up. Is everything okay? The man didn't answer, and looked at Xiaohu with some anger after being helped up. Dude, don't you care about this bodyguard? Must be severely punished. Directly fired. Lin Chen smiled coldly. I think he's doing a pretty good job. How else are we going to get those handsy people to remember? At these words, the man froze, and then his face became gloomy, but he did not say anything, but instead turned his gaze to Brother Fan. He couldn't afford to offend this person, and since this person said that he came over after reading Brother Fan's message, then if Brother Fan spoke, that person had to give some face, right? Van noticed the gaze, and although his heart wasn't really willing to do so, he could only open his mouth. Fan looked at Lin Chen with a smile on his face and said, Brother, my friend just can't control his hands, but your bodyguard's hand was also a bit too heavy. Give me face, let your bodyguard apologize, and let this matter be settled. I'll treat you later. As a celebration of Brother joining our Sky Fury gang, receive the dust for Brother. Everyone else also looked at Lin Chen, expecting what he would reply. Chapter 168. Harm me, Lin Chen said indifferently. Give you face? Who the hell are you that I have to give you face? And not just any dog or cat can invite me to dinner. Understand? At the end of the day, it's no one else's turn to talk about my men. The moment Lin Chen said this, it directly caused all of Fan's group of people to change their faces. Jiang Lei, however, looked at Lin Chen with a face of adoration. Your own brother-in-law is too handsome, isn't he? Fan's face was instantly gloomy. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so disrespectful and make him come down in front of so many people. Originally, he thought that this person wanted to come and befriend them, but he didn't expect that he was actually here to pick a fight. Brother, you're going a little too far with that bull, aren't you? Your bodyguard injured someone and you can't even apologize? Van said with a grim face. Lin Chen sneered. Wouldn't you beat him up if you didn't have a cheap hand? At that moment, the injured man beside Van couldn't help himself. I've been scolded by my own brother Fan, so I'm still afraid. If the sky is falling, there's a taller man to hold it. I have to take this out on myself. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You think having a few stinking dollars and bringing a few bodyguards makes you great? Jiang Lei listened on the side, a little nervous in his heart, but when he saw Lin Chen's calm and relaxed appearance, he settled down a little. Little Tiger and his 4 men, on the other hand, remained expressionless, as if the quarrel in front of them had nothing to do with them, and were ready to strike at any time as long as Lin Chen gave the order. Brother Fan took a deep breath and forced down his anger and said, Alright, since you're so faceless, then we have no relationship anymore. You guys go. Brother Van, don't you want to get revenge for that just now? I'm in pain all over. The injured man looked at Lin Chen's few people with a face of hatred. Van, however, was somewhat disgusted with this person. If it wasn't for him, he and the others wouldn't have offended Lin Chen. Report what? You can afford to offend people, can't you? When the man heard that, he could only stop resentfully. Lin Chen glanced at Fan contemptuously and snorted out a laugh, saying, Let us go? Weren't you the ones who told my brother to come here? Fan was stunned by Lin Chen's words and didn't react for a moment, standing in place a bit bewildered. Looking at Jiang Lei, he really didn't recognize it. How could he have called this man over when he didn't even know his name? Seeing this, Jiang Lei also said, Oh, weren't you screaming quite happily on the internet? Now you forget who I am? Didn't you want me to kneel down? Didn't you say your car is very expensive? Only then did Fan wake up as if from a dream, and the expression on his face instantly became a bit ugly. He looked at Jiang Lei and then at Lin Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. You're not a brother, are you? Brother driving a tens of millions of dollars of cars. You send a Mercedes-Benz E300 out to pretend to be a bully? If I had known your background, I wouldn't have dared to taunt you. At this moment, the minions around Van began to whisper. It's over. That brat is actually this person's brother. This matter seems to have gotten big. That's right. I didn't expect this kid to have such a hard backstage. Let's just get out of here and not get into trouble. What about Van? Who cares what he's up to? If you offend this man, you'll be in for a rude awakening. Let's fly apart in the face of disaster. A dozen or so people were discussing it brightly and openly, completely disregarding Van, who was on the sidelines. Fan listened to the whole thing in his ears. His face was incomparably ugly, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it! Usually I treat everyone to dinner and drinks, and now they all want to run away. Big brother, I'm not involved in this. It's none of my business. Yeah, big guy, I'll just come over and hit the sauce. Ha ha, I'm not cursing this brother online, ha. My wife called me. I'm going to take a call. Hey mom, what? The family dog had a baby? Okay. I'll be right there. Hello, Dad, the family cat's having a baby? I'll be right back. Hello, second aunt, the washing machine at home is broken? I'll be right back to fix it. It didn't take long for the dozen or so people who had gathered around Fan in a crowd just moments ago to all of a sudden walk away until only the man who had just been beaten was left. Brother Fan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, this is really a misunderstanding today. Brother Van, what are you afraid of? What's the point of driving a car that costs tens of millions of dollars? Didn't you say you could buy one too? You're not necessarily worse than him." This man who stayed behind was still screaming. The man was a new addition and didn't know Van's family background. Van couldn't help but want to slap him twice at this point. I've been victimized by a bastard. A disdainful "I love." Barely ugly smile pulled at Van's face. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. The man was not happy about it. Brother Fan, what are you afraid of? Just do it. Van finally couldn't help but kick the man in the leg. The man didn't expect Van to make such a sudden move. Another pained cry came out, and the man even directly knelt down by this kick. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? I'm really sorry, you two. This man has disrespected you. I'll clean him up for you. Van smiled curtly. The heart was full of bitterness. It's been a humiliating day, but there was no way around it. He really didn't want to offend Lin Chen unless he was forced to. Lin Chen and the others were also startled by this sudden kick. After reacting, Lin Chen was looking at Fan with some contempt. You came up with the online deal, didn't you? The loser kneels and apologizes. Do you recognize it or not? Lin Chen had a mocking smile on his face. When Brother Fan heard Lin Chen's words, the smile on his face stiffened and his expression gradually became gloomy. Van, can I get up now? The man who was still kneeling on the ground at that moment asked cautiously. He didn't dare offend Brother Fan again. If he did, if Lin Chen really wanted to clean him up, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Aha! Van grimaced and hemmed. The man was like an amnesty and immediately stood up, not daring to say anything more from the side. No more he. Fan scornfully glanced at the 5 bodyguards in front of Lin Chen Jianlei. Dude, how about this? I apologize and let's get this over with? Van murmured. He was unwilling to offend Lin Chen, but he was even more unwilling to kneel down and apologize. Once he kneels and apologizes, and then word gets out, how will he ever be? You'll have to lose all your face. A hint of teasing flashed across Lin Chen's face. It can't be, can it? You guys agreed with my brother at that time. What? You're denying it now? How about this? I'll give you an hour. It's for you to be able to find a car that is more expensive than this one of mine over here, and I'll let my brother apologize to you on his knees? Chapter 169. So it's a little Yakuza. Van just felt a brain ache. Where the hell am I gonna find a car worth over $70 million? You can't even rent one, can you? You have the money to buy tens of millions of dollars of cars and you'll rent them out? How is that possible? Brothers, where there is forgiveness, there is forgiveness. I, Wu Yifun, still have a few thin spots in this acre of land. Let's settle this matter peacefully today. It's good for everyone. When Brother Fan saw how unforgiving Lin Chen was, he immediately lost his temper as well. Apologizing is impossible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Let Wu Lin Homes Ltd. go out of business. Quest reward of 51% of the shares of All American Home. In Lin Chen's mind, a system beep sounded. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Wu Lin Home, All American Homes? Just as Lin Chen froze, Van continued to speak. Brother, I am willing to bow my head. I apologize, this matter is settled. My father in the Jianghu status is still quite high. Everyone is also willing to sell my father a face. If you can sell my father a face, believe. Lin Chen looked at Fan, who was getting more and more confident as he spoke, and hurriedly interrupted with a voice. Stop. Who the hell is your father? How dare you ask me to give you face? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to my brother. If you don't, then don't blame me for humanizing you. Lin Chen impatiently interrupted, while returning the man's words that had threatened Jian Lei on the internet together. Oh, you, ITM really give you face. I won't apologize, what can you do to me? And human flesh me. I expect you to human flesh me. Shabi. Fan is finally unable to resist. Regardless of how powerful the TM background is, first cursed. After Van cursed, he directly led the little brother to turn around and walk towards his Lamborghini. That little brother was also very happy to see that Fan was finally daring to tough Lin Chen, and turned around and spat at Lin Chen and the others. ITM. Zhang Lei was on fire in an instant, and wanted to go up and speak a whirlwind language. There was also a cold flash in the eyes of the 5 little tigers. Mr. Lin, would you like to? Lin Chen, however, shook his head, his gaze cold as he looked at the backs of the 2 Fan brothers. I have a way to clean them up. Wu Lin home. Humph. Lin Chen told the 5 little tigers to find a hotel nearby and stay there, while asking Lu Hai to pay them for this remuneration. These guys aren't bad, so go ahead and sign them. Then investigate. Although Lin Chen had only seen little tiger strike, the aura on the 5 was visible. Each one is good. Anyway, it's not expensive. So let's sign it first and save ourselves the trouble of having to find someone on the spot if we need them in the future. After the 2 returned home, Zhang Xuewei looked left and right. We'll be all uninjured. This is a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for a document to be sent to Lin Chen's cell phone. Lin Chen roughly swept a glance afterward. Oh, a total of just a little more than 100 million in market value of the small company? Wu Jianjun, previously mixed black? Lin Chen was even more disdainful. Hearing that Wu Yifan's arrogant gesture when he was leaving, he really thought that there was some unusual background, but it turned out to be this? Lu Shu, Min Huang. The next day, inside Wu Lin's home office, a man with tattoos, who looked to be in his 40s, was now looking at the cell phone in his hand with an ugly face. I don't know what's going on, but many people have inexplicably backed out of their original orders today, even paying a sum of money for breach of contract. It was like he was afraid to have any contact with him. Is this one too eat sure? Wu Jianjun couldn't help but curse in annoyance. After calming down, Wu Jianjun also found something wrong. 1 or 2 could still be a coincidence, but almost all orders at the same time are like this, and there is clearly something wrong. Is it hard to believe that I've offended someone lately? That's not right. I haven't gotten into trouble with anyone these days either. Just then Wu Yifan walked into the office. Dad, there's no pocket money left. Pop me some gold coins. As soon as Wu Yifan came in, he lay down on the sofa with a big grin. Wu Jianjun is used to this. How much? Wu Jianjun took out his cell phone as he spoke. Turn 50,000. After a while. Well, past that. Wu Jianjun put down his cell phone, his face a little unsightly. Wu Yifan's mother died in childbirth while giving birth to him, and he has been pretty much responsive to Wu Yifan in order to make up for his lack of motherly love. It also developed bad habits all over Wu Yifan. Okay, right Dad, I see how the factory have stopped working? Is not much order recently? Wu Yifan suddenly remembered that on the way in just now, a large portion of the factory's workers were not working, so he asked out loud. I don't know what's going on, but a large portion of the order was cancelled altogether, and I would rather pay the liquidated damages than cancel it. It's really evil. I haven't offended any big shots lately, right? Speaking of this, Wu Jianjun was angry, but he had been a little apprehensive. To know that many orders are placed by old customers can make them avoid him like the plague. Can imagine the other party's power. Wu Yifan's face changed when he heard this. He was all set to take the money and go out in style. As soon as he heard this, he hurriedly sat down again. How about you ask? Dad, ask what the hell they cancelled the order for? Wu Yifan said hurriedly. Wu Jianjun sighed. You think I didn't ask? Then 1 or 2 of them just said they didn't need it, and some of them even hung up the phone without giving me a damn. Wu Yifan sniffed with a flash of anger on his face. What? You're so mean to me? Dad, this you can let me endure? Wu Jianjun sighed. What can I do if I can't stand it? I can't just go to the door and beat the out of them? It's not like the old days. And just at that moment, Wu Jianjun's phone rang again. Wu Jianjun and Wu Yifan glanced at each other, a trace of bad feeling rising in their hearts. It's not another cancellation, is it? Wu Jianjun picked it up and read it, and the expression on his face instantly loosened into a smile. It's your Uncle Lu's phone, Wu Jianjun said with a smile. Lu Guozhu is his brother who broke in together when he was young. The relationship has always been good, and also have cooperation with him. Every year we'll place orders with him. Wu Jianjun picked up the phone. Hello, Pillar, why are you free to call me today? Do you have a craving for another bite? Wu Jianjun said cheerfully. The Lu Guozhu on the other end was silent for a moment. June, I can't do right by you. Wu Jianjun's smile faltered. What do you mean by that, Pillar? Wu Yifan also tensed up and pricked up his ears to listen. June, I'll have to cancel the order I placed with you, but I'll pay for the goods you've already made, and return the rest. Lu Guozhu on the other end of the phone said in a low tone. Chapter 170. It's really not me. Wu Jianjun also had silence. What kind of energy can make Lu Guozhu, who has such a good relationship with himself, cancel his order? Lu Guozhu on the other end of the phone saw that Wu Jianjun didn't say anything, so he continued to speak out. June, I'm really sorry. I don't have the hustle I used to have. I just want my wife and kids. If I don't cancel the order, I will be targeted. If I can't open this company, I can't give my wife and children a good life. Wu Jianjun took a deep breath and said in a low tone, I understand you, Kakuju, but can you tell me one thing? Who have I offended? Lu Guozhu on the other end of the phone froze, then asked suspiciously, Jun, you don't know? Hearing this, Wu Jianjun, who had held back a bellyful of fire, poured out his bitterness. I don't know. I woke up and now, every other moment there is a phone call. All cancelled orders. Ask them why and they won't tell me. June, I'll tell you then, but you mustn't let on that I told you. Wu Jianjun sniffed and quickly said, Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. You say it. Lines. I only know that the person who contacted me is from Rontoland. As you know, June, Rontoland has a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars and has a high influence over here in Suzhou. Wu Jianjun cannot listen to the back. He was full of Rontoland at this time. What is it about me that makes Unity Investment Land target me? Isn't this like hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun? What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this pinnacle tournament? June, are you listening? Wu Jianjun took a deep breath. In. June, I've told you everything I know, so don't be mad at me, just cancel the order. After Lu Guozhu finished speaking on the other end of the phone, a beeping sound came from Wu Jianjun's phone, and at this moment, Wu Yifan had long been unable to hold back his desire to speak. Dad, what's the situation? How come even Uncle Lu wants to cancel the order? Hasn't he always been on good terms with you? Wu Yifan anxiously pursued. Wu Jianjun didn't say anything, but was thinking about whether he had offended Rontoland recently. After half a day of thinking about it, where do you go to get offended when you don't even have contact? And at this point, Wu Yifan was still asking, Dad, say something. Who did you offend? Is it something in your business? Or is it your old enemy? Wu Jianjun looked at Wu Yifan's anxious appearance and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. This kid usually do not care about anything but the cost of living. Let him study a little, so that he can inherit the Wu Lin home in the future. He is not willing. Is the sun coming out of the west today? Suddenly you're so concerned about the company? It's not like you're out there offending the bigwigs at Unimicron, is it? Thinking about this, Wu Jianjun became more and more certain of his suspicions. This son of his own, what character he is aware of. The whole than when he was young and mixed up to come to the great. Fan, why are you suddenly so concerned about the company today? Wu Jianjun opened his mouth and asked. Wu Yifan suddenly heard Wu Jianjun ask this question and froze for a moment, then stammered and said, This is not growing up. It's time to care about the company too. He didn't want to tell Wu Jianjun there was a possibility that it was the same person he'd offended last night before they hit the fan. There was still a glimmer of luck in his mind. What if Dad can work this out? The more Wu Jianjun looked at him, the more he felt that there was something wrong with Wu Yifan. Little fan, tell me honestly, have you offended someone recently? This time the matter is a bit big. Your dad, my small body can't hold it. If we're not careful, the company will go bankrupt. We'll have to live a hard life then. Wu Jianjun was afraid that Wu Yifan wouldn't tell the truth, and even used Wu Yifan's greatest fear to scare him a bit. It's really not me, Dad. I haven't gotten into any trouble with anyone lately. As usual. Wu Yifan clenched his teeth, or said stiffly. Wu Jianjun was a bit puzzled by this. Is it possible that it's not really Fan? Am I wrong? I'm glad it wasn't you. Go ahead and play. I'll think of something else. Wu Yifan nodded. By the way, Dad, do you know who is targeting us? Wu Jianjun's face became very grave. Fusion Investment Land. Wu Yifan nodded, fearing that Wu Jianjun would notice that he was the one who had caused the trouble, so he casually said a few words and left the company. Wu Yifan sat inside his Lamborghini and couldn't help but take out his cell phone and search Rontoland. I'd like to see how bullish this Rontoland is. Wu Yifan typed in the words Rontoland within the browser, and what came out afterward directly made Wu Yifan's face change. Misty Grass? So powerful. A group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions? Wu Yifan got a little flustered for a moment. He didn't expect that young man from last night to have such a terrifying background. If it's a company with hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, you can still handle it with your dad's connections. How is it going to play when this $100 billion company is targeting a small company that just passed the $1 billion mark? Thinking about it, Wu Yifan got scared. You can't really live a life of misery with only a few $1,000s a month in pocket money, can you? For a while, Wu Yifan sat in the car and hesitated. After doing a long time of internal thought struggle, finally gritted his teeth or opened the door and got out of the car, walking towards Wu Jianjun's office. On the way to Wu Jianjun's office, almost all the workers had stopped working, and the factory was very quiet. What's going on? Why are they all shutting down? Didn't you get no overtime pay today? And you're thinking about overtime pay? The company is going out of business. Ha, what the hell? Most of the customers would rather pay liquidated damages than cancel their orders. And I heard that the owner has offended someone. Someone else is trying to bring the company down. I'll go. Won't I have to change jobs again then? Don't This place is so close to my house. What's wrong with that? Where else would you be a horse? A few workers were discussing it in a circle, and Wu Yifan happened to overhear. Say what? Wu Yifan chided in annoyance. The people were silenced when they saw that it was the son of the company's owner. Wu Yifan did not have the mood to clean up these people at this time. Cold snort and then walked straight toward Wu Jianjun's office. The crowd waited until Wu Yifan had left, then quietly gathered together to discuss again. Wu Jianjun in the office was anxiously contacting everyone he could at the moment. Hello, Mr. Li, this is Wu Lin home. Dodo, Margot, don't look for me, I can't help you. Toodaloo. Wu Jianjun hid one and hung one, and everyone dared not get involved. Asterisk 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 muddy horses. Wu Jianjun was so angry that he slammed his cell phone heavily onto the table, and at that moment, Wu Yifan walked in. Van, why are you here again? Chapter 171, Are you the owner of Unimicron Land? Wu Jianjun looked at Wu Yifan who appeared in the doorway suspiciously. Why are you back again? Fan? Wu Yifan met Wu Jianjun's line of sight and said stiffly, Dad, I offended someone last night. The guy drove a car for over $70 million. It could have been this guy. Lin Chen was playing in a wetland park with 3 members of the Zhang family at the moment. Lin Dong, things have been done, and the people who had orders with Wu Lin home have cancelled their orders. Huang Wei was on the phone with Lin Chen at the moment. Aha! After hanging up the phone, he looked up at Jiang Shuawei, who was flying a kite, and a smile appeared on his face. Tatsu, come over here and stay with me. Coming. Lin Chen sniffed and walked over. By noon, after dinner a few people went back home together. Zhang Lei suddenly came over. Brother-in-law, that guy added me yesterday. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh, that Van guy from yesterday? Yeah. He said he wanted to see you about something. Zhang Lei nodded his head repeatedly and said. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Don't mind him. Zhang Lei naturally listened to Lin Chen. But brother-in-law, what did that man want with you? Zhang Lei asked curiously. It's not much. It's just that his family's company is going bankrupt, so I guess he's looking for me to apologize first. Lin Chen said casually. Hiss. Zhang Lei sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. That Van guy can be respected by so many people and drives a sports car. The family must be extraordinary. It's only been one night plus one morning and the company of that man's family is going bankrupt? Zhang Lei was even more curious about Lin Chen's background in his heart. What exactly does your family do? Brother-in-law? Zhang Lei still couldn't help but ask. My family is very ordinary, but I have a few companies under my name. I think you've heard of Rontoland, right? Me. Lin Chen said the most pretentious words in a very flat tone. Zhang Lei's mouth opened wide after hearing this, looking at Lin Chen with an incredulous expression. Of course he knew what kind of company Rontoland was. After all, his dad was in this business. That's a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. The owner is actually my brother-in-law? Zhang Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently. Sis, brother-in-law, are you kidding? Ha ha ha. Zhang Lei pulled a smile on his face. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Shuawei also walked over at this time with a plate of fruits. Don't pry day in and day out. Do you think your brother-in-law would lie to you over such a trivial matter? Jiang Shuawei blankly glanced at Zhang Lei. Then he picked up a piece of fire dragon fruit and put it in Lin Chen's mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother-in-law, you really are the owner of Rontoland. Zhang Lei saw that Jiang Shuawei had said so, and only then did he believe in this fact. There was an excited shout. Jiang Min and Jiang Haito were originally in the room, and when they heard the commotion, they also walked out. What? Tatsu, you're the owner of Rontoland? Jiang Haitao's voice trembled with excitement as he looked at Lin Chen incredulously and asked. Lin Chen stood up and nodded. Yes, uncle. This is unbelievable. Jiang Haito was actually unable to accept this fact for a while. He had seen the shares of Rontoland being acquired in their entirety by a man named Lin Chen before, and it had caused a big stir at the time. He thought at the time that it should just be a rename, but he still searched for Lin Chen's identity information, but only a mosaic video was found. It seems like a party, but nothing is obvious. I didn't realize it was really the same person. Jiang Haitao at this time had completely lost that feeling of a cabbage being arched by a pig. He felt as if one of his own pigs had taken someone else's cabbage. Thinking of this, Jiang Haitao couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei thought her dad was praising her for finding a good man, and immediately raised her chin with some pride. I saw before that Ronto Properties had all of its shares acquired by a shareholder with the same name as you. I thought it was the same name, but I didn't realize it was really you. Jiang Haitao felt like he was dreaming. The sole owner of Rontoland, a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is his own daughter's boyfriend, and right in front of himself, calling himself uncle? Yes, uncle. I am very optimistic about the future of Rontoland, so I just acquired all the shares of Rontoland. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Then if you can have that kind of money to acquire the shares of Rontoland, the industry should be more than that, right? Jiang Haitao asked tentatively. he was simply just curious. After all, to be able to acquire all the shares of Rontoland, without $100 billion or so, it was impossible to take. To have over $100 billion in liquidity, TSK. You have to know that the entire Tianfu city's GDP is just over $2 trillion a year. Dad, why are you asking so much? Zhang Shuawei was afraid that Lin Chen would think nonsense and looked at Zhang Haitao angrily. Zhang Min also pulled on Zhang Haitao's coat. Zhang Haitao also reacted. His own words sounded but a bit of digging up the roots. Little Tatsu, don't think too much, huh? Uncle doesn't mean anything else. It's just pure curiosity, so you don't have to say anything if it's inconvenient, Zhang Haitao hurriedly explained. And then it turned out that it seemed a bit odd that I had said that. No. Zhang Haitao didn't know how he should explain for a moment and stayed in place, unable to speak, revealing such scandalous behavior in front of his juniors. Zhang Haitao only felt his ears burning a little. Lin Chen knew that if he didn't relieve Zhang Haitao would have to gouge out the 3 rooms. It's fine. Dragon Lake is also my company, and I have a bit of a stake in Penguin, so I won't go into details about the rest, Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhang Haitao was relieved to see that Lin Chen had relieved him. Then he was once again shocked by what Lin Chen said, including Jiang Min and Zhang Lei. If we talk about Unityland, those who are not in the same industry may not even know that there is such a company. But Longwood and Penguin, those 2 companies are as good as it gets. There's no one who uses a cell phone who doesn't know about Penguin. These 2 are one over the other. If he did that math, wouldn't Lin Chen be worth several $100 billion? ******. Brother-in-law, Dragon Lake and Penguin are yours too? Zhang Lei only felt his heart pounding. What a virtue! How could one's oldest sister be in love with such a character? Jiang Min and Zhang Haitao had already had their minds shaken a bit by these 3 pieces of news. I own Long Lake. Penguin, I just have a bit of a stake in it, Lin Chen explained with a smile. It's already awesome, okay? I'll go. Brother-in-law, if my sister pisses you off in the future you tell me and I'll help you clean him up, Zhang Lei said excitedly. Zhang Shuawei, are you polite? Chapter 172 Revisiting the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Zhang Shuawei looked as if she wanted to beat up Zhang Lei. Her willow eyebrows raised and she pouted. Zhang Lei, you heartless, I'm your own sister, he said, and raised his fist in a gesture to strike. Zhang Lei's neck shrank in fear and hurriedly said to Zhang Shuawei curtly, Sis, I'm just kidding, you're a big man, don't take it personally. Zhang Shuawei grunted, lowered her fist and said, that's more or less the same. Next time you dare to talk nonsense, see if I don't clean you up. Jiang Min and Zhang Haitao chatted a few more words then returned to the room, leaving the space for the youngsters. Brother-in-law, can you come up with a way to get Penguin to come up with an international version of Green Bubble? It's just too hard not being able to pay with Green Bubble abroad, Zhang Lei complained. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. It's not something I can do just because I want to. It's not in our country after all. Zhang Lei shook his head regretfully. Okay. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. When I opened it, it was President Zhang of Ginkgo Hospital calling. Lin Chen signaled Zhang Shuawei and Zhang Lei to take a call. Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Zhang Yud. Last time you instructed me to dig Dr. Lin Lin from the First People's Hospital of Jintang County to our hospital. The other party did not agree. It turned out that Zhang Yud had been contacting Lin Yi for the past few days, but they had all been rejected by Lin Yi. The price had been set high, but it still wasn't agreed upon. Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about this. Zhang Yud sniffed in relief. Okay, Lin Dong. Lin Chen asked a few more questions about the hospital then hung up. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhang Yud's call, he almost forgot that there was such a thing, knowing that this was rewarded by the system. After thinking about it again, he decided to go to Ginkgo Hospital to find Lin Yi in person. Shuawei, Zhang Lei, I have to go out. Lin Chen opened his mouth. Both men's eyes went to him. Earlier, I asked Dean Zhang of Ginkgo Hospital to poach Dr. Lin Lin from the First People's Hospital of Jintang County to come over, but as a result, Dean Zhang just called to say that Dr. Lin Yi didn't agree. Lin Chen said with a frown. Zhang Shuawei asked curiously, so what are you going to do? I'm going to make a trip to Ginkgo Hospital myself to talk to Dr. Lin Yi face to face. When Zhang Lei heard this, he immediately said, Dr. Lin is my father's lifesaver. Brother-in-law, we're going along. It just so happens that we also made a banner for Director Lin earlier, so it's a good time to send it along. Zhang Shuawei nodded her head in agreement. Yes, let's go together. Lin Chen smiled. Alright, then let's set off. So, the 3 of them went downstairs together. Zhang Lei walked towards his Mercedes E300, unlocked it and opened the door. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, while Zhang Shuawei sat in the back. Zhang Lei started the car and it slowly drove out of the neighborhood. Brother-in-law, surely you haven't been in one of these hundreds of thousands of dollars, have you? Jiang Lei joked. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. That's not true. Lin Chen looked out the car window, his mind racing with thoughts. Keep in mind that you were struggling to part with those few extra dollars for a cab ride just over a month ago. The car weaved through the city streets, the view out the window receding. Finally, they arrived at Ginkgo Hospital. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the hospital building. People came and went in the hospital, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Lin Chen asked the information desk for the location of Dr. Lin Yi's office, then led Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Lei in that direction. Hey, this person seems to be the one who came to our hospital last time, and the dean even received him personally? The nurse at the counseling desk muttered with hindsight as she watched the backs of Lin Chen and the others leave. With that, he hastily took his cell phone out. That handsome guy who was personally received by the dean last time and solved our hospital's big trouble is here again. He even brought a banner to Director Lin. This handsome guy should be here to thank Director Lin. I hope he can help Director Lin a little. I think it hangs. After all, he offended the dean. Arriving outside the office, Lin Chen knocked on the door a few times. Come in. Lin Yi's slightly tired voice came from inside. Only then did the three of them, Lin Chen, push the door and walk in. Mr. Lin, M.S. John? As soon as Lin Yi saw that it was Lin Chen, he hurriedly stood up. Director Lin, my father has recovered very well and can already walk normally. We mainly came here this time specifically to thank you, Jiang Shuawei said as she took out the banner. Lin Yi's eyes were glowing as soon as he saw the banner, but he quickly tightened them. There's no need to be so polite. A patient's recovery is the best gift to us doctors, Lin Yi said with a smile. Director Lin, just take it. How can I take it back when I've sent it over? Jiang Lei took the banner and shoved it into Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to accept it. But there was no hiding the smile at the corners of that mouth. And just then, a few more doctors walked in and took one look at the situation to see what was happening. At once a few of the doctors' eyes reddened a little with jealousy. Yo, Director Lin, you got your first banner in life? Show us what it says. Yes, Director Lin, enlighten us. The smile on Lin Yi's face faded. No, how can you show off something from a patient's family? Lin Yi's tone was very flat. Those doctors gave Lin Yi a disdainful look. What's the point of pretending? It's one thing if you can still stay in the hospital. That's it. It's just a banner. Look how proud he is. A few doctors muttered a few words in whispers, then sized up the three Lin Chens before sitting back at their workstations. Lin Yi's body, which had been strengthened by the system, naturally took in these words. There was some doubt in my mind. Logically, with doctors in an office at the same time, and Lin Yi still being the director, these doctors shouldn't have dared to offend Lin Yi so much. Also, that what can or cannot stay in the hospital is one thing. It's hard not to believe that Lin Yi has committed something. To be dismissed by the dean? Lin Chen was deep in thought when Lin Yi's apologetic voice came to his ears. Excuse me, why don't we talk somewhere else? No problem. Lin Chen immediately agreed without saying a word. He was worried that this place wasn't a good place to open his mouth about letting Lin Yi jump ship. Lin Yi was stunned by Lin Chen's dry decisiveness, but it was quickly responded to. Wait for me a little, Lin Yi said, and hung the banner on the most prominent spot on the wall beside him. Gift, Lin Yi, Director, Jintang County People's Hospital No. 1. The medical skills are credible and the medical ethics are honorable. From patient Zheng Haitao, Chapter 173. What is a doctor's vocation? Lin Yi indifferently glanced at the few doctors who were looking at the brocade banners with envious faces. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lin, shall we go? Yes. When Lin Yi, Lin Chen and the four of them left the office, several doctors discussed it again. Didn't this Lin Yi say that silk banners sent by patients' families aren't for showing off? How come it's hanging on the wall in the blink of an eye? Oh, it's just to piss us off on purpose. MD deserves to be targeted by the dean. If it wasn't for him, would our department be at the bottom of the list every month? It is. Might as well resign and leave. Maybe I can earn a job as a director too. Just you? What? You're not convinced. A few minutes later, Lin Chen, Lin Yi and the four of them arrived at the downstairs seats. Mr. Lin, why don't you just tell me what you have to do? I'll try to help if I can, Lin Yi said directly to the point. From Jiang Shuawei's first words about the main reason for coming to thank her, he knew there must be something else. Lin Chen smiled. Then I'm not going to sell myself short. Director Lin, I'm the owner of Ginkgo Hospital. Lin Yi's eyes snapped open when he heard this. What? You're the owner of Ginkgo Hospital? It was no wonder that after Ginkgo Hospital contacted him and he refused, the director even came to see him in person. It turned out to be because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Exactly. Lin Yi suddenly thought about Chao Jinlong's matter, and his heart calmed down. No wonder Chao Jinlong's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Mr. Lin, since you're the owner of Ginkgo Hospital, then you should know that I've refused many times, and I have no plans to jump ship for the time being. Linny still shook his head and refused. Jiang Lei, who was on the side, sniffed and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Shuiwei's eyes. Director Lin, it seems to me that those doctors didn't treat you very well. Can you tell me about it? Lin Chen didn't dwell on the topic of whether Linny jumped ship or not. Linny was silent for a long time and sighed before speaking. I'll let you guys see the joke. Mr. Lin, can I ask you a question? Linny met Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen smiled. Sure. What is a doctor's vocation? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Saving lives. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Yes, a doctor's vocation is to save lives and help the injured. So what's wrong with me looking out for my patients, trying to get them to use as little expensive medication as possible, and lightening their burden? I've seen countless times patients who have given up on treatment because they can't afford it. Are they at fault? They're not wrong, but the sky-high cost of treatment is something they can't afford. They don't honor life? Neither. In the end, it's a question of money. I'm trying to find ways to get patients to spend less money, but I didn't realize the hospitals weren't happy about it. Oh, speaking of this, the light in Lin Yi's eyes dimmed. All three of Lin Chen fell silent. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a touch of respect for the man in front of him, dressed in white and with a haggard face. You're not wrong. You're doing the right thing. Lin Chen opened his mouth and said softly. He thought of Zhou Dongxue. If it wasn't for him having the system and the money, would Zhou Dongxue still be as active as she is now? Will my uncle's family ever be the same? I'm afraid one will have to give up on the treatment, and one will have to dump his family's money to get it. I didn't think I was wrong either, so I didn't really care what they thought of me, but I didn't realize they wouldn't schedule my surgery. Lin Yi's fists were clenched as he said this, seemingly trying his best to restrain the anger in his heart. His mind went back to that day in the dean's office. Director Lin, think about it for a while. From the patient's point of view, you are great, you are selfless, but hospitals also need to survive and make a profit. If every doctor did what you do, would our hospitals still be open? Also, count yourself how many charity surgeries you've actually taken the lead in organizing. That's all there is to say. Come back to me when you've thought it through. It was also after that time that he, a director, was actually reduced to the point where he couldn't even get on the operating table. Even thinking about this, Lin Yi's hand couldn't help but clench. Lin Chen also noticed Lin Yi's movements and a smile appeared on his face. Yeah, that's it. Dr. Lin, so can you tell me the reason I don't want to go to Ginkgo Hospital? Lin Chen continued to open his mouth and asked. Lin Yi hesitated. Even public hospitals are in this situation. And Ginkgo Hospital, being a private hospital, the situation will only get worse than this, right? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Chen's heart instantly relaxed. Steady, Director Lin, I can give you a promise. As long as you come to Ginkgo Hospital, you'll be the same director of the department and will only be treated no worse. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Yi sighed. It's not the treatment I care about. I care about me being able to help each patient as much as I can. Mr. Lin, thank you for your kind words and for looking up to me, but the transfer to the hospital, forget it. I have some business in my department, so I won't accompany the three of you. Lin Yi gave his expulsion order and stood up at the same time. Don't be in a hurry. Director Lin, if I can still promise that as long as you come to Ginkgo Hospital, you can do whatever you want to do with confidence and boldness, and that nothing that you have suffered in this hospital is likely to happen, then would you still consider transferring to another hospital? I'm looking at your medical skills, Director Lin, not the benefits that come with them. Lin Chen slowly spoke. Lin Yi's body stiffened, and his pupils contracted violently. Are you telling the truth, Mr. Lin? Even if I try to spend as little as possible for the sake of my patients, or even do charity surgeries? Lin Yi looked at Lin Chen with glowing eyes, full of anticipation. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. Everything in Ginkgo Hospital is under my say-so. As long as I'm in Ginkgo Hospital for one day, what I say counts. Great. Thank you, Director Lin. If that's the case, then I'm willing to be transferred. Lin Yi was so excited that he even wanted to bow to Lin Chen. Luckily, Lin Chen reacted quickly and stopped it in time. Director Lin, but I have one more request. Lin Yi quickly calmed down. As long as what Lin Chen said was true, it didn't matter if he was treated even worse. Mr. Lin, you say. Unconsciously, Lin Yi's address to Lin Chen took on honorifics. It's okay to do charitable surgery, but only if the patient's family situation is one of great hardship, and only if it meets the hospital's approval. Lin Chen said and added another sentence. Of course, going through the approval process is just a precautionary measure. With me, no one can embarrass you in that process. Chapter 174, Lifting the Dark Clouds to See the Moonlight. No problem. I can take it. Lin Yi agreed directly without saying a word. To him, he even felt that Lin Chen had asked for less. Then it's no problem. I'll have someone from Ginkgo Hospital contact you afterward, and my commitment to you will be written in the contract. When Lin Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face as well. Oh, how much do you owe? a couple $100,000 a month, tops, and the move is good for the hospital's reputation. Of course, the most important thing is the system's reward. The market value of Boomerang Medical is more than 14 billion renminbi. Among all the medical companies in China, those are at the forefront. That's something a pig would understand, isn't it? Just then, Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated. Scanning through, it was a message from Lu Hai. Dong Lin, I've already investigated the matter of Dong Fang that you asked me to investigate. Lin Chen didn't make a sound on his face and put away his cell phone. Let's leave it at that for today then. Don't you have things to do, Director Lin? Lin Chen also stood up at this time. Linny understood in seconds. Okay, Mr. Lin, why don't I give you guys a ride? No, Director Lin. I look forward to our meeting at Ginkgo Hospital. Linny re-entered the hospital building. At the moment he only felt an incomparable sense of relief, rather like a feeling that he had set aside the dark clouds to see the moon. Hello, Director Lin. A couple of the little nurses smiled and greeted. Hello guys. Linny returned the smile, then continued walking towards the office. A few of the little nurses are looking at me and me at you at this point. Ha! I haven't seen Director Lin smile in a long time. Hey, looks like Director Lin is in a good mood today. I heard that it was the young handsome guy who solved the hospital's public opinion problem last time who came to see Director Lin. A few of the little nurses started chattering and gossiping again. Linny returned to his office at this time. Phew, I really envy Director Lin, so leisurely all day long, going to talk to the recovered patient's family for such a long time. That's just it, it's not like us regular doctors. We're so busy. Director Lin, why don't I make you a cup of tea? You take another nap? The moment a few doctors saw Linny walk in, they immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, no, thanks, Linny said indifferently, and then his mouth hummed involuntarily. We the people, be happy today. Several doctors looked at each other. On the other hand, Lin Chen and the three of them also left the hospital and got into Jiang Lei's Mercedes. Ah Chen, why do you have to let Director Lin come to work at Ginkgo Hospital? Is it really because Director Lin's medical skills are so high? Jiang Shuiwei finally couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lei also looked at Lin Chen with great curiosity. Lin Chen thought about it and made up a reason off the top of his head. That's right, I've read Director Lin's profile. It's a good fit for our Ginkgo Hospital. Our hospital is lacking experts in this heart area. That wouldn't be such a trip for a big boss like you, would it? I'll tell you all about it later when I get a chance. I've got something else I need to call Lu Hai about. Jiang Shuiwei saw this and stopped pursuing. He did misspeak a bit himself. Lin Chen then made a call to Lu Hai. Lin Dong. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Hai's respectful voice came through. Well, talk about Dong Feng. Okay, Dong Lin. After our investigation, Dong Feng really hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. As for the manager that you focused on investigating, Mr. Lin, he only had a meal with Dong Feng, and there were no more personal dealings behind him. Lin Chen's heart was relieved when he heard this. Dong Feng is doing a great job as the general manager of Imperial Palace, plus his son Dong Hao is also working under him. If Dong Feng really had a problem, it would be a bit of a hassle. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's gaze was slightly cold. Is Wang Defa treating him like a sandwall? You're going to lie to him about something you can find out with a little research? Jiang Shuiwei saw that Lin Chen's expression was a bit cold and asked with some worry. Ah Chen, what happened to Manager Dong? Is it hard to believe that it's really like what Wan Er's father said? Manager Dong? What Manager Dong? Jiang Lei asked curiously. Drive your car properly. It's none of your business. What's the point of interrupting? Jiang Shuiwei patted Jiang Lei's shoulder. Dong Feng is fine. That Wang Defa is lying to me. Lin Chen shook his head and said, That's good. That's good. Jiang Shuiwei sniffed in relief. After returning home, Lin Chen contacted Zhang Yud's side and explained Lin Yi's situation. Okay Lin Dong, I'll contact Dr. Lin Yi right away. Aha. On the other side, inside the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, Lin Yi is writing his resignation. He couldn't wait to get out of this place at this point. Buzz. The cell phone next to Lin Yi's computer vibrated. Pick it up. It's an unknown caller. Notes? No. Hello, what can I do for you? Lin Yi held his cell phone by his neck, his eyes looking at the computer screen, his hands constantly tapping the keyboard. Hello, Dr. Lin Yi. I'm Zhang Yud, the director of Ginkgo Hospital. I'm not interrupting your work, am I? The voice on the phone made Lin Yi look startled. With that, he immediately took the phone in his hand. No interruptions. I have been expecting a call from your hospital. Lin Yi's voice seemed somewhat respectful. After all, this one was his boss behind him. The two doctors still remaining in the office next to them looked at each other when they heard Lin Yi's remark, then strained their ears to listen to Lin Yi's call. Zhang Yud was also a little surprised that Lin Yi had such a big change in attitude. You know that before, Lin Yi hadn't been false, but it's normal for Lin Dong to step in. Ha 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 ha. The other things Lin Dong has already told you, so I won't repeat them. We will strictly implement all the requirements that Lin Dong promised, so don't worry about that. Lin Yi's expression was suddenly agitated. Before, he might still have some doubts, fearing that what Lin Chen said did not represent the other shareholders, but now he kind of let go of his worries completely. Okay, good. Dean Zhang, I wonder when I can go over there. There's no rush. I'll send someone from the hospital to you tomorrow to sign the contract. After you've read the contract, if there are no problems, you can come over and start anytime after you sign it, Zhang Yid said with a smile. This Lin Yi, although I do not know how the medical skills, but can let Lin Dong go through all the trouble to dig over. That is certainly not simple. Try not to be offended. No problem. Lin Yi agreed with his mouth full. After hanging up, Lin Yi took several deep breaths. With that, I continued to write my resignation. The two doctors looked at each other and both saw the shock and joy in the other's eyes. Shocked that Lin Yi is actually jumping ship. The happy thing was that after Lin Yi left, they'd have a chance to sit in the director's seat. Taking a step back, at least the performance would go up, right? Chapter 175. How dare I go down there? I've got great news. What news? Director Lin is jumping ship. I heard it with my own ears when he was on the phone. I'll go. It's true. That's great. Yeah, it's going to be great back there. You'll get more money every month at least, right? The news that Lin Yi was going to jump ship quickly spread through the hospital. After printing out his resignation, Lin Yi left the office towards the dean's office. All the doctors and nurses along the way looked at him with strange eyes. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled, but thinking that he would be leaving this place soon, he didn't bother to explore. Director Lin, are you going to another hospital? At that moment, a nurse came over and asked curiously. Lin Yi was a little surprised. How did you know? The little nurse had an answer in her heart when she heard this answer from Lin Yi. It's still true, but it's good that you've been transferred to the hospital. Director Lin, you're a good person and staying here will only limit your development. As for who you heard it from, well, of course it's the people in your department. The little nurse playfully finished and left. Lin Yi suddenly realized that he had overlooked them. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Nothing hangs. Director Lee, are you telling the truth? Lin Yi is jumping ship? The dean's eyes widened when he heard the orthopedic director. Lee, speak. It's hard to say if it's true or not, but it's what the doctors in Director Lin's department heard when they listened to Director Lin on the phone. Orthopedic Director Lee said. Dean's face sank. Then it's 8 or 9. Humph. It's not even if this Lin Yi is disobedient and doesn't think about the hospital or the department. Now he actually wants to jump ship. What a white-eyed wolf. At first that public opinion was still caused by him. In the end, he even let the hospital take the blame for him. And now he actually crossed the river and broke the bridge. He's really not well-bred, Dean said in exasperation. Hey, it's already happened. He can't create any performance for our hospital anyway, so why don't we just let him have his way? Director Lee asked, looking tentatively at Dean. Gone one person, but also one less competitor. You know the vice president of the position has also been empty for so long. Dean shook his head. This kid is the beloved disciple of Huaxi's elder Zhao. Having him so connected is also good for our hospital. Besides, Lin Yi is a genius doctor himself. If we can get him to look out for the hospital, the value to the hospital is immeasurable. Director Lee was shocked in his mind. I didn't realize that Lin Yi actually had this layer of relationship in place. Elder Zhao, that's one of the most authoritative experts in cardiology in China. For a while Director Lee didn't know what to say. Bang bang bang, there came a knock on the door. Come in, Dean murmured. The Dean and Director Lee froze when they saw who came in. Dean, I'll get back to work then. Director Lee immediately got up to take his leave. Good, Dean nodded. Lin Yi waited for Director Lee to leave the office before he took out his prepared resignation letter and placed it on his desk. Dean, here's my letter of resignation. Please take a look at it. Lin Yi's expression was very cold. Dean sighed, picked up the letter and scanned it briefly, then put it down. Can you tell us why you quit? Lin Yi remained cold. It's nothing. People have their own plans for their lives. When the Dean saw how Lin Yi didn't give him any face, his freshly enhanced expression collapsed again. Lin Yi, I ask myself that our hospital hasn't treated you too badly, right? Shouldn't you have discussed this with me in advance even if you wanted to transfer to another hospital or jump ship? Is this a resignation application? This is a resignation report, isn't it? Dean's tone volume lifted as he spoke. Oh, the hospital treats me well? Lin Yi snorted. I won't go into details about how much the hospital shorted me in bonuses, will I? I'm not going to tell you how many times I've helped out for free, right? Also, now it won't even schedule me for surgery. And you call that treating me well? Dean choked. Didn't I give you reasons why you weren't scheduled? Right, didn't I think about coming to you? Dean was silent. Last time you brought public opinion to the hospital, it was the hospital that helped deal with it, wasn't it? That was handled by Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, that's the one I invited over too. That was handled by Mr. Lin, so I'm going to go work for Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, that is my. What did you say? You're going to work for Mr. Lin? Dean was confused. Mr. Lin runs a hospital? Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, I'll sign it for you, but you have to tell me which hospital, Dean said through clenched teeth. He would sign even without Lin Chen. Just now, he just wanted to take a breath. Who knew that he would get an extra bellyful of gas instead? Ginkgo Hospital. This time Linny was honest. Ginkgo Hospital? Ginkgo Hospital in Tianfu City? Dean exclaimed. Ginkgo Hospital, that's the best private hospital in Tianfu City. Sign it, Linny urged. Dean took a deep breath and picked up his pen. An hour or so later, Linny left the office with his things in his arms amidst the gazes of the differently colored doctors in the department. It just felt like all this disinfectant smell in the hospital was inexplicably good. In a puff of smoke, he walked out of the hospital. I didn't expect Director Lin to move so quickly. The news has only just gotten out, and this is all packed up and gone. It's a pity. I won't be able to see such a handsome doctor in the future. Several nurses sighed as they looked at Lin Yi's departing figure. Hello, Dean Zhang. Why don't I come to Ginkgo Hospital myself tomorrow? I can be inducted tomorrow. Right. The formalities over here are all done. The time soon came to the next day. Lin Chen was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Brother-in-law. Something big is happening. John Lei's anxious voice came from outside the door. Lin Chen got dressed and then got out of bed and opened the door to his room. What's up? So urgent. Lin Chen yawned. Stayed up late last night playing pesticides until after 3. At this time, there was not only Jian Lei standing at the door, but also Jiang Shuewei. Tatsu, the group you were looking for the other day is downstairs now. What should we do? My mom went out to buy groceries, and my dad went out to play mahjong. If they come back later they'll be in trouble. Jiang Shuewei was also a bit anxious. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and picked up his cell phone to see that Xiuhu had called himself a number of times. While walking toward the living room window, he asked, "What the hell? How did they find this place?" Jiang Lei's face was bitter. "I don't know. That guy added me to green bubbles again today and I didn't agree. And then he found my number somewhere and said something about apologizing to us. I saw several cars downstairs, a crowd of people. How dare I go down?" Chapter 176. Are you insulting me? Lin Chen was not the least bit afraid. The rule of law society, and in such a densely populated neighborhood. What can they do? Besides, there's Tiger and the others. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and called little Tiger over. Tiger, what's with that crowd? Lin Chen asked. Mr. Lin, this group of people arrived downstairs in the district 20 minutes ago, and then they have been waiting downstairs for someone to go up. Mr. Lin will be right over, Tiger said sharply. Aha. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuewei and Jian Lei after hanging up the phone. Someone's coming up. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a knock came from outside the door. Knock knock. Mr. Lin, Mr. Jiang, are you there? We mean no harm. We just want to apologize for our behavior the night before last. A voice came from outside the door. It should be the one called Wu Yifan. What to do, brother-in-law? Jiang Lei looked at Lin Chen with some hand-wringing. Jiang Shuewei was also a bit flustered, but with Lin Chen around, but it didn't show particularly obvious. Wait a while, Lin Chen said calmly. Then there was some talking outside the door. What do you want? Hurry down. We mean no harm. We're just here to apologize. Go down first, or don't blame us for doing it. Well. Another rustle down the stairs followed at the door. Lin Chen had a smile on his face. You can open the door now. Jian Lei was convinced of Lin Chen's words, and upon hearing this, he directly walked over and opened the door. Outside the door were clearly the 5 little tigers. A look of surprise appeared on Jian Lei's face. It's you guys. Come on in. Mr. Jiang is interrupting. Tiger snorted, and then the 4 of them stood guard outside and walked into the room alone. Mr. Lin, those people have gone down for now. Little Tiger walked in and saw Lin Chen and said respectfully, and this is? Jiang Shuewei asked suspiciously. Sis, they're the bodyguards my brother-in-law hired. Jiang Lei snatched the answer. Xiaohu sniffed and glanced at Jiang Shuewei. The 5 of you will accompany me down there later. If there is a conflict, can the 5 of you handle those people? Lin Chen looked at little Tiger. Tiger was very confident. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, the 5 of us brothers have no problem. It's just a dozen or 2. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Shuewei and Jian Lei. You'll be upstairs later. Keep the door closed and I'll do the rest. How can this work? Brother-in-law, I'll accompany you down. I caused the trouble. How can I let you face it alone? Jian Lei shook his head and said, Tiger Cub 5, please open the microphone for communication. I'm going too. Jiang Shuewei also said. A few minutes later, Lin Chen Jian Lei, along with the 5 little tigers, went downstairs. Dad, what if they don't come down? Do we have to wait here forever? That's a little too disrespectful, isn't it? Wu Yifan grumbled in dissatisfaction. You brats still have the nerve to say that. Do you know how much money we lost because of you? Wu Zhenjun's heart ached just thinking about it. That's several large orders of several $1 million, plus other orders worth a total of $10 or $20 million. This one will clear it all out straight away. That is to say that even if this matter is resolved, until new orders come in, their factory is in a state of shutdown. Wu Yifan was very unconvinced. They told me to kneel down and apologize, so I'm really kneeling down and apologizing? Besides, who knew that person came from such a big place? Wu Jianjun made a move to slap him, but couldn't bear it. Shufan, how come our son is such a thing? Wasn't it you who spoke up to apologize on your knees? What? You can't do it? If you can't do it, you can't say anything. Also, he drives a $70 million car. Even a pig would know that other people's backgrounds are not ordinary, right? Wu Yifan shrunk his neck. It was the first time he had been lectured by Wu Jianjun like this. Beside a number of that night participated in the incident of the fox and dog friends is also very frightened, including that by the small tiger's hard-mouthed brother. They all have a little bit of money from their families and have started a small company, and their situation is far worse than Wu Yifan's family. At Wu Yifan's request and intimidation, they could only come over together to apologize as well. Wu Yifan was about to retort when he saw the five to Xiuhu walking in front, followed by Lin Chen and Jian Lei together out of the unit door. Dad, they're coming out. Wu Jianjun hurriedly looked over. The lad is so handsome, only a little worse than Master Reader. Wu Jianjun couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. Throwing away the distractions in his mind, Wu Jianjun pulled Wu Yifan and hurriedly greeted him, and a group of foxes and friends also hurriedly followed. The five little tigers immediately assumed an attack stance. Don't go any further. Wu Jianjun and the others hurriedly stood still and laughed dryly a few times. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. I'm Wu Yifan's father, and I've specially dragged my untalented son here today to make amends to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin was the name Wu Yifan had heard Xiuhu call Lin Chen before. Wu Jianjun said and waved his hand towards behind him. A man then brought over a box. Wu Jianjun opened the box in front of Lin Chen and the others, and there were bundles of RMB inside, and at a rough glance, there were at least several $100,000. Wu Jianjun actually knew that Lin Chen definitely couldn't look at his hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he really couldn't do anything about it. I'm afraid that if I send something else, I'll be patting the horse on the back and upsetting the other party. Thought about it and decided to send money. Can you at least show Lin Chen your sincerity? Jian Lei was shocked in his heart. It was the first time he had seen so much money in front of him. Rather, he thought of his brother-in-law's background. CH, how dare you take out this much money? Lin Chen looked at the bundles of red RMB in the box, a mocking smile on his face. Wu Jianjun, right? Since you were able to find this place, it means you know a little bit about my identity, right? Do you think I'll be worse off with this amount of money? Are you insulting me? When Wu Yifan heard Lin Chen address his dad, a flash of anger appeared on his face, but once he thought of the state of his family's company, he could only endure it. It was only the eyes that looked at Lin Chen that were darkly hostile. The smile on Wu Jianjun's face also froze. Being called by his name by a junior in front of so many people, a surge of anger welled up in his heart, but it was quickly restrained. The smile on his face unchanged. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin, that's all we can take out. Absolutely no offense to you. Want me to leave you guys alone? Yes, no problem. Lin Chen's words changed. Wu Jianjun's face showed a touch of joy. God knows how hard it has been for him in the past 2 days, looking for people everywhere. It also took a lot of effort to find Jian Lei's identity information. You name it, Mr. Lin, as long as we can do it, we'll make sure you're satisfied. Chapter 177. 51% of the shares of All American arrived. Lin Chen clasped his hands in front of his chest and said coldly, let your good son kneel down and apologize in public now, and kowtow 3 more times. Say Woma 10 times out of your mouth, and I can consider thinking about letting you go. When Wu Yifan left the night before, he just cursed a mud horse. Lin Chen naturally wanted to make him learn a lesson, and not to have such a foul mouth when he was out and about. Jian Lei also secretly smacked his lips. I guess it's hard for anyone with a little bit of filial piety to say these words, right? Not to mention in front of his own father. His own brother-in-law was indeed a man with a grudge, a man of nature. The smile on Wu Jianjun's face instantly froze, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. His wife had passed away, and this was a permanent pain in his heart, and Lin Chen's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wounds. Wu Yifan's face also changed drastically, angrily pointing at Lin Chen's nose, just about to start cursing, when Wu Jianjun hastily reached out to stop him. The dead have passed away. He now wants his son to live a good life on the line. The words are certainly not possible to say, only to see if they can be eased again. Dad, this you can tolerate? Wu Yifan roared, his eyes bloodshot. He had never met his mother, but he knew that his mother had died in childbirth while giving birth to himself. Therefore, in Wu Yifan's mind, the image of his mother was perfect and could not be blasphemed. Okay, I'll explain this matter to you when I get back. Wu Jianjun drank in a low voice. Wu Yifan no longer said anything, but only looked at Lin Chen with an even more ferocious look, itching to eat Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, these words are a bit much. The canine son is indeed at fault, but such a request is really. Wu Jianjun held back the anger in his heart and tried to discuss with Lin Chen again. Lin Chen snorted coldly. Excessive? Wasn't your good son also a grass mud horse at that time? When he insults others, why doesn't he think about whether it's excessive or not? Wu Jianjun glanced at Wu Yifan. He was angry and helpless in his heart. His son had caused trouble and now he was so embarrassed. Wu Yifan gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Lin Chen. I can apologize for what I said at the time, but trying to get me to insult my mother? No way. Lin Chen was unmoved. If you want me to let you guys go, this is the only way. Otherwise it's a no-go. Even if you guys spend time here today, don't think I'll change my mind. Wu Jianjun frowned, caught in a dilemma. If Lin Chen's request wasn't met, his own family's business might be completely ruined. But it was even more impossible to ask his son to say those words in public. Dad, don't beg him. At worst, we'll quit the company. I don't believe he can do anything to us. Wu Yifan remained tough. Isn't it just a company? It can't be opened. Run away with tens of millions of dollars. He can live out his life in style. Wu Jianjun was shaking with anger. You asshole. It's all your fault. Lin Chen coldly watched the quarrel between father and son, without the slightest intention of giving in. Mr. Lin, can you change the conditions? As long as it's not too much, I'll agree. Wu Jianjun said almost pleadingly. This factory he also raised a number of young followed him to mix the brothers. If he stopped the factory, those brothers in the future days will be bitter. Wu Yifan had lost his mind at this point and cursed at Lin Chen. You asshole, you do whatever you want just because you have a little background. I won't say anything. If you have the guts to get me killed. Those surrounding foxes and dogs saw that the situation was not right and immediately skipped, cursing Wu Yifan's father and son in their hearts. I'm impressed. I'm supposed to come over here and apologize for solving a problem. Does this look like a problem? Wouldn't this be more cerebral palsy if Lin Chen memorized his face? Wu Jianjun didn't care about those who slipped away, rushing to stop his son once again before bowing towards Lin Chen and apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. My wife died in childbirth while giving birth to my son. So, Lin Chen froze. This was something he really hadn't been unaware of. The information given to him at that time, he just roughly scanned it to see what kind of identity background and left it alone. But wanting him to let the family go, to let Wu Lin home go, that was impossible. The system rewards are out there. The market capitalization of all American home is 16.8 billion renminbi, and that 51% share is 8 or 9 billion RMB. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. Trying to get me to let you guys off the hook is impossible. You get all American to just declare bankruptcy and go out of business and I can stop targeting you father and son. Wu Jianjun just stood still and didn't say anything. Wu Yifan didn't say anything either. He knew that if he angered Lin Chen again, they might even be targeted as father and son at that time. By then it might really be all about eating turnips and pickles. Ryoko, Wu Jianjun sighed. I know, Mr. Lin, I'll do as you say, and I hope you won't target us father and son in the future. After saying that, Wu Jianjun's figure was hunched over for a few minutes. Wu Yifan suddenly felt as if his father had aged. Aha! Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Wu Jianjun bowed again towards Lin Chen, then left with Wu Yifan and the others. After Wu Jianjun and his group left, Zhang Lei was finally relieved. Luckily his parents hadn't come back yet. It would be hard to explain if they bumped into him. He'd be cursed to death if they knew what a big mess and commotion had been made. Well settled, Lin Chen said to Zhang Lei with a smile. Thank you so much, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you were really handsome just now. Seeing this, Zhang Shuiwei upstairs also stuck her head back. On the other hand, Wu Jianjun led Wu Yifan back to the Wu Lin home office. Dad, are we really going to shut down the factory and declare bankruptcy? Wu Yifan was still a bit reluctant. Wu Jianjun looked at his son, his heart filled with helplessness. What can I do? You haven't caused any trouble for so long, and now you've got me in trouble with someone with this kind of background. Do you know who else was targeting us that day besides Unityland? Wu Yifan subconsciously asked. Who? Penguin. Wu Yifan's eyes were filled with fear. How can that be? Day 2. Wu Jianjun demobilized the workers in the fastest time possible, especially the brothers who used to follow him, and gave a very generous fee. Bankruptcy was declared immediately thereafter. Lin Chen also received a system beep in his head at the first opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. 51% of all American homes has been acquired in the name of the host. System reward distribution is complete. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he heard the system's beep in his head. It's been a few days since I've heard a beep about acquiring shares, and it's been wonderful. And at the same time, there was a major earthquake within the top ranks of all American homes. Chapter 178 Acquired shares of a small company. You mean to tell me that one man acquired 51% of all American at the same time? A man listened incredulously to the report from Long Chang, the general manager of All American. On the phone. Yes, Dong Song. Okay, I got it. Sonia put down her cell phone, her face cloudy. He has a 33% stake in All American, previously the number one shareholder in All American, and as a result, after pulling in a few shareholders, he took direct control of the AGM, and as a result, All American has always had the position of chairman of the board. Now someone of unknown origin has quickly acquired 51% of All American at a rapid pace. That means that all of America is now out of his control. How? Even now, Sonia was still in a bit of disbelief. What the hell has acquired so many shares so quickly? Thinking of this, Sonia woke up as if in a dream, panicked and took his cell phone out to call those allies. Hello, old Chow, have you sold your shares? What? A mystery man bought your shares for 50% more than the share price? Line. Old Zhang, you too? Sonia called a number of people in a row, even those with hostile relationships. The end result, the vast majority of people's shares were bought by a mysterious person at a price 50% higher than the share price. He and two others plus the mystery man became the only 4 shareholders in the nation. I'm so convinced. Why don't you buy out my shares if you're so good? Sonia closed her eyes in pain. Destroy it. I'm tired. Sonia slumped lifelessly in her office chair, lost the dream of struggle at only 40 or 50 years old. Another call came in. Is that man's name Lin Chen? Okay, I know. I'll contact Lin Dong. Lin Chen, downstairs of Jiang Shuowei's house in Jintang County. Mom and Dad, Auntie and Uncle, we'll just go ahead. Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min looked at the duo of Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei inside the white supercar, their faces filled with smiles. Good. Xiao Chen must pay attention to safety on the road, huh? Shuowei, when you get to Xiao Chen's house, you must be diligent. Don't be lazy, okay? Don't worry, Mom. I'm diligent, Jiang Shuowei said somewhat sheepishly. When she went to the Lin family, her aunt and uncle wouldn't let her do anything, and she couldn't get into the kitchen. She was helpless. Brother-in-law, I'm going to miss you. John Lei looked at Lin Chen's big lizard reluctantly. Lin Chen had long since seen through John Lei's thoughts and said with some amusement, next time I get a chance I'll lend you my car for a couple days. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, brother-in-law. The 3 members of the Jiang family watched the distant white supercar until it was out of sight. Our daughter is really something, Jiang Min muttered. Yes, Jiang Haitao also exclaimed. The two then looked at each other and then at John Lei. Hey, after a simultaneous sigh, he turned and went up the stairs. John Lei? Who am I kidding? Lin Chen drove the white supercar onto the highway, and Jiang Shuowei sat in the passenger seat, the breeze ruffling her hair. Suddenly, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Chevy, get that for me, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuowei picked up her cell phone and pressed the answer button. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? A respectful male voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Chen responded. Yes, hello Lin Dong. I'm Long Chang, the general manager of All American Home. You have acquired 51% of our company's shares, making you the largest shareholder of All American Home. Do you see when you have time to visit the company and set up a job? Lin Chen thought about it. I won't have time for the next few days, so I'll contact you ahead of time when I'm going over there. Okay, Lin Dong. Then until then, if there are any important matters, I will contact you again. Aha. After chatting a few more sentences, Lin Chen signaled Jiang Shuowei to hang up. Jiang Shuowei's expression was calm. Indeed, she was no longer as easily shocked as she was initially. But still, he looked curiously at Lin Chen and asked, Tatsu, which company is this? Lin Chen replied casually. Acquired 51% of a small company, worth about $8 or $9 billion. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, who was driving the Silby Tuatara with one hand, and her eyes were filled with admiration. A company with a market capitalization of more than $10 billion was just a small company in the mouth of his own boyfriend. But right at this moment, the system beep in Lin Chen's head sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. 100% of Boomerang Medical shares have been successfully acquired in the host's name. System reward distribution is complete. Lin Chen, who was driving, was startled by the sudden system beep in his head. The speeding supercars shook. Luckily it stabilized in the end. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen in shock and concern and said, Tatsu, are you not feeling well? Didn't you get a good night's rest last night? Why don't we stay in the service area for a while you rest? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei, whose face was still flustered, and his face was filled with apologies. Sorry, no need to take a break. I just got carried away for a moment. Good blah. Lin Chen questioned the system in his mind full of anger. System, what do you mean? Do you want to murder the host and replace him again? I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm really sorry, dear host Sama. I've modified the settings for you. In the future, the system prompts will take into account the host's reality. Lin Chen drove his car to the toll booth, and the system beep finally sounded. Lin Chen was going to think that the system was trying to muddle through, and the system beep is much smaller than before. Well, there has to be some compensation, right? I just almost killed myself and my girlfriend in one car, Lin Chen said with dissatisfaction. Ding. First, start distributing compensation packages for the host, to show the system's sincerest apologies to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Ferrari Lafa color of your choice bundle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million renminbi. It has now been released to the host's card. The distribution of the system compensation gift pack is complete. Lin Chen skimmed his lips. Sure enough, it's just a compensation package, with a total value of just a little over a few hundred million RMB. But it's the equivalent of whoring for nothing, which is nice. And at this time inside Ginkgo Hospital, I welcome you, Director Lin, to the Ginkgo Hospital family. We look forward to you sparing more patients from their illnesses at Ginkgo Hospital. Zhang Yid smiled and extended his right hand towards Lin Yi. This one is a person that Lin Dong personally dug over, so of course he had to come and receive him personally to show his respect for Lin Shendong. That's what I expect. Lin Yi also extended his hand to shake Zhang Yid's. Director Lin, why don't you let Director Ma take you on a tour of your section below? Okay, please Director Ma. Cap. 179 rich people are capricious. There was another major earthquake within Boomerang Medical Corporation. You mean, all the shares of the company were bought by one person? A man with glasses said with a shocked look on his face. This person is Li Ning, the general manager of Boomerang Medical. Right, we're not in charge of the company anymore, so you can contact him later. I've already sent you the contact information. After saying that, the other side of the phone hung up directly. Li Ning was confused. Where are all the shareholders in my head? There's only one now? It took Li Ning a long time to accept this reality. Looking at the information and contact information sent over from his cell phone, Li Ning was once again in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 18 years old? Freshman at Suzhou University? Is this profile kidding me? Once again, Li Ning exploded. After thinking about it, I made a call. What else is going on? Dong Zhao, did you send your information correctly? An 18-year-old freshman is the only shareholder of our Boomerang right now? Li Ning asked uncertainly. Do you think I'm playing a joke on you? It's unbelievable, but it is what it is, and I didn't send it by mistake. After making sure again and again, Li Ning hung up the phone in a trance. What's wrong with the world? An 18-year-old freshman became the sole shareholder of Boomerang Medical, which has a market capitalization of more than 10 billion renminbi. How scary is this guy's background? Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had already arrived at the villa area at this moment. The phone rang again. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? On the other end of the phone was none other than Li Ning, the general manager of Boomerang Medical. Yes, I am. Lin Chen was carrying something in one hand and following the phone with the other. Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Li Ning, the general manager of Boomerang Medical. Just a moment ago you acquired all the shares of Boomerang Medical and became the sole shareholder of Boomerang Medical. I'm here to report to you. Debriefing won't be necessary. The company will run as usual. And if there's anything you can't decide on, then come back to me. I'll stop by the company in a while. Lin Chen said indifferently. Okay, Lin Dong. After hanging up the phone, Li Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He was careful with his words, afraid that would offend this one. From the short conversation he had just had with Lin Chen, he could hear the casualness in Lin Chen's words. It's as if Boomerang Medical is just a small multi-million-dollar company. The heart was even more determined that Lin Chen's background was absolutely super terrifying. Hey, I don't know if it's good or bad. Li Ning sighed. What does an 18-year-old freshman know? After Lin Chen hung up the phone, Zhang Shuawei asked curiously. What's up, Tatsu? Did that company you just bought contact you again? What's so important? Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. It's not that company, it's another one. Also one I just acquired. Zhang Shuawei was a bit surprised this time. Acquired another company. Ha, what's the market capitalization? Over 10 billion, I think, for a medical company. Lin Chen said with a smile. A medical company? What are you doing acquiring a medical company? Tatsu? Zhang Shuawei was a bit puzzled. What's with the medical company and the penguins? It's okay. The acquisition of Boomerang Healthcare will also work with Ginkgo Hospital and save a lot of costs. Lin Chen said casually. Good blah. Zhang Shuawei could only say money is arbitrary. Since falling in love with Lin Chen, she felt that money was just a string of numbers. Collaboration is all measured in billions. Returning to school is hundreds of millions of dollars in one breath. It's an investment though. In the middle of his thoughts, Lin Chen had already rung the doorbell. The door opened quickly. As soon as Lin Mother saw that it was Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei, she immediately warmly welcomed Zhang Shuawei in. Zhou Ling, who was watching TV, also ran over very happily. Lin Chen just played with Zhang Shuawei at home for a few days, the penultimate day of the National Day holiday. Brother, sister Shuawei, can I go out and play? Zhou Ling suddenly asked. Yeah, we can take you out, Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. No, it's some new friends I made at school, and they asked me to hang out, just at National Lampoon's. Zhou Ling had a pitiful look on her face, afraid that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei would disagree. Jiang Shuawei lost her attention for a moment and turned her gaze to Lin Chen. I can't make that decision. You'll have to talk to your aunt, Lin Chen said helplessly. He wouldn't dare take liberties. After all, Zhou Ling is not familiar with the world. If something happens, but it would be possible for one of them, Tiger, to follow along for covert protection. Brother, if I dare to ask Auntie, why would I be looking for you? I just want you and Sister Shuawei to talk to Auntie for me. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was a bit hesitant. He was sure to get a few words for going. Please brother. Zhou Ling looked at Lin Chen pitifully, and even gestured for Jiang Shuawei to help persuade Lin Chen. Tatsu, I think it should be fine. Shu Ling is so big after all. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Anyway, there's a cell phone, so you can contact us if anything happens. Jiang Shuawei still couldn't help but help Zhou Ling persuade her. Zhou Ling hastily threw over a grateful glance. Well, you guys going to play tomorrow? Lin Chen still agreed. Thank you brother, thank you Sister Shuawei. Right, let's go play tomorrow. I'll tell them the good news now. Zhou Ling was so happy that she sat on the couch and picked up her cell phone and started sending messages. Lin Chen was helpless for a while, and after thinking of wording in his mind, he then stepped into the kitchen under the encouraging gazes of Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Ling. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out with a relaxed face and gave an okay to Zhou Ling's expectant gaze. This made the little girl so happy. Early the next morning, Zhou Ling went out the door amidst 1,000 instructions from Lin's mother, picked up and dropped off by Lin Chen. In order to keep a low profile, it drove Lin's father's Land Rover, and Jiang Shuawei followed along. Therefore when Lin Chen parked his car on the side of the road, there were people paying attention, but it was a lot less. It's better for Zhou Ling. Brother, I'll send you a message when I'm going home then Zhou Ling surveyed the surroundings, her eyes full of happiness. Ray be safe, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Just then, a couple of girls came over. Ray? A girl asked tentatively. Zhou Ling sniffed and turned her head. Oops, it's really you. We've been waiting for you for minutes. A few girls immediately leaned over once they saw that it was really Zhou Ling. Seeing that a few little girls were chatting happily, Lin Chen instructed a few words to Zhou Ling and drove off. Ling, is that your brother? So handsome. A girl looked at the faraway Land Rover with a florid face and said, Chapter 180, I don't run the courts. Zhou Ling tilted her head slightly with slight pride. Of course, I heard from my sister Shuawei that my brother is still the schoolboy of Shuzhou University. Wow, your brother is still from Shuzhou University. It's also a school bully. Your family has great genes. If only I could. A few girls teased and joked with each other, one of them half joking and half serious. Ping Ping, you'd better die of this heart. My brother has a girlfriend. See that pretty girl sitting on the passenger side just now? That's my brother's girlfriend. And my brother and a school, or school flower is what I just said, Shuawei's sister. Zhou Ling said as she gave the girl a blank look. That's really your brother's girlfriend. Pity, Li Ping said sadly. She was instantly amazed when she saw Lin Chen just now. How could there be such a handsome boy in this world? When he saw Jiang Shuawei in the co-pilot, there was still a hint of luck in his heart. What if it was a brother and sister? Hey, Li Ping sighed inwardly. Let's not talk about that. Xiao Ling, it's your first time here, right? We'll take you to play. Yeah. Lin Chen over here had just driven out not long before he received a message from Xiaohu. Boss, I've followed Ms. Ling into the State of the Union. Well, my sister's safety is in your hands. Please don't worry boss. Lin Chen was just about to put down his cell phone when Huang Wei's call came back. Lin Dong, it didn't bother you, did it? No, what is it? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. It's like this Lin Dong, the court side has ruled down today, sentenced Yuan Lu to 3 years of imprisonment. Lin Chen only felt a wave of relief when he heard this. Okay, I get it. So when does he go to jail? It will be implemented in a month's time. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's mood got a few points better. Tatsu, has that uncle of yours been sentenced? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Lin Chen started the car and replied with a smile while saying, that's right, sentenced to 3 years in prison, and he'll be going to jail in a month. Jiang Shuawei also felt very relieved. She had seen the family's behavior, and it was well deserved to have this outcome. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had just returned home when they saw 3 more people who made him extremely disgusted. The people who came were none other than Yuan's mother, Yuan's father, and Yuan Lu. Xiao Yu, can you let aunt and uncle in to talk? Let's have a good chat. Yeah, Xiao Yu, we are at least related by blood. You can't be so heartless, Yuan's father and mother begged bitterly outside the door, but there was no movement inside the villa. When the three heard the movement behind them, they hurriedly looked back and saw Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei getting out of the car. The three rushed to lean in with a bright flash of light. Xiao Chen, it was Auntie's bad attitude before. Auntie apologizes to you. Can we withdraw the case? As long as you can drop the case, I can promise you anything. Xiao Chen Yuan Lu not misappropriated the company 100,000? Uncle Master compensate you 200,000. No, 300,000 okay? As long as you cannot let Yuan Lu in jail. How much you want I buy a house also compensate you. Yuan's father and mother prayed in a very humble manner, no longer having the arrogant vigor they had before. When the court pronounced the sentence just now, they finally felt that fear. If your own son goes to jail, it's really ruined, especially Yuan Lu. That solemn atmosphere, the sense of oppression. He still had palpitations. Just the feel of the courtroom was horrifying to this point. Imagine what it would be like in prison. Yuan Lu's face was pale, and his legs and stomach were shivering at the thought. I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm sorry for the company's diligent cultivation. I'm sorry for the opportunity you gave me before. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry for sister Yu and brother Bing. I'm sorry to society and the people. Xiao Tatsu, I really pray that you can forgive me. I really have sincerely repented. Please forgive me. When Yuan Lu said this, he even directly knelt down towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless for a while. Are these people legally illiterate? Didn't the lawyer tell them either? Now even if he wanted to forgive Yuan Lu, there was no way. The court has already pronounced its judgment in the first trial, and the evidence is so overwhelming that it doesn't even need a second trial. How is it possible that he suddenly chose to drop the case again? He doesn't run the courts. He doesn't get to say what he wants. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about it right now, Lin Chen said indifferently with no expression on his face. He scoffed at Yuan Lu's statement. What sincere repentance? What knowing it's wrong? That's all a lie. You can't feel the pain until the board is on you. That's not that he knows it's wrong. That's that he knows he's scared. How can there be no solution? Tatsu, you just need to drop the case or ask the judge to change the sentence, right? Yuan's mother had tears in her eyes. Lin Chen still shook his head. Seeing this, Yuan's mother suddenly pulled Yuan's father to kneel down. Taken aback. That's a lot of life to lose. Lin Chen directly dodged, but Yuan father and mother had already locked onto Lin Chen's position, and their bodies turned to whichever direction Lin Chen was in. Zhang Shuawei was also seeing this for the first time and her mind went blank. Then she immediately reacted. She wanted to go up and pull the two senior ones up, but she couldn't do it as a girl. Luckily, at this time in the house heard the commotion, Lin father and mother ran all the way out. Lin's father and mother also had a lot of tossing and turning before finally pulling all three up. Only then did Lin Chen stop with a sigh of relief. I really can't do anything about it. The court side has already ruled. I can't change it even if I want to. I don't run the court. It's the state. That's all I have to say. You guys take care of yourselves. Lin Chen was also scared after being tossed around like that just now, and pulled Lin father and mother and Zhang Shuawei to go back to the house. How can it be? Lin Chen, you're too vicious. Yuan mother's face was livid as she hissed towards Lin Chen. What's my son got to do with it? Your son broke the law, okay? He did it to himself. Lin's mother also came to a temper. My son can only talk to me. When did it become your turn to talk? Zhou Yu, you're a white-eyed wolf too. Yuan's mother's eyes widened, not expecting Lin's mother to say that. Reacting, he spilled and screamed. Lin Chen sneered. Not bad for Mother Yuan. Apologize first. Unsuccessfully then start cursing. Can you change the routine? Shut up. Yuan's father suddenly became furious and directly slapped Yuan's mother, who was still screaming and cursing. Yuan's mother covered her mouth and froze. How dare you hit me? You actually hit me? Oh, Yuan mother directly cried again. Could things have gotten to this point if it weren't for you? Yuan's father cursed, then looked at Lin Chen and asked somewhat cautiously. Xiao Chen, I'll clean her up for you. That, Yuan Lu has to matter. Chapter 181, Eat Mess. That's disgusting. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. This Yuan father is not a good thing either. He won't believe in any bitter tricks. I can't help it. Yuan's father's face darkened. Yuan Lu knew that he would definitely have to sit in jail for 3 years, and he was in a trance, and his whole body was not in the least bit energetic. The figure swayed, like a dead tree that had been slammed by a sudden wind. There must be a way, right? I see in novels. Don't all those rich, powerful people get to ignore the law? Tatsu, you're so successful now. There must be a way, right? Like paying someone to go to jail instead of him? Xiao Chen, I'm really begging you. Uncle, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes to find a way out. I've owned a factory for over 20 years before, or I've made a few. Yuan's father spoke with a somewhat unnatural expression. After all, He had made so much money he was still stingy with Lin Chen's parents. Lin Chen also let out a cold laugh. To take a step back, even if it's really possible, why should Lin Chen help Yuan Lu? Because Yuan Lu's mouth stinks? After all, Lin's mother was still somewhat unable to look at this scene, so she turned around and walked into the villa. Yuan's father looked at Zhou Yu's back, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't say anything. Alright, don't waste your energy. Take this month to show Yuan Lu a good time. As soon as Lin Chen's words left his mouth, several doormen ran over. This was the doorman that Lin father had called just now when he saw Lin Chen getting tangled up. Originally, Zhou Yu said to let the security guard to drive people away. Face did not look good, did not call. Wait for this family to stay outside enough to leave themselves. But he hadn't expected that Lin Chen happened to come back with Jiang Shuawei. The door guards directly controlled the 3 Yuan family members as soon as they came over. Let go of me. You are restricting my personal freedom. I'll sue you. Yuan's mother was still screaming, but she was stopped by Yuan's father. The head of the head security chief was covered in cold sweat. After this kind of thing happened last time, he made it a point to have everyone focus on Yuan mother and Yuan Lu, making sure not to let them in. I didn't think they'd slip in after all. This building is the king of buildings. If he offends this family, he's finished. The security chief bowed towards Lin Chen and the others. I'm really sorry guys. It was our dereliction of duty. Lin Chen coldly glanced at the security chief, sending a shiver down his spine. I hope there's no next time. Yes. I promise there won't be a next time. The security chief was relieved to hear this, and then immediately assured him. Then several security guards led the 3 Yuan family members out of the villa area. Lin Chen looked at this scene and for some reason a BGM flashed through his mind. The snowflakes are drifting and the wind is blowing from the north. Heaven and earth. Pale. Back in the house, Lin's father and mother couldn't help but ask, Yuan Lu has been sentenced? Lin Chen nodded. That's right, 3 years in prison. Hearing this, Lin's mother froze for a moment, then sighed. It's self-inflicted. Too. Lin Chen thought so too. Let's just say the only way to put Yuan Lu in jail was found by the family. But if only the family hadn't been so desperate in the first place. But if Yuan Lu saw him that day at the Ronto landing and didn't make a mocking remark. But whenever Yuan's mother doesn't come to the company to make trouble and expand her influence. But I'll cook, Lin's mother lamented, then got up and went into the kitchen. Auntie, let me help you. Jiang Shuawei immediately got up and followed along into the kitchen. At the moment, Lin Chen and Lin father were left in the living room. Dad, how's that supermarket business of yours coming along? Lin Chen said in order to divert attention, so he smiled. Lin Bing came to life as he spoke. That's naturally too good to be true. You don't know. Since you saved that mother and son last time and then exploded onto the internet, everyone knows that you are the owner of the supermarket, and so many people come over to buy things. Other supermarkets are doing poor business, but our supermarket is lining up to check out. Lin Bing's eyes were glowing, and he was talking about the supermarket in great detail. Lin Chen was very happy. He used to think his dad's eyes were hollow and lifeless. Now it's like a second life for his own boss. The two were chatting when Jiang Shuawei suddenly sat over. Aren't you helping in the kitchen? Lin Chen wondered. Hey, Auntie was afraid I'd get tired, so she let me out to rest. Jiang Shuawei hemmed and hawed. Lin Chen saw through it and didn't say anything. Inside the National Colorado, Zhou Ling's group of 4 is lining up to play pirate ship. I'm really afraid to ride this. I feel so scary watching the pirate ship in the video. Zhou Ling's eyes looked at the functioning pirate ship, and her heart was a little frightened. The incessant screams of the people on the pirate ship in her ears were more than enough to make her very scared. Oops, if it's too much for you, let's just try it this once, okay? Yes, life is all about trying. Li Ping and the others kept persuading Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling couldn't stand them, so she reluctantly agreed. Okay, woohoo! Soon it was a few of them. Zhou Ling took a deep breath and resolutely walked onto the pirate ship. No fear. Zhou Ling, you are the bravest. Zhou Ling sat on the pirate ship, constantly encouraging herself. When Li Ping and the others beside her heard Zhou Ling's broken heart, they also laughed and comforted her. It's really nothing. It's not as scary as you think. Maybe you'll want to do it again after the first time. That's it. The pirate ship slowly started, and Zhou Ling's heart was instantly in her throat. As the pirate ship's swing gradually increased, her screams cried out of her mouth uncontrollably. Help! Zhou Ling clutched the handrail, her face pale and her eyes tightly closed. Li Ping shouted from the side, Zhou Ling, open your eyes and see. It's actually very exciting and fun. But where did Zhou Ling dare to open her eyes? She felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest. The pirate ship swung higher and higher. The wind whistled in her ears, and Zhou Ling felt as if she was going to be thrown out. I'm never sitting down again. Stop it now, Zhou Ling cried out. However, the pirate ship wouldn't stop at her shouts, still swinging back and forth in the air. Finally, the pirate ship slowly slowed down and eventually stopped. Zhou Ling's legs went weak, and she was almost helped off the ship by Li Ping and the girls. How is it, Zhou Ling? Doesn't it feel good? Li Ping asked with a smile. Zhou Ling gasped and said, "Never again. It's horrible." Immediately, Zhou Ling only felt a fluttery in her stomach and hurriedly covered her mouth and squatted on the grass aside to vomit. "Ray, are you alright?" Li Ping's hands and feet were busy patting Zhou Ling's back. "It's okay." Zhou Ling waved her hand with a pained expression. "Eek yak. That's disgusting. Can't you just go to the restroom and throw up? I can't believe it." Chapter 182, 9-year compulsory education missing the net. Eek yak. That's disgusting. Can't you just go to the restroom and throw up? I can't believe it. A shrill and disgusted woman's voice came. Zhou Ling and Li Ping's 4 women followed the sound and saw 3 people standing not far away. The 2 women and 1 man were all fashionably dressed, with undisguised disgust and dislike on their faces. "What are you looking at? You're not allowed to talk about what you've done wrong." Another girl followed suit and helpfully counted down Zhou Ling and the others. She clasped her hands to her chest, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with contempt. Although the man didn't say anything, he looked at Zhou Ling, Li Ping and the others with the same disgust. However, when his eyes moved to Zhou Ling and Li Ping, he couldn't help but light up. In his heart, he secretly muttered, "Yoo-hoo, these 2 little girls are quite pretty." "You," Li Ping and the other 2 girls glared in exasperation, and were ready to retort. Zhou Ling, however, reached out to stop them and said in a weak voice, "It's true that I'm affecting others. Forget it." But Li Ping was still a bit unconvinced. She bit her lip and glared indignantly at the 3 men. "I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back. I'm sorry." Zhou Ling forced herself to endure her discomfort and said with an apologetic face towards those 3. The eyes were full of sincerity and the voice carried a bit of weakness. All right, seeing as you have a pretty good attitude in recognizing your mistake, I'm not going to bother with you." One of the girls bristled with impatience. "Pay attention next time." The other girl also covered her nose and looked at Zhou Ling in disgust before waving her hand like she was chasing away a fly. When these 3 people walked away with their toes in the air, Li Ping and the other 2 girls asked with some incomprehension, "Why should we apologize? We're obviously not wrong. Can't you hold it all the way to the toilet if you're dizzy and want to throw up? I'm also saying that you shouldn't have apologized just now." Zhou Ling, even if they made a scene, it was still their fault. Zhou Ling listened to what Li Ping and the others said and didn't retort. She hung her head low, her face still pale, and said slowly, "I'm sorry, and I've caused you all to suffer for me." There was a hint of guilt in his voice, and his mood seemed a little low. Li Ping sighed helplessly. "Oops, it's okay, just a little thing don't affect our mood to come out to play. It just so happens that it's time to eat. This lady invites you to dinner." She patted Zhou Ling's shoulder with a bright smile on her face. "What about me? Hurrah! Discrimination. Ha, all of it, all of it." Zhou Ling looked at Li Ping's trio. Her heart was moved for a moment, and her eyes were slightly red. "Thank you guys, it's been great having you." After eating, Zhou Ling rested for a while longer before she finally felt better. "I ended up running into those 3 guys again just as I was about to go on the carousel. However, the 4 men were as normal as they could be, and lined up behind them. What bad luck. How come it's these slobs again? I feel like I can smell that strange odor of vomit even from a distance." One of the girls wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Why don't we play another program? I feel diaphoretic too, and there's such a long line." Another girl chimed in, her eyes filled with dislike, as if looking at Zhou Ling and the girls one more time would dirty her eyes. The 2 girls looked at the 4 Zhou Ling girls in disgust, then brought the boy with them and prepared to leave. "Some people, their mouths really stink. I don't know how this 9 years of compulsory education was learned. Who the hell did they learn it from?" Li Ping seemed to speak without thinking, but the volume was very loud. "Ping back." Zhou Ling glanced anxiously at Li Ping, her eyes filled with worry. She then looked at the 3 men again with slight fear of starting another conflict. Sure enough, the expressions of those 2 girls went cold in an instant. One of the girls then angrily walked up to the 4 girls and pointed at Li Ping's nose and said, "Who the are you calling names?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, and her fingers almost poked Li Ping's face. Li Ping's temper instantly rose when she was pointed out like that. As soon as she opened the girl's hand, she said, "What's wrong? I'm talking to my friend and I'm poking some people's buttons? You're kind of self-aware. Damn girl, tell me one more thing." The other girl rushed forward as well, her eyes wide with anger and her hands clenched into fists. "I'm talking about you too. What's wrong? You can't keep your mouth shut all day long and you won't let anyone else say it, right?" Li Ping nonchalantly returned the favor as she straightened her back and stared at the 2 girls without flinching. "No, you guys look quite a bit older than us, don't you? How come the quality is so bad? After all, it's a 9-year compulsory education leak. Understand it, understand it." The other 2 girls in Zhou Ling's line, Wang Lily and Lu Jialan, also showed solidarity. The 2 of them stood next to Li Ping, and together with Li Ping, they protected Zhou Ling behind them. After so long they all knew that Zhou Ling's nature seemed to be extraordinarily soft. The people around them saw the situation and moved away, leaving a large area of ground empty in the center. Everyone looked over curiously. whispering and pointing. The two girls saw this situation, even more irritated, and Li Ping they argued more and more intense. Zhou Ling was very flustered at the back, not knowing what to do for a moment. Those two girls couldn't speak to Li Ping's trio, and they were about to start a fight when they were talking. With a slap, he tried to slap Li Ping in the face. As a result, Li Ping grabbed the girl's hand and unceremoniously slapped her back. Only heard a pop. The girl's face reddened and swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, this girl is awesome. A crowd of people around them who were watching the event applauded at once. Pinky is awesome. Ha 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 ha. What a way to deserve it. Wang Jia and Lu Jialan laughed on the sidelines. Ah, how dare you hit me. The girl covered her face incredulously, then screamed shrilly. Yang Tao, I was bullied, do you not care? The man called Yang Tao took a look at his girl actually being bullied, and originally thought that men shouldn't get involved in women's affairs, and now it can't be tolerated. Containing anger, he came forward and swung a slap towards Li Ping's face again. Ping Ping, be careful. Lu Jialan and Wang Jia subconsciously tried to block it, but a figure all of a sudden quickly stepped forward, then reached out to block the boy's slap. The boy's slap hit Zhou Ling's arm hard, and the tremendous force directly caused Zhou Ling to fall straight to the ground, her head touching the iron guardrail on the side. Zhou Ling only felt a fiery pain in her arm and her head, and for a while she couldn't even stand up a bit. Right at that moment, a figure scurried in from the crowd at breakneck speed, then kicked the boy in the face. ******** Muddy Horses. Chapter 183, The Furious Lin Chen. The visitor was none other than Little Tiger. Lin Chen instructed not to show his face in non-essential situations, allowing Zhou Ling to play to her heart's content. He didn't follow too closely so that Zhou Ling and the others wouldn't find out. As a result, in just a short amount of time, Zhou Ling was actually injured? What does that make him tell his boss? In a rage, Xiaohu's kick directly kicked the man to fall on the side of the guardrail. Ouch! My ass! Ah! The male screamed miserably. The crowd around them was stunned, and it took half a day for them to react. Hit man! Li Ping and the others hurriedly helped Zhou Ling up. Is Xiao Ling okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Your forehead is bleeding, Li Ping said eagerly. Lu Jialan accidentally touches Zhou Ling's arm. Zhou Ling cries out in pain, smiley face. Ouch! 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 Don't touch my hand. My hand hurts. Zhou Ling was in pain and had tears in her eyes. Lu Jialan let go of Zhou Ling's arm in a panic. Sorry, I don't know. Lu Jialan apologized profusely. Xiaohu was not relieved by a kick to the man and wanted to rush up and punch the man. The two women also reacted and retreated far away with pale faces. Hit man! Hit someone! Is there anyone to take care of it? The two women shouted. In just a few moments, the man was punched a few more times by Tiger, and that's when several staff members rushed over. Stop it! Stop it! Tiger saw this and backed away. Zhou Ling looked at Xiaohu with some confusion. I don't know this person myself. Can't it be that it's a friend or relative of Pinky and the others? Who is he? Do you know him? Li Ping asked in a small voice. I don't recognize it either. Don't recognize it. The three of them looked at Zhou Ling at the same time. Zhou Ling shook her head repeatedly. I don't recognize it either. Hey, strange, is it hard to be nice? All four women were a bit puzzled. Zhou Ling felt the pain in her forehead and arms, her brows furrowing. 10 minutes later, the 8 people were brought to a room, where Zhou Ling's arm and forehead had been briefly treated, and after the crowd left, the carousel queue area returned to normal. Call the police. Be sure to call the police. I'll make sure this man goes to the police station, the boy said with a grimace covering his ass. This made it very difficult for the staff at National Colorado. If the police had been called, it would certainly have had an impact on their amusement park, and the request from above was to try to facilitate a settlement to minimize the impact. Report it. Do you think I'm afraid? Tiger said dismissively. Well. The boy looked at Xiaohu's arrogant look and became even more angry. Don't forget, at that time, it was that girl who moved first, and you also moved. If you want to report to the police, then do so. Big deal. We'll go to the station together. Li Ping calmed down at the moment. The boy froze and his face hardened. That's true. He also moved, or hit a girl, and he couldn't take advantage of it. What worried him even more was that if he went to the station, it would definitely have repercussions for him as a college student. Those two girls also lost their arrogant look at this moment. Their faces were pale, obviously frightened. No police. We're not calling the police, the two girls said in a rush. The man gave them a shocked look. I'm getting my ass kicked for you guys, and I'm making decisions like this without even asking for my opinion? Am I a lickspittle? Ignored by you guys so much? Zhou Ling, Li Ping and the others and the staff of the amusement park were obviously relieved. The staff looked to Li Ping and the others. What about you guys? We're not calling the police either. That's all. That would be great, the staff said easily. 10 minutes later, All 8 of them were dropped off outside the amusement park. Naturally, the amusement park didn't dare let them stay inside any longer, and after a moment of apologizing, they were sent out. The man was clearly unconvinced and was still looking this way. Xiaohu gave the man a provocative look, and the man tried to rush over, but was pulled back by the 2 girls. "Don't you guys stop me, I'm going to clean him up." "Forget it, that guy is not to be messed with at first sight." "No way, I can't swallow this." "Forget it." "No, go on then, I'm hungry, let's just go eat first." When those 3 left, Xiaohu took out his phone and called Lin Chen. Lin Chen over here was lying on his bed enjoying Jiang Shuiwei's. The phone rang and Lin Chen frowned. Jiang Shuiwei also raised her head. Lin Chen hurriedly and hastily pacified Jiang Shuiwei. "A phone call, nothing, you continue." Jiang Shuiwei glanced angrily at Lin Chen and buried her head again. "Lin Dong, my subordinate's protection is unfavorable. Miss Ling has been injured." "What?" Lin Chen's anger surged up at once. "What are you doing for food? I asked you to protect my sister and this is how you do it. Where are you now?" "I'll be right over," Lin Chen sang angrily. "I'm really sorry, boss. We're at the front door of the State of the Union right now." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shuiwei also knew what had happened, and after wiping her mouth with a piece of paper, she went out the door with Lin Chen, who had put on his pants. Xiaohu hung up the phone. "The heart is very apprehensive. Cannot wait to find the man over again to make a strong beating. Thank you so much. Why don't we buy you dinner?" Zhou Ling waited for Xiaohu to hang up the phone before she thanked him. "Yeah, big brother, we'll buy you dinner." Li Ping and the others chimed in. Xiaohu waved his hand back and forth. No, it's what I should do." "Should have done? What should have been done?" Zhou Ling asked suspiciously. "Actually, I'm a bodyguard hired by your brother to specifically protect your safety. Now that you're injured, Ms. Ling, I don't even know how to explain it to my boss." Xiaohu looked at the lumps on Zhou Ling's face and the redness on her arms, feeling both guilty and worried. What if the boss isn't happy and fires him? Zhou Ling and the others and so on were in a state of shock. Is Xiao Ling's family so powerful? Come out to play and even hired a special bodyguard for protection? Li Ping, Lu Jialin and Wang Jieji looked at Xiaohu and then Zhou Ling. Li Ping thought again of Xiao Ling's brother's handsome face that was second only to the reader's master. Oops, it's a pity. He has a girlfriend. My brother hired a bodyguard? How come I didn't know that? Zhou Ling muttered. My brother's name is Lin Chen. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm sure. Tiger nodded. A warm current surged through Zhou Ling's heart. And what do I call you? Ms. Ray, you can just call me Tiger. Xiaohu said in a hurry. I'll call you Brother Tiger then. Don't worry, Brother Tiger, you helped me out and helped us beat up that guy. I can't thank you enough. Later when we go back I'll help you put in a good word in front of my brother. I'm sure I won't let my brother talk about you. Zhou Ling said with a smile. Forget it, don't bother Ms. Ray. Xiaohu refused in a hurry. If Lin Chen misunderstood that he had asked Zhou Ling to intercede, wouldn't that make the boss even more dissatisfied with himself? Chapter 184, Aggrieved Zhou Ling. Ms. Ling, why don't I take you to the hospital for a checkup, in case if there's a secret injury? No, it's no big deal. It's just a bump, Zhou Ling said with a smile. Xiaoling, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me having to provoke them, there wouldn't have been so much going on, and you still got hurt just to protect me. Li Ping looked at the black bruises on Zhou Ling's head and hands and felt very guilty. Allah, you are not all to help me out. Now I realize that avoiding patients won't solve the problem. We should just beat them up. Zhou Ling pulled Li Ping's left hand to comfort her, and ended up touching the wound again. Hiss, Zhou Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's just go to the hospital and take care of it, shall we? It's just a little iodine rub. I'm a little uneasy about it, Li Ping said in a panic. Yeah, Xiao Ling, let's just go to the hospital? Lu Jialin and Wang Jieji both persuaded as well. Don't bother Ping Ping, Jia, Jia Lin, why don't we just forget about it for today? I'll treat you all to dinner some other day. Zhou Ling thought it was better to go to the hospital and deal with it by herself. Can't trouble Ping Ping again, right? It would have been because of themselves that they were not in the mood for fun and games today, and they were also aggrieved. Where's the fun in that? It's okay, we're good sisters. Li Ping had thoroughly recognized Zhou Ling. Before that, it was seeing no one play with Zhou Ling, which gradually played with Zhou Ling. Now they had all thoroughly recognized Zhou Ling. Who wouldn't love someone who could take a slap for a friend? Just then, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei hurriedly arrived. Zhou Ling saw the Land Rover from a long distance away. Seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei walking quickly towards him, his nose turned sour and tears instantly filled his eyes. Jiang Shuiwei hurriedly wrapped Zhou Ling in her arms. Lin Chen, on the other hand, examined Zhou Ling's injuries and saw that apart from the bruises on his arms and head, everything else was fine. But this was enough to make Lin Chen's anger explode. How's it going, Ray? Still hurt anywhere yet? Lin Chen looked at Zhou Ling with concern as he held back his anger and asked, Oh, brother, someone is bullying me. My hand and forehead hurt so much. Oh. Zhou Ling's tears were like a flood that broke the dike all of a sudden, and her cries were full of grievances. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Ling with heartache, and the anger in his eyes burned even brighter. Little Ling, don't cry. Sister Xuewei and brother are here. Jiang Xuewei gently patted Zhou Ling's back and comforted. Jiang Xuewei was also very distressed in her heart. Looking at the bruises on Zhou Ling's arms and head, one could imagine how much force it took to cause such bruises. Zhou Ling sobbed and broke off to tell what happened. The three of them, Li Ping, stayed on the sidelines, somewhat anticipating what Lin Chen was going to do. After all, if one could afford a bodyguard to protect Zhou Ling, that background must be extraordinary. Such powerful people can't swallow this. Xiaohu stood honestly on the sidelines, his heart very apprehensive. As Lin Chen listened, his face grew grim, his fists clenched. Tiger, where are those three now? Lin Chen turned his head to look at little Tiger, his voice so cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. Xiaohu lowered his head. Lin Dong, they've already left. Gone? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Chen shouted angrily. If he had been told earlier, he would have rushed over and blocked those three. Zhou Ling pulled on Lin Chen's coat corner. Brother, don't blame Tiger. He already helped me teach that man a lesson. Lin Chen took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Xiaoling, brother will first take you to the hospital for a full body checkup. Don't worry, brother will definitely not let you suffer for nothing. Lin Chen clenched his fists and said, good. Zhou Ling wiped her tears and nodded, then looked at the three. Li Ping. Ping, why don't you guys go back first? I'm sorry about today, I'll make it up to you guys some other time. It's okay. Li Ping and the three of them waved their hands in succession. Only then did Lin Chen have the presence of mind to survey the three. Li Ping, listening to Zhou Ling's narration, these three girls had been fighting for Zhou Ling. Thank you, Lin Chen thanked. There's no need to thank you. Zhou Ling is our good friend. It's only right that we do this. Well, where are you guys going now? Why don't I have him drive you guys? Lin Chen said and pointed at little Tiger. No, we're going to hang around here for a while. A few minutes later, Li Ping and the three of them looked at Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back seat of the Land Rover poking out the window and waving goodbye to them, and waved similarly. Zhou Ling's brother, Bird Eater, is handsome, and his girlfriend is good looking too. God's face, just mean. What's wrong with being mean? He's just protecting his sister, okay? Don't you guys think it's very manly? When Li Ping said this, Lu Jialin and Wang Jieja stifled their laughter and glanced at Li Ping. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? That's right. Xiaohu looked at the faraway Land Rover, his face full of self-reproach. Sighing, he then walked over to the Wrangler in the parking lot. Lin Chen had given the five of them a total of 3 Wranglers for convenience, and had also found a couple of houses. Of course, it all belonged to Lin Chen. Inside the hospital, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei led Zhou Ling through the various departments, doing one examination after another. Zhou Ling was a bit helpless, but she obediently cooperated. In Lin Chen's words, whether it was necessary or not, it was treated as a full body checkup. While waiting for the results of the examination, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. Hey, Lu Hai, it's me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen's voice was low and serious. Lin Dong, what are your orders? Lu Hai on the other end of the phone immediately responded. My sister Zhou Ling was beaten up in the national color and sky. For this kind of, contact Rongtoland, Penguin and Longhu in my name, and join forces to put pressure towards the national color and sky. Let them find out the surveillance video. Lin Chen's tone was filled with anger. He doesn't care what kind of anti-aircraft gun hits mosquitoes, just as long as it can hit mosquitoes. Lin Dong, don't worry, I'll go and do it. Lu Hai was shocked in his heart and said without hesitation, move fast. Lin Chen emphasized again. Yes, Director Lin, Lu Hai responded. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's face remained gloomy. Zhou Ling was aware of Lin Chen's general background, and when she saw her brother Lin Chen's gloomy face after making a phone call in the past, she knew what Lin Chen was doing just now. She didn't say anything though, just leave it to her brother. After a while, the test results finally came out. The doctor looked at the various examination reports carefully, then smiled and said to them, it's nothing serious, it's just some skin wounds. Rub some medicine and rest for a while and you'll be fine. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei breathed a sigh of relief when they heard these words. Zhou Ling waved her arm. See, I told you I'm no big deal. Jiang Xuewei gently nudged Zhou Ling's nose. It's always better to have some peace of mind after an inspection, just in case there's some hidden problem that wasn't discovered. Chapter 185, you know you're coming back? A few people went home after leaving the hospital. Lin Chen parked his car but was a little afraid to go in. Zhou Ling can go out to play but he flirted, and now Zhou Ling is injured. How can he give Lin mother? Thinking about this, Lin Chen only felt an immense headache. Let's go, brother. Why are you walking so slowly? The two sisters, Zhou Ling and Jiang Xuewei, were walking in front, and saw Lin Chen hanging behind them and wondered out loud. I left my stuff in the car. you guys go ahead. Lin Chen turned around with a very calm expression and returned to the car. Zhou Ling and Jiang Shuowei didn't think much about it and went straight back home. Auntie, I'm home. As soon as Zhou Ling arrived home, she saw Lin's mother watching TV. As soon as he heard the voices of Zhou Ling and the others, he quickly turned his head with a smile. Xiaoling, Shuowei, you guys come back. Xiaoling, what happened to your head? The smile on Lin's mother's face froze. Looking at the dark green on Zhou Ling's face, she hurriedly got up and walked over. Nothing much, just a fall. Zhou Ling said sheepishly. A fall? Why did you fall so badly? Ouch. Lin's mother was immediately heartbroken. Jiang Shuowei is also a little worried. If Lin mother knows the truth of the matter. And what happened to your hand? Lin mother's face changed again when she saw the dark bruises on Zhou Ling's arms. Aunt, really nothing. Brother and sister Shuowei already took me to the hospital to see. Zhou Ling said as she put her hand back behind her back. Lin mother remembered that just now Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei ran out of the house in a hurry and didn't say anything when she asked them, so her heart immediately became suspicious. Lin mother looked at Jiang Shuowei. Shuowei, tell auntie honestly, what happened? Lin mother knew that Jiang Shuowei wouldn't lie to herself. Jiang Shuowei was a bit hesitant, but she still told Lin's mother all about what happened. Lin's mother's eyes reddened as she listened. Reaching out, he wrapped Zhou Ling in his arms. You silly child, why are you so good? If someone bullies you, you must return the favor, okay? We, the Zhou family, don't cause trouble, but we can't be afraid of it either. Understand? Got it, auntie. Zhou Ling said good-naturedly. Lin mother looked carefully at the dark bruises on Zhou Ling's hands again, her eyes filled with heartache. Ouch! What am I going to tell the sunrise about this? Suddenly, Lin's mother reacted. Lin Chen? Where did that brat run off to? Lin Chen was listening outside the door at the moment, and once he heard Lin mother call his name, he moved in one step at a time, with a pleasing smile on his face. Mom, I'm home, Lin Chen said. Lin's mother glared at him. You still know to come back? Your sister has been bullied like this. How did you take care of her as a brother? What did you promise me then? Lin Chen lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Mom, it was an accident. I didn't see it coming. An accident? You flung Ray out to play. You should have kept her safe. Lin's mother got angrier and angrier as she spoke. Zhou Ling quickly said, Auntie, I don't blame my brother, it was my own carelessness. Don't you speak for him, the kid just owes it. Lin's mother said. Jiang Shuowei also helped Lin Chen put in a good word. Tatsu didn't expect this to happen either. He even got a bodyguard in order to protect Ling's safety. Zhou Ling also nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen hurriedly begged for forgiveness some more. Lin mother grunted. Forget it this time. If there's a next time, let's see how I'll punish you. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Mom. I'll definitely pay attention in the future. Ray, tomorrow you stay home and rest. Don't go anywhere, Lin's mother said. Zhou Ling was a little embarrassed. She also said she's going to hang out with her good sisters tomorrow and take them to dinner, but nodded anyway. Okay, auntie. In the meantime, Bai Shan, the owner of National Color, was already sweating coldly. Okay, Secretary Liu. I'll look into it right away. After the phone hung up, Shiroyama was filled with doubt. What's going on? How can a penguin pay attention to something like this? It didn't take long for another call to come in. Hello? Is this Boss Beck Sanbeck of National Color? A woman's voice came. Yes, I am. And may I ask who you are? This cell phone number in Hakusen is not known to the general public. I'm Huang Wei, the general manager of Ronto Land. What's going on? Why would the general manager of Ronto Land contact me? We don't do much business together, do we? Although there is not much cooperation, Ronto Land is a $100 billion group, and its influence is not comparable to his, hence his friendly demeanor. So it's Mr. Huang. I've heard a lot about you. I wonder what Mr. Huang is looking for me for. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that I heard that someone in Boss Bai's turf was bullying a little sister, so I came here to seek confirmation. Huang Wei's voice was very soft, but Bai Shan felt a hint of coldness as he listened. This again? Who the hell is that little girl? How could the $1 trillion Penguin Group and the $100 billion Ronto Land both ask about this matter? If this is mishandled and accidentally offends some big scary guy. Yes. I was just about to take care of that, Bai Shan said hurriedly as he touched the cold sweat on his forehead. Then I'll work hard for Boss Bai. By the way, if there's any surveillance, please send me a copy. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Bai Shan was incredibly anxious and immediately got up and prepared to send someone to investigate. Ding. The phone call from White Mountain is doubling up again. A sense of foreboding rose in Bai Shan's heart. Could it be that? Hello there, I'm Bai Shan, the owner of National Color. May I ask who you are? Bai Shan's voice was slightly respectful. The person on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment, not expecting Bai Shan to be so direct. Boss Bai, how are you? I'm the general manager of the Longhu Group. My name is Fa Nonping. Whitehill is doubly shocked again. Another $100 billion volume conglomerate? This time, I'm looking for Boss Bai. I'm just asking on behalf of someone else how the law and order is at the State of the Union. How come I heard that a girl was beaten up by a guy at your place? Fa Nonping spoke a bit nonchalantly. The Longhu Group and the National Color has some business dealings. It can be said that if the National Color has a part of the source of customers is in the app of the Longhu Group. I knew it. Shiroyama wanted to cry. With so many bigwigs coming to him, it must be that the little girl's background was not ordinary, and the results of the people below dealing with what happened on his turf must have left them unsatisfied as well. Otherwise it wouldn't have been such a big deal. I'm really sorry, Mr. Fong. I'll handle it right away. I'll inform you of the processing results first, Baishan said respectfully. Aha, Mr. Fong, can I take the liberty of asking? What exactly is that little girl's background? Chapter 186, Don't ask around. Don't pry into things you shouldn't. Sometimes it's not good to know too much. Anyway, just know that that person can't be messed with, whether it's you or me, Fa Nonping said with deep meaning. Yes, I know. When the phone hung up, a wave of trepidation washed over Shiroyama. Who the hell is this fairy? At the same time there was some anger in his heart. If his men had solved the problem well enough, where would there be so much trouble? The more Baishan thought about it, the angrier he got. So he picked up the phone and called. Hello? This is Hakusan. You go investigate this immediately. A couple minutes later, Baishan looked at the surveillance video intercepted from his cell phone and fell into deep thought. Zhou Ling, Li Ping, Lu Jialin, Wang Jiajia. These four girls' family are quite ordinary. The best family is also this Li Ping, but the family also has only one father who is a deputy district governor. How can they make such a big commotion? The one who took the beating was Zhou Ling. According to Mr. Fong's words, that's this Zhou Ling. Whitehill sat in his spacious office, his face very much gloomy. His gaze was fixed on the few staff members and department heads standing before him. The men hung their heads low, inwardly terrified. One of the staff members was so nervous that his lips were so dry that he couldn't help but lick his lips in an attempt to ease the dryness in his throat. But he didn't dare to make a single sound. Boss Bai, we really didn't expect it to turn out like this. The head of the department finally summoned up the courage and said with a trembling voice that this matter was also resolved by him at that time. Shiroyama crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair, grunting coldly. I'd like to hear how the hell you guys are handling this. The other department head replied stiffly, his voice trembling. Boss Bai. At that time when we arrived, the scene was in chaos. There was already a man who beat up the man who beat up the girl, so we pulled them apart for the sake of influence, then called to. In the end, neither side wanted to call the police, so they went cold turkey. The department head told the story as it was. He felt that he hadn't done anything wrong, but for Baishan to take it so seriously, then it must be that someone in it was from a good place. Hearing this, Baishan actually felt that they were not at fault, and if they were all commoners, then this practice was naturally very perfect. But what's bad is that one of the little girls who was beaten had an unusual background. Shiroyama sighed, and was not in a good position to deal with these people. Forget it, this month's bonus is cancelled. That's it, do what you have to do. Although the hearts of several people were filled with disobedience and aggression, they did not dare to show it in the slightest in front of Baishan's majesty. Shiroyama could see they were not convinced. You guys don't think I'm handling it undeservedly. If I don't handle you guys, and that side isn't happy with it, maybe I'll have to be implicated as well. And you guys, humph, Baishan said coldly. Several people's faces changed drastically when they heard Baishan's words. If it's true what Hakusan said, then what's the difference between this trigger and none? At this moment, they were instead still grateful to Baishan in their hearts. Okay, get to work. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bai. They nodded their heads back and forth, then dusted themselves off and left the office. Baishan looked at their departing backs and shook his head helplessly, rubbing his swollen temples and sighing deeply. Afterwards, he steeled himself and carefully sent the surveillance video to Lu Shu, Huang Wei, and Fa Nonping respectively, and then sent the names of the two girls and the boy as well as their identifying information in a detailed and organized manner. Lin Chen was chatting with Zhang Xuewei and Lin Mother in the living room when he received the message from several people. Zhou Ling has returned upstairs to rest on vacation because of what she did with the pirate ship and because she is still injured from the shock. Lin Chen's originally relaxed expression instantly solidified, and his face instantly became gloomy. Tatsu, what's wrong? Zhang Xuewei keenly noticed Lin Chen's change and asked with concern. Lin Chen clutched his cell phone. The security footage has been pulled. When Zhang Xuewei and Lin Mother heard this, they hurriedly came over. Lin Chen took a deep breath and clicked on the surveillance video, which was two videos combined. The national color side of the story brings up what happened by the pirate ship as well. Voices can even be heard on the security footage. The bastards! As Lin Chen looked on, his brows grew tighter and tighter, the veins on his forehead bulging out one by one. That mouthful of disgust, that bad attitude, and the retreat of this girl, Zhou Ling, made Lin Chen's anger grow even more. How can these people be so excessive? Zhou Ling, she's just a girl. Zhang Shuowei's voice was filled with anger and heartache. Lin's mother was even more furious, her teeth clacking. My Shu Ling, she has suffered so much. These people are simply heartless. In the video, the vitriolic words of those two girls kept coming, each one like a knife stabbing the hearts of the three. That boy's arrogant attitude and actions made them even more furious. The video continues to drop down. The boy swung a slap at Li Ping, but it was blocked by Zhou Ling, and the tremendous force knocked Zhou Ling to the ground, when her head violently knocked into the iron guardrail on the side. When Lin Chen saw this scene, his face instantly turned iron blue, his lips pursed tightly, his eyes filled with anger and heartache, his hands unconsciously balled into fists, trembling slightly. Zhang Shuowei sucked in a breath of cool air. How much force does it take to make knock Ray down? Zhang Shuowei also thought of Zhou Ling said in front of herself all the time that it was alright. Alright. Her heart was even more a mouthful of depressed gas that could not be released. Lin mother covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her voice a little choked. This child suffered so much. Your uncle is so relieved to hand this girl over to me. When Lin's mother said this, her throat choked and she couldn't speak for a while. The video ended, and Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down a little. Mom, don't worry. I won't let these guys get away with this. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, Lin mother, who had always been soft and kind-hearted, didn't even speak out to stop Lin Chen. And at this moment, Zhou Ling was sleeping sweetly on the bed, not noticing in the slightest what kind of consequences those three people would suffer because of this matter. Lin Chen continued to look down, and behind him was precisely the information on those three people. Xiang Jinjin, sophomore at Rongzhong Chinese Medicine, 19 years old. Li Xiaoxia, sophomore at Rong Chinese Medicine, 20 years old. Hui Jiahao, a junior at Rong Chinese Medicine, 21 years old. Lin Chen carefully read this piece of information from beginning to end. A small smile appeared on his face. Oh, Li Xiaoxia's father is actually working as a manager at a property under Ronto land? Interesting. Chapter 187, Playing with Flowers. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Huang Wei. Huang Wei over there had been prepared for this. She had also read that one piece of information over, and naturally knew the situation of the father called Li Xiaoxia in it. What are Lin Dong's orders? Huang Wei said respectfully. Mr. Huang, I believe you've already gone over that one, right? Yes, Director Lin. Then you should know what to do, right? I understand, Lin Dong. Lin Chen hung up the phone in satisfaction. Lin Chen then sent another message to Lu Hai, asking him to send someone to investigate the trio himself. In the evening, Lin's father returned home full of fatigue. Because the car was driven away by Lin Chen, he still took a taxi to the supermarket. When I got home, I sensed that the atmosphere was off. After a few inquiries to find out what happened, he was equally furious. It took Zhou Ling a good while to comfort Lin's father before he was able to calm down, but it also gave Lin Chen a task. Take care of those three. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Deal with Gua, Li and Xiang. Mission reward: it depends on the host's mission completion. This task requires active submission. Lin Chen heard the system's beep in his head, and his heart felt even more evil towards those three. If we find a way to get those three people killed, I guess the reward will be better, right? Lin Chen muttered, but soon he dismissed the idea. The next afternoon, Lu Hai's message came through. Lin Dong, after investigation, the private lives of all three are very chaotic. Almost every week the three of them would have a room together to play poker. One of them was even captured in its entirety by the hotel's pinhole camera. Do you think you need me to send it to you, Mr. Lin? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. Send it to me. So it seems like things are easier to fix than I thought. A moment later, a video was sent over by Lu Hai. Lin Chen looked through it, and the mosaic was not even there. After reading it, Lin Chen actually looked a bit unfulfilled, playing really flowery, and one dragon playing two phoenixes? No wonder this man is like a licking dog, so he can whore for nothing every week? Lin Chen thought about it and simply called Lu Hai directly. Lin Dong, well, just that video. Process it in HD and then mosaic it and send it directly to the internet. If you need anything you can always find Huang Wei and the others. I'll have them cooperate with you. Okay, Lin Dong. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Aha. Today was the last day of the 4th of July, and Tang Jia had all the members in the group to say that there would be a class meeting. Lin Chen had to go over early. Originally, it was fine even if he didn't go over, but Xiao Fei and the three of them said that they wanted Lin Chen to come over, saying that they were going out to get together after the class meeting. Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. Mom, Dad, Xiao Ling, we're going back to school then huh? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei said to Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Zhou Ling outside the car window after they sat in the Silby Tuatara. Okay, be careful on your way and send me a message when you get there. Lin Chen nodded. Uncle and Auntie and Shu Ling, see you next time. Jiang Shuowei also smiled and waved her hand. By Sister Shuowei, remember to come and play with me again sometime. Zhou Ling is very reluctant to give up Jiang Shuowei. The past 2 days have been sleeping with Jiang Shuowei. Sleep more are a little reluctant to give up. Chevy come play again huh? Lin's father and mother also smiled. Okay. Then, a white supercar slowly drove out of the villa area. It didn't take long for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to arrive at the school, and it was only 5 in the afternoon. It's going to be 6 p.m. before the class meeting. As soon as Lin Chen returned to the dormitory, an unpleasant odor immediately came from the balcony outside the glass door where all 3 of Xiao Fei's men were standing. Lin Chen almost didn't throw up, and hurriedly held his breath as he threw his things towards the bed and ran to the balcony after him. As soon as the glass door opened, Xiao Fei's trio pinched their noses and retreated far away. Close the door. Close the door now boss. Lin Chen hurriedly closed the door behind him. Xiao Fei and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. You guys pooped in your dorm room? Why does it smell so bad? Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiao with a skeptical expression. He felt that if it was true that someone had pooped in the dormitory, then Chen Xiao was the most likely. Chen Xiao met Lin Chen's skeptical gaze and instantly quit. Boss, what are you looking at me for? Chen Xiao, no matter how sloppy I am, I couldn't possibly poop in the dormitory, okay? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei both laughed out loud. Just be honest, Lao San, whose bed did you on? Chen Xiao had a black line on his face. Lin Chen thought about it and also felt that it was somewhat impossible. It's just a little too bombastic. Then why does it smell so bad in the dorm? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei's gazes then looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had some difficulty in speaking. Lin Chen was even more skeptical when he saw, I forgot to wash my socks before the 4th of July, and they just kind of stank, and they both said I was polluting the air. So I thought I'd take a flower water and spray a little bit, but who knows? Chen Xiao touched his head in embarrassment. I don't even know why this stinky sock smell plus floral water has such a great chemical reaction. Xiao Wei was also a bit shocked. Just call the oldest alchemy baron from now on, Xiao Fei said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen's 4 went down to the class meeting, leaving the glass doors of the dormitory door and balcony all open before leaving. Senior, are you sure this won't offend anyone? Chen Xiao was a little worried. As soon as they opened the door, the smell wafted out. What are you afraid of? The smell will dissipate after a while, so what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Fei was indifferent. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Right after Lin Chen's 4 went down, a few people went up to the 5th floor. Brother Feng, when will the event we proposed together to make tea and talk about laughter probably pass? What's your hurry? Uncle Feng is the director of Shuzhou University. He's specialized in these activities, so surely he'll be able to pass in the next few days. Right, Brother Feng? A smug smile appeared on Su Taifeng's face. That event was vetted a long time ago, and a few of us are now the organizers of this event, which is scheduled for October 17th. Really? That's great. So, Feng, when will the school funding arrive? The other 2 continued to ask. This question is also why they have this campaign in the first place. All events organized by the school will have event funding, and that's what they're aiming for. If the school gives 3,000 for the event, then they take 1,000 to run the event and the remaining 2,000. The smile on Su Taifeng's face increased as he sniffed. The funds for the event have been put on my card today by my uncle through the school's channels. Don't worry. Holy? That fast? Worthy of being Brother Feng. Another man gave a well-timed pat on the back. And how much money did the school authorize down for the event? Chapter 188, Someone Ting in the hallway? Granted 10,000 RMB. Su Taifeng said smugly. Actually came down to 15,000, and the other 5,000 he was going to eat down himself. Asterisk. That much? For this kind of event, a couple of electric kettles plus a couple of chairs can be approved for $10,000 down the road? Those 2 were stunned. If it were normal, this kind of activity would certainly not be approved for so much, at most $3,000 or $4,000 tops. But he, Soda Front, is different. His uncle is the director of Shuzhou University, and he's specialized in this area. Isn't it simple to get a little more funding for activities through this means? When the time comes to take 4,000 for the event, and the remaining 6,000, 15 for each of the 3 of us, and the remaining 15 to save some soup for the others, Soda Frontier said with a smile. It wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing, and it was surely inevitable that certain classmates would know about this kind of thing. Then all it would take is 100 or 200 to bring the other side down as well, and then this would be perfect. If there was still some left, it would naturally be his Soda Frontiers as well. When the time comes to honor my uncle with a lotus flower, God knows, a few of you know, I know, Brother Feng is wise. Fang's atmosphere. Another compliment from both men. 15,000 is a lot of money for a college student to live on for a month. All three laughed at this point. Just then, the three of them stepped onto the 5th floor at the same time. It's only just gone a few steps. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is that odor? Someone pooped in the hallway? Not really. The trio covered their noses for a while, and as they passed 515, they noticed that the door was open and the smell was particularly strong. That's the dormitory, and leave the ing door open. Su Tafeng remembered this dormitory number, and when the smell dissipated, see if he didn't come back to clean up this dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Su Taifeng only felt a tumbling in his abdomen, and hurriedly ran to the toilet for a burst of wild vomiting. Soda Strike felt like throwing up bile. Mard, when you guys go back to the dormitory, I won't screw you up. At this moment, the four Linchans naturally didn't know what kind of damage their gas bombs had caused to others. At this moment, as soon as the crowd stepped through the classroom door, the eyes of everyone in the class looked over. Lin Xiao, you guys are here? Mr. Lin, why don't you sit here? I'm by the window and the air is good. Lin Xiao, sit here with me. I'm wearing black silk today. Feel free to touch. Oh, my last name is Lin too. Can I touch it? Get out. Okay. As usual, the four of them, Lin Chen, found a seat in the last row and sat down. Since that gathering, the class had been very complimentary towards Lin Chen. No one even took the last row seat from them. It has become their exclusive throne. Before it was time for the meeting, Tang Jia breezed into the classroom, and as soon as she saw Lin Chen and the others in the last row, her heart tightened. Where's the call for everyone today? Danja tried to keep it all short and sweet without delay. If she displeased the master in the last row, she would be finished. One last thing, everyone has to earn 60 points in their second class to graduate. So if you have time, try to earn enough 60 points early. After all, you have to leave time for internships later. Well, that's it. Anyone else have any questions? If not, then disperse. Tang Jiao waited for a while longer, saw that there were no speeches, said that the meeting was adjourned, and then after subconsciously looking at Lin Chen's face in the back row as usual, he left the classroom. What is this second classroom? Lin Chen asked suspiciously. Boss, you really are all about reading the holy books and not listening to what's going on outside the window. Hasn't the second class been said before? Chen Xiao said breathlessly. Oh, I forgot. All I usually focus on are the hundreds of billions of dollars of companies below me. Giving busy. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Chen Xiao-san. Yes, you're good. Where are we going to get together later? I have to pick up your sister-in-law early. She hasn't eaten yet. Drinking party today. No girlfriends allowed. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei retorted on the spot. Xiao Fei also shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Lin Chen saw the situation also had to give up. After all, in addition to the first dormitory dinner, the other out of the dinner seems to be really he has brought Jiang Shuawei's. Okay, I'll start then. Inside the girls' dormitory, Boo is already my cat. You're in love with Lin Chen every day and you don't even take care of him. On the national day, you left Boo in my care. Is there any sense of responsibility at all? Tang Wanner looked at Jiang Shuawei in exasperation and said, ever since the little Muppet was brought to the dormitory, as long as Jiang Shuawei wasn't in the dormitory, it was Tang Wanner who took care of all the food and drink. Even the little Muppet was left in Jiang Shuawei's care for the long National Day vacation. The reason is that her mom is allergic to cat hair. And what made her the most angry was that Boo actually broke away from her embrace after Jiang Shuawei came back and one by one, he tried to drill into Jiang Shuawei. It made her greatly jealous. That heartless, white-eyed kitten. The little Muppet screamed in aggravation in Jiang Shuawei's arms, adorning Jiang Shuawei's heart. Be a good boy, Boo. Mommy didn't mean to leave you behind. Your grandma is allergic to cat hair. Tang Wan'er became even more angry. You Jiang Shuawei, you're still ignoring me, aren't you? I'm done with you. Tang Wan'er huffed and then lay down on the bed, covering her head with the quilt. Oops, it's a mistake. Wan'er. Jiang Shuawei saw this and hurriedly hugged Xiaobu and sat on Tang Wan'er's bed. Humph. Wan'er. After some good consolation, Tang Wan'er finally forgave her. Clean up. You have to go out to dinner with them later. Jiang Shuawei remembered Lin Chen's words and reminded him. Dinner? Dinner with who? Tang Wan'er froze for a moment. Didn't Tatsu say they were getting together for a dinner? And then said they'd go over together when they finished their meeting. What? Didn't Xiao Fei tell you? Jiang Shuawei asked in surprise. Xiao Fei said Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei not allowed to bring female friends. What? Why didn't Tatsu tell me? Jiang Shuawei had just finished speaking when Lin Chen's message was sent over. Sorry Shuawei, they said they don't allow girlfriends. Do you want to go out to eat with Sister Tang? Jiang Shuawei looked helplessly at Tang Weiner. Let's go? Let's go out to eat? It's my treat. It's my way of making it up to you. Hot pot to go. After sending the message, Lin Chen's few people rushed towards the Imperial Mansion. Asterisk. Boss, you're a real cool car. As soon as Chen Xiao sat in Lin Chen's car, she couldn't help but sigh. That's like $70 million, Lin Chen said with a smile. Buzz, the big white lizard roared towards the outside of the school, followed by Xiao Fei in his blue Porsche 918 carrying Xiaowei. The emperor is out of the palace. Ha ha ha, brother, you set a good image. WCNM. Then what are we? Eunuchs? Chapter 189. After Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner cleaned up a bit, they put Boo into the cat bag and brought it out with them. Boo, mommy's taking you out for some air, ha. Jiang Shuowei teased Boo while leading Tang Wan-er towards the parking lot. Wani, what are you taking me to the parking lot for? Tang Wan-er asked suspiciously. Weiner, did you forget that Tatsu gave me a red Ferrari SF90? Jiang Shuowei playfully glanced at Tang Weiner. This Ferrari SF90 she drove back to school earlier. And because of Lin Chen, canopies were now installed in the parking lot, and exclusive parking spaces were reserved for her and Lin Chen's cars. Oh, Tang Wan-er got a little excited. Going out to dinner with your girlfriends in a supercar is nothing like going out with Xiao Fei and the others. This time of year, they are the stars of the show. Getting into the supercar, Tang Wan-er sat on the passenger side, holding the cat bag in her arms. As soon as Boo took a look at the fact that it wasn't Jiang Shuowei hugging it, the two large sapphire-like Kazran eyes stared pitifully at Jiang Shuowei's face. Tang Wan-er skimmed her lips. Humph, white-eyed cat, where to eat? The usual place? Jiang Shuowei asked as she started the car. Of course, that's the best hot pot, Tang Wan-er said with glowing eyes. Jiang Shuowei nodded. She had been injured there last time, and it was still a bit of a shadow to this day. Buzz, another red supercar drove off campus. Jiang Shuowei drove a red Ferrari SF90 and sped down the road, while Tang Weiner sat in the passenger side and looked around excitedly. Once passers-by saw that inside the car were two beautiful young girls, their eyes were filled with surprise and envy. Wow, there are actually two girls in this car. They must be rich people's young ladies. A passerby couldn't help but marvel. That's right, you're so young and drive such a nice car. I'm really envious. Either your family is rich, your boyfriend is rich, or, don't talk nonsense, just look at them, they are still students. They must have rich families. That's not necessarily true. Some of the goldmakers specialize in college students. The car quickly arrived at Luan Street, and Jiang Shuowei searched for a long time before finally finding a parking space. The moment they got out of the car, everyone around them was stunned. Look, these two beauties came in a Ferrari. It's so beautiful, and the car is even more beautiful. A male's eyes went wide. Pretty girl, can you add a contact? Make a friend. A boy who thought he was good-looking said to Jiang Shuowei with a smile on his face that he thought was decapitating the girl. Jiang Shuowei gave him a cold look and said, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." Undeterred, the boy continued, "It's just making friends, it's not like it's anything else." Jiang Shuowei stopped talking. The boy made a fool of himself, so he turned his attention to Tang Wan-er. "Leave us alone, stay where you are," Tang Wan-er said impatiently. The boy hastily added, "I don't mean anything else, just simply want to make a friend." "Sorry, not interested." The boy had a nosedive and could only leave unhappy. Ha 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 ha, laughing me to death. This is just enough to tease those ordinary female college students. How can someone drive a Ferrari SF90 so easily? There are always confident people who think they're the lead and get the rich girl. Don't say it, you don't say it. The road around them laughed at the boy's insouciance, and some of those who had thought of doing so had now put out their fire. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner were happy to be clean, and walked straight toward the hot pot restaurant. When I came to Lu Defat hot pot restaurant, it was already crowded at the moment. "Boss, another duck blood." "Okay, boss, help us add a few dishes." At the moment, the owner was busy sweating, and several waiters were also busy. "Boss, is there no room?" A nice female voice came from the owner's ear. "No room. Sorry, haha," the owner said subconsciously, then glanced toward the source of the voice. "There is no room, hey. Pity. Wan-er, why don't we go eat something else?" "Ha, come on, let's go for a stroll first." Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner were about to leave when they were called by the boss again. "There's a place and a place. Two right away, ha." The owner rushed over and smiled. "You are not." Tang Wan-er froze for a moment, really ready to ask a question when Jiang Shuowei tugged on her hand. "That would be great," Jiang Shuowei said with a smile. "Both of you wait for me for a moment." The boss came to a table and said a few words to one of them with his ear, and then those people immediately got up and left. He also quietly sized up Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner several times before leaving. A couple of waiters immediately came forward to clean up the location. "This way, gentlemen," the owner said in a slightly respectful manner. Tang Wan-er was a bit puzzled by her boss's attitude, but she didn't say anything more, thinking it was her own illusion. After the two ordered a bunch of dishes, the food was soon served. "Wait, boss, we just ordered one plate of tripe, and we didn't order any yellow beef." Tang Wan-er called out to the boss, who wanted to leave and spoke out in confusion. The owner turned around and smiled. "There's no mistake, this is for both of you." Tang Wan-er froze again. "What's going on?" "Put." Jiang Shuowei laughed out loud at Tang Wan-er's little expression. "What's wrong? What's going on?" Tang Wan'er guessed that it must be related to Jiang Shuiwei and said with a beak of dissatisfaction, "All the stores on this street are owned by Tatsu, and the last time I came here with Tatsu for hot pot the owner knew me." Jiang Shuiwei explained. Tang Wan'er was suddenly dazed. "A street full of him? Ha, I'll go." Tang Wan'er was shocked. "All the stores on this street combined are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, right?" However, once he thought about Lin Chen's identity, it all became reasonable again. No wonder that the boss was so respectful, making room and delivering dishes. So the boss's wife was here. Tang Wan'er glanced at Jiang Shuiwei as she thought of this. It's too lazy to think about it much. It's a brain fart. Tang Wan'er's mouth was watering when she saw the table full of dishes and the boiling butter hot pot. Ma, down. Lunch meat, down. Duck sausage, down. Quail eggs, down. The two women can vigorously build. Aside from the cat bag in the small cloth head lying on two blue eyes blinking without blinking to watch Jiang Shuiwei small mouth eating fat cattle. Jiang Shuiwei stuck her finger into the cat bag, poked Boo and smiled dotingly and said, "Boo, you can't eat this. When mommy gets back, she'll open a can of cat food for you." Boo is a good boy. Boo rubbed his head against Jiang Shuiwei's fingers, his eyes narrowing. Meow. President Jian? Vice President Tang? What a coincidence. You guys are having hot pot here too? Chapter 190, The Deadly Gerbil. Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan'er followed the sound and saw that two boys were standing next to them. The person who spoke was none other than a member of the Hanbok Club. It is worth mentioning that, probably because the news that the president of the Hanbok Club is Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan'er spread out, many people signed up for the Hanbok Club one after another in the back. The crowd spiked from 24 to over 50 at once. If recruiting hadn't ended after the 4th of July, there would have been more than 50 or so for sure. Jiang Shuiwei frowned. This person she knew who it was, one of the 20 people who signed up at the very beginning, called Lu Chuanqing. I don't know about the other one. Either he wasn't in the Hanbok Club or he just couldn't remember his face if he signed up later. Jiang Shuiwei didn't have a good impression of this person. There is a special group chat for the Hanbok Club, as nicknames are required to be changed to their real names plus school number. One of them, this one called Lu Chuanqing, pretends to be a cup in the group every day, either send what upscale restaurant to eat, or what 18-year-old BMW 5 Series is in the eyes of the girls' class, etc. But after all, they were members of the Hanfu Club, and even if Jiang Shuiwei disliked this person, it was not good to show it. "Hello guys, quite a coincidence indeed." Jiang Shuiwei replied in a salty manner. "I just asked the owner and he said there's no room here." "President, can my friend and I sit here?" Lu Chuanqing asked with a smile on his face. In his right hand, he was playing with a car key on which the BMW badge was clearly visible. Now even Tang Wan'er felt a little uncomfortable. "Are you being polite?" Even that friend beside him was shocked. "Is it so easy to have dinner with the schoolgirl?" "No, we didn't order extra food for either of us," Jiang Shuiwei said faintly. The implication between the words was clear. "It's okay, President, we'll add our own food. I'll pay for this table," Lu Chuanqing said with a smile. A wisp of fire bubbled up in Tang Wan'er's heart. "Why are you so blind? Gentlemen, there's room over here. Do you see if you need anything else?" The owner came along at the right time. He was already sweating on the sidelines. "NMs, this is Boss Lin's girlfriend. It's your turn to flirt? Stay where you are." The last time Jiang Shuiwei was injured here it already scared him badly, and he almost thought that this store could not be opened and had to change the store. It turned out to be fine after all this time, which was a relief. "And now you're pulling this on me? What kind of strength are you? You dare to tease Boss Lin's girlfriend?" Thinking of this, the boss looked at the BMW 5 Series in Lu Chuanqing's hand and quietly skimmed his lips. Lu Chuanqing glanced at his boss with displeasure. "Can't you see I'm flirting? No eye candy at all." 6 stars. Lu Chuanqing looked at Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wan'er again, and seeing that the two of them were eating hot pot by themselves, he could only reluctantly walk towards the vacant table with another boy. "Who's this guy? Why is he like a fly, buzzing annoyingly?" Tang Wan'er said with dissatisfaction. "This man is called Lu Chuanqing, the one in the Hanbok community who loves to pretend the most." Jiang Shuiwei said, "Ah, it's that dead suit girl." Tang Wan'er looked in the direction of Lu Chuanqing's table of theirs, who happened to look over as well and even nodded at her with a smile. Tang Wan'er winced. "Welp, Lu Chuanqing over there is happy in his heart. Ha ha. I told you how my 18-year-old BMW 5 Series boy could not be popular." Sure enough, schoolgirl Tang can't help herself anymore. If I launch an offensive, won't it be easy to take down a mess? "Jiang?" Lu Chuanqing eyes have been aiming at Jiang Shuiwei Tang Wan'er's table, causing Tang Wan'er to change her position and turn her back to him. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Shuiwei was puzzled. "That Lu Chuanqing, he keeps looking at us. He's so annoying," Tang Wan'er complained. Tang Wan'er really wasn't in much of a mood to eat anymore, and when Jiang Shuiwei finished eating, she couldn't wait to leave. "Where are we going to hang out later?" Tang Wan'er asked. "I don't know." Jiang Shuiwei teased the small cloth in the cat bag and said casually, "I heard there's a massage parlor nearby that's pretty good. Why don't we go relax and unwind?" Tang Wan-er suggested. It's okay. Zhang Shuawei thought about it and agreed. There was nothing to do anyway. Lu Chuanqing saw Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er get up, knowing that the two were preparing to leave, and his heart burst with anticipation. Come and get me, come and get me. Now the BMW co-pilot has a pretty long-legged schoolmate. Even if Ms. Zhang doesn't come to me, Ms. Tang has to come, right? Lu Chuanqing thought in his heart with beautiful juice. As a result, when they looked up again, Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er were already preparing to leave the hot pot restaurant. Lu Chuanqing was dumbfounded. Is it possible that Ms. Tang is shy? Lu Chuanqing could not think too much, and hurriedly pulled his friend to check out and chased after him. What are you doing? I'm not even full yet. The man grumbled unhappily. Eat. Just eat a hammer to eat. You're still thinking about eating when you're in front of the school flower. If we can get the school beauty, we'll have one each. Won't that be even more food? Lu Chuanqing looked like he hated it. Come on. Do you think the schoolgirl has met anyone? Do you think we're good enough? She's ready to leave without saying hello. Why don't you realize that? The man said dismissively. What do you know? She's the school flower, and there are so many people here, so she must be shy. Didn't you see Ms. Tang look at me several times just now? Lu Chuanqing retorted. Bull asterisk. Can't you see they changed seats and turned their backs to you? The man said without mercy. Just wait and see. The two of them, Lu Chuanqing, had already caught up with Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er by now. President, you guys are going so fast, I almost didn't keep up. Lu Chuanqing caught up and walked over to Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er and said with a smile, while the other person followed far behind. Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er frowned at the same time. Is there something wrong? Please leave if nothing is wrong. Zhang Shuawei's tone was slightly cold. Don't be so distant. President, at least we're in the same club. We just had hot pot. Why don't I take the two schoolgirls for a ride? It just so happens that after I got my license I bought my dad a BMW 5 Series for me to practice on. Lu Chuanqing took out his car keys as he spoke. In fact, he had begged for this car for a long time and even went so far as to have a big argument with his family before buying it, just so that his college life could be enriched. Being able to have free play and talking about practicing is purely pretentious. But who can poke him? When people hear him say that, they will only think that his family is rich. Used this routine to play poker with a black silk schoolgirl some time ago. Thinking of that night's passion, and then looking at Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er in front of him, his eyes became even more fiery, even a little cocky. Chapter 191, Does he look like a dog to you? Zhang Shuawei felt Lu Chuanqing's eyes and loathed this person even more. No need. I drove the car, so I won't trouble Mr. Lu. Zhang Shuawei directly refused without saying anything. How about doing my car? I remember when I landed on this car for over $400,000, and it didn't take long for the price to jump. Lu Chuanqing shook his head with what seemed like some chagrin. But it's okay, it's only $10,000. Tang Wan-er finally couldn't help but explode. I said, are you a boxer? It's so hot, you'd better stay there where it's cool. Shuawei, let's go. Tang Wan-er snorted coldly, then pulled Zhang Shuawei towards the parking spot. Lu Chuanqing was told off. His friend walked up covering his face. I told you couldn't do it, but you wouldn't listen. Now would you? Feeling the mocking eyes of the people around her, she could not wait to throw down Lu Chuanqing and leave by herself. What's a box spirit? Lu Chuanqing froze. What's a box troll you don't know? I asked you what a box is for. Loaded. Lu Chuanqing subconsciously replied. Right, told you to pretend and you didn't get it. 6666. That heat was even more humiliating. Lu Chuanqing only felt a strong sense of humiliation surging through his heart. Not right. Zhang schoolgirl is this attitude, I'm not surprised. Tang schoolgirl just now did not always look at me? It means that she is interested in me. Why is it like this? Lu Chuanqing doubted life. Go away? So many people are watching. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Chuanqing reacted and looked around. And sure enough, there were still many people looking at him with teasing eyes. Lu Chuanqing hurriedly pulled him to quickly follow Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er. I'd like to see what kind of car they have. Maybe if I drive it in front of them they'll have a different attitude? Lu Chuanqing muttered. It's hopeless. The man shook off Lu Chuanqing's hand that was tugging at his clothes. I see an acquaintance. So go ahead and play by yourself, said without giving Lu Chuanqing time to react directly left. Lu Chuanqing didn't think much about it and just hung far behind Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er. This Lu Chuanqing deserves to be called a deadloader. He's really able to get away with it. Schoolboy Lin is not as good at pretending as he is at prescribing hundreds of millions of dollars of poison. Tang Wan-er said breathlessly. Don't you dare compare Tatsu to this man. He doesn't deserve it. Jiang Shuawei glanced at Tang Wan-er in dissatisfaction. Good, your family Tatsu is the best, Tang Wan-er hurriedly said. The two then arrived in front of the Ferrari SF90, at which point there were many other people snapping photos. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wan-er directly opened the car door and walked in, driving away under the gaze of a crowd of astonished envy. These two girls are so pretty, and money. Which window did God close for them? Hey, I don't want to drive a Ferrari in my life. I'd be thankful for a BBA. In the midst of a crowd of murmurs on the road, Lu Chuanqing stared blankly at the direction of the Ferrari SF90's distant departure. His expression was as hard as eating a dead rat at the moment. Thinking about what he had just said and his behavior, he just felt like a clown. Lu Chuanqing's face turned red, looked around, saw that no one noticed him, and immediately left in a grayish manner. And all this was seen by Wang Shijie, who happened to see it. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Juju, do you think that guy looks like a dog? Wang Shijie laughed out loud and said to Juju, who was holding his hand. Like. Juju thought about giving an affirmative answer. Wang Shijie had originally come to Luan Street with Juju to stroll around and buy some snacks. As a result, he saw the scene in which Tang Wan-er exported Lu Chuanqing just now. He saw that Lu Chuanqing followed up again. Fearing that the two women were in danger, he took a picture of Lu Chuanqing and then also followed up with Juju. After Wang Shijie sent the scene that had just happened to Lin Chen and sent the photo to Lin Chen, he happily went shopping with Juju. On the other side, Lin Chen, who was still eating and drinking at the Imperial Hotel, felt his cell phone vibrate and took it out. Boss, put the cell phone down. The four of us brothers won't get drunk today. There's no class every morning anyway. Chen Xiao was sharp-eyed, and as soon as she saw Lin Chen take out his cell phone, she immediately spoke out. That's it. Did your sister-in-law send you a message? You can't leave without getting drunk today. Xia Wei yelled back. Xiao Fei didn't make a sound with a look of watching the show. Lin Chen revealed a look of helplessness. It's a message from that Wang Shijie kid. That's fine. 1 minute, haha, can't be much longer. Row. It was only then that Lin Chen had a chance to read Wang Shijie's message. After reading the message, Lin Chen clicked on the picture and looked at it. Why does this guy look familiar? Lin Chen couldn't recall who this person was for a moment. On the side, Xiao Fei curiously came over. Hey, isn't this the guy from the Chinese dress club? I remember this person. At that time, to sister-in-law and Wan-er sister contact information. The number of this kid is the most active. Wang Shijie gave you a picture of this kid for what? Xiao Fei asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Chen instantly remembered by Xiao Fei's reminder. Nothing. Lin Chen didn't move and put away his cell phone. Since Shuawei and school sister Tang had already settled it, he didn't have to worry about it. Boss, as a punishment for looking at your cell phone, you'll have to punish yourself with a separate drink. Chen Xiao shouted. I'm for it. Xiao Fei moved away from Lin Chen and chimed in. Lin Chen didn't retort and directly dried a cup. Good drink. Not bad for a boss. Chen Xiao. Several people gave a thumbs up. To ask me about my drinking, look in the direction of the ocean, Lin Chen said rather smugly. At once the thumbs of the three turned in one direction. Lin Chen's body had been strengthened in all directions by the system. The system produces a good product. Lin Chen is very much looking forward to the next body strengthening to see if he can strengthen little Lin Chen again. After half an hour, Chen Xiao, who was fishing for a pen, plopped down on the table again. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment. Xiaowei and Chen Xiao mysteriously dragged them to dinner and insisted that they had something good for them. It turned out to be a bottle of yellow wine that Chen Xiao had taken from home that he said had been buried for more than 20 years. It's no wonder Chen Xiao doesn't allow his girlfriend to bring him. This yellow wine is an aphrodisiac wine. Not to mention it's still a yellow wine that has been treasured for 20 years. This dick is really lame. He's the first one to fall down every time. Is Sleepy that good? Xiao Fei scoffed loudly, and he was getting a little drunk. Old four, come, I'll toast to you. Thanks for sparing Chen Xiao and I the hundreds of thousands of dollars in repairs. I, Xiao Wei, have nothing to show for it, so here's to you. Xiao Wei's face reddened as he picked up his wine glass and walked towards Xiao Fei. What's the point of talking about this between brothers? You're welcome. Xiao Fei also picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Xiao Wei. Chapter 192, Xiao Wei's Family Matters. Xiao Wei didn't say anything and looked at Lin Chen after taking a mouthful. Boss, I'll drink to you too. If you hadn't paid for the repairs on that Primera for me, I don't know what I would have done. Xiao Wei's eyes reddened as he spoke. Lin Chen also clinked glasses with Xiao Wei. Boss, Lao Si, you don't know how much you have helped me. Just this several $100,000. Our family can't get it out even if we smash the pots and pans. I grew up in the mountains of Dian province. Our county is the poorest county in our city, and our town is the poorest town in our county. My dad used to be a firefighter and ended up accidentally dying in a fire during my freshman year of high school. My mom was in tears every day afterward and her body fell ill. The family was barely able to keep going on my grandparents' acre of land and the state subsidies. After that, I set my mind to be strong. I want to get out of the mountains. I want to become rich. I will cure my mom. I want my sister and grandparents to have a good life. You guys don't know how terrified I was at the time when I found out that repair bill was going to be in the tens of thousands of dollars. Me, Xiao Wei said here, actually let out a loud cry. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei were both silent. Lin Chen was okay. He could relate a little to that feeling of powerlessness, especially when Lin's father and mother went to work in an electronics factory for him. That feeling. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was different, having grown up in the imperial capital and being born with a golden key. In his eyes, things that could be solved with money were not things. Xiao Fei's heart was touched when he saw this look on Xiao Wei's face. I really don't want that second-class credit sometimes. I just want my dad. If only my dad was still around. Xiao Wei continued to talk. Lao Air, don't think about these sad things. You'll definitely succeed in the future. Come, let's go. Lin Chen picked up his wine glass and walked over to put his arm around Xiao Wei's shoulders. Yeah, Dick, drink up and go. Xiao Fei smiled back. Xiao Wei wiped her tears and raised her glass. Just drink. Whoever wimped out is a grandson. Ha 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 ha. When Lin Chen woke up again, it was already the next morning. Lin Chen rubbed his still slightly sore head. These two boys are really damaged. Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he remembered the events of last night. Seeing that Lin Chen had drunk so much but still managed to stay sober, these two boys actually toasted Lin Chen without a second thought. Although Lin Chen's ability to drink after the system's reinforcement was quite okay, but at the end of the battle, after watching Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei also lying on the table, he also fell asleep. Lin Chen picked up his cell phone. It was already past 9 o'clock, and his cell phone was full of messages from Jiang Shuawei, and there were 7 or 8 missed calls. Lin Chen thought about it and sent a message over to Jiang Shuawei. I drank too much with them last night at the Imperial, and I'm in the suite at the Imperial. After sending the message, Lin Chen saw that Dong Fong had also sent a few messages. Dong Lin, I had the waiter send both you and your friend to the presidential suite. Separately, Lin Dong, you send me a message if you need breakfast. I'll have someone prepare it. Lin Chen, well, hard work, just have someone send some breakfast to the Tianzino. 1 room. It didn't take long for Dong Fong's message to be sent. Okay Lin Dong. After Lin Chen washed up, he was just about to go out when Jiang Shuawei's call came. Jiang Shuawei was angry on the phone. Lin Chen comforted her for a while, and gave some assurances before Jiang Shuawei reluctantly lost her temper. Lin Chen went out and called all 3 of them up. 10 minutes later, the 4 men were gathered again in room 1 of the Sky. Old 4, you're the one who brought up this drink. How come you're the one who poured it first again? Can't you fight for it? Xiao Fei said discontentedly with the sea cucumber soup in his mouth. Hey, you guys don't know that I'm a poor drinker. Just get used to it. Chen Xiao embarrassedly hemmed and hawed, then asked, how was your battle last night? What else? The boss won again, but I vaguely remember that the boss didn't seem to be in good shape at the end. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen ate his breakfast and said with an unchanged face, you're misremembering, aren't you? I ended up sending you guys back to your rooms. Really? Lie to you for what? Xiao Wei didn't say anything on the sidelines and just ate his breakfast in silence. Why don't you say something, Dick? Still haven't gotten over it? Chen Xiao looked suspiciously at the silent Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei looked up and hesitated. Boss, senior, I brought back something from my family. My family says it's an antique passed down, but I don't have a channel to appraise it. Can you guys see if you can help me think of a way? If that thing was really old, then sell it and at least pay back some of Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's money. At least he could pay some of it back. He couldn't do it with the peace of mind of letting someone else advance that much money, even if they really don't care. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei naturally understood Xiao Wei's purpose. After glancing at each other, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Okay, I'll figure it out. Lin Chen said, what is it? Where is it? Show it to me? Chen Xiao said curiously. It's in the dormitory. You'll just have to go back and check it out later. Chapter 193. In order to avoid the traffic police to check for drunk driving, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei still let the Imperial how-to waiter drive for them, so that Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao can play the drop back to school. Lin Dong, it's at the entrance of your school, the waiter said respectfully. Well, why don't you get out of the car and I'll drive in myself? Lin Chen nodded indifferently, then took a few red tickets and gave them to the waiter. This was the cash that Lin Chen had put in the car specifically for emergencies, putting more than $200,000. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The waiter didn't think there was such a good thing, and bowed repeatedly to thank him. Lin Chen waited in the parking lot for a little while before returning to the dormitory with Xiao Fei. Walking into the dormitory, the stench of the dormitory had dissipated by now. At this time, Chen Xiao was concentrating on observing a string of beads. Once she saw Lin Chen and Xiao Fei returned, she raised her head and said excitedly, Old 3 said the antique is this. I just that cell phone knowledge of things searched. seems to be called what Z, is 6 figures it. This if really, Chen Xiao said and glanced enviously at Xiao Wei. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei sniffed and looked at this string of beads in Chen Xiao's hand. I'm not sure if this thing is real or not, but my grandparents said they had this bead when they were kids, Xiao Wei said. Lin Chen took the string of Z beads from Chen Xiao and rubbed it in his hand. The texture was very delicate and warm. Xiao Fei also looked around curiously. Lin Chen looked at it for a bit without seeing anything, so he took the Z to Xiao Fei. I'll ask Dong Fong and see if he knows where there are places that appraise antiques, Lin Chen said and took out his cell phone. Trouble boss, Xiao Wei thanked. Come on, why are we being so polite to each other? Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Dong, any orders? Dong Fong's voice came over the phone. Do you know of any places around here that appraise antiques? Lin Chen went straight to the point. I know an owner of an antique store. I can have him come over to you if you need him, Dong Fong said respectfully. No, just send me the address of his store. I'll go over there this afternoon, Lin Chen said after some thought. There are classes in the first and second periods of the afternoon, so it should be about the same time to go over there after class ends at 3:30 p.m. Okay Lin Dong. Lin Chen put down his cell phone and looked at Xiao Wei. I'll take you to appraise this Z this afternoon after class. Xiao Wei nodded. I'm going too, Chen Xiao said in a hurry. What's not to love about something so much fun? He's never been to an antique store in his life. It's just the right time to go for a long visit. Then I'll go too, Xiao Fei chimed in. Okay, the girls' dormitory. Mom, did Wang Defa give you back your gold ring? Tang Wan said into the phone as she lay in bed. Give it back. Ooh, I thought I'd never see this ring again in my life. Tang Wan heard her mother crying on the other end of the phone and was comforted for a good while. By the way Wan, why did that bastard suddenly return the ring to me? Can it be that he has a clear conscience? After Don's mother calmed down, she said suspiciously. Conscience? How can a scumbag like him have a conscience? I have a friend. Tang Wan gave a general account of what happened. That's a big thank you to that schoolboy of yours. Why don't you call him home for dinner someday? I have to thank him in person. Mom, what are you talking about? Schoolboy Lin is Shuawei's boyfriend. What's he doing in our house? Tang Wan was speechless. Is Shuawei's boyfriend? Then never mind, but you still have to thank people. Okay, I got it. Also, you're a junior in college and you're not in a relationship yet? Your mom I think at your age. Hello? What's going on? Why is this campus card so bad? The signal is bad. Mom, I'm hanging up now. Let's talk some other time. After hanging up the phone, Tang Wan was finally relieved. Say, Wan, when exactly are you and Xiao Fei going to finalize their relationship? Jiang Shuawei was feeding cat food to Boo, and when she heard Tang Wan hang up the phone, she asked out loud, well, Tang Wan pursed her lips. Jiang Shuawei sighed without revealing it. Obviously it's all been done, but Wan still won't disclose it. Tang Wan's mind had drifted far away by now. Xiao Fei, when I get my surgery done, we'll be together. In your heart, are you the one? A ringing phone interrupted Tang Wan's thoughts. Tang Wan picked up the phone and couldn't help but frown. It was from Wang De. Wan your request dad has already done it. When can I see Boss Lin again? You promised you'd put in a good word for me huh? I'll ask later, and I'll contact you when I hear something. Tang Wan said impatiently. Good. What a good daughter for daddy. Ha. Wan want to. Tang Wan didn't wait for Wang Dfa to finish his sentence before hanging up the phone directly. What should I tell Lin Scholar? Tang Wan was a bit embarrassed. Although Lin Chen had told her that she could take this opportunity to get her things back, she was really embarrassed to bother Lin Chen again. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Jiang Shuawei's opinion first. What's the point? I'll do it for you. Jiang Shuawei was ready to take out her cell phone and send a message to Lin Chen without saying a word after hearing this. Tang Wan hastened to stop it when she saw this. Oi. Never mind. I'd better speak for myself. Tang Wan took out her cell phone as she spoke. Lin Chen was lying on his bed brushing Shakeology, which hadn't completely disappeared from the carp cup heat from the previous rematch. This time, no surprise, Demon Brother took first place and deserved it. The green bubble pops up with a message. Tang Wan can you do me one more favor? Senior Lin? It's like this. A cold aura flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It was because of this matter of Tang Wan that he hadn't been able to unleash his hand on Wang De before. Then there's nothing to worry about now. Lin Chen, no problem. Tomorrow night at the Imperial Hotel. You call him up. Tang Wan, thank you so much schoolmate Lin. I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Chen, it's fine. A small problem. The time was fast approaching noon. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went downstairs to eat as usual. Tang Wan kept thanking Lin Chen during the meal. 1 or 2 classes in the afternoon were high math. And anyway, Lin Chen didn't listen at all. sitting in the back and playing shovels with Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao. Boss, the teacher won't say anything about us if we're so reckless, will he? Chen Xiao looked up at the high math teacher on the podium with some worry. Just rest assured, after that last time, the school side must have already alerted the classroom teachers. So don't worry and don't worry, Xiao Fei said without a care in the world. What's the point of failing a class? It doesn't matter, okay? P.S. Just one for today. Sorry guys and gals righteous. I'll give you 10 years of singleness in exchange for millions of dollars in the future. I'll trade my 10 years of singleness for $1 million a year from now on. Fortune, the deal is a success. Remaining lifespan 120 years. Chapter 194, Men are Strange Creatures. At this moment the high math teacher has been sweating for a long time. Asterisk. Why is this gentleman playing with his cell phone? Can't it be that I didn't speak well enough? Finished. After finishing the 2 classes, the high math teacher didn't find any expression of dissatisfaction on Lin Chen's face, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Walking out the classroom door, the high math teacher let out a long breath. It's okay, should just simply not want to go to class. The thought made the high math teacher's feet lighten up. Xiao Fei put down his cell phone at this moment, looking chagrined, really convinced. One short of transferring 9 skins. Chen Xiao, you really blah. If you hadn't robbed me of that golden shovel, I'd be 9 skinned. Then I couldn't have 9 forgiveness horses if I didn't have that shovel. Chen Xiao retorted unconvincingly. Is 9 forgiveness horses as gold as 9 skins? I don't care. I ate the chicken anyway. Good. I'll card whatever you play next time. Slightly, Xiao Fei was obviously a bit angry, and as a result, Chen Xiao hadn't realized it yet. Come on, it's just a game. What's the point? Lin Chen said breathlessly. He played at Chopper Krieg. Money D. Dry did not even brush 3 stars. In a fit of anger directly retired. Xiao Fei stopped talking at once. Let's go. We should still be able to make it back in time for dinner if we go over to the antique store now. Lin Chen looked at the time and said. The group of 4 exited the classroom. If only I were in the same dorm room as young Master Lin. Yeah, I really envy Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei and the 3 of them. This is all fate. We don't have other people's rich lives. The students in the class who hadn't left yet said enviously. The 4 of them walked straight towards the parking lot after exiting the classroom. Chen Xiao got into Lin Chen's car, and Xiao Wei got into Xiao Fei's car. The 2 cars drove one after the other toward the school. Why do I get the feeling that the oldest is a little angry? Chen Xiao asked to Lin Chen suspiciously. Lin Chen glanced at Chen Xiao. You just realized? I thought you 2 were fighting, but you didn't know anything? Chen Xiao was even more confused. I wasn't arguing with him. I was just teasing. Well, Lin Chen didn't know what to say, but boys only see, even if they're angry, they should get over it after a while, right? And at the moment inside a face of blue Porsche 918 behind the silver Tuatara, Xiao Fei remembered that thing just now and regretted it in his heart. Hey, why did I get into a fight with Chen Xiao over such a small matter? It's so uncalled for. Gotta think of a way. 30 minutes later, the 4 of Lin Chen finally arrived near the antique store. This neighborhood is an antique trading street. When Lin Chen and Xiao Fei drove the car into the parking lot, the eyes of the security uncle inside the security booth went straight. Hurriedly grabbing the pager in his hand, he shouted, "Hole in the wall. I've got 2 luxury cars coming here. Here's a man to guard them. If someone else scratches them, something will happen." What car? I don't know. A horse with its front hooves cocked and a cow. Both kind of look like shields. WOJ. That's a Porsche and a Lamborghini. Wait, I'll be right over. After Lin Chen and Xiao Fei parked the car, a group of 4 people walked down. It's too jammed. I can't stand the traffic. Schofield grumbled. I'd be cool with that. You don't know the envious looks from all those people along the way. TSK. Chen Xiao hemmed and hawed. Xiao Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy when he saw Chen Xiao take him up on his words. What's up with that? I'll give you the keys to that Ferrari Rome later. You can drive it whenever you want, but I don't care about the gas, haha, Xiao Fei said with a smile. That's a good feeling. Lin Chen and Xiao Wei exchanged glances. Sure enough, men are strange creatures. Do you realize that a few minutes ago, these 2 had a fight? Okay, hurry up. After the appraisal I still have to rush back to have dinner with your sister-in-law, Lin Chen urged. I'm also going to have dinner with Sister Wan Air. Xiao Fei chimed in. Okay. Just bully us 2 single dogs. A few people talked and moved towards following the navigation to an antique store. The Gathering of Treasures? That's a good name, Xiao Fei said with satisfaction. He came on this trip purely for fun. The decorations in their home are all antiques, and the old man has a collection room in which only very valuable antiques are put, so he was already indifferent to these hundreds of thousands or $2 million of antiques. It's only the oldest, most valuable antiques that he might say, "Wow, awesome." The store is brightly lit and filled with wooden shelves. There is a wide array of blue and white porcelain vases, wooden statues of Buddha, and yellowed antique books. Are a few of you here to buy goods? feel free to look around and take your pick. It's all top quality old stuff. They're genuine. The owner, a middle-aged man with a 3 or 4-month-old belly, looked at them with a smile. We're here to find you to appraise something. Dongfeng should have contacted you before. Lin Chen opened his mouth. The expression on that shopkeeper's face changed and he immediately walked over. You are Boss Lin, aren't you? Long time no see. My name is Tu Min. I'm the owner of this store. Mr. Dong has already contacted me. I'll appraise you now. The shopkeeper called Tu Min had a very respectful attitude. His private relationship with Dongfeng is not bad. Dongfeng can be 1,000 instructions must always be respectful. Lin Dong's background was more than just the owner of Imperial Palace. Even Ronto land was also his, maybe even more than that. At that time, Tu Min was taken aback. That's hundreds of billions of dollars just for the RNR land alone. A kid that young, 100 billionaire? Then I'll trouble Boss Tu. Lin Chen nodded. Boss Lin. This way please, all honored guests. Tu Min invited Lin Chen's 4 people to a wooden root-carving coffee table and made tea for Lin Chen's 4 people again. Mr. Lin, I've been saving this Westlake Longjing for a long time. Usually I can't even drink it. How about you try it? Tu Min said with a smile, a trace of unveiled heartache flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen took a sip. Can't drink anything. The expression on Lin Chen's face remained unchanged. Not bad. The smile on Tu Min's face grew even wider. $100,000 a kilogram of tea. Finally did not disgrace him. When Xiaowei and Chen Xiao heard about the Westlake Longjing, they also drank it. Blow and drink. Lao San, bring out the stuff for Boss Tu to palm off on. Xiaowei nodded at his words, then pulled out a small box and handed over the string of Z beads. Tu Min immediately became interested. Chapter 195 Z beads worth millions. Tu Min took the small box handed over by Xiaowei and carefully opened it. Taking out the string of Z beads, he first squinted his eyes and roughly observed the appearance of the Z bead, then pulled out a pair of special magnifying glasses from his pocket and put them on. His expression instantly becoming focused and serious. He brought the Z bead close to the light and scrutinized every detail. Mumbling, this pattern, this color. He gently turned the Z, his eyes moving with the magnifying glass, not missing a single nuance. After a while, Tu Min's eyes grew wider and wider, and his breathing became rapid. He said excitedly, this is a real Z, and it's of excellent quality. When Xiaowei heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and Chen Xiao and Lin Chen both looked at Tu Min, waiting for him to explain further. Tu Min put down the Z bead, took a sip of tea, calmed down a bit, and began to introduce himself. This Z, has an extremely important position in Tibetan Buddhism. It contains mysterious power and deep cultural connotation. The production process of Z beads is extremely complicated and the selection of materials is also very delicate. True Z beads have been baptized over the years, and their surfaces will form unique weathering patterns in pulp. With that, he pointed to the Z in his hand. Just like this string, its weathering pattern is natural and smooth, and the pulp is warm and mellow, which are all traces left by the years, and cannot be faked. And you guys see the pattern on it. It means good fortune and luck. It's a very precious symbol. So, Boss Tu, what age are these Z beads? Lin Chen asked. Tu Min picked up the Z bead again and scrutinized it for a long time before he spoke. In my opinion, this string of Z beads should have been produced during the Tang Dynasty. The craftsmanship of Z beads in the Tang Dynasty period was already quite mature, and the fine products that have been passed down are extremely rare. It is rare for this string to be so well preserved. Xiaowei's hands were shaking a bit with excitement. So, Boss Tu, how much can this be worth? Tu Min hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, and after a long time he said slowly, this string of Z beads is worth at least $1 million or so. This string of numbers directly staggered both Xiaowei and Chen Xiao. $1 million? Xiaowei exclaimed out in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the Z bead in Tu Min's hand. Chen Xiao also stammered. This is worth too much. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei were very calm. It's just $1 million. It's a small fortune. Tu Min smiled and nodded. That's right, 1 million is still a conservative estimate. If you meet a collector who truly loves it and has the power, the price could be even higher. Xiaowei was flushed with excitement. I never thought this could be worth so much. Chen Xiao joked on the sidelines. Lao San, you're making a fortune here. Lin Chen patted Xiaowei's shoulder. Calm down. This is good. Xiaowei took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. I know. It's just that this is so sudden. It's kind of hard to believe. Tu Min continued. The value of Z beads lies not only in its economic value, but also in its cultural and historical value. This string of Z beads from the Tang Dynasty witnesses the splendor and changes of that era and is a rare treasure. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Boss Tu has a point, but Xiaowei, since you already know the value of this item, what are you going to do with it? When Tu Min heard Lin Chen ask Xiaowei what to do with the string of Z beads, a hint of longing flashed in his eyes and his throat involuntarily moved. His eyes glanced at Lin Chan and then to the string of Z beads, a tangled look on his face, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed together. Xiao Wei listened to Lin Chan's words and bowed his head in deep thought for a moment. A trace of reluctance first appeared on his face, but it quickly became firm again. Granted, the string of Z beads is valuable, and something like this will definitely appreciate in value when left in your hands. But at home, my mother was still nestled in her hospital bed and my sister was in school. The whole family is supported by just two people. Granted, he came over to this side of Tianfu City for a 2-month summer job right after his exams, but that little money is just a drop in the bucket. Actually, I figured it out. Xiao Wei said slowly. The family needs money everywhere, and my mom has been needing treatment for her illness, so this million is important to my family. When Tu Min heard this, surprise instantly blossomed in his eyes, and his entire body became excited. Really? That's great, Tu Min said hurriedly. I truly like this Z, and I'm willing to pay a reasonable price to receive it. Lin Chen and Chen Xiao looked at each other. Senior, just think about it, Lin Chen said. Chen Xiao also nodded. Lao San, as long as it can help the family, sell it. Xiao Wei took a deep breath. Well, I've thought about it. Tu Min rubbed his hands together in excitement. Then let's hurry up and discuss the price and details of the deal. Xiao Wei looked at Tu Min. Boss Tu, you said this price. Tu Min thought about it briefly. Before I said 1 million was a conservative estimate. Since you've decided to offer, I won't shortchange you. How about $1,200,000? For that price I'm only able to offer it because you're boss Lin's friend. That's something a few people believe. Since this Tu Min knew Lin Chen's background, in order not to offend Lin Chen, he would definitely give a reasonable price. When Xiao Wei heard this, his heart was delighted, but he still forced himself to be calm. Alright, then I'll trouble boss too. Tu Min smiled and waved his hand in a very soothing mood. No trouble, no trouble. It's a blessing to receive such a good Z. Tu Min said he could immediately arrange to transfer the money. As long as Xiao Wei provides an account number, the money will soon be able to arrive. Xiao Wei hurriedly told Tu Min his bank card number, and Tu Min took out his cell phone and operated it. In the process of waiting for the transfer of funds, Tu Min could not help but pick up the Z beads again and carefully appreciate them, and his mouth also kept on marveling. It's really good stuff. It's so rare. Xiao Wei's mood, on the other hand, was somewhat mixed. On the one hand, he was happy that he could get this money to solve his family's difficulties, and on the other hand, he felt a twinge of sadness at the impending loss of this precious Z. After all, this string of Z beads had been in their house for quite some time. Not long after, Xiao Wei's cell phone received an arrival text message from the bank, and when he saw the string of numbers, his hand trembled slightly. He swears he's never seen so much money in his life. It is hard to describe the excitement when so much money is lying in one's account. The money is in the account. Boss too. Thank you, Xiao Wei said. Tu Min smiled and said, it's me who should thank you. Z beads of this quality, or from the Tang dynasty period, are very rare. Chen's eyes were filled with envy. Boss, you guys send me your bank accounts and I'll transfer you the money from the previous car repair. Chapter 196, The System of Humanity. Xiao Wei looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei very seriously. Didn't I tell you? We paid for that. Why are you bringing this up again? Lin Chen frowned. It was only about $100,000, which was really nothing to him, but not to Xiao Wei, even if he sold the Z beads for $1,200,000. Now the hospital is a gold-swallowing beast. A person who had been bedridden for several years. Even though Lin Chen didn't know what the situation was, but to be cured, it wouldn't be a small amount. That's long gone, and my car's insured. It won't cost much to impound it. Xiao Fei chimed in. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Wei with a complicated face. He really didn't expect Xiao Wei to choose to pay that money back the first time he had it. Chen Xiao's mood was inexplicably heavy. Half and half estimates that he has to take at least 100,000, although his family situation is good. But 100,000 is not a small amount. If I tell mom and dad, I'll inevitably get another scolding, but no compensation. No, I should have paid for this in the first place, and I'm just too embarrassed to let you guys do it for me. Xiao Wei shook his head. If I didn't have the money, forget it. Now I have the money and I'm not paying it back. I can't get past this hurdle in my heart. The Tu Min, who was on the side, had the sense to walk away with the Z beads. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei glanced at each other again, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Xiao Wei is now rich and can afford to pay it back. But what about Chen Xiao? They don't want to make it hard for their brother over this little thing. Okay. In the end, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei compromised, but it only cost Xiao Wei half. Lin Chen dinner at my hotel, or none of you would have passed through there. Xiao Fei, you drove my car. If I didn't lend it to you, this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Wei's eyes were full of emotion, and in the end, he transferred 25,000 to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei alone. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei tacitly did not mention Chen Xiao. Ready to go back, Tu Min spoke. Boss Lin, you've all come over. Aren't you going to take a look at the antique trading market over there? Two men also had a little bit of a heart, and he still had something he wanted to ask Lin Chen for help. If he can use this to let Boss Lin pick up a leak, then he can also mention that matter. Lin Chen was about to refuse. What was there to see in an antique? He couldn't appreciate it anyway. At best, it's just a matter of whether the colors look pretty or not. As a result, the system's voice in his head rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Head to the Tianfu Antique Market to pick up the pieces. System reward 1. 0 pickup 100, 000 RMB. 2. Pickup value over 1,000:1 million RMB. 3. Pickup value over 10, 000:10 million RMB. 4. Pickup a value of over $100,000, a blind box for a $10 million sports car. 5. Picked up over $1 million worth, over $1 billion in sports car blind boxes. 1. 6. Pickups worth over $10 million, a random 1% 5% stake in Penguin. Attention, this mission ends at 7 o'clock. If the system discovers that the host is cheating, this mission will be cancelled, and at the same time, a random item will be deducted from the previous system rewards. This time all the system beeps were a bit too long, so long that Lin Chen froze for a while before digesting the information. Lin Chen skimmed his lips. So much information for this little reward. Poor review. Boss, what are you doing? Xiao Fei stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen came back to his senses and calmly said, "Nothing." A little thought came to mind. "I thought you were bewitched," Xiao Fei said breathlessly. Lin Chen looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock at the moment, and it would be very difficult to pick up more than $10 million before 7 o'clock. It's obviously too late to refine someone to pick up the slack for him in the interim. And as for on his own, Lin Chen could only say ha. If you want to pick up the pieces on your own, you'll be lucky if you don't get screwed for $10 million. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards two men. Two men felt Lin Chen's gaze and a smile pile up on his face. "Is Boss Lin going? If you're going, I can help out." "No problem. Then I'll trouble Boss too." Lin Chen was waiting for this sentence. Two men also froze when he saw Lin Chen being so dry, but he quickly reacted. "No trouble, no trouble," Two Men said with a smile. "Just what I wanted." When Xiao Fei and the others saw that Lin Chen was prepared to go and take a look, they naturally joined together. "Boss too, what are you?" Lin Chen and the few others looked at Two Men's outfit with strange eyes. Tuomin found a hat to put on and a mask. "I'm a bit of a celebrity here. Most of the people know me, and I'm sure I wouldn't be able to pick it up if I didn't cover it up." Lin Chen drifted off. Walking out of the gathering of treasures, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei to report the situation. "Come inside the antique trading market in Tianfu City." The Tianfu City trading market is, to put it bluntly, a street of antiques. Typical ancient street, ancient color, quite charming, is considered a small famous tourist attraction in Tianfu City. Lin Chen's group of 5 came to one of the vendors. There was a thick blanket on the floor, and it was cluttered with things. What a pipe and teapot, incense burner and statue of Buddha, small pieces of porcelain, and a few odds and ends. "Bosses, what can I get you? All old and new." The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a slightly slimmer build. At this moment, as soon as he saw Lin Chen and the others walk up to the stall, he greeted them warmly. These guys look like college students, and these kind of college students with clarity in their eyes with a hint of stupidity are the best to fool. As for the other older one, just ignore it, just look around, Lin Chen said casually, while his eyes swept back and forth over the things on the stall. "Feel free to look around. It's genuine. Look at this one, the Tang Dynasty. You know the Tang 3 colors, right? It's only 9,999 here. 99.99 Tang Sankai for you to take home," the stall owner said, pointing to a Tang Dynasty pottery. This stall owner is also a ruthless person. At first glance is a college student lying without a draft. Lin Chen, even if he didn't know anything, knew that if something like the Tang Sankai was real, it could be bought for $10,000, treating them like melons. Butchers, Lin Chen several. Right at this moment, the system's beep in Lin Chen's head sounded once again, detected that the host is completing his system mission, and is issuing a system-assisted ability. Ding! Golden pupil issued successfully. Remaining time limit 112 minutes. As soon as the system's words fell, Lin Chen only felt that a string of words actually appeared next to the Tang Sankai in front of him. Modern low imitation Tang Sankai. Value, 20 RMB. Well. Such a humane system deserves praise. But, why didn't you say so earlier? If he had said so earlier, he wouldn't have let two men come over. Lin Chen was also too lazy to listen to the stall owner Xia Jiba making things up, and his eyes scanned over the other things.